You have clearly awakened as a summoner of the combat profession, able to summon contract summoning spirits to fight for you. But you are mocked as a profession that even dogs would shake their heads at. Even if you were given 3 busty and curvy beast-eared girls as compensation, no one would be willing. Unknown to many, the method to become stronger is very simple. Just send 3 dog emojis, and you can activate the most powerful summoning system. Even the lowest level summoning spirit can be automatically upgraded to mythological level by the system. At this point, Guanzumo silently sent 3 dog heads, then placed his hand on the transfer stone tablet. With a flash of golden light passing through the transfer stone tablet, a golden light curtain began to appear. You have successfully transferred to become a summoner. Special talent, Void Summoning. Rank, Gold. Talent description, can summon projections of creatures from other worlds to fight for the summoner. Gold level talent can provide additional attribute bonuses. Host detected to have successfully transferred. The strongest summoning system is here to report. As the golden light gradually dissipated, the whole scene suddenly became noisy. Why is it that his golden light is a combat profession, while mine is a lifestyle profession? I refuse to accept it. Please, take a good look. He has withdrawn, but compared to your life and career, it may not be much better. Even the class teacher couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity. Finally encountered a golden level talent, but turned out to be a summoner profession. In this world, talents are divided into 10 levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, star, epic, and legendary. Although Guanzu awakened with only a gold level talent, in the entire Donghai city, out of an average of 3,000 high school seniors each year, only a dozen or so emerge. Originally, this was something worth celebrating, but unfortunately, Guanzu was a summoner by profession, and this gold swallower profession is not a good thing for him. However, Guanzu, don't be discouraged. Our school summoners can receive a free initial contract scroll to assist you in forcibly contracting a summoning spirit. In the face of classmates' ridicule and the inadequate encouragement from the homeroom teacher, Guanzu's face showed no sign of wavering. Others see him as a summoner to be avoided at all costs, but he is not afraid at all. Only because at this moment he has bound the strongest summoning system, capable of directly elevating summoned spirits to mythological level. While others need massive resources to enhance the quality of summoned spirits, he has no need to worry. Soon, everyone in the class changed jobs. Next, all the students in the entire 3rd year of high school who awakened as combat professionals lined up neatly in the square. The headmaster, dressed in a black suit, stood on the podium and shouted, "Students, next you will enter the trial dungeon. This assessment dungeon is a weakened version of the burial ground. What you are holding is called the Stone of Departure. If you encounter a danger in the dungeon that you cannot resist, you must crush it immediately. Hesitating for even a second could lead to death." After the speech, all students began to line up to enter the trial instance. At the same time, Guanzu took the scroll and approached other students who were also preparing to summon spirits through a contract. The combat power of summoners depends entirely on the summoned spirits, so summoners who have not formed a contract must complete the contract before they can be assessed. The ancestor sat cross-legged on the ground, with eyes closed tightly, and both palms slowly gathering spiritual power to inject into the scroll. When the spiritual power was injected at a certain moment, a golden light suddenly shot out from the scroll. In the dazzling golden light, the figure of a small black monkey appeared and disappeared intermittently. As the contract was about to be completed, the most powerful summoning system also began to activate its ability. The quality of your summoned spirit has been upgraded to mythological level. As the system's words fell, the light cluster projected by the scroll expanded again, and fierce flames began to surge on its surface, with an invisible pressure spreading all around. "Ha ha, here comes Sun Wukong." A proud and unrestrained voice resounded through the sky. In a ball of flames, Sun Wukong appeared wearing golden armor, carrying a weapon on his shoulder as he stepped forward. In an instant, the people present only felt a pause in their breathing, because the monkey in front of them made them feel a great sense of oppression. How is this possible? What level of summoned spirit is this? At this moment, the headmaster was shocked beyond words. Due to the historical gap in Eastern mythology, no one knew the origin of the great sage equal to heaven. But as a member of the army of soul travelers, Guanzu naturally knew what kind of existence Sun Wukong was. Soon, he looked at the information panel. Name, Guanzu. Occupation, Summoner level, LV1 talent, Void Summoning, Gold level, Attributes, Strength 3, Agility 2, Constitution 3, Spirit 3 skills, Fireball LV3, Blink LV1, Basic Combat LV3, Basic Swordsmanship LV3. Power Evaluation, 115 stars evaluation. Unbelievable. Just a moment ago you only had 1 star power, and now you have reached 115 stars. Name, Sun Wukong. The Great Sage equal to Heaven grade, Mythical. Gold. Race, God level, LV1 talent, indestructible diamond body, mythical level. Great Sage staff style, mythical level. Attributes, strength 15,000, agility 15,000, constitution 17,000, spirit 12,000. Skills, immobilization LV1, sky-breaking staff LV1, cloning LV1. Power evaluation, 115 stars. Never thought that relying solely on Sun Wukong, the power would reach 115 stars. You should know that the strongest in Donghai City, a level 240 Grand Magician of the third transformation, is only over 80 stars. At this moment, Guanzu couldn't help but feel excited. How did this person contract such a powerful summon spirit? Wasn't it said that the school issued low-level contract scrolls? At this moment, the students watching on the side were suddenly amazed. They just wanted to slap themselves hard. Mocking Guanzu awakening as a summoner was a useless profession, but in the blink of an eye, he contracted a powerful summon spirit. Brother Guanzu, we were talking a little loudly just now. Don't mind, Brother Guanzu. Are you short of a girlfriend now? Brother Guan, we were talking a bit loudly just now. Please don't mind, Brother Guan. Are you currently lacking a girlfriend? Before entering the instance, the head teacher looked at Guanzu with a worried expression and said, although your summon spirit is extraordinary, it's better to be careful in everything. I suggest choosing a medium to low difficulty assessment. However, before the teacher finished speaking, Guanzu had already raised his hand and pressed on the vortex, choosing the nightmare difficulty. Warning, in nightmare difficulty, all magical creatures have their attributes increased by 1000% and have special skills. Is it confirmed? Okay. A purple light flashed, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. That boy. The teacher shook his head and smiled helplessly and bitterly. The director of instruction said, young people are very combative, and it's normal that he would risk his choice since he just obtained such a powerful summoning spirit. If he fails and comes out early, we can make an exception and give him another challenge. Chapter 3, A Copy of the Buried Land. In the replica space, dark clouds covered the sky above a barren plain. Sporadic flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the earth with light and darkness. This was the entrance to the nightmare-level replica, Land of Buried Bones. Guanzu had just stepped into the copy when he felt the oppressive aura that hit him. In the distance, hordes of white bone demons were roaming around, and a disturbing demonic aura was emanating from them. These demonic creatures were far stronger and far more brutal and berserk than ordinary white bone soldiers. They even have spiritual intelligence. Old Sun, will go. Sun Wukong somersaulted high into the air, his golden rod, dancing a golden light in his hands. Unfortunately not the original weapon. The Monkey King beside Guanzu was only a projection of the one in the divine realm. If real weapons were to enter this world, and the earth of today, it would be hard to carry that power. Only to see Qi Tian de Shang's hand strangling a magic spell, 10 golden lights flashed by, instantly separating into 10 identical doppelgangers. How come there are only 10 detachments? Qi Tian de Shang has always been blowing a handful of monkey hair, all of them changed into monkeys 10,000, this time even only 10. Then he figured out why. Kid, you have to raise your strength quickly, my old grandson's power, I can't utilize 1/10,000th of it, it's so unpleasant. Because one's indentured servants are too weak. However, even if the great sage's power was weakened, he was still an invincible existence in the copy. Each of the doppelgangers exuded a shocking pressure, holding weapons and gazing like electricity. In an instant, 11 Qi Tian de Saints struck out at the same time. Boom boom boom. The weapon whistled through the air, bringing up a string of sonic booms. The white bone soldiers on the ground were blown to pieces by the terrifying force before they could react. You have killed 10 white bone soldiers, and you have gained an experience value of 1000, nightmare level 10 times bonus. You have killed 10 white bone soldiers, and you have gained 1000 experience points. You have killed 10 white bone soldiers, and you have gained 1000 experience points. Ding! Leveling up, current level 2. Ding! Leveling up, current level 3. Nightmare level difficulty, the monsters provide a very high experience value. The experience value skyrocketed crazily, and Guanzu's level increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the distance, more white bone creatures, attracted by the scent of battle, swarmed to the area. Among them, there were even cavalrymen riding white bone horses and wearing tattered armor. Those white bone cavalrymen, with their gloomy aura, the bone horses underneath them raised their heads and let out low neighs. Look at my old grandson. Skybreaker stick. Caught. Sun Wukong let out a sardonic laugh, and the stick in his hand, with its golden light spreading across the sky, transformed into a giant pillar in the sky and smashed down in the air. Boom! The giant pillar was hundreds of meters in size, squeezing all over the sky. There was a loud bang and a gale of wind. The earth trembled, the ground in 100 feet radius instantly collapsed, countless white bone soldiers smashed into pieces on the spot. Ha, these little demons are also worthy of fighting with my old son? The 11 great saints of Qi Tian laughed at the same time, their voices echoing between heaven and earth. The great sage kills high. The golden light flashed and the batten shadows flew. Each strike could set off monstrous earthquakes, tearing the earth into bottomless gullies. The wails of the white-boned creatures rose. No way! How can there be a summoning spirit of this level? I don't know why. When I see that monkey, I have an instinctive feeling of fear, as if he's heaven killing our white bone clan. Yeah, it's too scary. Aren't we monsters from the newcomer trial copies? Humans aren't sick. Killing life is not abusing life. An archery white bone soldier, holding up his weapon, shivered and said, "Ding! Leveling up, current level 15. Guanzu stood at the back of the battlefield, watching this with excitement. The great sage was in charge of killing, and he was in charge of picking up some of the fallen demon cores. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. A summoner of China, summoning Eastern deities is quite reasonable, isn't it? Oh ha 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 ha." In less than half a minute, the empty field, all the skeleton soldiers were killed by Sun Wukong. Not over the top. It's not fun. Keep going, keep going. Are there any monsters left? Sun Wukong jumped over and yelled. Guanzu sweated, and the lower level. This copy has a total of 1 floor above ground and 2 below. But you're getting too high on killing, great sage. It sunk the earth, and now the place is in ruins. I can't find that copy entrance for now, so let me look for it. Quickly look for it. Sun Wukong said somewhat sheepishly, while also driving his doppelgangers to look. Soon, the shattered stone door was found, and it was good to see that the vortex to the lower level was still there. Guanzu entered immediately. It was a wide underground cavern. Countless white bones piled up in the dark copy. The scent of decay filled the air as hordes of skeletal soldiers held up rusty weapons and made creepy clicking noises. How dare you barge in here? The land of white bones, the living avoid it, if not, you will die. Those skeletal soldiers screamed. Haha, how dare a bunch of skeletons show off in front of my old son? Sun Wukong's golden eye swept out and the great sage stick style was unleashed. The weapon in his hand instantly skyrocketed several feet. The great sage's feet pointed, and his entire body turned into a golden light and rushed into the group of skeletons. The weapon swept horizontally, carrying a mountainous momentum, instantly smashing dozens of skeleton soldiers to smithereens. Bone fragments splashed around like a rainstorm. Eat my old son's stick. Eat another stick from my old grandson. Eat, it hurts. Shi Tian de Shang was in the divine realm, where anyone dared to mess with him, allowing him to give him a beating. And today, he simply killed it. You have killed 50 white bone soldiers, you gain 5,000 experience points. You have killed 50 white bone soldiers, you gain 5,000 experience points. You have killed 50 white bone soldiers, you gain 5,000 experience points. Boom! The weapon slammed into the ground, and the entire underground space trembled. The ground instantly cracked, with cracks spreading in all directions like a spider web. Countless skeleton soldiers were smashed to pieces by the sweeping shadow of the stick. Great sage! Guanzu followed behind, and was in charge of picking up the dropped material props. Great sage, wait for me. Sun Wukong's golden figure shone as brightly as a small sun. The weapon in his hand swung like the wind, each strike accompanied by the crunching sound of bones breaking. Look at the stick! Sun Wukong bellowed, his weapon sweeping across the room. Boom! Terrifying power fluctuations swept around, and pieces of skeletal soldiers instantly turned into pieces. White bone fragments scattered like a rainstorm, and the ground was smashed with a spider web of cracks. Sekijo picks up on a flurry of punches. You picked up the item. Fine bone chip, blue, X155. Low-grade demon core, white, X32. Intermediate demon core, green, X55. Broken magic scroll, green, X3. Heh, these skeletons can't even carry one of my old son's sticks. Sun Wukong proudly shook his weapon. Guanzu quickly followed behind, his eyes glowing as he collected the materials glittering on the ground. White bone soldiers have the probability to burst out demon cores. Each demon core emitted a faint fluctuation of magical power, and in the dimly lit underground space, it twinkled like a star to him. The great sage is mighty. Guanzu laughed as he collected the loot. These materials are worth a lot at the auction house. A piece of low-grade demon core is worth at least $1,000. The weapon swept across the room again, and another batch of skeleton soldiers were reduced to pieces. Various colors of light flashed in the air, dropping items like a bright meteor shower. Ha ha! A golden light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Then let my old grandson smash more skeletons and make you enough money. The sound of bones breaking echoed in the underground space, accompanied by the sound of the system constantly prompting for materials to be obtained. Guanzu's backpack was already piled high with all kinds of materials. This is rich. Guanzu was secretly happy. With these materials, not only can we improve our strength, we can also make a fortune at the auction house. 2 minutes to clean up the second layer. In fact, the main time was actually spent running around, looking for the entrance to the next level. Chapter 4, A Stick of Seconds. What's there to say? The deepest part of the underground copy, in the halls of the gloomy palace. The white bone lord sat on a throne made of countless skeletons. It was 3 feet tall, its body was as black as ink, its head was crowned with a hideous bone crown, and it held a huge sword of decay. Griffins, how dare you intrude into this king's territory? the White Bone Lord let out an ear-piercing roar, exuding a suffocating aura of death. Kneel down and die, and this king may be able to give you a pain. Before the words fell, a golden light had already torn through space. The weapon in Sun Wukong's hand instantly extended to 10 feet long. Cut the crap! Look at the stick! The great sage's figure shifted and instantly appeared in front of the White Bone Lord. The weapon carried the momentum of opening up the sky and earth, and smashed down on his head with a thunderous force. Boom! The entire cave shook violently, and countless boulders fell from the top. The might was as if it was going to overturn the entire underground space. The White Bone Lord didn't even have time to raise his giant sword to block before he was hit by this terrifying strike. 1753524. The bone crown shattered, and the pitch-black body was instantly split into pieces, turning into countless fragments that scattered and splattered in all directions. His expression was so terrified that he didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was blown to pieces by this terrifying strike. I haven't finished my lines yet. It was his last thought before he died. The throne was in tatters, and a huge crack so deep that it couldn't be seen was appearing all over the ground. System alert, successfully killed the White Bone Lord. Get rewarded. Gold level equipment, Scepter of Death, first turn. Rare material, Magic Bone Essence times 50. Special props, White Bone Marrow times 1. Experience value, 200,000. Your level is raised to LV 33. Guanzu looked at the system prompt with a delighted smile on his face. The value of these rewards far exceeded expectations, especially the Death Scepter, which would fetch at least $1 million at the auction house. However, he was a summoner, and the scepter he could use himself. Great sage, you are so raw. Heh, trivial matter. Sun Wukong put away his weapon and waved his hand in disbelief. These skeletons are just as good as they look. On the contrary, you kids are lucky, this trip was not in vain. Copy completion 100%, you have killed all the copy monsters. You have completed the prerequisites to enter the hidden level. Hidden copies are open. Buzz. On the scene, a total of 2 vortices surfaced. One is going out in a white vortex. Another crimson vortex, emitting an extreme aura of terror, connected to an even more terrifying hidden level. Guanzu's eyes lit up. With the Great Sage around, he was not afraid of any enemy. The Great Sage? The Monkey King carries his stick and stretches his muscles. Hey, there is more, yes? Right. Then go. With that said, Guanzu and Sun Wukong, together, leaped into that vortex to an even deeper underground palace. The depths of the dark underground palace suddenly glowed with a strange red light, and countless skeletons wriggled and reassembled on the ground. The air was filled with an even denser aura of death, and even space seemed to distort. Ha! Sun Wukong's golden eyes narrowed. Kind of interesting, there's a harder one hidden in this pile of bones. The ground cracked open, and a throne made of countless skeletons slowly rose. On the throne sat a reddish bone king, wearing a crown formed by the 9 underworld flame, holding a blood-black scythe, and surrounded by a palpitating aura of death. His level, it was clearly LV 45. Mortals, you have disturbed this king's deep sleep. The Bone King let out a piercing low roar. I am the Blood and Bone King of the 9 Spectres, the ruler of. Cut the crap. Sun Wukong interrupted impatiently, pretending. The Great Sage's body swayed and instantly leapt into midair. The weapon traced a brilliant golden arc in the air, like a golden full moon. Look at me with this stick. Boom. 3857402. After one stick, the world was cleared. Terrifying power fluctuations swept through the entire underground palace, and countless debris fell from the dome. It was useless to raise that pitch-black scythe to block, and it was directly smashed into powder by the war club. The Blood Bone King's massive body instantly split into pieces, turning into a rain of blood in the sky. Before he died, he had only one thought. I've been preparing my lines of over 300 words for so long, so let me finish. System alert, kill the hidden boss, 9 Spectres Blood and Bone King. Get rewarded. Platinum jewelry, 9 Spectres necklace. Hidden props, Heart of the Blood and Bone King. Special skill book, The True Solution of Blood and Bone. Experience value, 500,000. Ding. Your level is raised to LV 39. Great Sage Divine Might. Guanzu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he looked at the reward information roaming the sky. Che, Sun Wukong put away his weapon and scowled disdainfully. You can't even catch a single stick from my old grandson, and you still dare to act like a big-tailed wolf here. Guanzu was a bit speechless. After all, it was a newbie trial copy. Who could carry your bat? The underground palace began to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Guanzu hurriedly put all the rewards into his storage ring and followed the Great Sage out of this hidden level that was about to collapse. The teleportation light flickered, and Guanzu's figure reappeared in the trial square. His expression was calm. He was carrying a huge backpack, and there wasn't even a speck of dust on his school uniform. Beside him, the Monkey King was bored with his shrunken stick, picking at his ears. Student Guanzu, you. The head teacher rushed forward with a few moments of worry in his tone. It only took a few minutes to come out, knowing that copy, under normal circumstances, would have taken hours to brush. Probably failed, crushed the escape stone and escaped. Don't be discouraged, the nightmare difficulty is indeed too high. The academy can give you the chance to reselect the normal difficulty. Guanzu's summon spirit was too powerful, and the principal gave it high importance. Naturally, they wanted Guanzu to give it a good go, to see what level his summoning spirit could reach. It should be known that the results of this trial examination are directly leading to the official education department capital of the Huaxia country. Between the various academies, not only were they conducting trials, they were also competing with each other. No need, teacher. Guanzu smiled bashfully, I've already passed. These words were like a heavy bomb that exploded in the square. Everyone's gazes turned to Chikai in unison, and the air seemed to freeze. What? Passed? The head instructor looked incredulously at the teenager in front of him. You mean, the buried bones on nightmare difficulty, you passed? That nightmare level buried bone land, even if a second turn level squad went over there, it would be difficult to clear it in a few minutes' time. The invigilator crystal suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, projecting a curtain of light. It clearly shows the record of Guanzu's copy. 7 minutes clearance time. Evaluation of SSS. The number of kills is 7,000 plus. Broken record. Completed the hidden level. Hiss dash a sound of cold air being sucked in resounded around them. How is this possible? 7 minutes to clear a nightmare level copy? And took out over 7,000 monsters. The principal was shocked beyond belief, and had completed the hidden level. That's a copy that's recommended to be challenged only at level 30. On the side, Li Nan's face became paler than paper. He stared dead on at the piercing SSS rating on the light screen, and his entire body was about to be dumbfounded. He began to regret why he had messed with Guanzu before. Che, a bunch of rash people. Sun Wukong bristled as his weapon flicked on the ground. The monsters in this copy, they're all too weak, not as durable as the heavenly soldiers and generals of the southern heavenly gate. And at this moment, Guanzu's data and battle video had long since been transmitted over to the capital of the education department of the Chinese nation. Chapter 5, Toasted Star Academy. Mr. Chi. Inside the splendid hall of the education general mansion, an old man in a jade-white robe was gazing at the data in the light screen. He was crane-haired, immortal, and exuded a unique kind of pressure. This person, i.e., one of the 4 great venerable masters of the official professionals of the state of Huaxia. He is also the head of the capital of the education department of the state of China. Over the years he has retired from the front line to specialize in education to train a new generation of professionals. An ordinary academy, to have such an outstanding seedling appear. Grand Venerable Thousand Crane lightly stroked his long beard, his eyes flickering with light. The light screen displayed Guanzu's battle data. Side clearance time, 7 minutes. Number of kills, 7,000 plus. Special achievement, first kill blood and bone king. Evaluation, SSS. Thousand Crane Great Venerable One's disciple, 6th transformation Dharma King Qian said, never would I have thought that the hidden barrier set by the teacher would be given the first breakthrough by one of the students from the Eastern Sea City. Originally, they had thought that it might be the places where the great families of Dragon Capital, Magic Capital, and Jinling were entrenched that someone could take this hidden pass. This summoning spirit, Guanzu, is not simple. His summoning spirit, I'm afraid it has something to do with the sealed mythological ancient history of our Huaxia kingdom, Grand Venerable Thousand Crane said. In an instant, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. Shi Yun was surprised that it was related to the departed myth. Shi Yun asked, Teacher, can this person have any background? Is he the son of any great clan? The Grand Exalted One shook his head, not really. Shi Yun excitedly said, then teacher, this person must be given to our Star Chopper Academy. In the past, the proud sons of heaven were all related to the great clans. Every year they join the other 9 academies, and it goes on like that. The military-run Chopping Star Academy is about to leave the position of the top 10 academies. Then why don't you hurry up and set off? What are you wasting words with me for? Any later and he'll be gunned away by the other academies. Grand Venerable Thousand Crane laughed. Disciple will go over now. Shi Yun bowed and responded. Subsequently, a flying boat inlaid with golden runes and embedded with a river of stars rose into the air. Shi Yun leapt up and landed on the flying boat. Is summoning spirits related to mythology? No matter what kind of chips are offered. This year's Heaven's Pride, Chopping Star must take one. Shi Yun muttered, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He then smiled. Who can beat me for speed? In front of him, space instantly cracked open like glass shattering in a sublime opening. Then, Shi Yun flew into it. Meanwhile, in the data center of the General Education Office, Guanzu's information had been placed on a key focus list. The other 9 of the 10 great academies had also learned that a seed of genius had appeared in East Ocean City. Inside the Donghai City Education Department, the phone was ringing off the hook. One secretary had her hands full, answering calls from every university campus in the country. In addition to the top 10 academies, academies in various provinces and cities also wanted to come and see if they could recruit people away. After all, this Guanzu was not from a large clan, and they might still have a slight chance of opening up the chips that the other party happened to want. The light screen in the director's office was constantly pulsing with communication requests. Director Zhang, Dean Su of the Jenny Academy called again. A female secretary hurriedly reported. There is also the Nanhua Academy and the Kunlun Academy. They are all waiting for your reply. Another assistant added. The director rubbed his temples and looked at the dozens of missed call alerts flashing on the light screen. These people, they have a keen sense of smell. A record-breaking news has alarmed them all. But I don't have time to talk to them now, so you guys stall. I'm going to meet this genius of East Sea City. Meanwhile, Careerist Academy. The principal has muted his cell phone. These people, they're in too much of a hurry. The principal sighed softly. This child is a bright pearl that we, in East Sea City, have waited so many years for to appear. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky. It was the General Mansion's flying magic weapon. The principal's eyes glazed over. It came so fast. At the same time, Guanzu's personal terminal was constantly vibrating, with all sorts of friend requests and private messages flying in like snowflakes. These days, personal privacy is poorly protected. Kunlun Academy's no. One beauty sister, are you there? Elementary brother, want to talk to you. Nanhua Sword Sect School doesn't eat cilantro. Guan, are you interested in coming to our sword sect? Tinji Academy Lazy Sleeper, Little Handsome, you are cordially invited to join our special training program. Great Sage, Guanzu had a bit of a headache as he looked at the constantly bouncing messages. We've made a bit of a commotion. It's none of my business. You're the one who told old Sun to let go and fight. The Great Sage had always been number one in dumping pots. Shi Yun from the capital, the director of the Donghai City Education Department, the head of Donghai City, and the principal, all came over at the same time. The head of Donghai City was surprised. The people from the capital, they came so fast. Faster than me. He had flown in, but the other Chi Yun had torn through space and teleported over. Shi Yun laughed. This shows that we value talent. The principal hurriedly introduced, Student Guanzu, this is Chi Yun, the housemaster of the Star Chopper Academy, this is the head of our Donghai City. And this is the director of the Donghai City Education Department. Student, meet the seniors. Concerned, the principal asked, Guanzu, what are you doing with such a big backpack? Guanzu responded, it's all the demon cores and some materials I obtained in the copy, but unfortunately I didn't bring my tertiary bag with me when I went in, so many things I didn't pick up, it's a pity. Boy, what a bag to go out and carry. Chi Yun was generous, and with a lift of his hand, a spatial ring condensed out. 100 compartments, totaling 3,000 cubic meters of storage, are yours. Guanzu took it, his eyes clanking. This one storage ring was worth at least over $100 million. The master of the Star Chopper Academy is really flat billion people. At once, Guanzu felt a little more favorable towards him. Shi Yun said, Ancestor Guan, without speaking in the dark, I would like you to join the Star Chopper Academy and become a preparatory student of the Academy of Geniuses. I can guarantee you all the resources for cultivation, and all the copy treatments that other Academy geniuses have, you have. And the safety of all your loved ones out there in the world until you get to the 6th turning. The Academy is all-inclusive. Chopstar Academy. Guanzu remembered, this was the country of Huaxia, one of the top and most powerful 10 academies, and it was a military-run academy. When you graduate, you'll be a second lieutenant and can enlist in the army to go to the front lines of the abyss. In addition to small copies, there are also dangerous large world copies. Countries have gathered forces to form armies of transcendence to fight the monsters of the abyss that want to enter reality. The military, which was the force that Guanzu wanted to join after graduation. For his father had been a soldier, only to be lost on the battlefields of the abyss. If his father was still alive, then he was going to get him back. Because that's what my mother and brother wanted. If his father was gone, then he would go over there, avenge him, and finish his unfinished business. This is the responsibility of a son of man. Thanks to Mr. Chi's storage ring, I'm certainly willing to join the Star Chopper Academy. The three men, the city head, the principal, and the director, blinked. No, Guanzu, he just agreed? Originally, they were still thinking that with the help of Guanzu, they would be able to negotiate some conditions with those academies and get some benefits for Donghai City. Good, painful enough. Shi Yun was overjoyed, after so many years. The Star Chopper Academy was finally going to recruit a seed. Guanzu, come here. After saying that, Shi Yun took out the new Xiaomi cell phone, opened the Lycra watermark, and handed it over to the head of Donghai City. Take a picture of the two of us. The head of Tokai City did as he was told. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. Guanzu had his hands in his pockets, his chin slightly raised, his black crushed hair swinging against the wind, his eyes as bright as stars. Shi Yun, who was on one side, honestly posed with the V gesture. The great sage, on the other hand, was on the sidelines, digging his ears in. Click. The picture is fixed. Shi Yun took it and frowned, his face was killed by Guanzu. Guanzu, you're quite good at finding photo angles. Shi Yun made up for himself. Shi Yun then posted a personal blog entry. Star Chopper Academy. Add a new East Ocean City genius. Thumbs up. Brothers don't get busy, at our academies at Dal League Academy, at Sword One Academy, at the 10 Perfect Academies, at Wu Realm Academy, at Qilin Academy, at Shaking Light Academy, at Sun and Moon Academy, at Tiannan Academy. No! Qiyun, you're so fast. I'm not even out of the house yet, and you're all over the place snatching people up. The great venerable Thousand Cranes must have given him the slip. Qiyun, he has mastered space spells and is able to teleport. We are certainly no match for him. This seed is actually just that. Even though he broke the record, it was all by summoning spirits. What summoner relies on something other than a summon? I mean to say, that kid, it's still a matter of whether or not he'll be able to suppress his summoning spirit in the future. You know, in the past, there have been cases of summoners who started out very powerful, then the summoning spirit broke the contract, and then fell off the face of the earth. Chapter 6 Rewards for Breaking Records. The principal's office, spacious and neat. Sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows and shone on the 3 treasures that shimmered with different lights. The city head looked at Guanzu with a smile on his face. Lad. Very good. This time, you represented Donghai City and broke the record. The higher-ups will also reward Donghai City with a lot of resources. These are what you deserve. A light blue scroll with a gold rim slowly floated in the air, emitting a faint golden light. Above the scroll, the number 10,000 is inscribed. In this world, some scroll-type props can be stacked to save space. It's like 9,999 pieces of furnace rock charcoal that look the same as one piece of furnace rock charcoal, just with a different number flashing on it. This is 10,000 skill rolls, enough for you to level up your skills to a fairly high level, the mayor said with a smile. In this world, there are many ways to level up skills. Each time you use it, the skill proficiency increases, which raises the skill level. The other is to just consume the skill rolls. These 10,000 skill rolls are also worth up to tens of millions of dollars. But like he said, Guanzu had broken the record, and when the time came, the province would also give Donghai City a large amount of resources to reward him. These 10,000 skill rolls were expensive, but he deserved them. The director of the Department of Education took out a purple gourd, and a burst of fragrance emanated from the gourd bottle, which contained elixirs that shimmered with 7-colored light. This is 3,000 spirit cultivation pills, enough to take your summoning spirit to the next level. To be able to summon such a powerful summoning spirit deserves this generous gift. The principal, on the other hand, took out 3 golden books, which had runes flowing from time to time. These 3 gold-level skill books are the bottom of the barrel treasures in the school's treasury. The principal said with a smile. When you consume a skill book, you can open a random skill. Hopefully you can open a skill that complements the summoning spirit. Sun Wukong leaned against the wall, his golden eyes sweeping those treasures. Hey! These old guys are generous. Quickly take that what's his name Pui Lingdan and use it on me. Pui Lingdan, an elixir specifically for pets, imperial beasts, and summon spirits to level up. It belongs to the product created by the Heavenly Tao after the replica fused with reality. Being called old man by Sun Wukong, those people were not angry in the slightest. After all, with their strength, they could all feel how powerful that Sun Wukong was. For that matter, it was still in the way of contractor Sakizo's strength. If it were the Monkey King himself, how strong would he be? Guanzu respectfully accepted the reward. Thanks to the head of the city, the director, and the principal, the students will definitely work hard. All 3 of the big names had pleased smiles on their faces. By the way, Mr. Shi, if I'm bonded, do I still have to take the college entrance exam? Got to participate. Wouldn't it be a shame not to attend? The principal, the director, and the head of the city said in unison. They're still counting on this year and relying on Guanzu to come out hard for once. What about stunning other cities? Shi Yun laughed. Of course you should participate. The rewards inside the college entrance exam replica are plentiful. And the pride of other academies, they'll also participate, so it'll be a chance to compete with them then. Understood. Guanzu nodded. The student will work hard to get a good ranking. Soon it was time for school to end. The setting sun stretched the shadows under the sycamore tree at the entrance to the campus. A middle-aged man wearing a purple and gold robe with an extraordinary temperament was none other than Shi Yun, the head of the Zhanqing Academy House, who stood there with a smiling gaze as he watched the scene in front of him. Li Nan's face was pale and there was still some cold sweat on his forehead as he nervously looked at Guanzu. Hey, Brother Joe, I'm sorry. I was too jealous of you before. I shouldn't have said that about you. Li Nan's voice trembled a little. Guanzu looked at Li Nan. The other party was still high and mighty in the morning. It seemed so fragile at the moment. There was no smugness in Guanzu's heart. Instead, a hint of pity rose. In his opinion, when God gave him a powerful system, it was giving him a huge and extraordinary mission. This mission can be to fight against the monsters of the Stygian abyss, or to guard all of humanity. But it should never be, nor should it be, to go to your own classmates, to count some trivial matters, to fight with them, to see their jokes. That would be so unpatterned. The Lord gave me these to go out and do great things with a bang. Instead, go ahead and compare yourself to the people around you and compare your superiority. What's the point of being superior? He had more meaningful, more important things to do. It was as if the desolate heavenly emperor was the one who answered the calamity, born for billions of trillion living beings. Yi Tiandi was born with a desolate ancient saint body and fought for the human race. Now that you have the system as a tool, you have to make something to match it, to make a name for yourself and make a splash. We're all classmates, who would take that little thing to heart. The other party took the initiative to apologize, and Guanzu also gave steps. He smiled and patted Li Nan's shoulder. Speaking of which, the two of us used to be on pretty good terms, and we played ball and ate together after school, and then we got into this mess because of a girl. Yes, indeed it shouldn't. But it's not one girl, it's 7. Li Nan's nose soured. 7. You kid is such a philanderer you. Guanzu spat. Li Nan was originally afraid that Guanzu, who was getting more and more prosperous in the future, would turn around and take revenge on himself. Being recruited by the Lord of the Chopping Star Academy, the Lord of the Academy, personally within. Such a person is bound to be a big shot in the future. However, he didn't realize that Guanzu was not turning around to stomp on him when he was happy with his life. Even the other remembered the friendship the two had had before. Sun Wukong stood aside, a hint of approval flashing through his golden eyes. This kid, he's got some swagger. Qi Yun lightly stroked his beard, and the light in his eyes flickered. The talent is exceptional, and the heart is also rare. Star Chopper Academy, pick the right person. Guanzu, it's getting late. Qi Yun said gently, the academy still has many things to discuss with you in detail. A spirit boat suspended in midair slowly descended, its body as bright as a river of stars, displaying extraordinary class. Well, Mr. Qi, wait a moment. Guanzu turned to Li Nan and said, add a friend? Contact me for something in the future. Guanzu also remembered that during the time his father disappeared, Li Nan would bring him some food to comfort him while he was at school. Who would have thought that a good friend could not be made because of dozens of love letters from 7 girls? Maybe it's a curse to be good looking. Well, good. Li Nan was first stunned, then tears welled up in her eyes and she nodded heavily. In fact, Guanzu's present-day generosity was also taught to him by his father, Wan Pingshan. Carve the unhappiness between friends into the sand and the wind will smooth them out. Carve the goodness of your friends into the stone and let the stone remind you that friendship lasts forever. The silhouettes of the two teenagers lengthened in the afterglow of the setting sun. Chapter 7, Sun Wukong Upgrade. Feedback to the God Realm proper. Guanzu rode in Mr. Qi's flying boat, and along the way, Mr. Qi talked a lot. He was originally a 6th revolutionary great law master, and he knew quite a bit about the way of spells. Summoners are also a type of mage, and it's also important to master multiple spells to give yourself the ability to defend yourself. Your summon spirit is very strong, but if you know some gain spells, you can also make your summon spirit more than 10 times more powerful in battle. You're now past level 30, and starting tomorrow, you'll be able to do Heaven's Path's daily quests. Heavenly daily tasks? Guanzu blinked, the heavenly Tao of this world. Why did it feel like a skin-changing handheld game? And the daily quests, is there a weekly pass? A pass. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to go to school, I'll train you special. In a month's time, I want you to at least take the provincial top prize. The luxurious flying boat slowly landed in front of the balcony of Guanzu's house. Guanzu landed lightly. Understood, Mr. Z. Guanzu clasped his fists and watched Qi Yun leave. Back to the room. Guanzu took out that gourd. It was filled with Pui Lingdan that shimmered with 7-colored light. Great sage, there are 3,000 spirit cultivating pills in here, enough for you to have a good meal. Sun Wukong grabbed the gourd and willfully poured a handful of Pui Lingdan, and 7-colored light flowed in his palm. An aroma invaded his nose, and instantly, the Monkey King's appetite increased. Hey! Smells good, like it smells even better than Lajuan's 10 turns golden pill. With a flash of golden light, the Pui Lingdan disappeared into Sun Wukong's mouth. He lay on the couch, tilted his head back, and crunched and chewed. It's like eating refried beans. Suddenly, a vast energy fluctuation swept through the entire room, and even the air outside the window began to distort. Oh yo! This elixir. Yummy! It's really delicious. The Sun Wukong stared with wide golden eyes. Lao Sun, feel the power in my body surging madly. He started pouring it straight into his mouth. 3,000 pills, dripping toots, all down. The system beep sounded. Summoning spirit level up, LV1 LV50. Attribute, strength 1500042000. Agility 15,000 42,000. Physical fitness 17,000 50,000. Spirit 12,000 39,000. Unlock new skill, Somersault Cloud. New skill, Fire Ice, True Sight. Acquisition of new skill, Art of Change. Gain 4,900 skill rolls, for summoning Spirit Qi Tian De Shang. Combat rating 115 stars raised to 128 stars. The further the star level goes, the harder it is to raise it. Sun Wukong raised 13 stars in one breath, the battle power doubled that by more than 13 times. This, all built in one breath. Guanzu was dumbfounded. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's expression changed and his eyes went into a trance. On the mountain of flowers and fruits in the divine realm, which spanned the layers and realms of the sands of the Ganges, his essence was bathed in endless golden light. Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong laughed up to the sky, I didn't realize that this spirit cultivation pill could even affect my old grandson's essence. This effect, it's even fiercer than Lajuan's 10 turns golden pill. Originally, Sun Wukong, in the God realm, was at the 6th stage of the upper divine realm. As a result, he was projected by the world that Guanzu was in, feeding back the power, directly allowing his main body to be raised to the 7th stage of the upper divinity. Golden light rushed into the air, runes were all over the sky, and the Monkey King was magnificent. One must know that these realm elevations, in the past, one would have to be in seclusion for at least 1,000,000 years. And now, all that was needed was for Guanzu to get him some Pui Lingdan. Painfully painful. The weapon continuously changed size in his hands, radiating unprecedented power. Why should I bother with this every year, going to that what's-his-name Tushio Palace to steal the golden pill? You should know that going to the heavenly Tushio Palace to steal the elixir is a risk of being caught by the old officials. In the living room of Zhou Quan's house. Kid, my old grandson's original body has also been greatly enhanced. Sun Wukong grinned, excitement flashing in his golden eyes. It seems that world of yours is much more interesting than I, old son, had imagined. The reason for this addition is naturally due to Guanzu's system. Guanzu looked at the empty gourd and a wave of anticipation surged through him. The great sage's essence can also be benefited. That would be great. When the two are so, they are a community of the same interests and will be more cohesive. This is just the beginning. There are more great things that await them in the future. Great sage, I'll have to rely on you to cover me in the future. Guanzu laughed. That bald-ass egg, Sanzang, is so stinky, I've escorted him all the way. Sun Wukong laughed. You kid isn't bad, I'm kinda rare for my old grandson. Don't worry, with old son here, I'll make sure you walk sideways in the future. What's the point of walking sideways? We're not crabs. Guanzu scratched his head and laughed. The night is falling and the stars are shining. The laughter of a man and a monkey echoed through the room. It was at this moment that the sound of a key turning came from the door. Guanzu, Deshang, my mom is back, change quickly, don't scare her. Monkey King, why, trouble. After saying that, he turned around and turned into a small palm-sized golden monkey and jumped onto Guanzu's shoulder. When Guanzu finished talking to his mother about his conversion to a summoner, he broke the record and was recruited early by the Star Chopper Academy. Guanzu's mother was instantly jubilant and cooked him a table in celebration. His younger brother, Guanxing, who came back later, also took advantage of the light and had a great meal. It had to be said that the conditions proposed by Qi Yun hit the nail on the head. For Guanzu, family is most important. Qi Yun could guarantee the safety of Guanzu's family, and that was what he wanted most. As a heaven's pride, he might be targeted by the Abyssal Monster clan in the future, and even some of the evil guilds that had defected to the monsters would make secret moves against him. Guanzu worries about the safety of his family. He has no family background. And of the 10 major academies, the only one that could perfectly protect his family was the military-backed Chopping Star Academy. In reality, even if Qi Yun didn't look for him, his goal was still the Star Chopper Academy. Night. Guanzu stood in the brightly lit bedroom, with 3 gleaming gold skill books suspended in front of him. Sun Wukong watched the scene with interest. The first skill book gently opened, and a golden light instantly enveloped Guanzu's entire body. The system beep suddenly sounded. Acquired skill, auto pickup, gold level, LV1. Skill description, you can automatically collect dropped items within a 100-meter radius with a thought. Automatic pickup. Guanzu was surprised to feel the new skill, this ability. It suits me too well. Sun Wukong grinned. Kid, that's a good skill. You won't have to run around anymore when you're playing copies. Oh, this time what good things cannot escape your hands? Yeah, write it out. Open another book. Chapter 8 Assimilating Gifts. The second skill book bloomed again. The system prompt sounded again. Acquired skill, chain of followers, gold level, LV1. Skill description, can lock onto a target with special chains, ignoring terrain tracking. Chain of following? Guanzu's brows stretched. It just so happens that the great sage is too fast to catch up. With this skill, he can follow at will. Guanzu's mind moved. A hidden silver traction danced out from his palm. You can just pull the Monkey King and fly around after him. Hey, it's kind of fun. Sun Wukong clapped his hands. It wasn't this convenient for me to chase demons back in the day. Use the somersault cloud in a while and take you flying twice in the sky. Guanzu hurriedly waved his hand and said, it's better to forget it. I just had a full meal and I'm still holding out. The last skill book slowly opened. Acquired talent skill, assimilation, gold level, LV1. Skill description, you can enjoy 1% of the attributes of the summoned spirit. Geez. Guanzu waved his fist in excitement. This was a skill that belonged to the summoning profession, an exclusive skill in the skill tree. Activating skills, however, also requires skill books to be randomly selected. Never in a million years did he expect that only 3 gold skill books would let him draw this skill. If it were any other summoner, this skill might not be that impressive. After all, summoned from the other world, they wouldn't be too far removed from themselves. But to Guanzu, this was an invincible divine skill. A level 50 Great Sage was already over 40,000 base attributes, and even if it was 1%, that was still a large few hundred. And, that's only a LV1 effect. He could still use a skill roll and upgrade this natural skill. Do it immediately without saying a word. Guanzu directly started consuming skill rolls and upgrading his skills. With a thought, on the skill scroll, it showed a decrease in numbers. You have consumed 10 skill rolls, assimilation is raised to LV2 and the effect is raised to 2%. You have consumed 25 skill rolls, assimilation has been raised to LV3, and the effect has been raised to 3%. You have consumed 48 skill rolls, assimilation has been raised to LV4, and the effect has been raised to 4%. You have consumed 502 skill rolls, assimilation has been raised to LV10, complete, and the effect has been raised to 10%. A full 2,300 skill scrolls were spent. Finally pulled the skill full. In an instant, Guanzu's entire attributes received a 10% boost from Qi Tian De Shang. After assimilation, your 4-dimensional attributes. Strength 4253, Agility 4237, Physique 5031, Spirit 3980. Strength, agility, physical fitness, and mental strength, all reached over 4,000 points. Attribute data mining in the age of universals. The attributes that skyrocketed were added to the body. Guanzu could feel as if a surging little universe had been birthed in his muscles. The strength is immense, the bones are strong, the spirit is vast, and the movements are spiritual. Nowadays, Guanzu can do all sorts of difficult maneuvers and can lift a truck like a superhero. It was said that summoners were weak, and he was now able to brush the nightmare-level copies he had in the beginning with his physical body's attributes alone. Yes, Guanzu was overwhelmed with joy. Sun Wukong rubbed his chin, these skills are quite good. Right, take a quick look at what popped out of the copy in the first place. Aha! Guanzu nodded. A mysterious light flickered in the room. He placed the treasures he had obtained from the copies on the table one by one, each of them exuding a different aura. This Bloodbone True Solution was exploded from that 9 Spectres Bloodbone King at that time. Guanzu gently caressed the ancient book that glowed with a dark red color. Sun Wukong looked closer, and a hint of color flashed in his golden eyes. Huh? There's actually a hint of hell in this book. Guanzu carefully turned the pages of the book, and paragraphs of blood-colored text slowly emerged. You have opened the Blood and Bone True Solution, and you have completed the prerequisites for learning the skill. Strength over 1,000. Physical fitness over 1,000. Heart of the Blood and Bone King 1 of 1. You can directly comprehend the skill. Comprehension. The next instant, the heart of the Blood and Bone King in the books, at the same time, turned into a red stream of light and drilled into Guanzu's body. The heart of the Blood and Bone King strengthened Guanzu's physical body. You have gained a new talent, Blood and Bone, Platinum level. A body damaged by trauma can be repaired by consuming blood. This was a very powerful talent, and immediately Guanzu's eyes lit up. If it was a healing spell, it wouldn't be able to cure a missing arm or leg, but with the Blood and Bone talent, even if the body was shattered, it could be reorganized with blood. Make it big, make it big. Then the next piece. The Scepter of Death. Guanzu picked up the pitch-black scepter with a dark purple gemstone set at the top. It was dropped by the boss of that copy. Wisps of magical aura surfaced on the scepter's surface, lowering the surrounding temperature by a few points. Guanzu is now LV39. All the attributes had broken a few thousand points. After the scepter was equipped, the mental power increased by 130 points again. These enchantments were nothing compared to the assimilation attributes of the Great Sage. The scepter has a nice wordplay, though. Power of Death, gold level attacks add 20% darkness damage. This word effect is also enjoyed by summons. Then came the white bone marrow. Guanzu examined the crystal clear bone container in his hand, which swirled with milky white liquid. This stuff strengthens bones while increasing strength by 10 points and constitution by 10 points. Sun Wukong hemmed and hawed. Suddenly it feels like 10 points is a bit low. A mosquito leg is also meat. Guanzu directly drank the white bone burst in a single gulp, slightly sweet in the mouth with an endless sweetness. Soon the white bone treasure marrow began to act. Guanzu's body was slightly heated and a wave of energy traveled through his body. Lastly is this 9 Spectres necklace. Guanzu picked up the last treasure, a black chain dotted with 9 ghostly green gems. The necklace actually made a crying sound if anything the moment it touched the air. Putting the necklace on still added some attributes. But more important to Kwanzaa is the platinum word. 9 Phantoms, Platinum and the 9 Phantoms necklace. There exists a phantom spirit who possesses the ability to speak in dead languages, allowing him to converse with wandering souls or corpses. What a strange jewelry prop, Guanzu commented. After counting the harvest, Guanzu was also a bit tired, so he washed up and laid down on the bed to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Guanzu was then woken up by a phone call from Qi Yun. Wake up yet? Just woke up, Guanzu said sleepily. Hurry up and pack up, then go brush up on your copy. By the way, look at your daily tasks. What are they? After waking up, Guanzu was also reminded of this matter. A quick look at the daily quests. Daily tasks. Mission 1, kill 100 monsters. Reward, 100 skill rolls, bound. Quest 2, pass a copy. Reward, 100 cultivation elixir, binding. Task 3, complete 3 dueling PKs. Reward, 50,000 experience points. Daily tasks are all completed, with an additional reward of 300 skill rolls, bound. Skill scrolls and spirit cultivation pills were both expensive and the average person couldn't afford them, so Heaven's Path had set up daily quests. The props you get in the daily quests are bound to me and only you can use them. Some professionals, by completing the daily, can also get a steady boost. Because Guanzu was a summoner, all quest rewards were Puilingdan. If he was of another profession, such as a mage, then what he got from the daily quests would be the elemental seeds. It was a prop that enhanced the elemental power of a mage after absorbing it. Mr. Shi, this quest still lets me complete 3 dueling arenas? Shiyun, that's a good one, I'll take you there then. Let's go to the secret world first and brush the spirit cultivating Dan Tower copy. That copy can be brushed 3 times a week, and can be brushed once a day, with the number of times refreshed every Monday. It's Friday, and it just so happens to be a full 3 swipes this week, too. Understood. Guanzu said. The Monkey King, who was on the side, was also gleaming. To him, that spiritual pill was a good thing. Chapter 9, Spirit Cultivating Dan Tower. PK Kimchi Country Dragon Master. Many copies of resources that are in the secret world. The secret world, on the other hand, is accessible to all countries and belongs to as a public space. In each city, there are vortex passages that connect into the secret world. Shiyun led Guanzu, and after passing through the vortex, he entered a somewhat strange space. You're in the middle of a safe zone. You can't engage in the safe zone. The sky is filled with rivers of stars, and the earth is solid underfoot. In the very center of the secret realm, there stood a jade-colored giant tower that was 10,000 feet tall, plunging straight into the sky with no end in sight. Zu, this is the Pei Ling Dan Tower. Shiyun stood with his arms folded, his purple gold robe fluttering gently. No one knows exactly how tall this tower is. Perhaps it is a tower of infinity. The guardian lord of each level is a black dragon, and defeating it will earn you the Pui Ling Dan. The higher you go, the more powerful the black dragon becomes. Once you pass, you will instantly receive a challenge that will allow you to continue the challenge until you fail. Death in the Danta will have no effect in reality. Shiyun introduced. The Monkey King, still in his miniature form, leapt off Guanzu's shoulder, his feet on the somersault clouds, his golden eyes scanning the surroundings. Countless professionals poured in from various teleportation arrays, some dressed in fancy clothes, some heavily armed. There are quite a lot of people here. Sun Wukong said. Shiyun replied, that's for sure, all the summoning lineage professions from all over the world will come over to brush this Danta. It is also for this reason that, in order to avoid conflict, the Heavenly Tao has set up this secret realm, as a safe zone where private fights are impossible. The Danta was a single copy, and even if you went in from the same teleportation array, the space you entered was different. Mr. Shi, there's another leaderboard there. Guanzu pointed at the huge light screen hovering in front of the Dan Tower. Various data flashed on the light screen. Ranking of the Tower of Spirituality. First place, Lether, 7th turn Dragon Master, 895 levels, 100,000 spiritual pills. Second place, Tsuchimikado Genten, 7th turn Yin and Yang Master, 870 floors, 80,000 pelletizing pills. Third place, Hyla, 7th turn Imperial Beast Master, 855 levels, 50,000 Pui Lingdan. Guanzu asked, Mr. Shi, what does the Pui Lingdan in the back mean, a reward? Yes, the rewards are settled once a week on the leaderboard. Shiyun said, but that's the total number of towers. What you should be looking at is the first turn challengers. If you can kill it in the middle of the rankings, then you'll get a lot of rewards for settling this week, too. Guanzu, what do you think? Shiyun, as long as you look at that light screen and think with your heart, the Heavenly Tao light screen will give you a response. Sure enough, Guanzu thought about looking at the leaderboard after a turn, and immediately the names of the people on it changed. First place, Kim Juanshi, 1st turn Dragon Master, 91st floor, 20,000 spirit pills. Second place, Meyer, 1st turn Necromancer, 87th floor, 10,000 pelletizing elixir. Third place, Akuta, 1st turn Beast Master, 85th floor, 5,000 Pui Lingdan. Hey! Sun Wukong grinned, what kind of cats and dogs are on this leaderboard? I'm going to set a new record today. Go on. Shiyun said softly, start with the first floor and familiarize yourself with the rules of the tower. Remember, this isn't just a place to swipe the spirit cultivation pill, it's also a stage for geniuses from all countries to spar. Okay. In front of the Danta's door, dozens of radiantly flickering teleportation arrays were neatly arranged. Guanzu took a deep breath and was about to step towards the entrance of the first floor. Suddenly, a commotion came. In the square in front of the Peelingdan Tower, a huge shadow suddenly obscured the light. A huge dragon with a reddish body circled down, and the air currents kicked up by the dragon's wings caused the people around them to retreat. A young man wearing silver-white dragon-scale battle armor stood atop the head of the fire dragon. His face was cold, but with a touch of contempt. This is Kim Wonho, the new generation of genius dragon masters from the Kimchi Kingdom. At the same time, an old man with white hair walked up to Chi Yun, and it was none other than Park Young-hoon, the president of the Kimchi Kingdom's Seoul Academy. Isn't this the boy from Hwaxia? Kim Won-ho looked condescendingly at Guanzu. I heard that you had a little bit of success in the trial replica in the country of Hwaxia? Sun Wukong's golden eyes narrowed. In the past, all he saw were Eastern dragons. Like Western dragons, he rarely saw them. Hey, this lizard is something. Shut up! Jin Yuanhao shouted angrily, a mere summoning spirit dares to be rude to my red flame dragon? Park Young-hoon laughed. Won-ho is one of the most talented Gemini dragon masters in my Kimchi kingdom, today, and his red flame dragon has awakened a trace of true dragon bloodline. The crowd in the square began to stir and talk. Various summoning professions, of which dragon masters are a fairly powerful bunch. The red flame dragon, on the other hand, is a dragon that is famous in Asia. Many people on the scene, for the first time, saw it with their own eyes. Ah Zhu. Chi Yun transmitted a voice to remind, Kim Won-ho does have some strength among the younger generation of the Kimchi kingdom. And, he awakened a bit earlier than you did. Like some people from big families don't need to be uniformly awakened, the family side will provide them with transfer stones to transfer earlier. At the moment, Kim Won-ho's level was LV 100. You can already turn 2, and you do have a higher rank than Guanzu. By turn 2, though, many of his lists would be hard to get in, and he wanted to eat the leaderboard rewards a few more times. Sun Wukong transformed into the appearance of a human being, covered in golden armor and holding a war club, and originally wanted to knock that giant dragon to death with a stick. Unfortunately, it was controlled by the heavenly Tao and couldn't make a move. A hint of surprise flashed in Kim Won-ho's eyes as he said condescendingly, since we've met, why don't we have a match? Guanzu clasped his arms, how do you want to compete? Let's use the spirit-cultivating Dan Tower to test who the real genius is. Sun Wukong carried the war club with ease, feeling that his opponent was just giving it away. Guanzu smiled, how do you compare? You have to bet something, right? Kim Won-ho, what can you come up with? Guanzu pointed to the necklace around his neck. Platinum medium jewelry, 9 specters pendant, and you? I can also take out a platinum grade treasure, a platinum mid-grade bracelet, the jade shield bracelet. Platinum mid-grade treasure, very rare. Even the children of the Kim family in Kimchi Kingdom only had one piece on them. Good. Guanzu wasn't afraid of the other party's backtracking, knowing that there was someone behind him. The master of the Star Beheading Academy was there. Jin Yuanhao landed on the ground on his red flame dragon. The fire dragon restrained its wings and its scarlet vertical pupils looked down at Guanzu. The rules are simple. Kim Won-ho said proudly, we'll see who climbs higher, and the loser has to admit in public that he or she is inferior to the other. Good, Guanzu said in a deep voice, I accept your challenge. Kim Won-ho laughed, you're going to lose. The reason this tower doesn't show my name is because I haven't challenged it yet this week. I actually climbed to the 89th floor last week, and if I challenge again, I'll show up on the 79th floor, saving a lot of effort, so you're going to lose. Guanzu smiled coldly, as expected, you Kimchi countries love to play smart. Humph. It's called soldiering. After saying that, light flashed on Jin Yuanhao's body and he teleported into the Dan Tower. Guanzu also walked into a teleportation formation and entered the Dan Tower. The light from the teleportation array dissipated, and Guanzu and Sun Wukong appeared on the first floor of the Dan Tower. Inside the empty Dan Tower palace, a huge dragon, pitch black in color, coiled in the center, its scales as deep as the night sky. I hate this kind of reptile. Sun Wukong rose into the air on a somersault cloud, his weapon extending and lengthening in his hand. The black dragon roared and spat out pitch-black dragon breath, and Sun Wukong didn't even dodge. The weapon smashed down with an air-breaking sound, directly smashing the black dragon's dragon head to burst. Boom! The huge dragon corpse collapsed, and 10 7-colored Puiling Dan fell out in its place. Guanzu immediately activated his skill and quickly picked it up. 1 level pass. Get the spiritual elixir X10. Great sage, fast enough. Guanzu said in surprise. Immediately after that, Guanzu ran into the teleportation formation and entered the second level. It's still a one-strike deal. The weapon fell and the black dragon died immediately. Comparing to my old grandson? Humph. Second layer, third layer, fourth layer. Sun Wukong's figure came and went like golden lightning in front of each layer of black dragons. Guanzu silently timed the time, using less than a dozen seconds on average for each floor. TCH, these black dragons are too weak. Sun Wukong complained as he smashed the black dragons on the 10th floor. Might as well have a few more, at least it's painful to smash them. Inside the tower, the rankings are still visible. Guanzu took a look. This Kim Won-ho has killed the top 10. This guy does have some skills. Guanzu said in a deep voice. Sun Wukong grinned, and his battle intent increased in his golden eyes. Interesting. Then let me, old son, step up my efforts. The weapon cut a path of golden light in the air. Each strike was fast and accurate, hitting the black dragon's vitals. Remember, little Azu. Sun Wukong instructed as he fought, strike the snake 7 inches, and when you strike this kind of black dragon, strike them in the neck. Under the fiery eyes, the weaknesses of that black dragon were plain to see. The black dragons fell one after another, and the Puiling Dan fell like rain. Sukizo's auto pickup skill makes collecting incredibly easy. On the 20th floor, Sun Wukong's speed did not decrease at all. He had mastered all of the Black Dragon's movement patterns, and each strike was just right. Chapter 10 Breaking the Record Again. In the plaza outside the Perling Dan Tower, Park Young-hoon had both of his hands tucked into his sleeves. A look of wisdom. As neighboring countries, Huaxia and Kimchi, explicitly and implicitly, are full of competition with each other. On the leaderboard, Kim Won-ho had entered the 92nd floor. Hershey took the number 1 spot. Those who had observed the duel live were letting out gasps of astonishment. The number 1 spot has changed hands, and it's now Kim Won-ho of Kimchi Nation. I heard that Kim Won-ho and Kim Joon-hee are family. The Kim family is a powerful family in the Pickle Country. Many Dragon Masters have appeared in the family, and the twin stars of this generation, one ice and one fire, are very powerful. It looks like the victory is assured. Park Young-hoon's eyes stared at the light screen leaderboards with a smug expression on his face. It seems that Yuan Hao's contracted dragon, after obtaining a trace of true dragon bloodline, has increased its strength quite a bit. Mistress Chi-yun, see? Kim Won-ho's mentor, Park Young-hoon arrogantly looked at Chi-yun. This is the strength of our Kimchi country's geniuses. Hee Chi-yun, if your man loses, you won't cheat and not give it, right? Chi-yun's expression was calm, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Don't worry, it's only been 10 minutes. Chi-yun had full confidence in Guanzu. Suddenly, the data on the leaderboard began to change. A brand new name that killed the first page of the list. The 85th floor, 86th floor, 87th floor. Guanzu's name went straight up like a shooting star. This is impossible. Park Young-hoon's eyes widened. In just 10 minutes, you killed all 80 floors? And he's so fast, almost 1 floor in 10 seconds, 5 or 6 floors a minute. How is this possible? You guys must have cheated. How can a first-turn summoner be so powerful? Chi-yun looked at him with a look of a cutie eyes, looking at Park Young-hoon. Too much kimchi and all that spicy cabbage juice for your brain, huh? You're going to cheat by going into the tower set up by the Heavenly Tao? Park Young-hoon furrowed his brows, and even some of the Kimchi Kingdom professionals who supported Kim Won-ho shuddered tremendously, both physically and mentally. Yeah, it's impossible for anyone to be able to cheat in the Danta. At this moment, Guanzu's name was rapidly approaching with Kim Won-ho, and Kim Won-ho's name, moving up the ladder to continue climbing, has been slow. According to the Heaven's Way setting, 100 floors was basically the limit of the first turn. But there are some geniuses that can break through this limit, reaching 100 in some layers. But it could never be too much more than that, because after the 100th floor, it was the Heaven's Way that set up the levels according to the standard of the second turn. The Black Dragon's offense, attack, defense, and skills, all take on a new metamorphosis. The closer they got to the 100th floor, the more difficult it became for Kim Won-ho. Occupiers from various countries who were onlookers let out a gasp of surprise. The speed hasn't changed at all. Still 15 seconds a floor. Oh my god. A summoner from the Lighthouse Kingdom sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of speed is simply unheard of. What kind of summoning spirit did he contract? Is it a demon god? When Kim Won-ho finally entered the 93rd floor, Guanzu's name also appears on the 93rd floor. Subsequently, without stopping, Guanzu immediately ran towards the next floor. 94 layers. 95 floors. Park Chung-hee's face turned from red to white and then from white to green. The arrogance in his eyes as he looked at Chi-yun had been replaced by shock. What was the summoning spirit he contracted? Didn't you see it, a monkey king? Chi-yun smiled coldly. Park Young-hoon, the same words back to you. Will your people play tricks on you? Cheating? How dare Park Young-hoon play a trick in front of the great lawgiver Chi-yun? He knew best the characteristics of the Chinese people, who were moralistic and took advantage of the word reason in everything they did. This is the reason why Chinese people often say that those who have the right to be helped will get more help, while those who have lost the right to be helped will get less help. They are usually very kind to anyone, and will help others, treat guests warmly, and do not like to cause trouble. But if anyone dares to mess with them and still have them take advantage of the word righteousness, then wait to face their terrifying means. The platinum equipment of the first turn is not much, the Mansion Gold family, but also in the high school session if people passed around to use. It would be a loss to the Jean family if they were to be won by the other side. And Kimchi Nation is also looking at the entrance exams coming up, so Kim Won-ho losing his platinum bracelet will be a weakening for him as well. But looking at Guanzu's surging layers, Park Young-hoon was already sweating. This time it's a lost cause. Lord Prefect, a Chinese professional on the scene, said excitedly, Guan Shao, this is going to break the record. Chi-yun stood with his arms folded, his purple and gold robes fluttering lightly in the spirit wind. That's why I say, don't be in a hurry, it's only just begun. Ziyun believed that there was that summoned spirit that was suspected to be related to mythology. In the future, the Pei Dan Tower, I'm afraid that the sky is about to change. On the light screen, Guanzu's name was still climbing rapidly. Those flashing numbers seemed to be silently mocking Park Young-hoon's arrogance. 98 layers. 99 layers. 100 layers. The light screen outside the Peeling Dan Tower flashed madly, and the speed of the data updates dazzled everyone. Guanzu's name had broken through the limit barrier of the first turn. Congratulations to Summoner Guanzu for breaking through the 100 level mark. Receive a special reward, Spirit Cultivating Elixir X10000. The 100th layer. A breakthrough. Someone exclaimed. 106 floors. That's the limit for a historical first-turn challenger. Shi Yan's eyes looked earnestly at the light screen, expecting Guanzu to create a new miracle in his heart. Park Younghoon's face turned blue, his clenched hand, trembling from the excessive force. Impossible. How is this impossible? And at this moment, inside the tower, Sun Wukong's figure transformed into a golden light, and the black dragons fell in droves. Those reinforced black dragons that should have required elaborate strategies to defeat were as fragile as pieces of paper in front of Qi Tiandishang. 107th floor. Shi Yun laughed. Break the all-time record, go set a new one. 130 floors. The watchers, each with their mouths wide open, could barely close them. A first-turn summoner had actually reached this tier, and the speed of brushing the tier was even faster than a second-turn professional. We have witnessed a miracle. It's incredible. My God. I'm not dreaming. Is he really just a first-turn professional? This speed, that was when the second-turn record-setter, the Imperial Bugmaster Omega, wasn't even this fast. 150 floors. 170 floors. 190 layers. 200 layers. Congratulations to Summoner Guanzu for breaking through the 200 level mark. Receive a special reward, Spirit Cultivation Pill X20000. Geez, he broke through the limit of the second turn? I seriously doubt that the one he contracted is the monkey god of our Kimchi Kingdom. How else could he be so powerful? Makes sense. On the 201st floor of the Dan Tower, an even larger black dragon was perched in the center of the hall, a bizarre luster on its pitch-black scales. Bam! -7105418. One stick, and surprisingly, there was still half a tube of blood left. This was no longer the ordinary black dragon that could be smashed to death with a stick before. After the 200th floor, the black dragon's various attributes, skills, and talents, all received an unprecedented surge. Outside, people stared blankly at the big screen. It's finally slowing down. 201 floors, this is already designed according to a third-turn professional. Geez, what the hell is he contracting with? Inside the tower. Hey, there's something about this guy. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, and his fighting spirit was so aroused that the weapon in his hand grew against the wind. The black dragon roared and spewed out pitch-black dragon breath, the power of which was several times higher than before. Sun Wukong dodged with a somersault cloud, only to see the dragon's breath corrode a deep pit in the ground. Great sage, be careful. These black dragon's blood and attacks have gotten stronger. Guanzu gripped the death scepter tightly. Hey, Lao Sun, haven't used my real skill yet. Sun Wukong suddenly had a golden light in his eyes, and his body shifted, instantly separating into 3 golden-colored doppelgangers. He had invested all of his skill rolls into the Heaven Breaking Stick, and split it up. Right now, his split skill had reached LV5, and he could split into up to 20 splits. Skybreaker Stick LV8, power doubled again. Heaven Breaking Stick. The 4 Monkey Kings shouted at the same time, the weapons in their hands glowing with dazzling golden light. Boom! 4 weapons fell from the sky like pillars of heaven, and the stone slabs were smashed with cracks. The black dragon's huge body instantly collapsed under this terrifying attack. Passing the 201st floor. Obtained Spiritual Elixir X500. Continue. Guanzu excitedly rushed towards the teleportation array. Their climb increased rather than decreased. 202 layer. 203 layer. The black dragons at each level wouldn't last more than a second under the Sun Wukong's heaven-breaking sticks. Outside the tower, the numbers on the light screen dazzled everyone. How did this speed pick up again? Park Junggi's face turned white. How is this possible? That's a strengthened third-turn level black dragon. Chapter 11. Kim Wonho is not convinced. Initiate a ring battle. 230th floor space. The black dragon was perched in the center of the huge stone room, its pitch-black scales glowing with metallic luster. It was more than twice the size of the previous black dragon, and the dragon's might pressured the air to a standstill. Blood and defense were once again enhanced under. For Sun Wukong's unleashed their heaven-breaking sticks at the same time, and surprisingly, they didn't manage to kill them in seconds. Good. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, and with a blow of his hair, he instantly split into 17 golden doppelgangers once again. Each doppelganger held a weapon. 21 Sun Wukongs, spinning around the black dragon. Black dragon is looking to counter-punch. Set. Sun Wukong pointed his finger and a golden stream of light struck into the black dragon's body. The entire space and time where the black dragon was located was as if it had stood still. The word ding, surrounded by golden light, was engraved in the void. The black dragon couldn't move at all. The Skybreaker Stick. Ha! 21 Sun Wukongs. At the same time, they rose up in the air and cut a path of golden light in the air. The angry shouts were neatly harmonized, and 21 weapons slammed down at the same time. Boom. -5874602. minus 684,024, minus 715,408. The walls around them, cracks appeared because of this terrifying power, and the earth trembled violently. Boom! The huge black dragon didn't even have time to let out a scream before the weapon smashed it into rotten and broken flesh. A crater appeared on the ground, crisscrossing the ground in a M pattern. Guanzu said, "The back barrier, it's already getting tricky." Indeed, the higher up the Danto went, the difficulty increased without limit, and the current Sun Wukong would always encounter insurmountable monsters. 252 floors. Park Young-hoon's face swelled into a pig's liver color. How is this possible? It's not scientific. Until the 252nd floor, a massive, almost 170-meter tall black dragon. Its scales glowed with an eerie metallic luster, its dragon tattoos compensated for its body surface, and the light of intelligence in its eyes was already equal to that of a human. Moreover, his defense, blood, were all high to a certain extent. Sun Wukong wandered around in all sorts of ways, bombarding wildly with his 20 doppelgangers. Still, he's losing very little blood. For a level, the maximum challenge time is 3 minutes, and if you exceed this time, you are considered to have failed the challenge. System alert, 10 seconds left in the challenge. 5 seconds. Time's up. Your final score, 252 floors. Congratulations on setting a new record for a first-turn professional. You have accumulated 61,000 Pui Lingdan. Guanzu wore a regretful yet excited expression on his face. Almost. This last black dragon's blood was just too thick. It's a pity that you can't use the Pui Lingdan inside. Otherwise it's a straight-up fortified wave. Sun Wukong's weapon was casually slung over his shoulder. If it weren't for the time constraints, Lao Sun, would have to beat that black lizard, to the point of calling him grandpa. This time the fight was so painful. Get out and give me the Pui Lingdan. Aha, let's get out. Chi Yin nodded with satisfaction. 252 layers. I'm afraid this achievement can be number 1 in history and last for a long time. No, this record, Azu, himself, will probably break it soon. The current Shi Tian de Shang was only level 50, and Guanzu didn't have many summoner skills yet. When the time came for the new skills to be learned, and Shi Tian de Shang consumed the spirit cultivation pill, the battle power of this pair could still soar a lot. At this moment, Kim Won-ho had finally finished killing the 96th floor. His red flame dragon was already too battered and bruised to make it to the next battle after fighting the black dragon like crazy. He breathed a long sigh of relief and thought to himself that this one was a sure win. Worthy of a true dragon bloodline, red flame dragon, follow me and I'll let you return to being a true dragon step by step. Jin Yuanhao's confidence was extraordinary. The two appeared together at the entrance of the Dan Tower at almost the same time. After leaving the tower, all the injuries, the exertion were gone. Kim Won-ho raised his condescending head. I killed and defeated the 96th floor, how about it, being shocked by my achievement? And don't hand over your platinum-ranked necklace. Guanzu, stupid, go check the leaderboards. Kim Won-ho frowned. Was this kid faster than himself? But you're swiping from the 79th floor yourself. How can he be faster than himself when everyone is out together? At first glance, Kim Won-ho's expression exploded. Leaderboard. First place, 252 levels of Guanzu, first turn summoner. How is this possible? Kim Won-ho rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the data he was seeing. Even his red flame dragon had its dragon's eyes wide open with an incredulous expression. The dragon race was arrogant, and losing to a monkey demon made it shocked and furious. It couldn't wait to immediately spit flames and burn that monkey head, along with his contracted person, to death. Sensing the other party's killing intent, Sun Wukong frowned. Kim Won-ho. Guanzu smiled. It's time to fulfill the bet. Hand over the bracelet and then admit in public that your red flame dragon is inferior to our Chi Tian de Shang. Sun Wukong slung his weapon over his shoulder and looked at Kim Won-ho and his dragon with a look of contempt. On the square in front of the Perling Dan Tower, Jin Yuanhao's face was blue, his clenched fists trembling slightly from the excessive force. Impossible. You must have used some despicable means. You must have cheated. Guanzu said in a cold voice, don't talk nonsense, want to cheat? Can't afford to play anymore, can you? Suddenly, Jin Yuanhao stared at Guanzu in death, his eyes scarlet. How can you possibly compare to me? A stinking monkey, how can you possibly compare to a giant dragon? I'm going to test your strength by dueling you. It's ridiculous that you can reach the 252nd floor, you're definitely using cheating. I'll poke you in the face right now. He's crazy. Let the high-minded and proud young master of the Jin family admit that he was inferior to his opponent in front of professionals from all over the globe. It's better to let him die. With a grim expression, he pulled out a token with a flashing red light. That was an extremely rare prop, the ring order. It can be forced to pull someone into the arena, and can be used in any safe zone, but the user needs to be in the same realm as the other person, or lower than the other person, for it to work. Also, only one-on-one duels are allowed. The moment the token was activated, a huge, translucent, blood-colored battle arena emerged over the entire square. The two were lifted up by the high platform. Since you can't afford to lose, I'll beat you into submission today. Guanzu calmly accepted the challenge. Great sage, please. Good. I was just about to teach them a lesson. Sun Wukong said easily. Jin Yuanhao laughed hideously as the crimson dragon soul rune on the back of his hand shone. The crimson red body of the red flame dragon was burning with rage, the dragon's might rolled on, and its power was once again strengthened and energized. Kim Wonho could sense that Guanzu's summoning spirit had some skill. So without being gullible, the first time he unleashed his dragon harnessing skill. But he was too confident that the red flame dragon could take out his opponent's summoned spirit. You're screwed. Red flame dragon, crush him. Jin Yuanhao laughed hideously. The red flame dragon laughed fiercely. Dare to provoke me? Today, the fire burns your monkey brain, and will extract your bones and suck your marrow. However, just at the moment when the red flame dragon had just erupted and was about to spit out its dragon breath, a golden light cut through space. The red flame dragon was completely immobilized, unable to move a muscle. Sun Wukong's figure suddenly appeared above the Skyfire dragon's head, his weapon already raised high. Fancy. Crush you. Boom. The weapon smashed down like pillars in the sky, and space was smashed with cracks. The red flame dragon's huge body was directly shattered and burst under this strike. The original red flame dragon had turned into a roiling red flame dragon sauce. Subsequently, Jin Yuanhao was shocked to find that the contracted dragon crystal on his body also instantly appeared with fine cracks. My red flame dragon. Kim Wonho's face turned pale. My S-class dragon. His red flame dragon was completely dead. The red flame dragon is different from the Monkey King, who is too strong to venture into this world, so the contracted spirit is a projection. But that red flame dragon, that's the main body, was summoned. Sun Wukong put away his weapon and bristled in disdain. This is it? It's not as good as those black dragons in the Pei Ling Dan Tower. The room was silent. Chapter 12 Suspected SS Rank Summoning Spirit. Everyone was shocked by the crushing battle. Park Young-hoon looked at the Monkey King with a trembling body, his brown eyes flashing with great horror. Dean Park. Shi-yun's voice broke the silence. Now, do you have anything else to say? The square in front of the tower was dead silent. Kim Wonho sat on the ground, losing focus in his eyes. Guanzu slowly stepped forward to remove the crystal shield bracelet from Jin Yuanhao's wrist. Damn you! Suddenly, Kim Wonho stormed up and slammed his fist into Guanzu. Guanzu, who now had more than 4,000 spiritual power, reacted instantly. At the same time, a kick lands right in the face of Kim Wonho. Ah! Kim Wonho flew backwards, hitting the edge of the ring's air barrier and chipping his nose right off. Guanzu's power was frighteningly intimidating. Willing to bet. Guanzu stepped on Kim Wonho's face and forced his platinum equipment, the crystal shield bracelet, off. You have obtained the platinum medium equipment crystal shield bracelet, which allows you to consume mana and coalesce a defensive shield. No! My red flame dragon. Jin Yuanhao's face was ashen and his voice trembled. In his mind, a prompt arose. The red flame dragon you contracted with is dead. Your negligent behavior caused the death of the contracted dragon, and the goodwill of the Dragon Realm's dragons towards you has been reduced by 50%. No! It's all your fault. The contracted dragon crystal shattered in response, turning into dots of red light that dissipated into the air. At the same time, the last trace of dragon soul breath in Jin Yuanhao's body faded away. The red flame dragon contract has completely disappeared. Kim Wonho sat paralyzed, his eyes empty. As a dragon master, you lose the goodwill of the dragon world in your first contracted dragon. This meant that he was afraid that his cultivation path would come to an end. Dean Park. Avenge me. I want you to avenge me. Kim Wonho's expression was hideous as he howled. Shi-yun looked at Park Young-hoon, who was grimacing. Not to mention that this was a safe zone. Even if it wasn't, with Shi-yun by his side, he wouldn't dare move a single muscle. Shi-yun said, "You want revenge?" Park Young-hoon shook his head and said, "Kids, talking about the friction of the younger generation, how could I possibly step in?" Shi-yun said, "Is this the genius of your kimchi country? You don't even dare to recognize your own vows and use means to force a challenge. The challenge was lost, and you, the dean, had to step in." Meh. Sun Wukong put away his weapon and glanced disdainfully at Jin Yuanhao on the ground. Humph. Can't even afford to lose, tiger then whistle something? My talent. My future. Kim Wonho screamed to himself as tears flowed uncontrollably. It was so hard to become a dragon master, but because of his arrogance, he caused the dragon to be killed by the other side. The dragon realm goodness decreases. His next deed will be difficult. It would be difficult for him to contract high-level dragon types in the future, as the dragon realm no longer trusted him. He was only able to contract some C-rank D-rank dragons. In the crowd, some high-level summoning professionals. Looking deeply at Guanzu, a trace of scorn flashed in his eyes. This Chinese teenager's summoning spirit is not simple. What skill was that just now that made the red flame dragon unable to move at all? Killed the red flame dragon with a single stick. No wonder he was able to speed through the Dan Tower copy. The Jin family's kid is completely wasted. It's only been a short time since the contract was made, and he caused a dragon to die a horrible death. He doesn't know what he's doing, he deserves it. Still want their dean to make a move. This is a safe zone. What a bad boy. Stupid and bad. This kind of person has to stay far away from him, or else he'll be followed by bad luck someday. Let's go, Azu. Chiyun turned around, his purple and gold robes fluttering in the wind. Don't waste your time on this kind of person. In the square, Kim Wonho's cries echoed. The aura of genius that he was so proud of was completely shattered at this moment. Losing a contracted dragon was simply the greatest punishment for a proud dragon master. After Guanzu and Chiyun left, Park Young-hoon also took Kim Wonho and left in disgrace. In the square outside the Peeling Dan Tower, the professionals from various countries were talking, passing the news they saw to the forces behind them immediately. The record set by Guanzu sparked an uproar in the circles of summoning lineage professionals around the world. There are news reports from various countries. #shocked. Guanzu, an 18-year-old teenager in China, with an unknown contracted spirit, drastically breaks the record of the first turn of the Peeling Dan Tower. #Huaxia Country, the talented student of the Star Chopper Academy. In one fell swoop, the all-time record of 106 floors was drastically refreshed to 252 floors. #incredible. The contracted spirit known as Qi Tian de Shang, a stick to destroy the LV-100 S-Class Red Flame Dragon. Within China, the head of enrollment for each academy. Looking at the network, the constantly refreshing news, surprise and regret flashed in his eyes. It's a pity that such a genius was preempted by Qi Yun. A professor of the Sword One Academy stroked his beard. That old fox Qi Yun, it's definitely the Thousand Crane Great Venerable One who gave him the slip. The Star Chopper Academy hasn't recruited any seed-level geniuses for more than a decade, so is it holding back this time? And robbed the Kim family of Kimchi Kingdom of a platinum-grade inheritance bracelet. Amazing news traveled around the world. The heat continues to climb in the major forums. European Summoners Association, a new star from China has emerged from the sky. Suspected SS-class summoning spirit with shocking power. Kimchi Nation Professionals Forum, Kim Wonho loses, Chinese genius shows terrifying strength. At this moment, in the Kimchi Kingdom, in the Kim family's Villa Grand Estate, the head of the large consortium, the Jin family, had a gloomy face and clenched his fists. Damn it! The talented junior of my clan has been wasted by the other party. This is a strange shame. Kim Wonho lost his mind as if he had become a salted fish. But Kim Junhee, who is his cousin, is secretly happy. What with the twin stars, it will only cut into his resources. With this Jin Yuanhao wasted, in the future generation, a great deal of the Jin family's resources would be focused on him alone. This was a good thing for him, but on the surface, he still had to put on the tone of a benevolent brother, comforting the stupid Kim Wonho. Great elder, you must avenge my son's death, or else my Jin family, won't I be laughed at? Jin Yuanhao's mother said spitefully. The great head of the Jin family, Jin Yong, frowned. Revenge. How easy was it to talk about? The other party was a genius that had waited for more than 10 years at the Star Chopper Academy. If they made a move, Qi Yun, the archmage who represented the Chinese military, would go crazy. However, the family's new star was wasted, and this revenge could not go unavenged. In this matter, it would also depend on the younger generation of the Jin family, a fair fight between the juniors, in order to block Qi Yun's mouth. Luckily, the Jin family was a large clan, and because of the enshrinement of the dragon god, every year in the clan, there were talented dragon masters who appeared. Although this term, it was hard to deal with that Guanzu. But the sophomores and juniors of their Jin family, these young people who had a few years of transferring, might, in the future, meet that Guan ancestor in some of the secret worlds. If you want to take revenge, there will be plenty of opportunities later. There's no rush in this matter. No one can mess with my Jin family and still be intact afterward. A gorgeous suit with gray sideburns, Lord Jin Yong family, pushed his glasses and said in a chilling voice. Guanzu was riding on a flying boat. Mr. Qi, in the daily quests, the tasks of brushing monsters and clearing one replica have been completed. Qi Yun cried and laughed a little. To be able to complete 100 monster kills in a one monster Danta copy, what a talent. Hey, it's mainly because the great sage is awesome. Guanzu frowned slightly. Mr. Qi, after we kill off Jin Yuanhao's contracted dragon, the Jin family's side won't turn on us, right? Qi Yun stood with his arms folded, his purple and gold robe fluttering gently in the wind. He looked up into the brilliant sky and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. No need to worry. Although the Kim family is a dragon-harnessing family in the Kimchi Kingdom, you are also a genius seed of the Chopping Star Academy. If they dare to retaliate for personal reasons, they are enemies of my Jinqing Academy and enemies of the Chinese military. Besides, Qi Yun turned around and patted Guanzu's shoulder, his eyes gentle but full of majesty. Didn't I promise you that with me in the real world, no one would dare to touch you? Touched in his heart, Guanzu added, will I be a bit too harsh this time? He was mainly afraid of causing trouble for Qi Yun. After all, the other party was the young master of a Kimchi country's family. Between the two countries, there was some minor friction, but it was still a relationship of diplomatic cooperation. Qi Yun's body seemed to have a hidden purple and gold halo. You did the right thing this time. Qi Yun continued, don't worry about causing trouble for the academy, you are the seed of the academy. representing the glory of the academy. If they dare to provoke you, it's not too much to ask that you kill them. In the professional matchup, Kim Won-ho first broke his bet and then initiated the ring order. You accept the challenge and win, fair and square. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing. Understood. Guanzu nodded as he and Chi Yun chatted. On the other hand, Chi Tian de Shine was lying on his soft somersault cloud, tilting his head back and eating the Puiling Dan. Taking out just one trashy dragon was nothing in his mind. Chapter 13, The Tavern Duel. The bustling downtown area of Donghai City. High-rise buildings, lined up. The pedestrian street is bustling with people during the day. A quaint, quirky tavern stands quietly in the pedestrianized street. There was a plaque hanging in front of the door, engraved with the words Tavern Dueling Arena, each word emitting a faint golden light. This is the dueling arena set up by Tendo, and inside every city, there are many branches. Chi Yun pushed open the heavy wooden door, and the scent of wine and spiritual energy hit him. You have entered Pub Channel 2178. With global networked simulated battles, you'll be able to find opponents whenever you're matched. From the Black Iron segment, all the way to the King, each segment promotion, there are corresponding rewards. The interior of the tavern is something else. Some of it mimics the decor in a cowboy western movie. An elfin woman in a burgundy slit dress with a glass of wine in her hand smiled as she entertained each visitor. There were also musicians playing lively string music. A light screen of modern technology floated in front of some of the professionals. Inside is a showdown. This tavern was similar to the secret realm of the Danta, where people from all countries were teleported through the entrance. However, there was limited space in the tavern after all, and thus a lot of channels were diverted by Tendo. Professionals from various countries sat alone or gathered in twos and threes as they sipped their drinks and watched some real-time matchups. Interesting. Guanzu surveyed the surroundings. Notice the LCD TV in the tavern is showing a showdown. It was a lanky Nordic warrior who was battling a ninja from the Sakura country. It was a battle in the gold segment, both sides were second-turn experts, the engagement was fierce and incomparable, both sides used their own means, and the terrain was continuously destroyed. The system will match you with the appropriate opponent based on your strength and segment. Chi Yun walked towards the bar and asked the owner for 2 cups of spirit tea, but you have the Monkey King, so you might come up and be matched with someone of a higher segment to start fighting. Guanzu laughed. That's just right, the higher the opponent's segment, the more victory points I gain from winning. Guanzu looked at the segment table posted on the wall. Black Iron Bronze Silver Gold Platinum Emerald Diamond Extraordinary Masters / Proud Masters / Strongest King. Guanzu was about to speak. A white man in a black trench coat came to Guanzu's side. Aren't you that genius summoner from Huaxia? I heard that you broke the Peeling Dan Tower record today? Hey kid, the man shouted in broken Chinese, want to have a fight with me Thunderjack? Chi Yun sipped his spirit tea, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. You decide for yourself. Remember, though, that sparring here, even though it's only a simulation, is basically no different from a real fight, and you'll still feel the pain. Also, in the simulation battle, your summoned spirit needs to be resummoned. Summoners have a hard time playing in a dueling arena because it's not like they just bring the summoned spirit in, but they have to be in the middle of a fight and resummon it. Many summoners were taken out by their opponents close quarters before they could initiate the summon. It was also for this reason that Raiden Jack dared to challenge Guanzu, hoping to make a name for himself and gain more attention from the forces behind him. Thunder Jack, Silver 3, a fierce thunder warrior from the United States, has challenged you to a fight. Do you accept? Guanzu gripped the scepter of death tightly, the battle intent rising in his eyes. Just fight. Matchmaking is about to begin and is entering simulation space. Please choose a map. Kwanzaa voting Ruin City, large map. Jack votes for the big octagon. Randomization in progress. Final map, the great octagonal cage. The surrounding figures faded and the scene changed. This is a small map of a place. The metal bars of the octagonal cage glowed coldly in the light. The arena was octagonal in shape, 20 meters in diameter, surrounded by a 3-meter-high toughened fence and a simulated mass of spectators on the periphery. In the center of the field, Guanzu and Jack stood opposite each other. Countdown to 3. Jack grinned and raised Thor's hammer. Blue arcs of electricity jumping across the face of the hammer. Kid, in a close combat venue like this, I won't give you time to summon. Great. Guanzu gripped the scepter of death tightly, black death aura condensing at the tip of the scepter. Let's give it a try then. 2, 1. Fighting. Jack's figure flashed, and Thor's hammer rapped and lightning struck. Guanzu advanced instead of retreating and raised his hand. The crystal shield bracelet taken from Kim Won-ho powered up and a circular 3-layer light shield appeared. Took Jack's hammer hard. Then, the death scepter swept violently across the room, and an arc of black light sliced through the air. Boom! The scepter hit Jack hard. Jack's eyes widened. He never expected that Guanzu's power was far beyond imagination. Jack's entire body was jolted backwards, hitting the fence hard. How is that possible? Jack staggered to his feet, looking incredulously at the trembling Thor's hammer in his hand. You're a summoner. Guanzu smiled slightly, his scepter tapping on the ground while he unleashed his summoning technique. Can't a summoner have more strength? Come out, great sage of Chi Tian. Then, a golden light condensed and the Monkey King appeared in the scene carrying a stick. Damn it! Jack roared, his whole body flashing with lightning. Thunderstrike. Jack unleashed a full force strike when set. Chi Tian Dishang manifested with his weapon in hand, reaching out with a teasing smile on his face. Is that all you got? Jack's face turned pale in an instant and found himself unable to move a muscle. A stick to the head followed. You defeated Thunderjack, and you gained 230 victory points. You are promoted from Black Iron 5 to Black Iron 3, 30 victory points. The first win of the day is rewarded with 500 battle points. Segment advancement, rewarded with 400 skill scrolls. For the Black Iron segment, 100 win points raises a star. The Dueling Arena, on the other hand, is a place that specializes in acquiring skill scrolls and skill books. Jack fails miserably and the two exit the simulation space. Jack stood a bit still and looked at Guanzu and the monkey beside him with a horrified expression. Having just had his head blown off by a stick gave him an immense headache, and he was still a bit dizzy at the moment. It's you who won. Jack pressed his temples. You're too strong. I was the one who took it lightly. Guanzu rubbed his nose and said excitedly, want to fight again? The simulation felt real and Jake blanched and shook his head hurriedly. He didn't want to get popped again. And this Guanzu, there was also a platinum level shield prop. Not counting the monkeys, he himself may not be able to fight on his own. I'm not fighting you. Well then, I've got a job on my side, so I'm going to go play 2 more games. Jack was delighted. He didn't want to fight Guanzu himself, but he wanted to see that Guanzu went and abused the others so that he could find some balance. While Kwanzaa matched, he sat down and ordered a mojito. Rubbing his brow, he opened the viewer. Chapter 14, A Wave of Consecutive Victories. Match made. Opponent, Flame Warlock Durant, Bronze 4. A young man clad in red robes appeared on the opposite side of the room, his hands lit up with blazing flames. A Black Iron Kid, this is to give me my first win today, ha. The scene is a large map of a western castle. The moonlight shrouded the land as the Dark Raven watched from the castle. Guanzu's Scepter of Death tapped the ground. Activate the summoning skill. 3 seconds later, golden light flashed as the Monkey King manifested. The Flame Warlock didn't know about Guanzu's identity, and not everyone, throughout the day, was following the various news. A flirty smile bridged his face. Casting a flame spell, the giant Firebird hissed. Sun Wukong's weapon swept across the room, and the Firebird instantly collapsed. Heaven-breaking stick. Sun Wukong built up his power to recharge, and his battle club emerged with a glow. A layer of Great Sage stick style coalesced, and the entirety of the battle club grew by a large margin. With the subsequent blow, the war club transformed into the size of a dozen meters and smashed down, breaking the opponent in pieces. The skill, Skybreaker Stick, could be released as long as there was a stick style, and the higher the accumulated layers of the stick style, the greater the power. A layer of the Great Sacred Stick style Skybreaker, 15 meters. Second level of the Great Sacred Stick style, 50 meters. 3 tiers of the Great Sacred Stick style, 300 meters. At the moment, Sun Wukong could store up to 3 layers of the Great Sage Stick style. You have gained a victory. Gained victory points plus 30. Gained 100 battle points. In the viewing gallery, Jack waved his fist excitedly. Fantastic. Much worse than me. Ha ha ha. After a few consecutive matchups, Guanzu's record climbed. As long as it was a big map and the Monkey King was summoned, there was no way Guanzu could lose. The opponents are almost always turn 1 level 100 beings. Some opponents used cold ice magic, which was smashed by Sun Wukong's baton. Some summoned demonic dogs and were chased by the Great Sage in the clouds. Congratulations! The segment level has been raised to Bronze V. You have acquired 3 bronze skill books. Sakizo returns to Tavern Reality. Chi-Yun looked at the battle on the light screen and pondered. Guanzu, have you noticed? Sun Wukong is indeed powerful, but on certain occasions, speedy opponents will cause you trouble. Yes. Guanzu gripped his scepter tightly. If we don't summon the Great Sage, some of our enemies are indeed troublesome. Chi-Yun nodded. That's why I brought you here. You need to match your skills wisely and not rely too much on Sun Wukong's power. You need to find a way to get through the gap before the summoning. And, Chi-Yun continued, you have to learn to observe your opponent's weaknesses. For example, that Frost Mage just now, there exists a lot of chanting time for him to cast his spells as well, which is his breaking point. In addition, Sun Wukong's attributes are very high, breaking 10,000 in each category, which is already an attribute only available to a third turn 200 plus level professional. It's still easy to abuse the vegetables now, but if you raise your segment to gold level, it might be troublesome if you face some 200 plus level professionals. This was something that Guanzu was well aware of. He hurriedly took the 3 newly arrived bronze level skill books and opened them all. You have consumed a bronze skill book, and you have gained the skill, Magic Strike LV1. You have consumed a bronze skill book, and you have gained the skill, Gravity Multiplier LV1. You have consumed a bronze skill book, and you have gained the skill, Fireball Continuous Shot LV1. 3 new skills have been gained. Unfortunately none of them are summoner exclusive. But it also fills in some of Guanzu's combat skills. Guanzu looked at the rewards for each segment. One of them reaches the Silver 5 segment. You can use the points and exchange them for a summoning scroll. For the current Sekizo, up to one summoned spirit can be summoned for battle. Today's goal is to get to Silver 5 and trade for another summoning scroll. To open the second follow slot, you need to reach LV 50 level to do so. A third slot that will open up at LV 100. Great Sage, leave me some Pui Lingdan. These can all be knocked out by my old son, stick by stick. I heard that Guanzu might be summoning a new summoning spirit again. Sun Wukong began to pour spirit cultivating pills into his mouth. 3,000, just leave me 3,000. When he was at the Spirit Cultivation Pagoda, he had obtained a total of more than 60,000 spirit cultivation pills. The Monkey King ate the vast majority of them and reluctantly left 3,000 for Guanzu. Summoning Spirit level up, LV50 LV81. Attribute, Strength 4200083500. Agility 42,0083500. Physical Fitness 50,110,000. Spirit 39,078,000. Gain 3,100 skill rolls, for summoning Spirit Qi Tian Dishang. Combat rating 128 stars raised to 135 stars. Qi Tian Dishang leveled up again, but this time, he didn't gain any new skills. Next, with the help of Qi Tian Dishang, Guanzu easily won another 36 matches in a row. Guanzu's segment, which had reached Bronze 1, had also gained over 5,000 points. By this time the matches were already some second turn level 100 plus professionals. Their attributes, in general, were in the thousands of points, with some of the geniuses reaching 10,000 points. There's no difference with Guanzu anymore, and if Guanzu can't summon the Monkey King, it's hard to win against them. The good thing, though, was that it was basically a big map battle, and Guanzu would summon his Qi Tian Dishang out when his opponent opened with a buff. Those professionals who lost were in a state of dismay. What the hell? A stick killed me. Did a monster appear in this dueling arena? I just hit a 10-game winning streak. It's been broken. The person who had his body blown up, after returning to reality, immediately went on the internet and searched, and ended up finding the news of Guanzu, the genius seed of the Chinese Chopping Star Academy. They took their encounters and posted them in the forums, and many people resonated with them. And some geniuses, upon realizing that Guanzu was being matched against each other, thought of coming to the dueling arena to snipe him. System alert, a new opponent has been matched. Morris the Shadow Assassin level 130, Silver 1. Ha ha ha, I matched that guy. Maurice of the Celestial Kingdom was so excited that he immediately gave his duel, on screen, to the public. His confidence was immense after watching Guanzu's sparring. Just don't let him summon that monkey. Soon, many spectators of the dueling arena, in the virtual light screen, opened the duo's duel. Being in a randomized map. Final map, Tavern Infield, small map. Ha! It's the little map, you're screwed. Guanzu. Maurice was excited, clutching a pair of crimson-red daggers. The moment the war started, Morris threw a concealed dart straight up, interrupting Guanzu's attempt to summon the Monkey King. Summoning requires a casting process that lasts 3 seconds and is interrupted by an attack. Morris is excited and then immediately cuts close to Guanzu. Light and shadows flowed within the dueling arena, and Shadow Assassin Morris's figure flickered like a ghost. The dagger in his hand glowed with a ghostly cold light, and he moved very quickly. Magic strike! Guanzu swung the scepter in his hand and struck a black arc of light, but it missed Morris. Maurice sneered and stepped back. What are you without that monkey? A few hidden weapons were shot at the same time. Guanzu was stabbed by the concealed weapon and lost a bit of blood. A paralyzing toxin that spread through the body. My hidden weapons are hardened with poison, you're going to lose, Guanzu. Guanzu's eyes stared, and his scepter leaned heavily on the ground. A gravity rune condensed and a gravity field spread out in all directions like ripples. Sun Wukong's spiritual power was as high as 78,000. Guanzu enjoyed a 10% bonus, plus his own attributes and equipment. His spiritual power, too, was above 8,000. With the 8,000 plus mental power, the gravity field, which was originally only 3 meters, expanded to a range of 20 meters. And the effect was heavy, and immediately, Morris felt as if he were being pressed down by a boulder of several thousand pounds, on his body. His brow furrowed hard. Shadow attack. The assassin's figure disappeared into the shadows once more, but the movement has slowed down a lot. Guanzu felt the subtle fluctuations in the air. His spiritual energy spread like ripples, enveloping the entire dueling arena. There! Fireball streak. Guanzu raised his left hand and pushed it to the upper right. Boom boom boom. A huge ball of fire with a diameter of 3 meters appeared out of nowhere, and the blazing temperature caused the air to start distorting. What's with the big fireball? Morris had just emerged from the shadows when he saw the fireball coming head-on. Just how much spiritual power do you have? Boom! The fireball exploded with a loud bang, and a scorching wave of air swept across the entire venue. Morris's figure was engulfed in flames as the assassin's screams rang out and came to an abrupt end. System alert, defeat Shadow Assassin Morris. Gained plus 50 victory points. 180 points gained. Congratulations on your promotion. Elevated to Silver 5. Wonderful! Jack shouted excitedly from the viewing gallery, not only does this kid have summoned beasts, his own battle power is so strong. I didn't lose unjustly. Jack had gotten vaguely excited. You know, in a sense, he was the first person Guanzu had defeated in the dueling arena. That's kind of a first. Chapter 15, New Contracted Spirit. The chat channel in the dueling arena. A few geniuses in academy uniforms were discussing the match that had just taken place. They were all elites from major top academies, and their strength far exceeded that of ordinary silver segment players. Anna, a white-haired girl from the Royal Academy of Magic, gently rubbed her fingers over her cold scepter. The top of the scepter was set with a rare crystal of extreme cold, emitting a silky cold aura. Maurice has the right tactics. A cold glint flashed through Anna's ice-blue eyes. Interrupting the summoning process is the most effective way to deal with summoners. It's just a pity that he was too weak to carry off Guanzu's gravity and fireball spells. Beside him, Alex, the genius of the West Point Academy of the United States of America, laughed coldly, the shadow-long knife at his waist, glowing with blood. That's right, that level of fireballs can't even break my defense. Interesting. Wearing a red vestment, Zhu Tianga, a genius from Hong Kong Island's Shangjiang Academy, stood up as a dancing flame emerged in his palm. This Guanzu is worth meeting in person. But it's a pity that he's only level 39 in the first turn. It's just that there's nothing honorable about winning against him. On the side, Ronaldo, the genius of the Mechanical Academy, was playing with a gear that flickered with electricity in his hand. Don't rush, let me try him first. With my mechanical golem, I can block his summons perfectly. Torturing geniuses and making them doubt their lives is my favorite thing to do. Aha! Anna stood up, cold air condensing into frost around her. Why don't we make a bet to see who can defeat him first? Could be. Yeah. That Morris could make him unable to summon the Monkey King. If it were me, I could even kill him in minutes. Alex sneered. Finally silver leveled. Guanzu returned to the tavern. Dueling Arena's Redemption Mall. Leveling up gives you access to more permissions. Right now, the best piece of treasure for Guanzu was a summoning scroll. With that scroll, Guanzu could go to the other world and contract another summoning spirit. There are other props in the mall. For example, skill rolls can be exchanged for 1 sheet for 1 point. Bronze level skill book, 300 points a book. Silver level skill book, 1000 points a book. Gold level skill book, 5000 points a book. However, the gold level skill book need to reach the gold segment to exchange, and after exchanging, can only be used by themselves, is a binding prop, cannot be traded. Guanzu consumed 1000 points in exchange for a summoning scroll. In a tavern cubicle, undisturbed, Guanzu held a contract scroll that glowed blue. The air was filled with the scent of the otherworld, runes flickered, and his consciousness, once again, plunged into the mysterious otherworld. Soon, a desolate wasteland appeared in the mind's eye. It's not the same as the last primeval forest. Using different scrolls connects to different worlds. Come on. This time, it's different from the last mandatory deed scroll. It required Guanzu to use his spiritual power to exercise control. Once the capture fails, the scroll is wasted. However, Guanzu's spiritual power today was such that even a second-turn monster could be captured. Unfortunately, his consciousness projection did not notice that there were turn 2 monsters in the area. However, Guanzu only needs to contract one at random. The final process, after all, would be to ascend to mythic level and move on to fulfill the contract of another summoned spirit. A pair of ghostly green beast pupils lit up in the darkness. It was a large-sized black wolf, its fur as black as ink and its limbs entwined with dark purple streams of light. That's you! In the empty wilderness, Guanzu only found this one spirit beast. The black wolf looked around, finally locking its gaze on the projection of Guanzu in the sky above. A glint of humanized intelligence flashed in its eyes. Guanzu raised his hand, and the power of the contract transformed into a chain that wrapped around. Roar! The black wolf roared up to the sky, his whole body suddenly erupted with a piercing light. He was resisting, but unfortunately, under Guanzu's 8,000 plus spiritual power, he couldn't resist at all. Immediately, he was bound by chains. You have contracted a wolf beast. Trigger the ascension condition. The wolf head advances to mythic level. Wolf Demon Hiroki. Although it is a mythological level, but there are also strong and weak, the Monkey King is naturally a big gold card SSR. As for the Wolf Demon Guanji, it is a high-level blue card. But, still, blue cards he is also mythic blue cards. In this world, it's still a crushing presence. In the golden light, the black wolf's size began to change. He stood up, his wolf fur turning into the color of silver and gray, his limbs becoming even longer and stronger, and ancient runes surfacing on his fur. The most striking thing about him was the cool surplice-like armor. Guanzu knew that this was a wolf demon from Black Wind Mountain. Being helped by the black bear spirit, he became a young monk and then worshipped under Elder Jin Chi, reading and practicing calligraphy and learning the precepts of Buddhism. In a game called Black Myth Goku before Guanzu crossed over, the wolf demon Hiroki was very popular. The light in Guanzu's eyes flashed. The Guanji in front of him was really quite similar to the one in the Black Myth Goku air. The evolved Guangxi exuded a powerful demonic aura as it lowered its head and folded its hands in a reverent salute to Guanzu, master, under the name of Guangxi. Unlike the Monkey King, he was clearly much more humble, and recognized Guanzu as his master. Guanzu felt the contractual bond established with Guangxi and revealed a look of surprise. I didn't expect it to be you. This is interesting. Guanzu laughed, Sun Wukong and Guangxi, and they've even put together a pair of acquaintances. Guangxi said in a quiet tone, no wonder, on the master, I smelled that monkey's scent. Guanzu immediately checked his personal information. Name, Guangxi. Grade, Mythic. Blue. Race, Demon. Level, LV1. Talent, Fire Wolf Demonic Power, Mythic Rank. Attributes, Strength 7000, Agility 8000, Physique 7000, Spirit 5000. Skills, Cleave Chop LV1, Charge Chop LV1, Flame Blade LV1. Battle Strength Assessment, 71 stars. Guanzu immediately took the 3000 Pui Lingdan and gave it to Guangxi to eat. Thank you, master. Hiroshi took it politely. After eating it, he leveled up to 50. At the same time, he had a wonderful expression on his face. This was because he could also feel that his own body, which was located under the Black Wind Mountain in the Divine Realm, had received a huge metamorphosis. In one breath, he had risen from the 3rd stage of Paragons to the 5th stage of Paragons. Among the gods of the Divine Realm, the lowest name is Quasi-God. Above this, there are the true gods, the heavenly gods, the lower gods, the middle gods, the upper gods, the god kings, and the heavily honored ones, the supreme gods. Guangxi never dreamed that he would be able to ascend 2 small realms in a row in a single day just by eating some of his master's pills. This was so incredible that Guangxi's mind was shaken, and he grew more and more respectful and worshipful of Guanzu. Summoning Spirit level up, LV1 LV50. Attribute, Strength 700022000. Agility 8000 22000. Physical Fitness 7000 20000. Spirit 500019000. Unlock new skill, Fire Dance Blade Art LV1. Gained 4900 skill rolls, for summoning Spirit Wolf Demon Hiroki. Combat rating 71 stars raised to 82. Guangxi's battle power was naturally inferior to Qi Tian de Shang, but just like little skill, he also had a characteristic. The process of summoning the Great Sage takes 3 seconds. He, on the other hand, can be summoned in as little as 0.5 seconds. Guanzu decides to fight again to test Hiroki's intensity. Matching completed. Your opponent, Alex the Great Swordsman, is level 189, gold 4. Lights flashed in the dueling arena. There's a real audience for the fights after you enter the gold level. On the periphery of the fighting arena, many geniuses in the audience were looking forward to it. Alex is pretty lucky to have gotten it. It's a pity that he randomly stumbled upon Guanzu. Originally, I wanted to step in and be the first to abuse this Chinese genius. Still in the tavern infield, this small dueling scene. A lanky, blonde teenager with a huge sword, Alex, smiled confidently. The silver and white knight's armor he wore gleamed in the light. Alex carried a huge sword taller than a man, his eyes arrogant. In front of me, your little spells are not enough. Guanzu looked calm, and it seemed like another person who was paying attention to himself. His death scepter tapped the ground. This time, I've prepared something new. System alert, matchmaking begins. Alex was the first to attack, his giant sword cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, slashing at Guanzu with a mountainous momentum. I did observe you, it takes 3 seconds for you to summon that monkey, but I won't give you those 3 seconds. Boom! A vertical slash of the sword. Guanzu dodged sideways, the scepter was covered in black aura. Summon the Monkey King? No, against you, there's no need for the Great Sage. Hiroki. Chapter 16 East Sea Copy. This time, the summoning process was extremely swift. Almost instantly, a silver light flashed, and the silver wolf demon, clad in rough armor, appeared out of thin air. He was long and lanky, and in his hand he held a double-headed red-tide blade that pulsed with blazing flames. What? Alex's pupils shrank, a new summoning spirit? Guangxi bared his wolf clan's characteristic fangs, and the flames on his red-tide blade skyrocketed. Master, let me meet him. Charge 1 chop. Guangxi's figure transformed into a silver lightning bolt, so fast that only remnants could be seen. The flames of the red-tide blade traced 2 blazing arcs in the air. Alex hastily raised his sword to block, but Hiroshi was too fast. The red-tide blade collided with the giant sword, and the terrifying shockwave shattered the surrounding floor. Alex was knocked back several meters, his arm tingling. Such speed! This kind of power! Does he have another SS rank summoning spirit? Alex's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Hiroshi didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and charged again. Berserk Heavy Cleave. Alex swung his sword. But using a giant sword, he didn't move fast. This time, the flames on the red-tide blade condensed into 2 fire dragons that wrapped around the blade and roared. Boom! The giant sword was sent flying, Alex's arm was cut off, and his chest armor cracked. Ah! He staggered back, covering his bleeding arm, his eyes filled with incredulity. In the dueling arena, Hiroshi's silver figure weaved around Alex like a swift wind. The flames on the red tide blades were like two raging fire dragons, and each slash carried a destructive power. Alex was completely out of it. His silver knight armor shattered under Hiroshi's barrage of blows, and blood continued to erupt from his chest, arms, and legs. No way! Alex fell to the ground in a heap, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. I'm a gold segment genius. Hiroshi sneered as the flames of the red tide blade coalesced into a blazing arc of light. That's it? Boom! An unstoppable chop nailed Alex right to the ground. The floor around them crumbled inch by inch, and the terrifying shockwave raised a circle of smoke. You have gained a victory. Gained victory points plus 30. Gained 100 battle points. Guangji put away the red tide blade, his silver fur swaying gently in the wind. The Buddha's Dharma doesn't dispense with those who have no destiny. Guanzu laughed in his heart. Guangji, this guy, looked very calm, in fact, also quite good at pretending to be better. The audience was in an uproar. A turn 1 silver 5 summoner defeated a turn 2 gold greatswordsman. Pure and simple crushing level. What a powerful summoning spirit. Those geniuses who were originally unimpressed with Guanzu, at this moment, all revealed expressions of gravity. He contracted 2 powerful summoning spirits. Anna stood up, a layer of frost forming on her cold scepter. Looks like we'll have to re-evaluate this Sekizo. A human wolf? Just what level of summoning beast is that? A genius was astonished beyond measure. The genius from the Mechanical Academy, a trace of scorn flashed in his eyes. Unlike the other type of monkey demon that kills in direct seconds, that wolf demon summoning spirit, its speed, strength, and skill are all too perfect to be true. After winning this round, Guanzu was ready to leave. With 2 summoning spirits, he desperately wanted to level up to LV50. This allows you to field 2 summoning spirits at the same time. At the same time, Guanzu could feel that the higher up he fought, the more strenuous it became. He's on a constant winning streak right now, with a high hidden score and good rewards for winning. If it breaks, it's not worth it. Among the gold level enemies, there even existed some professionals who didn't usually play the dueling arena too often, just mixing up the 3 duels per day. Those people, even experts at the 3rd turn level, existed. It would be difficult for the current Guanzu to face a 3rd turn powerhouse. After all, he was only a 1st turn. As for the 3rd turn experts, their attribute points had all reached tens of thousands. Guanzu, Mr. Chi, all daily tasks are complete. Mr. Z, what do you want to do next? I want to upgrade to LV50 early and open a 2nd summoning spirit to follow the slot. Chi nodded. Good, then let's go to the East Sea copy. Riding the flying boat, Guanzu switched his summoning spirit to the Monkey King. After all, when it came to painting copies, the Monkey King was a bit more powerful. At the entrance to the East Sea replica, a huge square was constructed on a sandy beach. In the square, there is a monument to a transcendent warrior. Thousands of professionals gathered here, some selling supplies from stalls, others yelling at each other to form teams. The sea breeze brushed by with a salty scent, and in the distance the blue waves lapped against the reef. Several hovercrafts were moored in the air, their hatches open, and the equipment merchants were yelling at the top of their lungs. The huge, swirling portal shimmered with an ethereal blue light. This is the East Sea copy. Shiyun stood with his arms folded, his purple and gold robes fluttering lightly in the spirit wind. This copy, the Heaven's Path, adapted it from the Abyssal Invasion battle 10 years ago. Guanzu gazed at the huge teleportation vortex and felt a heavy aura from it. Back then, when the abyssal creatures invaded from the East Sea, humans put up a tragic resistance here. Shiyun's eyes were grave. Now it has been transformed into a replica by the Heavenly Tao so that future generations can re-experience the tragic battles of that year. Guanzu looked at the statues with reverence. All of them were heroes who died in that battle back then, defending East Ocean City. Without them, I'd probably be dead by now. Shiyun, the Heavenly Tao, has set up a total of 4 copies of the very same 4 processes of the battle back then. The first level is the beach defense battle, where you have to fend off a large number of abyssal fishmen on the beach. Shiyun said, the fishmen are huge in number and will invade from all directions. Usually for this copy, you need to form a team of 16 people. Sun Wukong carried his weapon, his golden eyes flashing. Hey, a bunch of stinky fish and shrimp, let me, old son, fight is. The great sage's strength is indeed reassuring, but you still need to protect the ship cannon core. Shiyun continued, in the end, you need to use the ship's cannon to blast the giant beasts in the sea. Once the ship's guns blow up, the copy is considered a failure. That giant beast is not simple, it smashed several battleships back then. As he spoke, a team of professionals poured through the portal and quickly disappeared into the vortex. Then the great sage and I are going in now. Guanzu jumped at the chance. Shiyun laughed, what's the rush? That copy requires a ticket to brush. Shiyun then gave Guanzu a card. It was the student card of the Star Chopper Academy, which recorded his contribution in the Star Chopper Academy. Being able to use it as a bank card is also a symbol of his status. The previous record-breaking Academy trials, the record-breaking Dan Tower, along with the victory in the dueling arena, were all recorded by the Academy and converted into contribution points. 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 100 gold coins. And the price of gold coins, 1 gold coin is equivalent to $100 in reality. Guanzu had a full 2,400 contribution points, counting even 24 million in reality. For a copy of Beach Defense, a ticket is 30 gold coins. Going into the brush, though, it's easy to pick up materials and make your ticket money back. Guanzu had a total of over 2,000 contribution points that could be exchanged for gold coins to use, as well as some treasures in the Academy's treasury. The duplicate can be painted 3 times a day, and Guanzu exchanged it for a ticket. Guanzu touched the vortex and immediately a prompt appeared. Copy, East China Sea Defense Line Beach Defense Battle. Difficulty, Normal Hard Nightmare Purgatory. Recommended level, 30 to 75. Mission objective, defend the beach, repel the abyssal fishman monsters, protect the ship's gun core, and hold out until the ship's cannons have built up their power and blasted the abyssal beasts. Purgatory. Qi Tian de Shang's hand itched up. Okay. Warning, in Purgatory difficulty, all demonic creatures have their attributes increased by 1,500% and have special skills. Is it confirmed? Select later. Guanzu and the Great Sage's figures were engulfed by the teleportation vortex, and the scene in front of them changed instantly. Chapter 17. Another speed pass. The sea winds howled and the waves rolled. The earth was trembling. The black clouds were so thick in the sky that the rays of the sun could not be seen. The entire sea was a deep dark color. On the surface of the sea, a huge abyssal beast loomed. Its figure was hundreds of meters tall, and every time it stepped on it, it set off monstrous waves. The wet sandy beach was littered with footprints left by the abyssal fishers. These fishmen, with the hideous heads of fish but humanoid bodies, wielded rusty tridents and emitted a piercing hiss. Giant naval cannons stood on the coastal heights, their barrels glowing with ghostly blue runes, the last line of defense for humanity against the creatures of the abyss. Great Sage, I'll protect the ship's cannon core. Guanzu gripped the scepter of death tightly, with the attributes of the Great Sage boosting his battle power. Good. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as he began to build up his energy in the Great Sage stick style, the weapon in his hand skyrocketing several feet. Watch me, old son, teach these stinking fish a lesson. Suddenly, the sea violently churned and swarms of abyssal fishmen leapt out of the waves. With weapons in hand and a shrill cry, they charged toward the shore. Fresh human flesh and blood. Kill. Eat them all. If we want them to eat raw fish, we'll eat raw human slices today. The fish people shouted, with their ghostly blue scales and strong defense. In the replica, there exists the heavenly Tao coalescing to the phantoms of the human professionals back then. Their attacks, however, were hardly effective against the fishmen. Humph. Sun Wukong snorted coldly and rose up in the air with his feet on the somersault clouds. The weapon cut a path of golden light in the air, sweeping down like a pillar of heaven. Boom! The entire beach trembled as dozens of fishmen were directly smashed into mush by this terrifying blow. Broken scales and weapon fragments splashed around, staining the surrounding beach. You have killed 50 fishmen, you have gained 81,000 experience points and 150 gold coins. You have killed 50 fishmen, you have gained 81,000 experience points and 130 gold coins. You have killed 50 fishmen, you have gained 81,000 experience points and 170 gold coins. There were also props that dropped out when those fishers died. These include some fisherman eyeballs, fins, demon cores, rusty iron pieces, and some common equipment, among other things. Guanzu directly activated the automatic pickup. You have picked up Fishman's eyeball, blue, *52. You have picked up Fishman demon core, blue, *31. You've picked up rusty iron piece, white, *7. You've picked up an inferior Wallace top, defense, *1. In an instant, a large amount of light surged toward him, directly all of them into the storage ring. Fireball streak. Guanzu stood in front of the ship's cannon core and raised his hand to launch it continuously. The huge fireball arced gracefully through the air, blowing the fishmen who tried to sneak up and burrow into the ground to pieces. In the deep sea, the roar of the beast was getting closer and closer. It kicked up a huge wave and came towards the shore. The ship's cannons were recharging, the glow of the runes growing, but they needed to last for 30 minutes. Heaven-breaking stick! Sun Wukong shouted angrily, his body split into 20, each doppelganger holding a golden rod. Let me, old son, see what you abyssal monsters are capable of. The golden light flashed and the batten shadows flew. Each blow could smash a dozen or so fishmen to smithereens. The beach was littered with broken bodies and the scent of blood filled the air. But the scene is still too vast. The Great Sage rushes through the sea. On the other side of the hill, a ghost ship breaks the water and lands on the beach. From above, a large number of fishmen warlocks jump down. Move your spells together and break their ship's cannons. As soon as the ship's guns are destroyed, humanity is finished. Put! A ball of thick green corrosive water was shot over by those fish warlocks. Guanzu frowned and gathered his crystal shield to block those corrosive water balls. Gravity! Guanzu's staff lifted, and a gravity rune, which he threw out, immediately cast a gravity spell. The current Guanzu had even more spiritual power. Gravitonics is almost 4,000 pounds of pressure. Those fishmen instantly stuck hard to the ground, their staffs falling from their hands. Chained fireball. Boom boom boom. Guanzu pinched the fireballs and a fireball blasted away. The group of fishmen strikes were then blasted to pieces. No wonder it belongs to a team copy, it's really difficult. One thing leads to another. The battle continued, and the figure of the abyssal beast became clearer and clearer. It was a cool Godzilla-like beast of the deep. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its eerie fangs, and let out a deafening roar. Boom boom boom. He violently spat out a huge water cannon. Those water cannons bombarded the ground, and the entire beach was hit with a huge crater, and the human defenders, who had coalesced their formations, were blown apart in droves. Shi Tian Dishang roared low, monkey monkey sun. Split into 20 bilocations at once. Sun Wukong swung his giant stick, breaking up those water cannons in the air. But there were too many of those water cannons to defend. And inside that water cannon, some of them had gathered some fishman monsters. After they landed, they immediately began blasting towards the ship's gun core. Azu. I'll go hammer that abyssal gargoyle to death. Otherwise it'll be too much trouble. 21 somersault clouds, crossing the sky, Shi Tian Dishang killed towards the abyssal giant monster. Ah, no. Guanzu was a bit confused. That behemoth was dozens of kilometers away from the coastline. By normal math, he wouldn't be able to land on the beach for 30 minutes. In a sense, that's a background where you can put your skills, and after all these years, although some people have tried to go over and deal with him, they simply can't, the distance is too far. Overall, that wouldn't be a monster that could attack. The core of the beach defense battle is to protect the ship's guns and then have them blast that monster, a sort of over-the-top animation, plot killing. As a result, Wan Zuwan didn't call. Shi Tian Dishang rode the somersault clouds and directly led the doppelgangers to kill over. This. On the surface of the sea, 21 golden figures rose up into the air, drawing brilliant trajectories in the dark sky. Sun Wukong and his doppelgangers rushed towards the abyssal beast like a swarm of golden meteors, weapons in hand. Look at the rod! 21 Shi Tian Dishang shouted angrily at the same time, and the air was shaken and distorted. Heaven-breaking stick! The weapons extended and lengthened in the air, each one skyrocketing to 100 meters. The golden light of the heaven-breaking stick dyed the pitch-black sky into gold, and 21 giant sticks of prime heaven descended from the sky. Boom! -178425587, blast. -21458774. -2415787. -2254487. Terrifying shockwaves swept in all directions, and the entire sea trembled. Huge waves were lifted hundreds of meters high, and even the distant gun platform of the ship shook violently. Roar! The abyssal beast let out an earth-shattering roar. Its body, which was comparable to a sea island, was struck by 21 weapons at the same time, and its hard-scaled armor crumbled inch by inch, and dark purple blood gushed out like a waterfall. Not dead yet. Then again, Great Sage Stick style. Heaven-breaking stick. Second round of bombardment. -1584257, blast. -2456872. -2242434. -2246485. Again. Boom. 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 Huge waves rose from the sea, and countless fishmen were swept up in them. Those abyssal creatures that wanted to sneak attack the ship's cannon were all frozen on the spot at the moment, staring blankly at this scene. No? What a situation. That doesn't make sense. Eventually, the deep-sea beast let out a high-pitched scream. His mountainous body finally collapsed to the ground. System alert, you have killed the abyssal beast. Gained experience value of 380,000. Ding. Leveling up. Current level 45. The original came in and killed tons of small monsters and only managed to level up to 40. As a result, now, a wave pulls 5 levels straight up. Special kill. You've triggered a hidden reward. Acquired platinum material, Behemoth's Blood. Chapter 18 Platinum Grade Material, Beast's Blood. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong retrieved his weapon and laughed triumphantly. Is that all you've got? The massive corpse of the abyssal beast slowly sank into the sea, stirring up waves that were over 100 meters high. A column of white golden light rose from the surface of the sea. Shi Tian Dishang sensed that something good had exploded and hurriedly reached out to absorb it. The materials are not consumable and can't be used directly, they need some post-production to be used. Guanzu stood on the high ground, looking at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. The great sage is divinely powerful. This is an abyssal beast that requires ship cannons to kill. No one has ever been this way through this. Never? The great sage is still the first to forcefully kill a monster that is supposed to be in the background. It was mainly only because he had his somersault clouds that he was able to get that close and kill the monster. Other teams, it's hard to get close. Of course, even if it was close, there was no way it could that horrible monster. The behemoth dies. The dark clouds in the sky gradually lifted, and the sunlight resurfaced on this devastated coast. The remaining fishmen, demoralized after losing their strongest combatant, had begun to doubt life and were quickly cleared out. Copy completed ahead of schedule. Rating SSS. Get an extra bonus. Gold X 4500. Skill roll X 1500. Gold level skill book ×1. Shi Tian Dishang flew back and threw the treasure that had arrived to Guanzu. Nah, pick this up. There is pure blood energy present inside, but unfortunately, I don't know how to use it. Qi Tian Dishang said. Guanzu held the crystal vial containing the blood of the giant beast, which flowed with a deep purple liquid that emitted powerful energy fluctuations. This was a platinum-grade material that would fetch at least tens of millions of sky-high prices on the auction house. Great sage, you've really made a fortune this time. Guanzu laughed. However, this is something that summoning spirits can also use. Guanzu was not ready to sell. He knew that the great sage projection received benefits in this world and could also feed back to the god realm proper. So of course it's better for the great sage to become stronger than to change money. Sun Wukong put away his weapon and dashingly jumped onto the somersault cloud. Hey, these abyssal monsters aren't enough for me, old son, to stuff my teeth. The sea breeze blew Qi Yun's purple and gold robes as he stood in the replica teleportation plaza and was listening to shivering voice speak about a novel. Call it something like, Dear Bully, I'm your 55-year-old janitorial aunt. Both gave Qi Yun a shocked listen. Looking at Guanzu and Sun Wukong, who had returned early, he took off his headphones. Back so soon, were the ship's cannons shattered? After all, it's a copy with a 30-minute time limit, and Guanzu was out in 7 minutes. Qi Yun could only guess so. Early pass. Guanzu said. Ha? This can also be an early pass? Qi Yun was astonished beyond measure. Guanzu explained, the great sage destroyed that abyssal beast. This. Can it still be like this? Qi Yun was incredulous, his expression even more shocked than hearing that novel. That abyssal beast, when you do the math, is almost a third turn 280 level of blood. The key is dozens of kilometers from the coastline, all killed by the great sage? Sun Wukong carried his weapon and picked at his ears with a smug look on his face. Hey, old son, can fly too. Sun Wukong grinned, besides, isn't it just a big shrimp? Lao Sun, can knock it to death with a few sticks. Guanzu took out the crystal bottle containing the blood of the giant beast from his storage ring, the deep purple liquid glowing mysteriously in the sunlight. And it also exploded a treasure. Guanzu said excitedly. This can also break a record. Qi Yun was astonished beyond measure. Qi Yun took the crystal bottle and carefully examined it, a platinum-grade treasure. This is a good item that can be sold at the auction house for a sky-high price. But I suggest that you make it into a secret medicine that can make the great sage stronger if you give it to him. Guanzu said, Mr. Qi, can you help me with this? Of course. The Qi Yun Association was now the protector of the Tao and would fulfill all the requests of Guanzu, the genius. Seeing the treasure in Qi Yun's hand, the other professionals in the square gathered around, their eyes greedy. It's beast blood. You guys swiped a copy and popped out this kind of good stuff. Kid, sell it to me, I can offer 500,000. The elite captain of a team, carrying a huge sword, opened the bidding. They didn't recognize Qi Yun's identity. After all, Qi Yun, the Jinxing Academy prefect, was only recognized by people in his circle. And Qi Yun's personal information was even more impossible for these people to pry into. Guanzu, $500,000? Are you kidding me? It's not for sale. A treasure worth tens of millions of dollars, and you're offering $500,000 for it. Who are you fooling? My name is Liang Dong. My father is the vice president of the War Frenzy Guild in East Sea City. Hand it over to my friend. I do need this bottle of beast blood to refine a secret medicine. After Liang Dong finished speaking, the team around him, including the 2 War Frenzy Guild elders, surrounded Qi Yun and Guanzu. A full dozen or so. Qi Yun looked at the crowd around him and frowned. 2 little yakuza with 2 revolutions, and the rest were all first revolutions. How dare they engage in forceful buying and selling in front of him, a 6th rotation Dafa master. Azu, aren't there 2 more scrolls? Go ahead and brush them twice. Maybe you can pop a few more bottles of beast blood. Qi Yun said. Guanzu was in really high demand, and in addition to Desheng using it, Guangji is also in need of a boost. Guanzu looked at these War Frenzy Guild members with pity. Usually, he was used to being brutal and arrogant, but he ended up messing with the 6th turning Dharma master's head. Alright then, Mr. Qi, I'll go. Guanzu was so relieved that he turned around and left. Seeing that he was ignored by Guanzu, Liang Dong was somewhat embarrassed as he let out a low growl. Looking for death. Uncle Crane, Uncle Han, help me snatch this kid's beast blood. Yes, young master. As a result, in the next moment, Qi Yun's terrifying spiritual power enveloped down. The people from the War Frenzy Guild were immediately trembling with fear and could not move a muscle. A terrifying oppression of the soul prevented them from moving. At this moment, the people of the War Frenzy Guild all understood that they had messed with someone they shouldn't have messed with. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. A bunch of little yakuza, take me over to see the big yakuza behind you. In the East Sea replica, he dared to openly rob others' treasures by force. He, Qi Yun, as a great general of the military, didn't want to protect this kind of. It has to be cleaned up hard. Otherwise these assholes will go on to plague others. Under the rolling waves and dark cloudy skies, Guanzu and Sun Wukong reappeared in a copy of the beach defense battle. Great sage, this time we'll follow the same old rules. Guanzu gripped the scepter of death tightly, his eyes glittering with excitement. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed and his somersault clouds coalesced under his feet. Hey, look at what I'm capable of. 21 golden figures rose up into the air, each detachment holding a golden weapon. They drew brilliant trajectories in the air, heading straight for the abyssal behemoth tens of kilometers away. Heaven-breaking stick! Sun Wukong and the doppelganger shouted in unison, the sound waves shaking the air and distorting it. 21 giant rods from the heavens descended from the sky, each of them skyrocketing to 100 meters in size, and their golden light dyed the dark sky gold. Boom! -198425887, strike, -2845874, -2715787, -2454487. The abyssal beast couldn't even react in time before it was hit by this terrifying attack. Its body, which was comparable to a sea island, was broken apart, and dark purple blood gushed out like a waterfall. System alert, you have killed the abyssal beast. Gained experience value of 380,000. Ding! Leveling up. Current level 48. Special kill. You've triggered a hidden reward. Acquired platinum level prop, Behemoth's Blood. The tide is out and the sun is shining again on this devastated coast. The scattered fishmen saw their strongest combatant killed in seconds and scattered in fear. Guanzu smiled as he took the second bottle of Behemoth's Blood handed to him by Sun Wukong. Great sage is mighty. How many sticks did you use this time? Hey! Sun Wukong proudly picked at his ears, just a few rounds of flush bombardment, this time specializing in the vitals, a bit faster than last time. This kind of big shrimp can't even be counted as a warm-up for my old grandson. The Monkey King stood on a somersault cloud, his weapon slung over his shoulder, and his unstoppable aura made people dare not look directly at him. Azu, give the skill roll to my old grandson to use. Let me raise the heaven-breaking stick and the split body, at one level each. Having acquired 1,500 skill rolls earlier, Guanzu hadn't used them yet. Okay. Guanzu immediately handed the skill roll to Sun Wukong. The latter, happily, upgraded the heaven-breaking stick to LV9 and the split to LV7. Sun Wukong consumed 710 skill scrolls. The heaven-breaking stick is upgraded to LV9, its power is enhanced by 20%. Sun Wukong consumes 780 skill scrolls, split art is upgraded to LV6, number of splits plus 5. Then let's continue brushing for the third time. Strive to break through level 50 today. Guanzu said excitedly. Chapter 19, the daughter of the heavenly pride of the top 10 schools. In the thick smell of the sea, Guanzu and Sun Wukong completed the third copy challenge. Although he didn't obtain the Behemoth's Blood this time, the experience value was still plentiful. Finally level 50. Guanzu gripped the scepter tightly and felt the surging power within his body. Once you reach level 60, you can brush the second copy of the East Sea. However, Guanzu's 3 chances for a day's worth of copies had already been consumed. We'll have to wait for a refresh of the count tomorrow before we can brush up on the book. After coming out of the copy, the people from the War Frenzy Guild were already nowhere to be seen, and Shi Yun was still waiting for him outside. It looked like the War Frenzy Guild's little trouble had been solved by him. Mr. Shi Yun was surprised. It's been reduced to 4 minutes and it's over. Hey, it's the great sage who was powerful enough. Guanzu laughed. Shi Yun asked, still brushing? You can use 100 contribution degrees to purchase a refresh order in the Academy Mall. You can use the refreshment order 3 times a day. You can make up to 6 copies a day. In fact, the number is already very high. It is, after all, the reality of combat. Unlike MMOs, like many copies, it takes hours to get through. Guanzu's side has Qi Tian de Sheng in order to speed through every time. It's equivalent to 1 copy, and the refreshment order is going to be 1 million. Guanzu calculated that 100 contributions was 10,000 gold coins, which translated into money would be 1 million. The prop materials that could be obtained from that copy, purgatory level difficulty, a person soloing, would end up being around $700,000 to $800,000. However, Academy contribution degrees, which had many uses, were naturally more valuable than gold coins. However, as long as Guanzu could explode a piece of Behemoth's Blood 3 times, he would have earned it. After all, a drop of platinum-grade Behemoth Blood was worth tens of millions of dollars. Brush. Guanzu exchanged 3 refresh orders, using up another 300 contribution points. Next, Guanzu consumed the gold-level skill book. This was also a big gain for him. Skill books were rare, and to exchange them through the dueling arena store, you needed 5,000 points to exchange them once. Also, there is a limit of up to 2 book changes a month. You consumed a gold-level skill book. You have gained the skill. Summoning Spirit Reinforcement Array LV1. Guanzu's eyes lit up as he finally randomized another, Summoner's exclusive skill. This skill is to release a formation in which all summoned spirits receive a huge increase in their attributes. Okay. 3 more swipes. This time, take Hiroki with you and try to go faster. Now that Guanzu had 2 summoning spirits following the bit, and with 2 big men following him around, Guanzu was filled with a sense of security. Hiroki. With a call, Guanzu summoned Guangxi as well. The square at the entrance to the East Sea replica was still flooded with people. In the time it took other teams to brush once, Guanzu had already done it 6 times. Guanzu and his 2 summoned spirits had just completed their last copy challenge. Ha, it's faster this time. Sun Wukong carried his weapon, a smug light flashing in his golden eyes. Hiroshi put away his red-tide blade, his silver wolf fur glowing softly in the sunlight. Great Sage's divine might is overpowering, little monk admires it. Guangxi folded his hands and bowed to the Monkey King. He, it seems like you've practiced well in Black Wind Mountain. Since we're both summoned spirits of Azu, you can mention my name in the future when you encounter trouble in the God Realm. Thank you, Great Sage. Guanzu checked his attribute panel after 6 consecutive copies. His level had soared to 55. Both of you have worked hard. Guanzu laughed. With you guys around, this copy is like a walk in the park. For the last 3 copies, Guanzu used new tactics. Sun Wukong took 10 doppelgangers and went over to take charge of killing the abyssal beasts. 15 doppelgangers were left behind to help him and Hiroki and take out the fishman monsters on the beach. Hiroshi's movements were quick, and the flames of the red-tide blade streaked across the room, cutting those sneaky fishmen into pieces. Come out later. Guanzu gave Chi Yun 2 more bottles of behemoth blood. Mr. Chi, help me make 4 copies of the secret medicine. Chi Yun smiled. Good, tonight, I'll bring them to the Apothecary Association and find a reliable apothecary to refine them into secret medicines. Sun Wukong and Guangxi were both looking forward to it. After they took the treasures of this world, the divine realm origin would be strengthened even more. The latest one, how long did it take? 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Surprise flashed in Chi Yun's eyes. What was a 30-minute copy was cut down to fast forward to within 3 minutes. But Azu's style of play can't be imitated by the average person. Some of the people in the surrounding area murmured and looked at the copy pass record list, shocked at the miracle created by Guanzu. However, they also wanted to try and see if they could forcefully kill the deep-sea beast, but unfortunately they simply couldn't do it. The sea churned and sent them back to shore several times, and they had a hard time even approaching the deep-sea behemoth. And some high-turned powerhouses, who wanted to come and try to brush the materials, also realized that they were too far beyond their level, and the behemoth simply didn't drop the valuable behemoth blood. At this moment, in Tianhe City, one of the 10 top academies, the cultivation room of the 10 Strong Academy, a young girl in a light green dress was meditating in concentration. She had waist-length black hair and picturesque eyebrows. A brilliant golden cloud of insects was hovering and flying around her. It was hundreds of thousands of parasites, forming a huge insect cloud like a cloud, but instead of a loud buzzing sound, it was quiet. It seems like real clouds. This Guanzu has created another miracle yet. Hanli whispered softly to herself, a trace of color flashing in her eyes. Each of the insect clouds floating around her emitted a not-so-weak energy fluctuation. The power of the 5 elements converged in it. They can be combined at will into any huge weapon or giant compulsion. Manifestation of insects. This was a unique platinum-level divine spell mastered by the Han family of Miaojiang, capable of driving insects into battle. The records show that he cleared the beach defense battle for the 3rd time, in 4 minutes. How the hell did that happen? Did he kill that deep-sea beast? Hanli's slender fingers caressed the emerald worm in her palm. I really want to see what he's capable of. On the light screen of the cultivation room, a video of Guanzu's battle in the dueling arena was playing. The image of the Monkey King in all his golden splendor is stunning. It's a pity that the Academy won't let us compete privately. Hanli sighed softly, but I'd like to see how long it will take me to clear that copy. She stood up, her green dress fluttering, her body surrounded by spirit insects, exuding a unique aura. As a top 10 academy, a heavenly pride that was specially recruited this year, Hanli took a keen interest in Guanzu. Little Green, go help me prepare the flying boat to East Sea City, she said softly to the maid under her hand. Yes, ma'am. Hanli turned her head to look at Guanzu's figure in the light screen, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. Let me see how strong you really are. Hanli, as a great clan of the Miaojiang, the Han family's golden girl. She had completed her awakening 3 months in advance and had been practicing for a long time. Now it's LV 100 level, no second turn yet. Because the Heaven's Path examination required a first turn to join, all the geniuses were waiting for the end of the examination before breaking through to the second turn. Hanli was confident, and her mentor approved of her wanting to try her hand at the East Sea replica. Later that night, Hanli and her Taoist protector mentor arrived in East Ocean City. In front of the copy vortex, Hanli was confident. It has been able to be confirmed that Guanzu killed the giant beast and subsequently killed the other monsters in order to pass the level quickly. Hanli, it's good to know the method, mentor, I'll go in first. Aha! There's no need to rush though, it was 7 minutes before he got through the first time. Understood. Afterward, Hanli touched the vortex and selected the hell difficulty to enter the copy space. The East Sea copy, which has been around for many years, is one of those that is straightforward to pick the highest difficulty. Some of the newer copies, however, require a step up from lower difficulties in order to get there. Chapter 20. The sea breeze howled and the waves lapped at the reef as Hanley entered her copy and stood on the beach, a huge golden insect cloud surrounding her. Her light green dress hunted in the sea breeze, and hundreds of thousands of parasites hovered around her like a sea of golden clouds. Hanley looked at the supergiant monster in the distance, a full dozens of kilometers away from the coastline. That far? 3 or 4 minutes. I'm afraid that's not enough time to fly there. If he can, I should be able to as well. With a wave of Hanley's jade hand, thousands of parasites coalesced into a giant golden battle sword. The battle sword was 100 meters long, its body shimmered with golden light, and every inch of the compote, which was arranged in a tight and solid manner, exuded a terrifying aura. Rise! Hanley softly shouted, and the compulsion battle sword, carrying her, flew with all her might towards the distant abyssal beast. But just then, a large number of fishmen came from all directions, holding rusty tridents and emitting ear-piercing hisses. How dare a small monster in the district stop me? Hanley sneered. Insect cloud sword. Hanley pointed out with a finger, and a cloud of insects split into a golden sword blade, slicing and dicing those fishmen to death. However, more fishmen leapt out of the sea, the tridents in their hands glowing with ethereal light, and densely packed energy beams shot towards the core of the ship's cannons. Not good. Hanley's face changed as she hurriedly maneuvered her compulsion battle sword to turn. We must protect the core first. But it was too late. A large number of fish warlocks had already taken advantage of the opportunity to approach, and they chanted in unison, coalescing into a huge ball of corrosive water. Boom! The water balloon blasted against the core of the ship's cannon, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept around. Ship's gun core destroyed. The challenge to the duplicate has failed. Hanley stood in the teleportation plaza, her pretty face red, obviously feeling very unhappy about this failure. Again! An hour or so later, Hanley stood in the replica square, her face pale, and the golden insect cloud around her had lost its former luster. 6 challenges in a row, each one draining her. How could this happen? Hanley's jade hands clenched and her knuckles turned white. Obviously my strength. I'm obviously the daughter of Chi. Hanley's Chi was extraordinary, and she was born accompanied by a spiritual treasure whose grade could not be examined. A small emerald green jade bottle with mysterious golden runes wrapped around it. Soon after her birth, she was raised as the Holy Maiden of Miaozhong. After the transfer, the treasure vase awakens along with it. That treasure bottle was very strange and could automatically recharge the spirit liquid, prompting the spiritual plants to grow into centuries-old elixirs overnight. She thus cultivated a powerful swarm of insects in 3 months' time. I'm the daughter of the heavens, pride of the top 10 schools, the holy daughter of the Miaozhong Compass clan. To be so frustrated in a low-level copy. The sea breeze ruffled her scattered strands. I'm Hanley of the top 10 schools. It resulted in 6 attempts and only 1 clearance. Not even close. Hanley's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. She recalled the battle scene just now. The first time, she tried to follow Guanzu's example and directly kill the behemoth, only to have the ship's cannon core destroyed in a sneak attack. The second time, she changed tactics to guard the core while trending the bug cloud, but the cloud was much less powerful as it spread out, couldn't clear the constant stream of fissures, and couldn't fly more than a few dozen kilometers away from her. Once it gets too far away, it gets out of control. For the third time, she wanted to exterminate the ones on the coast before she went to kill the behemoth. She focused her swarm to form a giant sword that could decapitate dozens of fishmen in one blow, but the range was too small, and it was also bombarded by water cannons that sharply reduced some of the swarm's combat power. The fourth adjustment was completed, and attempts were made to use the swarm to divide into multiple battle formations for rapid advancement, only to find that the difficulty of control increased dramatically, and the coordination of the battles decreased dramatically. The fifth time I simply gave up on killing the behemoth and focused on defense, barely clearing the level, but it took 30 minutes. The sixth time, against all odds, he tried to fly to the behemoth and push the limits, only to have the ship's gun core scrapped again. I have the 10,000 transformations insect control technique, and I can't even compare to that Guanzu? Hanley clenched her shell teeth. That Guanzu, how on earth did he do it? Her mentor came over and whispered reassuringly, Lil, you've been great. Guanzu was a special case. He had 2 powerful summoning spirits. Perhaps dealing with this kind of copy was his forte. But master, I clearly... Hanley clutched the jade dew bottle with tears in her eyes. I have platinum level talent and the Han family's legacy. Why did I lose? Over the square, her insect spirit, transformed into a golden butterfly, gently landed on Hanley's shoulder, as if comforting the frustrated young girl. It's just a copy. It doesn't mean anything. You're the holy maiden of Miaozhong, the one with great fortune. Right. Hanley gritted her teeth, renewing her self-confidence. But at the moment, the pride of the other academies, however, also knew that Hanley had flipped her car in the East Sea replica. In a group chat of a top-tier heavenly pride, Dao Alliance Academy Zhanlin, Hanley, the copy records show that you flipped your car in the East Sea copy today. You only cleared it once out of 6 times, and it took 30 minutes. No way? Sister Hanley, such a powerful insect master, has failed? Hanley responded matter-of-factly. The ship's gun core was destroyed by the fishmen, and I got out without even seeing the abyssal behemoth. Jenny Academy Heavens Pridely Shinfeng, TSK, this is the gap. Other people, Guanzu, was able to clear the level in more than 3 minutes, and he was able to finish off the abyssal beast. Underworld Academy White Spectre, Sister Hanley, is that copy hard? Hanley, I think it's hard, you guys can try. Li Xianfeng, you can give it a try. Some of the Celestial Pride jumped at the chance to try, they had all reached level 100 and there wasn't much else to do. Also ready to go to that East Sea copy and challenge it. Early morning sunshine sprinkled on the East China Sea replica plaza, the sea breeze wrapped in salty breath brushed by. Hanley, wearing a long light green dress, waited quietly in front of the teleportation gate, the golden insect cloud hovering around her, turning into a beautiful ribbon, like a flowing golden glow. Guanzu! Hanley saw the corresponding figure in the photo walking and dancing away. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Guanzu looked up and down at the beautiful woman in front of him. We know each other? Hanley laughed. First time meeting, I'm Hanley, the heavenly pride of the top 10 schools. At the same time, she carefully surveyed the 2 humanoid summoning spirits beside Guanzu, each of which had a thick, powerful aura. Carrying his weapon, Sun Wukong stood beside Guanzu, his golden eyes glittering playfully, his eyes looking out of the corner of his eye. For his part, Hiroshi followed quietly, a faint flame dancing on his Akatsuki blade. MS. Han, is there something you want? Guanzu asked politely as he looked at the Miaozhong holy maiden in front of him. Hanley said, I'd like to team up with you to play a copy once. I'm curious how you managed to clear the level in 3 minutes. I'm sorry, the experience will decrease a lot if you group up. Guanzu politely refused. You want experience value? I can open a bottle of double experience secret pill. That way you'll be able to gain more experience value. Hanley bit her red lips. Afraid that Guanzu would disagree, she added. And I can help you open the map later. With my help, some copies, you won't have to fight your way up from easy difficulty step by step. You know, there's a maximum of 6 challenges a day, so I don't suppose you want to brush up on the lower difficulty levels, do you? Sun Wukong scratched his ears and laughed. This little ninny is interesting. Yeah, Master, perhaps we can see how strong the pride of the top 10 academies are? Guangji also spoke up. Hanli's eyes lit up and she nodded her head in a hurry. Make a friend, take me one, it must be more favorable. Guanzu pondered for a moment. Alright, but I'm going to the next copy when I reach level 60. Guanzu then initiated the formation of the team. Hanley LV100 joins your team. Hanley opened a bottle of double experience potion. The experience value gained by the team members will be doubled within an hour. Great! Hanley said gleefully, so we're going in now? Walk up. For beautiful women, Guanzu had always had the attitude of not pursuing or rejecting them. Chapter 21 Beach Battle Copy So Difficult? The geniuses are numb. The sea wind whistled and waves rolled as Guanzu and Hanley appeared in the copy space. In the dark cloudy sky, a huge abyssal beast, coiled in the deep sea. What Guanzu and the others were in was just a copy made by the Heavenly Dao, with a limited scene and a limited number of monsters, yet the real battlefield back then was 100 times more terrifying. Watch me. With a wave of Hanli's jade hand, the golden insect cloud transformed into a brilliant curtain of light that enveloped the core of the ship's cannon. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, and 25 doppelgangers instantly appeared, each doppelganger holding a golden weapon. Guanzu said, I'll leave this side of the beach to you and Guangji. There's no chance we can kill this one inside 3 minutes. Good. Let me also see how you defeated the deep sea beast. Hanli said excitedly. Great sage, let's go. Hey, look at what I'm capable of. Sun Wukong stepped on his somersault clouds and took his doppelgangers up into the air, heading straight for the abyssal beast dozens of kilometers away. And Guanzu unleashed the follow technique. A rope of blue light, connecting behind Sun Wukong, took Guanzu directly to the high heavens. The feeling of piercing through the clouds and fog made Guanzu's mood surge. Hanli's insect cloud split into dozens of clusters, crisscrossing the beach like golden lightning, and wherever it passed, fishmen fell. Sun Wukong quickly arrived at the top of the behemoth's head. Great sage! I'll buff you! Guanzu held the scepter of death and tapped space, and a crimson star formation, glittering with runes, floated into the air. The light from the summoning spirit reinforcement formation enveloped Sun Wukong's entire body, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. His body's battle aura steamed as if it was draped in crimson flames. Awesome! Sure enough, it's been strengthened a lot. Skybreaker stick. Catch! 26 giant rods from the heavens descended from the sky, each one skyrocketing to 100 meters in size, and the golden light illuminated the dark sky with a golden color. The abyssal beast even raised its head, trying to resist, but it simply couldn't. It was directly smashed down by a circle of giant sticks. Boom! As if a missile strike. Its body, which was comparable to that of a sea island, exploded and split into pieces, and dark purple blood gushed out like a waterfall. The giant explosion caused the sea to roll back and rush up into the sky. Wow! It's pouring with rain. With an unwilling hiss, the giant beast was killed with a single stick. This is too strong. Hanli's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she looked at this scene. She had thought about many of Guanzu's means, perhaps he could activate the ship's cannon in advance, but never thought that Guanzu could follow the great sage and fly over. Then with a round of heaven-breaking sticks, he directly seconded that giant beast. What level of summoning spirit is this? That's terrible. System alert, you have killed the deep-sea beast. Gained experience value of 760,000. Ding! Leveling up. Current level 58. This time, he was lucky and exploded another drop of behemoth's blood. Guanzu put it into his storage ring. It seems that after using the reinforcement formation, the great sage is even stronger. Hiroshi's red tide blade swung, speedily killing the fishmen on the coast, his silver wolf fur glinting in the sunlight. Is this your strength? Hanli's beautiful eyes were filled with color. Incredible. It's mainly because the great sage is awesome. Guanzu laughed when he returned. Let's go, let's fight again. With 2 copies down, Hanli finally saw what it meant to be a true speed pass. Her cloud of insects combined with Guanzu's summoned spirits to sweep the beach clean of monsters. The Monkey King was even able to kill the abyssal beast in a single strike with the reinforcement array. What an eye-opener. Hanli softly exclaimed, no wonder you were able to set so many records. East China Sea copy, because of Guanzu. The internal recruiting prides of various academies came over for a trip. Before the college entrance exams, they were not allowed to compete privately with each other, but everyone wanted to see who was a little stronger. Therefore, with the help of a copy of the East China Sea, to compete. In the replica square where the sea breeze was howling, there was a confident glint in the eyes of various geniuses. Ooh, Guanzu's record has been set again. Did he team up with Hanli? The two teamed up to push the clock to 3 minutes. Was saying. In the sky, a large gourd sped by with a young Taoist priest in purple robes sitting on top. Zhang Lin, you're here too. The East Sea replica has been so hot lately, so of course I have to come and take a look. I really didn't expect that a small place like East Sea City would have produced a popular summoner recently. A summoner? Not relying on one's own power, it's likely to be reduced to a flash in the pan. The genius of the Sword One Academy, Li Xianfeng, said in a high and cold manner. There's no need to rush the first time, check out this copy first. A mentor said. Understood. Go on. The internal recruitment geniuses from each academy, each touching the teleportation array, they coincidentally, all chose the hell level. If Hanli can get through, how can I not? Zhang Lin was dressed in a green shirt, with a string of jade talismans of sword techniques hanging from his waist, and his feet stepped on the 7 stars, giving him an immortal appearance. Upon entering the copy, Zhang Lin cast the Thunder Law. Green Thunder Curse. Boom! In the void, a green-colored thunder struck down. Minus 217,480. A circle of fishmen minions were blasted straight to pieces. Humph. That was easy. Green Thunder Curse. Thunder Sword Curse. 5 Thunder Chain. But soon enough, the good times didn't last long, as more and more fishmen, numbering in the thousands, poured in from all directions. Not good. Zhang Lin's face changed. Why are there so many? 5 Thunder Chain. 5 Thunder Chain. After struggling to carry through the first round, Zhang Lin's mana was about to run out, and at this moment, the deep-sea beast began to attack. Boom! The core of the ship's cannon exploded under a blast of water balloons. Challenge failed. White Yui Yui of the Underworld Academy was draped in a black dress, holding a bone flute and surrounded by a cold ghostly aura. Her occupation was a necromancer. Hee hee, come out, my little cuties. The corners of Bai Yui's gray-black lips hooked up as she gently blew her bone flute, summoning a group of rune-armored corpse ghostly creatures. At first, the rune-armored corpses held their weapons and slashed at one of the fishman monsters. But it's still the same problem with Zhang Lin. There were simply too many fishmen, and even her squad of ghostly creatures couldn't deal with the attack from all sides at once. Again, it ended in failure. Li Xianfeng of the Sword One Academy's eyes flashed with battle intent as he held a long, sunken gold sword with runes flowing on it. 7-star sword art. Great River Sword Slash. Minus 315,871, will strike. Minus 254,711. Minus 145,721. The sword light poured out like a rain of blood, cutting down large swaths of fishmen. But just as he was focusing on clearing one spot, the fishmen on the other side had broken through the defense. Boom! With a loud bang, the ship's gun core was destroyed once again. Challenge failed. A few minutes later, all of these people fell out, their faces, with some defiance. Brothers, are they all misses? This copy, it's not quite right. It's too big, the number of monsters is too high. Zhang Lin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That summoner's summoning spirit is indeed not simple. Bai Yu said softly. It's so hard to protect the core alone, yet he managed to kill the abyssal beast in 3 minutes. How on earth did he do that? Again! I don't believe it. Zhang Lin entered the copy again. Chapter 22, a copy of the Thousand Mountain Island Scramble. Guanzu and Hanli came out of the copy. Guanzu, it's level 60, the second copy of the East Sea has been unlocked. Do you still brush? Hanli said, anyway, I'm level 100 now, and I don't have anything to do, so I'll follow you and see. That's fine. Han didn't want any materials or props, and it also provided more experience value. Instead of being a liability, it's quite a fighter. With a teammate like that, of course Guanzu was happy to carry it. Guanzu then touched the vortex with one hand. At this moment, a series of 4 copies of the East China Sea, the second copy has lit up and can be entered. Still choosing the Purgatory level difficulty, the monster attributes are enhanced 15 times, but the experience value and explosion rate will also increase. Replica, Battle for Thousand Hills Island. Difficulty, Purgatory. Recommended level, 60 to 80. Copy description, in a defensive battle on the beach, the ship's cannon blasts the most fearsome undersea behemoths. The number of monsters in the sea, however, remained unabated. The frontline scouting team found what appeared to be a constant stream in the sea, transporting swarms of monsters to the teleportation array. The High Command gave orders that an immediate counterattack must be made to destroy the teleportation array. You will escort the warships of the Chinese Transcendent Army through the layers of the Abyssal Monsters blockade and capture the main island. You are entering the copy for the first time, you will enter the plot mode. In this battle, you will face a large number of ghost ships, deep-sea monsters. Please don't leave the members of the ship too far away, or it will be considered a mission failure. Copy mission, protect the teleportation flag and escort the war flag squad to land on Thousand Mountain Island. The waves are churning and the sky is gray. The defenses let out a roar of joy as the ship's cannons killed the deep-sea behemoth. Soon, a new order came from the front line, asking the Eastern Navy to head to the sea and destroy the teleportation array. A huge warship, lurching violently in the wind and waves, docked at the edge of the pier. Board the ship quickly. Get ready to go. The horn of war blew up, and throughout the docks, a large number of transcendent armies were boarding the ships in droves. Guanzu and Han Li looked at each other, both somewhat moved by the atmosphere of war at this moment. This is the Battle of Thousand Mountain Island 10 years ago. As a person from Donghai City, Guanzu knew about this battle. Han Li, let's get on the boat. Aha! Following the instructions of the copy, the two boarded a battleship. The battleship was hundreds of meters long, its body silver white, and its hull was inscribed with densely packed runes, emitting a faint blue light. Guanzu stood on the deck, feeling the stern sea breeze that hit his face. On deck, a heavily armed squad was checking their equipment. They wore special black combat uniforms with the word battle flag printed on their chests and backs. The leader was a stocky, middle-aged man with a metal prosthetic arm on his right arm. Battle flag squad, ready. The leader said in a deep voice, everyone remember, our mission is to escort the teleportation flag to land on Thousand Mountain Island. This flag is the success or failure of the entire battle. War flag squad. Guanzu looked at them with a somewhat grave gaze. He knew these people, the stone carvings in the plaza, part of them were carved with this squad. He didn't expect that the Heaven's Path copy would give him the opportunity to be able to fight side by side with this group of iron-blooded heroes from back in the day. Warships traveled through the coast, surrounded by dozens more. They're going to come from all directions and lay siege to Thousand Hills Island. Shisan Island is hundreds of kilometers away from the coastline. Because it's the first challenge. Triggered plot mode. The traveling process, which had not been curtailed, was all according to the flow of that original battle. However, if you complete the storyline mode and subsequently re-challenge it, the original 10 or so hours of traveling time will be copied by Tendo, which changes the traveling time to a quick passing animation. But now, Guanzu and Han Li both have to go through that battle 10 years ago. The ship was sailing on the sea, and at first it was possible to see other advancing ships around it, but soon the sea became so foggy that it was no longer possible to see around it. The soldiers were alert to their surroundings. 2 hours later, the ship encountered its first enemies. The cabin shook violently, and in the distance, on the surface of the sea, a huge tentacle broke out of the water, more than 10 meters thick and hundreds of meters long, its surface covered with viscous black liquid. The octopus didn't see its body, only a huge tentacle that smashed towards the ship. Abyssal octopus! Yelled a member of Battle Flag Squad, they're coming. Sun Wukon's golden eyes flashed, hey! Let me, old son, meet these octopus monsters. The great sage tried to fly out of the ship, only to realize that there was a wall of air around the ship's perimeter, so he couldn't fly out at all. Only on the ship, honestly fighting off the tentacles that lapped at them. Guangji clasped his hands together. Amatba Buddha, the angry eyes are also compassionate. Tentacle after tentacle rose from the surface of the sea, like a huge swarm of snakes, winding their way towards the battleship. The defense formation on the deck shone brightly, runes flashing and forming a blue shield of light. Protect the teleportation flag. The war flag captain roared, never let them get close. Guanzu gripped the death scepter tightly. Great sage, let's go. Rain lapped on the deck and lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the battleship as it marched alone in the storm. The heavens and earth echoed with the hissing of the abyssal creatures and the roars of the human warriors. This scene seemed to bring Guanzu and the others back to the tragic battle 10 years ago. Fire! At the command of the war flag captain, the rune turrets on the deck spewed out dazzling beams of light, blasting several tentacles to pieces. Han Li's insect cloud split into dozens of clusters, weaving through the air like golden lightning, cutting through those giant tentacles. Each strike brought up large swaths of flesh and blood. Sun Wukong rose up in the air, 25 doppelgangers appearing at the same time, but he didn't dare to let go of the fight for fear of shattering the ship. Just have to reel it in and take it easy. The weapon cut a path of golden light through the curtain of rain, and with each stick, it crushed those tentacles. You shattered an abyssal octopus's tentacle, and you gained 280,000 experience points, double experience. You shattered an abyssal octopus's tentacle, and you gained 280,000 experience points, double experience. You shattered an abyssal octopus's tentacle, and you gained 280,000 experience points, double experience. Close to an hour of defense to clean up the tentacles that came winding and slapping and smashing their way through. Guanzu let out a long breath. The battle that lasted for an hour had left him highly tense. The warflag captain panted and gave one thumbs up. The first wave stuck through, you guys, great job. He then issued orders. Quickly check for casualties and ship losses. Yes. Some of the team members immediately moved. Guanzu sighed in his heart. That's still the copy's simplified difficulty, and the fact that he has the great sage with him makes it seem slightly easier. But back then, the transcendent army of China was much more dangerous to face the unknown monster frenzy. After exterminating the tentacles of the first batch of octopus monsters, dropped some tentacle material on the deck. With a lift of his hand, Guanzu put them away. When we get back, we'll split it in half, Guanzu said. Hanli smiled. It's all yours, sis is after all the holy maiden of a great clan of Miaojiang. Hanli, who possessed the special vials, was naturally wealthy as she was able to ripen a few thousand-year-old spirit medicines with her hands. She took out 2 blue potions, one to drink herself and one to throw to Guanzu. Drink this, it will ease the mental exhaustion. Thanks a lot. Guanzu gave a thank you. After drinking it, I was sure that the mental fatigue relieved a lot. Yet it was less than 3 minutes later. The second batch of monsters then came. Chapter 23, Trial by Blood and Fire. Thunderstorms roared and lightning streaked across the darkened sky, illuminating the silhouette of a ghost ship. Their hulls were rotting and glowing in eerie green, their tattered black canvas hunting in the gale. All alert! The ghost ship is coming. The warflag captain bellowed angrily, his metal prosthetics glowing coldly in the rain. Dozens of ghost ships sailed out of the fog, filled with skeletal soldiers armed with long corrosive swords. Their eye sockets pulsed with ghostly green soulfire and they let out a creepy hiss. Koku koku! On the ghost ship, there were hooks and ropes and large nets that covered the sides of the battleship. Immediately after that, a large number of ghost soldiers jumped from all directions. Those ghost soldiers, with ghost fire burning on their bodies, were agile and had great jumping power. Their goal, to kill everyone on the ship and destroy the flag guarded by the battle flag squad. Once they destroy the flag, or if more than 1/3 of the ship's combatants die, the mission fails as well. Ho 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 ho! Jump up! These humans are really out of their depth, and they dare to come and counter-invade us. Seek death. Kill them all, eat them all. Assimilate into a ghost ship with us, oh ha ha ha. The ghost soldier who jumped up, holding up his broken greatsword, let out a loud laugh. Great sage, we can't let them get close to the teleportation flag. Guanzu gripped the scepter of death and unleashed the reinforcement formation. Summoning spirit reinforcement formation. He raised his hand and the skill was activated. Wow! A large spell formation that encompassed a circumference of 50 meters appeared, and within the formation, the battle power of the summoned spirit sword. Rune light enveloped the bodies of Sun Wukong and Guanji, and the two summoned spirits' auras instantly skyrocketed. Crimson runes wrapped around the weapon, and the flames of the red tide blade became even more fiery. Tai! Look at the stick! Sun Wukong and his doppelganger roared, faster, rushing towards the lunging skeleton soldiers, their weapons slashing through the rain. Boom! The war club swept across, and a large number of skeleton soldiers were directly intercepted and smashed. Ah! These human challengers, so strong. Those skeletal soldiers, all of them burst apart. Killed 50 ghost skeleton soldiers, gained 380,000 experience value, double experience. Killed 50 ghost skeleton soldiers, gained 380,000 experience value, double experience. Killed 50 ghost skeleton soldiers, gained 380,000 experience value, double experience. Obtain corrosive long knife ×1. Obtain spectral crystals ×35. Hanli's golden insect cloud hovered over the deck, turning into countless sharp swords and twisting the skeleton soldiers that came jumping gangs into pieces. Broken bone fragments and ghostly green soul flames fluttered and spilled out into the rainy night. Watch out! The warflag captain suddenly shouted, those ghost ships are going to crash through. The 3 ghost ships accelerated at the same time, their bows glowing with eerie green light, stabbing at the battleship like sharp arrows. The defense array on the deck shone brightly, but it was vaguely showing signs of being overwhelmed. The Skybreaker stick. Sun Wukong and his doppelganger bellowed in unison, and a dozen or so prime heavenly sticks descended from the sky. There was a loud boom. Smashing the onrushing ghost ship to pieces, the waves rippled. Rotting pieces of wood and ghostly green soul flames drifted through the rainy night. But soon, a new one, a ghost ship, traveled in the black mist. Amit Ba Buddha. Guangji made a seal with both hands, Karma Fire Burning Demon. The flames on the red tide blade skyrocketed as if it had transformed into 2 fire dragons circling around. Hiroshi tossed the Akatsuki blade in his hand. The fire knife spun, like a meat grinder fan, shattering the large swath of ghost ships, all of them. The blazing karmic fire incinerated those spectral powers, and a ghost ship disintegrated. Killed 50 ghost skeleton soldiers, gained 380,000 experience value, double experience. Obtained Ghost Core X12. So powerful. Hanli's beautiful eyes were colorful. You guys work so well together. The members of the War Flag Squad also cast admiring glances. On the East Sea replica square, several geniuses, once again, failed in their challenge. They walked out of the teleportation array with their heads hanging down. After 2 attempts, they had determined that there was no way they could surpass Guanzu with this copy. It's hard to get through the game, let alone fast-pass it. Li Xianyi's face turned red, knowing that he had even mocked Hanli in the group chat in the first place. As a result, he, himself, couldn't even get through. Gathered in front of the portal, their mentors stood back with bemused expressions. The sea breeze ruffled his shirt, and the sound of waves was heard in the distance. Smooth sailing all the way around is not a good thing, in their opinion. Growing up too fast can mask some problems, and when you do encounter a big ordeal, you may fall flat on your face. It's good to have early setbacks, to check for flaws, and to strengthen your skills and mind to keep growing. While the growth of strength was important, the aspect of the heart was also something that needed to be constantly polished. It is most important to take this opportunity to cultivate the tenacity of the mind that is hardened by 1,000 blows, and is at the mercy of the winds that blow from east to west and from north to south. A single copy is nothing to gain or lose. Let's not pick the beach battle this time. That beach battle map is too big and there are too many monsters for me to have any advantage. Guanzu and Hanli went to the Thousand Mountain Island replica. Why don't we try this replica as well? Zhang Lin stroked the sword talisman at his waist. Because too many celestial pride came at once, fearing that something would go wrong, the head of the Eastern Sea City hurriedly sent an army to guard the area. An old man in a military uniform caressed the medals on his chest, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his gaze. I was also involved in the Battle of Thousand Mountain Island 10 years ago. In that battle, we lost too many excellent warriors, the elderly officer whispered. White Spectre's mentor nodded, allowing these children to experience the battlefield back then firsthand will be very helpful to their growth. Another mentor said, not bad, that's the significance of Heaven's Way setting up this copy. Li Shenfeng gripped the sinking gold longsword in his hand tightly, and the runes on the sword flowed, emitting a faint golden light. Guanzu and Hanli went in as a team. Why don't we also form a team in twos? The way he attacked, against groups of monsters, wasn't very good, so he thought about grouping as well. Could be. I think it's fine. Some geniuses, very much in favor of this proposal. The mentor of the Underworld Academy gazed at the teleportation vortex, a hint of a smile appearing under his black robe. Back then, we old guys grew up on such battlefields, battle after battle. Now it's their turn to be young. A mentor said, the East Sea replica has a special significance. This will be more than just a replica trial, it's a baptism of the soul. A stout old man, looking towards his disciple Li Shenfeng, his white hair hanging over his shoulders and carrying a sword box, was the Bystein of the Sword One Academy. 10 years ago, it was countless soldiers who gave their lives to bring about the peace that exists today. Afterwards, the geniuses formed their own teams and touched the teleportation vortex. The mentors looked at their backs with both anticipation and remembrance in their eyes. May these children be transformed on the battlefield, just as we were back then. A mentor sighed softly. The vortex shimmered with an ethereal blue light, sending these young geniuses to the battlefield of Thousand Mountain Island 10 years ago. And the mentors in the square still stood quietly, as if they had returned to that era of blood and fire. We have given so much to the next generation, but seeing them thrive makes it all worth it. The older officer, stroking the medals on his chest, his gaze determined. Chapter 24, Heaven on the left, Heroes on the right. The battleship rocked violently in the rain, waves lapping at its hull. The wreckage of the ghost ship was still floating on the surface, emitting a ghostly green phosphorescence. After traveling hundreds of kilometers again, suddenly, the surface of the sea boiled up, and countless fist-sized small octopuses of the abyss broke out of the water, their bodies pitch black and their tentacles covered with purple suckers. This was already the unknown number of waves of attacks. Watch out! This is the abyssal demon-sucking chapter. The battle flight captain's face changed drastically. Don't let them attach to your body. Guanzu immediately cast over a scouting skill. His mental power was up to tens of thousands, and almost instantly, information about the abyssal demon-sucking octopus appeared in front of his eyes, forming a virtual light screen. Name, Abyssal Demon-Sucking Octopus. Level, LV-70. Blood, 15 tubes. Attributes, Strength 8000, Spirit 9000, Physique 9000, Agility 8500. Skill, Magic Attraction. The small octopus fell like rain on the deck with a snapping sound. Their tentacles wriggled and gave off a sickening, fishy odor. The Monkey King's golden eyes flashed. Tai. Look at the stick. The weapon swept out, smashing a large swath of small octopi into pulp. You have killed 35 abyssal demon-sucking octopus and you have gained 470,000 experience points, double experience. Obtained octopus slime x6. Obtained octopus tentacles x9. The difficulty of the Inferno level is set according to the regiment. The number of monsters is huge and the blood and attributes are much higher. More octopuses kept coming from the sea and soon covered most of the deck. Hanli's golden insect cloud hovered in the air, transforming into countless tiny golden needles that pierced those octopuses. But her swarm was limited in number and couldn't completely stop these constant streams of monsters. Guanzu suddenly exclaimed. An abyssal demon-sucking medallion took advantage of his inattention and absorbed itself onto his back. Immediately, a piercing chill spread down his spine, and the mana in his body was being rapidly drained away. Guanzu's face instantly changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It's just a copy, but it's a real fight. It is possible to lose your life if you are not careful. The octopus's tentacles sank deeper and deeper, purple and black lines emerging on its skin. Master! Hiroshi tried to step forward to help, but he was wrapped by a huge tentacle, from behind. Azu! Sun Wukong rushed over and reached out to try to pick that octopus off. Instead, it turned out that the octopus had tentacles that connected to the nerves in Guanzu's back. Guanzu screamed harshly. Sun Wukong frowned and hurriedly let go again. Force tearing will cause damage to Guanzu. Just then, the Warflag Squad's medic rushed in at a quick pace, the silver scalpel in his hand flashing with a cold light. Don't move! Let me do it! The medic's hand rose and sliced through the octopus nerve center with precision. The octopus's tentacles instantly loosened up and fell off of Guanzu's back. Guanzu rubbed his tingling back, his heart palpitating. That octopus had drained 10% of his mana in just a few seconds of absorption. Purgatory level difficulty was indeed difficult. Abyssal demon-sucking octopus, the suction cups will connect to a person's nerves, and if you forcefully tear them, your entire body will be wasted, the medical soldier said. With that, he took out a bottle of potion from his bosom and handed it to Guanzu. Take it, it's a poison-repellent potion that can dissolve the toxins left by the octopus. Thanks a lot. Guanzu was grateful in his heart. This is a real copy. The sense of immersion is excellent. To Guanzu, the members of the Warflag Squad were no different from real people. Besides, they had been fighting side by side for almost 10 hours since they entered. Early familiarity. The battle flag captain blasted an octopus and said, Hupu, your blades are getting more and more precise. Hupu sighed, this is all experience that has been learned with the lives of an unknown number of warriors. Guanzu frowned, his heart touched. Yeah, those warriors who first encountered these abyssal-sucking octopuses, they didn't know that it was necessary to remove the octopus's nerve centers, much less concoct an antidote. Their consequences, imagine that. In reality, it wasn't that Guanzu had poor reflexes. Instead, he is absorbed by an octopus and saved by a doctor. A plot flow of the copy is bound to happen. Other geniuses at this level also run into a completely undetectable octopus that pounces on their backs. Roar! Sun Wukong let out a roar, and the 25 doppelgangers swung their weapons at the same time, setting off a golden whirlwind. Countless octopuses were caught up in it and turned into pieces. Seeing this, Hanli also maneuvered the insect cloud to cooperate, golden insect sword formation. The golden insect cloud arranged itself into a sword formation in the air, like a large net, cutting down those octopuses that tried to jump onto the deck. The rain washed over the deck, washing the remains of those octopuses into the sea. But the sea was still boiling in the distance, and it seemed that more monsters were approaching. This is just the beginning. The Warflag captain looked grave. The Thousand Mountain Island is just ahead. The real test has just begun. Guanzu's heart palpitated, and at the same time, he lamented his own inadequacy. As expected, he had relied too much on the summoning spirit, and as a result, he had failed to dodge the monster's sneak attack. Looks like it's time to go out again and train for these areas and learn the appropriate skills. It had only been 3 days since Guanzu had awakened. If you want to get stronger, you can't be afraid to make mistakes. Growth can only take place through making mistakes. The flotilla continues to move forward. In the midst of the raging storm, the outline of a huge island gradually appeared. Dozens of peaks rose and fell, and the air of the island was filled with the scent of the abyss. The battleship lurched through the waves, heading for the land that was shrouded in black mist. Ahead is Thousand Mountain Island. The Warflag captain said in a deep voice, everyone, prepare for battle. Suddenly, the surface of the sea violently churned, and a huge abyssal turtle lord broke through the water. Its turtle shell was like a small mountain, its surface covered with thick abyssal crystals that emitted a dark purple light. Guanzu immediately activated his scouting skill. Name, Lord of the Abyssal Turtle. Level, LV 75. Blood, 1000 tubes. Attributes, Strength 25,000, Spirit 18,000, Physique 30,000, Agility 7,500. Talents, Abyssal Crystalline Armor, 90% damage reduction, Ultra Defense, Platinum, Earthen Resistance, Platinum. Great Sage, his shell is very hard, Guanzu hadn't finished speaking. Tai. I don't care where it's hard or soft. I, Lao Sun, am holding a belly full of fire. Sun Wukong's golden eyes widen angrily, failing to protect Azu and surprisingly allowing him to be sneak attacked by an octopus right under his nose, making him feel self-conscious as well. Plus, on the boat, it had been blocked by a wall of air and couldn't let go for fear of shattering the boat. The Sun Wukong fight has been very constrained. Now that the air wall was open, he could finally let go and pound away. 25 bilocations instantly manifested. The golden light shone brightly as the 26 weapons simultaneously skyrocketed 100 feet, descending from the sky like giant pillars from the heavens. Each stick carried the terrifying power of destroying mountains and cracking the earth, directly smashing into the Turtle Lord's hardest back armor. Rumble. -3254789, blast. -187,456. -176,543. The terrifying shockwave set off monstrous waves, and the battleship shook violently. The Turtle Lord's impenetrable back armor unexpectedly appeared cracks, and purple blood seeped out from the cracks. 1,000 tubes of blood, 400 tubes emptied directly. You know, a tube of blood from a Lord-class monster can be much more than a normal monster. How is this possible? Han Li's beautiful eyes widened, his armor can reduce damage by 90%, and on top of that, he has a lot of defensive-type talents. The members of the Battle Flag Squad were also shocked. They also didn't expect that monkey battle spirit to be so powerful. Ha ha! Sun Wukong proudly picked his ears, a mere turtle shell, how dare you block my old grandson's weapon? The Turtle Lord let out a hiss of pain, opened his bloody mouth, and spewed out a pillar of deep purple energy. The Monkey King and his doppelgangers flipped in the air and easily dodged it. Guanzu hurriedly enchanted a summoning spirit reinforcement formation. Again! Heaven-breaking stick! Storing up energy, Sun Wukong's body was bright around him, as if there was thunder building up. 26 weapons slammed down again, this time all hitting the same spot. -4454789, blast. -357,456. -376,543. The remaining 600 bars of blood bottomed out at the speed of light. The Turtle Lord's hardback armor finally couldn't withstand it and shattered. You have killed the Abyssal Turtle Lord. You have gained 6.8 million experience points, double experience. Obtained Abyssal Crystals, Gold Grade, ×12. Gained Turtle Armor Fragment, Gold Grade, ×8. You received an SSS rating. Receive an additional gold level skill book. 2,500 skill rolls. A gold treasure chest. Ding. Leveling up. Current level 62. The Abyssal Turtle Lord's massive body collapsed, and the sea water churned. Several ships, the first to dock into the shore. Then, the Chinese army of professionals entered the island and fought with the monsters. The War Banner Squad planted their flags down, flags flying as they moved to use their spells. Immediately, a large number of sergeants teleported in. 3 hours later, after clearing the island of monsters only to find that the Abyssal Sea Monsters teleportation array wasn't here. Beneath the ocean floor, there were also a large number of monsters, transported out from underwater in a special kind of flying saucer. The human army captured several flying saucers. Eastern Navy Chief, the sea peoples come from under the water, and several teams must be sent out in these flying saucers to dive underwater. Then look at the opportunity, and if the situation permits, insert the teleportation battle flag over and let the army teleport over. If that doesn't work, detonate the bomb and shatter the other side's teleportation point, diving tens of thousands of meters underwater. You know, you can't breathe underwater, and at a certain depth, that water pressure can break steel. In the water to download equipment once damaged, there is no place to escape. This is completely a mission to send life. It's too dangerous. But at this time, it couldn't be delayed any longer, or else an even more terrifying monster might teleport over from behind, resulting in the destruction of life in the city. There was silence for a short while before some people spoke up. Heaven is to the left, the warrior to the right. The most critical moments most reveal the light of noble courage. Faced with a life and death crisis throughout the city, some of the soldiers put their own lives and deaths on the line. I would like to join the advance team. The entire Battle Flag Squad has applied to join the advance team. Sir, I'm a mechanical professional, and I can just about maneuver one of those sea flying saucers. People always tend to avoid harm, but heroes are often the opposite. It's not that they don't have fear in their hearts, it's that they are determined to move forward even after facing their fears. Chapter 25 Sale of Materials. The sea breeze was blowing lightly, blowing the flag on the square, the squad's military flag with the word war flag written on it, hunting in the wind. Regarding the end of the advance team, Guanzu, as a local of Donghai City, was naturally clear about it. A paragraph in the history books, but a life they put together. Guanzu rubbed his nose, having experienced it firsthand. He was moved by the spirit of his predecessors. In fact, after killing the abyssal giant turtle, Guanzu had already completed the quest and could detach himself from the copy. Still, he followed the human sergeants and landed on the island. Killing monsters after landing on the island did allow him to gain a lot of experience value. Now he had reached level 63. Subsequently, On the East Sea replica square, a team of geniuses walked out of the teleportation portal. Their faces no longer had the frivolity they had before, and in its place was a deep and reverent feeling. They all went through the story flow of the copy as well. Also watched those warriors, in their flying saucers, dive to the bottom of the sea. Zhang Lin gripped the sword talisman in his hand tightly. We're still a copy of the weakened one. I dare not imagine how tragic the war 10 years ago was. Bai Yuyue said softly. Those warriors of the advance team, knowing that they would surely die, still chose to dive into the deep sea. Li Xianfeng was silent for a long time before he said, those of us, who are usually competitive, have never thought about how many heroes' blood was used to exchange for today's peace. An old man in military uniform walks up, his chest covered with medals, and behind each medal is a story of blood and fire. It's good that you guys can have such an epiphany. The old man's gaze was like a torch. Although the abyss was repelled, it did not disappear. They have been peering at our world from the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to move. We will put an end to them. Li Xianfeng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The names of countless martyrs who have died for their country are inscribed on the stone monuments in the square, which shine under the illumination of the square lamps. That's why we have to become stronger. Zhang Lin clenched his fists. We can't let down the peace that our forefathers traded their lives for. Li Xianfeng nodded. That's right, we have to guard this land. If the abyss dares to come and violate us, we will tell them to come back with no return. A sea breeze blew through, lifting the shirts of the crowd. The sea in the distance, reflecting the moonlight and sparkling, looked calm but was secretly raging. The bright moonlight, sprinkled on the square. These young geniuses had the determination to guard their homeland burning in their eyes. Although the abyss is strong, as long as we are united, there is nothing to fear. The old man looked at these young people with relief. You are the future of Huaxia. Yes, perhaps this is the mission of the heavenly system for me. Guanzu sat on the edge of the flower bed, and a certain resolution seemed to have been made in his mind. Under the quiet moonlight, the East Sea replica square, Hanli's golden insect cloud hovered in the air like a radiant ribbon. Azu, add a friend. Hanli said softly, in the future, when we encounter a good copy, we can still team up together. Guanzu took out his cell phone. Oops, not this buddy, the one in the Tendo panel. Guanzu tapped on the friend system and friend Hanli. This one allows you to see if the other person is in the copy, and even check their location directly, if they are not hidden of course. You and Hanli, Bugmaster LV100, have become close friends. Then I'll leave first, there are still some things to take care of on the family side. Hanli smiled and waved goodbye. Golden clouds of bugs held her form as light as a feather, and her mentor, fading into the sky. Guanzu looked at the time. There were still 3 more copy opportunities. He decided to continue brushing up on his leveling. Before that, however, he was prepared to spend some money and purchase a few bottles of twofold experience potions. After one use of this stuff, it's just too addictive to stop. The experience value of one swipe is equivalent to 2 swipes, which is really cool. It was too late, and the other geniuses, too, had left. They had to go back, and then they had to use the finest incense and meditate to sleep to grow their spiritual power. Zhang Lin said, Guanzu, the East Sea copy is too big. If it was some boxy linear small copy, I definitely wouldn't lose to you. Not bad. Li Xuani also said confidently, and we sword cultivators, the further we go, the stronger we become, the opposite of you summoners. Before Guanzu could say anything, the somewhat bereaved looking Bai Yuyue snorted a laugh. A loss is a loss, what's the point of looking for a remedy? Bai Yuyue, you. Li Xiani frowned, then whisked his sleeve and turned to leave. Azu, I'm Bai Yuyue from the Underworld Academy, make a friend, add a friend. Okay. They put harsh words with you, but look how you don't even react. Bai Yuyu curiously said, this Guanzu was so calm in his mind. To be handsome is to be easily targeted, it's called people being envied for being handsome, get used to it. Guanzu laughed. Put. Bai Yuyue's wide sleeves covered her small mouth with a laugh. There was a bit of chatting, and then the geniuses left. As the night deepened, the Chamber of Commerce next to the East Sea replica square was brightly lit. Many professionals who came out of the vortex would come here to sell their materials for gold coins. The Chamber's building is quaint, with a gold-lettered sign hanging from the mahogany lintel that glows in the light. Oasis Chamber of Commerce. This is this side of the East Ocean Plaza, the largest one, in addition to being able to sell materials, but also able to buy a variety of props and equipment. As soon as Guanzu entered, the master of the second turn of strength personally came to receive him. A big event happened in East Sea City today, and the War Frenzy Guild was directly disbanded. When they finally learned the reason, everyone felt that president had been punked by the vice president's family, especially the vice president's son, Liang Dong. Come out and make trouble and call yourself out. However, the War Frenzy Guild had been making a fool of themselves in the East Sea for too long, and it was only fitting that they would provoke a big shot this time. Guanzu's ring flashed and a large amount of materials flashed out. Sir Guan, these materials of yours are all of very good quality. The chamber master was all smiles as he held a piece of Abyssal Turtle Lord's armor in his hand, scrutinizing it carefully. This kind of Abyssal Turtle Lord's armor is a rare material for refining weapons. It's worthy of being a material that comes out of purgatory level difficulty. It's so much better than normal ones. The abyssal tortoise armor, glowing with an ethereal purple light under the light, had hidden runes on its surface that seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. I'll take all these materials, and... The chamber master paused. I'm willing to add another 30% to the market price. Guanzu was surprised. Oh? Why is that? I've never heard of a price squeeze, but I've never seen one that actively raises the price of recycling. The chamber master rubbed his hands together, a hint of shrewdness flashing through his gaze as he... Mr. Guan is the pride of the Xinqing Academy. His future achievements are immeasurable. It's our honor to befriend your excellency. You're bound to be a big shot on the site in the future, so you might even be able to help us introduce some high-end clients in the future. The Chamber of Commerce master said frankly. This is a gold card from the Oasis Chamber of Commerce. Don't throw away the used equipment. In the future, you make a call and we will directly come to your door to recycle it. The chamber steward laughed. Even if they added 30%, they still made a profit, especially on Guanzu's side. They were all props produced by the purgatory difficulty, and some of the materials were of higher quality. Thanks a lot then. The master then sent someone to count the various materials on the counter. 12 abyssal crystals, 8 turtle armor fragments, and a large number of phantom fragments and octopus tentacles. I'll give you 89,100 gold coins for this shipment. What do you think? The chamber master asked carefully. That's over $8 million. Or make money as a professional. From the Academy trial copies to the later swiped copies, the materials that spawned are all here. Guanzu nodded. Yes. Ding. You have gained 89,100 gold coins. Chapter 26, Spell Copies. The chamber master hurriedly allowed the gold coins to be transferred into Guanzu's account, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Mr. Guan, if you have any goodies in the future, be sure to prioritize us. Our Chamber of Commerce, there are also professional refining masters. The materials you don't want to sell can also be put here to be refined into treasures. We'll talk about those later. Do you have a double experience potion here? Yes, 2 times experience potion, 10,000 gold coins a bottle. This is the official price, no discounts. The chamber master respectfully placed a bottle of shimmering golden potion on the counter. Mr. Guan, this is the official genuine article. The liquid in the center of the potion bottle was like flowing gold, coated with a faint aroma. The bottle is engraved with intricate runes to prevent counterfeiting. Is there another type of potion? Yes, there is. This kind of buy more. After using the next 3 copies, you can get twice the experience value. The price is also cheaper, 7,000 gold coins. Then I'll take this and buy a bottle. There were only 3 chances left to buy this and save some. Guanzu's card, another 7,000 gold coins crossed over. The chamber master hurriedly handed over the potion. That girl, Han Li, is really generous. Sun Wukong picked at his ears and laughed. As soon as we met, he opened a bottle of double experience potion for us. Guanzu looked at the potion in his hand and remembered Han Li's bravado of opening a bottle at the drop of a hat. More than that. In the copy, she had a 2-fold experience potion on the entire time, and in that copy, she used at least a dozen bottles. Guangji Buddha folded his arms. Amitabha Buddha, the holy maiden of Miaojiang, is indeed wealthy and generous. Guanzu walked out of the Chamber of Commerce's front door. The night breeze was brisk, and the sound of waves was heard in the distance. He looked at his storage ring, the remaining items, and a bottle of behemoth's blood. More than 10,000 skill rolls, a golden treasure chest, and 2 gold-level skill books. Sun Wukong carried his weapon and smiled proudly. Hey, you've earned a lot today. Guangji said. Amitabha Buddha, the master now has a small amount of savings. Guanzu shook his head. These gold coins, they won't last long at all. Open the skill book first. Let's see what's in these 2 books. Guanzu said softly. Took out the 2 gold-level skill books. This is also a windfall. The first time you brush through a copy of Purgatory and get a SSS rating, the props that pop out will be better. Golden light blossomed in his palm, and an arcane rune flowed through the air, eventually transforming into streams of light that merged into his body. You have gained the skill, Spell Copy LV1. Gold level. Skill description, you can store the skills of a summoned spirit and record them for your own use. Cooldown time 24 hours. Consumption, 1000 points of mental energy. Note, certain skills that are too powerful to copy the full effect. Guanzu's eyes lit up. Choose a skill for summoning spirits. The cooldown is 24 hours, though, which means that in wanting to change it, you have to wait a day for it to work. Zygote skills, they're all good. Somersault Cloud, Heaven Breaking Stick, Split Body Technique, Fire Eyes and Golden Eyes, Fixation Technique, and the Technique of Change. Guanzu thought about it and decided to use Stasis, a skill that would be good to use when it came time to fight PK. Great Sage, let me copy your fixation. The Monkey King picked at his ears, and a hint of a smile flashed across his golden eyes. Good. You kid is good at picking, the fixation technique does work well. Sun Wukong laughed. Guanzu stretched out his right hand, his palm glowed with golden light, and a rune intertwined in the air, forming an arcane spell formation. Skill activation. Spell copy. Golden light flashed as a beam of light shot out from the Monkey King's palm and did not enter Guanzu's palm. In an instant, Guanzu grasped the means to use this skill, but he was unaware of the spell mnemonics of the skill, the various details. It just simply works. You have copied the skill, Stasis LV1. Skill description, can immobilize the target for a short period of time, unable to move. The fixation time is related to the target's level, mental strength, and weakness. Consumption, 500 points of mental energy. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Not bad, not bad. Guanzu nodded his head in satisfaction. Now that's one more stable control skill. Amit Bab Buddha. Guangxi folded his hands. Master is getting stronger and stronger. Then came the second skill book. You have gained the skill, Bloodthirsty Mark LV1. Gold level. Skill description, 0. 2% of the damage dealt by the summoning spirit will be converted into lifesteal healing effects. Consumption, 500 points of mental energy. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Ha ha. A hint of joy flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. This is a good skill. From now on you'll be able to get your blood back while fighting. Guanzu's eyes lit up. This skill was indeed strong. Possibly, this skill is not that powerful when used by another summoner. But Guanzu's summoned spirit was the mythical Qi Tian De Shang. The Great Sage's stick goes down, easily several million damage, added to LV10, 2% is tens of thousands of healing. Guanzu immediately consumed 2,800 skill rolls to raise the Bloodthirsty Seal, to LV10. Bloodthirsty Seal upgraded to LV10, effect enhanced to 2%. Guangxi clasped his hands together. This skill with the output of the Great Sage will simply allow the master to transform into an indestructible god of war. Sun Wukong laughed. Guangxi, you old boy, blowing rainbow farts every day. Guanzu also realized that this Guangxi was not a lone wolf, but a completely big-licking dog. He. Guangxi scratched his head. It's mainly because you're too powerful, Great Sage, and every time I make a copy, I don't have much of a role to play. It's a fear of being laid off. Guanzu smiled. On the battlefield, the skill of being able to return life value through output was too precious, and with this skill, Guanzu's survivability could, indeed, be greatly improved. The night wind blew and lifted Guanzu's coat. The sea sparkled in the distance, reflecting the stars in the sky. Let's go, let's continue to brush up our copies. Guanzu stood up. With the fixation technique and the bloodlust seal, I'll be able to defend myself when I encounter those octopus monsters. The group headed towards the teleportation vortex, ready to start a new round of challenges. Re-entry. Straight up is the deck of the ship. The monsters will come in 7 waves in sequence. And for once, the air wall is gone. Finally, no more of that messy wall of air. Hey! Sun Wukong's golden eyes were furious, and he took the initiative to crash into the black fog to blast those ghost ships, the octopus monsters. 25 doppelgangers rose into the air, each holding a golden weapon. They weaved through the torrential rain like a streak of golden lightning. Everywhere they went, ghost ships burst into pieces and octopus tentacles were blasted into powder. Hiroki looked on, envious. He could naturally soar through the clouds in the divine realm, but in Guanzu's world, he was just a projection and couldn't fly a bit at all without activating his flight type skills. Tai! Eat my old son's stick! Sun Wukong bellowed angrily and his weapon swept out, instantly blasting the 3 ghost ships into pieces. Along with the skeleton ghost soldiers inside, all of them died. What the hell was that? We haven't even docked the boat yet, why are we dead? Holy! The ghost ships are blowing up! Some ghost soldiers said breathlessly. Guanzu stood on the deck, looking around at the prop materials in the sea, his heart aching. Skill, automatic pickup. Unfortunately, it can only be picked up within 100 meters. This is a skill that had to be added. Remove the skill roll. Guanzu started adding skills. A rune coalesced in his palm, then turned into a bit of golden light and merged into his body. You have consumed 2,300 skill rolls. Automatic pickup is upgraded to LV10. Automatic pickup range expanded to 10 kilometers. The Great Sage is so powerful. Master is really getting stronger. Flames pulsed on Guangxi's red tide blade. He had nothing to do right now but to silently stand aside, giving Guanzu and Sun Wukong some emotional value. Guanzu lightly waved his right hand, and suddenly the air was flooded with ripples. Countless materials, wrapped in golden light, flew in from all directions and neatly piled up on the deck. The tentacles of the abyssal octopus, the planks of the ghost ship, and various crystalline fragments shimmered eerily in the moonlight. Ha ha! Sun Wukong dropped from the air and picked his ears proudly. These little shrimps, they're not even enough for me to warm up. You have killed 187 monsters. Gained experience value of 2,180,000, double experience. You have killed 215 monsters. Gained experience value of 253,000, double experience. You have killed 144 monsters. Gained experience value of 1,750,000, double experience. Acquired abyssal tentacles times 47. Obtained ghost ship plate X89. Obtained spectral crystals times 156. The members of the Warflag squad, looking at the deck full of materials, couldn't help but smack their lips. It was the first time they had seen that someone could turn the range of the automatic pickup to such a large extent. The key is that people don't normally take this skill and learn it at such an advanced level. Waste of skill rolls. This is much more convenient. Guanzu nodded in satisfaction. No need to run around picking up materials. If it's inconvenient for master, my subordinate can actually do it for him, Guangxi said. Guanzu asked, then why didn't you go help me pick up materials before? Hiroki couldn't answer for a moment. We're just verbalizing the emotional value to you. You're really asking. Chapter 27, War General's Potion. Far out to sea, more ghost ships were approaching, their tattered black sails fluttering from their masts and making a creepy whimpering sound in the rainy night. Coming so slowly. Sun Wukon's golden eyes flashed. Flying out again. 7 waves of mini-monsters were quickly fought and the final lord was finally encountered. Abyssal Turtle. 26 weapons descended from the sky, smashing the Abyssal Turtle Lord's shocking turtle shell with cracks, and purple blood spurted out. Kill the Abyssal Turtle Lord. Gain 8 million experience points, double experience. Current level 65. Second challenge. Great Sage, leave some for us as well. I want to use those abyssal demon-sucking octopuses and practice my stance. Guanzu said. Okay. Hiroshi, if they suck me in, use the knife to slice through their neural core. Understood, master. Last time, Guanji was unable to make a move purely because he was arranged by the heavenly Tao. But he was, after all, a great demon from the divine realm, and after seeing it once, he memorized Dr. Hooch's knife technique and cutting position. Afterwards, Guanzu deliberately released some small octopuses to his side and used them to sharpen his stance. An hour later. It's okay. Guanzu was sweating, his spirit highly tensed, dodging the small octopus's sneak attacks, coming and going as he pleased. The control of the body became more and more familiar. In addition to the 4 main attributes, there are actually many hidden attributes that are not shown in the data. The control of the body at will is one of them. In an hour of special training, Guanzu's stance had improved very much. Yes. Guangxi received the order, and the red tide blade erupted with blazing karmic flames, decapitating a large swath of small octopus monsters, cutting them into ashes. Then, the Monkey King, who had been waiting in the sky for a long time, fired a shot of the heaven-breaking stick in unison. Kill the boss in seconds. Complete the copy. Gain 8 million experience value, double experience. Current level 67. Ease up some time. Last entry copy. Guanzu had big tentacle, little octopus, and skeleton ghost soldier sneak up on him together this time. The core battle flag and squad members are taken to the sky by the Monkey King for protection. In the most dangerous situation, Guanzu honed his stance. He was faster and observant enough to lock on to every monster around him. Another hour of training, during which Guanzu also suffered a lot of injuries, but dropped blood. Bam! Sun Wukong smashes a ghost ship. Summoning Spirit deals 8,765,430 points of damage. Mark of Bloodlust triggers, you regain 175,308 life points. Sun Wukong's baton went down and Guanzu was back to full. Guanzu summarized the insights and deduced them in his mind, constantly correcting his ways. An hour later, the training was over, and Sun Wukong seconded the monster. Complete the copy. Gain 8 million experience value, double experience. Current level 68. Leaving the replica and returning to East Ocean Square, there were still teams coming in and out at night. Guanzu counts the harvest. In addition to tons of experience, you also get amazingly valuable materials and props. Today's harvest is good. Guanzu nodded in satisfaction. In addition to the materials, his stance, too, had been massively improved. After a day of brushing through the duplicates, Guanzu was tired, and separating from Qi Yun, Guanzu flew back home after Sun Wukong. Early morning sunlight poured into the room through the curtains, and Guanzu had just woken up when he heard a knock on the window. It was Qi Yun who came over in a flying boat. Coming! Guanzu spat out a sentence in his heart. Why doesn't this mister? She still loved to walk through the front door. He opened the window and Qi Yun came in through the balcony. When he saw it, Qi Yun was carrying an exquisite jade box in his hand. The blood of the giant beast has been refined into a corresponding potion. Take a look. Refined so quickly. Guanzu was surprised. Mister. Qi was so efficient. Qi Yun opened the jade box, and inside were neatly arranged 4 bottles of potions that shimmered with golden light. After staying up all day and night, it's finally done. In addition to the behemoth's blood, a number of precious materials were used, but when the time comes, it will be deducted from your points. Guanzu picked up a bottle of potion, only to see arcane runes engraved on the bottle, and the potion took on a golden red color, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. You have obtained the first turn War General Potion, Platinum Grade, *4. War General Potion, Platinum Grade enhances strength and physique attributes, 1 to 50,000 points, increasing according to the user's potential. This potion can be taken by summon spirits, imperial beasts, or human professionals. Deshang, Guangxi, you guys try first. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as he drank the potion in one gulp. Instantly, golden light burst out from his body and his aura climbed. Sun Wukong takes the War General's Potion, strength plus 50,000, physique plus 50,000. Ha, not bad, not bad. Sun Wukong picked at his ears. This medicine is strong enough. The projection gain, and the main body, which was far away in the divine realm, could also receive great benefits, as if it had swallowed an extremely high-quality elixir. Hiroshi also took a bottle, and a crimson glow enveloped his entire body. Guangxi takes the War General's potion, strength plus 30,000, physique plus 30,000. Many thanks master, many thanks Mr. Chi. Guangxi clasped his hands together, and his original body in Black Wind Mountain gained even more. Guanzu took the third bottle and only felt a warm current flowing through his body. You take the War General's potion, strength plus 15,000, physique plus 15,000. Why did I only add so much? Only halfway to Guanxi. Guanzu's mind was unconvinced. That's over 10k though. It made his strength physique, both of which were already as high as 30,000 points. Mr. Chi, the last bottle is for you to use. Guanzu said. Been taken care of and bothered Mr. Chi for so long. No need, I'm almost 7 turns now. This boost doesn't mean much to me, so you should save it for your future summoning spirits. Shi Yun's heart warmed, then he smiled and waved his hand. At normal levels, a few hundred attribute points a turn. Thousands on turn 2, tens of thousands on turn 3, hundreds of thousands on turn 4, millions on turn 5, tens of millions on turn 6. I'm afraid that a top FA cultivator like Mr. Shi has hundreds of millions of points in power. Naturally, there was no need to use the Warlord potion. This little potion is so soothing when you drink it. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Now, the great sage's attributes, strength had reached over 100,000 points. Joe, what's the plan for today? It occurred to Guanzu that today was Sunday, the last day of Danta. You can go brush up on some more peplum to go. Go to the Danta and use your last chance this week. Good. Shi Yun took out a silver-white magic talisman from his storage ring, and the talismanic pattern flowed, emitting a mysterious fluctuation. Joe, I've got some things on my hands these days too, so I can't keep seeing you off. This is a magic talisman I've refined. In the event of danger, just crush it and I'll be there immediately. Shi Yun, as a 6th Revolution's Dharma cultivator, was both the lieutenant general of the military and the head of the Star Chopper Academy, and had a lot of things to do every day. And now that he has already led Guanzu, he has sorted out the doorway to the dueling arena, the Dan Tower, and the replica, and the rest, Guanzu can just do it on his own. After all, Guanzu's summoned spirit, Sun Wukong, could also fly, making it easy to go anywhere. Thanks, Mr. Chi. Guanzu took the talisman and saw that it was engraved with complicated spatial runes, with the word cloud in the center. I'll leave you then, contact me directly if you need anything. Guanzu and Chi Yun, old friends. Good. With a wave of Chi Yun's hand, a spatial ripple rippled out and his figure gradually dissipated into the void. Guanzu rubbed the spell talisman in his hand, feeling the spatial power contained within it, before putting it into his storage ring. Obtain a 6 turns powerful person's teleportation talisman ×1. Effects, can sense your well-being, and when crushed, can summon Chi Yun to come to support you. Master, this Mr. Chi, he's really nice. Guangxi said. The Monkey King picked at his ears, a smile flashing in his golden eyes. Heh, this little guy, although secretive, is sincere to Azu. Guanzu naturally understood that Mr. Chi was not related to him, yet he was so kind to him. It was a favor that he must never forget and must repay. Today is the last day of the Dan Tower. Go brush up on a wave of spirit cultivation pills. Go. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. My old grandson is itching to go. Chapter 28 Rushing the Tower Again. From the teleportation tower in Donghai City, he entered the small secret space where the Perling Dan Tower was located. Passing through the teleportation array, people were coming and going around the area, and the summoning professions were busy trading materials. Guanzu looked up at the huge light curtain in front of the Peiling Dan Tower. The charts on the light screen flashed with various data. Puiling Danta first turn leaderboard. First place, Guanzu, first turn summoner, 252 levels. Second place, Hanli, first turn bugmaster, 115 levels. Third place, Kim Junhee, first turn dragon master, 98th floor. Hanli. Guanzu thought about it, she was an insect sentinel, which was also considered a member of the summoning department. Moreover, in her swarm, there was the dominant bug emperor, who could also take the Pui Ling Dan to raise his level, and as the bug emperor's level increased, the swarm as a whole could also increase. Some people, looking at the curtain of light, exclaimed, I'll go. Who's the number 1 in this first turn Dan Tower? It's even higher than the first place of the second turn. It's too ridiculous. This is too outrageous. A turn of this intensity, he summoned a god? After the Kim family's twin stars were scrapped by one, all the resources were focused on Kim Juanxi, who was expected to settle for second place. As a result, I didn't expect that he, who was controlling the Frost Dragon, would be dropped out so far by the 2 from the Huaxia Kingdom. And who was Hanli? If she didn't have an ancestor, she broke the all-time record that year. Guanzu sniffed and also glanced at the list of second turnings. First place founder, 221st floor. I didn't realize that my first turn's record was so many layers higher than the second turn's. Guanzu sighed softly. At this moment, a young man dressed in a gorgeous robe walked over. He looked at the leaderboards and then at Guanzu. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This brother, is he Guanzu? The man arched his hand and asked. If you're talking about that Guanzu on the leaderboards, that's me. Guanzu rubbed his nose and pretended to be all over the place. My name is Fang Zhang, a second-turn spirit sword master. I wonder if you can enlighten me as to why you can put up such an amazing fight at the first-turn realm? Spirit sword master? Guanzu was surprised. Fang Zhang replied, my weapon possesses an artifact spirit, which is a summoning system living creature that can take the spirit cultivating pill and then grow. Guanzu, what a rare profession. Fang Zhang also gave a superior smile. Untalented, when I awakened back then, I was gifted at the diamond level. Guanzu, awesome. But I don't have any skills, I'm just simply summoning spirit strength. I can't help you guys much. Sun Wukong urged, hey, kid, ignore him and hurry into the tower to brush the spirit cultivation pill. I'm sorry, I have to go brush up on my copies, so I'll talk to you another time. Guanzu finished with a smile and turned towards the teleportation array. Sun Wukong added, wait, don't enter yet, raise the summoning spirit reinforcement array. Oh, yeah. Though usually any copy can be seconded and learning this skill doesn't seem useful. But there were also monsters in the endless layers of the Danta that the great sage could hardly tackle. Immediately, Guanzu spent all of his remaining 7,000 or so skill rolls, which raised the summoning spirit reinforcement formation to grand completion LV10. Summoning spirit reinforcement array upgraded to LV10, attribute reinforcement upgraded by 200%. Guanzu, this time the skill rolls are completely spent. Sun Wukong laughed, skill rolls are, let's go back and earn them when they're gone. Go. He couldn't wait to go in right away and make a big kill, earning more Pui Lingdan, then so he could level up. Fang Zhang looked at Guanzu's departing back, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. It's 252 floors, do we still have to brush it? It seems as if this is not his limit. This is no longer a gap in talent, his summoning spirit, what kind of existence is it? Guanzu stepped into the teleportation array, and the scene in front of him changed, once again arriving at that familiar space within the tower. You're entering the 242nd floor of the Lingdan Tower. The number of floors you enter will be 10 less than if you had challenged the highest floor in the first place. These 10 floors are for climbing the tower and earning spiritual pills. A huge dragon with a pitch-black body was perched in the center, its scales glistening with a metallic luster, and the dragon's might oppressed the air to the point of stagnation. Great sage! Look at the stick! Split! 26 golden figures rose up into the air, each holding a weapon that cut through the air. Countless stick shadows descended from the sky, as if they were giant pillars in the sky smashing into the black dragon. Boom! -198174556, blast. -1876543, -1765432. The hard scales of the black dragon instantly shattered, and dark purple blood gushed out like a waterfall. All the blood bars immediately emptied. You have killed a black dragon. You have obtained the spiritual elixir X500. Guanzu's mind moved, unleashing automatic pickup, and the Pui Lingdan on the ground flew in droves, entering his storage ring. Continue, Guanzu shouted. Sun Wukong and Guangji smiled at each other and rushed towards the next level. Soon, outside the Lingdan Tower, more and more people gathered in front of the leaderboards and talked about it. You guys, look, the leaderboard for turn 1, the first place has moved again. That Guanzu was painting the tower again. He's going to take the record and push it to a level we'll never catch up with. It quickly rushed to the 262nd floor. 500 pills of spiritual pills per level. Guanzu has earned 10,000 pills. Inside the Lingdan Tower, the space was wide and the black dragon was perched in the center, its scales flashing with metallic luster, and its pair of blood-red vertical pupils filled with the light of wisdom. This damn human, the summoning spirit is so powerful. Kill your summoner first. The black dragon let out a low roar. Opening his bloody mouth, a purple-black dragon's breath shot out, the air twisted and distorted by the high temperature. Spirit Crystal Shield. Guanzu's face was grave as he unleashed the skill of the white gold bracelet. A crystalline shield glowing with 7-colored light was offered. Boom! -178,000. The shield shook violently and cracks appeared, but it finally blocked the fatal blow. Great sage! Guanzu snapped. Watch me! Heaven-breaking stick! Sun Wukong's golden eyes opened violently, and 26 giant sticks of prime heaven descended from the sky. The black dragon raised its voice to the sky, its dragon might shaking the 4 directions. A mere summoned spirit, how dare you fight against this king? When I, Lao Sun, went to the Dragon Palace to snatch the divine needle of the Fixie back then, the Dragon King of the Four Seas didn't even dare to clamor. You dare to call yourself a king in front of me? -132547891, -1876543, -1654321. Dozens of weapons smashed against the dragon's scales with a deafening roar, and the black dragon's huge body was dented, its scales shattered, and purple dragon blood gushed out. Damn! What kind of summoning spirit is this? The black dragon roared and flapped its huge wings, kicking up a violent hurricane. Guanzu was lifted off by the airwave and spat out a mouthful of blood, but the battle intent in his eyes did not diminish. Bloodthirsty seal. Golden light flickered as the damage dealt by the summoning spirit was converted into healing, and Guanzu's life value recovered quickly. After reaching over 260 tiers, the Black Dragon's life value had reached a staggering level. Summoning Spirit Reinforcement Array. Guanzu offered a crimson star formation, runes flowing and enveloping Sun Wukong's entire body. The Great Sage's aura skyrocketed twofold, and his golden battle aura rose to the sky, illuminating the entire space. Heaven-breaking stick! Heaven-breaking stick! Heaven-breaking stick! More than 20 Sun Wukongs, circling around the head of the Black Dragon, bombarded it furiously for 3 consecutive rounds. -33254789, blast. -28765543. -2654321. Each stick carried the power to tear apart the heavens and earth, finally blasting this powerful Black Dragon to death. You have killed the Black Dragon Lord. You have gained Spiritual Elixir X500. Guanzu wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his battle spirit stirring. The Black Dragon at this level can already pose a threat to me. Chapter 29, 280th floor. On the 280th floor of the Peeling Dan Tower, the space was even wider, and the zenith shone with a purple runic light. A huge black dragon with a body size of 240 meters tall. Coiled in the center, its scales shone with a cold metallic light and its eyes were contemptuous. This was a different dragon from the previous black dragon. She was a bit more delicate and slender in size. It's a big she-dragon. Oh, another human who doesn't know how to die. A district turn, and he even ran here. The black dragon roared, but that's where it ends. Let you stupid worms see what the Dragon King can do. The black dragon opened its bloody mouth, and a pitch-black dragon egg jetted out from the depths of its throat, landing on the ground and rapidly hatching. What's this? Guanzu's face changed slightly. The black dragon had a new skill. The dragon eggs cracked open, and a dozen or so 2 or 3 meter tall black young dragons burrowed out, and although they were smaller in size, they had inherited the ferocity of their mother dragons. The dragon's wings unfolded, its claws were sharp, and it let out a roar. Hiroki! Understood. Guangji held the red tide blade, its body pulsing with blazing karma fire. I'll hold off these little things. You're the little thing. The young dragons hissed. Kill you all. Ho ho ho. The young dragons scattered in all directions, lunging at Guanzu from different angles as Guangji's red tide blade swept out, blazing flames dancing wildly in the air. Fire dance blade wheel. Kill. This was Hiroshi's big skill, flinging the red tide blade out and cutting the enemy like a great windmill before retracting it. -1876548. -1654328. -1432118. A dozen young dragons were cut in two, but more came from other directions. Damn it! The mother dragon roared, you mole crickets, how dare you kill my child? Its huge body rose up into the air, and purple-black dragon breath poured down like a waterfall. Good timing. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flared, look at the stick. 26 golden figures with golden sticks in their hands rapidly enlarged. Boom! This time it was meant to be drawn overhead, striking the dragon hard in the abdomen. Heaven-breaking stick. -198765543, blast. -1765432. -1654321. The black dragon was in pain, but its life value was extremely terrifying, and this round of attacks had only consumed less than a tenth of it. Master, be careful. Guangji slashed through 2 young dragons, but more dragon eggs fell from the sky. Guanzu was surrounded by several young dragons. Fortunately, he was protected by a spirit crystal shield, but cracks had appeared on the surface of the shield. Guanzu could probably also calculate that the shield of that white gold bracelet had something to do with his spirit. The shield can probably sustain 1.5 million damage amounts, but the recharge will take at least an hour to fill up. There are about 1.05 million shield recharges left. It's got to be quick. Summon Spirit Reinforcement Array. Guanzu pointed his scepter and summoned a crimson star formation. However, with each round of use of the skill, Guanzu's mental energy was rapidly depleting, and brushing the tower today is no longer as easy as it was back then. But well, after all, this was a copy set up for third-turn professionals. Guanzu had only turned 1, and to be able to go this far was already extremely heaven-defying. It's like an elementary school student going to a college entrance exam and scoring 680 points. This has been anticlimactic. The runes flowed and light enveloped Sun Wukong's entire body as the Great Sage's aura soared once again. Eat my old grandson's poke. Sun Wukong's doppelgangers struck at the same time, and the Great Sage stick style was unleashed once again. The weapon skyrocketed 100 feet and blasted at the black dragon like a giant pillar in the sky. -398765543, blast. -3765432. -3654321. With the reinforcement array, this round of bombardment finally caused the black dragon to suffer heavy damage. Moreover, the parts of Guanzu's body that were scratched by the black young dragon were rapidly recovering due to the bloodthirsty seal, the blood and bone talent. A few rounds of bombardment. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up dust in the sky. You have killed the Black Dragon Lord. Obtain Spirit Pill X 1000. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Guanzu looked at the fragments of dragon eggs and young dragon corpses all over the ground and couldn't help but feel the tragedy of the battle. But the good thing is, the number of peplums given has doubled again. Now, he had taken 20,000 Pui Lingdan. A black dragon that can hatch young dragons is really tricky. Guangji put away his red-tide blade. He had also suffered some injuries. The good thing, though, is that the bloodless seal works just as well on him, and he may also get a reply from the damage, as well. I wonder what kind of existence there is at the higher levels. The plaza outside the Peelingdan Tower was bustling with people, and some third-turn professionals were talking. Unbelievable. He actually killed his way to the 280th floor. A blue-robed, third-turn snake master exclaimed in shock. That should be the end of it. Why do you say that? Is there any difference between the 279th floor and the 280th floor? Tier 280's giant dragon, there is a qualitative change. It will possess a more powerful, trickier skill. Summon the young dragons. And those swarms of young dragons that specialize in targeting and killing the summoner himself. That's hard indeed. My goodness. You guys look. The numbers on the leaderboard, they're still jumping. The numbers on the light screen kept changing, drawing a gasp from the onlookers. Pui Ling Danta first turn leaderboard. First place, Wanzu, first turn summoner, 281 floors. Second place, Hanli, first turn bugmaster, 115 levels. Third place, Kim Junhee, first turn dragon master, 98th floor. Aha. It's passed, all 280 floors have passed? I'm a level 300 corpse catcher. I've been stuck at level 280 for a little over half a year, and he went straight through. To be honest, I couldn't get past the 200 plus levels when the black dragon started attacking the summoner himself. How the hell did he do that? Does that make sense? This completely breaks my perception. A third-turn commander in a flashy vestment robe shook his head inside. At level 280, the black dragons are already able to cast dragon language magic and summon flocks of young dragons. That's right, the 280th floor black dragon can't even beat many of us third-turn professionals. The plaza was filled with murmurs and speculations. What kind of existence is his summoned spirit? Even the dragon race's dragon language magic can't get him. A third-turn warrior in silver armor frowned. This has already broken through the limit of the first turn. His summoning spirit, I'm afraid it's SSS grade. I remember the last time I saw him here, just over 250 layers. Yeah, it's amazing how many more layers have been advanced in just a few days. At this moment, an old man dressed in green magic robes paced, his eyes deep as if they contained endless wisdom. Interesting. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. This young man is not simple. It's Elder Hayek of the Olympus Temple. Elder, what do you think? The crowd hurriedly inquired. This was a powerful seventh-turn underworld god envoy. The being he summoned, but in Greek mythology, the kings of the underworld under Hades. This person is known as a mythic-class underworld summoner. The old man looked at the constantly jumping leaderboard numbers, and a trace of deep meaning flashed in his eyes. A genius who can create such a miracle at the first-turn realm. The old man said softly, if he can follow the right person and receive sufficient guidance, his future is unlimited. It's a pity that back in my day, there wasn't this Dan Tower in existence, or else I would have been able to compete with him. A professional respectfully said, his talent is truly unheard of, but naturally, it's not as good as seniors back then. The numbers on the light screen were still pulsing, as if telling of the birth of a legend. How many floors do you guys think he can hit? Who could have guessed this? Originally we thought 280 floors was his limit. Now it looks like maybe 285 floors are possible. The higher you go, the more difficult it gets, especially when you approach the 300th floor. That's already close to the strength of the fourth turn. The murmurs in the plaza grew more and more enthusiastic. These normally high and mighty third-turn professionals were all overwhelmed by the amazing performance of a first-turn summoner at this moment. Is this genius? A young second-turn professional murmured, it's truly beyond one's reach. Some of the people who had finished their quests were at the Perling Dan Tower and still had not dispersed. Everyone was waiting, wanting to witness how far this legend could go. Chapter 30 Hajek, Envoy of the God of the Underworld. The space on the 285th floor of the Peeling Dan Tower. The field was wide open, and runes flickered in the zenith. A huge black dragon was perched in the center, her wings spread wide and her horns glinting with a sharp, crystal-colored light. Her scales, full of tiny spikes, her face was fierce, and murderous intent was brewing in her blood-red vertical pupils. Unwilling human! The black dragon let out a deafening roar. It opened its bloody mouth, and a pitch-black dragon egg jetted out from the depths of its throat, smashing into the ground and rapidly hatching. Dozens of young dragons broke out of their shells and spread their wings, their claws flashing with a cold light. Master, be careful. These young dragons are stronger than before. Guangji held the red-tide blade, and karmic fire pulsed on the blade. He swept his blade across the room, cutting the two young dragons that lunged into pieces, but more young dragons came from all directions. -1387654, -1365432, 1254321. You guys hold on. I, Lao Sun, have come to meet that stinky worm. Sun Wukong's golden eyes widened angrily, and 25 bilocations appeared at the same time. They arranged themselves into a V-shaped battle formation in the air, and their golden light was as bright as a blazing sun as they blasted away. Heaven-breaking stick. Dozens of giant rods from the heavens descended from the sky, each rod entwined with thunder, terrifyingly incomparable. The black dragon roared up to the sky, its wings unfolded, and a column of purple-black energy light shot out from its mouth. Fight against the Skybreaker stick. Boom! The pillar of light was torn apart. The war club blasted away, wrapped in a terrifying astral wind. 198765543, strike. 1765432. 1654321. Guanzu pranced and dodged on the ground, avoiding the flame spits of the young dragons. His stance had been honed many times, and his movements were nimble and swift. But as the battle continued, more and more young dragons broke out of their shells. Fire dance blade wheel. Guanji's red tide blade drew a perfect arc in the air, and the blazing karma fire engulfed a dozen young dragons. But he was also lashed by the tails of several young dragons and staggered back. Summoning spirit reinforcement formation. Guanzu's scepter pointed, and a crimson star formation unfolded in the air, runes flowing in light enveloping Sun Wukong's entire body. The great sage's aura surged once again, and his golden battle aura rose to the sky. The Skybreaker stick. Ha! Heaven-breaking stick. Heaven-breaking stick. Another several rounds of wild bombardment in a row, and Sun Wukong was now struggling to fight. But in the end, the black dragon was still blasted to death. After the death of the black dragon body, from the hundreds of dragon eggs, a steady stream of young dragons hatched out. All of them let out a whimper and collapsed their heads to die. You have killed the Black Dragon Lord. Obtain Spirit Pill X1000. 285th floor cleared. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Guanzu looked at the fragments of dragon eggs and the remains of young dragons all over the ground. Cracks had appeared in his spirit crystal shield, and most of his spiritual energy had been consumed. Master, shall we continue? Hiroshi asked as he wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Guanzu took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the portal. He knew that the difficulty would increase exponentially with each level, but he wanted to try and see where the limits were. Sure, go ahead. The 286th floor of the Puiling Dan Tower. Come on, stupid human, roared the black dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a large swath of dragon eggs of various colors. There were ice dragon eggs that shimmered with blue light, thunder dragon eggs that crackled, poison dragon eggs that emitted a corrosive aura, and earth dragon eggs that were as hard as iron. Master! The young dragons this time, surprisingly, have different attributes. Guangji's brow furrowed as he held the red tide blade, blazing karmic flames pulsating on the blade. The sound of dragon eggs cracking rose and fell as dozens of young dragons with different attributes broke out of their shells. Although they were only 2 to 3 meters tall in size, each one of them exuded a different aura. Fire dance blade wheel. Guangji's red tide blade transformed into a large fan and cut away. Snort! The dozen or so young dragons that pounced over were instantly chopped and sliced to death. However, several electric dragons suddenly accelerated and flashed behind him, with thunderous light entwined in their claws. -187,654. -165,432. -143,211. Ah! Hiroshi let out a cry of pain as his back was torn apart by the electric dragon's sharp claws and began to soar with blood. The attributes of the young dragons at this level were already up to tens of thousands. Even if Guangji was attacked, he would still lose blood, and quite a lot of it. These were all turn 3 advanced monsters. A large group of poisonous dragons, their bodies spinning, came towards Guanzu drill to kill them. Damn! Guanzu saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly dodged. Immediately after that, a large swarm of dragons, killing from all directions. The poison dragon spewed out purple poisonous mist, the ice dragon spat out cold air, and the earth dragon opened its mouth to spew out sharp rocks. Attacks of various attributes intertwined together, forming a deadly net. Spirit Crystal Shield. Guanzu offered his shield, but under the attack of multiple attributes, the surface of the shield was quickly covered in cracks and was about to shatter. Guanzu checked and there was still 300,000 rechargeable energy. It won't last long. Hold on. Azu. I'll get you guys back on your feet. Eat my old sun stick. Caught. Sun Wukong's golden eyes opened violently. The golden light was as bright as a blazing sun, and the 26 weapons skyrocketed 100 feet. Together, they poked at the black dragon. Heaven-breaking stick. -198765543, strike. -1765432. -1654321. The black dragon roared in pain, but its life value was too terrifying, and only a small portion was consumed in this round of attacks. And the number of young dragons on the ground was increasing, already exceeding 80. Great sage. I'll strengthen you. Summon the spirit reinforcement formation. Guanzu's blood level immediately returned to full, but now the problem was, If the number of dragons had been higher, he would have been outclassed by the dragons. There's no time to get back to blood. Guanzu offered a crimson star formation, and the runes flowed to cover Sun Wukong's entire body. The great sage's aura surged once again, and his golden battle aura rose to the sky, illuminating the Qianquan. Heaven-breaking stick. Heaven-breaking stick. Heaven-breaking stick. -39876543, blast. -3765432. -3654321. Under several rounds of furious bombardment, the black dragon was finally undefeatable, and its huge body collapsed to the ground. With the death of the main body, all the young dragons also died and fell to the ground, then dissipated into points of light. You have killed the Black Dragon Lord. Obtain Spirit Pill X1000. 286th floor cleared. Master, these multi-attribute young dragons are too difficult to deal with. Guangji gasped, the burns from the lightning still lingering on his back. Yeah, the higher up you go, the more tricks the monsters have. Let's continue. Sun Wukong's battle spirit was blazing. In the end, on the 288th floor of the Perlingdan Tower, the space opened up to be a complete plain. The runes flickered with light at the zenith, as if they were a cluster of stars. Guanzu had just stepped into this level when he suddenly sensed violent energy fluctuations. Not good. This is. Before Guanzu could finish his sentence, a purple-black dragon's breath descended from the sky and directly drowned him. This was a necessary strike that the black dragon had been waiting to deliver for a long time. You are dead. Disengaging copy in progress. Final score 288 floors. You've broken the all-time record for first-turn professionals. Guanzu stepped out of the teleportation formation, all of his injuries had been recovered, and he was a bit annoyed. The 288th floor, coming up doesn't give any preparation time at all. The black dragon attacks directly, this is too hard. The crowd in the square boiled over. Oh my god, 288 floors. That's already the limit for a third-turn professional. A first-turn summoner, to fight to this extent. This completely breaks my perception. Elder Hayek stroked his beard and smiled, not bad, not bad. This young man's potential is far beyond my imagination. Elder, do you think he will be able to reach your kind of realm in the future? Well, it's hard to say. A hint of deep meaning flashed in Hayek's eyes, but with the talent and perseverance he's showing now, his future achievements should not be low. Guanzu counts the harvest. This trip to the Dan Tower yielded 27,000 spirit cultivating pills. Great sage, we'll come back next time. Good. A smile flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. 288 floors, that's not our limit. Amit Ba. Guangji folded his hands, but we have to find a way to carry through the first round of spitting before we can do so. This time, instead of just blowing rainbow farts for the first time in a long time, Hiroshi was really thinking about how to act the next time he faced the 288th floor. On the square outside the Pei Lingdan Tower, Guanzu had just stepped out of the teleportation array. Ha, dressed in green robes, also looked, and then walked slowly. His white hair flowed, his eyes were deep, and he exuded a powerful and mysterious aura. Hajek's green robes were embroidered with the runes of the underworld from Greek mythology, and every step he took brought up a circle of purple ripples, showing his powerful strength as a seventh-turn underworld god envoy. Young man, I have come for you today, and I am impressed by your performance. Hayek smiled, to be able to hit the 288th floor at the first turn of the realm, this kind of talent is very rare in my long years. Senior is too kind. Guanzu clasped his fists and returned the greeting. I am a tutor of the Athens Academy in Greece, as well as an elder of the Olympus Temple. Hajek stroked his beard. I wonder if you are willing to come to our Athens Academy to practice? Chapter 31, The Great Venerable Thousand Crane is angry. A flicker of anticipation flashed in Hajek's eyes as he could feel the far superior summoning talent within Guanzu. If the previous levels, it's a quick pass by just summoning a spirit. However, after the 260th floor, the Black Dragon will target the summoner himself. This Guanzu had only been awakened for 3 days, but it was thought that he had already practiced an extremely powerful dodging technique. Not only was he good enough to summon spirits, he was a genius himself. Only someone like that deserved a personal walk from him. We can provide you with top-notch cultivation resources, including a monthly cultivation allowance of 1 million gold coins, 10 bottles of high-grade elixir per month, as well as a platinum-grade summoner's exclusive spellcraft. 1 million gold coins, converted into money is $100 million. There's also a monthly premium pheromone. This Greek elder, indeed, offered extremely sincere bargaining chips. However, Guanzu wasn't a brat who didn't know anything. He knows very well not to look at what a person says, but what a person does. Before you go, you verbalize sky-high chips, but when you really go, it's a matter of whether you get a 10th. Not only that, but I can personally guide you in practicing the way of summoning. You know, I'm in possession of the summoning contract of the gods of the underworld. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed. Tai, what gods of the underworld are nothing more than that in front of my old son? Hajek's brows furrowed slightly when he heard Sun Wukong disrespecting the god of the underworld. Guanzu looked at the powerful seventh-turn underworld god envoy in front of him, but his heart was unusually calm. He knew what he had to choose. Shi Yun had been kind to him, and there was no way he would defect to someone else. Thank you for your love, senior, but I've already chosen the Star Chopper Academy. Guanzu arched his hand and said. Hayek gave Guanzu a deep look. There was dismay in his gaze, as well as regret and admiration. Then, his eyes glowed, and a thought control power unfolded. The air suddenly became heavy. Purple light flashed in Hajek's eyes, and an invisible force of mental control spread toward Guanzu. Ha! Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, sensing the abnormality. Good old man, how dare you use such underhanded tactics? The great sage rushed to Guanzu's body with an arrow step, shielding him behind him. That force of mind control isolated it. Immediately, in Guanzu's storage ring, Qi Yun's spirit talisman glowed. Almost at the same time. Bared twice. The void suddenly cracked open two mouths, and two figures each walked out of the cracks. Hayek, what are you doing? The Thousand Crane Great Venerable One was dressed in white clothes that were snowy, with crane hair and a fairy-like demeanor. He held a green jade walking stick, and the light of endless wisdom shone in his eyes. Qi Yun was still wearing a long purple and gold robe embroidered with star patterns, and his entire person was as sharp as a sheathed sword. Hee, I just want to talk to this talented little friend, and ramble on for a few moments. The purple light in Hayek's eyes gradually dissipated, and he said in a calm tone, You Wading Nima? Great Venerable Thousand Crane roared. Old age is a thief, letting you live for so long. Are you tired of living? Seventh turn strength, using mind control on a talented junior from my country of China. Is this the way you meet at the Athens Academy? The air in the square seemed to freeze, and countless onlookers didn't dare to breathe. I can't believe that just happened. No wonder Grand Venerable Thousand Crane was so angry. This Hayek is also too not something. People Guanzu has politely refused. He even secretly used means. Luckily, the strongest person from the Huaxia country came in time. The aura of the two seventh turn powerhouses collided, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. But this is a safe zone, and there's no fighting. In addition, these two represent too much to normally take lightly. Since fellow Daoist Thousand Crane is here, I'll take my leave. In the end, it was Hayek who conceded. He gave Guanzu a deep look. Young man, I hope you won't regret your choice today. After saying that, Hajek's figure faded away and was about to leave. Did I tell you to leave? Chizuru remained unforgiving. He was really going to be furious today. The academies of other kingdoms dared to do this to the geniuses of their Huaxia country. Mind control. What a nerve! If he was allowed to make this start and then walk away so easily, in the future, anyone would dare to come and forcefully rob the geniuses of their Huaxia country. If that's the case, what the hell is China doing raising the next generation? Its dignity is all swept away. Chizuru, what more do you want? Hayek felt that he had already tolerated enough, but it turned out that his opponent had gotten a little carried away. Ah Zhu, what price did he offer you? Grand Venerable Thousand Crane asked with narrowed eyes. Powerful seven-turn auras intertwined in the square, causing the air around them to vibrate slightly, and some low-ranked professionals had already retreated to the distance. Even though they couldn't fight in the safe zone, the confrontation of wills of the seventh turn, being in it, made them uncomfortable. 1 million gold coins cultivation allowance per month, 10 bottles of advanced spirit cultivation pills. Oh yeah, there's also a platinum-level summoner staff. Guanzu answered truthfully. The other party was using despicable methods against himself, and Guanzu came to be angry. Almost got mind-controlled, stepping on grandma's. If he was at the seventh turn right now, Guanzu would have huffed his foot into that old man's face. Then ask him if he smells good. Oh, so well prepared. That's just as well. Leave these things behind for the geniuses of our Huaxia kingdom. Grand Venerable Thousand Crane sneered. Chizuru, what do you mean by that? Hayek's face sank. Purple chi surged in the void, and the aura of the underworld loomed, but it was quickly suppressed by the Thousand Crane Great Venerable One, an even more powerful aura. What do you mean? You just tried to forcibly control the genius of my Chinese nation. This debt has yet to be settled with you. Hand over the promise first. Are you trying to rob me by force, Chizuru? You're going too far. Who am I to? Hajek hadn't finished his sentence. With a wave of his hand, Grand Venerable Thousand Crane offered a token that shimmered with golden light. The word ring was engraved on the surface of the token, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Ring order, and it's a golden ring order, available for the seventh turn. Once the ring order was sacrificed, it meant a fight in the ring, and it was the kind of fight that could not be interrupted for 10 days in a row. Hajek's face instantly turned blue. The knots in his throat quirked and his mouth went a little dry as he stared at the token dead in the face. The atmosphere in the plaza became more and more condensed, and everyone held their breath. The order of the ring means the peak of the battle, fight for 10 days. This is enough to both the victory and defeat, but also to determine the life and death. The people on the scene didn't dare to breathe. No one was willing to offend, at such a time, a seventh-turn powerhouse who was in a fit of anger. Me. I brought a bottle of advanced spirit cultivation pill with me when I went out. Take it. Hayek gritted his teeth and took out a jade bottle. Where is the staff? Grand Venerable Thousand Crane sneered. Since you said you'd give it, don't be a scoundrel. Hajek's face was ugly as hell, but under the intimidation of the ring order. Still with his scalp tingling, he took out a white and gold-colored staff from his storage ring. The staff was crystalline, with mysterious runes entwined around its body, and a glittering platinum-grade magic crystal embedded at the top. Take it! Hayek tossed the staff to Chizuru. Now, you can't stop me, Kinyu. Get out! Chizuru growled lowly. You mark my words. Hayek's face was red and he was trembling. After saying that, his figure gradually faded. A faint purple ripple rippled through the air before dissipating without a trace. The crowd in the square breathed a sigh of relief and murmured. I didn't expect that Grand Venerable Thousand Crane would use the ring order to force the hall's seventh-turned underworld god envoy to hand over his treasures. It's too vicious. Ah Zu, you keep this staff and spirit cultivation pill. Grand Venerable Thousand Crane said with a smile, cultivate well in the future and fight for the glory of my Chinese nation. Thanks a lot, senior. It's a must. Guan Zu respectfully saluted. Acquired a platinum-level summoning staff. Trait 1, when equipped, the summoned spirit gains a 50% damage increase. Trait 2, may increase one summoning slot. A bottle of advanced spiritual elixir, 10,000 grains, has been obtained. Chapter 32 Leveling Up. Jesus. Although the attribute enhancement of the platinum-grade weapon, Guan Zu no longer looked at it too much. After all, his base attributes were too fierce, and the 500 or 600 added to the first turn of the platinum-level weapon was no longer anything. But, this one also increases damage by 50%. On top of that, it's surprising to see a summon follow slot added. That's too good. Not bad for a platinum-grade treasure. Enough for 2 traits, and both of them are powerful bonuses to the summoning line. After having this, Guan Zu could already think about where to get a third summoning opportunity. This time, thanks to Mr. Shi, the Thousand Crane Great Venerable One saved us. Azu, there's no need to be polite with us. Shi Yin smiled, this Hayek, he's really something. For the sake of old age, I actually tried to use this tactic to forcefully control you. I should have known that it would have been better to just shoot him in the foreign realm in the first place. Grand Venerable Thousand Crane shook his head and said. Guan Zu also never expected that such a refined Venerable Thousand Crane would be so grumpy. And directly in front of a crowd of world professionals, he forcefully robbed Hayek's treasure. It's too hard. Absolutely ruthless. Chizuru said, but he can only use such underhanded means in a small world. Between countries, an agreement was signed that if it wasn't for special circumstances, seventh-turn powerhouses were not allowed to set foot on other borders. Because the horrors of the seventh turn are far beyond nuclear weapons. Therefore, he could only see if he could trick someone out in the small world, when Guan Zu was alone. The Monkey King picked at his ears, and a hint of disdain flashed through his golden eyes. Tai. It's not just an old guy with 7 revolutions. If we really want to fight, my old grandson, can knock him out of his original form with a single stick. The great sage is joking. Great Venerable Thousand Crane laughed. Great sage, if my father was present, he would naturally not dare to be reckless. But the strength of a 7-turn powerhouse today is not something that the great sage's spirit body can deal with. Sun Wukong blew out a breath. Indeed, these 7-turn old guys, with hundreds of millions of attributes, were several times his zero. Sun Wukong hurriedly reached out. Azu, quickly give me all the spiritual pills, and that advanced spiritual pill, so I can upgrade. Master, share some with me too, he. Guangji laughed nervously. Guan Zu suddenly felt that Guangji had changed from the silver lone wolf image he had started with to a Samoyed, husky. Azu, let's go back first. Shi Yin said, today's incident has also given us a wake-up call. Your talent has attracted the attention of various forces, to the point where they will do whatever they can. It's a good thing I left you a talisman in the morning. Aha. Guan Zu nodded and followed Shi Yun and Grand Venerable Thousand Crane, leaving the square. Chizuru, you think it's you something? Do you really think I, Hayek, am afraid of you? I just see that you're too old and don't want to move you, otherwise if I summoned the underworld spiritist, 10 of you wouldn't be enough for me to beat. Grass. At the Athenaeum, Hayek was in his office, ranting impotently against the wall. Bang bang. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Immediately startled, he turned back nervously and realized that it was a subordinate who had come to report on his work. Hayek smoothed out his violent heartbeat and didn't take it well. What are you knocking for? It's early in the morning, so hard, won't the door hurt? The subordinates outside, all of a sudden, had a face of eating surprise. After leaving the Danta, Grand Venerable Thousand Crane returned to the general mansion. He had a lot of work to do, and this time, it had given him a wake-up call. It's important to take the protection of geniuses seriously, and this time they're the ones who found it. But in the past, there may have been young people who didn't notice, who were brainwashed by other kingdoms, or by evil congregations. It wouldn't be too bad if it was going to be just leaving the country and defecting to the forces of other kingdoms. After all, the general environment right now was still dominated by the fight against the abyss. But if one is compelled by evil and becomes a traitor to the monsters of the abyss, then the danger is great. Mr. Z, go ahead and do whatever you need to do. I believe that after this incident, no one should dare to deal with me in the small world. Qi Yun worriedly said, "It's fine in the domestic city, but if you enter the small world, I'd better follow you a bit." Guanzu was a seed-level heavenly pride that Qi Yun had been hoping for more than a decade. If he lost this, he couldn't make up for the loss by working 100 times harder in other areas. Then thanks to Mr. Qi, I'm going to make a trip to the dueling arena to level up to gold. When the time comes, you'll also be able to exchange a few gold-level skill books and skill rolls. Qi Yun and Guanzu then arrived at a tavern. You've entered pub channel 5841. Got a private room. Guanzu took out the advanced spiritual pill. The crystal-clear elixir emitted a faint golden light, and there was a complete Dan pattern hovering on the surface of the elixir, which was extraordinary at a glance. The effect of one advanced spirit cultivation pill was equivalent to 100 ordinary spirit cultivation pills. In other words, Guanzu's side was equivalent to getting 1 million ordinary spirit cultivating pills directly. Great Sage, you are still in need of 900 advanced spirit cultivating pills before you can ascend to the full first turn. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as he copied the advanced spirit cultivating pill and poured it into his mouth. Golden light erupted from his body, and his aura kept climbing. Sun Wukong level up, LV81 LV100, first turn complete. Attribute, Strength 1335001852000. Agility 835001204050. Physical Fitness 160,210,540. Spirit 78,110,540. Acquired 6,000 skill rolls for summoning the Spirit Qi Tian de Shang. Combat rating 137 stars raised to 143 stars. Acquired new skill, Crush Power LV1. Skill description, gathering the strength of the whole body in one point, making the next stick style, attached to a fatal blow, increase the damage by 300%, and at the same time, cause the effect of breaking tendons, shattering bones, and breaking armor. Leveling up again requires the use of the mirror breaking pill while the contractor reaches the second turning realm. Haha, painful. Sun Wukong's battle intent blazed in his golden eyes. I feel several times more powerful than before. If I run into that black dragon again, I'll knock my head off. Guangji also took 300 advanced spirit cultivation pills, and a crimson light enveloped his entire body as a fiery aura surged out from within him. Guangji takes Pui Lingdan, leveling up. Summoning spirit level up, LV50 LV100. Attribute, Strength 5200081000. Agility 22,041,000. Physical Fitness 50,075,000. Spirit 19,029,000. New talent unlocked, Demon's Karmic Fire. Gain 5,000 skill rolls for summoning Spirit Wolf Demon Hiroki. Combat rating of 85 stars raised to 89 stars. Talent description, Manipulate Karma Fire. Attack with flame effect, additional 100% flame damage. Many thanks, Master. Guangji clasped his hands together, and an even fiercer karmic fire pulsed from the red tide blade. Guanzu watched as the two summoned spirits broke through to level 100, his heart rejoicing. Sun Wukong's crushing blow combined with the heaven-breaking stick must be terrifyingly powerful. And Hiroshi's demon fire talent could make his output ability greatly increased. Suddenly, Guanzu had a feeling that he was like Xiaoji, the Xiaoji who specialized in collecting the great demons in the journey to the west. Guanzu, well, I did the math. As long as we go on a winning streak of 90 matches, we'll be able to move up to the gold level. When the time comes, I'll be able to trade for 2 more skill books. Guanji said, Amat Babuda, then let's battle. Guanzu fist pumped and started the application match. Match made. Opponent, Alex the Great Swordsman level 191, gold 4. Guanzu's eyes lit up. It's this guy again, I matched him. Such a coincidence? It's you again. I didn't bring the right weapon last time, this time I'll get my revenge. Alex smiled coldly. This time, he could have prepared a taijutsu. The taijutsu has a faster attack speed than the bulky and slow greatsword. Chapter 33, Battle against a third turn mechanic. Being in a randomized map. Final map, the Great Octagonal Cage, small map. Inside the Octagon Cage arena, Alex held a taijutsu with a chilling light, the blade lingering with the slightest hint of blade energy. He was dressed in a lightweight black power suit and had a stern look in his eyes. Since losing to Guanzu, he wasn't as arrogant as he was before, and had gotten a set of equipment and learned some melee skills specifically for PK fighting. Alex had a large consortium background, skill books and skill rolls, no worries at all. This time, I'd like to see if you can summon that wolf. Alex held his sword in one arm and grinned coldly. Guanzu, Bao Nanza. There was a 3-second trash talk session before the battle. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. Alex stepped on his feet, and his entire body rushed towards Guanzu like an arrow off a string. The taijutsu cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Triple chop. Speed kills. Batusai sword chi. Alex approached with speed and then swung. A sharp sword chi whistled out, heading straight for Guanzu's face. All of this was done in fractions of a second, not giving Guanzu any time at all to summon. It was easy for Guanzu to avoid Alex's sword chi with a slide of his body back. At the same time, Alex's mouth quirked. Guanzu, you're finished. Anticipating Sekazu's retreat in advance, he jumped over and slashed vertically with his taijutsu raised in both hands. Avalanche strike. Facing the oncoming Alex. Set. Guanzu's eyes stared and his right hand made a point in the air. A golden stream of light flashed and hit Alex square in the torso. In an instant, his entire body froze in midair. He still maintained the downward chopping motion, but his body was suspended in the air against the norm, and at the same time, in front of him, a golden light flashing fixed character was engraved in the void. What? What kind of skill is this? Alex's pupils plummeted in horror. Guangji. Guanzu waved his hand and quickly summoned. Silver light flickered as a silver wolf demon clad in rough armor condensed out, blazing karmic fire pulsing on the red tide blade in his hand. Amit Ba. Hiroki charged and swung. Master, let me give him a ride. The red tide blade traced a graceful arc, karmic fire pulsing on the blade. Alex didn't even have time to scream before his head flew up into the air. You defeated Alex. You gain plus 50 victory points and are currently Silver V, 120/1000. You gain 180 battle points. Alex's headless body fell to the ground with a loud thud and dissipated into bits of light. The entire battle, from start to finish, was just a few seconds. The fixation technique combined with Guangji's instantaneous slash is pretty good for PK. Guanzu smiled slightly. Master is wise. Hiroshi put away the red tide blade, but this kind of opponent is not worthy of your summoning spirit reinforcement formation. Let's go, keep matching, and try to hit the gold level today. Guanzu said. In the lounge area of the tavern, Alex sat on a bench with a disheveled look on his face, the taijutsu in his hand dangling helplessly on the floor. How can that be? I'm a second-turn professional. Alex muttered, that fixation spell, damn it. It was so sudden, I didn't even have time to react. He thought back to the battle just now, his speed and skill that he was so proud of was nothing in front of Guanzu. And that wolf demon, it was able to decapitate me with a single slash. Just how high are its attributes? The other professionals in the rest area whispered and pointed as they saw how Alex fought. Pretending to be awesome every day, only to be brutally beaten by someone's first-turn summoner. It's already the second time, and last time, he was still talking tough because he was using the wrong weapon. This time, I switched to a taijutsu, and I still ended up getting seconded. Tisk, although that summoner is really powerful, but Alex, the guy who's always been high up in the academy lost miserably. It's so comforting to watch. Alex clenched his fists, knuckles white. I'm not convinced. How can I, a second-turn swordsman, be inferior to a first-turn summoner? Wait for the next time, I'll avoid your fixation and cut you down, Guanzu, just wait for me. Next, Guanzu breezed through a 10-game winning streak. Picked up another 400 plus win points. It's still halfway to Silver 4. But the further we go, the stronger the enemies have gotten, and almost all of the ones we're matched with now are at the peak of the second turn. Chi Yun was surprised, 155 PK wins in all. Really good. But the more you win, the higher your hidden score will be, and the enemies you'll be matched with, the stronger they'll be. Maybe in a few more games, you'll meet a third turn level. One turn to beat 3 turns, this was an extremely rare thing, and even Chi Yun was filled with anticipation. Guanzu matches again. Matching successful. Opponent, third turn mechanic. Sujin level 204, gold 3. True to Chi Yun's words, the matching of the third turn enemies had already begun. Guanzu leapt into battle. Being in a randomized map. Final map, Ruined City, large map. Oh, I can't believe I ran into a first turner. It's the heavenly pride of the university residents, right? Hee, although the future you may have an unlimited future, this time, I will crush you. Dressed in a leather jacket, goggles hooped up with bangs, the tall Sujin. In the preparation phase, put a hard word in. Then try it. Level 200 opponents, Guanzu had already taken out several of them. But the difference between level 204 and level 200 is more than a simple 4 levels. The distance between the two is enormous. After all, having reached the third turn, it possessed more powerful attribute bonuses, talents and also skills. Their basic attributes were in the tens of thousands of points, and Guanzu wasn't sure that he would be able to defeat them. The battle begins. A vast land of ruins. Between the broken walls, mechanical parts were scattered everywhere, and the rusted metal components glowed coldly in the sunlight. Ha, a tiny first-turn summoner, how dare you challenge me? A mechanic covered in metal armor laughed out loud. His arms had been completely remodeled into cannon tubes, and 6 mechanical arms extended behind him. Instead of attacking immediately, his eyes glowed red, and he activated his stealth device, his entire person gradually disappearing into the air. Then began to quickly assemble his mechanical position. And at the first opportunity, Guanzu summoned Guangji and Sun Wukong. Master, this is somewhat interesting. Guangji said confidently as he held the red tide blade. Let me show you, my mechanical army. An arrogant laugh came from the void. Dozens of flying robots suddenly appeared in the sky, their wings taking on a silvery white metallic luster, each armed with miniature missiles and laser cannons. At the same time, a dozen small turrets rose from the ground, their barrels aimed at Guanzu's position. Fire coverage. Instantly, laser beams and missiles roared from the sky, completely enveloping Guanzu's location. The Guangji blade will spun like a moving shield, shielding Guanzu from the frontal fire. At the same time, Guanzu raised his hand and the platinum crystal shield unfolded to block the machine guns sweeping in from the air. It's worth noting that the bracelet shield recharges during combat, refreshing to 1.5 million points each time. Good timing. Great Sage. Guanzu let out a low roar. Look at the stick. Sun Wukong's golden eyes stormed open, holding a golden weapon. Heaven-breaking stick. He leapt up, and the golden stick shadow in his hand, enlarged to the size of several hundred meters, descended from the sky. 3987654. Rumble. The entire venue shook violently, and the position that had been formed with great difficulty was directly hit by the giant stick that fell from the sky, and was instantly smashed into fragments of wreckage all over the ground. The smoke cleared and a huge crater appeared on the ground. How is this possible? The mechanic appeared and looked at the scene in disbelief. Damn it! I can never lose. With a sweep of his golden eyes, Sun Wukong searched for the mechanic's location. Force field shield. Being targeted by the great sage, the mechanic sweated profusely, and as he watched the rapidly rushing figure, he hurriedly opened his shield. The power of crushing. The weapon in Sun Wukong's hand suddenly erupted with a piercing arc of electricity, and he slammed his stick onto the mechanic's shield. 6987654. Ah. Boom. Originally, Sun Wukong's battle club was terrifying, attached to the power of crushing, terrifying power, and even more pervasive. The mechanic's shield instantly shattered, and his entire body exploded into a bloody mist of broken bones. You defeated the mechanic. Gained plus 100 victory points, currently Silver V, 720/1000. Gain 500 battle points. 500 points in a single breath. In that case, winning 10 times would allow you to save up a gold level skill book. Although you can only redeem 2 books per month, but the other points, you can use them for skill rolls. Guanzu's skill rolls, too, were insufficient, resulting in many skills not being able to be strengthened and deepened. Sun Wukong put away his weapon. What mechanical legions, in front of my old son, they are all just dirt. Inside the rest area, that mechanic had a grim look on his face. The mechanical army that he had spent a huge amount of money on was destroyed by a single move of a summoned spirit. Damn it! What kind of summoning spirit is that, and why is it so strong? Chapter 34, Encountering a High-Turning Fish Fryer. Once again winning 9 games in a row, Guanzu reached silver 4,600 win points. Finally, he encountered a formidable foe that he could not defeat. A wasteland of cold ice shrouded the battlefield. Surprisingly, it's a first-turn summoner. Are the rules of the gladiatorial arena revamped now? Guanzu? Our academy's talented inner student? A fourth-turn mage wearing a star vestment and holding a cold scepter said in surprise. A light blue magic shield surrounded his body, countless runes flowing on the surface of the shield, emitting a powerful fluctuation of magic power. The Dharma robes worn by the other party were very similar to Qi Yun's, so it seemed that they were also related to the Star Chopper Academy. Great Sage. Guangji. The opponent didn't strike immediately. Guanzu hurriedly summoned the Great Sage out. He didn't dare to slack off in the face of the fourth turning. It was important to realize that the attributes of the other party were in the hundreds of thousands of points. And the skill talents, too, were all at the fourth turn level. Sun Wukong's golden eyes stormed open, and the weapon in his hand transformed into a golden light and smashed down. Caught. Boom. Sun Wukong blasted away. Minus 897,654. However, the magic shield only shook slightly and not even a single crack appeared. Kid, fight all you want, come on, I won't fight back. The fourth-turned mage laughed. He crossed his arms and let Guanzu come blasting away to his heart's content, to see how this recently notorious genius was doing. The great sage gritted his teeth. It was the first time he had encountered someone else being wild with him. Guanzu gritted his teeth. Good. Great sage. Unleash the power of crushing. I'll energize the summoning spirit reinforcement formation for you. Sun Wukong blew a mouthful of hair and transformed into 26 figures, simultaneously exerting the power of crushing, as raging thunder fell from the sky and infused into the weapons. Heaven-breaking stick. Boom. 1548765 blast. 1456453. 1781231. This time, Zhao Yuan's magic shield was directly cracked by the blow. At the same time, those raging forces penetrated his body in a pervasive manner. Broken armor. Broken tendons. Various statuses are added on. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened as his heart shook. His magic shield was his proudest natural skill, but it was a platinum-level skill. Surprisingly, it was pierced. He stumbled backwards, nearly flipping the car, but his face remained clouded. After all, there were people watching this battle, and there were a lot of them. Boy, that's it, huh? Let's also let you see the strength of a fourth-turn powerhouse. With a flick of the scepter in his hand, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Straight to the big one. Ice storm. In an instant, countless huge ice blades condensed in the air within a radius of 500 meters, each one more than 3 meters long, emitting a piercingly cold aura. What kind of power is this? Guanzu's pupils shrunk. Ice blades poured down like a torrential downpour, and even Sun Wukong's weapon couldn't completely block it. 987654110. 87654342. 76543257. Great Sage, fly out. Sun Wukong's doppelganger was submerged and died instantly. Guanzu did not give up in the face of such an enemy, he still fought again. Immediately launch Follow the Chains. The figure leapt up violently, following Qi Tian de Shang as he flew out of the range of the ice storm. But Hiroki was out of luck. He dodged sharply, but those ice blades were too many and too fast. There's no way to avoid it. Master! A huge ice blade smashed down, blasting Hiroshi to death. Zhao Yuan, a fourth-turn mage, looked at Guanzu. Normally, all 4 turns should be above platinum level, but the dueling arena is full of high-turning pros who like to go to the lower segments and fry fish. After they hit their target segment each season, the subsequent duels, they just keep surrendering, get to gold, and start abusing again. This is where Guanzu met one. Zhao Yuan looked at the figure in the sky in shock, and was surprised that he had escaped the ice storm. It was important to realize that they all had a number in front of them that represented the number of people who had watched the battle. Guanzu continued his winning streak and even matched a fourth-turn mage with a first turn. It made him attract a great deal of attention for this battle. There were a full 480,000 people watching the game. Some of them left messages that made Zhao Yuan lose some face. Kaido can't take a single turn. Abusive vegetables won't even do it. Flying dance ooh. This fourth turn mage, what a disgrace to the fourth turn. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ha, want to escape? I'll see where you can escape to, blast you to death. Zhao Yuan opened a spell wing, he also had a mental power coverage range, and the spell couldn't go beyond that range. At this moment, Guanzu flew away, and he also rose into the air and chased after him. As a result, he realized that he couldn't even catch up with Guanzu. Sun Wukong's flight speed was too fast, and in the large map, he was soon lost. One fight, 3 minutes max. If there are no deaths, it is counted as a tie. Dragged to a draw by a one-turner. It's so humiliating. Ha ha. I didn't expect Guanzu's summon spirit to hit hard and fly so fast. I don't dare to imagine how ferocious that Monkey King would be if he turned 4. Turn 4, I feel like that Monkey King can abuse some turn 4 pros with his second turn. Time is gradually passing away. Looking at the large number of taunts, Zhao Yuan became a bit annoyed. Auric Missile. Forbidden Chains. Zhao Yuan chased after him closely, the runic condensed tracking missiles, the spell chains that stretched across the sky, intertwined. However, both spell attacks missed Guanzu. What kind of skill is it to keep running away? Dare to fight me head-on. Stop holding your head. Eventually, time ends. Time's up. Tie game. Your opponent's level is much higher than yours, and you have performed well in this battle, earning you 40 victory points and 300 points. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Just know how to run. It's better for low-level professionals to be good and go fight at the same level. Inside the rest area, Guanzu returns to the tavern. Is this the strength of a fourth-turn powerhouse? Guanzu muttered. Ah Zu, there's no need to be discouraged. Qi Yun said, it's already amazing to drag it to a draw. That guy is a fourth turn, and his attributes are dozens of times higher than yours. The difference between the fourth turn and the first turn was equivalent to the Qi refining and Yuaning stages. There's no way to fight it. I didn't expect it either, but I was matched to turn 4, so I'm glad I dragged it to a draw, and the streak of rewards didn't break. The higher the streak, the higher the points given, and if you lose, you'll gain points again by the dozens. Guanzu quickly adjusted his form and continued to go to war. Because it was a draw, the streak reward was still there, and the second and third turn enemies behind him, Guanzu won easily. A little over an hour. Kwanzaa once again picked up a 35-game winning streak. Silver won 400 win points now. At the time of Kwanzaa's continuous matching, Zhao Yuan found the channel. Guanzu, dare to fight me again. If I let you draw this time, I'll give you 1,000,000 gold coins. Instructor, you're here too? Qi Yun smile nuclear goodness incomparable. For turns to bully a turn, you are quite confident huh? Your ice storm is quite powerful. I'd like to teach you a lesson. Instructor Qi, it's not a crime. Zhao Yuan had been a soldier under Qi Yun's hand when he was in the military district. Qi Yun initiated a dueling arena application. Hurry up and pick it up, Qi Yun said. There was no way around it. Zhao Yuan could only accept the application for a duel with his head. Inside a vast western coliseum, the air was filled with a sense of solemnity. Qi Yun was dressed in purple and gold robes, his eyes coldly looking at Zhao Yuan across from him. Zhao Yuan, let me see how far you've progressed in your spells, lately, to come and actively challenge a first-turn summoner. Qi Yun smiled. Zhao Yuan felt a terrifying sense of oppression, but still forced himself to remain calm. Oh Instructor Sama. I was just trying to make that little guy understand the gap between realms. Is that so? Then I'll also let you understand the gap between realms. Let's put it this way, I won't bully you either. If you can force me back half a step, it'll be considered a win for you. Instructor Chi, don't go too far. I, Zhao Yuan, am not afraid of you. Zhao Yuan immediately rushed up and transformed his hand's mana into virtual blades. Qi Yun's fingertips suddenly condensed a blazing flame that was 1,000 feet in diameter and covered the sky, the temperature so high that it caused the air to distort. Great Sun Flame Explosion. -999999999, blast. Zhao Yuan hastily offered a magic shield, but in front of the power of the peak of the 6th turn, the defense was as fragile as paper mache. The inflammatory explosion engulfed his entire being, and he was reduced to ashes without even being able to let out a scream. Qi Yun has killed Zhao Yuan, +1 kills. No! Instructor, you're really bad. What do you mean you started a 50-man head-to-head match with me? Zhao Yuan had just come out of the resurrection point when he saw a purple thunderbolt fall from the sky. Earth-splitting Tsung Thunder. Sharpen your will. -999999999, strike. Thunder ran through his body and blew him to pieces. Qi Yun has killed Zhao Yuan, +1 kills. Mansion. Lord Mistress of the house, spare your life. Zhao Yuan trembled. It wouldn't really die, but it hurt to be blasted continuously. Mostly, it's just mental torture to be killed just after being revived. Weren't you pretty good when you were pulling your punches against a little one-turner? And you can run away too. Qi Yun condensed a huge storm of ice blades in his hands. Ice Wind of Doom. -999999999, strike. The ice storm that covered the sky in snow, as if the end times were coming, the ice wind fragments that were more than 10 feet in size, completely froze Zhao Yuan, and then shattered into ice slag. Just like that, Qi Yun used various spells to blast Zhao Yuan 50 times in a row. Each time in a different way, he was made to realize what was meant by the gap between realms. Now do you know what it means to have a gap in realms? Qi Yun straightened his sleeves. Zhao Yuan sat paralyzed on the ground, trembling. He somewhat regretted that he had nothing to run over and pretend with the students. Qi Yun said, it seems that in the future, we'll have to include the dueling arena segment as part of the assessment. These fish fryers, they don't think. It's an abomination that the 4th turn still comes to the gold board fish fry. The environment of the dueling grounds was made to look like, and it had to be fixed. Chapter 35 Gold Promotion Tournament opens. Match made. Opponent, level 208, gold 2, of the 3rd turn Gunner Lei. Being in a randomized map. Final map, Howling Abyss, matchmaking map. Howling Abyss is a linear duel map with a spring birth point, defense towers, and minions. Being the first to complete one kill, or shattering the first defense tower and killing 100 minions will result in victory. This is a new type of duel map. Guanzu froze. This wasn't a mode from the game he played in his previous life, League of Legends. Ilu a tower of blood 100 knives. The map of the Howling Abyss, with a faint snowflake filling the air above. In the distance came the sound of wailing. It was a battlefield that reeked of death, with all sorts of broken weapons and armor scattered on the ground. Looking down from above, 6 defense towers and 2 crystals were spread out in a straight line across a 6-kilometer-long battlefield. Magic soldiers will keep coming out of the crystal. The junction of the 2 sides was a spacious clearing with 1 laser-capable defense tower in each section. That tower is very high-blooded, only when minions are in range. Only then can you attack the tower, otherwise the tower will be invincible. It was an enclosed space with air walls, so you couldn't fly much higher if you wanted to. Guanzu just came in. Immediately, a high-speed anti-tank gun with a ghostly blue glow wrapped around it, fired over. However, Guanzu already had experience with gunnery division and quickly dodged out of the way. Boom! A ghostly blue anti-tank gun that exploded in the air. With a wave of his hand, Guanzu summoned Guangji and Sun Wukong. Boom boom boom. Instead of seeing people, all you could see were beams of laser cannons, Gatling machine gun rounds, polymerized artillery shells, and Stinger splinter rounds, coming from the direction in front of you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A guy hiding in a spring. Guanzu frowned slightly as he looked at the one on the opposite side, the gunner hiding in the spring. There are so many victory conditions on this map that there will be a lot of strategy. It's not like before, when the drying was done. The gunner in the spring was dressed in a set of mechanical battle armor, with a huge energy cannon mounted on his shoulder, and from time to time, he fired blue energy bullets in Guanzu's direction. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong and Guangji smashed those cannonballs that flew over in the air. But the opponent's firepower was too intense, and the minions on Guanzu's side were taken out in droves. The opponent, on the other hand, had gone so far as to use a row of mechanical walls to separate his minions, making it impossible for Guanzu to kill their pawns. Hiroshi said, "This isn't the way to go, his bullets are constantly clearing out the minions, and we can't get our pawns through. And, by the time he kills 100 minions, we'll have lost." Sun Wukong scratched his head, caught. "I told you to hide." He wanted to rush over, after all. The range of the heaven breaking stick was only 500 meters, and it couldn't hit enemies 3 kilometers away, but as a result, he had just entered the range of the defense tower, immediately locked on by the laser. That laser is very powerful and does damage on a percentage basis. 30% deduction of blood over the course of a second. The great sage just touched it and immediately burned through an arm, and he had to withdraw. Guanzu gritted his teeth, asterisk 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 asterisk. This guy is actually so lousy. Come in if you can. Gunsmith laughed triumphantly. Hiding in the spring, he could quickly regain blood, and there was also a defense tower blocking the way, so the people on Guanzu's side couldn't even get through. The number of people in the viewing area, which continued to be around 400,000, changed because of the fact that after encountering the gunnery division, Guanzu's smooth sailing all the way to the top made the number of viewers even higher. This fight is shameless. That's right, what's the point of hiding in a spring? Every time I play this map, the mechanics I run into, the gunners, give me a headache. Why didn't Tendo delete this map? It's completely unbalanced. If this keeps up, Guanzu's winning streak is going to snap. Ooh. I thought of many possibilities of his winning streak being interrupted, such as being struck down by a third-turn genius, but it turns out that I didn't expect that it would be this most suffocating of losses. But this is really hard to deal with. I wonder if Guanzu can think of a way. If we can't solve it, the 202-game winning streak is gone. Gunsmith laughed, ha ha ha, I've mended 12 minions. 13. 14. His poisonous stinging missiles left a scorched zone of flame on the ground, and as soon as the minions came out, they were immediately burned to death. That gunnery division had too long a hand, and under intense fire, Guanzu's side couldn't keep his line of troops. The numbers that come out of the gunner's mouth are like a death wish. After reaching 100, Guanzu will be defeated. A flash of anger flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. I, Lao Sun, am most displeased with this kind of hiding rat. Guanzu pondered for a moment, then revealed a hint of a smile. Great sage, we won't kill him this time. We took down his tower and won just the same. Sun Wukong was surprised, but that tower is invincible, it can't be attacked at all. Guanzu said, that's because the pawns didn't go over. Hiroshi scratched his head in disbelief, but with our troop line, it's hard to send them there at all, master. Guanzu smiled, when the car arrives, there will be a mountain man. Live viewers, too, differ. How is he going to get his line into the tower when the opposing gunnery division has put a layer of ground fire on the ground? It's too hard, there's no defense against penetrating lasers, one shot and the minion dies instantly. Yes. After the crystals spawned new minions, they were all less than a meter tall. Before they could walk out, Guanzu directly reached out and grabbed the little soldier into his hands. With one hand, he raised his shield against the incoming energy blasts. Guanzu said, we'll each grab a minion and go over there, then the defense tower will be able to eat the damage. Deshang, Guangji, you guys bring some too. Sun Wukong and Guangji's eyes lit up. The dueling arena audience was staggered. And so on. That's the short answer? We've really been lights out before, trying to figure out how to defend against those shells and safely escort the line of soldiers. He ended up grabbing the troop line straight away. Sun Wukong's doppelgangers, one of them grabbed a newly emerged minion. Great Sage, split technique plus heaven breaking stick, directly second the tower of. Guanzu gave the order. Yes, it's okay if the pawns go slow. We take them with us. Sun Wukong's doppelgangers grabbed a few minions and killed them at the defense tower range. Summoning spirit reinforcement formation. Guanzu put the array on. The power of shattering. Heaven breaking stick. Fire dance blade wheel. In an instant, 26 golden figures rose up into the air, each holding a weapon and emitting a terrifying pressure. At the same time Hiroki struck out. What? The gunnery division's face changed drastically, extreme firepower. Blast you all. Countless energy shells wove a web of fire in the air, but Sun Wukong and Hiroshi's attacks were much faster. Berserk thunder was wrapped around the weapons, and 26 sticks slammed down at the same time. Boom! -19876540. -18765543. -1765432. The defense tower immediately blew up. You have gained a victory. Gained victory points plus 100. Currently silver 1, 1024/1000. Gained 500 battle points. To break through the gold segment, you need to participate in 3 promotion matches, and winning 2 matches will lead to successful promotion. This is too fierce. A round of attacks that directly smashed the defense tower. Not bad for a king of streaks. Ha ha, I seem to have found a way to deal with those spring shooters, too. Grab the minions, destroy their tower and it's over. Inside the rest area, Gunsmith had a bitter look on his face. This monkey is also too horrible. I thought that hiding in the spring water can be meteoric, but in the end, the defense tower did not even last a second. Come out later. Chi Yun couldn't help but applaud and comment. Great job, Joe. In the future, you'll encounter all sorts of battles, and living your wisdom is the most central ability of a mage. Guanzu said, it's already out of the promotion. If you win 2 more games, you will be able to move up to the gold segment and exchange 2 skill books. Chapter 36, The Oddball Professionals of the Promotion Tournament. Gold Advancement Match. Match successful. Opponent, second turn Werewolf Shapeshifter. Mori 157, Silver 2. Inside a deserted dueling arena, the ground was covered with thick snow, and in the distance were rolling snowy mountains with goosefeather snow falling from the sky. A burly, muscular man appeared across the room, shirtless, revealing bronzed skin and wearing a pair of tattered jeans underneath. "Oh yo? A little one-turn weakling." Mori grinned, revealing a mouthful of morose white teeth. "I'm pretty lucky. Against you, I don't think I even need to change into a werewolf." Guanzu was dressed casually and calmly. A powerful physique that exceeded tens of thousands allowed him to be in the middle of an icy sky without feeling much cold. "I don't need to summon either when dealing with you, Shiguchi," Guanzu retorted softly. "The battle begins." Boom! Mori stomped through the snow and blasted up, a claw ripping through the air and making 5 claw marks. Bang! Guanzu's scepter swung, shattering all those claw print attacks. Mori's eyes chilled. Although the other party was only a first-turn summoner, there were some means to get into the gold promotion tournament. He ran quickly through the snow, stirring up waves of snow to pounce in blizzards so thick that he couldn't see his surroundings. Phew! He broke through the snow dust and came behind Guanzu. Soul-scattering claw. Red light entwined, and a fierce claw clawed forward. Upwards of 10,000 points of mental power had Guanzu on guard. He reached out and grabbed the other man's wrist. And then an elbow smash. Boo! The power of 30,000 or so points is terrifying. Murray gets blasted in the face. Flying directly backwards, he fell into the snow, his nose cracked and nosebleed. Damn! Look at my bestiality! Mori threw himself up to the sky, his body began to expand and deform, his muscles skyrocketed, gray hairs emerged from his skin, his face elongated and transformed into a wolf's head, his sharp claws protruded out from his fingertips, and his entire body transformed into a giant werewolf that was more than 3 meters tall. Roar! Tear you apart! The werewolf's legs bent and lashed out, rushing towards Guanzu like a discharged cannonball, its sharp claws cutting a sharp whistling sound in the air. Set! Magic strike! Darting in, Murray was directly stopped by Seki-Jo reaching out and designating him with a single hand. Subsequently, Guanzu's scepter swung violently, and a purple-black arc-light pike coalesced into shape, with a diameter of 1 zhang in size, blasted the werewolf in the chest in a swift motion. Minus 176,543. The werewolf's massive body was instantly penetrated by the magical energy strike, and a huge crack appeared in his chest. Blood spurted out. His body stalled in the air for a split second before he fell heavily to the ground, transformed back into his human form, and fell over dead. You defeated Mori the shapeshifter. Victory in the first advancement match. You gain 500 battle points. Inside the rest area, Murray watched the fight replay with a shocked look on his face. After learning of Guanzu's identity, he realized why the other party was so powerful. Is this the strength of the Chinese country, the geniuses recruited within the Star Chopper Academy? Mori muttered, a single magical energy strike seconds me. The number of people in the viewing area had already surpassed 600,000, and the pop-ups were constantly refreshing. Asterisk. A magic strike in seconds? Is this Guanzu? It's too strong. Against a second-turn professional, you don't even need to summon a summon. Over 200 consecutive wins, right? This person is simply a monster. It's so easy in the first game of the promotion tournament, it looks like the gold segment is secure. The matches for the advancement rounds are slightly longer. Because the matches, too, are all promotion opponents. Gold advancement match. Match successful. Opponent, second turn Blood Mage Pris. Level 157, Silver 1. On a wasteland, the sky was shrouded by scarlet clouds, countless white bones were scattered on the ground, and the sound of wailing came from the distance. Summoner Guanzu. A man wearing a blood-red vestment with a blood book floating in his palm said in surprise. His face was pale, his eyes flashed with a blood-colored light, and a light red blood mist surrounded his body. I admit you're strong, but it's not easy to win against me. Guanzu frowned. These guys, their opening statements were really all the same. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. The power of the blood demon, turning blood into a pool. Wow! Pris's palm condensed red light and runes, then his body liquefied and disappeared directly into the ground, transforming into a shapeless, intangible, moving pool of blood. That pool of blood moved in. Set. Guanzu's right hand pointed. Ha ha ha. I can't be selected when I'm transformed into a pool of blood, your fixation spell won't work on me. Pris laughed. Like I said, as strong as you are, it won't be easy for you to win against me. Hiroki. Guangji was ordered to slash violently with the red tide blade. Boom boom boom. The ground crumbled and crumbled, but there was no damage feedback at all. Great sage. Let me. Sun Wukong held his weapon and slammed it in the direction of the pool of blood. The earth crumbled and turned into an opening, but it was still completely useless. On the contrary, Guanzu, being in the range of the blood pool, would actually drop blood. Minus 1872. Minus 1765. Minus 1654. It's not much of a drop, but it's still a drop of blood. Seki-Jo stumbled backwards. I can't believe I can't hit it. Crushing power. The weapon was entwined with raging thunder and smashed against the pool of blood as the land burst into pieces. The invisible pool of blood, however, remained unharmed. It's useless, my blood pool, it can't be selected, any physical damage is useless. Ha ha ha. Guanzu was a bit speechless, but you can't win against anyone else if you're like this. Hee hee hee. That's what you don't understand. Do you know that 2 draws can be counted as 1 win? So all I need to do to advance is to win a handful of matches and I'll be okay? You're strong, I'm not fighting you, but you're not going to win against me either, Pris said leisurely. Guanzu was also confused when he encountered such a strange opponent. He couldn't hit his opponent with his current means. The fight lasted nearly 3 minutes. Guanzu tried various methods, but none of them could hurt Pris' main body. Time's up. Tie game. Gaining 20 victory points. 300 points. Goodbye, Guanzu, I'm the first, second turn professional not to be defeated by you, and the second to fight you to a draw. Pris smiled. Congratulations. Guanzu laughed. People really do laugh when they are extremely speechless. Inside the rest area, Blood Demon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It's too close, if I keep fighting, my blood pool energy will run out. But it's an honor to be able to fight Guanzu to a draw. The number of people in the viewing area has surpassed 600,000, and all of them are also being hilariously surprised by the oddball Pris. Ho ha ha ha. That's not a bad way to fight. This blood pool technique is really difficult. Is it really impossible to deal with it? Actually, it's also possible to deal with him if there's a spiritual secret technique that directly deals with the soul. That kind of skill is too rare. This Pris is also considered a celebrity in the dueling arena, mastering the blood pool technique. He never seems to lose. But it's also rarely one is all. He took the winning point by drawing all the way. What an oddity. Totally misses the instance. But it just happens to advance. How do you advance? Don't you have to win 2 games to do that? 2 draws counting as 1 win in a promotion match suits him too well. It can still be like this, for God's sake. There's still one last advancement match left. I wonder if Guanzu can win. Guanzu had thought that he could have taken it down twice. It didn't turn out to be an outrageous player like Pulleys. Open the third one. Let me on. Guanzu prayed. If you fail in the first promotion tournament, you need to wait 1 day before the promotion tournament can be opened again. Gold advancement match. Match successful. Opponent, 3rd turn sword cultivator Lin Yu. Level 208, silver 1. In the middle of a randomized map. Final map, Bamboo Leaf Forest, large map. Chapter 37, Promotion Tournament. Last hand. A battlefield of bamboo forests, where the breeze rustles the bamboo leaves. An ancient pavilion stood in the distance, with green vines entwined around its pillars, making it particularly quiet. Sword cultivator? Guanzu's eyes stared. This profession may not be very good at brushing some copies, but in the dueling arena, it belongs to a category that is at the top of the list. A young girl dressed in a white sword robe with a light blue ribbon tied around her waist. She held a long, cold, shining sword with the tip pointing at the ground. Guanzu, I've heard about your winning streak. Lin Yu smiled, but today, I'm afraid it's going to end here. The moment the battle began, Guanzu immediately summoned Sun Wukong and Guangxi. The opponent stood still and did not interrupt his summoning process. This caused some surprise in Guanzu's heart. Look at the stick! Sun Wukong's golden eyes stormed open, and the weapon in his hand transformed into a giant stick of golden light that smashed down. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth slightly raised, and the long sword in her hand suddenly glowed with a light blue light. Matchless bullet reversal. Boom! The mountains of stick shadows were immediately absorbed by the bouncing reflective shield. An identical stick style followed, countering back. The force of the weapon was surprisingly bounced back. Sun Wukong was caught off guard and was directly hit by his own attack. Boom! -1498764, blast. What? Guanzu's pupils shrunk. I have to say, the Great Sage's damage is really high. Seconds to the sky, to the air, and to yourself. Sun Wukong was directly shattered by his own attack and dissipated into bits of golden light. At this moment, the only ones left on the scene were the incredibly stunned Guanzu and Guangxi. Your summon spirit is indeed very strong, but in front of my bullet counter, a powerful attack will only become its own catalyst. Lin Yu stood with his sword. Next, it's your turn. Guanzu's eyes widened, and for the first time, the summon spirit, Sun Wukong, was actually taken out. It was his own power, though, that bounced back and killed him. At this scene, the spectators in the dueling arena, all boiled over. I'll go. This bouncing reverse, it actually managed to knock back the Skybreaker stick. What an awesome skill. The sword cultivator is really a bullseye. Guanzu, he's finished. With the most powerful summoning spirits dead, it is no longer possible for Guanzu to defeat the 3rd turn sword cultivator. Who would have thought that the opponent would know the emerald grade divine skill of peerless bouncing back? That's what happens when you rely too much on summoning spirits, huh? Let's see what he'll do. A professional who had been defeated by Guanzu gritted his teeth. He's finally going to lose for once. If he loses this one, Guanzu won't be able to enter the gold segment this time, and he's unlucky to break into one that shrinks infinitely in the blood pool and run into a ruthless person who can bounce back without a double. A first-turn professional who still wants to enter the gold level segment is simply dreaming. The situation has completely shifted. The two major summoning spirits that Guanzu relied on, the most powerful of which was the Monkey King, ended up being counted out because they were not sure of each other's skills. A heaven-breaking stick blasted down, and in turn, he himself was killed by the shadow of the bouncing back stick. At the moment, there was only one Guangji left beside Guanzu, and he was going to face a third turn-level sword cultivator. In the bamboo forest, Goku's sudden downfall in turn gave Guanzu the feeling of encountering a surprise when confronted with the young girl holding a long sword. Instead, he became remarkably calm. The breeze whipped through the bamboo forest, the bamboo leaves rustled, and a faint killing intent filled the air. The heroes of this world are really like a river. Your bouncing back is indeed powerful, but I can't lose this game today. Guanzu gripped his scepter tightly and narrowed his eyes. Then win it for me. Lin Yu smiled. An awe-inspiring sword intent that condensed into substance. Her entire body was exalted like a heavenly sword thrusting straight into the clouds. Sharp as attack. In the bamboo forest, sword chi ran through the air. Lin Yu was holding a long sword, the tip of the sword glowing with a light blue light, her figure flickering like a ghost. Swish! A flash of instantaneous shadow. The sword light was like a rainbow, aiming straight for Guanzu's throat. Your most powerful summoning spirit is dead. How much longer do you want to last? Guangji swung his red-tide blade and stopped in front of Guanzu, the light of the blade blossoming like flames. Master, there is still me, let me meet you. The swords struck each other, sparks splashed everywhere, and the bamboo forest resounded with the sound of gold and iron clanking. Lin Yu's sword technique was powerful and incomparable, each sword carried the sound of breaking air, but Guangjika wasn't weak either, especially after level 100, with 80,000 strength, more than 70,000 physique, and 40,000 agility. This attribute was not at all inferior to sword cultivator Lin Yu. A few scuffles and sparks shot out. Lin Yu frowned, also sensing how tricky Guangji was. Hiroki wasn't weak, it was only because the Monkey King was so strong that it overshadowed him. Guanzu's growth was too fast. If he didn't defeat him this time, he might not get another chance in the future. Split sword shadow. Lin Yu let out a soft cry, and her figure suddenly split into 3 sword chi detachments. Each one of them was solid as real, exactly like Lin Yu, only there was sword chi condensed into it. They held long swords and killed towards Guanzu. This skill consumed a lot, but she was blocked by Hiroshi, and there was nothing she could do without using this move. Snort! The 3 doppelgangers, each wielding a sword style, came across to kill. Guanzu raised his platinum crystal shield to block. Chained fireball. Boom boom boom. Guanzu threw fireballs wildly. After all, it was a doppelganger, and its battle prowess was not at all like that of Lin Yu herself. After finishing off the 2 doppelgangers, Guanzu was still pierced through the shoulder by one of them, with a sword move. Minus 127,842. Magic strike. With a wave of his scepter, Guanzu blew up the doppelganger in front of him and dissipated into smoke. This sword nearly pierced through his heart, but fortunately, it dodged away at the critical moment. Dabble. Guanzu retreated back one after another, immediately unleashing his blood and bone talent to heal the injured parts. Otherwise, bleeding all the time, plus not being able to lift one arm, would have too much of an effect on the fight. Unfortunately, healing is not fast. Lin Yu's face was joyful. You're finished. Next, for your life. Split sword shadow. She used this great skill again. This skill consumed 1/5 of her mana each time she used it. Especially the mental consumption was the greatest. After all, one had to be distracted to manipulate those sword chi doppelgangers, combine formations, and perform sword moves. Fire dance blade wheel. Guanzu was injured, and if he let 3 more sword chi doppelgangers get close to him, he was going to lose. Guangji made an instant decision, ignoring his own safety, and threw the fire knife straight out. Trying to use the same trick twice in front of me, Guangji? The blade wheel swept across, dealing a large amount of damage and immediately decapitating those 3 doppelgangers. -1876543, -1813423, -1874511. At the same time, the 3 million plus damage, converted by the bloodthirsty seal, turned into over 90,000 blood, giving Guanzu a big bite to recover immediately. With the bloodthirsty seal combined with the blood bone talent, the wounds immediately healed, and Guanzu was once again alive and well. Summoning Spirit Reinforcement Formation. Guanzu's staff was a little bit beneath Guangji's feet. An intricate spell formation emerged, and a golden light enveloped him, causing his aura to suddenly skyrocket. Guangji had no weapon left in his hand, and Lin Yu thought it was an opportunity to stab Guangji in the back of the neck with his sword. However, Guanzu directly strengthened Guangji, causing his full attributes to increase dramatically. After all, it is a formation, you have to be in the formation to be able to use it. Guangji and Lin Yu, previously leaping back and forth against each other, Guanzu did not put this skill. It was hard to create the opportunity, but Sakizo predicted Lin Yu's thoughts in advance. Bang! Guangji hardened himself against Lin Yu's sword, and with a wave of his hand, the fire sword flew back and continued the engagement. Now Lin Yu was still being hindered by Hiroki. Time passed by, and 2.5 minutes had passed. 30 seconds to the end. Lin Yu's attack became more and more intense, it didn't matter if she traded injuries for injuries, she knew that time was running out. It's going to be a tie at this rate. I have to make it quick. Finally, an opportunity for her to find one. Lin Yu gritted her teeth and spared Guangji a cut on her belly, slapping him away with a palm. The long sword in his hand then erupted with a dazzling blue sword aura. Peerless sword chi. Give me death. She leapt up and flew away from Hiroshi. The long sword drew a graceful arc, and the sword chi on the sword body shot towards Guanzu like a meteor. Stasis. Guanzu's pupils widened dramatically as he roared violently, and he pointed out a finger. Humph. I've known for a long time that you have mastered this trick as well. Guanzu, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you'll win 100 battles. I've long since studied you through. Lin Yu sneered, unparalleled bouncing reverse. She immediately stopped sharply, her sword glowing pale blue in a defensive stance. A shield of bouncing back formed by runes condensed, and that shield could bounce back all attacks or spells. Of course, there was a limit to this rebound shield. If it was a forbidden spell, or an attack that had broken 100 million damage, then her shield would be directly smashed. Can't bounce back at all. It's like saying an egg is hard to crush with an even force, but try having the Hulk come over and squeeze it. Ben thought it was a close call and released the bounce back skill. But next, Lin Yu's pupils plummeted and cold sweat ran down his back. She realized with a jolt that she had been lied to. Guanzu just shouted stasis with his mouth, but he didn't actually release any skills. Lin Yu's face changed drastically. The bounce lasts only 1 second, the moment the light fades. It is now. Stasis. A brilliant light flashed in Guanzu's eyes. A golden light struck Lin Yu and her entire body froze in place. Hiroki. I am. Master. Use the fire dance blade wheel. Yes. Confidence erupted in Guangji's eyes, and the red-tide blade in his hand erupted into a blazing flame. -876,543, blast. Lin Yu was immobilized by the stasis technique, unable to dodge, and was directly chopped by the fire dance blade wheel. Her body was cut off by the flaming blade wheel, cut off at the waist and split in two. The young girl then let out a scream and died immediately. You defeated sword cultivator Lin Yu. Victory in the promotion tournament. Successful promotion to the gold segment. Gain 1,000 battle points. Opened new mall purchasing privileges. The hundreds of thousands of spectators in the viewing area, after staying for a while, immediately boiled over and discussed endlessly. Wonderful. What a wonderful battle. Seeing things in action, interesting. After all, it's surprising that he won. With the strongest summoning spirit dead, he's still so tricky. Asterisk. This wave from Guanzu is awesome. That's too clever. Using your mouth to shout the name of a skill to trick a bullet counter. Is this Guanzu? Worthy of being the king of winning streaks. That's a nice wave of psychological warfare. Lin Yu relied on the difference in information to dispose of Sun Wukong, but I didn't expect to lose anyway. A first-turn pro hitting the gold segment. This is the first person in history, right? No, there were top-tier heavenly prides that could do it before, but even if they weren't the first, it's still quite outrageous. It's worthy of being an internal recruiting genius of the Star Chopper Academy. Chapter 38 Gold Segment. Open Gold Skill Book. Inside the rest area, Lin Yu covered her small waist. Even though the battles were all simulated, she still had the feeling of being sliced up. She had a bitter smile on her face. I didn't expect to be defeated like this, but it's not wrong to lose to such an opponent. It's a pity that I didn't seize this opportunity, but I'm afraid I won't have any more chances in the future. Guanzu looked at the system prompt and let out a long breath, revealing a delighted smile. Finally entering the gold segment. Inside the tavern, the warm glow of the fireplace fire reflected off the wooden walls, and the aroma of wine and food filled the air. Guanzu sat at the table in the corner, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. In front of him was the Monkey King who had just been resummoned. Lao Sun, was careless this time. I didn't expect that girl's bullet counter to be so powerful. Sun Wukong scratched his head, his blonde fur drooping down, somewhat downcast. What's the situation? He thought that he might lose. After all, he was the first one to die due to carelessness as the strongest combatant. This battle also made Sun Wukong realize that it was the professionals of this world that could not be underestimated, and they also possessed powerful extraordinary skills. It can be used to inflict damage on yourself in the middle of a battle. It's okay, great sage. Guangji laughed, we won in the end. Won? How did you win? Sun Wukong had a wonderful expression of curiosity. In Sun Wukong's opinion, that bounce skill was pretty tricky, and they were limited in the strength they could exert in this body today. Facing a third-turn professional would also feel a bit difficult to deal with. After all, people's attributes were no longer inferior to theirs, and they had also mastered some powerful skills. Of course, the most important thing was that they could win the match by killing Guanzu. Guangji stood at the side with an agitated expression. It was the master who used a ploy, shouting out a fixation technique when the opponent was killing her, and tricked her into bouncing back. Wait for the bounce time to expire before hitting the fixer. A wave of stealing sky took her out. That little girl, though, is really quite something. That girl child is indeed outstanding. but Azu's wisdom is a step above. Sun Wukong sniffed and gave a sigh of relief, giving a thumbs up. A hint of wariness flashed in his eyes, but the next time I encounter a sword cultivator who can bounce back, Lao Sun, won't be defeated so easily. He had also lost in being gullible, believing that all his enemies could be blasted to death with a single stick. Chi Yun walked over with a glass of wine. Azu, it's okay. In a little over half a day, it went from silver 5 to gold advancement. And it passed in one sitting. Guanzu stretched his muscles and bones. Shutan, the points added for playing a handful are especially high now. I don't want to lose. By the way, Mr. Chi, as a student of the Star Chopper Academy, I made it to the gold segment. Does the Academy have a reward for that? Chi Yun smiled. You kid, of course I did. The Academy has added 2,000 contribution points to you, and after the gold segment, some special secret realms, you also have the qualifications to enter. But those aren't the best rewards. There are better rewards? Guanzu's eyes lit up at his words. What's the best one, Mr. Z? That's something you'll have to fight for yourself. After saying that, Chi Yun took out 3 scrolls called Abyssal Challenge scrolls. This is the Abyssal Challenge. Use it after entering the copy to trigger the Abyssal mode, and after beating the Abyssal levels, unexpected rewards may pop out. Guanzu took the reward, which was a crimson scroll with a strong Abyssal demonic aura. You have obtained 3 Abyssal Demon Challenges, turn 1. It's very valuable, with a market value of 20 million apiece. To redeem them at the Academy, you need 2,000 contribution points, but you can redeem up to 5 of them a month. Guanzu was excited. So precious. Thank you, Mr. Xie. The news that Guanzu had killed his way into the gold segment with a single turn quickly spread throughout the Heaven's Pride circle in the country. The Sword One Academy's heavenly pride, Li Xianyi, was sitting on a leather sofa, playing with a cold, glittering flying sword in his hand as he watched the replay of Guanzu's advancement match. This guy. Li Xianyi frowned slightly. I can't believe I used this method to trick Rinyu Senpai's bullet reversal. Linyu was the inner courtyard genius of the Sword One Academy, and although she wasn't at the Heaven's Pride level, her strength and talent were there for all to see. Li Xianyi put down the flying sword in his hand. I'll have to give it a try after hitting the gold segment in one turn. Guanzu, I'm going to prove my strength by taking one day to kill my way into the platinum segment. Hanli of the top 10 schools, standing by the window, she was wearing a long light green dress, her long black hair hanging down like a waterfall, and she was holding a compulsion art tome in her hand. For a first-turn professional to hit the gold segment, this is also extremely rare in the history of the 10 great schools. This Guanzu, it's getting more and more powerful. Hanli said softly. I'll try the gladiatorial arena as well and see where I can get to. The School of the Underworld. Bai Yuyue leaned against the wall. She was pale and a little thin, her eye sockets were dark and she looked a little bereft. Looking at the news on her phone, she looked surprised. Mard, this livestock, why is it so powerful? Bai Yuyi was somewhat speechless. Especially that monkey, he was able to smash the defense tower with a stick. What the hell? Never mind, don't think about that. Dueling ring points can be exchanged for a lot of goodies. And fighting against real people seems to be more fun than fighting monsters. Taoist League Academy. Zhang Lin sat in front of his computer and repeatedly watched the duel between Guanzu and Linyu. To keep a calm mind in this crisis is truly powerful. Zhang Lin said in a deep voice, but Linyu was obviously too hasty. If it was me, I wouldn't have fallen for it. He then stood up and straightened his collar. I'll try it too. It's not like there's any urgent tasks lately anyway. I'm going to kill my way into the gold segment too. It's time to move around. Even though it's not the 10 great schools inner recruitment heavenly pride, I'm going to prove that those of us from the other schools aren't weaker than them either. It's just the gold segment, what's so hard about it? Subsequently, the internally recruited geniuses from all the great universities entered the dueling arena, and a brilliant battle appeared in the dueling arena. This wave of Azus has stimulated the heavenly prides of all the great universities. For some time to come, the dueling arena was on fire. Guanzu looked at his battle points. More than 200 consecutive victories, a full 71,000 battle points. You can exchange it for a gold skill book. Inside the tavern, the warm glow of the fireplace fire reflected off the wooden walls. Liza, the elf boss lady, stood behind the bar, with her trademark pointy ears, long silver hair cascading over her shoulders, and a long dress with a light red slit. Under the long skirt, a pair of long, rich, white legs were hidden. The owner's wife exudes elegance when she raises her hand. Welcome, how may I help you? Lord Sakizo, Liza said with a smile. After being promoted to the gold segment, the boss's wife will be addressed with the title of an adult. Kind of a nice little perk. Guanzu walked over to the bar and looked at the list of redemptions hanging on the wall. Boss lady, I want to exchange 2 gold level skill books and 30,000 skill upgrade rolls. Liza gently waved her hand and a blue light flashed as 2 skill books with golden covers and a stack of scrolls emitting a faint glow appeared on the bar. That's a total of 40,000 points. Are you sure you want to exchange it? Okay. Guanzu nodded, and the system immediately deducted the corresponding points. Consume 40,000 points, get gold level skill book X2, skill upgrade roll X30000. The other professionals in the tavern cast envious glances. Gold level skill books were hard to come by on the market, and they weren't like Guanzu who could keep winning and saving points so quickly. You should know that if you lose a battle, you have to deduct victory points and battle points. Boss lady, I'm happy to be promoted to the gold segment today. I'll buy everyone a drink, Guanzu said with bravado. After consuming another 120 points, Guanzu asked the tavern professionals in his channel to each have a made-up cocktail. Thanks, Brother Joe. Thank you, boss. Boss atmosphere. A guy like Brother Joe deserves to be young and successful. Ha ha ha. Liza smiled and nodded as she began pouring drinks for the tavern's guests. Laughter soon filled the tavern. Guanzu then directly opened the 2 skill books. On the bar, 2 skill books with golden covers lay before them, their pages glittering with mysterious runes. Flipping open the first skill book, golden light flowed out from the pages and turned into a rune that didn't enter his body. Acquired skill, perfect dodge, gold level. After successfully dodging an attack, you gain 0.5 seconds of invincibility and a triple acceleration effect for a 5-second cooldown after successful dodging. Cooldown, none. That's a good skill. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Azu, in the future, some of the means won't be a danger to you. Speaking of which, this skill, I have it in my skill tree, but you have to turn 2 to activate it. Guanzu said, Great sage, I'll have you guys turn 2 soon. Guangji stood to the side, holding the red tide blade. A good skill indeed, the owner's survivability will be greatly increased. Master, take a look at the next book. Aha! Guanzu nodded. Chapter 39, 40,000 skill rolls. Use. The firelight from the fireplace reflected on Liza's delicate face, her long silver hair glowing softly in the firelight. She was also curious as to what skill books Guanzu could open. Virtually every skill book opened at the bar was new to her. It felt like watching someone play scratch and sniff. Guanzu flipped open the second skill book, and golden light flowed out from the pages. Acquired skill, instantaneous movement seal, gold level. You can mark 2 imprint points and instantly move at any time. The mark imprint can be cancelled and the new imprint will replace the old one. Maximum imprint movement range 3 kilometers. The upgrade allows you to mark up to 5 imprint points, and the duration is increased to 2 hours. Cooldown, 5 seconds. This skill is fantastic. Hiroshi's eyes lit up. Master can retreat at any time in the future. Sun Wukong sat at the bar, sipping his juice and fiddling with his weapon. Hey, Joe, now you can play tricks. Sun Wukong laughed. Mark a seal in a safe place and run if you can't beat it. Liza elegantly wiped her wineglass. Lord Sakiza was in luck then. Both of these skills are very useful. Guanzu held 30,000 skill upgrade rolls in his hands, his eyes flashing with anticipation. I'm not the only one who can use this seal, you can use it too. Let's upgrade these 2 skills to full level first. Guanzu said, and began to use the skill upgrade rolls. Golden light continued to pour into Guanzu's body from the upgrade rolls, and the proficiency of the 2 skills increased rapidly. You have consumed 2,400 upgrade rolls. Perfect dodge upgraded to LV10 full level. Gain 1 second of invincibility after a successful dodge, and gain a 5-fold acceleration effect for 8 seconds. Can. Sun Wukong clapped his hands. 5 times acceleration and 1 second invincibility, so that Azu would be safer, and he'd be able to strike more crisply when he was on the battlefield. You have consumed 2,400 upgrade rolls. Instant seal up to full level. Marks 5 imprint points, lasts for 2 hours, and has a maximum range of movement of 5 kilometers. Cooldown reduced to 5 seconds. When you get a skill upgrade roll, it's meant to be used, and it's used to make the summoning spirit stronger. Guanzu sat at the bar, holding a large number of skill upgrade scrolls in his hands. Great sage, Guangji, let's start by upgrading all of your skills to the full first turn. Guanzu said, and began to upgrade Sun Wukong's skills. Golden light continued to pour out of the scroll and into the summoned spirit's body. Consume 7,000 skill upgrade rolls, and the power of crush rises to LV10. The power is increased to 600%, and the effects of defense breaking, tendon breaking, and armor breaking are increased by 90%. Additional 300% thunder damage is attached, which can cause a 3-second stun. After crush power is pulled full, it simply gains another qualitative change. In addition to the normal attacks, there is a 3x lightning attribute damage bonus, and a stun effect. Properly divine technique. Stasis has a cooldown, and on the side of crush power, it makes up for it with some control. Moreover, the shattering power split could enjoy the bonus as well, which would simply allow you to control monsters all the time if you hit a combo. However, high-level monsters also had some countermeasures, and if the difference in attributes was too great, they simply couldn't be controlled for 3 seconds, and were even immune to the stun effect. So that still needs to be upgraded. Consume 7,500 skill upgrade rolls, split technique upgraded to LV10. Up to 50 bilocations, each inheriting 30% of the body's attributes. Consuming 7,100 skill upgrade rolls, the Heaven Breaking Stick is upgraded to LV10. Damage increased by 500%, max range increased to 1,000 meters. Sun Wukong's body was glittering with golden light, and he could feel the surge of power in his body. Azu, my old grandson feels stronger now. Sun Wukong said excitedly as he brandished his weapon. Guanzu turned to Guangji, who didn't have many upgrade rolls left in his hand. Liza elegantly wiped her glass and looked at Guanzu. Lord Guanzu, you don't seem to have enough skill upgrade rolls. Liza smiled, would you like to add some more? Let's have another 10,000. Guanzu nodded. The other occupiers in the tavern looked at this scene with envious expressions. This kind of bravado of consuming tens of thousands of points at once was something they rarely saw. Consume 6,000 skill upgrade rolls, Fire Dance Blade will upgraded to LV10. Damage increased to 400% and Flame Scorch effect increased to inflict 5 seconds of sustained scorching. When releasing the Fire Dance Blade wheel, a blade wheel can be created automatically without occupying the weapon. It's also a substantial enhancement. Consume 5,000 skill upgrade rolls, Demon Fire Talent upgraded to LV10. Flame damage increased to 300%. Master, I feel that my strength has increased a lot. Guangji gripped the red tide blade tightly, and the blade was wrapped with even hotter flames. Fine, go ahead and brush up on your levels. Guanzu stood up, his eyes glittering with wariness. The East Sea Square was filled with people, and students from various universities were lined up, waiting to enter the replica. Recently, the Tokai copy has been completely on fire. Many colleges organize professionals, who come to this place to brush up and develop the spirit of patriotic education. As a result, the city of East China Sea made a small profit and rushed to configure the replica with a number of devices. Now, there was a huge curtain of light suspended over the square. Information and difficulty ratings for each copy are displayed. There are also various speedway leaderboards. Right now, the top 2 copies of the Speed Pass list were both firmly occupied by Guanzu at number 1. And it's a far cry from the second place team, which is riding like a duck in a row. Those who came here to brush up their books also had the thought of fighting for their breath in their hearts. The first 2 copies are more specific in that they can't compete with Guanzu, all thinking about powering through the 3rd and 4th copy. At the entrance of the duplicate vortex, hundreds of squads of young professionals, from all over the country, gathered here. Preparations are being made for the battle. Some were replenishing their potions, some were checking their equipment, and more were listening to their captains explaining tactical points. The vortex was swirling, and teams were constantly coming out of it. A small team of students led by a second-turned professional was coming out of the copy with shocked and touched looks on their faces. It's too tragic. The brutality of the deep-sea creatures is far beyond our imagination. Facing those monsters, the warriors of the Eastern Naval Forces went forward. It was so great. A female student said in a trembling voice. Yeah, if it wasn't for our army's desperate resistance, Donghai City would have become history. Another student shook his head and sighed. Guanzu was still dressed as a student, holding a white and gold-colored scepter with a calm and unhurried demeanor. As soon as he appeared, he sparked a commotion on the scene. Oh my god, it's the great god Guanzu. He's the one who set the record for the fastest record for a copy of the Thousand Hills Island and Beachguard battle with 2 summoned spirits by himself. The giant light screen above the plaza flashed continuously, displaying the real-time data of each copy. Record of the fastest time to clear a copy of the Thousand Mountain Island, 7 minutes and 13 seconds, holder, Zhou Quan. Record of the fastest time to pass a Beachguard copy, 2 minutes and 47 seconds, holder, Zhou Quan, Hanli. I heard that he's already hit the gold level, only 1 turn and already, that's awesome. I've turned 2 and I haven't even entered the gold segment yet. A senior from a higher academy shook his head and laughed bitterly. A group of young professionals gathered around with a glint of adoration in their eyes. Great god Guanzu, can you tell us what rank your summoned spirit is? A female archer in leather armor asked nervously and excitedly. Mythic level. Guanzu replied directly. Mythic rank? What rank is that? In their consciousness, the highest rank, it was the legendary rank that was right. Perhaps the great god Guanzu was joking, or perhaps he was confident enough to consider his summoned spirit a myth, a god. A young man in black vestments came forward and said respectfully, Great god Guanzu, we are professionals from Xin Tian Academy. I have seen videos of your duels. Could you please enlighten me on how you practiced that outrageous level of dodging skill as a law profession? Well, Guanzu scratched his head and told the story of what he did on the deck, not killing, and playing hard to get away from those little octopus monsters, skeleton soldiers, and big tentacles. At that time, I probably practiced for hours on end, in which I also got sucked by the octopus a lot, and that's when I had to ask the summoning spirit to help me out. But by then, I was able to react and destroy the octopus central nervous system on my own at the first opportunity. A group of young professionals, listening with some confusion. No wonder Guanzu was able to develop such powerful evasion techniques. This was purely and simply playing with his life, throwing himself into the most dangerous situations, and then practicing his powerful dodging ability in a raw manner. Obviously the summons were already so strong, and I was still working so hard in person, so it was no wonder I was able to kill my way into the gold segment. Gentlemen, I'm going to make a copy. Great god Guanzu, have a smooth journey and another miracle. Some people complimented. Chapter 40, Crystal Palace. Abyssal Mode. Guanzu went to the store and bought 2 bottles of twofold experience potions. Originally he could have bought a 1-hour one for 10,000 gold coins per unit. He just happened to be able to brush through 6 times in an hour. But since I still wanted to work on my newly learned evasion skills, I bought 2 bottles of double medicine for 3 copy chances. Standing at the entrance of the Thousand Mountain Island replica, he took out a bottle of potion with a shimmering golden light from his storage ring. The moment the potion entered his throat, Guanzu felt his entire body enveloped in a golden glow, and the efficiency of his experience acquisition increased by 100%. Subsequently, enter the copy. Great sage, Guangji, don't kill these little monsters first, let me practice. Guanzu held his scepter, his eyes focused. There are 7 waves of monsters. If you keep it, there will be more and more monsters on the deck. A tentacle slapped and entwined, a ghost ship docked, and ghostly soldiers, armed with muskets and battered machetes, jumped on. There are also tons of abyssal-sucking octopus. Pass. Pass. Dozens of abyssal octopuses broke out of the water. Their bodies were pitch black and their tentacles were covered with purple suckers, swimming around trying to absorb Guanzu. Skeleton soldiers from the ghost ship, wielding rusty longswords, rushed in. Ah, Zhu, be careful. As Sun Wukong watched Guanzu dance wildly on the tip of his sword with that kind of life-threatening demeanor, he became a little worried. Guanzu's feet pointed, and his entire body floated back like a light feather, as a few tentacles brushed against the corners of his coat and jerked past. Perfect dodge trigger. A flowing golden aura enveloped his entire body. With 5 times the speed added, Guanzu's figure left a trail of stumps on the deck. This speed. It's kinda hard to control. Guanzu made a careless turn and almost crashed into the side of the ship. Guangji held the red tide blade and cleaved away a few skeletal soldiers that tried to get close to the battle flag. Master is looking for the perfect dodge rhyme. Tai. Ah, Zhu, you kid is really bold now. Sun Wukong picked at his ears, his golden eyes filled with appreciation. Half an hour later, Guanzu's movements became more and more fluid, weaving freely through the dense tentacles, slashes, and muskets like a swimming fish. In addition, Guanzu had also utilized the instantaneous seal. He took the instantaneous seal and left one on each of the Monkey King, himself, and Guangji. Guangji had left his seal on the red tide blade so that he could throw it out and then make an instantaneous movement with the help of the red tide blade. Perfect dodge combined with the instantaneous movement seal, my survivability has greatly increased. Guanzu easily dodged a horizontal slash and appeared 10 meters away in a flash. Another hour had passed, and Guanzu was already able to move freely under the 5 times speed enchantment, and was even able to cast spells while moving at high speed. Magic energy strike. Guanzu swung his scepter as he retreated, and arcs of purple-black energy blasted at a giant tentacle. Minus 187,654. Fireball barrage. 5 times the speed, even the process of casting spells, gets a boost. Boom boom boom. A string of fireballs were shot out one after another, and what was originally a 1-second fireball spell was now capable of hitting 5 rounds a second. The perfect dodge buff is really nice. 6 or 7 hours passed. Before and after Guanzu, once again, a full 5 training sessions. After the 5th copy ended, Guanzu sensed his increasingly pure dodging skills and revealed a satisfied smile. For the last time, a direct speed pass. Entering the replica for the 6th time, Guanzu no longer practiced dodging and instead went all out with his output. Split art. Heaven-breaking stick. 50 golden figures rose up into the air, each one holding a weapon and emitting a terrifying pressure. Then, leaving from the ship, he rushed into the black fog, bursting to kill the ghost ships rushing in all directions. -398765541, blast. -387654330. -3765431. Before the 7 waves of monsters could come over, Sun Wukong directly killed them all. He then took Guanzu and flew over the deep-sea giant turtle lords. The deep-sea giant turtle lord had just surfaced, its huge shell covered with sharp barbs and its eyes flashing with a ghostly blue light. Roar! The giant tortoise roared up to the sky. Sun Wukong leapt down from the air, his weapon skyrocketing to 1,000 meters in thunderous light. Look at the stick! The golden stick shadow wrapped in purple thunder as it descended from the sky under the addition of the power of shattering. -498765541, strike. Armor break. The impenetrable shell of the giant turtle shattered like tofu under the stick. Its huge body was directly blasted into pieces, and blood stained the sea. There was no need to even add the summoning spirit reinforcement formation, no need for the doppelgangers to make up for the damage, and a direct hit of the heaven-breaking stick killed him in seconds. Killed the abyssal turtle lord. Gained 6.8 million experience points, double experience. You've set a new copy record, 3 copies in 47 seconds. Level up, 78. At the end of the 6 copies, Guanzu looked at his level and nodded in satisfaction. 2 more levels and we'll be on our way to the Crystal Palace. When the time comes, use an abyssal challenge to see. On the East Sea Square, the crowd gathered around the huge light screen, which displayed the latest copy records. Thousand Hills Island copy fastest pass record update. 3 minutes and 47 seconds holder, Zhou Quan. A group of young professionals had shock in their eyes. Oh my god. Great God, Guanzu has set another record. Passing the 1000 Mountain Island copy in less than 4 minutes, this is too much. That copy, isn't there 7 waves of monsters? How did they kill them all ahead of time and then exterminate the Lord? Unbelievable, I can't figure out at all how the hell it was done. A new day. The number of copies is refreshed, after Guanzu buys the double medicine. Swiped a copy of 1000 Mountain Island and successfully leveled up to 80. The third copy of the East Sea region opens. The name is Crystal Palace. Guanzu stood in front of the replica vortex, holding an abyssal challenge with a crimson glow in his hand. Immediately, a new copy of the information was displayed on the light screen. Copy, Crystal Palace. Difficulty, Normal Adventure Hard Nightmare Purgatory. Recommended level, 80 to 100. Mission, after experiencing great losses, the warriors who descended to the deepest depths accidentally discovered a stronghold of the Abyssal Sea Clan. The Queen Lord in the Crystal Palace was secretly refining a terrifying weapon. Prepare to launch an attack on the human world, Destroy them. Guanzu still chose Purgatory difficulty. At once, terrifying red text appeared on the light screen. 3 large exclamation points, blinking constantly, and a warning. All the signs were signaling the danger level of this copy. Oh my god. Great God, Guanzu is getting ready to paint a copy of the Crystal Palace. This copy has just been set by a team from the Heavenly Places Academy, setting a new speed pass record, and their team of 40 people has already beaten the record by 6 minutes. I've heard that 1 is the limit. It's hard to go faster. I wonder if the great god Guanzu can break this record? I'm afraid it's difficult. After all, that copy has 9 diagrams on the periphery. They are splitting up, clearing all 9 diagrams together and then entering the most central diagram. It took a regiment of 40 men to do this. But the great god of Guanzu has been soloing on his own, and he has to go around in circles to clear the 9 maps before he can enter the final level. Say, the Heavenly Position Academy isn't an academy in the Northwest, so how come it traveled a long way and organized a team to come to East Sea City to brush up on this record? You guys don't know, the great god Guanzu represents the Star Chopper Academy, which belongs to one of the 10 great academies. However, these years, the Chopping Star Academy is a bit green and yellow, and many academies want to rush the rankings and grab this top 10 academy position, and the Heavenly Position Academy is one of the strong contenders. Recently, Great God Guanzu is too hot, one person occupied 2 records of the East Sea copies, the whole network is reporting about Great God Guanzu, and even the side of the Star Chopper Academy, it also got a lot of attention, so many geniuses want to enroll in it. So on the side of the Heavenly Position Academy, they want to pull the record up and suppress the vigor of the Great God Guanzu, or else it would be too much for a single person to occupy the record of 4 copies in the East Sea region. So it is. Immediately after Guanzu chose it, a prompt popped up. Warning, in hell difficulty, all demonic creatures have their attributes increased by 1500% and have special skills. Is it confirmed? Confirmed. Abyssal challenge detected. Turn on abyss mode. 300% increase in difficulty. Monster attributes increased by 400%. Boss attribute increased by 500%. Special effect, abyssal corrosion, loses 1% life per second. Special reward, chance to get Dragon Realm summoning scrolls, platinum level weapons, defense gear, ornaments, materials. Dragon Realm summoning scroll. That would be great. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed and the weapon in his hand gently struck the ground. Abyssal mode is good. If I get the scroll, I'd better summon my little white dragon master brother. Hopefully it'll pop a summoning scroll. Guanzu took a deep breath and threw the abyssal challenge into the vortex. The vortex instantly turned crimson, emitting a haunting aura. Is entry confirmed? Confirmed. The light flashed, and the figures of the 3 disappeared into the vortex. When the surrounding professionals saw this scene, their expressions immediately exploded beyond recognition. Everyone thought that Sekijo would be fighting to get the record back, but it turned out that he didn't seem to care about that at all. Instead, they chose the more frightening and dangerously difficult Abyss mode. Geez, I can't believe he chose Abyss mode. This is the Crystal Palace. Normal mode is hard enough. Great God Guanzu, is this going to set a new record? I heard that the Crystal Palace of the Abyss mode, even some third-turn professionals, are easy to fold. A warrior with a large sword over his shoulder shook his head and sighed. Young man, too much confidence. The Crystal Palace's Abyss mode requires at least a 4-man squad at the 3rd turn level to be secure. Although it's a copy that can be entered at level 80, the Abyss mode, normally speaking, requires more than level 100 to brush, especially since he also chose the Hell difficulty, which is even harder. Chapter 41. The door cannot be opened from this side. At the entrance of the Crystal Palace, the blue crystal wall shimmered with an eerie light, tiny crystal shards floated around them, and the fishy, salty scent of the deep sea filled the air. The 3 of them, Guanzu, stood in the initial map. It was a square-shaped space, surrounded by a crystal door on each side, which was carved with mysterious runes and emitted a faint glow. At this moment, a small map of the replica also appeared in the light screen. This is a buy copy. 10 levels in all, standard dungeon-type copies. At the top is the final Lord level. As soon as he came in, Guanzu was immediately placed with a kind of debuff, and his blood level kept dropping by 1% per second. This copy must move faster, Hiroshi said. Both he and the Great Sage were also burdened by this debuff, causing their blood levels to keep decaying. Bloodthirsty Seal. Guanzu quickly struck 3 bloodthirsty seals, 3 blood-colored runes that merged into their bodies. The members of the squad, all of them gained a bloodthirsty effect bonus, where 2% of the damage dealt would be converted into blood replenishment. A group of trident-wielding sharkmen emerged from behind the crystal wall, clad in dark blue scale armor, with a bloodthirsty red light flashing in their eyes. Humans, this is the territory of the Deep Sea Clan, you shouldn't be here. The leader shark captain swung his trident and let out a low growl. Guanzu immediately threw over a scout. Name, Captain Abyssal Shark. Level, LV 90. Blood, 500 tubes. Attributes, Strength 30,000, Spirit 20,000, Physique 30,000, Agility 7,000. Talent, Abyssal Magic Resistance, 40% damage reduction, Abyssal Attribute Enhancement, Gold level. Skills, Shark Shock LV 7, Corrosive Poison LV 8. Guanzu was a bit shocked. It was worthy of being an Abyssal difficulty copy. Even the small monsters were close to the hell-level Abyssal Turtle Lords. A full 500 tubes of blood. It's a small monster's bloodstain, a tube of 1 million blood, but it's scary. And the initial level consists of more than just shark monsters. Click click click. The row of pterodactyl statues placed at the entrance of the palace suddenly had their stone skins shattered, and a dozen or so 2-meter-tall pterodactyls transformed from stone statues into real monsters. They spread their pitch-black wings and fluttered up, emitting a piercing shrill. Fire Dance Blade Wheel. The red tide blade in Guangji's hand erupted with blazing flames, transforming into a wheel of fire that swept out and rotated to cut. Snort. -7876543. -6765432. -7654321. The 3-headed shark man was chopped by the fire wheel, his scales and armor shattered, and he let out a miserable scream. But it didn't die immediately, and surprisingly, there was still about 1/10 of its blood left. Guangji's eyes were surprised that his fire dance blade will hadn't killed those monsters. I'll do it. Crushing power. Thunder was wrapped around Sun Wukong's weapon, and the stick instantly extended hundreds of meters as it swept violently across the room. Boom boom boom. -987654221. -876543323. -765432242. The pterodactyl was hit by the thunderbolt, and its body convulsed and fell, turning into a field of broken bones. You have killed 17 abyssal pterodactyls. You have gained 8,160,000 experience points, 20x bonus for Hell's Abyss, double experience. What? Guanzu's entire body went a little numb as he looked at the terrifying experience value numbers. So much experience value. Counting the double experience potion, it's 40 times as much as a normal copy. But that's also because, well, Sakizo is a one-shot. There was no way, in a million years, that a normal level 80 professional would have the ability to solo this copy. And these experience values, if they were for a second-turn squad, a third-turn squad, would be somewhat insufficient. Guanzu raised his hand and collected the various material props that had fallen. Acquired Pterodactyl Tooth *12. Acquired Pterodactyl Wing Membrane *3. Acquired Pterodactyl Skeleton *3. Acquired Winged Dragon Sword, Silver Grade, *1. Acquired Pterodactyl Shield, Silver Grade, *2. Is this the Abyss mode? The explosive rate is surprisingly high. It feels like if you brush it once, you should be able to get a lot of your money back. Guanzu got a little excited and rubbed his nose. The entrance to the Blue Crystal Hall. Sun Wukong and Hiroki went on a killing spree. There were shark monsters that tried to sneak up on Guanzu, but it turned out that Guanzu also quickly dodged them with a perfect dodge. Snapping ensued. 5 fireball bursts a second. -154,124. -154,143. -153,414. Although the damage was already considerable, it still couldn't hit that abyssal winged dragon. Thumbs up. Fire Dance Blade Wheel. The red tide blade in Guangji's hand erupted with blazing flames, and a wheel of fire swept out, chopping at the shark soldiers surrounding Guanzu. -8453131. -7453151. -6456431. The sharkman's scales were scorched by the flames, emitting a pungent, charred odor. They wail in agony and die immediately. The power of Crush. -987654112. -8765435. -9654324. Accompanied by deafening thunder, the first level, the last few monsters, were blasted to pieces by the thunder. You have killed 21 abyssal sharkmen and gained 8,450,000 experience points, 20x bonus for Hell's Abyss, double experience. After the monster's death, the scene was a field of light, and Deering shimmered. Guanzu quickly collected the various materials that had fallen, and his gaze went to the crimson crystal door. The door was covered with mysterious runes, emitting an eerie red aura. This is where the dueling abyssal demons come in. Guanzu tried to push the gate, but was blocked by an invisible force. At the same time, a system prompt surfaced. The gate cannot be opened from this side. I'm going. Ilu Miyazaki Hidaka. Guanzu staggered, how this world's copy, but also engage in this. It's forcing them to take a big detour to get through. What can't be opened? What's the point of having a door that can't be opened? What's the point of having this door? Sun Wukong was furious and raised his weapon. Boom boom boom. A club whacked on the gate, which shook and the whole copy trembled violently. But it's still not working. After all, it was a protection added by the heavenly Tao. Let's go, great sage, let's go around and go to the other side of the map and it'll open up. The trio turned toward a side door. This one can be opened. The abyssal corrosion debuff continued to take effect, and their blood levels were still slowly dropping, which caused a sense of urgency in the hearts of all three. Guanzu can now use a turn of the blood bottle, all his hundreds of thousands of drops of blood, a bottle to restore 5,000 blood, drink up belly, cannot restore much. The one that restored blood according to a percentage was too expensive and rare, and belonged to a magic potion made by an alchemist, so Guanzu didn't buy it. It was good that the bloodlust seal, which could constantly return blood to a head of small monsters, was able to return the blood to full strength. Soon, Guanzu and the others arrived at the bottom of the map and found the other gate of the abyssal pass. In this level, a massive abyssal dragon was perched in the center of the passageway, its body purple with wings on its back and a scarlet light flashing in its eyes. The crystal walls around the dragon reflected its hideous figure, and a suffocating pressure filled the air. Little things, how dare you intrude into the abyssal clan's territory? Truly seeking death. The abyssal dragon roared, its sound waves shaking the entire hall. Guanzu quickly scouted the attributes of the giant dragon. Name, Abyssal Elite Dragon. Level, LV 95. Blood, 1,000 tubes. Attributes, Strength 80,000, Spirit 50,000, Physique 70,000, Agility 40,000. Talents, Abyssal Magic Resistance, 60% damage reduction, Abyssal Attribute Enhancement, Platinum. Skills, Dragon Breath LV9, Dragon Claw Tear LV8, Dragon Wingstorm LV7. The elite monsters were much more ferocious than the lords of the Thousand Mountain Island replica. Humph! A mere abyssal worm, how dare you act recklessly in front of my old son? A golden light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he leapt up and raised his weapon high. Big, big, big. With each loud sound, the great sage stick style built up a point while the war club lengthened. 35 meters, 130 meters, 1,000 meters. The terrifyingly huge stick seemed like a golden cloud pressing over. His aura climbed in every direction while attached to the power of crushing, and purple thunder was wrapped around his weapon as the entire space trembled in response. What the hell? Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the weapon smashed down with a heaven-destroying might. -138765432, blast. The abyssal dragon didn't even have a chance to react, and was directly smashed into mush by this stick, with pitch-black dragon blood splattering everywhere. You have slain the elite dragon of the abyss and gained 12 million experience points, 20x bonus for Hell's Abyss, double experience. The giant dragon's corpse burst open, and a golden light unexpectedly appeared. Guanzu immediately activated the auto pickup skill. Wow! That golden light leapt. Gain elite dragon's eye *2. Gain elite dragon's teeth *2. Obtain gold level abyssal equipment, abyssal mage robe. Attributes, spirit plus 300, physique plus 200. Special effects, mana recovery speed increased by 100%, mental power amount increased by 30%. Quality, perfect. This equipment is good. Guanzu's eyes lit up with two phrases, and the mental power increased according to a percentage. That would be great. As a summoner, he naturally had the greatest need for spiritual power. He was close to 20,000 mental energy. 30%, that's about 6,000 Guanzu immediately changed into this robe. Mysterious runes flickered on the dark blue mage robe, and the moment he put it on, Guanzu felt the mana in his body running and recovering twice as fast. You can go in this time, right? Guanzu looked at the gate. Squeak! Sun Wukong pushed open that abyssal gate, and immediately there was scarlet light that burst out. Chapter 42 Dragon Realm Summoning Scroll. Finally enter the abyss level. Upon entering the door, Guanzu immediately had an overwhelming feeling of facing unknown fears. Inside the abyssal pass, scarlet light enveloped the entire space. A huge abyssal stone pillar stood in the center, inscribed with twisted runes and emitting an unnamable aura. There's something odd about this stone pillar? Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as the weapon in his hand gently tapped the ground. De Sheng and Guangji, after quickly clearing the monsters around them, a reconnaissance was launched against Stonehenge. Abyssal stone pillar, a powerful abyssal demon is sealed. Shattering the pillar will summon the demon. Ancestor, did I break him? Sun Wukong's battle spirit rose in his eyes as he asked Guanzu. Immediately, Guanzu released a summoning spirit reinforcement formation underneath the stone pillar for advanced setup. Begin, Great Sage. The weapon slammed into the stone pillar. Boom! The stone pillar exploded, and countless rays of light flew out from the fragments, intertwining into a human figure. It was a 3-meter-tall abyssal demon with chains wrapped around its body and eyes burning with purple flames. Stupid human, how dare you break the seal? The abyssal demon let out a low growl. Guanzu scouted immediately. Name, Abyssal Chained Demon Ukmund. Level, LV 98. Blood, 2,000 tubes. Attributes, Strength 220,000, Spirit 200,000, Physique 250,000, Agility 180,000. Talents, Abyssal Magic Mastery, 200% increase in elemental damage from mastering multiple attributes. Abyssal Chains, can bind enemies for sustained damage. Skills, Elemental Storm LV9, Abyssal Chain LV9, Demonic Power LV8. Watch out! His attributes are very high. As soon as Guanzu finished speaking, Ukmund attacked. Elemental Storm. The demon's hands spread out, and countless elemental balls composed of flame, frost, and lightning coalesced in the air. Guanzu's eyes were quick, and with an instantaneous seal, he flashed to Sun Wukong's side. Boom! That terrifying elemental storm directly blew a huge deep crater out of the original spot. The power is extremely terrifying. Set. A golden light shot out from Sun Wukong to immobilize the abyssal demon. As a result, snort. Ukmund let out a sardonic laugh, and the chains on his body suddenly shot out in a violent burst. The fixation technique was surprisingly blocked by a chain that shot out of the void. The abyssal demon narrowed his eyes. Fixation, you've even mastered such a spell. Abyssal chains. Snort. A small vortex appeared in the void, followed by a chain shooting out. The chains wrapped around the trio as if they were living creatures, and their speed was astonishingly fast. Fire Dance Blade Wheel. The Akatsuki blade in Hiroshi's hand erupted in blazing flames. Minus 876,543. The chains were chopped off several times, but quickly grew back. Damn, this guy is too tricky. Guanzu quickly executed a perfect dodge, followed by a 5-fold acceleration, dodging the attack of the chains that were like spiritual snakes. The battle had only just begun, and the entire abyssal pass had already been destroyed beyond recognition. The crystal walls were riddled with cracks, the floor was pitted, and the aftermath of the elemental turbulence was everywhere. Heaven-breaking stick. Boom! The great sage raised his 1,000-meter war club and slammed it down. But that abyssal demon, with a direct instantaneous movement, dodged away. Heaven-breaking stick. Sun Wukong once again raised his stick and swept across the room, still being dodged away by the abyssal demon, with an instantaneous movement. Too tricky. Guanzu frowned. The great sage's attack is naturally fierce, but unfortunately, this monster is too able to hide, and if he can't hit it, he can't do any damage. Charge one chop. Holding the red tide blade, Wang Ji charged at extreme speed and chopped at the abyssal demon. The abyssal demon sneered, and with a slight side of his body, he brushed against that red tide blade to avoid it. Heaven-breaking stick. The great sage once again built up his stick style. This kind of slow, staged attack won't hit me 1,000 times. The abyssal demon laughed cruelly. Time to send you on your way. A cruel smile surfaced on Ukmund's hideous face as he raised his hands high, the chains wrapped around his body vibrating violently. Dark lasers. The demon roared, his eyes shooting out hundreds of, thick, chained beams of black light, sweeping wildly throughout the space. Hiroshi couldn't dodge in time, and the black beam directly pierced his chest. -1876543, blast. Lord. Master. Hiroshi's body began to disintegrate, dissipating into bits of light. Summoning Spirit Hiroki to die, cooldown 30 minutes. Guanzu's pupils shrunk, perfect evasion triggered instantly, and golden light enveloped his entire body. His figure was like a ghost weaving between the black beams of light with the 5 times speed enhancement. Damn! This guy is too strong. Guanzu gritted his teeth. Sun Wukong swung his weapon to block, but the power of the black beam was so terrifying that it directly blasted him out, shattering several crystal walls. -654,321. -543,217. -432,176. The great sage's golden light dimmed and his blood level plummeted by a third. Hey, ants, this is the price for challenging an abyssal demon. Ukmund laughed maniacally, the chains on his body dancing wildly. The entire space was ravaged by the dark lasers, crystal shards splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with terrifying energy fluctuations. Great sage, are you alright? Guanzu quickly flashed to Sun Wukong's side. It's okay, I'm going to get serious. Sun Wukong wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and the battle intent in his golden eyes became even more intense. There were few enemies that could interest the great sage, this abyssal demon had many means, and Sun Wukong became somewhat excited. You think you're good at hiding, don't you? Phew! Blowing a handful of hair, all 51 Monkey King in the room, all crushing power added, the weapons in their hands surging with thunder. Want to run? Let's see where you can run to. 51 Sun Wukongs opened their mouths at the same time, their voices overlapping and vibrating the entire space. Abyssal demon Ukmund's face changed as his body flickered in an attempt to dodge. But the 51 Monkey King formed an encirclement, each one poised to strike. The power of crush. Golden thunder intertwined into a net in the air, enveloping the entire space. Akmund couldn't be fast enough to dodge such a dense attack. Boom! 9876541, blast. One of the shattering powers hit the back of the abyssal demon, and the purple thunder instantly paralyzed him. Fixation technique. Guanzu seized the opportunity and immediately threw out the fixation technique. The golden light flashed, and the abyssal demon was fixed in place, the chains on its body dancing crazily, but it was unable to break free. You're finished, demon. 51 Sun Wukongs raised their weapons at the same time, thunder surging madly over their clubs. Boom boom boom. 8765431. 9876541. 7654321. 8765432. The dense attacks fell like a rainstorm, and each strike came with a stun effect. The abyssal demon was knocked back, the chains on its body breaking inch by inch, purple blood splattering everywhere. No, it can't be. I'm an abyssal demon. Akmund let out an unwilling roar. But the 51 Monkey King didn't give him a chance to catch his breath at all, as wave after wave of crushing power continued to fall. The entire space trembled under this terrifying attack, and the crystal walls shattered inch by inch. Last hit. 1987654, strike. The abyssal demon's body exploded into a purple mist of blood. A large amount of equipment and materials floated down in the air. Kill abyssal demon Akmund, gain 36 million experience value, 20 times bonus in Hell's Abyss, double experience. Sakizo quickly checked the drop. Gain abyssal chain 3, gain abyssal essence 5. Acquire platinum level weapon, abyssal chain whip. Get Dragon Realm summoning scroll *1. Great! Finally the Dragon Realm summoning scroll has popped. Guanzu said excitedly. Chapter 43, Little Chi Dragon God. Xianqing. Guanzu looked at the abyssal chain whip in his hand. The weapon had a dark purple color. The body of the whip was entwined with fine chain patterns, emanating the aura of the abyss. I can't use this weapon, but platinum level equipment, it should fetch a good price. In front of the gate leading to the Lord's Pass, Guanzu took out the Dragon Realm summoning scroll from his storage ring. The golden scroll was painted with a mysterious dragon pattern and emitted a gentle glow. Great sage, let's see what dragons we can summon. Guanzu said softly. The scroll unfolded in the air, and golden runes flowed, forming a complex spell formation. Although it is just a random dragon summoned in the Dragon Realm, it will be empowered by the system and advanced to mythic level. Between the flashes of light, a small dragon that was only the size of 2 fingers drilled out from the spell formation. This is a Chi dragon? Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed. I didn't expect to be able to summon this kind of dragon race. That little dragon had a translucent crystal color throughout its body, with a light blue aura wrapped around its body, a standard oriental dragon form, but with no horns on its head. Although small, it exuded a powerful dragon's might. Guanzu immediately reconnoitered. Name, Chi Dragon God Xiancheng. Level, LV1. Attributes, Strength 16,000, Spirit 18,000, Physique 15,000, Agility 12,000. Talents, Space Shuttle, can ignore spatial obstacles, Dragon Might, Aura Suppression, reduces enemy attributes by 30%, Total Elemental Mastery. Skills, Dragon Breath LV1, Space Cutting LV1, Dragon Shock LV1. Although it's small in size, its attributes are very good. Guanzu said in surprise. Xianqing gracefully hovered over Guanzu's shoulder, his soulful dragon eyes flashing with wisdom. Greetings, Master. Xuanqing's voice was clear and pleasant with a hint of ethereality. Although I am tiny in size, I will not let my master down in battle. Hey, my senior brother Little White Dragon didn't come, but a little Chi Dragon came. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Xianqing's figure flickered and suddenly appeared at Sun Wukong's feet, his dragon claws gently knocking on his boots. Great sage, you're out of character to say that. Xianqing said playfully, I'm a battle partner who can join you. What do you mean my uncle didn't come? I came, don't you welcome me? Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong laughed out loud. Once he heard that it was Little White Dragon's descendant, then it wasn't also his own descendant. The Brotherhood of Fetching Scriptures is there. We'll have to take care of it in the future. Interesting, I like this little guy. Then, Guanzu took out a jade bottle and a bunch of pills that shimmered with golden light from his storage ring. Xianqing, these purling pills and War General Potion will allow you to rapidly increase your strength. Xianqing hovered gracefully in the air, a hint of surprise flashing through his soulful dragon eyes. Master is really generous, so many high-level pills. Guanzu handed the pills and potions to Xianqing, and the little Chi dragon opened its mouth and swallowed. Golden light erupted from within it, and the entire space was illuminated. Chi Dragon God Xianqing level up, LV1 LV100. Attribute, Strength 1600056000. Spirit 18,000 68,000. Physical Fitness 15,000 55,000. Agility 12,000 42,000. Xianqing's figure didn't get bigger, but the aura entwined around his body became more solid, and it was as if there was a river of stars flowing through his semi-transparent body. Many thanks, Master. Xuanqing's voice was still crisp and pleasant. I feel like my strength has increased a lot. Gain new skill, Elemental Blast LV1. Skill description, gather all the power of the elements to form a powerful energy cannon, dealing 500% damage with elemental effects. Xianqing took the War General Potion. Add 30,000 to your strength and 30,000 to your constitution. Ha, not bad little guy. Sun Wukong laughed, it's almost half of my old grandson's strength. Xianqing flew in a circle around Sun Wukong, and the dragon's tail gently patted his shoulder. The great sage is joking, how can I compare to you with this amount of strength? Guanzu looked at Xianqing's attributes and was secretly happy. The dragon race was worthy of being one of the strongest races, their initial attributes were so high, and now they were even comparable to some third-turn professionals. Let's go, it's time to meet that queen of the Crystal Palace, Guanzu said. Inside the Crystal Palace hall, the blue crystal walls shimmered with an eerie light. A queen in a long, dark blue dress sat high on an ice crystal throne, with long, silver-white hair and pale skin, her eyes glittering with a dangerous chill. Intruders, you dare to trespass into my territory. The queen stood up, her long skirt fluttering in the wind. Sakizo quickly scouted. Name, Queen of the Abyssal Crystal, Sharana. Level, LV 100. Blood volume, 3,000 tubes. Attributes, Strength 150,000, Spirit 200,000, Physique 180,000, Agility 100,000. Talents, Abyssal Crystallization, can condense crystals for attacks, Elemental Mastery, Mastery of all elements. Skills, Crystal Storm LV10, Ice Arrow Rain LV10, Abyssal Summoning LV9. Great Sage. Guangji. Xianqing. Guanzu gave the order. The three summoned spirits instantly struck, with the Monkey King rushing at the front with his weapon in hand, the red tide blade in Guangji's hand erupting with blazing flames, and Xianqing hovering gracefully in the air. Ice Crystal Cage. With a wave of Sharana's jade hand, countless ice crystals condensed in the air, forming a huge cage that enveloped the three. Xianqing's figure flashed, directly passing through the ice crystals and appearing behind Sharana. Elemental Frenzy Blast. Amazing energy erupted from the tiny dragon's body as balls of five-colored elemental light blasted at the queen. 8765431. Bugs. Sharana let out a cry of pain as she was hit in the shoulder, and she waved her hand to condense a crystal shield. Crushing power. Thunder wrapped around Sun Wukong's weapon and furiously slammed into the crystal shield. Boom. 4898764. Blast. The crystal shield shattered in response, and Sharana took a few steps back, her long silver hair falling apart as a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Abyssal Summoning. Ice Crystal Golem. The queen raised her scepter high, and dozens of ice crystal warriors rose from the ground. Fire Dance Blade Wheel. Hiroshi's red tide blade erupted with blazing flames and swept out. 3987654. 3876543. 3765432. A batch of ice crystal puppets melted instantly, but more puppets kept rising from the ground. Crystal Storm. Sharana waved her scepter again, and countless sharp crystal shards hovered in the air, creating a deadly storm. Guanzu performed a perfect dodge, and with the 5x speed boost, he weaved through the crystal shards like a ghost. The battle had only just begun, and the entire crystal palace had already been shattered, with broken crystals and ice crystal fragments everywhere. You intruders, how dare you challenge my majesty? Sharana's voice was as piercing as an ice blade, and her eyes flashed with anger and defiance. Thunder was wrapped around Sun Wukong's weapon, and the battle spirit was high in his eyes. His figure was like a bolt of golden lightning, heading straight for the queen. Let's see how I, old Sun, will clean you up. Sun Wukong shouted as his weapon slammed down, bringing up a gust of wind. Sharana grunted coldly and waved her hand to condense a crystal shield in an attempt to ward off the fatal blow. Boom! 298766543, blast. The crystal shield shattered in response, and Sharana was shaken back several steps, her long silver hair flying through the air. A flash of pain appeared on her face, but it was quickly replaced by anger. Abyssal Summoning. Ice Crystal Golem. She raised her scepter high, and dozens of ice crystal warriors rose from the ground, wielding sharp ice blades and lunging at Sun Wukong and Guanzu. Hiroshi held the red tide blade, flames blazing on the blade. He whirled around and the fire dance blade will swept out, the blazing flames melting the ice crystal puppets into water. 8765432. How dare these little minions get in the way? Guangji laughed coldly as he continued to wield his red tide blade and cut down more puppets. Xianqing, on the other hand, hovered in the air, his agile figure like a stream of light. He gathered the elemental power of his entire body and let out a crisp dragon roar. Elemental Frenzy Blast. Xianqing's voice was like heavenly music, and balls of five-colored elemental light, gushing out from his mouth, struck Sharana directly. 7654321. Sharana was struck, her body shook violently, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes, obviously not expecting these invaders to be so powerful. You will pay for this. Sharana gritted her teeth and waved her scepter, unleashing a deadly crystal storm. Guanzu performed a perfect dodge, his figure weaving through the storm like a ghost, easily dodging the deadly attack. Paying a damn price. How come the copy monsters of the Heaven's Path talk so much? Guanzu said coldly, the scepter in his hand flickering with a purple-black light. The aftermath of the battle shook the entire Crystal Palace, and the crystal cracks on the walls continued to expand, as if they would collapse at any moment. Eventually, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity, thunder surging from his weapon as he slammed into Sharana. Heaven-breaking stick. Boom! -89876543, blast. Sharana let out an unwilling scream as her body turned into pieces in the thunder and dissipated into the air. Kill Queen of the Abyssal Crystal, Sharana, gain 50 million experience value, 20 times bonus in Hell's Abyss, double experience. You're upgraded to level 84. Guanzu collected the dropped equipment and materials and turned around to walk out of the Crystal Palace. Outside the palace, a team of professionals from the local academy in East Sea City were waiting anxiously. When they saw Guanzu, they immediately surrounded him, their eyes filled with admiration and anticipation. Great God Guanzu, can you give us a hand? We have a Heaven's Path quest and we need to complete the copy within 10 minutes. One of the young warriors pleaded. If you succeed, everyone gets 100 attribute points permanently. We can pay for it, please. Guanzu smiled slightly and nodded. They were all Donghai's own people. They would have to guard Donghai City in the future, so he naturally had to do a favor as he went along. Come on, group me. Chapter 44, The Abyssal Demon Cult's Conspiracy. Guanzu joins the team. The party, a joyous one, was about to enter. Guanzu raised his hand. Wait, give me the captain. Yes. Zhou Quan becomes team captain. A team needs all members to agree to enter the copy as well, otherwise they can't enter the book. A team of 40 people waited outside the Crystal Palace, dressed in various colors of professional equipment, with different professions such as mages, warriors, and priests. Sun Wukong's golden eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly pulled on Guanzu's arm, pulling him aside behind a crystal pillar. Ah Zhu, there's a problem in this group. Sun Wukong lowered his voice and said, old Sun, sensed killing intent, and there's more than one person. Moreover, they've hidden their strength, and their true strength is 3 turns. A chill flashed in Guanzu's eyes. He didn't feel anything at first, but then he also felt that this team came from a strange place. It was reasonable to say that it wasn't difficult to score 10 minutes. They could have pooled their money and recruited some third-turn powerhouses to lead the team off. Only that way you can't participate in the transcripts, but you can still complete the quests. Why do you favor him? Now, when Sun Wukong said this, that there were 3 revolutions of blends hidden among them, Guanzu also understood that there was someone here who was targeting him. I understand. Guanzu said softly, I'll contact Mr. Chi. Guanzu walked towards the crowd with a warm smile on his face. Everyone wait a moment, I'm going to the restroom. Okay, great God Guanzu. We'll be waiting for you. Ha. Great God Guanzu, you're so nice. Inside the restroom at East Ocean Plaza, Guanzu took out his communicator and dialed Qian's number. Mr. Chi, I've encountered a bit of a situation on my side, said Guanzu, explaining the matter briefly. Qian's calm voice came from the other end of the communicator. The origin of this team is unknown, and there has been recent intelligence that the congregation, which believes in the forces of the abyss, is plotting an operation. All over the world, there have been geniuses, before you, who have disappeared into copies for no apparent reason. You be careful and wait for me to get there. Guanzu gripped his scepter tightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Mentor, are you saying that there are abyssal demon cult scumbags in here? Guanzu's father, when he entered the Great World Copy, I heard that he was assassinated by a team of abyssal cultists. As for the abyssal cult, Guanzu hated to kill them all and eat their flesh alive. The glass of the restroom, reflecting the reflection, Guanzu's figure loomed in it, and his expression became icy cold. Mr. Chi, as a member of the Star Chopper Academy, I think I should do something as well. Azu, don't be impulsive yet, Shi Yun said. Mr. Chi, you said they captured a lot of geniuses, but if you came over now, you would only be able to capture a few of them. We still can't save those people. Indeed. Mr. Chi, can you just rip through space and come in during the copy? I can't get in, the replica has a heavenly path separating it, and I can't force my way in. Shi Yun replied. I know. Guanzu asked to Sun Wukong again, Great Sage, among those people, how many third revolutions are there in total, and are there any fourth revolutions? Sun Wukong was confident in his fiery eyes. No, there are only 7 third turners. Ooh. In order to deal with himself, he had sent 7 third turns. That's quite a face saver. But as long as you don't turn 4, there's nothing wrong with it. Since the other party wanted to deal with him, he would take the trick a bit. Sun Wukong's eyes twinkled and a scheme sprang to mind. He said, Azu, you copy the spell and replace it with the art of change. I'll become you, and then I'll split off to be myself. Let's have a heart and see what they're planning. Good. Guanzu's eyes lit up. It was said that Monkey Spirit, and the Great Sage was the ancestor of Monkey Spirit. Saying that, Guanzu replaced the skill with one. At the same time, he told Xinqing to hide for the time being, now that the people outside didn't know that he had a third summoning spirit. Guanzu turned into a small jade pendant and hung it on the Great Sage. Qing was ordered to do so, and his Qi dragon, which was already the size of his thumb, was now hanging in the great sage's clothes like an ornament. The great sage then walked out disguised as Guanzu. Inside the Crystal Palace replica, the team of 40 people was advancing methodically. Those from the Abyssal Demon cult had a flash of fervor in their eyes from time to time. They watched as Guanzu led the summoned spirits to open the way ahead, secretly pleased with themselves. Because it was Sun Wukong's doppelgangers who were doing the swiping, it wasn't too fast. And after those professionals saw it, they also had a feeling that this Sun Wukong wasn't as scary as rumored. I guess it was in the dueling arena when the Heavenly Dao did the balancing that gave the first turn summoner some bonuses. They guessed so, watching Guanzu and the summoned spirits diligently lead the map and brush the book. I didn't think it would be so easy to take the bait. A mage in black robes whispered, "Shu, don't talk, wait to take out the last queen before you do anything." The warrior next to him warned in a lowered voice. The battle went well, and with the combined efforts of the crowd, the Crystal Queen was quickly defeated. Kill Queen of the Abyssal Crystals, Sharana. Get a share of the team's experience. You've raised to level 86. It's now. The black-robed man at the head suddenly bellowed. A dozen or so people instantly changed their faces as their gear faded from their camouflage, revealing the black vestments of the Abyssalists. Demon sealing chains. Rise. A congregation member held up a dark red treasure. The treasure erupted with a blinding red light, and countless chains flew out from it, interweaving into a large net that enveloped the ancestor Guan. Humph. Sun Wukong, who had turned into Guanzu, sneered and deliberately slowed down his movements to be entangled in the chains. Got him. The Abyssalists were ecstatic. What are you doing? Sun Wukong said, still using Guanzu's voice. The other ordinary members of the group were stunned to see this scene. What's going on? Oh my god. It's the Abyssalists. Oh no. Great god, Guanzu has been captured. No wonder they want to group us to brush up. Damn it. They're third-turn professionals. In the midst of the chaos, those ordinary members of the group chose to flee the scene and exit the copy. Only a dozen or so Abyssalists remained to surround Guanzu. Ha ha ha. It took all the effort to get here. This Guanzu is truly incomparable to the other heavenly prides. Dealing with the other heavenly prides would take a long time of planning, and it wouldn't necessarily be possible to take him down. As a result, this Guanzu casually captured him. That's for sure. The pride of other great clans have to go through all kinds of dangers from childhood to adulthood, so they are cautious. Unlike this Guanzu, a thug who rose to prominence purely by awakening, with little substance. Alright, move fast. Control his mental mind and teleport back to the East Sea branch. Sun Wukong pretended to be controlled, then fell back and passed out. Summoning Spirit Guanji automatically lifted off, and those people were then relieved. Wow! With a flash of light, the Abyssal congregation led Sun Wukong out of the copy, and outside, the professionals who went out rushed to report the news. At once, the East Sea city was shaken. Chapter 45, Catching the Big Fish. Willing the trick to be a trick. The news spread like a storm in East Ocean City. Heavens! Great god Guanzu has been captured by the Abyssal Demon cult. What's going on? What happened? Today, Great god Guanzu was requested by a team to help out and lead a replica. And as a result of the team, people from the Abyssal Demon cult were mixed in. Damn Abyssal Demon cult. This group of stinking insects. They just do bad things. They really deserve to be killed. Inside the command center of Donghai City, there was a tense and busy atmosphere. Various data and images were constantly flashing on the big screen. Surprisingly, something like this has happened. Hurry up and retrieve the surveillance information. Check for me. Guanzu must be rescued. He's a genius that we've waited decades for in East Sea City. The director of the East Sea City Copy Authority gave the order seriously. Star Chopper Academy. Office of the head of the academy. Qi Yun stood in front of the window, looking at the distant sky, a hint of a smile, if any, appearing at the corner of his mouth. He played with a jade communicator in his hand, which flickered with a faint glow. House Master, Guanzu, he's been captured. A teacher hurried in. I know. Qi Yun turned around, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes. I'll think of something. Despite what he said, he wasn't really anxious, because Guanzu, who had already told him about this matter, had obviously prepared for it in advance. An emergency meeting was being held at the headquarters of the Central Sea Province's military department. Guanzu must be rescued immediately. He is the most promising genius of our Star Beheading Academy. A general clapped his hands. Wait. Qi Yun's message reached this general. There's no rush yet. There's no hurry yet. Qi Yun, in all the years we've been in the military department, there's only this one seed-level genius. Trust me, maybe we can use this to catch a big fish. Aha! That general, too, apparently understood Qi Yun's meaning. However, in the military department, There could also be spies of the abyssal cult. So, on the surface, he didn't move and remained in active discussion, thinking of ways to get Guanzu back in a situation where he can be preserved. On the forums and major social media platforms in Donghai City, the topic #Guanzu arrested quickly hit the hot search. How could the great god Guanzu be captured? Doesn't he have 2 super powerful summoning spirits? I heard that the abyssal demon cult used some kind of special magic weapon. Why haven't the Star Chopper Academy and the Ministry of War taken action yet? There's no way to take immediate action. We don't even know where they've taken us. And what if they tore up the ticket if we acted rashly? Fair enough. Oops. How could this happen? I hope God blesses Guanzu. And at this point, somewhere in a dark cave, the stronghold of the abyssal demon cult was built within a huge underground space. Red abyssal crystals were set in the cave walls, emitting an eerie glow. There was a scent of decay in the air. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect it. The only genius of the Hall Star Chopper Academy, Guanzu. Previously, he was so famous that he kept setting new records, only to be caught by us now. An abyssal cultist dressed in black robes laughed triumphantly. In the center of the cave, a huge abyssal altar stood. A hideous statue of the abyssal evil god was suspended above the altar, emitting a palpitating pressure. The Guanzu trapped on the altar is actually the Monkey King who has changed into the form of Guanzu. He was bound by a dark red chain that glowed with runes, the chain of the abyss. You won't be able to break free no matter what you do, and it will be sealed with mana so that you can't perform the summoning. An abyssal bishop sneered. Around the altar, there were also a dozen young geniuses imprisoned. Most of them came from various universities and were captured by the abyssal cultists by despicable means. Although it wasn't the top 10 academies' top heavenly pride, it was still a genius level with great future potential. You crazy people! An imprisoned female cadet shouted angrily. Sooner or later, the abyssal forces will be annihilated. Shut up! A member of the congregation waved his hand and struck a black light, knocking the female cadet to the ground. The abyssal bishop stepped forward and looked condescendingly at Guanzu. You geniuses will soon become the most faithful followers of Lord Abyss. He took out a crystal that emitted a purple-black glow. This is the abyssal will crystal. As long as you incorporate it into your souls, you will gain the power of the abyss. Of course, the price is to submit to Lord Abyss forever. Guanzu sneered. With you scumbags? Arrogant. A hint of anger flashed in the abyssal bishop's eyes. When you are eroded by the abyssal will, I'll see if you can still be so arrogant. At this time, the real Guanzu had changed into a flying insect and swam around, observing the entire situation. It was a confined space, with no exit to be found, and the congregants came back through the teleportation array. A dozen iron cages, enough to hold 15 talented professionals. Guanzu, who was transformed into the Monkey King, asked, Hell, so the missing people, they're all here? You didn't catch many, only a dozen. Cut. Idiot, what you see is only part of it. An abyssalist, enraged, then sneered. Don't worry, you'll see them all then. Guanzu said, Aren't you afraid that Mr. Chi Yun-Chi will teleport over to save me? Don't dream of it. There are statues here that shield the coordinates, and you can only teleport in with a specific means. Your Mr. Chi can't save you this time. When the moon is full tonight, we will bring all of you into that space, and make you all the most faithful followers of the abyssal cult. Ha ha ha. A dozen or so abyssalists then began chanting odd incantations and praying. The eyes of the statue of the evil god gradually lit up with a blood-red glow and bestowed power upon them, and the entire cave was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Midnight is approaching and the abyssalists have begun their evil ritual. A pillar of dark red teleportation light enveloped the altar, teleporting all the imprisoned people to a mysterious space. This was a vast space polluted by abyssal energy, with bizarre clouds drifting in the purple-black sky, and the ground littered with various abyssal crystals emitting an eerie red light. Behold, this is our holy land. An abyssal bishop opened his arms and shouted fervently. In the center of the space stood a 100-meter-high statue of the evil god. The statue was made of abyssal crystals and exuded a hauntingly evil aura. Around the statue, there were many young geniuses from other countries imprisoned. Oh my god, there are at least hundreds of people here. One of the imprisoned geniuses exclaimed. Ha ha ha, we haven't been busy during this period of time. The abyssal bishop said triumphantly. When the moon is full, the will of the Lord Evil God will descend, and all of you will become our most faithful followers. The eyes of the statue began to glow blood red, and the abyssal crystals around it resonated. The power of the abyss is about to awaken, and you geniuses will be the vanguard of our world conquest. Another abyssalist laughed maniacally. The faces of the imprisoned geniuses were pale. Some were crying in despair, and some were cursing in anger. And the Monkey King, dressed as Guanzu, was secretly observing all this. At this moment, Guanzu, still maintaining the form of a tiny flying insect, was rapidly recording the topography of this space and all the important information. He noticed that this space had similar stone slabs as in the previous small space. There was a flow of spatial power in that stone slab, and it should be a prop to shield other strong people from tearing through space and entering this place. If we destroy that thing, we'll be able to call Chi Yun and Grand Venerable Thousand Crane. The moon was rising into the sky and the evil ritual was about to begin. The abyssalists began to chant bizarre incantations, and the light of the abyssal crystals around the statue grew more and more intense, filling the air with a suffocatingly evil aura. Chapter 46, Breaking the Shield. In the pupils of the huge evil god statue's eyes, a bloody light was so great that a pillar of dark purple light shot up into the sky, tearing through the void. A suffocating pressure descended from the crack in the void, and it was the will of the evil god from the abyss. Countless dark purple tentacles extended from the cracks and danced in the air. O great lord of the abyss, your followers offer you the souls of these geniuses. The abyssal bishop fell to his knees and let out a frenzied cry. The imprisoned geniuses let out cries of despair. No, holy, I don't want to become a mindless puppet. All of you, release me. Holy, help! Somebody help us! Son of a yo! Damn abyssalists! You crazy people! You perverts who betrayed humanity and defected to the abyssal ones, and then came to persecute us! The dog punched the thing. A young blonde girl from the west fell to her knees and cried out in pain. Oh, no! Help me! The evil gods will oppress everyone's souls like substance. And those abyssal crystals began to resonate, emitting ear-piercing buzzing sounds. The full moon has arrived. Begin the sacred transformation ceremony. The abyssal bishop raised his staff high. All the devotees, standing on the formation, began chanting obscure incantations. Sun Wukong, who was dressed as Guanzu, was bound to the altar by chains, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes as he looked at the desperate young men. The evil god's pressure grew stronger and stronger, and those young geniuses clutched their heads in pain as some began to lose consciousness and others struggled frantically. The power of the abyss is about to purify your souls, and you will become the most faithful believers. The abyssal bishop laughed maniacally and raised the abyssal will crystal. The air was filled with the scent of despair and fear as the tentacles of the evil god slowly extended towards the imprisoned geniuses. Above the statue's purple halo, the evil god's silhouette solidified in the void, its hideous face looking down at the crowd below, countless tentacles dancing, and a palpitating pressure enveloping the entire space. The evil god lord's shadow is going to manifest. Once it completely manifests, the ceremony is going to be completed. The abyssal bishop shouted excitedly. By completing this sacrifice, my status in the abyssal sect will also be able to increase once again and gain endless rewards. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the chained Guanzu suddenly raised his voice to the sky, and golden light erupted, revealing the Monkey King's true form. Caught! You fools, do you really think you can catch my old grandson? The weapon instantly skyrocketed and thunder wrapped around it. What? That guy is the Monkey King. What about Guanzu? The abyssalists were horrified. Set! Sun Wukong let out a bellowing cry. Golden light flashed, and dozens of abyssalists were instantly fixed in place, blowing a handful of golden hair. More than 50 Monkey King doppelgangers appeared, rushing in all directions with weapons in hand. The power of shattering, heaven-breaking stick. Boom boom boom. -9876543, blast. -87654312. -7654312. In the thunderous roar, large swaths of abyssalists were blown to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. You have killed the abyssalist. You have gained 350,000 experience points and 100 heavenly demerits. You have killed the abyssalist. You have gained 350,000 experience points and 100 heavenly demerits. You have killed the abyssalist. You have gained 350,000 experience points and 100 heavenly demerits. Because the abyssal cult was an invader, the heavenly Dao would also give a large number of special rewards for killing the cultists. Heavenly Dao merit. This thing can be used in all the heavens and all the worlds. It is a universal kind of currency. You can trade with each other and also buy the best props in the Tendo Mall. Help! What's going on here? The remaining abyssalists panicked. At this moment, a tiny flying insect suddenly transformed into Guanzu's original form and appeared on the side of the altar holding a scepter. Magic strike! -876,543. Purple-black energy blasted at the guards, blowing them to pieces. Guangji's figure also suddenly appeared, flames blazing on his red-tied blade. Fire dance blade wheel, -176654321. The blazing wheel of fire swept across the room, destroying yet another shield. No! Stop them now! The abyssal bishop yelled frantically. Don't let them destroy the shields. Boo! Hiroshi flew in a flash and took out another device. The bishop of the abyss can no longer maintain the ritual. He had to fix the mess at hand. His figure flickered, his purple-black robes automatically moving without wind, and a terrifying pressure of a fourth-turned powerhouse swept across the scene. A mere mole cricket dares to act recklessly in front of me. With a violent swing of the staff in his hand, dozens of abyssal chains broke out into the air and headed straight for Guanzu. Be careful! Ah Zu! Sun Wukong bellowed. Guanzu used perfect dodge to avoid the first chain, but there were too many to follow, and a dozen or so chains came entangled like spiritual snakes. Even with 5 times acceleration, it was difficult to dodge. The chains instantly bound Guanzu, and the abyssal bishop grinned as he raised his staff, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Go to hell! Just in the nick of time, a golden light flashed by. Heaven-breaking stick. Boom! -87654321. Sun Wukong's weapon collided with the abyssal bishop's staff, erupting in a deafening roar as the entire space trembled. Damn! The abyssal bishop was knocked back and his prepared skill was interrupted. Go over and kill that brat. As long as he dies, his summoned spirit is finished. The bishop of the abyss commanded. Understood. Kill him. Little thing that doesn't know how to die, presuming to defy the evil god's will. How ridiculous. The 3/3 turn abyssalists took the opportunity to rush towards the trapped Guanzu, the weapons in their hands flickering with a strange light. It was at this moment, the second of 1,000 shots. Don't hurt my lord. A clear dragon's roar suddenly rang out. Xiancheng's tiny figure suddenly appeared, and it was surrounded by 5-colored elemental power. Each elemental power coalesced into a bead that rotated around the body. Elemental frenzy. -1765431. -1654321. -1543201. Thanks to that, in the beginning, the Xiancheng arrangement was hidden. That's what saved his life at the critical moment. 3 balls of elemental light whistled out, precisely hitting the 3 abyssalists in their vitals. They didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were torn to pieces by the terrifying elemental power. You have killed 3 abyssalists, gaining 1,050,000 experience points and 300 heavenly Dao merits. What? There's another Qi dragon summoning spirit. The abyssal bishop looked at Xiancheng in shock. Xiancheng gracefully hovered in the air, and with a flick of his dragon's tail, he shattered the 4th guard. Damn! I can't believe 4 devices have been destroyed. Everyone guard the last one. Hold it for me. The abyssal bishop roared frantically. Obey the order. Guard the last one. On the spot, the remaining abyssal believers all coalesced their mana shields and went to guard the last shielding device. This destroyed, then the human powerhouse would be able to directly tear through space and come to this place. The evil god's shadow continued to distort in the sky above. Watching this scene, he was burning with rage, but he was actually put on the spot by a tiny first-turn summoner. Chapter 47, Crystallized Divinity. 4 of the guards in the space were destroyed, and suddenly the void trembled as powerful spatial fluctuations swept through it. Damn! Wasn't it not all destroyed? Finally waiting for this moment, a hint of joy flashed in Guanzu's eyes. It wasn't fully destroyed, but he had a token of Qi Yun on him, borrowing that prop when only a shielding device was left. Qi Yun and Grand Venerable Thousand Crane immediately identified that coordinate. The void suddenly cracked open, and a figure stepped out from it. At the head of the group was an old man in a Dao robe. It was none other than the Thousand Crane Great Venerable One. A terrifying Dao rhythm was entwined around his body, and when he took one step, the entire space trembled. You, abyssal sect, how dare you act so recklessly? Grand Venerable Thousand Crane let out a violent shout. Qi Yun, dressed in his own purple and gold robes, strutted out, and the terrifying pressure of a 6th revolution mage caused the abyssalists present to tremble. Venerable Thousand Crane, Mr. Xie, Guanzu shouted in surprise. Subsequently, top powerhouses from various countries showed up one after another, from white mages in suits, to Sakura Nation swordsmen in samurai uniforms, to Arabian warlocks cloaked in robes. Asterisk. What's going on? It's all coming over. The abyssal bishop's face changed drastically. With a wave of his hand, Grand Venerable Thousand Crane's golden light flashed and several talismans whistled out, instantly binding the abyssal bishop. Subsequently, it was directly suppressed and trapped. This man can't be killed yet. He has to stay and interrogate for more information and intelligence. The abyssal bishop let out a mournful scream. His body burned by the talisman and black smoke came out, but it was hanging on for dear life. Gentlemen, let's strike together and kill the evil god's will. Grand Venerable Thousand Crane spoke. Good. Extinguish his will, and his body outside the dimension, too, will be affected. Dozens of top powerhouses struck out at the same time. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the entire space, and the light of spells illuminated the sky. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, Grand Venerable Thousand Crane's golden light flashed as dozens of talismans formed a protection. escorting those imprisoned geniuses to safety. Azu, you go out first as well. This is not a place for you to stay for the time being, Chi Yun droned in a deep voice. Good. Guanzu also left. After all, it was a great battle of a seventh-turned powerhouse, and even the aftermath was too much for him to bear. Hundreds of geniuses were escorted by talismans and left through the spatial rift. They still had stunned expressions on their faces. Some were crying, others were cursing the abyssal cult in anger. Thanks a lot, Guanzu. You saved everyone, so you discovered the abyssal cult's plot a long time ago, and then made a trick out of it and came over to save us. Sekijo-sama. Arigato. A long black girl from Sakura said gratefully. The geniuses, before they were about to be turned into puppet believers, were saved and ran out. Everyone was grateful to Guanzu, and within the small world space of the abyssal demon cult. Oh, mole crickets, you think this is the end? The hideous evil god's silhouette emitted a palpitating sound as countless tentacles danced in the void. Suddenly, the evil god's silhouette fiercely pressed down, its terrifying pressure causing the entire space to tremble. Purple-black energy came like a tidal wave to engulf everyone. Boundaries. Grand Venerable Thousand Crane clenched his hands together and golden runes condensed in the air, forming a huge barrier. White mages from the west raised their wands and chanted ancient incantations. A blue magical glow mingled with the runes. This is the earthly realm. There is no room for you to be reckless. The Sakura Nation swordsman drew his katana, and his radiant sword aura rose to the sky. The Arabian warlock sat on the ground and chanted ancient incantations. Mysterious runes flowed in the air, forming a chain that wrapped around the evil god's shadow. Boom! -8, 2 Kyoto, -7, 6 Kyoto, -6, 5 Kyoto. The entire small world shook in this terrifying confrontation, and the spatial cracks continued to expand. The abyssal crystals shattered, and purple-black energy spewed out in all directions. I am the great lord of the abyss. A mere mole cricket dares to confront me. Today, you will all be eliminated. Abyssal robbing light. The evil god's shadow roared as its countless tentacles coalesced together, transforming into a robbing light that descended. Crazy impact. It caused the boundary to vibrate violently, but it was never able to break through under the joint efforts of many powerful people. Gentlemen, lend me a portion of your strength and let me use that move, said the Thousand Crane Grand Exalt in a deep voice. Good. We must cooperate together and give a boost in the face of the abyssal enemy today. The Thousand Crane Great Venerable One violently raised a pair of arms. Terrifying mana fluctuations swept through the entire space. The other powerhouses had poured their power into his body. Laws of heaven and earth. Thousand Crane bursting stream breaking. A brilliant pillar of light rose up into the sky as countless immortal crane silhouettes coalesced, fighting with high spirits and emanating the true intent of the holy Tao. It directly penetrated the evil god's shadow. Subsequently, countless golden runes wrapped around like chains. No, this can't be. The evil god's shadow let out a painful hiss as its body began to disintegrate and dissipated into bits of black light into the air. Outside of the dimension, the true evil god was also hit hard and his soul was severely traumatized. And in the outside world, in Guanzu's mind, he also received a hint. Participating in the defeat of the will of the abyssal evil god rewards 10,000 heavenly virtues. You have received a great deal of credit for this event. Special reward, Divinity Crystals *1. Outside of dimensional space, in a deep void, the blue moon evil god's main body was perched there. It took the form of a huge blue moon, its surface covered with hideous lines and countless tentacles dancing around it. Just now, the will of his projection shattered, causing his body soul, too, to be torn out of its wounds. Such injuries would require tens of thousands of years to recover, and would require a large amount of precious materials to mend. This time, he had a huge loss. The evil god's roar shook the void as a twisted face emerged on its surface. How dare you disrupt the descent of my will and destroy my believer transformation ceremony? Abyssal energy raged in the void, forming a purple-black lightning bolt. The evil god's soul was traumatized, and the blue light on its surface became dim, and cracks even appeared in some places. Chizuru, and that kid Guanzu. The evil god's voice was filled with spite. I want you all to die. I want you all to live a life worse than death. An abyssal will spread through the void and passed into the minds of all abyssalists. Reward order. Any believer who can kill the great exalted 1,000 cranes will receive a fragment of the abyssal godhead. Any believer who can kill Guanzu will receive 100 abyssal crystals. The followers of the abyssal cult knelt down and accepted the will of the evil god. There was a frenzied glint in their eyes, and they were willing to pay any price for this rich reward. O great lord of the blue moon, the abyssal bishops shouted, we will surely avenge you. It would take a long time for the evil god to recover from its injuries, but its anger had already ignited. Soon, the entire abyssal cult moved in. and countless assassins began to operate in the shadows. A hunt against the Thousand Crane Grand Exalt in Guangzhou was about to begin. Chapter 48, The Monkey King Rises to the Stars. East Ocean City. From the vortex, a large number of geniuses from various countries were the first to run out. The major news outlets were all over the place covering this shocking event. Helicopters from TV Tokyo, BBC, CCTV, Jitterbug and other media circled over East China Sea City as reporters scrambled to report the shocking news as they learned the situation. #shocked. Guangzhou, the genius of the Star Chopper Academy, outsmarted the abyssal cult's lair and rescued hundreds of geniuses. Hashtag Guangzhou, I just did what I had to do. Hashtag deep in the tiger's den young heroes, the whole Kwanzaa incident revealed. Hashtag. In a small neighborhood in Donghai City, Guangzhou's mother was nervously watching the TV news. Her hand clutched the remote control tightly, her eyes staring at the screen without blinking. Great! Li Yuxia hugged Guanxing and cried tears of joy. Your brother is fine. Your brother has returned safely. Guanxing wiped his tears. I knew it. My brother is the best. Subsequently, after defeating the will of the evil gods, strong people from various countries came out of the spatial crack one after another. They still carried the fatigue from the confrontation with the evil god's will, but their eyes shone with the joy of victory. Student Guangzhou, I'm so grateful to you this time. A young girl in a Sakura Nation school uniform bowed deeply. If it wasn't for you, we would have been brainwashed by that evil god's will. Mr. Guangzhou, I don't even know. How should I repay you? Her long black hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and her pale face still wore a stunned expression. Yeah, it's really thanks to Buddy Guangzhou this time. A boss, owe you a favor. In the future, in the world copy, maybe me and the other students of China, we will also need everyone's help. When the time comes, we will help each other. Guangzhou laughed as Xianchang elegantly hovered over his shoulder. Strong people from various countries also brought their geniuses around them and came forward to express their gratitude. Mr. Guangzhou, you are truly a heavenly pride that comes along once in a century. It's enviable to have a talent like you in the Huaxia Kingdom. In the future, feel free to come and play at our academy anytime. When you all enter the big world copy in the future, you have to get on good terms with Mr. Guan. Got it? The blonde girls had a gleam of adoration in their eyes. The young warlocks then saluted with their unique salute. Brother Guangzhou, when you have the chance in the future, you must come to our giant bear academy as a guest. A lanky Russian teenager said as he patted his chest. Definitely. Guangzhou laughed. Qiyun stood not far away and watched the scene, a pleased smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This incident not only thwarted the abyssal cult's plot, but it also allowed the Star Chopper Academy to make many allies. Mistress Qiyun, a white-haired old man from the English Magic Academy, came forward. In the future, can we contact each other more often and establish more collective cooperation activities? Good. Qiyun smiled and nodded. Let the young people communicate more. Against the abyssal invasion, we do need to work more closely together. We'll go back first. Keep in touch later. Guangzhou then finished the remaining times to level 91, and then returned home. A soft glow emanated from the golden table lamp in the cozy living room. Xianqing hovered gracefully in the air while Sun Wukong and Guangji sat on the couch. Finally, I can take a break. Guangzhou took out the divinity crystal from his storage ring, the crystal emitting a faint golden light. It was a diamond-shaped crystal, its surface covered with mysterious runes, and inside it seemed to have a river of stars flowing, containing powerful divine energy. Divinity crystals can raise the summoning spirit by 1 star level. Great sage, this divinity crystal is for you to use. Guangzhou handed the crystal to Sun Wukong. You are my most powerful summoning spirit. Using it will allow you to go further. The 3 major summoning spirits of Guangzhou. Only the Monkey King is golden. Guangji was of blue quality, while Shenqing was of purple quality. Thanks to Azu. A hint of joy flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes, and he seemed to show off a bit, turning to Xiancheng and Guangji, raising his eyebrows. He received the divinity crystals, only to see the crystals instantly turn into golden points of light and integrate into his body. A majestic divine energy erupted within him, and golden light rushed to the sky. At the same time, his god realm essence, too, had gained massive benefits. Summoning spirit Sun Wukong upgraded to gold 1 star. All attributes plus 50,000. New skill, Vajra's body. Vajra's body, gathering the divinity in his body to form an indestructible golden body. Armor and legal resistance increased by 300%. Immune to 80% of damage. The golden light gradually dispersed, and a faint golden halo emerged on the surface of Sun Wukong's body, and his aura became even deeper and more powerful. Old Sun, feel like my body is filled with power. Sun Wukong waved his weapon excitedly. Now, Even if I meet that 4th turn abyssal bishop again, I'll have the power to fight. Congratulations, great sage. Xianqing gracefully hovered beside the Monkey King. Your strength has increased again. Between the flashes of golden light, Sun Wukong's attribute panel also changed dramatically. Power 258000, Spirit 223000, Physique 275000, Agility 185000. In terms of attributes alone, it had indeed reached the mid-4th turn level. A few days later, inside the Star Chopper Academy, Guanzu was in Qi Yun's office. The large desk was piled with thank you letters from countries all over the world, and the light screen on the wall was constantly flashing images of news stations from various countries. Qi Yun smiled and handed a document to Guanzu. Take a look. You're famous this time. Guanzu took the document. On it were clearly the honorary titles awarded by the governments. Honorary Citizen of Donghai City, Chopstar Academy Extraordinary Merit, Order of Merit, 2nd Class, Department of the Army, United Nations Youth Heroes Award, *. Good man. So much. When I started, I just wanted to save some people, and I didn't think that it would end up involving the evil god's will. Guanzu scratched his head in some embarrassment. You did very well. Qi Yun patted Guanzu's shoulder. But you have to be careful next. The abyssal cult's retaliation will definitely come. I understand, Mr. Qi. This time, it also made me see the lower limits of this group of abyssal cult. A trace of gravity flashed in Guanzu's eyes. Just then, Qi Yun's communicator suddenly rang. It was an urgent notice from the military ministry. The abyssal cult had released a bounty against Guanzu on the darknet, amounting to as much as 100 million gold coins. 100 million. It's still gold coins, making me want to arrest myself. Guanzu said breathlessly. This bunch of lunatics. Qi Yun sneered. But don't worry too much. The academy will strengthen its protection, and I'll also send people to protect your family. Many thanks, Mr. Qi. Guanzu said solemnly. By the way, Mr. Qi, I'm now at level 100, so if I swipe another copy, I won't have any more experience value. But now another summon follow slot can be opened. Right now, Guanzu was okay with just brushing through 3 copies a day and getting some materials. Is there anywhere I can get access to the summoning book? For summoners, the various summoning books can only be used once. That mandatory summoning book from the academy after his transfer can only be used once. A turn 1 summoning book obtained in the dueling arena can also only be used one time. It wasn't easy to go looking for more first turn capable summoning books. Qi Yun, in that case, I'll ask the information office. Chapter 49 Pan City Maze. Team Han Li. There are 4 copies of the East Sea. It's the complete flow of the battle that year. Beach defense is a defense against the Abyssal Sea Clan invasion. At the Battle of Thousand Hills Island, the army marched off and recaptured the stronghold, but did not find the Sea Nation's teleportation array. Then dive down to the Crystal Palace and perceive a lot of stone monsters. The last copy, called the Crystal Forbidden Zone, the teleportation array was inside. There were more stone statues there. It was the Sea Nation brewing up reserves of an army ready to annex East Ocean City in one fell swoop. The War Flag Squad, as well as the warriors of that year, died in the final battle. They used their blood to protect the teleportation array flag and teleported the army, accomplishing their mission. Guanzu easily brushed through the last copy. Now, he takes his team every day and brushes the beach defenses. It was no longer possible to gain experience value, and Guanzu was only here to brush up with the material behemoth's blood, and in the process, earn a little money to help the local professionals in East Sea City. The higher the grade before their college entrance exam, the better the chances of getting into a good college later. With an average of 2 handfuls of 1 drop of behemoth's blood, the earnings reached 10 million, and the potions that were refined could be saved for the summoning spirits in the future. 20 days flew by, and Donghai City had long entered the early summer season. The sycamore trees lining the streets were green with professional students, making final preparations for the upcoming college entrance exams. In the library of the Star Chopper Academy, Guanzu was flipping through a tome on the arcane teachings of spells. Xianqing gracefully hovered over his shoulder, occasionally looking down at the contents of the pages for a few moments. Master, this book is really obscure. Master, why do you need to look at the principles of spells when you haven't directly mastered the skill? Xianqing said softly, his dragon tail gently patting Guanzu's shoulder. Skill use is a fixed effect, but if you figure out the arcana, you can create 1,000 different effects. It's like the knife chop skill. If you just master the skill, then you have to use a knife in order to send it out. But if you figure out the principle behind it, later on you can even use your hand knife and slice out a batusai chop. This was also the reason why Qi Yun told Guanzu to read more books. Mastery of skills was bestowed by the Heavenly Tao with skill books. But mastery of deeper principles could even allow one to change the effects of skills on their own, or even create new skills. A step-by-step is called a mage. It is the one who analyzes the principles, penetrates the mysteries, and then pioneers that is called the lawgiver. Summoner is also a type of law. Just then, Guan Zu's communicator suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Qi Yun. Ah Zu, a new secret realm has appeared in Tianhe City, Beichuan Province. Qi Yun's voice was permeated with a hint of excitement. The rewards this time are very special. The team that clears it first can designate and choose one of the heavenly Dao rewards. This includes the summoning book. Really? Great. Sekijo's eyes lit up. But it's a week before the entrance exam. You don't have to worry about this. There's enough time. That copy will only take 2 or 3 days at most. Qi Yun paused. I entrusted my buddy and got you an entrance ticket. Thanks, Mr. Xie. After all, he was the head of the Star Chopper Academy and a bigwig of the military department, so he naturally had connections. The summoning book. This must be taken. Guan Zu said softly. He is now level 100 and normal copies don't give experience points. To get stronger, you have to start with skills and attributes. If you can get a new summoning book, you can open the 4th summoning spirit. Qi Yun's delighted laughter came from the other end of the communicator. Good. Tomorrow morning, I'll have someone send you to Tianhe City. There might be other heavenly prides participating in this secret realm this time. And their strength, too, is very strong. Tianhe City, which is the most prosperous city in Beichuan Province. The skyscrapers are full of modernization. Outside in the woodlands, a new secret realm has been detected by the League of Professionals. The secret realm is converted into a duplicate when it is beaten, but if it is not beaten within the time limit, it is not beaten. That would be a disaster. With a steady stream of monsters pouring outward, like a time rift, the secret realm vortex emitted a crimson glow, as if a burning flame was suspended in the air, and around it were gathered occupiers from all walks of life who had come to participate in the exploration of the secret realm. Among them, there was no lack of some of the top geniuses in this session. In Huaxia, Guan Zu had just arrived at the entrance to the secret realm when he saw a familiar figure. Hanli was dressed in a long light green dress, her long black hair hanging down like a waterfall, and the insect cloud draped around her like a golden ribbon. Hanli? Guan Zu stepped forward. Hanli turned around, a hint of surprise appearing on her clear face, her eyes as clear as spring water, her hands and feet exuding the unique spiritual temperament of an imperial bugmaster. Guan Zu, you've come to join the exploration of the Disc City maze as well. Hanli smiled. I was just worried about finding a suitable teammate. Then let's both team up? Guan Zu proposed. Yeah. Hanli's eyes lit up. I know your strength very well. I'm begging to be teamed up with you. The two quickly established a team and prepared to enter the secret realm. Behind them, more teams of professionals are arriving, and the competition is destined to be fierce. Team formed. Captain, Zhou Quan. Level 100 Summoner. Team member, Han Li. Level 100 Bugmaster. Panjandrum Labyrinth. Difficulty, difficult. Restrictions, 2-person teams. Mission, explore the labyrinth. Collect keys. Open the door of the mechanism, and pass the many tests to reach the end. Recommended level, 100. It just so happened that they had to team up in twos. Guan Zu and Han Li were quite familiar with each other, and the other party was generous and righteous, so Guan Zu was naturally willing to team up with her. Han Li said, by the way, this replica is unusual and may last for several days. Have you brought enough food and water, as well as various consumables? Guan Zu scratched his head. No, he hadn't taken any consumables, or recovery potions since he swiped his copy. Han Li was big-headed and immediately took Guan Zu's hand. Go, my treat. As someone who possessed the little god vase, she was truly rich and could casually cultivate 1,000-year-old, or even 10,000-year-old, spirit medicines. Is it possible for such a character to be poor? On the road, a sultry woman in a long red dress, holding a man in a Xian robe with a long sword on his back, came to meet her. The other party was also an insect sentinel. The hot body and sultry eyes contrasted sharply with Han Li's innocent temperament. Yo, Han Li, you've grouped newcomers so quickly? The person who came was another holy maiden of Miaozhong, named Han Lin. What's it to you? Let me introduce you. This is my teammate, Pang Lai Immortal Island. Diamond level professional sword immortal Yu Qiankuan. Han Lin said as if showing off. I know. Han Li was a little annoyed. Originally this Yu Qiankuan, at first about the group was himself. As a result, when he got to the place, he told himself again that he had changed his mind and was now teaming up with Hanlin. Screw yourself for not having a teammate. If you don't team up, that copy won't go in. But it doesn't matter now, Hanli thought in her mind. The other party went back on his word, and it didn't look like a good cake. And, In no way could it be stronger than Guanzu, although he is a son of a great clan from Panglai Immortal Island. Yu Qianquan laughed gently and said, Lily, there's no way. If this copy allows 3 people to form a group, I'll definitely add you one more. Don't scream so disgustingly, okay? Do I know you well? In the face of the people who swindled themselves, how could Hanli still be kind? Not directly out of hand. It is generous enough. Yu Qianquan's brows immediately furrowed when Hanli said this, and a flash of sternness flashed in his eyes. Hanli, how are you talking to Mr. Yu? Panglai Immortal Island, right now, is a big client for our Miaozheng cooperation. Don't you know that? Han Lin took the opportunity to get on the bandwagon and said, We're all saints. We don't need you to control me. Come on. There's nothing to say to you guys. Hanli bit her lip and led Guanzu away. Guanzu asked, What's going on? Hanli said the cause and effect once again. And even Guanzu was a little angry with it. What a guy. This is. Chapter 50, What does it mean to have a great deal of bravado? Yu Qianquan and Han Lin stood side by side, their silhouettes projected and intertwined on the ground. Yu Qianquan was dressed in a metaphysical colored robe that moved gently with the wind. With a long sword with a cold light hanging from his waist, the whole person was permeated with a dusty temperament. That Guanzu. I've always heard of his fame, but it looks like it's nothing more than that. Yu Qianquan smiled contemptuously, a trace of disdain flashing through his eyes. Han Lin said, He's just a little more powerful at summoning spirits, and I've heard that he's only a gold-level talent. Yu Qianquan commented, Summoner, can't become anything. In the dueling arena, there is only some advantage in the early stages. Look at the advanced dueling arena, where there are seats for summoners. If I wanted to, I could kill him 50 times a minute if he came within 7 paces of me. 50 times. Yu Qianquan repeated it again, intensifying his tone. The reward this time is bound to be in our pocket. Han Lin's enchanting figure leaned on Yu Qianquan. A red dress outlined a perfect curve. Her slender fingers gently stroked over Qianquan's chest. Of course, Brother Qianquan is the strongest sword immortal in the young term of Panglai Immortal Island. Han Lin winks. I heard that your diamond grade talent, Imperial Sword, is special? Not bad. A hint of pride flashed in Yu Qianquan's eyes. With my talent, Sword Royalty, I can resonate with long swords. Now manipulate up to 12 swords. The stronger the sword, the more attribute bonuses I get, the stronger I am. Among the platinum rewards for this replica, there's a celestial star flowing light sword. That's a true platinum grade divine weapon. He reached out and stroked the long sword at his waist, which emitted a slight hum as if responding to its owner's touch. If I can obtain that sword, with my talent, my strength can be increased by at least 30%. Essence flickered in Yu Qianquan's eyes. At that time, even those late third-turn powerhouses, I'll have the power to fight. Yu Qianquan had 3 platinum-grade battle swords and 9 gold-grade battle swords at hand. He was tempted to change all of his weapons to platinum grade, so that the attribute boosts he could receive would reach an unprecedented height. Han Lin covered her mouth and laughed softly. Brother Qianquan is right. That bumpkin Hanli found, how could he possibly compare to you? That summoner, he probably couldn't even make it out of the maze. Yu Qianquan sneered. Humph. My enemy should be a heavenly pride like Li Xuanyi and Zhang Lin, not a guy who relies on summons. He carries too much fame that doesn't belong to him, and his virtue is not worthy of his position, so he is bound to suffer a backlash. This Yu Qianquan, as a heavenly pride, was very hostile to Guanzu, because the other side is so hot these days, too much fame, but he didn't take a look at why other people, Guanzu, had become so famous lately, being touted by many media outlets and being called a hero. People gave up their lives to enter the tiger's den of the abyssal cult by means of a trick, knowing the dangers, could have escaped, but chose to keep waiting for an opportunity because he knew more people were being held. Facing the 4 turns bishop, the evil god was not even afraid to put up a fight, breaking the 4 shielding devices and transmitting the coordinates over to the 1000 crane great venerable one and the others, saving hundreds of geniuses from all over the world. How is such a person a moral failing? The aura of heroism that people get for doing what they put their lives on the line for. Isn't it worth it? Should you be born the son of a great family to deserve the aura of adoration? I'd rather have a king than a queen. Right at this moment, in the secret vortex passage, a streak of blood-colored thunderbolt rushed backwards into the sky. The sound of other professionals talking came from the woods in the distance. Yu Qianquan looked at the sky and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Let's go. The secret realm will open soon. This time, I'm going to get the first pass. He was going to step on Guanzu to get to the top in this copy and fulfill his reputation as a heavenly pride. On the outskirts of Tianhe City, a large number of professionals gathered in front of the Crimson Secret Vortex. When Guanzu and Han Li returned from buying supplies, they immediately caused a stir. Great God Guanzu! It's really him! That's him! The hero who went deep into the wolf's lair some time ago and saved hundreds of geniuses. Oh my god. It's such an honor to be in a copy with him. A group of professionals swarmed around Guanzu. It's like when a new secret world comes out. The military department has to be the first to pull up a cordon and then stand on guard to prevent the copy from going off the rails. A few soldiers from the military department of Tianhe City were even more excited to come forward to greet them. Little brother Guanzu, we have roasted meat here. Would you like to come and eat with us? I brought energy drinks for stamina. Bring you 2 bottles. Guanzu-chan, can you take a picture with us? Hanli watched the scene with a smile on her lips. Xianqing hovered over Guanzu's shoulder, his small dragon body emitting a faint halo of light. Also happy. I didn't realize you were so popular now, Hanli joked. Not far away, Yu Qianquan watched the scene, clenching his teeth as a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. He was the proud son of Panglai Immortal Island, but at the moment, no one was asking for him. All of them, as it turned out, were circling around an old man of the soil, much to his indignation. Ha! A bunch of things with eyes that don't recognize Tai, Yu Qianquan said in a cold voice. Just then, the secret realm vortex suddenly shook violently, and blood-colored thunder intertwined in the air, forming a huge portal. Yu Qianquan and Han Lin walked to the vortex. As if demonstrating, Yu Qianquan looked at Guanzu and Han Li, then took out a bottle of potion and said, Lin, I have a bottle of mad martial potion here that can increase your attributes by 1,000 points, just in time to brush up and enhance it for you. The people around them, all of a sudden, revealed envious eyes. Han Lin's expression was excited. Thank you, brother Qianquan. You are truly worthy of being the son of a great clan from Panglai Immortal Island, and the demeanor with which you strike is truly unparalleled. Right, Sister Hanli? Cut. Hanli cocked her head. As the top 4 heavenly prides in the entire arena, many people unconsciously compared the two groups together. Guanzu frowned. Was this Yu Qianquan and Han Lin comparing their bravado with him? Compare what? I'm not going to overwhelm you, am I? Hanli. Guanzu opened his mouth and smiled. Hanli was surprised. What's wrong? You can drink this first. Guanzu now had a full 2 dozen bottles of Warlord potion on hand. This War General potion, at least increase 10, 000 strength 10, 000 physique, maximum increase 50, 000. It belongs to as the first turn stage, the topmost platinum level potion, rare and incomparable. Even Yu Qianquan of Panglai Island couldn't take it. Guanzu thought about being friends with Hanli, and the other party had prescribed him a day's worth of double experience potions in the first place, together with the various top quality potions bought this time, all of which were paid for by Hanli. It made him look like he had been adopted by a small rich woman. Moreover, Hanli is quite generous and her personality is very compatible with her own. So, Guanzu gave out a bottle as a gift. Hanli received the bottle of potion that emitted a golden glow, and a touch of redness appeared on her clear face. She looked at the sight of Guanzu's face and a warmth came over her. This teenager is really good at surprising people at critical moments. This is a Warlord potion. Where did you get it? Hanli opened the cork of the bottle, and a strong medicinal fragrance filled the air. She tilted her head back and drank it all in one go, a golden glow instantly enveloping her entire body. Take the War General's potion. Strength plus 30, 000. Constitution plus 30, 000. Wow! It increased the strength physique attribute by a whole 30, 000. Hanli jumped up in excitement and danced around. This potion is too strong. The corners of Guanzu's mouth twitched slightly at his words. Thinking back to when he had taken this potion, he had only increased his attributes by 15,000. It seemed that this girl's gifted physique was indeed much stronger than her own. Ah Zhu, thank you so much. Hanli was grateful in her heart, and was also determined that she owed Guanzu a huge favor. It must be repaid later. This favor, in her mind, is worth 100 billion gold coins. No, worth trillions. No, priceless. On the other hand, Han Lin suddenly felt that with the mad martial potion in her hand, it suddenly stopped smelling good. People had increased by 30,000 points and gained such high attributes in just one turn. It was too heaven-defying. This one, on the other hand, was the full attributes adding up to 1,000 points, and the average distribution of each attribute was only 200 points. Too much difference. It was Yu Qianquan, who was blushing and couldn't help but clench his fists, cursing damnation in his heart. Guanzu surprisingly had a platinum level potion and was generous enough to go out and give it away. If he was the one who had a platinum level potion, there was absolutely no way he would give it away. This was something that had a market without a price. Can't buy it at all. It's hard to receive it when you use your connections. The people around him made some comments that made him even more desperate to be at the door. immediately, to make a killing. Geez, great god, Guanzu is too magnificent. Apparently, Zhu is even more generous. Out of the blue is the War General Potion. 30,000 attributes. This is a platinum level potion. Giving it away just by saying so, it's too scary. It feels like the Mad Martial Potion isn't even that precious anymore. Completely outclassed. Look guys, the other Heavenly Pride. His face is red. Originally, it was also them who intentionally disgusted people first, and as a result, they were slapped in the face. So they deserved it. Some elite soldiers commented. Pan City Labyrinth opens. Participants please enter in order. The crowd had formed a group and walked into the vortex. Well, it's time to get in the copy. Guanzu and Han Li walked side by side and stepped into this unknown space. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a huge underground labyrinth. The towering stone walls were covered in mysterious runes, and dark corridors stretched into unknown depths. There was a faint scent of blood in the air, as if foreshadowing the coming danger. Welcome to the Pan City Labyrinth. Quest goal, find the 7 keys that will allow you to pass through the vortex and enter the next level. Special note, the key is on the monster. There are various organs and traps in the labyrinth. Please be careful. With each level you explore down, you can earn more rewards at checkout. If you die in the labyrinth, you will automatically exit the copy for settlement. Guanzu immediately summoned Sun Wukong, Guangji together. In the confined labyrinthine space, the ceiling overhead, carved with peculiar patterns, the entire space was about the size of a basketball court, surrounded by 4 walls, each with a gate. The door is a teleportation vortex, and you can't see exactly what space is behind it. It's full of unknowns. Han Li said, 7 keys for one of us makes 14 keys for 2. I'll put the bug compulsion out first and try the perimeter. Chapter 51, brush the maze with the map open? Guanzu said, that's fine. You explore first, and it's best to outline a map of the surrounding area. Alright, Captain Guanzu, all at your service. Han Li smiled, and with a wave of her hand, tens of thousands of golden insect parasites flew out, forming a radiant ribbon in the air. Go! With a soft shout from Han Li, the insect parasites split into 4 strands and drilled into each of the 4 teleportation vortexes. Mysterious runes flickered faintly on the dark stone walls of the underground labyrinth. Sun Wukong whistled as he carried his weapon in both hands. Hiroshi held the red-tied blade in his hand and silently observed his surroundings. Xianqing sat on Guanzu's shoulder, ready to deal with any danger that might arise. Let me see what's going on out there. Han Li closed her eyes and established a telepathic link with the bug compulsion. Through the perspective of the bug compulsion, she saw a mind-blowing scene. First space on the left, there's a group of gargoyles, patrolling. It's exactly the same layout as we have here. Also 4 walls around the perimeter with vortex portals in the walls. Her fingers traced through the air, and golden bug compotes coalesced in front of her, outlining the maze. The space to the right is a trap-heavy organ room. My compulsion, as soon as I entered, triggered 3 organs with fire-breathing walls, poisonous mist, and spiked needles. Then, from 4 houses around the perimeter, she drove the compulsion and flew toward more houses. At the same time, Han Li used the other small parasites to coalesce a small map that resembled a light screen. Oh ho! Guanzu looked at that small map. In this map, the distribution of treasure chest monsters is also labeled. It's almost as if we've opened the eyes of heaven now. Han Li smiled sweetly. How's that? It's not a disadvantage to team up with me. Of course, only a fool like you Qianquan would abandon you and choose to team up with Han Lin. Guanzu laughed. In about half an hour's time, Han Li's companions explored all of the close to 1,000 houses in the surrounding area, forming a rich flat minimap. Geez, this maze is pretty big. I'm not even exploring fully here, but there are 3 portals to the lower levels in these 1,000 maps alone. Suddenly, Han Li frowned. Guanzu also felt a slight shaking coming from his feet. What's wrong? The whole map shifted. A lot of the rooms switched. The 4 rooms we have adjacent to each other have changed. The map will still change. Guanzu was surprised. In that case, this Pan City labyrinth is quite interesting. It's hard for me. Han Li laughed. Then, with a wave of her veiled hand, the insect compulsion quickly outlined the changed terrain. Look, it's a new map. It changes and so do I. I can update it whenever I want. Guanzu's eyes lit up. Awesome, my sisterly. With this, we don't have to worry about getting lost. Let's go find the key. Good. Guanzu and Han Li quickly walked through a few rooms according to the map outlined by the insect parasite and arrived in a huge stone room. The stone room was gray and damp. The walls were crawling with dark green moss, and the air smelled of decay. A giant 3-meter-tall stone ghost crouched in the center of the room, its gray wings clinging to its body, its sharp claws leaving deep marks on the floor. The stone statue ghost let out a hoarse voice. its scarlet eyes staring at the two in death. It slowly unfolded its wings with a wingspan of 6 meters wide, and the stone rubbing against it made a piercing sound. There's a key right on him, Hanli said softly, golden insect parasites hovering around her. Ready to strike. Leave it to us. Guanzu took a step forward. Great sage, go! Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, and the weapon in his hand instantly grew longer, with thunder wrapping around it. Look at the stick! How dare a monkey like you! Before the stone goblin's words had left his mouth, the weapon was already whistling. The shadow of the stick was like a dragon, and the lightning flashed as the entire stone room was illuminated. Boom! Minus 102 million. Blow out! The weapon struck the stone goblin's head squarely, and a terrifying power mixed with the power of lightning instantly erupted. The stone goblin's head directly exploded into pieces, and countless pieces of debris flew around. Dropped item, tier 1 key times 1. Che, that's it? Sun Wukong retrieved his weapon and scowled disdainfully. Hanli watched the scene in amazement. No? What did I just see? Great Sage's damage numbers. There's a billion words. A billion damage. Azu, you're a first-turn summoner? Is that reasonable? Moreover, that's an elite-level monster, with high defense. Surprisingly, it's been done in by a single stick. The Great Sage's strength is not something to be reckoned with. Guanzu laughed as he picked up the key on the ground that was shimmering with a metallic luster. Let's go. Let's speed up and get the second key. Guanzu and Hanli advanced quickly through the labyrinth, while Sun Wukong and Guangji were in charge of clearing the way and Xin Chang was guarding the rear, with Hanli's golden insect parasites constantly probing the path and showing them the way. There's a giant gargoyle guarding the key here. There's a giant spider monster over here, but there's no key on it, so let's not fight it. There's a ground fire trap in that room. Let's go around it. Guided by Hanli's bug compulsion, the two of them were in no man's land and easily collected 14 keys. The monsters encountered on the way were all smashed to death by the Monkey King with a stick. They came to a room thick with treasure chests. Guanzu walked towards the first treasure chest. With a click, the treasure chest opened and a large amount of gold coins and materials gushed out. Gain, gold 50,000. Iron or 10. Advanced potion times 1. Luck. Hanli laughed happily. Just as Guanzu was about to open the second treasure chest, a sudden change occurred. That ordinary-looking treasure chest suddenly popped up, revealing hideous fangs and opening its bloody mouth to bite at the Monkey King on the side. Had. Another dumbass fell for it. The treasure chest monster laughed. However, in the next moment, its fangs slammed into Sun Wukong's golden body, making a piercing metallic clash. The hard fangs instantly chipped off, and the treasure chest monster let out a miserable scream. Ah, my teeth! What the hell? Are you monkeys made of stone? Broken box, how dare you bite my old grandson? Sun Wukong said disdainfully, the Vajra body on his body radiating a dazzling golden light. Then a kick exploded the treasure chest monster. Hanli looked dumbfounded. No, dude, even the fangs of an elite-level treasure chest monster can be chipped. Does that make sense? Chapter 52, Yu Qinquan and Hanlin imploded. A few hours later, in the space located on the third level of the Disc City Labyrinth, the runes on the stone walls flickered with a bizarre red light. The space here was nearly twice as large as the first two floors, with ceilings as high as 30 meters, giving it an oppressive feel. The stone goblins here seemed to be much stronger than the ones before. Hanli said softly, her insect compulsion hovering in the air, outlining the surrounding terrain. Suddenly, 4 giant stone ghosts appeared out of the darkness, each as tall as 10 meters, holding steel forks that shone with a cold light. Their wings unfolded like pterodactyls, and their scarlet eyes stared deathly at the intruders. Griffins, how dare you trespass into our territory? I'll make your lives worse than death. The stone goblin in the lead let out a low growl. Go to hell. The 4 stone ghosts struck at the same time, their steel forks stabbing at the Monkey King with a whistling wind. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed and his body was covered in golden light, unleashing his Vajra body. A golden shadow, as if transformed into armor, was placed over his body. The 4 steel forks slammed heavily into his body, making a deafening metallic clash that shook the entire space. Bam! What? The stone statue ghosts were shocked to find that their all-out strikes couldn't even shake this golden monkey in front of them, and were shocked by the other party's counter-vibration force, causing their tigers' mouths to crack, and they almost couldn't hold the steel forks in their hands. Minus 120, immune to most damage. Minus 120, immunity. Minus 120, immunity. Minus 120, immunity. Nope. It only took a couple hundred points of blood to hit him with our strenuous pokes? How is this possible? How much defense does he have? It shouldn't be. The gargoyles saw a ghost. Is that all you got? That's all you've got. Ha! You've been given a chance, but you're not up to it. Ah! Sun Wukong said disdainfully. Look at me. The weapon instantly skyrocketed, and the power of thunder danced wildly on the body of the stick, making a crackling sound. An arc of electricity intertwined in the air, illuminating the entire space. The power of shattering, heaven-breaking stick. The shadow of the stick swept across the sky like a golden lightning bolt across the night sky. The 4 stone goblins couldn't even react in time before they were hit in the waist by the terrifying force. -1. 3 billion, blowout. -130 million. -140 million. -120 million. Accompanied by deafening explosions. The bodies of the 4-headed stone goblins broke from the center, the upper half of their bodies still maintaining an expression of disbelief, while the lower half of their bodies had already been turned into rubble and spilled onto the ground. Elite goblins killed. Dropped items, tri-level key ×2, advanced potion ×3. What a surprise. Hanli looked at the scene. With the great sage's current strength, it feels like a lot of late third-turn powerhouses can't even touch it. Sun Wukong waved his weapon proudly. And that's thanks to that crystal that Azu gave me. That crystallization had increased his strength drastically by a lot. Guangji and Xianqing were envious. Soon, Guanzu and the others had arrived at the 4th level of space. It was even more expansive, with ceilings 50 meters high and runes on the walls glowing blood red. Guanzu and Han Li were advancing quickly, first exploring the path, scanning the map, then decimating the monsters and collecting the keys. On the 2nd level, Yu Qianquan and Han Lin were not in a good position. The two were in a sorry state, their clothes covered in burn marks and frost. They had triggered too many organs and used up almost all their potions. Damn it! Yu Qianquan slammed his fist against the wall, his handsome face twisted with rage. We've obviously collected all the keys, so why can't we find the entrance to the next floor? Han Lin's bewitching face was filled with exhaustion. She had just been grazed in the hair by a flame trap and hurriedly extinguished it with her chilling breath. Brother Qianquan, didn't you say you remembered the way? How come we've turned around for so long and still can't find it? A trace of embarrassment surfaced on Yu Qianquan's handsome face. He did memorize the terrain, but he didn't know that the maze changed every so often. Running back and forth, he was already so distracted that he didn't even notice that the level had changed. Shut up! Yu Qianquan was annoyed. Either you lead the way or keep your mouth shut. If it wasn't for the fact that Panglai Immortal Island has business dealings with you Miaozhang, I wouldn't have teamed up with you. You! Han Lin's silver teeth clenched as a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. If it weren't for me, you'd have been torn apart by those gargoyles. Just as the two men were arguing, a sound of an organ activating rang out. The ground suddenly cracked, and countless steel spikes with a cold light rushed out from the ground. Ah! -3,000. -2,800. -2,340. The two scrambled back, but were still cut by the steel spikes. Blood flowed down the wound and stained the ground. Damn! Another organ! Yu Qianquan gritted his teeth. I remember when there was clearly a gargoyle here. I remember that too. Brother Cohen, do you have any more potions left? I'm all out of potions. Han Lin said anxiously. If this continued, she would die and exit the copy. Yu Qianquan frowned. I've run out on me as well. What then? What can I do? Go out and look for it. It just so happened that in the next room, 2 squads were engaged in a fierce battle with a stone goblin. The stone ghouls wielded steel forks and kept up their onslaught. Everyone be careful. The defense of these stone goblins is too high. The captain released fireballs while loudly reminding his teammates. It was 2 temporary teams put together with a total of 4 people. Just then, Yu Qianquan and Han Lin appeared in the vortex. Yu Qianquan's eyes lit up. His metaphysical robes were windless, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, 4 chilly flying swords appeared out of nowhere and hovered in the air. Imperial sword art. The 4 flying swords instantly transformed into cold ons and stabbed each of them at the squad that was fighting. -76,543. -65,432. -54,321. Ah! The screams rose and fell. Who sneaked up on us? That squad was caught off guard and was instantly pierced through their bodies by the flying swords. Blood spattered and stained the ground. Yu Qianquan, what are you doing? A severely injured teenager looked at Yu Qianquan incredulously. The weak deserve to be eliminated. Yu Qianquan said indifferently. Han Lin's enchanting figure walked slowly, her red dress particularly eye-catching in the dark space. She crouched down and began to scavenge the items dropped by the dead. Obtains, advanced healing potion ×8. Iron ore ×55. Gold coin ×33,000. Not bad, not bad. Those players who were killed dissipated into white light and returned to the entrance of the replica. They angrily cursed Yu Qianquan and Han Lin for their despicable behavior. Junk stuff. Sneak attacks are nothing. No good will come of it. Have a baby without an asshole. Cheapo. I'll curse him to have children with assholes all over them. The young professionals, after being sneak attacked, broke into a rage, and then a white light flashed. and more of them, were sneak attacked out. Many of them were sent here by their families, and once they asked what was going on, they all lowered their goodwill towards Panglai Immortal Island to the lowest point. What man? It's abominable. It's so bottomless. Labyrinth. Han Lin was worried. Brother Cohen, if we do this, we won't trigger public anger, right? Yu Qiankuan, however, was not the least bit surprised, instead revealing a sneering smile. This is the world of the strong, and I have only taught you a valuable lesson. Han Lin looked at Yu Qiankuan with winks. Brother Cohen, you're really handsome. These trash don't deserve to be compared to you at all. Yu Qiankuan smiled contemptuously. Let's go. Don't waste time. Keep looking for the entrance. I guess the rooms here should change according to time. I guess so. Han Lin said. Yu Qiankuan, I guess Han Li and Guanzu are hanging around here too. If we meet them, we'll just finish them off. Han Lin laughed. Good. The two of them woefully continued to grope their way through the labyrinth, not realizing that they were already 2 full floors behind Guanzu. Chapter 53, Killing the Poisonous Spider Queen. The 4th level of the labyrinth was even more spacious, and the runes on the stone walls seemed to be living creatures, flickering with a blood-red light, giving people an ominous feeling. Guanzu and Han Li were standing in a huge stone room, and the walls around them were covered with traces of organs and traps. There are also too many organs here. Han Li frowned. In that room just now, the floor was full of poisonous mist vents, and even my insect parasites didn't dare to fly too close. With a flick of her slender fingers, the golden insect parasite sketched out a new topographical map in the air. The map showed that the necessary path to the next level was full of organ traps. You're right. Gotta stock up on more potions. Guanzu nodded. I have a summoning spirit that can help me get my blood back. Just keep a few bottles for backup. The rest are all for you. A 10-meter-tall stone goblin suddenly fell from the sky, its sharp claws still stained with the blood of other adventurers. Another prey at your door, the gargoyle said with a sardonic smile. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed and his weapon instantly skyrocketed. Heaven-breaking stick. -1. 12 billion, a blowout. The stone golem shattered in response, dropping a bunch of items. Acquired, advanced healing potion ×2. Metamorphic iron ore ×3. Gold coin ×5,000. These monsters and treasure chests will be refreshed. So let's stay on this floor, brush for a while longer, and stock up on more potions. Guanzu said. We don't have to worry about others not opening them anyway. In the dark underground labyrinth, Guanzu and Han Li had finally collected nearly 1,000 bottles of high-level potions after a long period of accumulation. The two swept their way to the Lord's room on this floor. In the center of the huge stone room, a massive spider spirit was perched on the ceiling, its 8 scarlet compound eyes staring at the two men in death. Its body was the size of a house, and its pitch-black armor was covered with bizarre patterns. GGG. Trespass into my territory and you'll never be able to leave. The spider spirit let out a sharp hiss. It opened its bloody mouth and ejected countless silvery white spider silks that poured down like a torrential downpour. Imperial insect art. Insect cloud into sword. With a wave of Han Li's jade hand, the golden insect cloud instantly condensed into a giant sword, drawing a graceful arc in the air. -924,545. The spider silk was chopped off and drifted down in all directions. The spiderling let out an angry hiss as his 8 legs moved quickly across the wall, constantly changing positions. Look at the stick. Sun Wukong's golden eyes stormed open, and the weapon in his hand extended with thunderous light. The power of shattering. Heaven-breaking stick. -150 million. -130 million. The two sticks swept across the room, and the spider spirit's armor was smashed to pieces, green bodily fluids splattering everywhere. It let out a mournful scream as its blood level quickly dropped to 1/3. Damn monkey. Surprisingly so powerful. The spider spirit's entire body suddenly glowed with a golden light. Entering a state of invincibility, it ejected a large amount of spider silk and swung it towards the far passage. Just then, the walls around them suddenly cracked open, and hundreds of tiny fist-sized spiders poured out. They emanate a purple poisonous aura, and once broken they release intense poison. These poisonous gases are troublesome. Han Li frowned. Leave it to me. The Akatsuki blade in Hiroshi's hand flared into a blazing flame. Fire dance blade wheel. A ring of fire whistled out, and wherever it passed the small spiders were reduced to ashes, and the poisonous mist was burned up by the high temperature. Ah zoo, that big spider seems to have escaped to the next room. Han Li's insect compulsion sketched out a topographical map in the air. Chase. A hint of wariness flashed in Guanzu's eyes. There's blood on the ground. She can't run away. The passage to the next room will not open until the final lord is taken out. In the underground labyrinth, Guanzu and Han Li quickly traveled through. Han Li's golden insect compulsion scouted ahead, constantly updating the map information. The spider spirit has escaped to the 9th room to the east, Han Li said sharply. The two of them walked through a stone room full of mechanisms, and the ground suddenly cracked open, and blazing earth fire gushed out. -5,000. -6,000. It's too hot. It's too hot. Quickly drink the medicine. Guanzu hurriedly opened a bottle of advanced potion and gulped it down. The duo quickly tilted their heads and drank potions, their blood levels quickly recovering. A golden glow enveloped his body, and his burned skin healed quickly. This earth fire is really something. It's fortunate that Captain Guan had the foresight that we prepared so many potions in advance. Finally, they found Spider-Man. It was seen devouring the last few spiders, expanding another size and gradually healing its broken armor. Damn human, to find it so quickly. The spider spirit's 8 compound eyes flashed with shock at the same time. Great sage. Guanzu gave an order. Sun Wukong's golden eyes stormed open, and the weapon in his hand instantly extended for 100 meters, with lightning and electric arcs that wrapped around it. Look at my old grandson. Heaven-breaking stick. -2.0 billion, bludgeon. The weapon was like a bolt of golden lightning that went straight through the spider spirit's abdomen. Green bodily fluids and entrails gushed out, and a fishy odor filled the air. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. Damn stinking monkeys. The spider spirit let out a mournful scream. You damned things. It struggled and spewed out a large amount of cobwebs, using its strength to escape to the passage. At the same time the 8 eyes flickered strangely, unleashing some sort of space spell. The entire labyrinth shook violently, and the positions of all the rooms began to change wildly. Hanley's map of bug compulsion was completely disrupted. The map is all messed up, Hanley exclaimed. Give me some time. I'll rearrange the map. No need. Just follow me. Guanzu laughed. Joe, you can find it? How could I let her use the same trick twice in a row? Guanzu laughed. The first instant he entered the room, he released Xiancheng, who was currently wrapped around the spider spirit's leg. In the labyrinth, the spider spirit was just about to escape with the help of a space spell when it realized that a tiny figure had already wrapped itself around its legs. Xuancheng's tiny dragon body emitted a 5-colored light as it moved with unparalleled grace. When? You damn little snake. The spider spirit was in a state of shock and anger, its 8 legs flinging wildly. The Xiancheng dragon's tail flung out, and the 5 elemental beads drew graceful arcs in the air. Master had anticipated that you would escape, so he had me ambush you in advance. Also, I'm not a snake. I'm a dragon. Xiancheng's crisp voice rang out. Elemental frenzy blast. The ball of 5-colored elemental light whistled out, accurately blasting at the spider spirit's abdominal wound. Broken armor splattered everywhere and green body fluids gushed out. -8726543, -7653432, -7543121, -8432310, -7321109. Ah! It's so cold. It's so hot. It hurts. Various elements hit his body, and the spider spirit let out a miserable scream. The platinum-grade abyssal chain whip in Xuancheng's hand shimmered with a cold light. It was the loot that Guanzu had seized from brushing the abyssal copy earlier. It was going to sell it, but it asked Guanzu to be able to bestow the treasure upon itself, and Guanzu gave it. For Xiancheng, this whip could greatly increase its battle power and was a good match for it. The chains wrapped around the spider spirit's body like a spirit snake, getting tighter and tighter. Let me show you my new weapon, Xiancheng said excitedly. The spiderling struggled desperately, but could not get away from the delicate dragon-like creature. Although Xiancheng was small in size, his movements were incredibly nimble, weaving back and forth on the spider spirit. Last strike. 5 elements returning to the elements. The 5-colored elemental beads erupted at the same time, transforming into a huge bead. Boom! The terrifying energy completely tore apart the spider spirit's body, falling into countless pieces. Green blood and guts spilled all over the stone room. Kill elite boss, venomous spider queen. Dropped item, advanced potion ×5. Iron ore ×10. Gold ×10,000. Gold grade spider shield ×1. Gold level spider gloves ×1. Runestone ×1. Well done. Guanzu and the others rushed to this room and saw that the spider spirit was already dead. Guangji exclaimed. Xiancheng, you're getting better and better. Not bad, not bad. Sun Wukong clapped and applauded. Xiancheng scratched his head with an embarrassed look. Hanli's golden insect compulsion hovered in the air, redrawing the map. We can use this rune stone to open the stone door to the next level. Chapter 54. The first pass gets you a copy of the operation. Outside the entrance of the duplicate, hundreds of professionals gathered here. Some of them had just been killed and teleported out of their copies and were angrily cursing Yu Qiankuan's despicable behavior. That from Panglai Immortal Island sneaked up on us. Yeah, we were fighting a stone goblin and he suddenly shot cold arrows from behind. Not a human being, just to rob us of our potions. Damn it! What kind of things did Panglai teach? I wouldn't dare to go into battle with such people in the future. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe stood on a distant hill. He was the elder from manhwaresumen Immortal Island who had sent you Chinkuan along this time. Hearing these tirades, he frowned slightly, a trace if any of his aura radiating out. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze. All the professionals felt a shudder of war from the depths of their souls and were silenced. Gentlemen, it's better to be quiet. It's unseemly to make a lot of noise, the elder said indifferently. This copy is important to my manhwaresumen Immortal Island. A middle-aged man in military uniform snorted coldly next to him. Ha! manhwaresumen Immortal Island wants ownership of this copy? Our military isn't a vegetarian either. With the new secret world, the person who takes the first pass gets ownership of the copy and then earns the proceeds from the sale of tickets. Like Guangzhou brushing the East China Sea copy. You need to buy tickets, but the proceeds from the tickets of the East China Sea copy are on the side of the East China Navy, as a special fund for the families of those who sacrificed their lives, for the protection of their children's loved ones. That's right, Qi Yun came from the distance. This copy has a high output of Xian iron ore, which is important for weapon building. Whoever can take the first pass will be able to control the output later. Qi Yun's side had finished the work at hand and was the first to come over and take a look at Guangzhou. He had to be a little more attentive to Guangzhou, now that the entrance exam was around the corner. The copies of the high school entrance exams were important, and the young geniuses of the first turn from all over Blue Star would mix and compete together. Taking good rankings can earn you very high Tendo rewards. Now that Guangzhou was in the bounty of the abyssal cult, he was afraid that he would encounter some fanatics who would rather die than hit Guangzhou so hard that he wouldn't be able to take the entrance exam. That would be a big loss. You, manhwaresumen Immortal Island, are so powerful. Can't someone else discuss a couple of things when they've done their own dirty work? Qi Yun, I'm not going to argue with you. Let's just see who can take the right to run the replica when the time comes. Even manhwaresumen Immortal Island, a great clan with ties to the extraterrestrial imperial dynasty, didn't dare to not give Qi Yun face. This elder, facing Qi Yun, had a shorter aura. At the same time, the two middle-aged beautiful women dressed in the distinctive clothing of the Miao borderland were also secretly competing. Hanli will surely take the first pass, and our lineage will end up on top. Humph, don't dream of it. Hanlin is the perfect candidate for the future great saintess. She's already been recognized by the 5 immortal insects. There was tension in the air. This copy not only concerns the interests of major powers, but also involves the power struggle within the Miaojiang. Interesting. A twinkle flashed in Qi Yun's eyes. However, he had the utmost trust in his heart for Guangzhou. Guangzhou and Hanli counted the loot from killing the spider spirit just now. Various shimmering items were scattered on the ground, and green spider bodily fluids spread across the floor. This shield is nice. Guangzhou picked up the gold-grade shield made of spider shells, his 8 compound eyes glowing eerily in the gloom. He gently stroked the surface of the shield, feeling the energy contained within. The 8 compound eyes on the surface of the shield suddenly lit up, releasing a faint protective shield. Spider Power Shield. Quality, Gold Grade. Effect, resists 8 frontal damage. Recharges every 2 hours. Attributes, all attributes plus 150. Durability, 100 out of 100. Give me this shield for defense. Guangzhou laughed. How about that glove goes to you? Hanli put on those golden spider silk gloves, and the lines on the gloves began to glow as a small spider silhouette emerged in her palm. Wow, there's actually a little spider spirit sealed inside, Hanli said in surprise. It seems to be able to resonate with my insect compulsion. Her slender fingers gently clicked, and the spider's shadow in her palm instantly transformed into a golden light and merged into the insect cloud hovering around her. At once, the bug cloud's aura became more solid. This trip wasn't a small harvest. I've collected millions of gold coins alone. Guangzhou grasped the shield on his left hand. He now held a shield in his left hand and a platinum summoning staff in his right. Let's go. Use the runestone to open the door to the next level. No matter how the map changes, as long as there is Hanli this guide, the two can quickly find. Setting the runestone in the notch on the door. Immediately, the door opened and a vortex appeared. If you have 7 keys with you, you can pass through the teleportation vortex, Guangzhou said. We opened this door, so others can use it directly as well. Hanli, ha, another good deed done by accident. With that, the two crossed the vortex and entered the next level. The 5th level was even more spacious, all several times the size of the previous levels. Here, there is the feeling that one has entered the kingdom of giants, as if one has become the thumb man. The runes on the walls were no longer blood red, but emitted a deep purple glow, and the patterns on the walls, as if they were wriggling worms, gave off a feeling of extreme unease. A giant spider over 70 meters tall stood in the center of the stone room, its shell taking on a metallic sheen and its 8 eyes glowing with an eerie green light. The floor around them was covered in sticky cobwebs, and there was some debris hanging from the walls. This Spider seems to be an elite boss level. Why don't we take a detour? Han Li said warily. It's too big. Imagine the oppressive feeling of a giant spider as tall as a 20-story building. A hint of wariness flashed in Guanzu's eyes as he lightly tapped the ground with his staff in his hand. Great sage. What do we say? Of course it's a battle. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, and his body instantly split into 50 silhouettes. The light of the summoning array enveloped each of the doppelgangers, and their auras became even more powerful. The weapons in the hands of each of the doppelgangers extended to 100 meters in length, and were drenched in thunderous light. Death-seeking mole crickets. The giant spider let out a low growl, its 8 legs stomping on the ground at the same time. Rumble. The entire stone room shook violently. The ground cracked open with countless gaps, and poisonous mist gushed out from the gaps. Summoning spirit reinforcement formation. Guanzu's staff pointed, creating a powerful reinforcement spell on the ground. Set. With a single finger from the Monkey King, the giant spider was immobilized, as if it had been doused with a layer of gold paint, and could not move a muscle. The power of shattering. Heaven-breaking stick. Dozens of Sun Wukongs struck out at the same time, golden stick shadows dancing wildly as if intertwining into a ball of twine in the air. Knock knock. As if beating a drum. Minus 170 million. Blast. Minus 23 million. Minus 21 million. Constant combos. Constant armor breaks. Constant stuns. The metal shell of the giant spider was shattered and green body fluids gushed out. It let out a deafening scream, and the light in its 8 eyes became dim. Ah! The giant spider fell to the ground, its massive body convulsing. Kill elite boss, abyssal spider. Dropped items, high-grade potion times 10, high-grade metaphysical iron ore times 20, gold coin times 50, 000, 5-layer key times 2. Worthy of being a great sage. Han Li recalled the time when the great sage killed the deep-sea beast in seconds. It seems that in the maze, even if you encounter trap monsters, you can walk sideways. Hiroshi silently used his flame to clear the poisonous mist from the ground. Chapter 55, A Test. At the end of the 5th level of the labyrinth, a huge palace loomed. The interior of the temple was gilded, and the walls around it were covered with spiderweb-like patterns that emitted a bizarre purple light. A woman with a delicate figure sat on the throne. She had fair skin and a demonic face, but her 8 scarlet eyes revealed that she was also a spider spirit that had cultivated into human form. The woman stood up gracefully with a long basalt iron sword that glowed with a cold light. Welcome to my territory, brave adventurers. The spider spirit gave a bewitching smile. I am the master here. You may call me Her Highness the Queen of Carnelian. Guanzu was surprised. The 5th floor is the queen. What about the 6th and 7th floors? Good question, but you'll never know. Red Jade laughed, then waved her hand. Han Li's golden insect cloud hovered in the air, looking around warily. Suddenly, countless small spiders crawled out of the cracks in the walls, densely covering the entire hall. That's disgusting. Han Li frowned. Guanzu said, you find bugs disgusting too? Of course my own isn't disgusting. Of course other people's are. Han Li explained. The Imperial Movement Compulsion technique followed, and the insect cloud engulfed towards those small spider swarms. But here, they'll all be my nourishment. Han Li laughed. Along the way, she followed Guanzu and drove her insect cloud to devour other spider spirits, allowing her to double the number of insect clouds and become stronger. The shells of the miniature beetles, which have taken on 2 colors, indicate advancement into the 2nd generation species. Red Jade was a little annoyed as she watched her spider swarm being eaten away, becoming food for the other side. With a gentle stroke of her slender fingers, dozens of silver-white spider silk suddenly shot out from her navel, attacking the crowd like lightning. Guangxi swung his red tide blade, blazing flames slashing at the spider silks, only to find that they were immune to his flames and were incredibly strong. It's useless. This is my innate spider silk. Unless you reach the 3rd turn or above, you can't burn it off. Hong Yu said proudly. Han Li urged the insect cloud to turn into a sword, and was unable to cut through these amazingly resilient spider threads. Hey! Sun Wukong scratched his head, a hint of nostalgia flashing through his golden eyes. This situation? How come it's so much like the Ponzi Cave back then? You actually know about the Ponzi Cave. That's the supreme holy land of my spider clan. Hong Yu laughed coldly. Say, how did you know about it? Prefer not to tell you. Sun Wukong sneered. Then I'll tackle you. Dozens of silver-white spider silk shot out from her abdomen and wrapped around Sun Wukong's weapon like silver snakes. The spider silk wrapped around the stick, making a snorting sound of friction. He. Your ancestors and I, we're old acquaintances. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, revealing a wry smile. Look at my old grandson. The Monkey King flicked his wrist and his weapon yanked back violently. Caught off guard, Hong Yu's entire body was pulled down from the throne by a huge force. Ah! Boom! Sun Wukong seized the opportunity, and his weapon was like a bolt of golden lightning, smashing heavily on top of Han Yu's head. Minus 200 million. Blast! Ah! It hurts! Han Yu rubbed her head as her brain cracked and blood continued to pour out. Guanzu looked staggered. This Sun Wukong really doesn't know the slightest bit about compassion. No, I should say that he hit the female demon, but instead he hit harder. Summon Spirit Reinforcement Formation. Guanzu's staff tapped the ground, and a huge magic formation emerged on the ground. A golden light enveloping Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's breath sword split. Instantly, dozens of figures were separated to surround Han Yu. The weapons in each doppelganger's hands were entwined with lightning. Bam bam bam. No! Stop fighting! Red Jade screamed in horror. 50 weapons to stop. The entire hall shook violently. Han Yu's body was shattered into pieces and died in a field of debris. Kill boss, Arachnid Queen Carnelian. Dropped items, rare grade spider silk times 50. Advanced potion times 20. Advanced metaphysical iron ore times 50. Gold coin times 100000. Wealthy, Hanli said excitedly. This rare grade spider silk is an excellent material for refining vestments. A single one can be sold for tens of millions. 50 sticks is $500 million. Guanzu laughed. We've really made a fortune on this trip. At the same time, Guanzu was also realizing that this Pan City labyrinth seemed to be related to the Pan Silk Cave from Journey to the West. They all have the word disc in them. And then they're all filled with spider spirit monsters. The space on the 6th floor was completely changed. No longer a regular room, but a cave that was as if it were an anthill in all directions. Purple runes coursed through the rock walls, illuminating the dark passage. Sun Wukong and Guangji opened the way ahead, their weapons mirroring the light of the red tide blade. Whenever they encountered a monster, the two of them killed it without mercy. Ha! These little things, are they worthy to fight with Old Sun? Sun Wukong smashed the three-headed stone statue ghosts into pieces with a stick. Guanzu followed behind, constantly picking up dropped items. Along the way, hundreds of bottles of high-level potions alone were harvested, and the Xian iron ore was even piled up. Hanley's bug cloud hovered overhead, showing the crowd the way. Soon, they found the lord of this floor, a giant spider with a purple light emanating from its entire body. Fixation technique. Sun Wukong reached out and pointed. The giant spider immediately froze in place, a look of horror spreading from its 8 eyes. Split body technique. Sun Wukong instantly split into dozens of figures. Dozens of weapons slammed down at the same time. Lightning flashed, and the entire cave shook. The spider didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was smashed into pieces. Kill boss, Amethyst Spider Queen. Dropped item, gold level spellbook, Tangled Web. Advanced potion X30. High grade iron ore X100. Gold coin times 200000. Skill book. Guanzu picked up the book that emitted a golden light. Han Li. I'll learn this skill. Okay. As the spellbook turned into dots of golden light and merged into his body, Guanzu mastered this new spell. You learn Entangling Web. You can use your mana to coalesce a spider web and pull enemies, while Entangling Web also interrupts an enemy's skill channeling, applying a 2-second silencing effect. This spell, which creates a spider web and then pulls enemies together, is a good control for gathering monsters. Come on, let's go to the next level. It's finally time to get to the last level, and when you beat this one, you'll have your first copy. The space on the 7th floor suddenly twisted and changed, and Guanzu and Han Li found themselves in a hazy illusion. The purple mist lingered in the air, as if it had traveled through time and space. Back an unknown number of years ago, an ancient cave emerged before his eyes, and several demonic-looking spider spirits were asking a tall centipede spirit for help. That centipede spirit was glittering with a metallic luster, and hundreds of eyes were blinking continuously on his body. It was the legendary 100 Eyes Demon Monarch. Brother 100 Eyes, save us. That dead monkey is about to come after us. A badly injured spider spirit pleaded. Senior sisters, I'm going to eat the longevity monk's meat miles. I can't save you. The 100 Eyes Demon Monarch said indifferently, turning around and leaving. The scene in the illusion shifted, only to see golden light flashing as a huge weapon swept across the room. Those few spider spirits couldn't even utter a miserable scream before they were beaten into oblivion. What is this? A passing episode? Hanley said softly. I see. Guanzu pondered. This copy, it's actually related to Journey to the West. Suddenly, the illusion dissipated and the space around it resurfaced. This place was a huge underground cave with countless glowing crystals hanging overhead, illuminating the entire space. Master, be careful, Xianqing suddenly warned, only to see that on the ground in front of them, a huge spider web was slowly taking shape, with countless runes flowing through the web, emitting a terrifying pressure. This 7th floor, it looks like there's going to be a big boss. Guanzu gripped his staff tightly and prepared for battle. Han Li's golden insect cloud hovered in the air. Those spider spirits. They seem to have been betrayed by the 100 Eyes demon monarch. At the same time, in both of their minds, a prompt popped up. Only one person will get the final pass on this copy. Now, given your strength, weaker than your opponent, you have obtained a piece of spider silk that can automatically claim the enemy and kill them in seconds. Please take the opportunity to use it at a critical time. Chapter 56, Taking the First Pass. In the 7th level of the cave, the giant spider web emitted a weird light. The final lord, the 8-eyed spider emperor, slowly emerged from the web. Its body was 100 meters tall, and its 8 eyes were like lighthouses flickering in the darkness. Jia. I can't believe I came here. What would be a good reward to send you guys? Well, just send you all to your deaths. The spider emperor roared. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, and the weapon in his hand instantly skyrocketed. That's a lot of words. Look at the stick. Dozens of doppelgangers struck out at the same time, and the lightning-drenched weapon slammed into the spider emperor like a torrential downpour. Sculptor. The spider emperor's 8 eyes shot out purple beams of light at the same time. 500,000. -480. 000. Several of Sun Wukong's doppelgangers were struck by the beams of light and instantly dissipated. Master, be careful. Xin Qing warned. It's about to release a forbidden spell. A piercing purple light suddenly erupted from the spider emperor's body, and the entire cavern shook. Destruction of. The 8-eyed spider emperor was just halfway through his sentence when Guanzu directly struck over with a spell. Tangled web. A black mana, as if it were silk, swept away, entangling the 8-eyed spider emperor, and the big move that had been building up was forced to be interrupted. Set. Sun Wukong roared, his weapon sweeping out with a thunderous force. Heaven-breaking stick. -300 million. Blast. The spider emperor's body was torn apart by a stick, and purple blood gushed out. When the 8-eyed spider emperor's blood level dropped to half, its aura abruptly became berserk. The 8 huge compound eyes simultaneously lit up with a piercing purple light, and its entire body exuded a power that could not be controlled. Griffins, feel the threat of death. The 8-eyed spider emperor roared hideously, the sound waves shaking the entire cavern as rubble fell. Its 8 eyes shot out purple lasers at the same time, sweeping the entire space like a cutting machine. The rock wall was hit by the lasers and instantly melted into a deep gully. Guanzu hurriedly raised his spider power shield and his 8 compound eyes lit up at the same time. -0, immune to damage. Watch out for the second wave, Han Li exclaimed. As the second laser blasted in, Guanzu's figure flashed and he dodged the fatal blow with a perfect roll. The laser struck where he had been standing, melting a large crater in the ground. Run! Guanzu pulled Han Li to move quickly while ordering. Xian Cheng. Full output. Xian Cheng's tiny dragon body hovered in the air as the 5-colored elemental beads continuously bombarded the spider emperor's vitals. -5. 89 million. -5. 76 million. -5. 82 million. Damn reptiles. Sun Wukong roared. Watch me. The weapon cut a path of golden light in the air, each strike hitting the spider emperor's weak spot with precision. The power of thunder swept across the field, shattering the surrounding rock walls. -180 million. Blast. -150 million. -170 million. Although the 8-eyed spider emperor had entered the overlord state, but facing the furious Sun Wukong, this state had instead become its death charm. You can't control me. I'm invincible. The 8-eyed spider emperor laughed maniacally. A hint of disdain flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. Invincible? With an ugly monster like you? The weapon in the Monkey King's hand skyrocketed 100 feet, and the thunder light flashed like a golden lightning bolt sweeping out. -250 million. Blast. Click. One of the 8-eyed spider emperor's legs broke with a sound, and purple blood gushed out. Ah, my leg. Sun Wukong's movements were unceasing. His weapon streaked golden light in the air, and each strike accurately hit the spider emperor's joints. Click, click, click. A huge spider leg was broken and fell to the ground twitching. How dare you? You! The 8-eyed spider emperor screamed in terror. It's not over yet. Sun Wukong sneered. Watch me poke your dog's eyes out. The weapon hovered in the air, transforming into 8 streaks of golden light that accurately stabbed into each of the 8-eyed spider emperor's eyes. Put. -180 million. -170 million. Ah, my eyes. I can't see. The 8-eyed spider emperor, who had lost all his eyes, twisted his body frantically, but was no longer able to accurately cast any skills. It's over. Heaven-breaking strike. Sun Wukong leapt high into the air, the thunderous light of the weapon in his hand flourishing. The entire cavern shook, and the crystals on the rock walls continued to fall. Boom! The weapon smashed heavily on top of the 8-eyed spider emperor's head, and the terrifying force punched a huge crack in the ground. -200 million. Deadly blow. Blazing magma gushed out from the crack, and the eight-eyed spider emperor's huge body fell directly into it. No! No! I am invincible. I am. The lava engulfed it, and the mournful screams came to an abrupt end. Kill the final boss, eight-eyed arachnid. Drops, copy operation voucher ×1. Rare grade spider silk ×100. Advanced potion ×50. Gold coin ×1. 000. 000. The monster was completely killed, and both Guanzu and Han Li breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, Han Li let out a soft sigh and took out a spider silk glowing with a cold light from her storage ring. He. Guanzu, the system actually gave me this. She smiled. A spider silk that can kill in seconds. But I won't be using it. I have one too. The system gave it to me too. Guanzu was surprised and took out an identical spider silk as well. It seems to be a test. A trace of tenderness and emotion flashed in Han Li's eyes. You took me with you when you dodged yourself in the first place. You're so nice. Then she made up her mind. There's no way I could have gotten through without you. But you can do it without me. It just takes a little longer. The first pass and the right to run this copy is yours. She took out the detachment stone and smiled before crushing it and said, turn around. Remember to treat me to milk tea. White light flashed, and Han Li's figure disappeared into the cavern. The space at the entrance of the replica suddenly distorted. The blood-colored vortex shook violently. A white light flashed, and one after another, people were teleported out. When Han Li was teleported out, her dress still bore some traces of the battle, but her clear face remained elegant. Lord Holy Maiden, was it you who took the first pass? A middle-aged woman in Miaojiang clothing asked eagerly. Not me. Han Li shook her head slightly, her tone calm. Disappointment immediately surfaced on the faces of those who supported Han Li's lineage, but they quickly squeezed out reluctant smiles. It's okay, Holy Maiden-sama. You've already done a good job. The middle-aged woman softly comforted. On the other side, whispers and smug laughter came from the crowd supporting Hanlin. Looks like it's our Hanlin Holy Maiden taking the first pass. That goes without saying. Other than Han Li's squad, only we, Han Lin, belong to as a double heavenly pride squad. The position of the great Holy Maiden is not our Han Lin's, an old woman in a flashy Miao dress proudly said. Since Han Li has admitted that it wasn't her, then the first pass must have been taken by our Han Lin. The right to run this copy can be our lineage's. This is a huge amount of capital. This time it is for Miaojiang, a great merit. From now on, completely suppress their lineage. Chapter 57, Horace Enjima's defense is broken. In the space at the entrance of the replica, the crowd supporting Han Lin had a smug gleam in their eyes, and they had already begun to plot how to utilize this great wealth. Ha ha, worthy of being our Panglai Immortal Island's genius. The elder of Panglai Immortal Island was all smiles. It's just different. For an unknown copy, it's even more impressive. Casually taking the first pass. This is the depth of a disciple of a great family. It's completely different from a thug. As for those little scions who were decapitated by our family Chinkuan, don't clamor. You have a little bit of small credit for being able to take this first pass. Ha ha ha. Shi Yin frowned slightly as he wore a green-colored robe, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Several generals in the military department also had less than stellar expressions. The first pass reward is not small. This copy can produce a large amount of Xian iron ore every day, which is important for weapon building. The elder continued to show off. If the Qi mansion needs it in the future, we can give you a discount. Just then, a white light flashed, and Yu Qiankuan and Han Lin were teleported out. His metaphysical robes were a bit tattered, and his face was pale, obviously having gone through a hard battle. Qiankuan, you've worked hard. Come on, let second uncle praise you. The elder smiled and stepped forward. A trace of pain surfaced on Yu Qiankuan's handsome face. He gritted his teeth and his voice was low. Second uncle, what's the point of complimenting me? Of course you got the first pass. Don't be too modest. You need to be praised. More compliments for more achievements. Geniuses need praise too. Second uncle, it wasn't me. We were stuck on the third floor and didn't get through at all. The entire space fell silent as soon as these words were uttered. The smiles on the faces of those who supported Han Lin froze, and the expressions of the Panglai Immortal Island elders became extremely ugly. Didn't take it down. Who the hell is that? His face flamed a little. After all that blowing, it turned out not to be. At this moment, he even had the feeling of wanting to find a crack in the ground and drill into it. Something's not right. There were only two most powerful teams in total. If it wasn't Han Li's team or his own team, who else could it be? What? The elder said incredulously. It's not you. It's not Han Li. So, who could it be? Could it be that in this copy, there are still experts? The generals of the military department exchanged a look, while Qi Yun revealed a thoughtful expression. And at this moment, inside the cave, in Guanzu's mind, there was a system beep. Congratulations! You have finally succeeded in clearing your copy of the Pan City Labyrinth. Obtaining the first pass reward, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. Platinum level summoning book, you can summon a powerful summoning spirit. 2. Platinum grade longsword, celestial star shooting sword. 20% chance to trigger meteor sword chi when chopping. 3. Platinum grade armor, spider emperor armor, increases defense by 100% and is immune to all control effects below the third turn. Guanzu chose the summoning book without hesitation, and a glint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. The higher the level of the summoning book, the stronger the summoned spirit he summoned. They're all mythic, but there's a difference between blue, purple, and gold. Extra reward, Platinum Grade Arachnid Potion X1. Potion effect, permanently increases mental power by 30,000 points. Great! Gulp! Guanzu didn't want to wait, and immediately poured the potion all the way down. And then, his spiritual power immediately skyrocketed, and the various spells he released in the future would be much more powerful. That's a lot of money to make this time. In addition to the final settlement rewards, there's a lot to be gained from gold coins and rare grade spider silk alone. There are also duplicate operating certificates. In this battle, Guanzu's income reached $2 billion less. This one is absolutely superb. It's almost numbing to him. As Guanzu walked out of the replica door, he was holding a replica business voucher that shimmered with golden light. He walked directly towards Qi Yun and handed over the vouchers to the astonished gazes of the crowd. Mr. Qi, let's give this copy to the academy to run. Just split a share between Han Li and I when the time comes. He was a senior in high school and had no family behind him, so he naturally didn't have the ability to run and handle a copy. Besides, he doesn't have time for that. His main goal was all about getting stronger. Stronger, and stronger. Qi Yun received the voucher. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes before he looked at the elder of Panglai Immortal Island. The corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer. How about it? Fellow Daoist from Panglai Immortal Island? Didn't you say you were going to give me a discount just now? Now it seems like it's time for me to give you guys a discount. How about this? In the future, if you guys come to brush your copies, I'll give you a 12% discount. 12% off. And you're raising the price. The face of the Panglai Immortal Island elder instantly turned iron blue as he looked at Yu Qianquan, his eyes filled with disappointment. You, after nurturing you for so long, you're even worse than a commoner. The elder gritted his teeth. Yu Qianquan lowered his head, frustration written all over his handsome face. He was indeed very upset that his own proud son of Panglai Immortal Island, who was brushing his copy, had been given the first pass by a civilian. Qi Yun laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha, you are wrong. This disciple of mine isn't a commoner. He's the internal recruiting heavenly pride of my star beheading academy." Han Li stood in the crowd, a pleased smile emerging on her clear face. She knew she had made the right choice in not turning on Guanzu for a copy. The camaraderie with Guanzu is far greater than the value of the copy's operating rights. Qi Yun was curious. Zu, why are you so fast? That Yu Qianquan and Han Lin, they've only reached the 3rd layer, and you've actually completed the 7th layer. This Qi Yun is also a white cut black belly, never lose. A slap in the face has to be in your face, and it's relentless. Slap after slap after slap. When they said that, the people of Panglai Immortal Island were even more colorless, but they were inclined to wonder why Guanzu was so fast. 2. Does that make sense? Thanks to Han Li's insect compulsion that explores the surrounding area to build a map. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to clear the level so quickly. Guanzu said as if he hadn't thought about it. Those parasites flew out and directly mapped out the route for us. This copy can only be cleared by one person. And Hanley and I killed the final monster together. But she gave me the chance. So it is. No wonder Hanley came out first. And that Sekijo didn't come out then. His words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Yu Qianquan's heart hard. Yu Qianquan's originally handsome face instantly turned pale, and his figure shook, almost unsteady. What did you say? Yu Qianquan's voice trembled. A map. Han Li can make a map? There was an awkwardness in the air. The elders of Panglai Immortal Island, their faces also flashed a trace of anger, knowing that originally, they were also the first to find Han Li for Yu Qianquan. It turned out to be his own private change of teammates. That Han Li was the second after Guanzu in the Pei Lingdan Tower. Could she be weak? But this Yu Qianquan, mesmerized by a few words from Han Lin, rushed to ungroup with Han Li and grouped Han Lin instead. What a steal! The clown of clowns. That's right. A hint of a smile surfaced on Han Li's clear face. My insect compulsion can explore a radius of thousands of meters and then arrange a small map. The eyes of the Panglai Immortal Island's elders were filled with disappointment when they looked at Yu Qianquan, as if they were looking at a stupid fool. Yu Qianquan only felt dizzy and his ears were buzzing. You! The elder's hand trembled as he pointed at Yu Qianquan. You even gave up such an important aid. You really are. Han Lin stood on the sidelines, her originally sultry face becoming somewhat distorted at the moment. She bit her lip, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes. How come I'm not important? I've mastered 2 of the 5 immortal bugs. Am I weak? That's add up. Yu Qianquan was standing in place like a clown at the moment. How could he not expect that his choice would put him in such an embarrassing situation? Me, Guanzu, count yourself lucky and wait for me. Only this once. I'll lose you this one time. You remember that? Yu Qianquan gritted his teeth, then turned around and left the entrance of the replica as if he had fled. Only Guanzu saw this genius turn around and drop several little pearls from the corners of his eyes. And you drop little pearls, and you commiserate and cry? Going back on your word. How does someone like you deserve it? Guanzu directly opened his voice. No matter what heavenly pride you have, he directly scolded if he didn't see eye to eye. Watching Guanzu speak like this, the elders of Panglai Immortal Island were instantly a bit offended. How dare a commoner offend his superiors? They were furious. Just wanted to heckle a few times, but looking at Qi Yun by Guanzu's side, he wasn't so angry. Chapter 58 Talented Godstone. At the entrance of the replica, the crowd looked at the replica business voucher in Guanzu's hand, and there was a gleam of envy in their eyes. This little voucher means a steady stream of wealth. The output of this copy is amazing. An old man lamented. The output of basalt iron ore alone is enough to drive people crazy. There's also all kinds of spider silk, advanced potions. Another person gulped. This is simply a treasure mine. If we can pop a copy of rare spider silk, we'll be rich. Hanli stood in the crowd, a faint smile on her clear face. She looked more and more ethereal as her golden insect cloud draped around her. Guanzu, thank you for sharing my share, Hanli said softly. It should be. Guanzu laughed. If it wasn't for your bug compulsion, how could we have gotten through so quickly? Cheers came from the crowd supporting Hanli, and the middle-aged woman's eyes glittered with excitement. Although the Holy Maiden Lord didn't manage to take the first pass, she gained a share of the operating rights, and that's a great achievement. In the future, the words of our lineage will definitely be heavier. Not only that, it's a great thing for us if Lord Holy Maiden befriends the heavenly pride of the Star Beheading Academy. The future Guanzu will become a great man. Han Lin stood in the distance, her demonic face filled with jealousy. Qi Yun accepted the voucher. Ah Zhu, I will immediately send someone to plan for the operation of the replica. By then, your Guan family, at least, will be able to share 200 million gold coins per year. 200 million. It's still gold. The family is directly upgraded to a luxury family. However, this copy, the Tianhe city officials, naturally, have to divide a sum, because they will be responsible for maintenance. Overall, it was 4 copies, the official Tianhe city, the Chopping Star Academy, Guanzu, and the Mujian Compass clan represented by Hanli. However, the fixed ticket price in each person's share naturally belonged to Guanzu and their division, and this price should not be too high, or no one could afford to swipe it. Too cheap is not good either, as this copy has a limited total daily output. When the time comes, Shiyun will send out professional people and conduct an inspection to set the most suitable price. It's getting late, we'll head back. Guanzu and Han Li came over in the morning, and after playing the copy until now, it was already midnight. The sky was dotted with stars, the fields were silent, and it was early time to go to bed. Hiss! Shiyun used his hand to slice through the space, and at the other end of the rift was his office at the Star Chopper Academy. A group of people were envious beyond measure. Mastering the power of space was too cool and convenient. Zhu, this time you've made a great achievement again. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Back in the office, Qi Yun asked with a smile. Guanzu didn't hesitate in the slightest, his eyes flashing with a hint of anticipation. Mr. Qi, I want a talent godstone for my brother. Guanzu said seriously. I want him to have the best foundation. It was already hard to change on Guanzu's side, but when he saw that Hanli took the same potion as him and actually gained more talent bonuses, he naturally envied it and thought about it so that his younger brother could also be at the starting line. One step ahead. His younger brother, Guanxing, listened to him the most since he was a child, and when he fought with the big kids who were a head taller than himself, all the other little friends ran away, but only his brother fought alongside him. The bond between the brothers was simply comparable to that of the 2 brothers, Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qixing. A trace of emotion flashed in Qi Yun's eyes when he heard this request. This teenager can clearly pursue rewards for himself, but always puts his family first. Good. Qi Yun stood up and opened his sublime safe. I happen to have an extreme talent divine stone here, obtained from the extraterrestrial mysteries. After using it, you will surely be able to awaken a platinum level talent and lay a strong foundation. The safe door opened and Qi Yun took out an exquisite brocade box. Opening the brocade box, A crystal stone emitting a 7-colored light lay quietly within. This divine stone is worth at least 100 million gold coins, but you kid deserve to have it. Qi Yun handed the brocade box to Guanzu. 100 million gold coins. Guanzu smacked his lips. This thing was so precious. Thanks a lot, Mr. Qi. By the way, Mr. Qi, I have a question. Say it. And what if my brother himself is more talented than Platinum? Then he'll awaken one more talent and become a double-gifted person. That's fine. Don't him good intentions. His brother can awaken the diamond talent and end up being replaced with a platinum level. Guanzu carefully received the brocade box, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Guanzu said solemnly, with this, Guanxing won't lose at the starting line in the future. Qi Yun patted Guanzu's shoulder and said in a serious tone, you child, you always put others first, but it's good. This kind of heart is rare. When you finish your high school exams, I have something more important to give you. What is it? Guanzu asked curiously. Qi Yun smiled mysteriously. I can't say right now, but I'm sure that thing will surprise you. After chatting for a while longer, Qi Yun sent Guanzu home. With a stroke of his hand, he tore through space and sent Guanzu directly to the entrance of his house. It's so convenient. The spatial ability is really marvelous. Mr. Qi, I want to learn too. Qi Yun laughed. I'm sorry. Spatial ability is my innate talent. Good lord. This Mr. Z, too, knows Versailles. Crossing the crack, Guanzu's fingers unconsciously rubbed his storage ring, which was filled with the harvest from this copy. A large amount of arcane iron ore, rare spider silk, the precious platinum-grade summoning book, and of course, the younger brother's talent divine stone. Mom! Xiaoxing! I'm back! Guanzu pushed open the door of the house and shouted. In the living room, Li Yuxiao was preparing dinner while Guanxing sat on the sofa and watched TV. Both of them looked up when they heard Guanzu's voice. Brother, you're finally back. Guanxing ran over excitedly. Guanzu smiled and rubbed his brother's hair before walking to the kitchen and looking at his mother who was chopping vegetables. Mom, I have good news for you, Guanzu said with a smile. I took the first pass of a new copy today. Really? Li Yuxia put down the chopper and turned to look at her son. I heard that if you get the first pass, you'll be able to sell tickets and earn a share in the future. It's the equivalent of gaining a mountain of gold. Pretty much. I co-developed it with the Chopping Star Academy. Guanzu nodded and recounted the events of today in detail. When he said that he would be able to share 200 million gold coins per year, the apron in Li Yuxia's hand twisted into a twist. 200 million? Li Yuxia was a bit disbelieving. That much? Guanxing was dumbfounded, then jumped up and down in excitement. Fantastic, brother, you're too good. Aren't we going to be rich and famous from now on? Tears welled up in Li Yuxia's eyes as she looked at her eldest son and remembered the hardships she had endured over the years. From an ordinary single-parent family, she is now about to be in the big time. Ah Zhu, you've worked hard, Li Yuxia said softly, her eyes filled with pride. Right. Guanzu took out some items from his storage ring. After the completion of this replica, the academy even gave me a reward. Brother, I've asked for an extreme talent divine stone for you. If you fuse it now, you'll be guaranteed to awaken a platinum-grade talent in the future, Guanzu said, taking a small box out of his storage ring and giving it to his younger brother. Guanxing, Chapter 59, The Fourth Summoning Spirit. In the living room, Guanxing carefully received the brocade box containing the divine stone, his brown pupils flickering with excitement. Brother, is this really for me? Guanxing's voice trembled a little. Of course, you're my brother. Guanzu smiled and rubbed his brother's hair. Guanxing opened the brocade box, and a divine stone emitting a 7-colored glow lay quietly on the velvet cushion. As the light flowed, it was as if countless stars could be seen shining in it. It requires a drop of blood to recognize the owner, Guanzu explained. Just put a drop of your blood on it. Guanxing bit his finger and a drop of bright red blood slowly fell onto the divine stone. The divine stone instantly bloomed with a brilliant light, and a 7-colored halo enveloped Guanxing's entire being. Ah, it's so warm, Guanxing exclaimed. It feels like my whole body is warm. It's like there's a surge of energy coming in. The apotheosis petrified into bits of starlight and merged into Guanxing's body. He could feel a mysterious power improving his physique and purifying his soul. Brother, I will definitely become your most capable assistant. Guanxing clenched his fists, a determined light shining in his eyes. When I awaken my talent, I will definitely fight alongside you. Li Yuxia looked at her two sons with tears in her eyes. The single mom who once sold boxed lunches on the street to fill her household is now watching her kids make a go of it. Mom, such a good thing. Why are you still crying? Guanzu hurriedly consoled. I'm happy about this. Li Yuxia wiped her tears. You two brothers have such a good relationship. I, as a mom, would wake up smiling even in my dreams. if only your father could see it too. As the night deepened, the warm light in the living room of the Guan family reflected the figures of the family of three. Guanzu watched his brother wolf down his food with a pleased expression. Eat slowly. No one is taking it from you. Mom, get me another pot. It's been 3 pots of rice. Can you still eat? Li Yuxiao was astonished beyond measure. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, and a bottle of crystal clear blue nutrient solution sat quietly in the corner of the table. That's a high-grade nutrient specially supplied by the Eastern Navy Ministry. A bottle worth over $100,000. It's fine. Let him eat. Guanzu laughed. The divine stone is transforming his physique and needs a lot of energy. Guanxing chewed loudly, his cheeks bulging like a small hamster. He could feel that warmth still coursing through his body, optimizing his body. Brother, I feel as if my strength has gotten stronger. Guanxing said excitedly, and my mind is especially clear. It's important to build a good foundation. I only gained 15,000 strength attributes by taking the War General potion. But a friend gained 30,000. So it's too crucial to build a good physical foundation. This relates to the efficiency of absorption for medicines in the future. Got it. I'll eat. Guanxing nodded. Guanzu looked out the window at the night sky, his eyes gradually becoming deeper. 10 years ago, my father, as a member of the vanguard of the military department, fought against monsters in the battlefield of the abyss, and has not been heard from since. Dad, where the hell are you? Guanzu murmured softly. He clenched his fists, a flicker of determination in his eyes. No matter what the cost, he must find out what happened to his father. Ah Zhu, I know what you're thinking. Li Yuxia sighed. But you have to promise me that you must wait until you are strong enough before going to the great abyssal battlefield. Mom, I won't be reckless. Guanzu nodded solemnly. Ding bell. The doorbell rang. Li Yuxia, I'll go open the door. I guess it's the Chopping Star Academy or the Eastern Navy coming to deliver ingredients and nutrients again. Heaven's Pride naturally has Heaven's Pride treatment. In the dead of night, 3 summoned spirits surrounded Guanzu in his room. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, his golden eyes glittering. Guangji leaned against the wall, his red-tied blade glowing with a shimmering light, and Xianqing hovered gracefully in midair. Master, hurry up and use that platinum summoning book, Xianqing said expectantly. Guanzu nodded and took out the summoning book that glowed with platinum from his storage ring. The pages of the book were windless and emitted a mysterious fluctuation. Phew, it's on. As the summoning book turned into bits of starlight and merged into his body, Guanzu's consciousness instantly penetrated through the layers of dimensions and arrived at a large, primitive forest. The grass and trees here were lush, and the aura was so dense that it had almost turned into substance. Deep in the forest, a massive boar was rampaging. It was pitch black, with fangs like knives and a gleam of intelligence in its eyes. What a strong aura! Guanzu's eyes lit up. This Boar King is in existence with a platinum talent. The Boar King seemed to have sensed Guanzu's presence and stopped violently. Its eyes full of wisdom stared at Guanzu dead in the face. Kid, are you here for me? The Boar King actually spoke. Good. I want to make a pact with you. Ha ha ha. The Boar King laughed. Just buy you? I just needed to use you as raw material. Without saying much, Guanzu directly activated the contract. His spiritual power of upwards of 50,000 directly lifted the boar spirit that weighed several tons. Huffing and puffing, the Boar King panicked, looking at his litter of piglets' children and grandchildren, as well as a few sows. He could not give up. Release me. I'm not going to contract with you. Guanzu was a bit teary-eyed. Went out so quickly? The system's ability was then unleashed. You have contracted a Boar Lord. Trigger the Ascension condition. King Boar advances to mythic level. The heavenly puff martial Porky Pig. In an instant, golden light rushed into the sky, and countless mythological fragments surrounded the Boar King's body. Its figure began to change, its fangs converging and its size shrinking as it gradually transformed into a humanoid. The original Boar King, back on his own turf. In its place, a mythical world of characters. I am the leader of the 100,000 water armies of the Heavenly River and the bearer of the Gao Lao Zhuang after descending to the lower realms. Piggy, who is so lucky to have summoned my old pig out. A lazy voice rang out. The smoke cleared to reveal a stocky man. He was holding a 9-toothed nail rake, with a jade rasp tied around his waist, and was dressed in a black robe, revealing a huge round belly. Ouch! Sun Wukong came to Inuyasha. Beiji, I can't believe it's you. A flash of confusion flashed in Inuyasha's eyes before realization dawned on him. Monkey, it's you! The two smiled at each other, not expecting to run into each other in this world. Guanzu immediately checked Inuyasha's personal information. Name, Porky Pig. Grade, Mythic. Gold. Race, Divine. Level, LV1. Talent, Power of Gluttony, Mythic level, LV1. True Lord's Might, Mythic Level, LV1. Attributes, Strength 37,000. Agility 8,000. Physique 87,000. Spirit 15,000. Skills, Flesh Bomb Blast LV1. Tarzan Pressure LV1. Nail Rake Warfare LV1. Battle Strength Assessment, 108 stars. Power of Gluttony, when Inuyasha engages a monster that he has killed, he will absorb the monster's true spirit, permanently boosting his physique and lifesteal. True Monarch's Might, Inuyasha's size varies according to blood and constitution. The higher the constitution and blood, the larger the size. Chapter 60, Fusing Runes. Strengthening Skills. In the quiet room in the dead of night, Guanzu looked at this newly summoned summoning spirit in front of him with a gleam of surprise in his eyes. Gold-colored quality. And it's also the great sage's senior brother, Guanzu said excitedly. Sun Wukong and Porky Pig were happily catching up, while Guanji and Xianqing also came over and sized up the newcomer's partner. Master, this Master Pig's physique is truly amazing, Xianqing marveled. Guanzu took out a handful of crystal-clear pills that emitted a rich spiritual aura. 8 rings? Take these advanced spirit-cultivating pills. Alright. Piggy grinned and swallowed the elixir like it was a sugar bean. Golden light enveloped Inuyasha's body as his breath climbed upward. Summoning Spirit Porky Pig to upgrade. Current level, 100. Strength increased to 120, 000. Physique to 300, 000. Agility to 30, 000. And Spirit to 50, 000. Obtain 10, 000 skill rolls, exclusive to Beiji. New skills, Battlefield Taunt LV1. Cyclone Rake LV1. Ha ha, my old pig feels full of power inside. Piggy waved his 9-toothed nail rake and jumped out of the window. Come on, let me try my new skills. His body suddenly swelled and transformed into the size of a small mountain, 60 meters tall, even more massive than the surrounding buildings. Nerd, don't touch the building next to you. Sun Wukong hurriedly rode his somersault cloud and grabbed him up. Hurry up and change back. Don't disturb the rest of the bystanders. Got it, monkey. Luckily, the Monkey King was there to suppress Inuyasha, and he was brought back up. This talent of the power of gluttony is too strong, Guanzu analyzed. In the future, when we fight copies, as long as we let the 8 rings eat more monsters, our physique will be able to increase infinitely. That's natural. Piggy patted his round belly. What my old pig is best at is eating. Sun Wukong laughed at the side and shook his head. This nerd, still so gluttonous, hasn't changed a bit. Guanzu looked at the 4 summoning spirits. The 8 rings also had the taunt skill, and with this super meat shield, the team was more complete. Guanzu took out a stack of skill scrolls emitting a golden light. These were the exclusive Inuyasha skill scrolls rewarded by the system, in addition to the ones he had previously exchanged in the tavern. Beiji, I'll raise your power of gluttony first. The golden light flickered, and the skill rolls turned into bits of starlight and merged into Inuyasha's body. 7,100 skill rolls consumed. Power of gluttony upgraded to LV10. 3 times more effective. For every monster you devour, you will receive a 300% bonus to your constitution and life value. Nice guy. It feels like the belly fits better. Inuyasha laughed as he patted his bulging belly. Guanzu continued to consume skill rolls to improve other skills. 7,100 skill rolls consumed. Battlefield Taunt upgraded to LV10. Effect, when released, all enemies within 300 meters are taunted and forced to attack Inuyasha for 10 seconds. 7,100 skill rolls consumed. The True Lord's Might is upgraded to LV10. Effects, body size can be changed at will. Up to 200 meters. The larger the body size, the higher the armor and magic resistance. 7,100 skill rolls consumed. Upgraded to LV10. Effect, the 9-toothed nail rake spins 3 times faster. Carries a tornado absorption effect. And each hit deals 10% of Inuyasha's life value damage. Brother Monkey, do you see how powerful my old pig is now? Piggy waved his nail rake proudly. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed and he nodded with a smile. Not bad. With you as a super meat shield, it'll be easier to fight copies in the future. Indeed. Inuyasha grinned. There are less than 6 days left before the Global Professionals exam. Electronic displays on the streets constantly flash countdowns to exams and all kinds of information. Within the Central Sea Province Professionals Administration, several geniuses who had originally risen to fame were currently talking in low voices. We'll have to change the exam. A teenager wearing a black battle robe said in a deep voice. Being in the same exam room as Guanzu, isn't that asking for trouble? His name is Li Wei. Platinum level talent, swordsmanship proficiency. He has won 47 consecutive matches in the dueling arena, and is regarded as the first of the new generation of swordsmen in Zhonghai province. Unfortunately, even he was not confident that he could win against Guanzu. That's right, that guy is too perverse. Another red-haired girl picked up. I heard that he's got another dragon-type summoning spirit, and his battle power is quite terrifying as well. Inside the halls of the authority, several people were going through the process of switching exam rooms. While it meant giving up home field advantage, the cost seemed nothing compared to being on the same field as Kwanzaa. Have you guys seen the news? A teenager with gold-rimmed glasses turned on a light brain projection. This college entrance exam is not just a unified global competition. I heard that Andromeda's Purple Moon Empire sent a group of geniuses into our planet. Humans are not alone in this world, there are tons of races in the universe, some even hundreds of millions of years old. Moreover, as the technology of the Blusterians improved and their strength increased, the bases of the human race have spread all over the Oort Nebula, where the solar system is located. No, I read the information that the Purple Moon Empire is famous for its martial arts, and the first-turn geniuses on their side are said to generally have several thousand points of physique. So why would they come to our exam here? It's the same idea as ours, to test across the land and take the rewards. Li Wei was a bit staggered. He thought about taking the prize for the interterrestrial exam and didn't realize that people in the universe, on other planets, had the same idea. We go across provinces, they go straight across galaxies. Forget it, this has nothing to do with us. This is something that only the topmost handful of heavenly prides have to consider. Yeah, better think about how to get some potions that will strengthen you quickly in the near future. In the stores on the streets, all kinds of test materials and buff remedies are displayed most prominently. Some merchants even invited professional alchemists to mix gain potions on the spot. The closer we get to the college entrance exams, the hotter the sale of all kinds of potions. Above the dome of the sky, a huge starship slowly sailed over the Central Sea province. It was a caravan of merchants from Alpha Centauri, bringing all sorts of strange and unusual interstellar goods. I've heard that the rewards for this exam are particularly generous, and that the first-place winner in each province will receive a divinity crystal. Divinity crystals? That's a treasure that can raise a summon object, or an innate weapon, or innate elemental power, by 1-star level. But presumably, no one in Central Sea Province can compete with Guangzhou. Guangzhou, that's an existence that's expected to compete for the national, or even global, top spot. Global estimates are tough enough. There's too much competition this time around. The staff of the authority is working intensively to process the various applications for transfer of examinations. This year, the number of transfers is at an all-time high, and the reasons all point to one person: Guangzhou. It can't be helped. Who made Guangzhou too strong? I heard that even Panglai Immortal Island's heavenly pride, Yu Qiankuan, suffered a big loss under him. That's right, it's better to avoid this monster genius. These days, Guangzhou had been soaking in the library of the Star Chopper Academy. All the books inside were completely open to Guangzhou. There are many ways to acquire skills in this world. In addition to fusing skill books, it is possible to comprehend skills by viewing books and learning from famous teachers. It's a data-driven world with the convenience of skill books provided by Heaven's Way. But there is still the element of gnosis to learn skills. Guangzhou was intently studying a spell tome that was glowing with golden light. Xianqing lay on his shoulder, huffing and puffing. The dense runes on the tome flowed across the pages, emitting strange fluctuations. An aura flashed, and Guangzhou's eyes lit up. Great sage, come see this, Guangzhou said excitedly. This tells the mysteries of the continuity rune. The Monkey King jumped in, curiosity glinting in his golden eyes. Your heaven-breaking stick can only take one shot at a time, and you will have to restage the Great Sacred Stick style. I was wondering if I could get you to extend the Great Sacred Stick style through rune improvement. I'd like to try. I've been restricted a lot in this world. In the God realm, my stick style was unlimited, but here it's been weakened. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Moreover, the runes of this world, I can't go and change them on my own. I need you, a summoner, to improve them. Guangzhou had an idea, but unfortunately, he wasn't quite good enough at drilling runes either. But Qi Yun should be able to. He was a mage who was on the verge of stepping into the 7th turn of a great venerable. I'll go see Mr. Z, if it was possible for the great sage, when royal motion great sage stick style, to strike a few more rounds of heaven breaking stick, then Sun Wukong's output ability could still be increased by a lot. The skills of this world could be changed to strengthen it, and after having an idea, Guangzhou immediately went to act. Chapter 61, The Global Professionals High School Examination begins. Guangzhou immediately found Qi Yun, and the two of them wasted their time in the runic research room. All of Qi Yun's skills had been improved by himself, so the path of strengthening skills by enhancing runes was feasible. Sweating profusely, Guangzhou kept evolving on the sketch. Qi Yun's eyes flickered with blue runic light, and his fingers were in the void, outlining arcane patterns over and over again. For 3 whole days and 3 nights, the floor of the research room was littered with various rune drafts. Early in the morning of the 4th day, a golden light shot up into the sky. It worked! Shi Yun was ecstatic. The rune fusion deduction was successful. Joe, you're a genius. We've successfully fused the sustainability rune with the great sacred stick style rune. Shi Yun drove his mana and condensed a rune. Although he could not execute the heaven-breaking stick, he could try to make some deductions. Sun Wukong looked towards the brand new rune. In an instant, he immediately gained reinforcement. Sun Wukong enumerates the runes and obtains the enhancement, Great Sage Stick Style Enhancement. Effect 1, normal attacks will no longer consume stick energy while in Great Sage Stick Style status. Effect 2, in Great Sage Stick Style, you can release the heaven-breaking stick twice in a row. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed and his body was covered in golden light. The weapon in his hand extended for 100 feet, dripping with thunder. Ah Zhu, Shi Yun, you two are really something. Hi harm hi. Let me old son try the new Great Sage Stick Style. With a wave of his hand, Shi Yun tore through space and sent Sun Wukong to an open space. Sun Wukong accumulates the Great Sage Stick Style. First floor. The war club is extended and the thunder is entwined. Second floor. Extension of 150 meters. 3 layers. 1,000 meters. A heavenly giant stick swept out, carrying a heaven-destroying aura. The ground was instantly plowed with a deep furrow. Minus $200 million. Boom! Without waiting for the aftermath of the first strike to dissipate, the second strike was already whistling. Minus $200 million. Sun Wukong was obviously excited. Originally the energy of the Great Sage Stick Style ran out after one round of heaven-breaking stick. But now, surprisingly, he could take the second stick. Awesome! Shi Yun exclaimed. With this, the Great Sage's output capacity has at least doubled. Guanzu looked at the dazzling golden light in the sky, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Originally, he thought that he couldn't help the Monkey King much. However, I didn't expect that by penetrating the continuity rune, it would be possible to continuously power up skills through fusion. At this moment, Guanzu was in a great mood, with a feeling that he was either without a system or a waste. It was a difficult process to know that fusing and strengthening the runes was a difficult process, and he, Guanzu, had displayed a strong talent for spells. In the future, he could also give other summoned spirits, one by one, enhancements. It's a great feeling. It made Guanzu more confident, with the feeling that the sky is high and the sea is wide, and I can take it in one hand. Many thanks to Mr. Chi for his guidance. Guanzu said sincerely. It's fun to delve into runes, but you also need a master teacher to make it less difficult. No need to be polite. Shi Yun smiled and patted Guanzu's shoulder. Zhu, your understanding of runes is top-notch. The form of the two runes fused, still from your draft, inspired me. I only changed less than 3% of it. All others used are in original manuscript form. Ah Zhu, you are truly a genius. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Shi Yun, a top genius of the previous generation, rarely complimented people, but this time, for Guanzu's understanding of runes, he gave the highest evaluation from the bottom of his heart. Guanzu scratched his head. In his previous life, he had enjoyed reading books and learning to delve into all kinds of knowledge. When playing games, I also like to develop various new genres through additions and talent trees. Having crossed over in this life, he had a special sense of familiarity with those obscure runes. Watching the Sun Wukong enhance again, Inuyasha rammed and ate rammed and came up. Ah Zhu ah, give my old pig skills, too, an enhancement. Master, I am your second summoning spirit, Hiroshi said as he folded his arms. Sun Wukong, what's your hurry? Azu and Shi Yun, good things come to an end. Can you make the runes stronger? How about releasing 3 rounds of the Skybreaker stick at once? Shi Yun said. Theoretically, it is possible, but it requires further improvement and stronger sustaining runes to be incorporated into the Great Sacred Stick Style rune. Guanzu also sighed in his heart. Improving skills and creating his own skills. This is what a FA master is. Time rushed by and finally the day of the college entrance exam came. The streets were crowded with people, a large number of young professionals, heading towards the examination center. The words Global Careerist Higher Education are constantly flashing on the electronic display. Go for it! Go for it! On both sides of the road, there were chants of cheering and encouragement. It's finally this day. Guanzu stood in front of the mirror straightening his school uniform as the 4 summoned spirits quietly guarded him. Suddenly, the beeping of the heavens path resounded in the minds of all the professionals. The Heavenly Dao entrance exam will be open soon. Do we enter the realm of the Void God for the examination? This examination will be randomly numbered for each candidate according to geographic coordinates. Countdown, 59 minutes. Void God realm? Shen Cheng asked curiously. What is that place? It's a special space constructed by spiritual power. Guanzu explained. There's no difference between there and the real thing. Our strength won't be limited and we can utilize our strongest combat power. Since it's a spiritual space, feel free to cast it. Why do we need to gather together in a unified manner? Inuyasha said lazily. Guanzu, the reason for the unification together is to centralize the protection of the candidates. However, like some of the big family sons, most of them will be in their own homes. The process of spirit projection to the void god realm, the body was not safe. It was equivalent to godly wandering, and if someone got up to mischief, then they were able to attack the unconscious physical body, and carry out an attack. On the streets, more and more students are flocking to the examination centers. Their faces were either nervous, excited, or apprehensive. Ah Zu, cheer up. Chi Yun patted Guanzu's shoulder. This exam isn't easy. I heard that even Andromeda's Purple Moon Empire sent geniuses over. Chi Yun had also come over on this trip to protect Guanzu's physical body. You know, the Darknet's bounty price for Guanzu has now tripled again. How many people from the Abyssal Demon cult, and some heartless bounty hunters, wanted to go against him? Interstellar candidates? Guanzu sniffed and a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. Just in time. Let me see how strong the geniuses from other galaxies are. Tens of thousands of candidates have taken their seats in the examination hall. The atmosphere was tense and heavy. Countdown, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The realm of the void god opens. A dazzling white light enveloped the entire examination room, and the consciousnesses of all the candidates were transported into the void god realm. Chapter 62, A Place of Strife. A dazzling white light flashed, and the consciousnesses of all the candidates were transported to the Land of Strife, in the void god realm. It was a vast wilderness, with eerie mountains towering in the distance and eerie dark purple clouds floating in the sky. Broken walls were scattered on the ground, like the remains of an ancient civilization. Welcome to the Land of Strife. A distant voice resounded in the minds of all the candidates. This will be the venue for your 7-day examination. A semi-transparent light screen floated in front of all the candidates, displaying the rules of the exam. Rule 1, kill ghosts and monsters to get points, which can be used to strengthen their own attributes. Rule 2, points submitted to the examiner will be counted towards the final score. Rule 3, the map is divided into safety and danger zones. Rule 4, candidates can't attack each other in the safe zone, but they can PK freely in the danger zone and loot others' points. Swish swish swish. A streak of light appeared in the vast Land of Strife. The inner recruitment heavenly pride of the various university campuses were all excited beyond measure. Zhang Lin of the Dao Alliance Academy had already prepared a full set of platinum-grade equipment, from the duster and the Dao sword, to the vestments and the scented pouch, all of which were platinum-grade. Of course, not all of this equipment was his own. It was all prepared for him by the Dao Alliance, in order to strike the world number one this time. This time, it's finally time to compete with all the geniuses in the world. There's nothing interesting about the safe zone. Go straight to the danger zone. Zhang Lin smiled, then with a wave of his hand, summoned his immortal crane mount, looked at the mini-map in his mind, and flew towards the danger zone. The white specter of the underworld school manifested on a mountain. She liked to keep her head down and her long hair hanging down, and upon entering, and at the first opportunity, she summoned her undead core. This regiment of hers was powerful, and those skeleton soldiers, covered in bronze armor, were more like nether women from hell than the skeleton soldiers summoned by necromancers, the undead under her command. Han Li of the top 10 schools, after coming in, was immediately wrapped in a golden insect cloud and flew towards the danger zone. Swish! In a forested area, Yu Qianquan also condensed his body. He was dressed in a Taoist robe, this time with an incomparable confidence. Behind him, 9 ancient swords suffused with white gold aura condensed. There were also 3 gold-level flying swords. 12 flying swords, like an overlapping fan, were beautiful. Humph! This time, Panglai Immortal Island and the Shaking Optics Mansion have managed to put together 6 more platinum-grade flying swords for me. This time the world's number one. It's not me, Guanzu. Just wait for me. In these 7 days, I will kill you over and over again and snatch your points. In addition to the local geniuses, this time, there were also strong people from the Purple Moon Empire. A group of alien teenagers in purple battle armor stood proudly, their foreheads glittering with silver moon stripes, precisely the Purple Moon Empire candidates from Andromeda. There were hundreds of them in total, surrounding and embracing a stunningly beautiful feminine woman covered in a purple gauze dress with purple hair hanging down her shoulders. This woman's name was Dong Mingyue, and she was known as one of the Purple Moon Empire's twin moons this year. The Purple Moon Empire was also having its entrance exam today, and not wanting to compete with her sister for first place, she decided to come over and take away the first place that belonged to Blue Star. I heard that Blue Star's professionals are generally weak. A teenager from the Purple Moon Empire sneered. Not even 10,000 points of physique. They are simply ants. Dong Mingyue asked, who is the more powerful of the Blue Stars? Zhang Lin, Li Xuanyi, Bai Yuyi, Guanzu, Han Li, Chu Tiange, and Yu Qianquan of the Huaxia Kingdom, the Great Bear of Sakura Country, Shizuka, Idagawa, Tony of the Lighthouse Nation, Thor, Dong Mingyue's subordinates, reported many names in a row. Dong Mingyue laughed with massive confidence. The light of a glowing fire dares to compete with the bright moon. I'll go and sweep them away one by one. Guanzu stood in the distance, with the 4 summoned spirits guarding him. A hint of wariness flashed in Sun Wukong's golden eyes, while Inuyasha lazily rubbed his belly. Inuyasha, hungry again? Monkey King, nerd, didn't you just eat? Inuyasha, come all this way and finish digesting. Master, I've already scouted. Shen Chang's voice sounded in Guanzu's mind. The monster levels in the safe zone are between 10 to 70, while the danger zone is level 70 to 100. Suddenly, a mournful howl came from the distance. A giant skeleton covered in black aura burrowed out of the ground, slashing at the nearest candidate with a scythe in hand. Minus 8,000. That candidate hastily backed away, his face pale. Let's go to the danger zone. A twinkle flashed in Guanzu's eyes. The danger zone can gain more points. Let's go. Sun Wukong grinned, his weapon spinning a windmill in his hand. Afterwards, riding the somersault clouds, he flew towards the danger zone with the crowd. Under the sky of the Strife Land, there were professionals everywhere frantically killing monsters. Inside the safe zone, although you can't attack each other, the fight for monsters is just as intense. Robbing my monsters? You're too damaging. A mace-wielding teenager shouted angrily and flung a lightning bolt towards another candidate who had robbed his target. Yet the spells hit the other side and penetrated straight through. Ha ha ha. Stupid. Who told you to be careless? You. I was up to 90% of my blood, and you robbed me. What do you mean I robbed it? How come this monster is yours, with your name written on it? This is a safe zone and cannot cause harm to other candidates. That doesn't mean, however, that there is no competition. Meanwhile, deep within the danger zone, Guanzu's 4 summoned spirits had already unleashed a feast of carnage. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, and the weapon in his hand transformed into a 1,000-meter golden dragon. Look at the stick. Minus 180 million. A 100-meter tall bone dragon was instantly smashed to pieces. You have killed a giant bone dragon, level 100, and you have earned 1,000 points. Master, be careful, Xianqing suddenly warned. A group of 3 to 4 meter tall, black foggy necromancer knights burrowed out of the ground, the magic bone spears in their hands flickering with a ghostly green light. Leave it to my old pig. Inuyasha grinned, his figure skyrocketing to 100 meters in size. Battlefield taunt. The necromancers were forcibly attracted and charged towards Inuyasha. Whirlwind nail rake. The 9-toothed nail harrow cut a golden tornado in the air, swirling the necromancers into it. Minus 12. 87 million. Minus 13. 54 million. Minus 11. 45 million. You have killed 17 Death Knights, and you have earned 3,400 points. Guangxi held the red tide blade, and the light of the blade was like a rainbow. Chop. Swish swish swish. A series of slime monsters were sliced and diced. You have killed 5 hungry slimes, and you have earned 500 points. Current points, 72,000. It's pretty fast. Wait until you save up $1 million to turn in your score, Guanzu said with a smile. In the distance, a floating crystal tower loomed, and that was where the examiner was. Monkey, do you think someone will come halfway to grab the points? Piggy asked as he ate the monster he had just killed. Sun Wukong grinned. Better come a few looking for death. Chapter 63, Purple Moon Empire Crushing. Yu Qianquan flew with his sword, 12 flying swords forming a magnificent fan behind him. The platinum-grade flying swords emitted a faint golden aura, while the gold-grade flying swords glowed with a soft yellow light. Guanzu, this time I will definitely let you know what it means to be powerful. Yu Qianquan's eyes flashed with resentment as he called up the map to check the coordinates of the candidates' points in Donghai City, and then flew off with all his might. Anyway, the examination is a total of 7 days. Killing monsters is not in a hurry. Robbing other people points is the king. Suddenly, a purple moonlight descended from the sky, straddling Yu Qianquan's path of necessity. A dozen figures stepped out from the moonlight, led by a tall young man in purple battle armor, holding a large dark purple guan blade. Your Blue Star's heavenly pride? The war general said arrogantly. It's me. Very well, then come fight me. Get lost. I don't have time to waste time with trash like you. Yu Qianquan shouted coldly as the 6 platinum flying swords unfolded in a fan shape. The purple moon war general was excited and raised his large guan blade. Let me try your strength. The guan dao split a purple moon mark, and Yu Qianquan maneuvered his flying sword to meet the attack. The clanging sound of metal colliding resounded continuously, and sparks flew everywhere. The two of them fought one after another, bombarding each other for dozens of rounds. Break! The war general shouted, and a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the Guan blade. 27800000. Yu Qianquan's 12 flying swords were shocked and flew away in all directions. His face changed drastically, and before he had time to react, a purple blade light had already slashed at him. Blood splattered as Yu Qianquan's body was split in two and dissipated into white light. You have been killed by a Purple Moon Empire warlord, losing 100% of your points, 0, and you will respawn at your birth point. Your Highness, the Blue Star's heavenly pride is nothing more than that. The war general put away his Guan sword and disdainfully transmitted his voice to Dong Mingyue. Dong Mingyue sat in a moon palace flying boat, her beautiful long purple hair fluttering in the wind. Keep moving forward. Let these Blue Star Griffins see the strength of my Purple Moon Empire. At the birthpoint of the Strife Land, Yu Qianquan pounded the ground angrily after being reborn. Damn! It was me who was too gullible. If I had used my big move in the first place, I would have absolutely blasted and killed you. A barbarian from the Purple Moon Empire. Yu Qianquan gritted his teeth. He was actually killed by that barbarian with a single slash. What a strange shame. He stood up, the 12 flying swords rearranging themselves into a fan behind him, a reluctant glint in his eyes. Next time, I will definitely show you all my true strength. Soon, in another area of the Strife Land, a fierce battle was being staged. Thor, the god of thunder, held a warhammer and was covered in golden lightning. His blonde hair danced wildly in the electric light and his blue battle armor was covered in runes. Challenger from Andromeda, let's see what you've got, Thor said proudly. Dong Mingyue stood elegantly on the Moon Palace flying boat, her long purple dress fluttering in the wind. Her slender fingers gently waved. The wheel of the white moon, a huge silver round moon condensed in the sky, emitting a terrifying sense of oppression that was 3 to 4 kilometers in size, spreading out and suppressing the sky. -15. 7 million. Thor raised his warhammer to resist, but the moon wheel crushed down, directly crushing him along with his lightning shield. In the silver moonlight, Thor's body dissipated into bits of starlight. East Moon killed Thor and gained him 50,000 points. Dong Mingyue frowned. It's too troublesome to search one by one like this. Princess. Right at this moment, a subordinate came flying in. I found out an important piece of information. There's a special zone in the center area of the Strife Land. All of them are 100-level Lord-class monsters. A hint of joy flashed through Dong Mingyue's demonic purple eyes. Very well. In a couple of days that place will definitely become a gathering place for all kinds of heavenly prides. She laughed softly. At that time, I'll make these blue star mole crickets understand what it means to have true strength. Pass the order down. Tell everyone to get ready. 2 days later, we'll be at the core, and we'll wipe out these so-called geniuses in one fell swoop. The Void God Realm's global entrance exam was broadcast live and in real time. At this moment, in the countries of the Blue Star, countless viewers were watching the live broadcast of this global professionals entrance exam on all the major live streaming platforms. The image within the Void God Realm was projected in its entirety on the light screen. Another one. The Purple Moon Empire's war general has killed another one of our geniuses, a commentator said helplessly. On the screen, a battle general clad in purple battle armor held a large Guan blade, and the light of the blade was like the moon as it chopped a blue star genius to pieces. Damn it! These Purple Moon Empire people are too arrogant. What do they mean? Not going to brush the monsters either. Coming to our geniuses exclusively. Between us and the Purple Moon Empire, many copies of the Great Worlds are connected, and there's fierce competition between each other. They're trying to use this entrance exam this time to severely demoralize us and weaken our planet's chi. The pop-up screens in the live broadcast room were frantically swiping the screen. Dong Mingyue was sitting on the Moon Palace flying boat, her long purple hair fluttering in the wind, a condescending smile on that demonic face. A mere blue star griffin doesn't seem worthy of competing with my Purple Moon Empire? Dong Mingyue rolled her pretty white eyes and said contemptuously. Spectators around the world watched this scene with indignation. However, they had to admit that the Purple Moon Empire was indeed frighteningly powerful. It's too strong. That one called Dong Mingyue, with a casual white moon wheel, he secured Thor. Yeah, even a genius like Thor couldn't last a single move. How can this be a fight? If it's not possible, send me to marry the Purple Moon Empire. I'm willing to sacrifice myself to marry the twin moons of the Purple Moon Empire. Good idea, but let me share this chore with you. Some of the more facetious people don't care about any planetary battles. There even existed some Adventist factions that were instead very hopeful that other planets would descend on Blue Star and take it over in a great reshuffling of the heavens and the earth. In the Sunless Kingdom, an old scholar side, the Purple Moon Empire is indeed powerful. The environment is more developed on their side. There is a sacred purple moon in the sky, blessed with the blessings. These first-turn professionals, their attributes are generally in the tens of thousands of points. We, the ordinary candidates, are no match for them. The crowd waited anxiously. expecting someone to step up and equalize for Blue Star. I don't know where Guanzu is. He should be able to fight these people from the Purple Moon Empire, right? I heard that Zhang Lin and Li Xuanyi are the ones who are really strong. I wonder if they can resist Dong Mingyue. The live stream was climbing in popularity, and this intergalactic bout was touching everyone's hearts. Chapter 64 Old 6 Sneak Attack. In the danger zone of the Strifelands, eerie dark purple clouds drifted in the sky, and eerie mountains loomed in the distance. Guanzu was leading for summoning spirits, killing monsters in a ruin. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and 4 3-meter-tall trolls emerged from the ground. They were armed with wolf-tooth sticks and clad in heavy iron armor, their eyes glowing with blood as they rushed over like mad. Ho ho! Fresh flesh and blood. The leader of the troll chieftains roared. Piggy's eyes lit up and he patted his round belly. Leave it to my old pig. Battlefield taunt. A crimson spell spread out with Inuyasha at the center, covering several hundred meters. The 4 trolls were instantly attracted and changed the direction of their charge, forcing an attack on Inuyasha. However, Inuyasha, as the main tank, has thick skin and a frighteningly high blood count. -154, -142, -157. The troll's attack on him was a tickle. I'll come too. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed and the weapon in his hand extended 1,000 feet. Look at the stick. Boom! The weapon smashed down with a destructive aura. The earth shook with a tremor, and the 4 trolls couldn't even send out a scream before they were smashed into mush. You killed 4 2-star berserker trolls for 4,000 points. Hint, the monsters in this area will be resurrected after 1 hour, and after resurrection, the monsters will be of 3-star level, and their full attributes will be increased by 20%. That's interesting. Guanzu pondered. Every time you've died, you'll move up a star level, and the further back you go, the stronger the monsters get. The trials for the high school exams are designed to be fun. Professionals need to weigh the use of points themselves. The monsters will get stronger and stronger, and it will be hard to deal with them later on. And beware of other professionals in the danger zone. The only way to use the points on hand is to go to the examiner, whether you turn them in or add them, and heading to the examiner. If you get killed, the score goes to the other side. A battlefield that tested both strength and psychology. Layout, detection and counter-surveillance. It is indeed somewhat difficult to take first place from such a trial. He looked at the points he had accumulated so far, and today, there are already 15 million. Holding the red tide blade, Guangji softly said, Master, why don't you use the points to strengthen it first? The stronger you are, the faster you can swipe points. Shen Qing was more conservative, but if the points aren't good enough to gain later on, it won't work if we don't prepare some points to rush the list. Even Guanzu was facing this problem, and other professionals had to be even more careful with each point. The land of strife is like multiple shard worlds, combined together. Here, you can find a variety of styles of scenes, forests, mountains, deserts, plains, rushing rivers. Out of 12 kilometers, is a completely different scenery. Dilapidated skyscrapers line the ruined cities of the Strifelands, and dark purple clouds obscure the sky. Master, we've cleared out all the monsters in this area, Xian Cheng said as he hovered in midair. Then let's go to the campground first and turn in our points, just to see the leaderboard list as well. With the 4 summoned spirits in tow, he stepped through the rubble-strewn streets toward the tent in the distance, which was shrouded in a pillar of golden light. The examiner was inside, and if you wanted to turn in your points, you had to come to the spot where the golden light pillar was. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the ruins, and the occasional low roar of some monster came from the collapsed buildings lining the streets. As Guanzu and the others were arriving at the entrance of the tent, suddenly, a few cold lights lit up in the opposite floor, and a few sniper bullets came whizzing in. Look out! Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed and instantly discovered the sniper's position. Inuyasha immediately blocked in front of Guanzu, his huge body turning into a small mountain. The bullets hitting him could only stir up a few sparks. -2, -1, -3, Master, it's a squad of 7. Xian Chang's dragon eyes glowed as he probed. They should be specially stationed here to secretly shoot cold arrows and loot the occupiers who come to hand in their points. Guanzu laughed. In our part of the world, they have another name, Old 6. Old 6. That's quite an interesting way of putting it. Hey. Sun Wukong scratched his neck and laughed. Guangji held the red tide blade and said coldly, let me go and meet them. Guangji. The corner of Guanzu's mouth curled into a smile. Let me have some fun. Guanzu of course had to inflict severe punishment on those who gave him cold shots. In the distant floor, the sniper's face changed drastically when he saw his bullets being blocked by a giant pig demon. And after they saw that their enhanced bullets, which only dealt single-digit damage numbers, they almost dropped their jaws in shock. That's an enhanced psychic bullet. Oh, my god. How much defense does that scary piggy demon have? Captain. Can't fight. This guy is a tough guy. Withdraw. Retreat quickly. He's found us. That 7-man squad from abroad. Seeing that their sniping was surprisingly ineffective, immediately turned around and fled. Retreat. The captain yelled. They quickly burrowed into a dilapidated building and tried to escape through the intricate architecture. Ha! Trying to escape. Guanzu sneered and swept up in pursuit. The captain turned around and suddenly pulled out a reinforced revolver. Put. A few more rounds of blue flashing. Enhanced bullets came whizzing by. Guanzu's mental power had long since enveloped the surrounding area, and the moment he sensed the bullet's trajectory, his body lightly deflected, dodging perfectly. Trigger skill effect, 5 times speed. Guanzu's figure suddenly blurred and his speed skyrocketed 5 times. Since you like to hide in the building and shoot cold shots, don't keep this building. Blazing fireballs coalesced in his palms, emitting terrifyingly high temperatures that distorted the air. Guanzu was a summoner, and the chain fireball technique was originally only LV1, but because of frequent use, it gradually reached LV2 level. Skills, in addition to consuming skill rolls, also add a bit of experience value each time they are used, and when they are full, they level up. Boom boom boom. Dozens of fireballs poured out like a meteor shower, blowing the 20-story building apart and collapsing it, sending smoke and dust rolling. Oh my god. The group of snipers let out desperate screams. In the midst of the rubble, the building collapsed and was reduced to rubble. The flames swept through the entire building, and the flames were so intense that the black smoke turned into columns of smoke that went up to the sky. The sniper squad that was hiding inside the building let out a mournful scream and was engulfed in flames. This should teach us a lesson. Guanzu bristled. Bunch of old sixes. As the building collapsed, 7 white lights rose from the rubble, a sign that they had been sent back to their initial location to be reborn. The smoke and dust cleared, leaving only a messy ruin. You have killed 3 professionals, and you have looted 0 points. Shenqing was greatly speechless. Master, they don't even have any points on them. Sun Wukong blew out a breath and kindly laughed. These old sixes, they specialize in squatting near the examiner's camp to sneak in. Afraid of capsizing, they used up their points long ago. A gust of wind blew through, swirling ash from the ground. Ignore them and go turn in your points. Guanzu continued to walk towards the camp. This examiner's camp is really not safe, Guangji said vigilantly with his red-tied blade in hand. There might be others who are also playing this kind of idea. Piggy patted his round belly. Don't worry, with my old pig here, who can put a cold shot? Chapter 65, Firefly and White Moon. In the distance, more professionals were battling with monsters, and from time to time, there were explosions and skill effects flashing in the sky. Guanzu walked into the area where the examiners were. The interior of the camp was far more spacious than it appeared on the outside, with pale golden light curtains suspended around it, displaying all sorts of data. An examiner in a golden robe was floating in mid-air, his face blurred as if it was a golden glow. Welcome to the examination camp. The examiner's voice was ethereal and distant. May I ask if you want to check the leaderboards, perform enhancements, or turn in your points? Let's look at the leaderboard first. A huge list instantly surfaced on the light screen, and the points of the top 10 were clearly visible. First place, Dongmyung Moon, Purple Moon Empire, 3.5 million points. Second place, Zhonglin, Wasia, 180,000 points. Third place, Keanu, Lighthouse Nation, 150,000 points. This is surprisingly so much. Inuyasha's eyes widened. How is it possible for a demoness from the Purple Moon Empire to have so many points? Sun Wukong's golden eyes twinkled. It seems that these guys from the alien planets do have some skills. The reason why Dong Mingyu had so many was naturally not from killing monsters on her own, but rather the points that she snatched from others, and from her subordinates, would end up in her hands. The points that belonged to was while the entire Purple Moon group gained today, but they were all in her hands alone. The top 10 all get to edit a message. Guanzu clicked on Dong Mingyu's message, only to see purple text flowing across the light screen. I came from the Purple Moon Empire and left my name on the Blue Star Heavenly list. Who dares to compete with the moon when the world is full of fireflies? The core. 3 days later. I'm waiting for you to challenge me with 10 million points. With 500,000 points in hand, you can participate in the challenge. What an arrogant woman, Shen Qing said. But how did she manage to get such a high score? Guanzu was silent for a moment, and a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. It seems that this college entrance exam is much more interesting than expected. Hiroki, master, shall we turn in our points now? There's no rush. Guanzu shook his head. Since Dong Mingyue has put out the word, let's go and meet her. Keep $500,000 and use the rest for reinforcement. What can be expected is that there will definitely be a dragon fight in the core 3 days later. 650. 000 points for reinforcement, Guanzu said to the examiner. Light surged, and the 650,000 points turned into points of starlight and merged into Guanzu's body. A warm current flowed through his entire body's meridians, and every cell underwent a metamorphosis. Consume 650,000 points to increase all attributes by 65%. Your summoned spirit receives the same bonus. This enhancement was temporary and could only be used in the Void God Realm examination. However, Guanzu had heard from Mr. Shi before that the reinforcement obtained in the Void God Realm examination would also be turned into a portion of the rewards that would be given to the professional when the final settlement was made. The percentage was roughly 1%. Therefore, many people in the case of ensuring the score will choose to strengthen themselves more later, and when they go out can also get a certain percentage of permanent bonuses. Sun Wukong's golden fur became more and more radiant, Inuyasha's size grew another size, and Guangji and Xianchang's aura skyrocketed. So strong, Sun Wukong brandished his weapon and felt the surging power within his body. My old son's strength has at least more than doubled. At the same time, in the other camps, geniuses from various countries also saw Dong Mingyue's declaration of war. This Purple Moon Empire fellow is also too wild. A hint of wariness flashed in the eyes of Hong Kong Island's heavenly pride. The Fire Law Chu Tiange. How dare you call us the light of a glowing fire? Tony in Lighthouse Nation was debugging his iron battle armor and sneered when he saw the message. Cocky bastard. Sakura Nation's Great Bear gripped his katana tightly, his eyes blazing. Baka, how dare you underestimate us Earthlings? The geniuses from various countries had begun to prepare, going to swipe monsters to save points and strengthen themselves. On the various live broadcast platforms, the audience was enthusiastic, and the pop-ups rained down on the screen. The images within the Void God realm were projected in their entirety on the light screen, allowing everyone to see this peak intergalactic duel. This Dong Mingyue is also too arrogant to actually say that we are fireflies and she is the white moon in the sky, looking down on people. But she's really powerful. You guys, look at that move she just made with the wheel of the white moon. It directly killed the Western heavenly pride, the little Thor of thunder in seconds. On the fluorescent flickering electronic screen, Dong Mingyu's sultry figure was sitting on the Moon Palace flying boat, her long purple hair fluttering in the wind, just like an elf under the moon. The battle at the core zone in 3 days. This is going to be an interstellar battle of heavenly pride. Where are Zhang Lin and Li Xianyi? Hurry up and go to the core. Let these Purple Moon Empire guys see our strength. Humph. Our Keanu hasn't even taken a shot yet. He's the most gifted roaming gunslinger of all time, and his revolvers are a magnificent piece of art. Our Sakura country's heavenly pride Yin-Yang master, Tsuchimi Koto, hasn't put up a fight either. What's with her arrogance? The number of viewers in the live broadcast room continued to climb, and even alarmed the top management of various countries. This was no longer just an exam. It was about the dignity of Blue Star. I heard that the core area is full of level 100 Lord monsters, and ordinary people can't even get in. That's true. Those monsters can kill ordinary candidates in seconds with a single blow. She's actually going to put up 10 million points to fund the challenge. That's really something. I believe in Guanzu. He'll definitely be able to pull one back for us. Discussions about this intergalactic showdown continue to heat up on the major forums. People were cheering for the contestants they supported, looking forward to the summit battle in 3 days. The major consortia have seen the business opportunities brought about by this interstellar level exam, and the prize pools for high school betting have continued to climb. Next to the examination room, Chi Yun was watching the live stream of the Void God realm through his light brain. A faint blue runic light flickered in his eyes. The prize pool for the Skao Gao betting has surpassed 100 billion gold coins. Chi Yun's assistant reported. All the major consortia have invested a large amount of money. I'll bet 1 billion gold coins on Guanzu, Chi Yun said indifferently, tapping his finger on the light brain to complete the transfer. The light brain displayed the odds of each heavenly pride. Dong Myungmoon, 1, 5, Zhang Lin, 3, 8, Keanu, 4, 2, Li Xianyi, 5, 6, Quanzu, 17, 2, Lord Prefect thinks so highly of Guanzu? The aide was a bit surprised. That boy's potential is far beyond anyone's imagination. The corners of Chi Yun's mouth lifted slightly, and he just got another summoning spirit. Major chambers of commerce, people coming and going. A large number of people are placing bets at various betting points in favor of their favorite contestants. I'm voting for East Brightmoon. She's too strong. Even though this is an interstellar duel, she's not even on the same level of existence as our Heaven's Pride. I support Zhang Lin. He's covered in platinum-level equipment and has an old celestial master teaching spells. He'll definitely be able to create miracles. Keanu's shot is unbeatable. I'm betting on him. I'm with Guanzu. Wow, Guanzu's odds are so high. Doesn't everyone favor him? After all, it's a newly risen dark horse Heavenly Pride. It doesn't yet have the depth of those old heavenly pride of the great clans. Yeah, it's a duel. There are no rules. Guanzu hasn't fought against those heavenly prides after all, and a summoner will be in trouble if he's targeted. I also didn't think much of his career before I voted for Li Xianyi, the invincible sword cultivator. The news kept flashing on the light screen. Global High Roller Gaming opens. The prize pool exceeds $100 billion. Purple Moon Empire vs. Blue Star. Who will win? Can the East Moon truly be like the white moon in the sky, suppressing all? This intergalactic competition has far exceeded the scope of an ordinary examination, and has just become an event that touches the eyes of the world. Chapter 66 Heaven's Pride Gathered. Grand Battle. On the periphery of the examination room, Guanxing and his old mom were also there. Guanxing's eyes shone with determination. He wore a simple school uniform, and his face was 7 times similar to Guanzu's. Mr. Shi, I'm going to put all of these 50 million gold coins on my brother, Guanzu, Guanxing said firmly. When Pan City Labyrinth copy operation rights, Guanzu quickly received a dividend of 200 million gold coins in advance. Guanzu gave his mother and brother each a passbook with 50 million gold coins in it. Guanxing put the 50 million gold coins that Guanzu had given him. All of them were invested into his brothers obtaining the first place in the world. He trusted Guanzu. Shiyun looked at this teenager with some consternation, not realizing that Guanzu's younger brother was also so bold and courageous. Guanxing, are you sure? This is $50 million. Your brother's odds are 17-2, meaning his chances of winning. I believe in my brother, Guanxing said seriously. Alright, I'll help you with the betting, Shiyun said. Brother, I'll wait for your triumph. Guanxing clenched his fists, an expectant light shining in his eyes. Inside the camp and the strife lands, more and more professionals come to turn in their points or undergo enhancements. The golden curtain of light flickered continuously, displaying the latest rankings. This Dong Mingyue is also too wild, a professional in black battle armor said indignantly. On the streets outside the camp, geniuses from various countries were discussing the battle in the core zone 3 days later. Some were excited, some were worried, but all were looking forward to this interstellar showdown. I heard that the core area is full of level 100 lord monsters. Ordinary people can't even enter. A young girl in a vestment robe whispered. Then go and see it too. This kind of event, don't see it and regret it for the rest of your life. And it's possible to muddle through and mix up some points while you're at it nah. Yeah, 7 days of tests. Not bad for a few hours. Gotta get over there early and grab a good viewing spot on the periphery. 3 days later, on the outskirts of the ruined city called the core, on the hill, millions of professionals flocked to the city. They stood at various vantage points, wanting to catch a glimpse of this battle of heavenly pride. The buildings of the ruined city were extremely strong and hard to destroy, making it an excellent battlefield, with horrible roars coming from inside from time to time. The monsters there, all of them were level 100 lords, and could kill an ordinary professional in a single hit. Quick look, it's Zhang Lin. Cries of alarm suddenly rang out from the crowd, only to see a white light flashed. Zhang Lin of the Dao Alliance Academy, standing on a blue talisman, flew in. A platinum equipment flashed with dazzling light. His dust-whisked Taoist sword in the sunlight flooded with a cold aura. The whole person's temperament was out of the world. Keanu's here too. There was another commotion. The talented roaming gunslinger of the Lighthouse Nation, Keanu, galloped in on a fiery warhorse, dressed as a Western cowboy, as if he were a rider who had killed his way out of hell. And on his revolver were inlaid rare runic gems, each bullet containing terrifying power. Where are the people from the Purple Moon Empire? They haven't come yet? They can't be afraid. Someone in the crowd shouted. Suddenly, a purple auspicious cloud floated in the sky, and Dong Mingyue sat on the Moon Palace flying boat, her long purple hair fluttering in the wind. She was followed by dozens of geniuses from the Purple Moon Empire. Among them, a man with a majestic figure and a guan sword, and a beautiful warlock with a delicate figure, ranked beside her, clearly the second and third strongest below her. It's finally going to start. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of this amazing battle. Dong Mingyue stood on her Moon Palace flying boat, her purple hair like a waterfall and her demonic face with a condescending smile. With 15 million points at stake, I swear to the will of the Void God Realm to open a ring match. Dong Mingyue's clear and cold voice spread all around. The challenger needs to pay 500,000 points to enter. The will of the Void God Realm answered her plea, and pillars of silvery white light descended from the heavens, and the core of the strife lands, under a dark purple cloud, was isolated as a challenge space. Only those who carried points could enter, lest the millions of professionals from the neighboring blue stars swarmed the area. In that case, the Purple Moon Empire would have a hard time dealing with them. They had come with fewer people after all. A distant voice sounded in everyone's head. Ring rules established. The challenger must successively defeat East Ray, $2 million award. Northeastern Colorflower, $3 million award. Final challenge to East Bright Moon. Winner gets the entire prize pool. Dong Lei was a lanky, burly man standing 2 meters tall, holding a large, purple-flamed guan blade. He stood at the corner of the ring, and wherever the blade pointed, the air was distorted by it. Tahoku Kaihua, on the other hand, is a petite teenage warlock with long pink hair tied back in a double ponytail, holding a crystal staff with a purple aura of magical power surrounding her. Griffins of the Blue Star. Dong Lei smiled contemptuously, his battle sword draped in dragon energy. Let me see if any of you dare to come and challenge? The millions of spectators on stage were abuzz with chatter. These three are trying to suppress all of us? So arrogant. But that Dong Lei is indeed very strong. He killed Yu Qianquan with a single slash before. Zhang Lin and Keanu glanced at each other, and a hint of wariness flashed in their eyes. But everyone was waiting for more celestial pride to arrive, waiting for this intergalactic pinnacle duel to officially open. More and more celestial pride arrived at the venue. Their expressions were grave and excited. Being able to face off against the top experts was something they couldn't wait for. However, this time, it was obvious that the Blue Star side could also see the entire live broadcast, and there was some pressure in their hearts. Wouldn't it be a shame if they lost? Above the ring in the core area, dark purple clouds rolled over, and a streak of lightning traveled through the clouds, adding a sense of oppression to the showdown that was about to begin. Me first. Yu Qianquan proudly stepped onto the ring. His 12 flying swords unfolded behind him like a magnificent fan. The 9 white gold flying swords emitted a white golden glow, while the 3 gold flying swords glowed with a soft yellow aura. Dong Lei. I was careless last time. Today I'm going to let you know what is called the true sword Dao. Yu Qianquan drank coldly. Dong Lei was holding the purple flame great guan blade. The blade's body draped in dragon chi as he looked down at Yu Qianquan. The corner of his mouth hooked into a contemptuous smile. With an ant like you, who was chopped away by my sword, how can you be worthy of saying such big words? Let's go to war. Boom. The battle was imminent. Yu Qianquan's hands formed a seal. 12 flying swords whistled out. The sword chi crisscrossed, forming an airtight sword net in the air. Straight up. Let's see how you can defend yourself. 12-1. Yu Qianquan bellowed. The 12 flying swords suddenly united and transformed into a 100-foot giant sword, carrying an aura of destroying the sky and destroying the earth as it slashed down. Sculptor's little skill. Dong Lei smiled disdainfully as his violet flame guan blade chopped out into the air. Yellow dragon breaks the sky. A golden flame dragon roared out from the blade and collided with the giant sword. Terrifying energy shockwaves spread in all directions. And in the ruined city, the ground instantly cracked. What? Bump! Yu Qianquan's 12 flying swords were shaken and sent flying in all directions. And before he could react, Dong Lei's figure had already appeared in front of him. Die! Dong Lei let out a fierce laugh as the golden flames on his guan blade skyrocketed. -756,000. Blast! With a flash of the blade, blood splattered, and Yu Qianquan's body was split in two, dissipating into white light. Millions of spectators on stage sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the sword Dao genius that Pang Lai Immortal Island and Shaking Optics Mansion had jointly cultivated couldn't even defeat the Purple Moon Empire's third expert? That's it? Dong Lei put away his guan blade and said disdainfully, a genius of the Blue Star is nothing more than that. Yu Qianquan was defeated in battle, and the 500,000 points in his body immediately poured into Dong Mingyue's body. Dong Mingyue sat elegantly on the Moon Palace flying boat, her purple hair flowing, a hint of a smile on her demonic face. Who else wants to come and challenge? Chapter 67, Once the bright sun is out, the stars and moon retreats. The purple jade-colored flying boat, luxurious and noble, hung in the sky. Dong Mingyue was sitting above the flying boat, holding a tall glass in her hand, the clear wine swirling around in the glass, her words revealing a hint of disdain and lethargy, like a superior looking down on the inferior, asking who else wanted to challenge. Dong Lei was only the third person from the Purple Moon Empire this time, but easily crushed Yu Qianquan, and for the second time, Yu Qianquan is no longer gullible, came up to use big moves, but surprisingly, they are not even a match for that Dong Lei. On the Blue Star's major live streaming platforms, countless viewers witnessed this intergalactic showdown, their hearts filled with complex emotions. In the image, the Purple Moon Empire's war general Dong Lei stood proudly, the great guan blade in his hand that was laced with purple flames emanating a palpitating pressure. His bronze-colored skin looked increasingly wild against the dark purple sky of the Void God realm. On the surrounding peaks, millions of Blue Star professionals, some nervously watched, some whispered, and various emotions spread through the crowd. Don't you have anyone left in Blue Star? A bunch of mole crickets? Dong Lei carried a large guan blade and laughed coldly. Let me try you. Keanu, dressed as a Western cowboy, rode a hellish warhorse. This heavenly pride that the Lighthouse Nation had invested a lot of resources to cultivate, showed a powerful aura as soon as he appeared, as if he was a western cowboy from hell, as if he was a demonic god that killed out of the flames, and the meteor revolver in his hand shone with golden runes. Bang! 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 As soon as he made his entrance, he fired a volley of golden bullets that broke through the air. But the results were a shocker. Dong Lei displayed an even stronger oppressive force than when he fought with Yu Qiankuan, and the violet flame guan blade in his hand was like a llama who demanded his life. He flickered instantly, his entire body disappearing without a trace, and all of Keanu's flurry of shots missed. Subsequently, boom! Torii appeared behind Keanu, his great kanji swinging and chopping faster than a lightsaber, each swing carrying a terrifying power. A sweeping move that directly shattered Keanu's defense. This was followed by a force split, which split the Hell Warhorse in half. The Warhorse was severed, and the dark red flames fell to the ground, still burning. Keanu's pupils crinkled as he hurriedly jumped out and waved his hand to throw a freezing grenade. Snap! The grenade exploded, splashing ice and freezing Tori's arm. Double eagle rewind. Keanu opened his big move. The revolvers in his hands were like two curved moons that he threw out, spinning and cutting through the air while constantly scattering bullets. No one can know how a revolver that is clearly a 6-shot load can shoot a machine gun-like string of bullets. It doesn't work. Bang! With a forceful push, Dong Lei directly crumbled the freeze. He then hit a big windmill roundhouse chop, knocking 2 revolvers out of Keanu's air. Chop! -1,980,000. -1. 2 million. The blade energy went across the room and engulfed Keanu. Keanu's body dissipated into bits of white light in the air, and the whole process was swift and brutal, leaving the crowds watching in fear. On the light screen of the live broadcast room, pop-ups poured out like a waterfall. This can't be true. This Dong Lei first killed Yu Qiankuan in seconds, and now he's taken out Lighthouse Heaven's pride Keanu? That guy riding a hellish warhorse. Surprisingly, he couldn't even last 3 rounds? How can this even be fought? Are we, Blue Star, destined to be trampled under the feet of the Purple Moon Empire? Where's Guanzu? Where's Zhang Lin? And the heavenly pride of those great powers? Why don't you guys get on? The anxiety of the audience was so great that it almost spilled out of the screen. Ha 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 ha. Dong Lei laughed maniacally. Who else? On the Moon Palace flying boat behind Dong Lei, Dong Mingyue elegantly shook her liquor in a lazy manner. It's so weak. It's unbearable, she said. At this time, a young girl dressed in a ghostly white suit came forward. She had long silver hair but a gloomy temperament. Her features were exquisite but lacked blood color and looked a bit creepy. It was none other than Bai Yuyi of the Underworld School. I challenge you. Bai Yuyue's voice was hoarse, and her eyes flashed with a ghostly blue light. Dong Gura laughed contemptuously. You, a necromancer? Don't look down on necromancers, alright. Bai Yuyue said coldly. Dong Rei said, I allowed you to summon the undead first. Is that enough of a concession? I am a gentleman. Then be a little more of a gentleman and just let me win and I'll mark you down. Ha ha ha, you're thinking pretty well. Dong Lei threw back his head and laughed. Bai Yuyue raised her pale finger and gently waved it. A huge bronze door rose and hundreds of skeleton soldiers clad in bronze armor paraded out from it. On top of that, there were a few bone dragons among them that let out a sky-shaking roar. Undead babies. Crush him. White Spectre initiated the call. The Undertaker and the Bone Dragon launched a charge. Somewhat interesting. Looking at the army in front of him, a hint of excitement flashed in Dong Lei's eyes as the violet flame guan blade buzzed in his hand. Let me show you, my yellow dragon blade technique. A golden dragon aura rose up in the sky on Dong Lei's body. Dong Lei slashed out, directly penetrating a bone dragon, which howled miserably but couldn't even get close. He then opened wide, and the purple flame great guan blade swept through, the blade seemingly transforming into a purple swimming dragon. Kill! A group of skeletal soldiers were instantly engulfed in flames and burned to ashes. -1. 56 million. -1. 87 million. -1. 192 million. Dong Lei chopped 3 times in a row. Purple gold blade flames crisscrossed the battlefield, decimating the army that Bai Yuyi had summoned. What kind of is this? Dong Lei then laughed and jumped up with a fierce slash, ending Bai Yuyue's life. -1. 54 million. Blast! White Spectre's body was directly smashed into pieces. A cry of despair erupted from the stage, and the countless Blue Star professionals who were watching the battle had an expression of the sky collapsing. Next, Hanli, Li Xianyi, Sakura country's yin-yang masters, ninjas, and geniuses from various countries went up together, and surprisingly, none of them were Dong Lei's opponents, and were defeated by the other party with more and more ease. One by one, the geniuses fell and were chopped into a rain of light and dissipated, and in Dong Mingyue's hands, more and more points were accumulated. It's too strong. It's not a level fight at all. In the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen was frantically swiping, expressing the shock and anger of the viewers. This Dong Lei is too perverted. 1/ for one little friend. White Spectre is a necromancer. There's not even one of her summons that can fight. Then Guanzu probably can't either, he hasn't summoned as many as Bai Yue. It's not like you can't even beat one of the other guys. Finished, completely finished, our Blue Star's younger generation doesn't even have anyone who can fight against the Purple Moon Empire. In the live broadcast room, the people of the Purple Moon Empire began to cheer, and the pop-up screen was filled with songs of praise, praising Dong Mingyu's strength and mocking Blue Star's weakness. The atmosphere in the land of strife was oppressive to the extreme for a while. Beneath the gloomy sky, the purple flying boat suddenly released a bright purple light, as if it was a purple moon. Dong Mingyue spoke the lines of the poem she had written again in a sly manner. I came from the Purple Moon Empire, and left my name on the Blue Star heavenly ranking. Who dares to compete with the White Moon when all eyes are on fireflies? At this moment, as if matching her poetry, she was like the bright, clear moon, proud and looking down on everything. The light of the flying boat was bright and shone down, and the millions of professionals on the mountain below were the light of those glowing fires, which appeared extremely inconspicuous in front of the moonlight. All of them, with their heads drooping and bowed, were filled with helplessness. They wanted to retort, but they simply had nothing to say. The most powerful celestial prides had fallen one after another, and even the second strongest person on the other side hadn't even made a move yet. Losing is a mess. It's an extremely thorough loss. It was completely unimaginable that if that Dong Lei was so powerful, how powerful would that Dong Mingyue be? Hee, all of you Blue Stars are nothing more than a piece of firefly, putting out a tiny light in the darkness of the night, but never being able to compete with the White Moon. Dong Mingyu's voice mocked. Asterisk. Damn it, why are they so strong? Stronger than a first-turn professional. Even the celestial pride who had been resurrected from the initial point had faces filled with gloom as they frantically flew towards the core. At this moment, the global audience, their emotions were low to the extreme. Could it be that this time, it was really just like that, a total defeat? Is there no more hope? The atmosphere of extreme despair was spreading, not only inside and outside the arena. If this continued, the Purple Moon Empire's plot to thwart Blue Star's sharpness would be realized. A falling chi triggers a series of repercussions. Just then, suddenly, above the sky dome, a loud man's voice rose up. What is the difference between the firefly and the moon? All are silent and dark and compete for light. I am the proud sun rising in the east, and 10,000 rays of light shine in the firmament of heaven. Boom! As if to match Guanzu's words, the clouds in the gloomy sky were broken open and the clouds were lifted. A piercing golden light shone down, and around a blazing sun appeared, completely suppressing the purple light of the flying boat, all of it. When the blazing sun came out, all the stars and moons in the sky scattered. Dong Mingyue, I know that your Purple Moon Empire's visitors this time are all transmigrators. You guys don't know what tactics you've used to transmigrate and retrain, going back to turn 1 from a high-turning professional, yet still retaining your previous skills, talents, and attributes. The three of you, obviously all 4 turns, yet you came to my Blue Star High School and flaunted yourselves. Good. Think you're invincible with 4 turns? Then I will behead all of you today. Chapter 68, Death by Stick. A 4th turn powerhouse, anyone should be afraid of, including Ancestor Guan. But this time, after knowing the situation of the other party, Guanzu had long been prepared. Half an hour ago, Guanzu walked towards the camp in large strides, the ground shaking slightly with each step. Behind him, the Monkey King, Porky Pig, Guangji, and Xianshang also followed with great vigor. The 4 summoning spirits are in different forms, powerful and domineering, lazy and gluttonous, cold and stern, and agile and ethereal. In the camp, the golden-robed examiner was still hovering in front of the light curtain, a soft glow emanating from his body. Guanzu walked up to the examiner. Examiner, I want to strengthen myself. Guanzu said in a deep voice. How many points are you going to consume? 15 million points, 15 times enhancement of all attributes. Guanzu said without hesitation. In these 3 days, Guanzu brought his summoning spirit and desperately brushed the monsters, and also gained a huge amount of points, which at the moment, was used in a brainstorm to strengthen himself. The numbers on the light screen jumped for a moment, and the column for the number of points he had changed directly to 500,000, reserved for the competition. 15 million points turned into dots of golden light and poured onto Guanzu like a waterfall. His body radiated a dazzling light, and every inch of his skin and every muscle was undergoing amazing changes. A moment later, the light dispersed, and Guanzu's body had an additional layer of faint golden light vaguely flickering, and his aura was like an abyss, becoming even more powerful. Xuanqing's scales were even more radiant, Inuyasha's body swelled up like blowing air, and most noticeably, it was the Monkey King. A golden halo flowed through his body, and a layer of golden phallic chi appeared behind him, which was the silhouette of the great sage of Chi Tian. It's gotten so much stronger, it feels like once the attributes reach a certain level, you can unlock something new. Sun Wukong gripped the weapon in his hand. A hint of joy also flashed in Guangji's eyes. This time, we shall win, he said softly, folding his arms. Piggy, my old pig has also felt the changes in his body, it's much sturdier again. The light dispersed, and Guanzu nodded his head in satisfaction as he felt the surging power within his body. Great sage, let's go. Alright. Sun Wukong grinned, battle intent rising in his golden eyes. With a wave of his hand, he offered his somersault cloud. The cloud instantly grew large enough to carry 5 people. Guanzu and the others leaped onto the somersault clouds and transformed into a golden light, speeding in the direction of the core area. Within the Void God realm, this was a contest that spanned galaxies, and countless pairs of eyes were watching the event. The core, on the outer hills. In the midst of despair, Guanzu let out a deafening low roar that instantly caught everyone's attention. He stood on the somersault cloud, and only then did everyone realize that it wasn't the clouds that were dialed up, but rather the figure on the somersault cloud that erupted with an infinite amount of golden light, as if it was shaking like a blazing sun. Look! It's Guanzu! He's coming! A gasp erupted from the crowd. Millions of eyes looked to the sky in unison. Guanzu stood on a somersault cloud, followed by his 4 summoned spirits, as if he were a god descending from the heavens. Sun Wukong held a weapon, Pigsy carried a 9-toothed nail rake, Guangji held a red tide sword, and Xianqing hovered beside Guanzu, emitting a dragon's roar. Is that Guanzu? It looks so young. He's the last hope of our Blue Star Celestial Pride. Make sure to defeat those guys from the Purple Moon Empire. What? Ancestor Guan said that the other party is a transmigrator. No wonder our heavenly pride is no match for them. How despicable. But with the Heavenly Dao's permission, I'm afraid that the top 100 of this year's college entrance exams will be wrapped up by the Purple Moon Empire. What a strange shame. Way to go. Sekijo. Millions of people still shouted and cheered for Guanzu, and all of them expected Guanzu to fight for Blue Star. At this time, the Blue Star audience was even more furious when they heard Guanzu reveal the truth. These Purple Moon Empire bastards. 4th-turn professionals come to bully a first-turn newcomer, do they still want to have face? No wonder it's so strong, so it's because it used such underhanded means. I told you that our Heaven's Pride couldn't possibly not be able to fight, so it's because they're playing tricks. It's so shameless, won't Heaven punish them? A hint of surprise flashed through Dong Mingyue's purple pupils as she heard the other party reveal his identity. She did not become annoyed because her calculations had been punctured. Instead, she sized up Guanzu with interest, and instead, a hint of an appreciative smile appeared on her demonic countenance. Good to see that. Since you found out, then I won't deny it. Dong Mingyue laughed softly, however, even if you know, so what? Strength is strength. Guanzu leapt down from his somersault cloud and landed firmly in the middle of the battlefield. You're right, strength is strength, Guanzu said in a deep voice. It seems that in these few days, you have prepared well, and you have spent a lot of points to strengthen yourself. Yes, Guanzu said. Then let's begin. Dong Lei couldn't wait, holding his Guan blade in his hand, purple flames steaming. Great sage. Crush them. Yes. Sun Wukong's golden eyes burst open and his body was covered in golden light. When the attribute value broke through to a certain level, his heaven-breaking stick once again broke the limit. The weapon in his hand extended for thousands of feet and was laced with thunder. Look at the stick. The weapon smashed down with a heaven-destroying aura, and the air was crushed and exploded by the might of the stick. This. A trace of horror flashed across Dong Lei's face before he let out a fierce laugh. He was an original 4th-turn powerhouse. Would he be afraid of Guanzu's side? He immediately raised the violet flame Great Guan blade to meet the attack. Boom! The moment the weapon collided with the Guan Dao, a terrifying wave of energy swept across the field. The ground of the ring instantly cracked, and countless debris floated in the air. 3 billion. Dong Lei's eyes widened as his proud yellow dragon blade technique was unexpectedly shattered by a single stick. The weapon went unabated and directly smashed his body into pieces. Without even uttering a single miserable scream, he directly dissolved into a rain of light and dissipated. Next, after decapitating Dong Lei forcefully, Guanzu coldly said. Surprise flashed through Dong Mingyu's beautiful eyes, which then turned into a strong sense of appreciation. Interesting. She took a light sip of the wine in her glass. Kehua, go meet him. Over the ring, the golden light dispersed, revealing a mess. The scene of Dong Lei being killed in a second with a single stick shook everyone to their core. The aftermath of the battle was still reverberating, debris suspended in midair and flopping down. It's too strong. One stick and it blew up East Thunder. Is this the strength of Guanzu? No wonder he was able to overwhelm the group and take all kinds of first places in the original copy. Strong. Really strong. Even the 4th turn was killed by him in seconds. Even though it said that Dong Lei is covered in turn 1 equipment, but after all, it's also turn 4 attributes, talents, and skills, and even though he can't utilize all of the strength of a turn 4 powerhouse, this is too much of a surprise. That's vicious. When the resurrected and returned Celestial Pride saw this scene, they all revealed complex expressions. Yu Qianquan clenched his fists, his face lost. So the gap between me and him, is it already this big? Yu Qianquan muttered. He had wanted to kill Guanzu dozens of times in a row in 7 days at first. Now it seemed that he would have to burn a hole in his head if the other side didn't kill him. Zhang Lin and Li Xuani, at this moment, also knew the truth, but what shocked them even more was Guanzu's strength. Keanu, the light of reinforcement on him has put out a golden color. He probably spent tens of millions of points on enhancements. Is that so? Zhang Lin and the others, whose emotions were originally low, once again rose high. Guanzu strengthened his attributes dozens of times? Is that why it's so great? Perhaps between himself and him, there wasn't too much difference, it was just that there were fewer monsters to kill this time around, and he didn't strengthen his attributes as much, which made the gap seem huge. Some celestial pride thought like this. It's like watching a professional game, feeling like I can do it, but in fact, on it really can't, the gap is cloudy. But everyone has, for themselves, some glorified filter, and doesn't see, clearly, the gap between themselves and the absolute genius. Northeast colorful flower fell lightly from the Moon Palace flying boat, dressed in lavender mage robes, her twin ponytails fluttering in the wind. Several silver-white moon wheels surrounded her, emitting a cool glow. Interesting, really interesting. Battle intent flickered in Northeast color flower's eyes. I didn't expect to meet such an interesting opponent in Blue Star. She raised her crystal staff, the tip glowing lavender. In the void, a silver moon emerged, shrouding the entire ring in a lunar splendor. With my moonlight, I'll flash you out of existence. Tohoku color flower said softly. Sun Wukong grinned. The thing I'm not afraid of the most is these fancy things. Millions of viewers held their breath in anticipation of this higher-level showdown. Dong Mingyue remained elegantly seated on the flying boat, her gaze locked on Guanzu's body. Chapter 69, Killing Another One. Toro-colored flower carried herself with massive confidence. Despite her petite stature, she was far stronger than Toriai. Though I'm only second in line for this one. But do you know how much stronger I am in battle than East Thunder? Before the war started, Tohoku Kaihua spoke eloquently with her hands pinched around her soft waistline. There was still plenty of time, and she was in no hurry to crush Guanzu quickly. Guanzu responded with his hands in his pockets, alertly looking around. How much? Tohoku color flower held out a finger. Double? Xianqing replied. That's not right, oh, little dragon. Tohoku color flower laughed. My battle power is 100 times that of his. Boom! The Northeast color flower's breath flowed out, a round of purple moon hung high, and with a single step, a field extended out from under his feet. Domain, this was a powerful ability that only a 5th-turn powerhouse could penetrate, but some of the more talented 4th-turn powerhouses could also slightly control the prototype. This was a half-domain, not solid enough, but still quite terrifying. For Guanzu, what he was currently fighting against, was a top 4th-turn expert. A huge oppressive force spread out, the earth trembled, and Guanzu immediately felt a spiritual force pressing down on his body. However, this power was not how Guanzu. He originally had a strength and constitution attribute of close to 50,000 points, and his mental strength was as high as 65,000 points. With 15 times the attributes, he now had 750,000 points of strength and physique and nearly 1 million points of spirituality. Piggyback carried a nail rake and laughed. Little girl, no more bragging here. The more you talk, the more you'll look like a joke when you get blown up by my monkey with a stick in a little while. Humph. Let's show you what the real moonlight technique means. Tohoku Kaihua said softly. Her slender fingers traced an arc in the air, and the moonlight instantly transformed into thousands of doppelgangers, each doppelganger holding a different weapon, a long sword, a battle spear, a giant axe, and so on, and the silvery moonlight enveloped the entire ring. Each of the doppelgangers here is at the level of a medium 4th-turn professional. How are you going to resist that move alone, Guanzu? Northeast colored flower commanded the call, and her detachments immediately surged towards Guanzu like a tidal wave. Tap tap tap. Each of the doppelgangers had the battle power of a 4th-turn professional, as if 10,000 horses and thousands of troops surrounded Guanzu. Terrible indeed. The onlookers of the professions on the hilltop were already a little numb and creeped out. Geez, how are those doppelgangers going to fight that? This isn't even humanly possible to deal with, is it? They're the Purple Moon Empire's top 4th-turn level professionals, and for Guanzu to defeat a Dong Lei is already considered a miracle. I'm afraid to look at it anymore. Guanzu stood in place, the corner of his mouth hooked into a light smile. His body's speed and reflexes had reached a terrifying level under the 15x attribute enhancement. Good timing, Guanzu bellowed. Thousands of moonlight detachments attacked at the same time, but Guanzu's figure weaved through them like a ghost. Shortly, he dodged the first blade. The perfect dodge skill was triggered, and the 5x acceleration was immediately activated, making his movements so fast that only a shadow could be seen. How is that possible? A hint of shock flashed through Northeast colorful flower's beautiful eyes. Even she couldn't see Guanzu's movements anymore. What do I think you're capable of? Seeing this, Piggy grinned and shook his body, his figure skyrocketing to 100 meters. Look at my old pig. Battlefield taunt. A crimson circle of light spread out with Inuyasha as the center. The berserk hatred was directly added. All the moonlight doppelgangers were forcibly attracted. They couldn't break free even if they wanted to. One of them looked like they had lost their minds. Whirlwind nail rake. Porky Pig held a 9-toothed nail rake and his entire body spun like a gyroscope. Minus 180 million. Minus 170 million. Minus 190 million. The moonlight detachment was twisted into pieces the moment it came into contact with the nail rake, dissipating into bits of silver light. Tohoku Tsuiwa's expression became unprecedentedly grave. Guanzu, you really are very different from them. She held her crystal staff high in both hands. Then try this move of mine. Moonlight Giant Blast. Boom! The sky turned purple. A huge moon with a diameter of thousands of meters coalesced and took shape, as if it was a miniature version of the moon, and the crater above could still be seen, emitting a destructive aura and giving off a complete sense of oppression. The professionals on the scene, looking at the full moon in the sky, had a stirring in their souls. If this kind of thing comes down, there's no way to resist it. Go to hell. The giant moon crashed down, and even the ruins, by the powerful airflow, were crushed into powder. Great sage. Guanzu drank. Look at me. Sun Wukong's golden eyes burst open and his body was covered in golden light. Crush power. Rui weapon, break it for me. The weapon stretched thousands of feet in his hand, with thunder wrapped around its surface, and the heaven-breaking stick technique paired with the power of shattering. 3 billion. The weapon was so powerful that it directly poked a large hole in the giant moon, and then the entire moon shattered with a loud bang. How is this possible? This is my big move. Tohoku Tsuiwa's eyes widened. She thought that Guanzu would dodge, but she didn't expect that he would just burst her purple moon into pieces. Sun Wukong grinned, his weapon going unabated. Second stick, send you on your way. -3. 8 billion. Bang! The giant stick swept across. Northeast colorful flower hurriedly condensed a shield, but it simply couldn't carry it. Again, it was too late to let out a miserable scream before it was struck by the stick and its form was destroyed, turning into a bit of light and dissipating. Earth-shattering cheers erupted from the stage. It's too strong. Guanzu won. Even a fourth-turn moon warlock was killed in seconds. This is the hope of our blue star. Too ferocious. Guanzu, he's a true first-turn professional. I can't even think about how strong such a heavenly pride will grow up to be in the future. Dong Mingyue sat on the flying boat, her violet eyes flashing with thick battle intent. Interesting, really interesting. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Purple energy came from the east, and the silhouette descended from the sky. Dong Mingyue wore a long purple dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind, outlining the curves of her perfect figure. Her long hair fell like a waterfall, with a faint purple aura entwined between the strands. That overwhelmingly beautiful face carried a noble majesty, and her beautiful purple eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. Her temperament was cold and noble, and she exuded the pressure of a superior between her hands and feet. What a surprise to me, Guanzu. Dong Mingyue laughed softly. The fact that you were able to challenge me here proves that you do have some skills. Guanzu's eyes were like electricity as he stared at his opponent's every move. He could feel the terrifying aura from Dong Mingyue that far surpassed Dong Lei and Kai Hua. Come on, let's see if you can create more miracles. Dong Mingyue's jade hand lightly lifted, and suddenly purple chi surged. Hundreds of purple flying swords circled in the air, each of them containing the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Go! Flying swords rained down on Guanzu in an overwhelming manner. The air was torn out with cracks, and the entire ring trembled. Fire dance blade wheel. Hiroshi threw the Akatsuki blade. Even more massive, a full 9 crimson blade wheels spun in the air, colliding with those purple flying swords, sparks flying everywhere. Sun Wukong's golden eyes stormed open. Watch me. He rushed forward on his somersault cloud as if it were a golden light, and descended from the sky with his weapon in hand. The shadow of the stick covered the sky and smashed down with an aura that broke everything. The corners of Dong Mingyue's mouth sketched out a smile as his body flashed, instantly coming to a flying sword and avoiding Sun Wukong's attack. Her slender jade hand gripped the hilt of the sword, and the sword erupted with a brilliant purple light. Purple moon sword technique. Behead the mountains and rivers. A purple sword light swept out, and the void was about to be torn apart. Terrifying sword chi swept across the entire arena, and all the spectators felt a palpitation. Old pig to the rescue. Guanzu shouted. Coming. Inuyasha activated the instantaneous rune and blocked in front of Guanzu with a flash of his body. He raised his 9-toothed nail rake to receive this sword hard. Boom. -1. 74 million. Terrifying energy shockwaves swept out, and the protective shield around the ring began to tremble. A white mark came out on Inuyasha. Kind of funny. Inuyasha grinned. Dong Mingyue was first startled, then laughed softly. Indeed, there is something interesting, to be able to block one of my swords. But it's just getting started. With a wave of her jade hand, more purple flying swords circled in the air with sword chi. Guanzu's eyes were heavy as he knew that the real showdown had just begun. This was the true strength of the Purple Moon Empire, one of the twin moons. On the surrounding hills, the crowd erupted in a gasp of surprise. Too terrifying. Is this the strength of a peak fourth-turn powerhouse? Can Guanzu and the others block it? The Purple Moon Empire is really strong. It really lives up to its name. Chapter 70. It's my turn. Above the surrounding mountains, all the dead professionals flew back. They were talking and surprised. Her sword technique is so exquisite, she should be a sword cultivator as well. Zhang Lin stroked his chin and said, Indeed, the trajectories of these flying swords contain the ultimate sword intent. Li Xianyi nodded in agreement. However, the next moment, Dong Mingyue's actions shocked everyone. Her vermilion lips gently opened and she spat out a mouthful of violet chi. The violet chi coalesced in the air and transformed into 10 doppelgangers. Each doppelganger exudes a different aura: a mage with a staff, a warrior carrying a huge sword, an archer, an assassin, a priest. How is this possible? Zhang Lin's eyes widened. She's mastered 10 different professions all by herself? 10 doppelgangers struck at the same time, laser cannons roared, flame meteorites fell, sword lights flashed, and arrows rained down. The entire ring instantly turned into a battlefield of doom. Guanzu held a spider shield, the runes on its surface flickering with a faint light. His figure weaved in and out of the attacks, each block just right. Perfect dodge. Triggered by 5x acceleration, Guanzu's speed skyrockets, leaving a trail of shadows in his attacks. A deep footprint was left on the ground, showing the immense pressure he was under as he moved. Sun Wukong's golden eyes burst open, holding his weapon and aiming straight for Dong Mingyue's main body. Old Sun has come to meet you. The exchange between the two instantly erupted. Weapons and purple flying swords collided with a deafening roar. Each sparring match made the air tremble and the earth crack. Boom! A huge crack spread out from where the two were fighting, splitting the entire battlefield in two. Debris flew and dust flew. That was horrible. Keanu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This is truly a top matchup. Dong Mingyue's 10 doppelgangers worked in tandem to form a perfect attack net. The mage doppelganger cast a fireball spell, the warrior doppelganger swung his sword and chopped, the archer doppelganger struck out with a series of arrows, and the assassin doppelganger waited for an opportunity to sneak attack. Guanzu waded through the attacks with ease, his spider shield constantly changing angles to defuse all the attacks one by one. His eyes grew more and more focused, and his speed increased. Interesting. Dong Mingyue let out a light laugh. Looks like I need to be more serious. With a wave of her veiled hand, the 10 doppelgangers suddenly fused into one, transforming into a radiant purple light. The entire ring was enveloped by this light, as if it was in a purple moonlight. The sky was colored purple, and a huge moon cast shadows. This time, the giant explosion of moonlight was 100 times more terrifying than the one condensed by the colorful flowers in the northeast. The purple moon with a diameter of over a dozen kilometers slowly descended, covering the sky and oppressing people. This level of attack. Zhang Lin sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Even some of the city's shields can't carry it. A huge shadow enveloped the entire ring, and Guanzu's heart flinched. An attack of this scale was already beyond the limits of the average fourth-turn powerhouse. 8 rings. Guanzu shouted. Inuyasha grinned. True Lord Mighty. Change. Boom. Mythic gift unleashed. Inuyasha's figure skyrocketed, transforming into a giant thousands of meters tall. His skin turned crimson, and his body was gnarled with muscles, emitting terrifying power fluctuations. Look at my old pig. Inuyasha's arms were raised, stiffly supporting the descending giant moon. The entire ring was shaking violently as the earth cracked and debris flew. -1. 89 million. -1. 178 million. -1. 85 million. The damage numbers kept jumping, but they were completely worthless compared to the total blood volume of the 8 rings. The 8 rings now had tens of billions of blood. This fat pig is somewhat capable. Dong Mingyue let out a light laugh. Just then, a silver light swam silently behind her. Xianqing had circled around to her back while her attention was on Inuyasha. Phew! Xianqing spat a whip of light. The platinum great abyssal whip instantly wrapped around Dong Mingyue's body. What? Dong Mingyue exclaimed in shock as she completely missed the presence of this little chi dragon. The whip wrapped tighter and tighter around her, binding her. Dong Mingyue's spell output was affected, and the power of that giant moon began to diminish. Here's your chance. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flared. Watch me. The weapon in his hand extended for 10,000 feet, entwined with golden thunder. Heaven-breaking strike. Sun Wukong's weapon swept across the sky, blasting at Dong Mingyue with a heaven-destroying aura. -3. 8 billion. However, after shattering her flesh, there was no expected effect of dissipating golden light, nor was there a system beep. Dong Mingyue's body transformed into wisps of purple gas floating in the air. Dong Mingyue actually has a resurrection talent. Guanzu's eyes stared. The Purple Moon Empire, one of the most prestigious twin moons, truly lived up to its name. A very powerful and scary opponent. The purple chi recondensed, and Dong Mingyue's figure appeared once again, but her breath was obviously much weaker, and her face was slightly pale. Dong Mingyue's reorganized body was no longer as flawless as before. A tiny crack was faintly visible, just like broken porcelain. Her long hair had less luster, and her face was as pale as paper. In those violet eyes, there was no longer the arrogance from before. Instead, there was caution and anger. You are indeed very powerful. Dong Mingyue gently stroked the loose hair on her forehead. But next, I'm going to get serious. With a wave of her jade hand, the 10 occupational doppelgangers simultaneously self-detonated, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the entire field. 8 rings. Guanzu instantly activated the instantaneous seal that had been prepared long ago. A golden light flashed, and Guanzu arrived in front of the 8 rings. At the same time, there was a flash of golden light in the center of Beiji's brow, taking Guanzu in. At this moment, Guanzu was like he was controlling a giant mecha, observing the outside world through the perspective of the 8 rings. Zu, don't worry, with my old pig here, no one can harm you. Inuyasha grinned. Terrifying explosions spread across the ring as a purple energy storm swept around. However, Guanzu was completely unaffected with the help of the 8 rings' massive body as cover. What a cunning fellow! Dong Mingyue lightly bit her red lips as a trace of helplessness flashed through her beautiful eyes. For the first time there was actually a sense of, well, powerlessness in the face of the enemy. Guanzu was currently hiding in the 8 rings' brow space, and if he wanted to take out Guanzu, he would have to kill the 8 rings in order to do so. The spectators on the hill erupted into earth-shattering cheers once again at the sight of this scene. Too smart. With Guanzu entering the 8 rings' body, Dong Mingyue can't hit him at all. This operation is too showy. It's almost like playing a mecha game. It feels like there's a real possibility that Guanzu could win against Dong Mingyue this time. It can't be. The opponent is a powerhouse equivalent to a 4th turn. Li Xuanyi and Zhang Lin glanced at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. Guanzu he. Always coming up with unexpected ways of fighting. Zhang Lin sighed. Yeah, it's so damn awesome. Li Xuanyi couldn't help but burst out. In the ring, Dong Mingyue's attacks were no longer able to threaten Guanzu at all. Guanzu, on the other hand, began to counterattack, riding the thousands of meters tall Inuyasha and approaching Dong Mingyue step by step. It's our turn, Guanzu said through the vocal cords of the 8 rings, his voice filled with confidence. Chapter 71, Reinforcement. Summoning Spirit Reinforcement Formation. Guanzu's spiritual power reached a staggering million under the 15 times attribute enhancement, and the range of the Summoning Spirit Reinforcement Formation expanded to a gigantic 1,000 meters. Reddish golden spell runes flowed in the air, enveloping the huge mountain-like Inuyasha like a bright river of stars. This time, because Inuyasha was too large, the core of the spell, which was directly set on the 8 rings, was like a halo that moved with the 8 rings. Inuyasha's entire body radiated a crimson battle aura, and every muscle on his thousands of meters tall body pulsed as if there was an endless amount of power surging through it. Roar! Dong Mingyue frowned as a moonlight giant explosion was waved over by her and a skywide sword slash swept across, but it was useless. Ha ha ha! You can fight to your heart's content, split art. The Monkey King blew out his monkey hair and immediately changed into 50 doppelgangers. The giant stick crossed the sky, and Dong Mingyue was blasted, immediately attaching the stun effect of the crushing power, and was then exploded by Sun Wukong, turning into purple gas that dissipated and coalesced. He can't be resurrected indefinitely. Keep killing. Guanzu snapped. Damn. The regrouped Dong Mingyue, whose attributes had once again dropped, could only flee in a sorry state in the face of the blasting stick shadows. Look at my old pig. Inuyasha roared up to the sky, his voice shaking the 4 fields, battlefield taunt. This time, the taunt skill came with an attribute determination, and the range, which was a full 2 kilometers in circumference and size. Anyone within the range of 2 kilometers was all enveloped by the taunt aura, with all-round and deathless control, and could not escape even if they wanted to. Dong Mingyue tried to resist, but she realized that her body was turning towards Inuyasha uncontrollably, and a powerful force was pulling her over. Physical determination. Inuyasha, 4. 5 million plus 9 million, array bonus, Dong Mingyue, 1. 1 million. Dong Mingyue was simply unable to fight against Inuyasha, and she could only watch herself, walking towards the huge pig demon. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How is it possible that my physique is inferior to a summoned spirit? Dong Mingyue cursed, but there was nothing she could do. Here's your chance. Sun Wukong's golden eyes stormed open. You can taste old sun stick too. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity and his weapon once again broke through the air, blasting at Dong Mingyue with a thunderous force. -4. 5 billion. Dong Mingyue's body was once again shattered and turned into bits of purple chi, but she quickly regrouped again, only her breath was even weaker. Again! Sun Wukong was full of battle spirit, and his weapon was swung repeatedly, defeating Dong Mingyue again and again. It's time to finish, Guanzu said through the vocal cords of the 8 rings. After several repetitions, Dong Mingyue was finally unable to reorganize again. Guanzu, I'll remember you. Her violet aura gradually dissipated, and with extreme unwillingness, she eventually disappeared completely into the ring. System alert, congratulations on your victory. You have earned 26 million points. Of this, 15 million was Dong Mingyue's, and the rest was the points collected by the various challengers from before. The room fell silent, then erupted into deafening cheers. Everyone didn't expect that a first-turn professional would actually kill one of the Purple Moon Empire's twin moons. Winning. We won. Guanzu Nyobi. Chi Tian de Shang Nyobi. 8 quick cowboys. The crowd on the hill embraced in excitement and cheered loudly. On the various live broadcast platforms, pop-ups were flying like snowflakes, celebrating the hard-won victory. It's too wonderful. Ancestor Guan defeated the 4th rotation Dong Mingyue with the power of a first rotation. This is a miracle. It's a miracle that belongs to our blue star. Guanzu came out from within Inuyasha's brow space, and he stood on the shoulders of the 8 rings, accepting the cheers and worship from everyone. Keeping the sign of our Huaxia Heaven's pride, but it's really surprising that Guanzu was able to win. Zhang Lin stroked his chin and laughed. It's worthy of being someone that the Qiyun Prefecture Master has his eye on. This year's Star Chopper Academy is different from previous years. Li Xianyi nodded his head in admiration. Chu Tiange gritted his teeth. Humph. Fast first is not fast. I'll collect powerful elemental seeds and catch up quickly. This intergalactic duel ended with Guanzu's complete victory. As the dust settled, Guanzu stood proudly, receiving cheers and congratulations from all directions. Sun Wukong, Porky Pig, Xianqing, and Guangji stood beside him, equally spirited. On the side of the mountain, the originally condescending Purple Moon Empire visitors were all silent at this moment. They could never have imagined that their master, one of the twin moons with high hopes, Dong Mingyu, would lose to a first-turn professional. Each and every one of them turned blue, lowered their heads, and silently endured the mountain of mockery around them, but they didn't even have the strength to retort. Outside. Ha 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 ha. Qiyun let out a loud laugh and patted Guanxing's shoulder hard. Good boy. Your brother has won. This time, we're all going to make a fortune. Guanxing was also flushed with excitement. Brother is really too good. I knew he would be able to do it. When the college entrance exams are over, you kid will be a billionaire. Qiyun teased. 50 million gold coins, more than 20 times the odds, that's a wild profit of more than 1 billion gold coins. Guanxing couldn't even dare to imagine how to spend all these gold coins. It couldn't be spent. On the live streaming platform, Blue Star's viewers were in a frenzy. The pop-ups poured out like a waterfall, with countless people swiping Guanzu as awesome, Qitian Deshang, and Inuyasha Jinjuan. At this moment, Guanzu and his summoned spirits completely became the center of attention for the entire Blue Star. The initial ground resurrection point flashed with purple light. Dong Mingyue regathered her form, her face terribly gloomy. Damn it! She slapped the stone pillar beside her. To think I let a Blue Star Griffin defeat me. The members of the Purple Moon Empire stood behind her warily, not daring to speak. Pass down the order to summon all the Purple Moon Empire candidates present. Dong Mingyue gritted his teeth. I'm going to make Guanzu pay. She roared into the void, her voice sharp and full of spite. She couldn't accept that she would lose to a native of the Blue Star, which was a strange shame for the proud woman. She vowed to reclaim the glory that was hers. She immediately contacted her clan and asked them to grab more points at all costs. She wanted to use the points to surpass Guanzu and take the global #1 spot in this college entrance exam. Meanwhile, Guanzu once again came to the camp and used all of his remaining points to strengthen himself. His body was once again enveloped in golden light, emitting an even more powerful aura. Consume points to increase all attributes by 26 times. Current all attributes are strengthened by 41 times. When you go out, you can enjoy a 1% bonus for permanent full attribute reinforcement. That works out to be 41% permanent reinforcement, which is a bonus that has always existed. Guanzu said excitedly. Still need to swipe some more points. My roots aren't as good as the others and I have to give all sorts of bonuses a pull to make it work. The permanent 41% bonus is a status that can be followed in the future by taking various potions, books of attributes, and gaining attribute boosts. Then, at the core, Guanzu led the summoned spirits in an invincible manner. A 100-meter-tall abyssal beast had just appeared when it was blown up by Sun Wukong's stick. -8.9 billion. Inuyasha swung his 9-toothed nail rake and easily harvested a slice of monsters. All the great lords, in front of them, were as easy as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Shen Chang wandered to the edge of the battlefield, mending and harvesting. Guangji wielded the red tide blade and easily cut down a large number of people. How can this even be a fight? When Dong Mingyue arrived with his men, he only saw corpses all over the ground. All the monsters were cleared out, not even the dregs were left. Chase! Don't let them snatch the boss! East Bright Moon led the chase. When they arrived, however, it was too late. A lord's birth point, Sun Wukong swung his stick down and all the lords were taken out. Damn it! Dong Mingyue clenched his fists. The 41x attribute bonus had made Guanzu's strength already far superior to hers. Not to mention the 4 terrifying summoning spirits. Miss, why don't we change the place? Someone suggested cautiously. Dong Mingyue gritted her teeth and finally nodded. She had to admit that the current Guanzu was no longer something she could fight against. Let's go develop in other areas. Looking at Dong Mingyue's back as he led his men away, Guanzu let out a light laugh. Let's go, keep hunting. With a wave of his hand, the summoned spirits followed, heading towards the next hunting ground. The current him was already the well-deserved king of this core area. Chapter 72 The End of the High School Exams. Global First. 3 days passed quickly, and because the Purple Moon Empire belonged to a whole team, everyone's points were concentrated on Dong Mingyue alone, thus, her score was also very high. By the end of the day, the last hour, Dong Mingyue's score was a full 59 million points, and Guanzu's score was 57 million. The duo was leading at a breakneck level, and the other geniuses of Blue Star, which were just over 10 million points, couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. They were in the middle of the camp, looking at the leaderboards, and they all silently pinched a cold sweat for Guanzu. Where's Guanzu man, or I'll give him the score. I still have over 700,000 points here, slaughter me. Give you the points. We Blue Star must take this first place, otherwise it will be too embarrassing. Time rushed by, the scoreboard remained unchanged, and on Dong Mingyue's side, the score was still improving. The people of East Bright Moon are traveling to various camps, beheading professionals and looting points. That crazy woman. Has she gone crazy trying to win against Guanzu? The countdown began, and those who were watching Blue Star's livestream at the moment were in a cold sweat for Guanzu. Guanzu, how many points does he have on hand right now? Damn it! The Purple Moon Empire belongs to a small alliance. No matter how powerful Guanzu is alone, it's not good enough to deal with an alliance. Guanzu is at the camp now too. In the middle of the camp, Guanzu found the instructor. Turn in your points. Then, Guanzu's points rose high again, reaching 67 million. And in the end, Dong Mingyue only managed to catch up to 62 million. This exam is over. The moment the college entrance exam ended, the entire sky of the Void God realm became colorful, and uncountable curtains of light unfolded in the air, with the results and rankings of each candidate scrolling on them. The global professional exam is over. First place, Zhou Quan. Points, 67 million. Guanzu's attribute enhancement reaches 100 times. Discount the rewards and obtain the Void God aura. I, and my summoned spirit, will receive a permanent 100% increase in all attributes. Reward for winning the first place at the municipal level, advanced spirit cultivation pill times 10,000. Reward for being the first at provincial level, divine crystals times 1. Awarded the No. 1 prize in China, diamond level exclusive talent juggernaut. Reward for being the first in the world, second turn summoning scroll, 10 consecutive draws, times 1, divinity crystals times 10, additional performance excellence reward. Guanzu's name was at the top of the list, and his 67 million points were like an insurmountable peak, leaving other candidates in the dust. Winning. It wasn't easy. Inuyasha excitedly waved his 9-toothed nail rake. Shu Tan. So what if the opponent is a team? They're still taken down by us. Sun Yukon was also relieved. Only Shin Chang was still calm, but he couldn't help but smile. Congratulations master, this point would be interesting if it was only 1 point more than them. Guanzu breathed a long sigh of relief, a relieved smile on his face as he felt his body filled with power, every cell cheering. The permanent 100% full attribute bonus aura allows his strength to, once again, soar. Within the settlement space, Guanzu received his own generous reward. The 10,000 high-level spirit cultivating pills emitted a tantalizing medicinal fragrance, each of which was worth a considerable amount of money. 11 pieces of divinity crystals shining brightly. This is the key material for summoning spirits to advance and ascend to the stars. Money can't even be bought. At first, when completing that Abyssal Cult's mission, only obtained a piece of it. I didn't expect that. This time, the high school exams directly took down 11 pieces of it. The second turn summoning scroll, 10 consecutive draws, even made Guanzu's heart beat faster, which meant that he had a chance to obtain more powerful summoning spirits. But what surprised him the most was the exclusive diamond grade talent, Juggernaut. For every powerful summoning spirit contracted, he would be able to obtain a corresponding skill or attribute bonus. It was simply a tailor-made talent for him. As the news spread, countless people boiled over, especially the Purple Moon Empire participants who saw the news. On the Moon Palace flying boat, Dong Mingyue's face was horribly gloomy as she stared dead at Guanzu's name on the light screen, her knuckles pinched white. Your Highness, there is definitely something wrong with this guy. Maybe he had the help of the Blue Star people to win over us. A henchman spoke cautiously. Shut up! Dong Mingyue shouted angrily, is it still not humiliating enough to lose? She never dreamed that she would lose to a Blue Star native, which was a strange shame. It's all because of my subordinate's inefficiency. Northeast Colorful Flower lowered her head and said in a trembling voice. Enough! Dong Mingyue took a deep breath. Things have come to this, there is no point in talking more. Let's go! The Moon Palace flying boat reversed its direction and headed towards the exit of the Void God realm. Guanzu! Dong Mingyue glanced back at the world of light. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. As the exam ended and his consciousness returned from the Void God realm, Guanzu slowly opened his eyes as he felt his body filled with power and every cell exuded vigor. Is this the power of a permanent full attribute bonus aura? Guanzu muttered as he gently clenched his fist, and a sonic boom was heard in the air. Brother! You're simply amazing. Guan Xing rushed over and hugged him. You really got the global #1. That's the global #1. And it was ruthlessly snatched back from the Purple Moon Empire's fourth turn professionals. Qian also walked over, with a pleased smile on his face. Not bad, very good, you kid, you really didn't let me down. When I first told you that the goal was to take the first place at the provincial level, I didn't expect you to give me an even bigger one straight away. Student Guanzu, congratulations. The candidates on the side also congratulated. Right, Qian suddenly remembered something. Azu, this time, thanks to your blessing, it has made me and your brother earn a fortune. Making a fortune, what's going on? Guanzu was surprised. He told Guanzu about the betting purchase. What? Guanzu froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. I should have known I'd buy some. But it's good that you guys are making money, Mr. Xie. Guanxing laughed loudly. Brother, you don't know, your odds ended up being as high as 27. 5 times. We've really gotten rich this time. Just my 50 million gold coins alone made over $1 billion, and Mr. Xie even bought you 1 billion gold coins. 1 billion gold coins. Then Xi Yun, this time, it's really a burst of profit. Xi Yun laughed. So, you kid really gave me a big surprise this time. Guanzu looked at the excited duo, and a warm current welled up in his heart. There was a kind of happiness in this world called happiness that could be shared. Qi Yin said, Azu, just wait, soon Donghai City, Zhenghai Province, the Star Chopper Academy, and the Chinese military will all give you generous rewards. You will reap more than the rewards of the heavenly Tao this time. Soon, the news that Guanzu of Donghai City had taken the global #1 spot spread around the world, with major media outlets clamoring for coverage. There was also a great deal of rejoicing in the Star Chopper Academy, and everyone was proud of Ancestor Guan, worthy of being the senior disciple of the Qi Yin Mansion Master. It's truly awesome. Junior brother Guanzu, you've really brought honor to our academy. This time, our Star Beheading Academy has really made a splash. Chapter 73, Emerald Grade 2nd Turning Runestone. Guanzu returned home, and before he had time to rest, congratulatory gifts and commendation orders from Donghai City, Zhenghai Province, the Star Chopper Academy, and the Huaxia military arrived one after another. First, the head of Donghai City called personally. Geez, Azu, you're really a god in Donghai City. It's amazing to see such a horrible achievement. This time, after a unanimous discussion in the organization, it was decided to reward you with a set of high-class villa located in the city center, which is a feng shui-blessed land. When you go to university, even if you don't live there yourself, letting your mother and younger brother go to live there, you can still be good for your health, prolong your life, and speed up the speed of your cultivation. By the way, on top of that, the city will reward you with 30 million gold coins worth of cultivation resources. Thank you, Lord City Head. The call was just put down, followed by a congratulatory message from the officials of the province of Zhenghai. Ah Su, you're too good. It's a blessing for Central Sea Province to have a talent like you. On the part of the Central Sea Province, we will give you a great deal of support. We will reward you with a villa and cultivation resources worth 50 million gold coins. Come and reside in the capital of Zhenghai Province in the future. Ha! This is the start of the Central Sea Province and the city to steal the belonging of the talent. Subsequently, on the side of the Star Chopper Academy, Qi Yin personally stepped in and rewarded Guanzu with a flying spirit vessel, the one-leaf boat. Ah Zu, although you have the great sage's somersault cloud, but the flying spirit weapon is still quite useful. I applied for this reward for you, from the academy. Although this spiritual vessel was called a boat, it was actually a golden leaf the size of a palm, and as long as it was infused with spiritual energy, it could become larger and travel on the wind. Traveling 10,000 miles in a day was no big deal. Thanks, Mr. Qi. This reward, Guanzu naturally liked. The somersault cloud needed to be released by the great sage for him to be able to follow. If he went out for a date with his brother or girlfriend in the future, and always brought the Monkey King with him, it wouldn't be too much like a light bulb. Guanzu also needed his own flying treasure. The Chinese military, even more atmospheric, directly awarded Guanzu the rank of second lieutenant and rewarded him with a platinum-level second-turn magic shield Dragon Abyss Shield. This shield contains a dragon soul and has a platinum-level phrase Dragon Soul defense. The defense is so powerful that it can gather the Dragon Soul Guardian to absorb up to 1 billion points of damage. At the same time, this phrase will also be affected by the user's physique. The higher the user's physique, the higher the maximum amount of tolerance, with 33% of recharge restored per hour, and it can be as big or as small as you like, changing at will. In addition to this, there were congratulatory gifts from people from all walks of life and from the great guilds. Eldest son, your performance this time is really too outstanding. Looking at those reward gifts, Li Yuxia smiled from ear to ear, and one by one, she opened up to make a large table of dishes to celebrate. These rewards, they're dazzling. Guanxing, on the other hand, excitedly surrounded Guanzu, touching this reward for a while and looking at that reward for a while, envious beyond measure. Brother, this leaf boat, can it really fly? Of course, why else would it be called a flying spirit? As the night grew thicker, Guanzu sat quietly in his room, concentrating on his newly acquired diamond-grade talent, Juggernaut. Let me see just how strong this talent is. Guanzu took a deep breath and first cast his consciousness towards Sun Wukong. Juggernaut ability unleashed. Immediately, a chain twined out, connecting with the Monkey King, and a golden rune condensed from it. Golden light flashed as a majestic power surged into Guanzu's body. You have gained the talent, Vajra Force from the contracted spirit Sun Wukong. Effect, all of your skills will have the power of shattering attached to them, which can shatter enemy defenses. What a powerful gain. Guanzu was pleasantly surprised as he felt the newborn power within his body. Although the summoner is mainly a summoner, Guanzu still needs some ability to defend himself, and with this talent, the damage will be greatly increased. Then, he unleashed the power of dominance, unleashing it towards Inuyasha. A faint green light lingered, and a force of tyrannical eating was injected into his body. You have gained the talent, Gluttony from the contracted spirit, Inuyasha. Effects: killing monsters can obtain the corresponding attribute enhancement, but there is a limit for each kind of monster. This ability is perfect for brushing up monsters and upgrading. Guanzu's eyes lit up, a growth class talent that got stronger as it went on. When it was Xuanqing's turn, a cool dragon aura lingered. You have gained the talent, Qi Dragon Power from the contracted spirit Xiancheng. Effect: all attributes are permanently increased by 10,000 points. You have the Void God's aura, full attributes plus 100%, you have gained a 20,000 full attribute boost this time. A simple and brutal addition. Lastly, there is Wide Wisdom. The gray shadow of a wolf flickered across the room. You have gained the talent, Wolf Power from the contracted spirit Hiroshi. Effect: summons 2 coyotes to assist in battle when releasing the skill. Guanzu stood up and felt the 4 forces surging within his body. Worthy of being a diamond-grade sovereign talent, it's truly awesome. He clenched his fists, the power within him giving him confidence. The power of adamantine allowed him to crush everything and break armor in defense like the great sage. The power of gluttony allowed him to keep getting stronger. The power of Chiroptera drastically increased his basic attributes, and the power of wolf added more means of combat. It's just getting started. Guanzu waited until he had turned 2 and summoned more summoning spirits. This talent could be even stronger. As the number 1 in the world, Guanzu was comfortable and slept beautifully. But he woke up the next day knowing that his first place was a thing of the past, a once-in-a-lifetime achievement. The future still needs to be worked on in order to create his own, new accomplishments. One can't always live by lying on one's previous credits, one has to look forward. And he had a lot of things to do, as well as going to the great battlefield of the abyss and searching for his father. More than fame and fortune, family is the most important thing. Early the next morning, Guanzu washed up and contacted Mr. Shi Yun. Shi Yun directly scratched the space and Guanzu came to his office. Mr. Shi, I'd like to start preparing for the second turn. Shi Yun put down the gongfu in his hand and revealed an approving smile. Not bad, this is what I appreciate the most about you. After obtaining such a great achievement, you are not arrogant or impatient, and immediately think of going further. Guanzu scratched his head. Why did this Mr. Shi start praising himself as soon as he came over himself? Joe, did you take the mission? It's been picked up. When you reach level 100, quests will be automatically scheduled on the Tendo side. Shi Yun said, cancel the mission first. Ha? Guanzu was a bit surprised, then did as he was told. I've prepared all the materials needed for the second transformation for you. Shi Yun took out a jade box from his storage ring. This contains all the resources needed for the second turn. Guanzu took the jade box and opened it. Inside it was neatly arranged with all sorts of precious crystal materials, among which was a magnificent emerald runestone. Shi Yun introduced, professions wishing to perform an advanced second turn require a specific runestone and then activate the quest in order to do so. It's an emerald grade runestone. With this runestone, the quests you take on will be more difficult, but upon completion, you can gain an emerald-ranked summoner's talent. Guanzu's eyes lit up. If he didn't have this, he would only be able to do the most common Heaven's Path quests and then obtain the same level of talent as when he awakened, a gold-level talent. Guanzu said in his heart, is this the benefit of hugging the thick leg of a big power? If it wasn't for the Star Chopper Academy, it would have been impossible for him to get his hands on an emerald-grade second-turn runestone. However, just having the materials isn't enough. Shi Yun said with a straight face, you also need to complete the challenge of the second turn replica, and only after clearing it can you truly enter the second turn realm. A second turn copy? Guanzu's eyes lit up. That's right. Shi Yun nodded, but with your current strength and the help of the 4 summoning spirits, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Guanzu asked, Mr. Shi, is this the mysterious gift you were talking about? Shi Yun looked at Guanzu and suddenly shook his head and smiled, not yet, that gift is going to be a bit more special. What the hell? Well, this is a secret for now. Shi Yun smiled without saying anything. Trust me, you'll love it when the time comes. Guanzu's heart was filled with anticipation. Because of you, all those heavenly prides have been stimulated and are now making an effort. You're putting a lot of pressure on them. Shi Yun laughed. Guanzu also smiled. This is good. Healthy competition is good for everyone. Pick up the quest. Shi Yun got up. We'll go straight through that second turn copy today. Good. Guanzu said. Chapter 74, Monkey 8 Rings Double 5 Stars. The runestone slowly rotated in Guanzu's palm, emitting an emerald-colored glow. Interesting, inside this runestone, there exists a strange secret power. Sun Wukong came closer to take a look. Guanzu pressed the runestone to his forehead and a message flowed into his mind, immediately triggering the quest. Second turn advancement task, 1. Collect the following materials. Abyssal Essence times 100. Purple Gold Marrow times 50. Spirit Stone times 30. These materials, if Guanzu were to find them, it would be hard to find them. But with Shi Yun around, he had all the materials ready a long time ago. Guanzu directly turned in all the materials and immediately triggered the second quest. Second turn advancement task, 2. Pass the Emerald Kingdom replica. Difficulty, Emerald. Time limit, 24 hours. Penalty for failure, runestone shattering. Emerald Kingdom. Guanzu pondered, this copy is special? Shiyan nodded, that's right, this is a very ancient copy with unique rules. And because you're using an emerald grade runestone, the difficulty will be much higher than a normal second turn quest. That's just right, it will allow us to move our muscles. Sun Wukong grinned, his weapon spinning in his hand. Master, don't worry, we're here. Xianqing said softly. Guanzu stood up, his eyes glittering with wariness. Shiyan smiled, I believe that with your current strength, you will be able to pass it easily, but be careful, this copy can only be challenged once. Understood, Mr. Z, I won't be careless. Guanzu remembered that he hadn't used up his reward for winning first place in the college entrance exam. He took out the 11 divinity crystals from his storage ring. The crystal clear crystals emitted a mysterious luster, and it was as if there were nebulae saving up inside, flowing with surging power. Monkey, Beiji, this is the reward for the entrance exam, it will raise your star rating. My old grandson has been waiting for a long time. He, quickly give it to my old grandson to use. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together and said excitedly. Ancestor Guan took out 4 divinity crystals and injected them into Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's breath climbed upward, and his golden light continued to skyrocket. Sun Wukong star level up, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars. After rising to 5 gold stars, it's full for now. Next, you need to consume a higher level of higher divinity crystals, and only after the summoning spirit reaches 3 turns, when the star goes from gold to red. Acquired new skill, Divine Walking. Divine Walking technique, when activated, movement and attack speed are increased by 10 times. All attributes increased, current strength 1. 06 million, constitution 1. 15 million, agility 0. 94 million, spirit 0. 71 million. Good fellow. I feel like my strength has skyrocketed. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and his body shone with golden light. Let me try this divine walking technique. Sun Wukong pointed his foot, and his entire body transformed into a golden light, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows in the air. Wow! It's as fast as an instant. Inuyasha marveled with wide eyes. 8 rings, it's your turn. Guanzu took out another 5 divinity crystals. Inuyasha excitedly received the infusion of divinity crystals, his body enveloped in green light. Piggyback star level up. 0 stars, 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars. Acquired new skills, Chaotic Wind / Earth Splitting Poem. All attributes increased, current strength 670,000, constitution 1,910,000, agility 410,000, spirit 650,000. Hey, I've gotten stronger too. Inuyasha waved his rake, and the ground cracked, kicking up gusts of wind. Shiyan rolled his eyes, you can't fight in the house even if you have martial arts. But as soon as he raised his hand, the broken ground was repaired again. Keep the remaining 2 for now. Guanzu put away the remaining divinity crystals. Xianqing and Guangji are too weak, so when the time comes for him to turn 2, then use a 10-round draw. If you can draw a gold summoning spirit, divinity crystals are better for the gold ones. The 2 summoned spirits didn't have any objections to this. After all, by following Guanzu and hanging out with him, their God Realm instance had been improved like never before. Sun Wukong excitedly flew around in the air, testing his newly acquired divine walking technique. It was really fast and actively driven, unlike Guanzu's, which had to be dodged to trigger it. Monkey, now it's time for us to challenge that Emerald Kingdom copy. With this new skill, that copy is in a handful. Sun Wukong said confidently. Let's go see this replica. Guanzu stood up and moved his mind, then a vortex was projected from the emerald stone, which was the entrance to the replica. The emerald glow shimmered. You have entered the second turn summoner transfer copy. You only have 1 chance to challenge the copy. Please seriously grasp the opportunity. Guanzu and his group stepped into the vortex, and the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. The entire world was made up of emerald, and even the air was filled with a faint emerald color. What a strange place, even the air is light green. Inuyasha looked around in awe. On the towering emerald city wall in the distance, a team of heavily armed emerald soldiers were patrolling, wearing emerald green crystal armor and holding spears, emitting a not-so-weak energy fluctuation. Guanzu immediately scouted over. Name, Emerald Captain. Level, LV 100. Blood, 150 tubes. Attributes, Strength 18,000, Spirit 19,000, Physique 19,000, Agility 18500. Skills, Spear Strike, Sprint Strike. Difficulty, basically equivalent to the previous Crystal Palace Purgatory level Abyss difficulty. It does seem a bit difficult, certainly for others. There is an enemy invasion. An Emerald Captain shouted, all, prepare for battle. The monsters were highly aggressive, and upon discovering Guanzu, they immediately met the battle. Hundreds of emerald soldiers instantly assembled, the weapons in their hands flashed dangerously, the wind whistled, and countless emerald spears broke through the air. Hey, move your muscles. Sun Wukong excitedly danced his weapon. Let's see my old grandson's divine walking technique. Only a flash of golden light was seen, and Sun Wukong's figure instantly split into a trail of residual shadows. And those flying spears were directly blocked by the giganticized Inuyasha. -1. Blast. -0. -0. It doesn't hurt. Inuyasha shook his body, his current attribute bonus, together with the 5 stars later, he was a full 300 meters tall, giant godlike, covering the sky. -8. 1 billion. The Emerald soldiers, looking at Inuyasha, were so horrified that they nearly dropped their weapons. Boom! Sun Wukong swept his stick across, 1,000 feet long war club that directly crushed the city wall into rubble. You have obtained Emerald Stone *51. You have obtained Emerald Crystal Fragment *60. Then, Guanzu and the others quickly charged forward. The second wall. Chaotic wind splash. Porky Pig held the 9-toothed nail harrow with both hands and violently slashed forward. In an instant, wild winds howled and countless wind blades swept across the battlefield. The armor of those emerald soldiers was cut to pieces, emerald shards flying everywhere. -400 million. -300 million. -500 million. Master, be careful. Xianqing suddenly warned. An emerald general descended from the sky, wielding a giant sword with a dangerous glint on its blade. A mere intruder, how dare you act recklessly in the Emerald Kingdom? The general shouted angrily as his giant sword slashed down. Guanzu was about to strike when Inuyasha had already arrived with an instantaneous rune. Earth-cracking palm. Inuyasha shouted, his fat body erupted with amazing power, and with a palm strike, the earth cracked open, cracks spreading in all directions like a spider web. The Emerald General lost his balance and was directly killed by the earthquake wave, turning into crystallized pieces all over the ground. Chapter 75. Entering the second turn. The walls of the third and fourth levels of the Emerald World were easily broken through by Sun Wukong and Inuyasha, and the Emerald soldiers retreated in fear at the sight. These invaders are too strong. Even Lord General was killed in seconds. A Jadeite soldier shouted in horror. Retreat quickly. This isn't even a being we can deal with. Another soldier dropped his weapon and ran. Sun Wukong held his weapon in his hand, and with the addition of the divine walking technique, he left behind a trail of golden light residue on the battlefield. Rumble. The war club was as if it had swept across the tofu dregs, all the monsters shattered at the touch, and the emerald soldiers were reduced to pieces wherever they passed. Ha ha ha, these emerald soldiers are too unbeatable. Sun Wukong laughed out loud. Suddenly, a roar came from the sky, and a huge pillar of emerald light shot up from the direction of the royal palace. Bold fanatic, how dare you act recklessly in my Emerald Kingdom? A majestic voice resounded through the sky. A 60-meter-high emerald giant rises from the palace, the Emerald King, his body made of the purest emerald, exuding a terrifying wave of energy. The emerald giant roared, his eyes shooting out 2 thick emerald green lasers while wielding his giant sword to slash at Inuyasha. He, let my old pig meet you. Porky Pig crossed his arms and his chest, hardening himself to receive these 2 attacks. -152. -142. The laser hit on his body only stirred up a ripple, the giant sword split on his stomach even issued a ding sound crunch, not even a trace left. Don't do anything, let me clean him up alone. Inuyasha shouted excitedly, his body expanded rapidly, transforming into a 300-meter-tall giant in the blink of an eye. The emerald giant looked up, only to see Inuyasha's figure covering the sky. He was as small as a toy in front of the other party, and an expression of horror surfaced on his emerald-crafted face. Earth-splitting palm. Inuyasha raised his huge palm, which condensed a terrifying power, and slapped down towards the emerald giant's head. There was a loud boom. -1.5 billion. This palm directly slapped the emerald giant into smithereens, and along with the earth beneath its feet, it was smashed with a huge palm print, cracks spreading out in all directions like a spider web. Ha ha ha, that's it? It's too weak. Inuyasha laughed out loud in triumph. After the 5-star evolution, his strength had indeed reached a terrifying realm. Copy passes. Congratulations on completing your second turn summoner transfer quest. You have obtained the Book of Second Turning. Countdown to transmission, 10 seconds. Hey, that's it? Inuyasha rubbed his palms together. I thought it was so hard. Canopy Marshal. It's really too awesome. Xianqing said with a smile. Guanzu looked at the system prompt and revealed a satisfied smile. This time, the transfer copy was much easier than expected. Monkey and 8 rings rising to 5 stars is quite an increase in battle power. Guanzu said gratefully. White light flashed, and the group was teleported out of the copy. Back in Shi Yun's office, Guanzu immediately took out the Book of the Second Turning. Golden light flickered, and the Book of Two Turns transformed into bits of starlight that merged into Guanzu's body. A warm current flowed through him, and Guanzu felt that his body was undergoing a radical change, every cell cheering as his strength climbed. Congratulations on completing your second turn. Level cap raised to 200. All attributes increased by 10,000 tons. You possess the Void God Aura. You've gained an additional 100% boost, and your current attributes have increased by 20,000. Acquired Emerald Talent, Summoning Spirit Teleportation. You can gather a teleportation circle and instantly teleport all summoned spirits to a designated location. Acquisition of gold level talent, base Stonehenge. You can set up a stone pillar that serves as a base, and other summon spirits that can't follow, can appear in the base. What a powerful talent! Guanzu said in surprise, this will allow me to mobilize summoning spirits at any time, and in one breath, I can summon all of them. With a thought, an emerald green aperture appeared in his palm. Between the flashes of the aperture, Sun Wukong, Piggyback and the others instantly appeared in front of him. Ha, this spell is good. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, it'll be easier to fight in the future. Master's current aura is much stronger than before. Xian Xing said with a smile. Shi Yun said, base stone pillar is also a good skill. Summon spirits have a variety of functions. Apart from fighting, there are also some summon spirits that specialize in mining, cutting down trees, and manufacturing types. Yes. Guanzu laughed. Shi Yun nodded with satisfaction. After the second turn, your potential has been stimulated even more. The current you is fully qualified to go to the abyssal battlefield. Your task now is to break through the summoning spirits, all of them, to the second turn as well. Sun Wukong said, after Azu's second turn, my old grandson's level cap, too, has broken through. Quickly, second turn, this body of the old pig is okay to bully miscellaneous fishes, and it's not good to deal with some fifth turn powerhouses. My old pig doesn't want to be so weak. Piggy also grunted. Shi Yun rolled his eyes. Look at that. Is that a human word? You've only just turned 2. Why can't you beat 5? Does that make you feel bad? Shi Yun took out a bunch of materials from his storage ring and set them on the desk. These are the basic materials needed for the summoning spirit to break through to the second turn. Azu, I've prepared them all for you. He pointed to a pile of crystal clear crystals. These are soul crystals, which can help summon spirits to stabilize their souls. Pointing to a few more stones that shimmered with colorful light, this is the elemental heart, which allows the summoning spirit to master more powerful elemental powers. However, Shi Yun paused, the most important core material, the second turning source crystal, requires you to obtain it yourself. This is something that must be accomplished by the indentured servant personally to complete the task. Guanzu asked curiously, second turn source crystals, where can I obtain them? The spirit cultivating pagoda, the abyssal battlefield. Shi Yun said in a deep voice, these are places where one can obtain second turning source crystals. Abyssal battlefield. That's where father disappeared. Guanzu frowned, that place was a must for him. By the way, Azu, didn't I say that when you turn 2, I'll give you a gift that will satisfy you? After saying that, Shi Yun took out a crystal clear runestone from his storage ring, and the surface of the runestone flickered with mysterious patterns. This is the gift I prepared for you, the second turn origin runestone. Shi Yun said with a smile, it can extract the words from the equipment and permanently add them to the runestone. Guanzu's eyes lit up, so, I can extract the extra summon follow slot from the platinum staff? That's right. Shi Yun nodded, that way, even if you change to a new weapon in the future, this ability won't disappear. After all, the most important thing for a summoner is the number of summons. Thank you so much, Mr. Xie. Guanzu was overwhelmed with excitement. This runestone was, indeed, the most useful thing for him. Joe, you've already gone through the entrance exams. From today onwards, you are an official student of the Chopping Star Academy. Let me show you the dormitory that the academy has divided for you. Aha! Guanzu nodded his head. Even though the Star Chopper Academy and his home, Donghai City, were more than 100,000 kilometers away from each other, there was no need to panic at all. Shi Yun only had to scratch the space, and he would be able to go home at any time. The two left the office. The Star Chopper Academy covered a huge area, the size of a city. After going out, some of the people they encountered greeted Shi Yun and looked at Guanzu with curious eyes. They all knew that this elementary school brother was this year's global top student. Hello, elementary school brother. A beautiful woman with a pill hair comb smiled and waved at Guanzu. What do you call a schoolmate? Guanzu is the only heavenly pride of the academy, and his authority is equal to that of the vice principal. Her best friend next to her, hurriedly disliked her twice with her elbow and whispered, ah, so much power. Brother Joe, hello. The pill-headed beauty, hurriedly changed her words. Hello, two school sisters. Guanzu smiled gently. After Guanzu left, both beauties had a feeling of being flattered. Guanzu Tianjiao, really so down to earth. And handsome. The great sage behind him, with his golden armor and golden light, looks even more handsome. I still think Joe is more handsome. Chapter 76, Treatment of Heaven's Pride. Shi Yun led Guanzu through a pathway paved with green stone slabs. In the distance, a magnificent landscape estate comes into view. The towering walls were crawling with emerald green vines, and a few spirit pigeons hovered over the spires of the carved towers. This is my dormitory? Guanzu's eyes widened. That's right. Shi Yun said with a smile, as a core heavenly pride, you deserve to enjoy the best treatment. There is a spiritual vein underneath this landscape manor, and the concentration of spiritual chi is 50 times that of an ordinary dormitory. Pushing open the carved gate, a spacious courtyard appeared in front of him. Wigwams and flowing water, pavilions, and an open space dedicated to cultivation. It's too big here, isn't it? Guanzu was a little embarrassed. I'm the only one living here? Of course. Shi Yan nodded. You need a quiet environment to cultivate. Also, as a celestial pride, you need to cultivate some followers who specialize in working for you. But well, you probably don't need a little brother when you have a summoning spirit, huh? He pointed to a clearing in the center of the courtyard. This place will also allow your summoned spirits to move around. I've enchanted space runes in it. That clearing will be bigger than what you see from the outside world once you enter it. Sun Wukong immediately jumped out, weapon in hand, and spun around in the open space. Not bad, not bad, finally I can let go. Master, the aura here is indeed dense. Xian Chang also appeared and said, it's very helpful for our cultivation. Guanzu said in his heart, where is this a dormitory? This is simply a fairy cave and a cultivation novel. It was too grand, such a large venue, all to himself alone. This generous treatment from the Chopping Star Academy really made Guanzu somewhat flattered. Qi Yun stood in the courtyard and looked at the young man in front of him, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Azu, did you know? This year, our Star Chopper Academy's Genius Academy has enrolled more than 3,000 geniuses in total. That much? Guanzu was a bit surprised. However, on second thought, as one of the top 10 top academic institutions, with hundreds of billions of people in the country of Huaxia, recruiting so many geniuses wasn't too much. Qi Yun, it's also because of you that we were able to recruit so many geniuses this year. This recent period of time had made the academy famous, and it had also taken the first place in the world, and in the entire solar system, it had made a name for the Chopping Star Academy. In the past, less than 1,000 geniuses could be recruited each year, but this year it's tripled. After all, there existed humans from other galaxies, or the 10,000 races, and the Star Chopper Academy would also recruit some geniuses from other planets. After all, the local geniuses were really unable to snatch the other 9 great academies. There are a lot of people in the Genius Academy, but, Qi Yun smiled and raised a finger, in the Heavens Pride Department, you're the only one. Hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately puffed out his chest proudly, that's the kind of treatment I like. The Heavens Pride Department and the Genius Academy are different concepts. Qi Yun continued to explain, the students of the Genius Courtyard are at most a powerful party in the future. But the Heavens Pride Department is different, you are an existence with high hopes that can change the pattern of the world. Guanzu's throat quirked and he nodded thoughtfully, I understand, Mr. Qi, I will definitely work hard to live up to this honor. Right, Qi Yun suddenly remembered something, in a few days, it will be the commencement ceremony, and there will be quite a few people who will want to challenge you at that time. After all, it's an honor for them to defeat Heaven's Pride. In this world, the college entrance exams are globally standardized, and then the Heavenly Tao produces scores in real time. The exams are over and everyone knows their grades and rankings. Therefore it was easy to apply for the examination, and with the new type of light brain for data processing, almost on the same day, the people who went to the top academies had already enrolled and recruited. Xianqing smiled confidently, those people, I'm afraid they can't even defeat one of Master's summoned spirits. Qi Yun gave Guanzu some more information about the academy. Afterward, he took out a jade token from his bosom, which showed an emerald-like luster all over, with the word Tianzhou engraved on it, emitting a faint spiritual light. He handed the token to Guanzu, this is the Heaven's Pride token, representing your special status in the academy. With this token, all your needs within the academy can be fulfilled. Qi Yun explained with a smile, whether it's cultivation resources, gongfu books, or anything else, as long as you send a request through the token, the academy will send someone to assist you. You obtained a Heaven's Pride token from Qi Yun. Sun Wukong came over and looked at it, hey, this token is good. When I was hanging out in the Heavenly Court, I wasn't treated this well. Qi Yun's footsteps stalled when he heard Sun Wukong mention the Heavenly Court. He turned around and looked at this golden-armored monkey king with burning eyes, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Heavenly Court. Qi Yun repeated the word in a low voice, as if savoring the information it contained. Great sage, are you saying that you've really been to that legendary Heavenly Court? Sun Wukong shrugged his shoulders, his weapon gently turning in his hand. That's natural, I, Lao Sun, was an official in the Heavenly Court back then, and I was appointed as the Great Sage of Qitian, specializing in the Peach Garden. At that, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth, but those things are in the past. Qi Yun took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the vibrations within his heart. As the head of the Jinqing Academy, he knew that in this world, there had been a break in the Eastern mythological system, and many of the records had been covered up. Although through years of effort, they had unearthed some records about the Eastern divine system and knew that there had once existed a powerful Heavenly Court power, very little was known about the specific details. If there is an opportunity, I really want to ask the Great Sage to speak about the Heavenly Court in detail. Qi Yun said earnestly, a light of curiosity flashing in his eyes. This could be of significant help to our study of ancient mythological history. My old pig's name is not Lo, Monkey is the Great Sage of Qitian, and I am the Heavenly Puff Marshal. Pig Beiji held his round belly and said with a proud face, under me, I am in charge of 100,000 Heavenly River Water Army. Qi Yun's eyes widened when he heard this. He looked at the Monkey King and then at Inuyasha, too shocked to speak for a moment. As a scholar of ancient mythological civilizations, he knew all too well what this meant. No wonder Guangji and Xianshang would call the two of them martial and great sage. So this was their positions. That Heavenly River Water Army is specifically. Qi Yun was just about to ask in detail, but he realized that Piggy suddenly frowned, as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't. It's useless. Sun Wukong shook his head, his weapon gently turning in his hand. The rules of this heaven and earth are different. There are some things that simply can't be said. It's as if they're sealed by something. But there's no rush. Inuyasha grinned. Now that I'm the summoned spirit of Azu, after my strength increases step by step, the heavenly Tao of this world won't be able to seal my mouth. This heavenly puff marshal, he doesn't even fear the heavenly Tao of this world? Today, this information had doubly shocked Qi Yun. Azu, I'll leave first. Qi Yun turned around and left, to tell his master, Grand Venerable Thousand Crane, about these matters. His figure then disappeared into the courtyard. Guanzu held the warm token in his hand and felt the spiritual energy flowing through it. This small token carried the Academy's expectations of him and represented his future responsibilities. I will not fail Mr. Qi and the Academy. After Qi Yun left, Guanzu took out the summoning spirit 10 consecutive draws that had been rewarded for winning the global #1 spot in the previous college entrance exams. Chapter 77 10 consecutive draws. Mythic Hero. The courtyard was dense with aura, and fine points of light flowed through the air. Guanzu held the 10 consecutive drawing rune stone, and the spiritual energy in his body surged into it. You've consumed the summoning spirit deck. Starting direct contract spirit summoning extraction. Brilliant rays of light rose to the sky, and 10 figures slowly appeared in Guanzu's world of consciousness. There's no step-by-step process of going to other worlds to catch monsters, the equivalent of skipping the transitions and going straight to the results with the assistance of Heaven's Way. The 7 white light shadows were the first to solidify, and they were generals in celestial armor, holding long spears in a valiant manner. The 2 purple light shadows were followed by 2 heavenly generals, holding a square heavenly painting halberd and carrying a longbow, with equally strong auras. The last golden light slowly appeared, divine light shone brightly, and mighty pressure filled the air. A valiant figure dressed in ancient hunting garb and carrying a divine bow appeared. Jesus! When Guanzu got a good look at the person's identity, he immediately had a surprised expression. Then, 10 figures materialized in reality. Sun shooting hero Hoi. The Sun Wukong's eyes exploded with light. I didn't expect you to be summoned as well. Hoi smiled slightly. Monkey, once we parted ways at the banquet in the heavenly court back then, I never expected to be reunited in this world. Ha ha ha. Pigsy also came over. Brother Hoi, you still have this divine bow. Marshal. Hoi nodded his head in greeting, then looked at Guanzu. Little master, I sense a special power within you that summons us to come. Hoi was stout, his body draped with flame veins, looking like the leader of a savage tribe in ancient times, but he spoke with an air of knowledge, going so far as to honor Guanzu as his young master. But then again, Guanzu was their summoner, and was indeed considered their leader. Guanzu said excitedly, it is truly an honor to summon Senior Hoi. Young master is polite. Hoi caressed his divine bow with his hand. The rules of this heaven and earth have limited our strength. However, as master grows, we will gradually regain our former divine might. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the figures of the 10 newly summoned spirits stood in a row in the courtyard, either shining with silver armor or with divine might. Hoi's golden divine light and the Monkey King's golden armor mirrored each other, illuminating the entire courtyard like a fairyland. With Hoi joining us, we're a stronger team. Sun Wukong said excitedly, I wonder if he'll be able to rise to 5 stars as well, just like my old grandson? Shenqing smiled and explained, Master, Senior Hoi had a high starting point as a golden mythic grade summoning spirit. The strength of 1 star is comparable to other summoning spirits with 3 stars. Guanzu was overjoyed in his heart. Today's 10 consecutive draws had simply drawn the grand prize. However, he only has 2 divinity crystals on hand right now, so he can only upgrade Hoi to 2 stars. The aura within the courtyard swirled in the setting sun's afterglow, creating a gorgeous halo. Guanzu immediately checked Hoi's attribute panel. Name Hoi, the hero who shoots the sun. Star rating, 1 star. Level, LV1. Talents, Marksman, Mythic, Heart of Flame, Mythic, Hero's Blood, Mythic. Attributes, Strength 310,000, Agility 280,000, Physique 250,000, Spirit 190,000. Skills, Piercing Arrow LV1, Flaming Arrow LV1, Divine Arrow Arc LV1. Battle Strength Assessment, 135 stars. Because of Guanzu's Void God aura, coupled with various additions, Hoi's attributes were extremely high when he first appeared. Hoi is a golden mythic summoning spirit of the same level as the Monkey King, and actually has similar attributes to the Monkey King. Elder Hoi's attributes. 1 star and it's so strong. The little Chi Dragon Xianqing said in surprise. This is nothing. Sun Wukong grinned, when oldie rises to 5 stars, then it will be truly awesome. Guanzu took out 2 divinity crystals and a bottle of advanced spirit cultivation pill from his storage ring, and the crystal clear pills shone brightly in the sunlight. Hoi, these are for you to enhance your strength. Hoi took it with a smile, many thanks, little master. Use the advanced spiritual elixir to increase your level to 100. Attributes followed suit and sword. Use of divinity crystals, star level upgrade, 1 star 2 stars. The golden light skyrocketed, countless blazing sun and flame runes emerged around Hoi, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him. Gaining a new talent, Arrow God's Field. Acquired new skill, 9 days of continuous shooting. Attribute explosion boost. Current attributes, strength 1. 02 million, agility 0. 89 million, physique 0. 90 million, spirit 0. 78 million. So strong. Xianqing marveled, with Hoi around, the team has an additional means of long-range attack as well. Ha ha. Inuyasha laughed. Back then, when Oldie shot down 9 suns with 1 arrow, it was no joke. Hoi gently stroked the divine bow. The heavenly Tao suppression in this world prevents me from exerting my full strength. But as my little master's strength rises, I believe that one day I will be able to recreate the elegance of that time. Guanzu nodded. When I obtain the second turning source crystal, I'll be able to help you all break through the second turning. In addition, Guanzu also took out the Pui Lingdan and raised the 2 purple heavenly generals and 7 white heavenly soldiers to level 100. Guanzu said, normally, you guys will look after the house for me, and when the time comes, I will add some facilities, in the manner. Purple Heavenly General Xiao Yuan laughed, Master, although we are nowhere near as powerful as the Great Sage and Hoi and the others, but those of us who were able to ascend to the Heavenly Court and become Heavenly Soldiers and Generals were all top geniuses of a large region back then as well. In addition to fighting, we also master many skills, such as array formation, alchemy, artifact refining, medicine refining, cultivation, and so on. Master, if there's anything you need us to do, just say it, and we'll do it. These people were rewarded by Guanzu's Pui Lingdan, and after eating it, the God Realm essence received unprecedented feedback. That kind of benefit was even more terrifying than the old official's 10-turn golden pill, and it was even more explosive than the effects of their millions of years of cultivation. It was also for this reason that they were even more obedient and loyal to Guanzu. In the courtyard, Hoi stood at the forefront, his golden divine light intertwined with the flames, setting off an ancient, mythical aura. What they didn't know was that at this moment, Qi Yun was reporting the events of the day to the Thousand Crane Grand Venerable, the General Hall of Education located in the Dragon Capital, the residence of Grand Venerable Thousand Crane. Inside this place, there is another heaven. It was clearly noontime, but in the sky of this place, there was a bright moon hanging high in the sky, which was truly mysterious. It was an ancient bamboo building, surrounded by verdant bamboos, and the moonlight passed through the bamboo forest, casting dappled light and shadow on the ground. Qi Yun stood within the bamboo building, reporting the day's findings to Grand Venerable Thousand Crane. Sandalwood incense curled up inside the bamboo building, and the aroma of tea overflowed. Master, big deal. Big deal. What's wrong? Panic. Chizuru took a small sip of fragrant tea and laughed. If it was truly urgent, Qi Yun would have smashed his door down. But this time it was pushed open to come in, so that meant that it was big, but not serious. Those summoned spirits of Azus come from really big places. Qi Yun looked excited. How big? Sun Wukong said he was once the great sage of Qi Tian, and Piggy even called himself the Marshal of the Heavenly Puff, commanding 100,000 Heavenly River water armies. Grand Venerable Thousand Crane was originally sipping tea. When he heard these words, the teacup in his hand trembled violently, spilling a few drops of emerald green tea. I'll go. So big. Chapter 78, Triple Student Union Robbers. The Heavenly Court? Grand Venerable Thousand Crane stood up in shock, his long beard trembling slightly. Are you sure they're talking about that mythical Heavenly Court? Grand Venerable Thousand Crane was dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe, his beard and hair were white, and his eyes were shining. Yes, master, or else could I come over and tell you? Qi Yun nodded his head, and the most incredible thing is that they said that there are some things that are sealed by the rules of this heaven and earth, and they can't speak at all. The Heavenly Tao seals. Great Venerable Master Qianhe muttered, his eyes flashing with essence. This means that those things involve the origin secrets, which is why they are deliberately shielded by the Heavenly Tao. Thousand Crane Great Venerable One paced back and forth, his voice heavy. Qi Tian De Shang. Tian Peng Yuan Shui. According to the analysis of some of the information we have unearthed now, these are the topmost existences in the ancient myths. Qi Yun, do you know what this means? Grand Venerable Thousand Crane suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Qi Yun with a burning gaze. Qi Yun respectfully said, please guide me, master. This means that Ancestor Guan is most likely the one chosen by the Heavenly Tao. Grand Venerable Thousand Crane spoke in a solemn tone, to be able to summon these existences and still have them follow willingly, this is no coincidence. Outside the bamboo building, the evening wind blew through the bamboo forest, emitting a rustling sound. A bright moon hung high, adding a mysterious atmosphere. Now that the abyssal invasion is intensifying, humanity is at its most critical moment. Grand Venerable Thousand Crane sighed, perhaps, Ancestor Guan is truly the hope bestowed upon us by the heavens, a miracle man capable of leading mankind through this difficult time. Master is right. Qi Yun nodded, that's why I arranged for him to be placed in the best cultivation manner, giving him the highest level of treatment. Grand Venerable Thousand Crane said approvingly, make sure to cultivate Guanzu with all your might, his growth is related to the future of the entire human race. The sunlight sprinkled in the courtyard of the Star Chopper Academy, a few flying birds shuttled between the rockery and the flowing water, and the blades of grass swaying in the wind flickered with crystalline points of light. Guanzu Tianzhou. Where is Guanzu Tianzhou? I'm the president of the Wolfpack Student Association, Sherbaotian. A lanky boy strutted into the courtyard, and he was followed by several elite cadres. Sherbaotian was wearing a silver-gray school uniform with gnarled muscles, his face was as tough as a knife, and his eyes were filled with confidence and arrogance. Oh, the student council is here? Guanzu was discussing things with the summoned spirits and turned to look at the visitor. Ha, Guan ancestors' heavenly pride, it's better to see it than to hear it 100 times. It's really as handsome as rumored, Sherbaotian said with bravado. Guanzu Tianzhou, our Wolfpack Student Association has always been committed to cultivating strong individuals. Your talent is so amazing that you got the #1 spot globally and defeated the equivalent of a fourth turn, Dong Mingyue. We invite you to join the Wolfpack and assume the position of vice president directly. Before the words left his mouth, there was another sound of footsteps from outside the courtyard, only to see a group of students dressed in white robes walk in, headed by a youth with a gentle temperament. I am Li Qingyun, president of the Nandu Student Association. The youth arched his hand and saluted. We've all heard about Guanzu Tianzhou's deeds. To be able to summon an existence such as Qi Tian de Shang is truly admirable. We, Nandu, focus on the study of ancient civilizations, and on our hands, we have a large number of books on the summoning law system. If you are willing to join, you will surely be able to obtain a great deal of valuable information about the summoning domain. Li Qingyun spoke courteously. Moreover, come to our guild and immediately become the vice president. At most half a year, I will go down. Li Qingyun laughed. Wait. Inside the 3 university student guilds, if you want to add it, you should also join the most ancient, oldest, and most established Chopping Star Student Union. Another group of people poured in from outside, to be named after the academy, our gold content, imagine. Besides, we're not like the 2 of them bending over backwards. You come in and just become president. We all listen to you. I'll go. Guanzu's scalp tingled a bit. What are you doing? What are you doing? He had only just become a full-fledged student of the Star Chopper Academy, and as a result, one by one, he was invited to be the president and vice president. No way. Luo Yun, you're giving out the presidency straight away? Sherbaotian was surprised. Not to mention anything else, if you can beat the fourth-turn powerhouses, do you think you're qualified to command the Guanzu Heavenly Pride? Fair enough. Brother Zhu, come to me and become the president straight away. Come to my wolf pack and stand on my head when you go out from now on, Sherbaotian said as he patted his chest. Brother Zhu, we have many beautiful women in Nandu. We wolves have a lot of fierce men. Add us to Chopping Star. The 3 assembly presidents, all of whom were at the peak of the third revolutions, began to frantically snatch people as soon as they appeared. Guanzu looked at the men and women of the 3 University Students Association in front of him and laughed. I appreciate the good intentions of all of you, but I just came to the Chopping Star Academy, so I still need time to get to know the situation here. Tianzhou is right. Li Qingyun nodded his head. We will give you ample time to think about it, and the door of Nandu is always open for you. Sherbaotian, however, was a bit anxious. Guanzu, the Wolfpack is the most suitable place for you. We have a specialized training ground with all kinds of rare resources. Of course, you want girls, there are. Sherbaotian, why don't you bring over a girl if you have one there? Is it because it's stronger than you, huh? Luo Yun laughed. Sun Wukong was happy to hear this. Ha, you little dolls, you're good at coming to rob people. The great sage is joking. Xing Yunli said respectfully, we are indeed sincere in wanting to invite the Heavenly Pride to join us. The people from the 3 university student unions went back and forth, each displaying their own advantages. The conditions they offered were one more favorable than the other. Everyone, I still want to be alone for the time being. Guanzu politely rejected the 3 parties in the end. It won't be too late for me to make a decision once I've familiarized myself with the academy's environment. Shenxing laughed from the side. Master is right, after all, we're new here and don't really understand yet. There's no rush on this. Ho Yi also nodded his head, feeling the summoned spirit around Guanzu, that terrifying sense of oppression. After all, they were all million-level attributes, and one should know that this attribute was already comparable to some top-tier 4th turns, or ordinary early-stage 5th turn powerhouses. Seeing Guanzu's firm attitude, the people from the 3 university student associations couldn't say anything more, so they could only take their leave first. But before they left, they all said that they would welcome Guanzu at any time. After they left, Guanzu said, let's go brush a wave of the spirit cultivating Dan Tower first. I hit the 295th floor before, but I haven't brushed it seriously since. This time, we will strive to kill up to the 350th floor. Guanzu set a goal. Subsequently, the crowd arrived at the small world where the Pei Ling Dan Tower was located through the teleportation array. The huge jade-colored tower shimmered with a mysterious luster under the swirling stars and rivers. The tower was inscribed with countless complicated runes, as if telling a mysterious ancient legend. Beiji, I'm telling you, the black dragon inside this spirit-cultivating Dan Tower is not something to be dealt with. Sun Wukong said as he twirled his weapon. Last time, Azu and I, we only managed to knock down over 200 floors. Then this time, we must kill our way into the 1000th floor. Inuyasha patted his chest. Sun Wukong, it's not that easy. When you go in, the black dragon will rise exponentially with each level by level. When we first started, we fought a normal black dragon at first, and then that black dragon was already able to spit out eggs, summoning a large group of young dragons that mastered various attributes. And then later, go in and just turn on the spit for seconds. But with you this time, you'll be able to protect Azu. Exponential boosting, that might indeed be a bit difficult. The 8th ring smacked his lips. Now, Guanzu had 5 following bits. The original 4 summoning spirits now had an extra Hoi. But it's different now. Guanzu smiled. With Hoi joining us, we have even more long-range firepower. That black dragon is flying around in the sky, so we'll shoot him down. Chapter 79 Battle against the Pui Ling Dan Tower. The Perling Dan Tower towered over the clouds, its body crystal clear and emitting a faint spiritual light. The tower was surrounded by a band of starry river light, with countless stars flickering in between, as if a galactic waterfall was dropping down from the sky. Guanzu led the summoning spirits toward the Dan Tower while introducing the newcomer Hoi. This is the Pui Ling Dan Tower, the holy land for summoning lineage professionals around the world. People came and went in the hall, and there were conversations of various professionals. A huge curtain of light hovered in mid-air, displaying the leaderboards of each transfer level. Ha! Isn't that Guanzu Tianjiao? A young man in a blue vestment robe pointed at Guanzu and said, no wonder I can't see his name on the first turn list anymore. So it's already the second turn. Yeah. Last time he rushed to over 200 floors in one breath, setting a new record for a first turn professional. Another red-haired girl said excitedly. Hoi looked around and marveled. Little master, this Danta is truly extraordinary. Each layer contains powerful spatial laws. The surrounding crowd began to stir as many people recognized Guanzu and stopped to watch. They were curious about this genius who had set several records. I wonder how many tiers Guanzu Tianjiao will be able to rush to this time. I heard that his summoning spirit is the Qi Tian de Shang who head up Dong Mingyu. Now there's a new summoning spirit. This lineup is too luxurious. Porky Pig laughed with his round belly. Azua, when are we going to go in and let these black dragons see how powerful we are? Guanzu smiled faintly. There's no hurry. I'll go turn in a quest and collect my reward. Right, Xian Chang reminded. Master is now a second turn professional, so you can go and collect some special rewards that might help the summoning spirits with their second turn breakthroughs. The leaderboards on the light screen flashed continuously, displaying the challenge records of professions of various ranks. Although Guanzu's name had disappeared from the first turn list, the record he created was still branded above the all-time number 1. Guanzu said, go get your reward first. Guanzu tapped on the system panel. Special reward for Pirin Danta. Second turn summoners can obtain second turn source crystals. You get 1 for each level you pass. You have completed levels 101 to 200, and you have obtained a second turn source crystal times 100. Guanzu completed the pass back in the day, but unfortunately it couldn't be claimed on turn 1 at the time. Now it's straight up all claimed in one bite. 100 source crystals, just enough for one summoning spirit to advance to the second turn level. With the second turning source crystal, we'll be able to break through the second turning. Guanzu said excitedly. I'll upgrade Monkey first. In the square of the Pei Ling Dan Tower, radiant light flowed out from the surrounding jade walls, illuminating the entire space like a fairyland. Guanzu stood on the Star River formation in the center of the hall, holding 100 crystal clear second turning source crystals. Monkey, these source crystals are all yours. Guanzu handed the source crystals to the Monkey King. With this, you'll be able to break through to the second turn. A golden light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes and he scratched his hair excitedly. Hey, you're really something, Azu. Give it to my old grandson to use, and I guarantee you won't regret it. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged as 100 source crystals surrounded him, forming a perfect circle. Golden light burst out from the source crystals, interweaving into a radiant web of energy that enveloped the Great Sage. The Great Sage is going to break through. Xian Cheng said excitedly, this aura is more powerful than any breakthrough I've ever seen. He also nodded his head in admiration, worthy of being the Great Sage of Qi Tian. This kind of aura has surpassed the limits of summoned spirits of the same rank. Suddenly, there was a burst of thunder and lightning in the sky. Sun Wukong's body began to glow, and a huge golden phallic figure loomed behind him, the body of a 100-foot-tall ape, holding a weapon, majestic and incomparable. Roar! Sun Wukong raised his voice to the sky. Sun Wukong, the Great Sage of Qi Tian, has used 100 second turn source crystals to successfully break through to second turn, raising his level cap to 200. Huge boost in attributes. Current properties. Strength 3. 7 million, Agility 3. 2 million, Physique 3. 5 million, Spirit 2. 8 million. The entire small world of professionals were shocked by the scene and stopped to watch. This is the might of a second turn great saint? A young cultivator trembled. It's simply beyond imagination. Piggy said laughingly, Monkey is also too high profile. The golden light gradually converged, and Sun Wukong opened his eyes shining brightly. His aura was more than 10 times more powerful than before. His entire body exuded a Taoist rhythm of returning to the basics. Ha ha! Sun Wukong somersaulted into midair. Azu, my old grandson is now filled with power. It's so much stronger than before. The system tone then sounded. Congratulations! Sun Wukong breaks through to the second turn. Get a new talent. Mountain-bearing divine power, can lift 10,000 mountains. Great Sage Dharma, summoning the 100-foot golden body Dharma. Gain new skills. Perfect dodge. After perfect dodge, you become invincible for 3 seconds, while your speed increases by 5 times, and you can instantly move behind the target to complete a counterattack. Stick Shadow 1000 stacks, 1 stick transforms into 1000, infinite stick shadow damage is added to the attack. Monkey is awesome now. Guanzu's eyes glittered with excitement. Let's go challenge the Black Dragon at a higher level now. Let's go inside. Guanzu stood on the teleportation array with the 5 summoning spirits, ready to begin a new challenge. The higher up the monster goes, the stronger it gets, and the dragon's breath does high damage. Xian Shang reminded, we have to deal with it carefully. No harm done. Sun Wukong grinned, his weapon gently rotating in his hand. With me, I'll make sure to kill it without leaving a single piece of armor. You have entered the 287th floor of the Spirit Pendant Tower. The light flashed and the crowd appeared in the 287th floor of the space. Inside the Pei Lingdan Tower, rivers of stars flowed, runes flashed, and mysterious energies surged through the air. A massive black dragon was hibernating in the shadows, and when it saw Guanzu appear, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and pounced. Joe, come in. Piggyback was quick on his feet and immediately cast a secret spell to protect Guanzu in his brow space. The black dragon pounced, roaring angrily and pulling away, ready to perform its best dragon egg skill. Don't even think about it. Hui's divine ba was instantly drawn to full strength, 9 days of continuous shooting. The golden arrows cut through space like meteors, and each arrow contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The arrows hit those unformed dragon eggs with precision, annihilating them. Minus 51 billion. Blitz. Minus 2. 8 billion. Minus 5. 2 billion. Blitz. Under the continuous rain of arrows, the black dragon was shot into a sieve without even being able to utter a scream. The 287th floor black dragon died, and you gain 1000 Pui Lingdan. Heavens! Guanji exclaimed, Elder Hui's archery is truly terrifying in its power. Just like that, with the cooperation of the 5 summoning spirits, Guanzu was unstoppable all the way and soon rushed to the 332nd floor. However, just after entering this level, the sight in front of them made everyone freeze. 4 winged black dragons of different forms were coiled in 4 directions, their scales glittering with different luster. One end was entwined with lightning, one was covered in solid ice, one burned with flames, and one emanated intense poison. This is a bit tricky. Xian Chang looked grave, 4 black dragons with different attributes. Chapter 80, 360 levels. Phantom Dragon. Outside the Peeling Dan Tower, hundreds of professionals gathered in front of the huge light curtain, following Guanzu's challenge process with rapt attention. He's still so fast. 10 seconds or so a floor, that's how it was when he challenged before. 300 tier opening dragon breath, even some peak third turn couldn't carry it and would be killed in seconds. That's millions of seconds of horrific damage. How did he carry it through? Another 10 floors rushed. 320 floors up. It's only been a couple minutes. Geez, it's already 330 floors. Now Guanzu is firmly in place, first place in the second turn. It's a good thing he's not a third turn level summoner, or else the number 1 on the third turn list would be him. This kid is also too fierce. To hit the 332nd floor at the second turn? A burly man smacked his lips. It's really outrageous, but 332 floors is a hurdle. I remember that the 332nd floor was 4 black dragons appearing at the same time, each with a different elemental attribute. Even a 4th turn professional would have a hard enough time. The tall and thin youth next to him analyzed. At this moment, the world in the tower was open in space. The 4 black dragons were coiled in all directions, and the scene was shocking. The lightning black dragon was surrounded by purple thunder, the frost black dragon condensed ice crystals between breaths, the flame black dragon's scales were red like fire, and the poisonous black dragon's skin glowed with a bizarre green light. Xian Qing even had the feeling of being oppressed. But Sun Wukong's battle intent was raging. Ha ha, I, Lao Sun, have come to meet you. Sun Wukong's golden eyes widened, and the weapon in his hand instantly became 1,000 feet long. Heaven-breaking stick. 50 golden detachments appeared at the same time, their stick shadows flying. Minus 189 million. Blast. Minus 4. 5 billion. Minus 6. 7 billion. The flaming black dragon was struck so hard that its scales and armor cracked and its blood soared wildly. The frost black dragon tried to spit out ice, but was nailed directly into its mouth by a cloud-piercing rocket from Hui. Pull back first. The electric dragon saw the situation and spread its wings to escape. Trying to run? Battlefield taunt. Inuyasha roared in anger, his divine ability unleashed, his current attributes. 5 kilometers around, all under his firm control. Immediately, the electric dragon's eyes went scarlet and landed uncontrollably. Not good. The electric dragon was forced to pull back, right into Hoi's rain of arrows. 9 days of continuous shooting. The divine bow in Hoi's hand erupted with bright golden light, and 9 arrows whistled out with a heaven-destroying aura. -7. 8 billion. Highlights. -5. 6 billion. -8. 9 billion. Blows. The electric dragon's body was shot through 1,000 holes and fell to the ground with a loud crash. This is too much. Hiroshi looked dumbfounded. He couldn't help much in the battle now. The 3 golden summon deities are simply fierce and invincible. The black dragon was killed, and Guanzu immediately picked up the items. You've gained 2,000 pills. After 300 layers, a full layer gives 2,000 pills. The great sage and his teamwork is too well coordinated, destroying 4 black dragons in a single glance. Holy! Guanzu passed. That's 4 black dragons. No! It would be nice to see a video replay. The outside of the Peeling Dan Tower was abuzz with countless professionals excitedly discussing and murmuring. Keep charging upwards. Guanzu's voice came from Inuyasha's brow. Let's see where our limits are. Okay. Sun Wukong smiled. I'm all energized now. With a flash of light, the crowd disappeared into place, heading for a higher level challenge. Pushing all the way across the room, Guanzu never slowed down in his rush for the tower. Outside, it's a hell of a lot of people. 340 floors. 350 floors. Oh my god. It's 360 stories already. The monsters there, they've all reached trillions of blood, right? Guanzu he just turned 2. On the 360th floor of the Peeling Dan Tower, the space was even more open than before, with the river of stars flowing overhead and runic rays intertwining into a web. A massive phantom dragon lay on its back in the center, its body sometimes solid, sometimes illusory, as if it was wandering between 2 dimensions. This was a land dragon species that didn't give birth to wings, but was as mountainous and behemothic as a mountain, with a pair of eyes that were the size of a house, and looked terrifying. This is as far as it goes, griffins. The phantom dragon looked down condescendingly at Guanzu's group, his voice filled with contempt. This will be your burial place. Inuyasha patted his stomach. Let's try it then, little creep. You seek death. The phantom dragon suddenly disappeared, appearing behind Inuyasha in the next moment, its huge dragon claws slapping down carrying a spatial crack-like fluctuation. Humph! True Lord Mighty! Inuyasha shouted angrily, his body soared to 600 meters tall and grabbed the dragon's claw. The collision of the 2 behemoths caused the entire space to tremble. The runic light network fluctuated violently, and countless pieces of debris flew. The earth trembled. What a great strength! A hint of surprise flashed through the phantom dragon's eyes, but how about this? Its body suddenly vaporized and escaped from Inuyasha's palm, instantly appearing on the side of the 8 rings. Boom! A claw followed, slashing at Inuyasha's back. -15. 71 million. Inuyasha's blood level dropped, and by the time he reached the 300th floor, the monsters were already set at the standard of the 4th turn level. Piggy was clawed by this claw, slapped to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, are a little 7. 2 billion blood quantities, a decline of nearly 1%. Not a lot of blood loss, but it did hurt a bit. Seifu. I'll do it. Heaven-breaking stick. Crushing power. Sun Wukong charged forward with his weapon in hand. The phantom dragon laughed. Stupid. It instantly moved again and appeared on the side of the Monkey King, its dragon tail lashing out like a whip. Just in the nick of time, Sun Wukong's body flashed, perfectly dodging the trigger. His figure instantly disappeared and appeared behind the phantom dragon, his weapon already smashing down on his head. What? The phantom dragon let out a cry of surprise. Bang! -18. 9 billion. Blast! This stick went down, directly bombarded a stunned state. The phantom dragon head on the stars rotated, the body shook violently, wanting to end the stun early. Damn it, stinking body, move for me. The phantom dragon tried to move, but its body was stiff as hell. Fixation technique. The Monkey King struck again, a golden light hitting the phantom dragon. A single word of determination carved into the void. I'll go. The phantom dragon was, for once, even more immobile. Summoning spirit reinforcement formation. Guanzu rushed to open the formation. The current monster, with trillions of blood, had to impose a reinforced formation to be able to be killed in seconds. It's now. Hoi drew his divine bow to full capacity, 9 days of consecutive shots. The divine archery technique. Earth-splitting palm. Turbulent wind slash. Fire dance blade wheel. The Akatsuki blade in Hiroshi's hand ignited into flames. Split art. Stick shadow 1,000 stacks. 50 golden figures of Sun Wukong appeared at the same time. Sticks wheeled and smashed, phantoms like mountains. Xian Cheng maneuvered the elemental chains to wrap around, elemental blast. Intense attacks poured down like torrential rain. The phantom dragon's body was riddled with holes. -46. 5 billion. -23. 4 billion. -5. 7 billion. -45. 12 million. minus 3,241 million. It finally dissipated into bits of starlight with an unwilling roar. You have killed the Phantom Dragon Lord. You have gained the spiritual elixir times 4,000. 360th floor cleared. Phew. Inuyasha wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's true that the further back the guys are, the worse they are to deal with. Thanks to Monkey's perfect dodge. Shen Qing laughed. If it wasn't for this, it would have been really hard to find an opportunity. That's right. Sun Wukong scratched his hair proudly, but this phantom dragon does have two tricks up its sleeve. Chapter 81, Traveling to the Abyssal Battlefield. Polinden Tower 388 floors. A massive five-clawed golden dragon was perched in the center, its scales glistening with a metallic luster, each piece as big as a door panel. Is this the lord of the 388th floor? The aura is so strong. Shen Qing marveled. The golden dragon looked down at the crowd, a contemptuous glint in his eyes. Its dragons might oppress the air, and the surrounding network of runic light fluctuated continuously. Griffins, you're already amazing for making it this far. The golden dragon laughed coldly. However, this is the end of the line for you. Arrogant. Guangji gripped the red-tide blade. Master, let's go together. The golden dragon suddenly opened its bloody mouth and a golden dragon flame gushed out. The blazing temperature caused the air to distort, and wherever the dragon flame passed, even the runic light net was burned to a nuisance. Look out! Guanzu shouted. But Long Yan's speed was too fast. Shen Chang and Guangji couldn't dodge and were instantly devoured. -7. 8 billion. -8. 9 billion. The two summoned spirits were directly killed in seconds and dissipated into points of light. Damn it! Sun Wukong roared. Fixation. The golden light flashed, and a huge word ding appeared above the golden dragon's head. Summoning Spirit Reinforcement Formation. Guanzu immediately cast the formation, a radiant battle aura that enveloped the three main summoning spirits. 9 days of continuous shooting. Hui drew his divine bow to full capacity, and a rain of small sun-like arrows exploded. Earth-splitting palm. Inuyasha roared angrily and rushed forward, slamming his big palm. Heaven-breaking stick. Stick shadow 1,000 stacks. Sun Wukong's split body surrounded him, and his stick shadow was like a mountain. Intense attacks poured down like a torrential downpour, and the golden dragon's scales were constantly chipped by the blows, but its life value was just too terrifying. -267 billion. -48. 9 billion. -13. 4 billion. Ha ha ha. The golden dragon laughed wildly. Although you guys are strong, you're not strong enough to kill me. After 3 minutes of intense fighting, the golden dragon's blood level was still at 3%. Phew. The golden dragon, somewhat palpitating, looked at Guanzu as his figure gradually faded and was teleported out. Copy time is up. You will be forcibly teleported out of your copy. It's a pity. Hui sighed. It was just a little bit close. It's true that the higher up you go, the more difficult it gets. The blood is too thick to kill. Inuyasha shook his head. Sun Wukong said, yes. Our current strength, up to this point, is the limit. Even if we can get through this level by chance, we won't be able to get through the next level. Not enough output. They're still here sadly, but the discussion is already heating up outside. White light flashed, and the crowd was teleported out of the Peiling Dan Tower. The crowd outside boiled over as countless professionals excitedly discussed. Oh my god, 388 floors. That's already broken the record for a third-turn professional. Guanzu is simply a monster. What a miracle to witness. To be able to fight to this extent with only his second turn, when he turns 3, won't he be on the 500 tier? Really mean. After seeing Guanzu come out. In the square outside the Peiling Dan Tower, guild representatives from various countries swarmed around, their gazes all focused on Guanzu, who had just created a miracle. Guanzu Tianjiao. I am Jack, the president of the North American Federation Wings of Freedom Guild. A tall blonde man stepped forward. As long as you're willing to join us, you'll be paid 100 million gold coins per year, plus 10 pieces of gold equipment. Sun Wukong sneered, hee hee, 100 million gold coins and you want to invite Arazu? 200 million. No, 300 million. Another middle-aged man in fancy clothes squeezed forward. I'm the vice president of the European Union's Sword of Dawn. We can give you the highest specification. The square was filled with clamor as the representatives of the major guilds scrambled to offer their conditions, some even directly throwing out a sky-high price of 1 billion gold coins. I appreciate the good intentions of all of you. Guanzu smiled and shook his head, but I have no intention of joining any guild for the time being. Hui stood behind Guanzu, his hand caressing his divine bow. The young master has already made his statement, so all of you please return. Hui's aura was terrifying, and when he said this, those people made way for a path. A tall, thin man wearing a monocle was about to say something, remembering that Hayek had been blackmailed by the great venerable one of the 1,000 cranes some time ago, and dismissed any other thoughts. Let's go. Inuyasha patted his stomach. These people are too annoying. Let's go back to the academy. Guanzu nodded and walked towards the teleportation array. Blue light lit up at his feet, runes flowed in space distorted. When the light dispersed, the familiar complex of the Star Chopper Academy was already in front of him. The harvest this time is good. Shen Qing laughed. Master's current ranking is now firmly at number 1 in the second turn. Guanji added, and having obtained so many spirit-cultivating pills, it's enough for us to raise our strength. Go back to the manor. Guanzu said, stepping forward, it's time to plan out the rest of our cultivation program. Now that Guanzu has also reached the second turn, you can gain experience value again by brushing copies. Some of the copies in the current world have rewards that are inferior to those of the abyssal battlefield. So, Guanzu found Qi Yun once again. Mr. Qi, I want to visit the abyssal battlefield, Guanzu said as he opened the door. Qi Yun raised an eyebrow. The abyssal battlefield is not an ordinary place, there are many dangers there. The abyssal battlefield is a big world, and it's even possible to encounter 5th and 6th turn level abyssal monsters. I know. Guanzu's eyes glittered with determination. I want to try and then check for clues to my father's disappearance. Okay, let's go to your place. Inside the manor, the sunlight shed dappled light through the emerald green leaves. Qi Yun stood in the center, and complex spatial runes began to emerge around him. Zhu, since you're adamant about this, I'll help you open a stable spatial passage. Qi Yun made a seal with both hands and the air began to distort, followed by a stroke of his finger as a blue spatial rift gradually took shape. This is the resident spatial passageway, Qi Yun explained, leading directly to the main camp of the Huaxia State military region in the abyssal battlefield. You can enter and exit through this rift at any time, but be careful. The abyssal battlefield is no place to fool around. Sun Wukong interjected from the side, don't worry, Qi Yun, Zhu has us along for the ride, it's those abyssal monsters that are dangerous. That's it. Inuyasha helped out. Qi Yun thought about it, and besides, he would keep an eye on Guanzu's safety and movements at all times. But he didn't just come out as soon as Guanzu was in danger. After all, Guanzu still needed to face danger and experience head-on his own. The spatial crack was like a blue mirror, with faint energy fluctuations constantly emanating from it. The runes on the edges of the cracks were faintly visible, emitting a mysterious luster. Qi Yun said solemnly, remember, on the battlefield of the abyss, life is more important than anything else. In case of danger, retreat at the first opportunity, understand? Because there are times when it might be too late for me to tear through space to save you. Understood. Guanzu nodded, his gaze firm. Chapter 82, Seizing the Golden Castle. Qi Yun took Guanzu and went through the rift to the abyssal world. You've entered the world of the abyssal battlefield. The abyssal battlefield, a great world in disrepair. Under the scarlet sky, countless black cracks spread across the sky like a spider web. In the distance, a lofty defensive great wall stretched across the sky, towering into the clouds. Runes flashed on the city walls, and energy shields flowed like waves of water, resisting the erosion of the abyss. Is this the abyssal battlefield? Guanzu looked up at the hideous rift in the sky with a grave expression. It was as if this place was a ruined land after experiencing divine and demonic turmoil in the end times. That's right, we speculate that this was originally a prosperous great world as well. Qi Yun explained. But since being invaded by the abyss, the whole world has turned into this. On the city walls, soldiers from various countries patrolled back and forth. They wore a variety of uniforms, from mechanical battle armor, to magical robes, to bio-armor. Look, over there are the Martian Federation soldiers, Qi Yun said as he pointed at a group of soldiers wearing red mechs. Their world was also invaded by the abyss. Sun Wukong held his weapon in his hand, his eyes flashing with battle intent. Humph. I'd like to see how powerful they are. Don't be careless. Hui looked serious. I can feel that there are some auras here that are even more powerful than the monsters in the Peiling Dan Tower. Hui, as an archer, is more resourceful to danger. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar in the distance. A huge abyssal beast was rampaging outside the city walls, its size comparable to a skyscraper, covered in pitch-black scales, and its 6 eyes flashed with a blood-red light. That's a turn 6 abyssal lord. A soldier exclaimed, quickly notify headquarters and activate the main cannon. Inuyasha scratched his head. This guy doesn't look like he'll be easy to deal with. 6 turns, not something he could touch right now. Indeed. Qi Yun nodded. The abyssal battlefield is the intersection of multiple worlds, and the monsters here have varying strengths. Some of them can even threaten 7th turn powerhouses. Zhu, let's report to the military region headquarters first. Qi Yun suggested. There are detailed task assignments there, suitable for your current strength. Inside the Great Wall of Defense is a massive fortress city. Humans from all worlds have built strong defenses here, vowing to keep the power of the abyss out. Good. Guanzu nodded. It was just as well that he wanted to find out what kind of mission his father had been on back then. Let's go. Qi Yun led the crowd towards the military region headquarters. Remember, you must be careful here. The power of the abyss is much more terrifying than you can imagine. In the sky, huge battleships flew by from time to time as they hovered over the city walls, ready to support the front line. Technology and magic from all worlds blend perfectly here to fight the threat of the abyss. There were 5 major military regions in the country of Huaxia, and the Abyssal Army was one of them, with the duty of specializing in defending against the invasion of the abyss. At the headquarters of the Chinese military region in the abyssal battlefield, a towering metal fortress stood on the inner side of the Great Wall of Defense. The outer wall of the fortress was engraved with complex runes, and from time to time there was energy light flowing, which was a protective formation against the erosion of the abyss. Qi Yun led Guanzu and his group to the headquarters hall, and within the wide hall, professionals traveled back and forth to receive their missions and head to the front lines. General Xiahou. Qi Yun saw a burly man in Chinese military uniform striding towards him. Xiahou Tian, the Grand General of the Chinese Abyssal Army, a seventh-turn sword soul. He had a robust physique and a resolute face, his right hand was wrapped in a white glove, his eyes were shining, and his body emanated a stern sword aura. Ha ha, Qi Yun, is this little friend Guanzu? So handsome looking. Xiahou Tian laughed brightly. Sekizhou scratched his head and smiled. I've heard that you made a big splash at the World Tournament, defeating that girl Dong Mingyu and fighting for our China. Guanzu saluted respectfully. General Xiahou is flattered. But no prizes. Xiahou Tian patted Guanzu's shoulder. You probably don't know that behind Dong Mingyu are the people of the Purple Moon Empire. They wanted to press to our Blue Star's professionals through the tournament, thwarting our sharpness and thus suppressing Blue Star's chi. Thanks to you winning and foiling their plot. This matter, Qi Yun had also spoken to Guanzu. However, at first, Guanzu hadn't thought so much about it, thinking that the Purple Moon Empire was just here to cross the stars and grab the first reward of the entrance exam. Xiahou Tian said, taking out an emerald green longsword from his spatial ring. The sword's body was crystal clear, the tip of the sword was glowing with a cold light, and strands of green energy swam around the sword. This emerald-grade magic sword is for you, as a meet and greet gift. Xiahou Tian smiled. It can raise all the skill levels of you and the summon spirit by 3 levels, which should be useful in the abyssal battlefield. Guanzu was a little surprised. Qi Yun laughed. Great General Xiahou gave it to you, so keep it. Great General Xiahou, just send a handful of them? I've got a pretty big demand for our Azu defense jewelry and stuff. Xiahou Tian knew that Qi Yun was joking. Could you, Qi Yun? You led your disciples over to rob them, didn't you? A second-turn emerald-grade weapon, and possessing an effect that was extremely fitting for a summoner, this was already a very rare treasure. You can see that General Xiahou did put some effort into it. Thank you, General. Guanzu received the magic sword with both hands. You have obtained the emerald-grade law sword, Heavenly Deer Law Sword. The entire sword was not long, after all, it was a magic sword used by Dharma cultivators. The body of the sword was engraved with runes, and the sword lattice was a jeweled jade in the shape of a deer's antler. Sun Wukong came forward to measure it. Hey, not bad, even my old grandson's skill, it's added 3. A good treasure indeed. Qi Yun nodded his head in admiration. The effective skill level +3 is considered top-notch amongst the 4th turn equipment. Xiahou Tian looked at the several mythic rank summoning spirits in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The aura of these summoning spirits was far too powerful than ordinary second-turn summoning spirits. Guanzu, how long are you going to stay in the abyssal battlefield? Xiahou Tian asked. Qi Yun said, I cut him a resident teleportation channel, so he can come in at any time. So, Guanzu said, I'll come to the abyssal battlefield often and look for clues about my father in the meantime. Xiahou Tian's expression stared. Your father. I remember him, he was a marvelous summoner. Don't worry, I'll look into it for you. It's happening right now. Inside the hall of the Abyssal Army's headquarters, a young intelligence officer walked briskly with a hint of anxiety on his face. Report General. The second-turn copy Golden Castle is about to be settled, and now there's a change of heart. The intelligence officer stood at attention and saluted. Originally, our side had the advantage, but Sakura Country and Kimchi Country suddenly joined forces and sent out several geniuses. Xiahou Tian frowned slightly and pulled up the real-time rankings on the holographic projection. The blue glow showed that the Cherry Blossom Coalition had taken 68 of the top 100 spots. Takeuchi Ryosuke and Kim Jisoo are both here. They led the team and got a high ranking. The intelligence officer added, based on the current points, it's likely that the right of attribution will fall into their hands after the replica is settled. Guanzu looked at the leaderboards, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. The other officers in the hall also looked grave. It seems like it's time for them to see the strength of our Huaxia heavenly pride. Xiahou Tian turned his head towards Guanzu, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. General, let me go. Guanzu volunteered to fight. This is the perfect opportunity to try out the newly acquired Emerald Dharma Sword. Sun Wukong flipped up into midair with a somersault cloud. Hey, Azu, let's kill them and show those guys what's up. That's right. Inuyasha patted his rounded stomach, a second-turn copy of the district. We're going in there to walk sideways. Xiahou Tian nodded in satisfaction and took out a golden token from his bosom. This is the lieutenant token of the Abyssal Army. With it you can teleport at will in all the military regions controlled by Huaxia. Xiahou Tian handed the token to Guanzu. Go on, let them see what it means to be a genius of Huaxia. Guanzu took the token, and the Emerald Dharma Sword shimmered in his hand. Qi Yun watched this scene, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Xiahou Tian was just as optimistic about Guanzu as himself. Xianqing interjected from the side, Master, should we study the information on this golden castle first? Hiroshi gripped the red-tide blade tightly, no need to look, it's going to be crushed anyway. Go! Guanzu put away the token, followed by a flash of golden light. Chapter 83, Brushing the map at extreme speed. The teleportation array of the abyssal battlefield flickered with blue light, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Guanzu and his summoned spirits stepped out of the light and quickly ran in the direction of the Golden Castle replica. The entrance to the Golden Castle replica was packed with people, and professionals from various countries were nervously following the leaderboards. A huge holographic projection hovered in the air, constantly flashing updated data. It's Guanzu Tianjiao. A professional from the Chinese military department exclaimed, he's here. The surrounding crowd immediately stirred, casting expectant gazes at Guanzu. Guanzu, you finally arrived. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked quickly. I'm Li Zhan, the head of the Chinese military department here. It's a bad situation right now. Guanzu nodded. Hello Captain Li, I just heard about the situation. May I ask how much time is left now? Li Zhan glanced at his wristwatch and looked grave. There are still 29 minutes to go before settlement. Kim Jisoo of Kimchi Nation led the way, taking first place in 35 minutes. We're way behind now. The projection of the Golden Castle shone above the heads of the crowd, and the lofty walls were inlaid with countless gold coin-sized gems that glittered in the sunlight. At the top of the castle, a huge flag was fluttering in the wind, embroidered with the emblem of the Kimchi Kingdom. Hee, Guanzu, you're too late, aren't you? A frivolous voice came. Only to see a tall young girl striding in. She had long black hair, two peaks towering, and her eyes filled with arrogance. Behind her followed a group of professionals from the Kimchi and Sakura countries. Kim Jisoo. Guanzu narrowed his eyes slightly. The corner of Kim Jisoo's mouth curled up into a sneer. Guanzu, what can you do if you're here at this time? Even if you can create another team roster, you can't win our joint. We've taken over 60 of the top 100 seats. The Chinese side of the country will have to add a dozen or so seats to tie up the alliance of Kimchi and Sakura. The genius of the Sakura kingdom, Takeuchi Ryosuke, also walked over. He pushed up his glasses and sneered. That's right, the right to own this copy is destined to be ours. You resign yourselves to work. Ignoring their provocation, Guanzu turned to Li Zhan and asked, Captain Li, how many teams can be formed in this copy at most? Up to 10 people will form a team, but the difficulty will grow with it. Li Zhan replied, and right now, all the elites we can send are already in there. Trying to find you enough second-turn elites, you can't even find them. Guanzu interrupted, no need, I'll just go in with my summoned spirits. Feel free to set me up with 9 random second-turn professionals who will follow along and run the map. The moment these words came out, the surrounding professionals from various countries who had gathered around were in an uproar. What? Just him? Crazy, right? Trying to challenge a 10-player difficulty copy and then not bringing an elite in? It's over, there might really be no hope for Huaxia this time. Kim Jisoo and Takeuchi Ryosuke looked at each other and both burst out laughing. Ha, Guanzu, have you been struck mad? Kim Jisoo sneered, you wanna flip the game by yourself? Don't dream of it. Ryosuke Takeuchi pushed up his glasses and sneered, it seems that the geniuses of China are no better than that. Do they even have no basic judgment? It's precisely because I can do what you can't and won't do that I'm number one in the world. If you guys can understand it now, then first place might be yours. Guanzu choked right back, questioning me as the world's number one. You're good, aren't you? Speaking directly with their grades instantly made those two's faces light up. Scream, my ass. You're a loser, and you dare to be in my face. I'm going to do something that you guys have a hard time even understanding, and you have the nerve to come in front of me and yak about it. The duo gritted their teeth. They naturally knew the gap between them and Guanzu in the last high school entrance exam. Kim Jisoo coldly said, then let me see if you're talking big or if we're blinded by a leaf and can't see you, Tarzan. Takeuchi Ryosuke also clenched his fists. Kim Jisoo, let's combine and go for another challenge for 8 more spots. Let's see what they do. Yeah, I was going to give you guys a chance, but you actually forced me. Then we'll occupy more than 70 seats, ha ha ha. After saying that, Kim Jisoo was also ready to form a team to challenge Sakura Elite one more time. Guanzu no longer paid attention to their taunts. Soon on this side, there were also 9 ordinary second-turn professionals joining. You became the captain of a 10-man squad. Sakizo turned to his summoned spirits and said, are you ready? Sun Wukong grinned, his weapon twirling in his hands. Hey, Azu, I've been waiting for this for a long time. Show these little chicks what real strength means. Piggy patted his rounded stomach. That's right, a small copy of the district is not enough for my old pig to stuff his teeth. Hoey looked confident, his eyes flashing with battle intent. Little master, let's push at speed. The aura on Guanzu's body changed abruptly, and the emerald Dharma sword glowed with a shimmering light in his hand. His eyes were firm, as if a flame was burning. Let's go, show these guys. With a wave of his hand, Guanzu led the summoning spirits to stride towards the entrance of the replica. Kim Jisoo and Takeuchi Ryosuke wanted to say something, but they were shocked by the powerful aura emanating from Guanzu and the others. They involuntarily took a few steps back, and the smiles on their faces froze. Li Jun looked at Guanzu's back and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Go for it, Guanzu. We're all behind you. The doors of the golden castle slowly opened, and golden light shone everywhere. Guanzu and his summoned spirits walked in with their heads held high, their figures quickly disappearing into the light. System alert, you have entered the golden castle copy. Difficulty, Purgatory. Current team, 10. Difficulty multiplier, times 10. The difficulty of this copy isn't low. Xianshang looked around and said, especially with a team of 10, the monster's attributes will increase exponentially. No harm done. A hint of confidence flashed in Guanzu's eyes. 8 rings, you become bigger first and take us all with you. Okay. Inuyasha grinned, the true lord is majestic. Only to see Inuyasha's figure skyrocket, transforming into a 600-meter-tall giant in the blink of an eye. He crouched down and carefully held Guanzu and the others in his palm. Monkey, Hoi, you guys are in charge of clearing the monsters. Guanzu ordered, I'll be in charge of picking up the items. Hey, it's wrapped up in my old son. Sun Wukong held his weapon, heaven-breaking stick. The golden stick shadows poured down like a rainstorm, and the golden guards in front of them were instantly shattered. 9 days of continuous shooting. Hoi's divine bow was drawn to full capacity, and 9 golden arrows broke through the air. Wherever the arrows passed, all enemies were reduced to flesh pieces. Your summoned spirit has killed 320 golden armors, and you have gained 25 million experience points. Inuyasha carried the crowd forward quickly, making a mess wherever he went. This speed is too fast. One of his teammates said dumbfounded, we usually take 5 minutes to hit a floor, and now it's gone in a few seconds. Guanzu stood in Inuyasha's palm and kept picking up the items that fell. A ground of light and splendor converged towards his palm. The system beeps came and went. You have obtained a gold shard times 99. You have obtained gem essence times 50. Keep moving. Guanzu waved his hand, our goal is to break the record. Chapter 84 Breaking the Record Again. The desert area, a golden world was baked by the hot sun like a huge oven. In the distance, the golden castle loomed like a golden mirage. Hoi stood on Inuyasha's shoulders, his divine bow already drawn. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's as he swept over the outpost ahead of him. Hoi, are you ready? Guanzu inquired in a low voice. It's been ready for a long time. Hoi's voice is icy cold, 1 arrow through the soul. 9 golden arrows broke through the air, each one carrying a terrifying penetrating power. It was too late for the soldiers on the sentry post to even utter a cry of alarm before they were pierced by arrows. System alert, outpost cleared. Gained 100 hidden clearance points. Mission progress, 15%. Good guy. Sun Wukong grinned widely, I haven't even made a move yet, and Hoi you've taken care of them all. The bodies at the outpost fell like scarecrows, blood spreading across the golden sand in eerie blood-colored patterns. Speed is important. Hoi's face was expressionless. The 9 surrounding second-turn professionals were dumbstruck. They had thought they needed to follow the process, sneak in carefully and free the hostages one by one. You should know that the difficulty of this copy lies in freeing the hostages in the city without disturbing the other monsters. If the sentries find out, they'll initiate a citywide alert, and then it'll be difficult. And once the hostage dies, the copy is considered a failure. As a result, Guanzu's group was as simple as stepping on ants. Before even entering the city, 9 arrows directly seconded all the sentries. Is this the strength of the global number 1? A team member couldn't help but marvel in a low voice. Piggy patted his round belly, hey, what's this? When my old pig goes all out, I'll level a city in minutes. The emerald Dharma sword in Guanzu's hand flickered slightly. He had already used the mystic runestone given to him by Qi Yun to transfer the runes from the original summoner's staff and set them onto the new rune sword. This rune sword was more powerful, and it matched the dragon abyss shield better. Guanzu's gaze had been cast towards the golden castle that loomed in the distance. Next, the 9 of you, go over the city wall to free those hostages. Guanzu's voice was calm, move quickly and don't alert the enemy. Brother Azu, don't worry, that sentry is clear, we can still do this little thing. Soon, 9 figures landed. Each traveled to the city. Go over the wall and break the cage that holds the hostages. The hostages have been rescued and the replica has entered the 3rd stage. The heat of the desert rolled in, and the golden castle shimmered tantalizingly in the distance. The team led by Guanzu has successfully rescued the imprisoned hostages and the mission has entered the 3rd phase. In the center square of the castle, the Desert King walked out of the mansion with a scimitar in his hand and stood proudly. He was tall and muscular, and his entire body shone with a golden sheen, as if he were a god in the desert. A bunch of unsuspecting things, how dare they enter my territory? The Desert King laughed maniacally, in that case, become my lion's food. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Desert King raised his hand and summoned 9 huge male lions condensed from sand. Guanzu calmly looked at the opponent in front of him. Throw over a recon. Name, Desert King. Level, LV 110. Blood volume, 1000 tubes. Attributes, strength 120,000, spirit 120,000, physique 120,000, agility 110,000. Talent, elemental mastery of sand, masters the desert element, coalescing into the lion of sand. Skills, scimitar slash, earth-shaking fist, wind slash. The second turn of the Lord level monster, a tube of blood is 100 million. 1,000 tubes is $100 billion. That's not much for Guanzu. Guanzu said softly to Hou beside him, finish him off. Hou nodded, his divine bow already drawn to full strength. Golden arrows coalesced on the bowstring, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. 9 days of continuous shooting. 9 golden arrows cut through the sky like meteors, each carrying enough power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The Desert King was shocked as he swung his scimitar and tried to block. However, the arrows were too fast and powerful. Boom! 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 All of the lions of sand were shot and exploded, turning into a rain of sand in the sky. There were 9 loud bangs in a row, and the entire square trembled. The Desert King's body was penetrated by an arrow, and golden blood gushed out, forming a brilliant arc in the air. -28. 9 billion. -27. 6 billion. -28. 2 billion. The system beeps continued to ring out as the Desert King's life value dropped drastically. With only 4 arrows, the Desert King was directly nailed to death. No. It can't be. I'm the king of the desert, the king of the desert. Before the Desert King could finish his words, his body had already turned into dots of golden light and dissipated into the air. You have killed the Desert King. You have gained 35 million experience points. Dropped item, Desert Heart, turn 2 gold level equipment, ×1. You have gained, Gold Sand ×108, Desert Essence ×50. Sun Wukong skimmed his lips, Hou, save some for me. He realized that he couldn't grab the monsters against Hou, who was mainly a long-range player. Guanzu was just about to speak when the system beep sounded again. Quest enters Phase 4, defeat the Desert Guardian. After the Desert King died, the runes on his body merged into the earth, and soon, the entire city began to fall, as if it was about to sink into the sand. Looks like it's not over yet. Guanzu smiled slightly, prepare for the final challenge. The golden castle began to shake violently. Golden gravel came from all directions and coalesced into a giant humanoid in the air. It was a giant that stood 300 feet tall, its entire body made up of golden sand, with a red light flashing in its eyes. Its voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the desert. Mortals, you have trespassed into the realm of the gods, now pay for your arrogance. Guanzu looked at this behemoth and a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. 8 rings, it's your turn to appear. Piggy grinned, his body rapidly expanding. Hee, my old pig has been waiting for this moment for a long time. True Lord Mighty. Only to see Inuyasha expand once again, his body gnarled with muscles, his aura far surpassing that of the Desert Guardian God. Come on, let my old pig teach you what it means to be a true god. Piggy roared and charged towards the Desert Guardian God. The 2 giants fought fiercely over the golden castle, causing huge sandstorms with each collision. The entire desert seemed to tremble at this divine battle. Guanzu stood at the bottom. 8 rings, give me 2. Sun Wukong yelled lowly. The weapon whistled and slammed into the desert demon's knee. Bam! One of the Desert Guardian's legs was smashed. At the same time, Hou's arrow hit its eyes with precision. -27. 6 billion. -503 billion. The desert demon let out a roar of pain as his body shook. Let me kill him in 1 second with my stick. Great sage, let me do it. Monkey, don't take it from me. Boom! A stick rushes to the sky, right in the chest of the desert demon. Dazzling golden light lit up, and the entire golden castle trembled with this energy. 789 billion. Deadly strike. You have defeated the final lord. Desert Guardian LV-130. You have gained 180 million experience points, double experience. You have obtained the second turning source crystal 10. You have acquired Desert Red Gold 3. Your level is raised to LV-115. Copy completed. Time, 4 minutes and 32 seconds. A new world record is born. The Desert Guardian God turned into countless golden points of light and slowly dissipated into the air. The golden castle begins to crumble, but all the hostages are judged by heaven to have been automatically safely evacuated when they are rescued from their cages. Guanzu looked at the system prompt and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Next hand, there's going to be a new record for this. Piggy transformed back to his original form. I have to, but I'm exhausted this time. Zu, let's go back and have a good meal to celebrate. Well, how about just giving me some source crystals? 8 precepts, you're not being honorable. Hou is also waiting for the second turn source crystal to be used for himself. Chapter 85. Take it down. The entrance to the Golden Castle replica was filled with people. Guanzu and his group had just walked out of the copy and looked around at the new record that appeared on the light screen. A gasp erupted. Jesus! Only 4 minutes and 32 seconds? What kind of concept is this? They're practically moving instantaneously. The first time you swiped, you directly led your team to take the top 10 of the leaderboard? This is nothing short of a miracle. Li Jian was so excited that his face turned red. He took a big step forward and held Guanzu's hand tightly. Fantastic. Guanzu, you have created a miracle. Kim Ji-soo and Takeuchi Ryosuke were originally still fighting furiously in their copies. However, when they suddenly saw the system's prompt, at that moment, their faces turned as if they were dirt, and they glanced at each other, full of incredulity. How is it possible? Kim Ji-soo muttered, this kind of speed, it's like cheating. Ryosuke Takeuchi pushed up his glasses, his voice shaking a bit, it seems. We really are blinded by a leaf. Baka Yalu. Guanzu, however, didn't pause for a moment as he turned to Li Zhan, his voice steady, captainly, immediately arrange for 9 new team members, and we'll have another round right away. Good. Arrange it right away. Li Zhan immediately sprang into action. Soon, the 9 spirited second-turn Chinese professionals were assembled. It's just awesome that you can now get a pass bonus for following a run and have a record list. But these people were worth it. As members of the Chinese military department, the Abyssal Army, they had thrown their heads in blood for China, and it was only right that they got some benefits today. Guanzu briefly explained a few things before leading the team into the replica once again. You have entered a copy of the Golden Castle. This time, Guanzu's tactics were more efficient. Yukon, Hoi, you guys go first. Guanzu ordered, use your somersault clouds to head directly to the sentry station, and fight quickly. Okay. Sun Wukong grinned, somersault cloud, go you. The golden cloud carrying the Monkey King and Hoi instantly disappeared from sight. A few seconds later, the system beep sounded. Outpost cleared. Gain plus 100 points for the hidden pass. Guanzu nodded and guided again. Goku, go to the rescue and use the split technique. I only saw the Monkey King blow a mouthful of hair. In an instant, 90 identical Monkey King jumped down from the somersault clouds. Having the Emerald Law Sword gives the skill another plus 3. Sun Wukong's various skills increased tremendously. My old son's doppelganger is much stronger than those miscellaneous soldiers, Sun Wukong said proudly. The 90 Sun Wukongs spread out, each flying in a different direction. They moved quickly and rescued all the hostages in the blink of an eye. All hostages rescued. Mission progress, 100%. The whole thing flowed, much faster than the last time. Piggy scratched his head, this time my old pig hasn't even made a move yet. Hoi said faintly, it looks like I won't be able to use my arrows this time. Guanzu smiled slightly, don't worry, the final boss is still waiting for us. The Desert King and the Desert Guardian appeared one after another, but they were as fragile as paper mache in front of Guanzu's team. Sun Wukong's stick, Piggy's fist, Hoi's arrow, each strike can take away most of the enemy's blood. Copy completed. Time, 3 minutes 5 seconds. A new world record is born. When Guanzu led his team out of the duplicate for the second time, the entire plaza was plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the leaderboard in disbelief. The team from the country of Huaxia had, quite literally, occupied the top 19 positions. Kim Ji-soo and Takeuchi Ryosuke's faces were pale, and they knew that they had completely lost this time. Li Zhan shouted excitedly, great! Guanzu, you did it! The right to run the Golden Castle, it's ours! Guanzu then swiped 4 more times, and the maximum number of copies that could be swiped in a day was 6, which was already the limit of the number of copies that could be bought. Of course, if one is willing to shell out more to spend, one can buy more copy challenges, but buying them now is somewhat not worth it. Might as well wait for the challenge count to be refreshed tomorrow. At the entrance of the Golden Castle replica, the crowd was still clamoring. The leaderboards on the holographic projection refreshed once again as Guanzu and his team walked out of the replica for the 6th time. The world record has been set again. Time, 2 minutes, 47 seconds. And at the moment, the Chinese national team took the first 55 places. Kim Ji-soo and Takeuchi Ryosuke are as good as dead, having been squeezed out of 55th place. This is nothing short of a miracle. A Sakura Nation professional muttered. A heavenly pride is a heavenly pride. A player from Kimchi country exclaimed, I'm afraid the gap between us and him is higher than the sky. Li Zhan ran over excitedly and said excitedly, Guanzu, that's great. This is a huge honor, you alone, saved the day. Guanzu smiled faintly and put away his emerald Dharma sword, I should. There was nothing to be modest about it this time. You couldn't say that you couldn't start a 10-man book without other professionals running along. Be real. Too much modesty would be hypocrisy. Today was very rewarding. 6 copies and leveled up to LV 132. There are also tons of rare materials. Sun Wukong grinned, Azu, I feel that this copy is about to be played out by us. Yeah, Inuyasha patted his rounded stomach, the few times I've done that since, my old pig hasn't put up much of a fight. Hoi said indifferently, a copy of this level is no longer challenging for us. Guanzu looked around the room as the professionals from other countries looked at him with awe. He knew that he had proven himself here. Everyone, we should head back. Guanzu said, there are still a lot of things waiting for us to do. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Guanzu brought his summoned spirits to leave the abyssal battlefield and return to the Star Chopper Academy. After returning to the academy, Guanzu didn't stop for a second. He headed straight for the library, ready to continue his in-depth study of summoning and rune literature. Inside the library, the bookshelves towered above the clouds, and countless precious tomes lay quietly within. Guanzu walked over to the summoning science area and took down a few heavy ancient books. The Mystery of the Summoner, Principles of Rune Building, Crossworld Summoning Explained. He found a quiet corner to sit in and began to read intently. Sun Wukong and the other summoned spirits each found something to do as well. Sun Wukong is napping on the sidelines, Inu Beiji is flipping through food books, and Hui is studying a copy of the Essentials of Archery. Time passed by, and Guanzu's eyes never left the pages of the book. He knew that strength alone was not enough to go far in this world. More knowledge and deeper understanding is still needed. Time rushes by. As night fell, inside the library of the Star Chopper Academy, dim light spilled between the ancient bookshelves. The rustle of pages turning was loud and clear in the silence. Guanzu sat at a long oak table with dozens of heavy ancient books spread out in front of him. His gaze was focused, and his fingers gently stroked over the intricate patterns on the rune mysteries. Late at night, Guanzu was still immersed in the sea of runic literature. His brow furrowed slightly as he occasionally jotted down some insights in his notebook. Chapter 86, Star Chart. In the evening, Qi Yun sent a message to Guanzu, telling him to go to the Abyssal Army's military headquarters the next day to collect his battle merit reward. The next day, Guanzu came over again through the crack that Qi Yun had cut. The headquarters of the Abyssal War Zone of the Chinese Military Ministry, a modern complex of buildings intertwined with metal and glass. The sun shone through the bulletproof glass, illuminating the hall. Li Zhan had waited early. "Hi, Brother Zhou." Although the other party was a dozen years older than Guanzu's age, opening his mouth was Brother Azu, face given. "Captain Li. Come with me, Mr. Z already told me." "Good." It just so happened that Guanzu wasn't exactly familiar with the various regions of the Abyssal Army. It couldn't be better to have someone to lead the way. Li Zhan brought Guanzu to the Military Merit Settlement Office, where a female officer in military uniform was waiting. The other woman was erect, with a serious face, and the badge on her breast showed that she was a colonel. "Hello, Mr. Guanzu." The female officer opened the holographic screen and pulled up the data. "After deliberation by the military hierarchy, it has been decided to award you 1,500 military points. That's the equivalent of 3 years of accumulation for an average abyssal warrior." So many. It was Li Zhan who was a bit envious. But when it comes to Guanzu's contribution, it's worth it to take so many war credits. Mr. Guanzu is worth it. The materials produced inside that golden castle are of great use to the Ministry of War. For example, gold grit, gold crystals, are all excellent materials for refining defense equipment and combat machinery. Soon, a prompt popped up in Guanzu's mind. Military points plus 1,500. Current military points, 1,500. In this data-driven age, the heavens are connected to everything. Besides, the female officer went on to add, when the gold castle replica is taken over by the military for operation, 30% of the monthly proceeds will be credited to your account. 30% of the proceeds. That's a first in the history of the War Department. Guanzu nodded slightly. "Thank you, then I'll be grateful to the Ministry of War." The female officer gave a small smile. "You deserve it." Just then, a steady footstep came. Qi Yun strides into the office. He also wears a straight military uniform, the general star on his chest shining brightly. "Ah, Zhu." Qi Yun patted Guanzu's shoulder. "You've given the academy a great deal of face this time. Now those pickle country guys are freaking out at the mention of your name." Guanzu scratched his head. Hey, I should. "By the way, Master Qi, what brings you here?" Qi Yun said, "There are a lot of good things in the military department mall. I came here to tell you how to use it to make the most money." Guanzu pondered for a moment. "I want to see what equipment is suitable for summoners first, especially props that can boost the strength of summoning spirits." "Good idea." Qi Yun nodded approvingly but there's no rush on that one yet. You will open a new star map system when you reach the second turn. Starting from the second turn, for every level up, you get a talent point, and then you get an enhancement by lighting up one of the star points on the star map. Star map, this mechanism Guanzu naturally knew. It's like a talent tree in an MMO. Fusing different levels of star charts, the gap will be huge in the future when the star points are finished, and the strength of the future will depend on every detail. Come on, let's take you to pick it out. The duo arrived at the brilliant golden pagoda building of an estate. Inside the munitions warehouse, it was brightly lit, with rows and rows of metal shelves neatly arranged, with all kinds of equipment and props displayed on them. Qi Yun lightly led Guanzu to the star map area, where the air seemed to carry a hint of mysterious energy fluctuations. Star maps were not cheap, and the cheap ones cost several hundred battle credits. Soon, the duo walked to the area of a few thousand battle credits. "Master Qi, I'm just 1,500 battle credits, it's not enough," Guanzu said. "Just follow me, you are the no. One heavenly pride of the Star Beheading Academy, you must all be prepared with the best for you," Qi Yun said with bravado. Eventually, the two came to the location where the finale level star map was placed. "Look, there it is." Qi Yun pointed to a star chart in the display case that shimmered like a diamond. The star map was octagonal in shape, with mysterious runes inlaid around the edges, and in the center was a complex constellation pattern that emanated a palpitating arcane law. The star map of the apocalypse. Diamond grade. Guanzu sucked in a breath of cool air. This is a top-tier star map. 100,000 battle credits. Xian smiled and patted Guanzu's shoulder. That's right, this star map contains the most perfect talent route. Once it's lit, your path as a summoner will be taken to the next level. 100,000 military honors is a lot, but I'll buy it for you for the sake of your future. But master, this is too expensive. Guanzu was a bit hesitant. Xian's battle credits were also earned with a little bit of struggle, and he probably had something he wanted to buy as well. After redeeming the Apocalypse star map, he didn't have much military credit on hand. Why, don't push your luck, you kid. Xian said bashfully. You're the pride I've been looking at. Your future is unlimited. What's this investment? Just pay me back later when you have military service. Besides, your kid has helped our Huaxia take down the Golden Castle, so when you're strong, you'll take down more copies of the operation in the future. Many thanks to Master Qi. Guanzu was grateful in his heart. It is truly a blessing to meet a teacher like Qi Yun in life. The quartermaster respectfully removed the star map and carefully handed it over to Guanzu. The moment the star map entered his hand, Guanzu felt a powerful energy surge into his body. With a thought, it directly fused, and the star map transformed into a point of starry light that merged into Guanzu's body. Obtaining a diamond-level Apocalypse star map. Star points lit, 0/1080. Current level, 132. Available talent points, 32. Master Qi. Guanzu said solemnly, I will live up to your expectations. Work hard. Qian smiled gratefully. By the way, this star map is most suitable for the summoner profession, especially in the area of summoned beast reinforcement, where it has a unique advantage. When you light up the main constellation, the strength of the summoned beasts will take a qualitative leap. Guanzu sat in a corner of the munitions storehouse, with a brilliant projection of a star map suspended in front of him. The diamond-grade Apocalypse star map unfolded to reveal an intricate network of constellations, with blue points of light flickering in the void. That's a good route. Qi Yun followed along and studied it. He pointed to a bright star track and said, this is the more suitable, summoner's growth route to strengthen both the summon and myself. Indeed, the Apocalypse astrolabe is suitable for almost all professions, because any profession can be on it and find a suitable route. Now it's all about how to order it, maximize the returns, and have the strongest potential for the future. Guanzu used to play online games, and that was all professional masters of point talent. It was a breeze for him. After reading them all, he began to analyze each star point. Half an hour later, he began to light the first star point. Star point activation, summon spirit damage plus 5%. Sun Wukong immediately felt his body filled with power. Hey, Zhu, I feel stronger. It's still amazing. One by one, the star points were lit up. Summon spirit life plus 5%. Summon spirit speed plus 5%. Recovery speed plus 5%. When the 10th star point was illuminated, the star chart suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. This is the Great Constellation slot. Xian said excitedly, the Law Shield constellation, which converts the damage caused by summoned spirits into an energy shield, so it can be said to be a combination of offense and defense. Great Constellation activation, Law Shield. Effect, summoned spirit attack damage accumulates 10% and is converted into an energy shield. Inuyasha swung his nail rake and tried it. Good guy. The damage dealt can still turn into a shield. He only saw him slam a rake on the training stake, which immediately formed a layer, thicker than a blood bar, of light blue energy shield on Guanzu's body. This is just the beginning. Qi Yun laughed. The Apocalypse star map has a total of 1,080 star points and 108 major constellations. When you light them all up, your strength will be increased by at least 100 times. Master Qi, it's so awesome. Guanzu was also excited. The fusion, after all, was the strongest collection in the military region, the diamond-grade star map of the Apocalypse. Guanzu continued to study the star map intently. There's another branch here that increases the maximum number of summoned spirits. Should I click on it first? Chapter 87, Quicksand River. Subsequently, Guanzu had 22 talent points on hand, all into the star charts. Activation of the major constellations, Group Spirit. Effect, increase 2 summoning spirit follow slots. With the lighting of the second major constellation, the Spirit of the Swarm, the chart blossomed with a brilliant silver light. Guanzu felt as if a new floodgate had been opened to the magic power within his body, and a steady stream of it poured in. Great! Now we can summon 2 more partners. Guanzu said excitedly. Originally, he could only summon a maximum of 5 summoning spirits at once, but now it had increased to 7 at once. By that time, those 2 purple heavenly generals could both be summoned as well. Great Constellation activation, Skeleton. Effect, increases damage reduction by 20% when blood level is above 50%. The glow of the third major constellation, Skeleton, was even more astonishing, the dark purple energy wrapping around Guanzu and his summoned spirits like substance. A layer of hidden protective runes surfaced on both Sun Wukong and Inuyasha's bodies. Good guy. Piggy waved his nail rake. My old pig feels a lot thicker skinned now. Qian nodded in satisfaction. The combination of these three great constellations is very good. Increasing the number of summoned spirits and boosting your defense, coupled with the effect of the previous mana shield, your current battle power has, once again, risen by a lot. Go find a copy and try your strength. Guanzu jumped into action. He couldn't wait to test his boost. Shi Yun laughed. This is just the beginning. The true power of the Apocalypse star chart will only be realized when you light up more constellations. After the last 2 talent points were used up, Guanzu had no more talent points on hand. Guanzu couldn't help but frown as he looked at the complicated star map in front of him. Although he had just lit up the 3 major constellations, the remaining talent points were far from enough. He turned his head to Qi Yun with confusion on his face, smiley face. Master Qi, this talent point is also too insufficient. Even if I get to level 200, that's only 100 talent points. How long will these 1080 star points take? Qi Yun laughed at his words and patted Guanzu's shoulder. Kid, do you think talent points can only be obtained by upgrading? Guanzu froze. There are other methods? Qi Yun patiently explained, some special quests can also yield talent points. Those quests, usually hidden in various copies, some require you to defeat specific monsters, while others ask you to solve puzzles or complete special challenges. Some rare quests can even reward more than a dozen talent points at once. Guanzu's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Master Qi, can you introduce me to a few missions? Qi Yun shook his head. What's the rush? This one requires luck to touch, but if there's a good quest, I'll save it for you. By the way, why don't you go brush up on your copy today as well? It's only natural to use up all 6 of your daily challenge copy opportunities. There are quite a few copies of what we're grasping in our hands now in China. Qi Yun said and opened the holographic projection of the copy map. Hundreds of copy names flashed in the blue light. Guanzu's eyes searched through them, and suddenly his attention was drawn to one name. 5-star dangerous copy, Quicksand River, Turn 2. Quicksand River. This copy looks interesting, Guanzu said as he pointed to a point on the map. Qi Yun followed his finger and his face suddenly became serious. Quicksand River? This is no ordinary copy. Guanzu asked curiously, Master Qi, is there anything special about this copy? Inside the quartermaster's depot, Qi Yun's expression suddenly became grave, his gaze fixed on the flickering Quicksand River side marker on the holographic projection. Azu, this copy is extremely dangerous. Qi Yun said in a deep voice, last month, a team of third-turn professionals was completely wiped out in there, and not even their bodies were found. When Sun Wukong and Inu Beiji saw the words Quicksand River, there was a strange glint in their eyes. Master Qi, what exactly is the situation? Guanzu pursued. This copy is very special, the monsters inside are very powerful, it's simply not something a second turn can carry. Qi Yun explained, until now, no one has been able to complete a truly meaningful pass. There are 2 kinds of random lords in there, and it's usually the first one you run into, the desert giant scorpion. Ordinary lords are fine, but if you're unlucky and meet that lord-class boss called Quicksand Great King, then we must immediately crush the detachment stone and evacuate immediately. Qi Yun's tone was serious, that guy is too dangerous, even a team of third-turn elite professionals can't carry him. Piggy scratched his head and came to Sun Wukong's ear and whispered, eldest brother, do you think this Quicksand River? Could it be the place where our Sha Shitty stayed back then? I, old son, also feel like it. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Back then, Master Sha was eating people here, and was later subdued by us and Master. Hoi heard the conversation between the two and thoughtfully said, Little Master, I think this copy is worth a try. Since they mentioned Senior Sha, there might really be some connection. Guanzu nodded, Master Qi, I want to try this copy. Are you sure you want to go? Qi Yun frowned, then at least let me prepare some life-saving props for you. This copy is too dangerous, I can't let you take the risk. Don't worry Qi Master. Guanzu laughed, with Sun Wukong and Piggyback here, there shouldn't be much of a problem. And they seem to be very interested in this copy. Qi Yun looked at Guanzu's determined eyes and knew that he couldn't be persuaded, so he sighed, alright, but you must be careful. Remember, once you encounter the Quicksand Great King, evacuate immediately. Eldest brother, Inuyasha said excitedly, it would be so much fun to actually meet Shashirdi here. Hey, Sun Wukong grinned, his weapon spinning in his hand, we'll see. Subsequently, Guanzu arrived at the Quicksand River copy area through the lieutenant teleportation order. The teleportation glow dissipated, and before them was a pale desert, with a winding river faintly visible in the distance. The hot sun was scorching the earth and the air was dry. Guanzu looked around and saw only rolling dunes and yellow sand. He couldn't help but exclaim, this copy of the Quicksand River, it really lives up to its name. Sun Wukong jumped at the chance, hey, Azu, this place looks quite similar to the Quicksand River that I went to back then. Piggy scratched his head, yeah, I wonder if we can meet Master Sha here. A hot wind blew and swept up the yellow sand. Guanzu squinted his eyes and vaguely saw a figure in the distance coming this way. As the silhouette approached, Guanzu recognized it as a familiar friend of the necromancer, Bai Yuyue. She was dressed in a black robe, which set off her skin to become more and more snow-white. Bai Yuyue's somewhat bereaved face carried a bit of fatigue, but upon seeing Guanzu, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Ancestor Guan, I didn't expect to meet you here, Bai Yuyi said with a smile. Chapter 88 Heaven's Pride Gambling. Guanzu smiled and greeted him. Yui, you're here to brush your copy too? I've heard that the essence of sand produced here is good. Bai Yuyi nodded her head and said, that's right, that's exactly what I'm here for. The essence of sand can be refined into an elixir that enhances the attributes of the summon. And there are also some second-turn source crystals that can be swiped here, which will be useful to us. Bai Yuyi also belonged to the summoning department. Naturally, you also need to come here to brush up on your skills. As Bai Yuyi spoke, the space behind her suddenly distorted, and the shadow of a huge bone dragon loomed. The bone dragon nodded and let out a low sound as if greeting Guanzu. Just as the two of them were talking, a hostile voice suddenly rang out. Ha, White Spectre, bringing the undead dragon to die again? Guanzu turned his head and saw a tall youth walking this way. The man's face was painted with black tattoos, and he had a haughty face, with disdain and hostility glinting in his eyes. Bai Yuyi's face sank. Qin Ming, what do you want again? It turned out that this person was the last heavenly pride of the underworld school, Qin Ming. He let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping between Bai Yuyi and Guanzu. And nothing, just can't stand to see certain people being too insouciant. Bai Yuyi, how dare you come to brush this copy with your little strength? I think you're tired of living. Guanzu frowned and was about to open his mouth, but he was stopped by Bai Yuyi. She said in a cold voice, Qin Ming, I don't need you to care about my affairs. If you have nothing better to do, why don't you practice your little three-legged kung fu more? A hint of anger flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. There was a saber rattling in the air. A giant skeleton general's silhouette emerged behind Qin Ming. The shadow was 3 or 4 feet tall and emitted an eerie and terrifying aura. The white ghostly bone dragon silhouette also appeared, and the two powerful forces of the dead spirit exchanged blows in the air. Guanzu asked softly, Yui, why is this Qin Ming so hostile to you? Bai Yuyi sighed and explained in a low voice, the people of the underworld school are all a bit radical in character, and there is constant internal strife. In addition, undead can devour each other to evolve. Qin Ming has been coveting my bone dragon and wants his undead tyrant to devour it to become stronger. So he's been picking on me a lot, trying to force my hand. Guanzu dawned on him, so that's how it is. No wonder the atmosphere between you guys is so tense. The Underworld Academy was rather special. It was an academy founded by a group of demonic forces that had once been incorporated by Huaxia, and many parts of the academy still retained their former habits. It was that the position of Heaven's Pride was not safe, and in addition, there was more than one Heaven's Pride in each session of the Underworld Academy. Qin Ming's family is even more powerful behind the scenes, thus targeting Bai Yuyi at every turn. As for the academy, they wouldn't care, in their opinion, as a heavenly pride if you don't have the ability to solve things on your own, you're a waste of talent. Bai Yuyi laughed bitterly. Yes, because of this, I have almost no friends in the academy. It's a bit of a struggle to only be able to solo every time I come to brush my copy. Guanzu sniffed and spoke, since that's the case, why don't we form a team? It just so happens that I also want to come and brush this copy. Don't you happen to have double experience medicine on? Let's brush together. Guanzu could see the light of a twofold experience potion flickering on Bai Yuyi's body. Bai Yuyi was pleasantly surprised. Really? That's great. With you as the world's #1, I should be able to swipe a lot of good stuff this time. A long-lost smile appeared on Bai Yuyi's face, as if ice and snow were melting. Her bone dragon silhouette also became more solid and let out a long, joyful whistle. And, if you'll take me, I can prescribe a special, triple experience potion. The triple experience potion, much more precious and rare than the double, was 10 times more expensive than the double potion, and it was difficult to purchase on the market, with only the top alchemists of the Underworld Academy being able to refine it. Yes. Guanzu laughed. Qin Ming's face was gloomy when he saw this. He snorted coldly. Looking for help? Bai Yuyi, is that all you've got? Don't think you can walk sideways just because you got a helper. Be careful of planting a big head when you go in. Guanzu lightly glanced at Qin Ming. This brother, we're just here to brush up on our copies. There's no need for such saber rattling, right? Go your own way and don't interfere with each other. Qin Ming sneered. Humph, what are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Underworld Academy? Believe it or not, I'll clean you up too? Sun Wukong couldn't listen anymore and jumped out to point at Qin Ming's nose and scolded. Tai, you little punk, how dare you talk to my Joe like that? Believe it or not, my old grandson will beat you and the skewers of skeletons around you back to your mother's womb with a single stick. Piggy also waved his nail rake. That's right, what's the point of bullying a girl? Come at my old pig if you can. Press the old pig to press you into the slop bucket to your heart's content. Hoey was even directly aiming his bow at the skeleton tyrant behind Qin Ming. A look that says one thing and goes straight to work. The appearance of Sun Wukong and Piggyback caused Qin Ming's face to change drastically. He obviously didn't expect Guanzu's summoned spirit to be so powerful that he could even speak so well. Qin Ming's undead tyrant void actually showed some signs of retreating under Sun Wukong's aura. It couldn't be helped, the skeleton monster looked at the Monkey King with an instinctive fear. Seeing this, Guanzu let out a light laugh. Qin Ming, why is your skeleton tyrant shivering straight in the heat? Qin Ming gritted his teeth and finally chose to back off. It's a bit humiliating. But his most powerful skeleton tyrant was shivering in fear, and there was nothing he could do about it. Qin Mingdan asked, "What's wrong with you? I can't reach it." Skeleton tyrant's teeth were chattering, seeing that monkey is like seeing a nemesis. The Chinese Ministry of Education has an order that no private martial arts fights can take place between Heaven's Pride. Guanzu, I've heard that you're very good at brushing maps, do you dare to compete with us? Qin Ming changed his approach and continued to provoke. That's how people are. Even though he watched the video of Guanzu's high school entrance exams, he felt that Dong Mingyue was just like that when he saw him lose. Moreover, he was one term older than Guanzu, and was now at the peak of the third turn, possessing a third turn level equipment, so he was naturally confident. Beside him, the skeleton tyrant was carrying a sawtooth greatsword and also came to say with confidence, "If it's more than brushing a copy, there'll never be a match for us." Bai Yuyu was worried. She didn't want Guanzu to get into friction with Qin Ming because of herself. After all, the Qin family behind Qin Ming belonged to a top family in China. Guanzu's eyes were bright. In terms of brushing books, who could be faster than him? How do you want to compete and what are the stakes? Qin Ming laughed sardonically, with an expression that the other party had taken the bait. He pulled out a betting contract. "Let's bet on White Spectre's 3 bone dragons. If you win, I'll take out the skeleton tyrant for you to devour. If you lose, White Spectre will give me 3 bone dragons. How about it, White Spectre, how dare you?" Bai Yuyu raised an eyebrow, saying that you really don't know how ferocious Brother Azu is. "You're giving too little. One of my dragons is equivalent to one of your tyrants. Why should I pay 3 times as much? Moreover, in this comparison, winning or losing Guanzu won't get you anything, and I don't know, what do you think you're saying, Qin Ming?" Guanzu said, "If I win, you give me 20 talent points. 20 talent points." Qin Ming gritted his teeth. Talent points were very precious, and by lighting up the star map, he was able to directly access the net gain. But 20 talent points, the Qin family behind him, could take it. "Fine, I'll add another 20 talent points. But if I win, White Spectre will also have to pay 10 skeleton mages and 100 skeleton archers." "Yes," White Yui said. The 3 of them then pressed their handprints on the contractual wager, and any losing party who tried to back out would be severely sanctioned by the Heavenly Tao. Betting completed. For the next 6 hours, pass the copy of Quicksand River, and the shortest time is considered the victory. Each side has 6 chances to challenge. The lists of members of both teams have been confirmed and no further outside assistance may be sought. White Spectre's wager, 3 bone dragons, 10 skeleton mages, 100 skeleton archers. Qin Ming's wager, 20 talent points, a skeleton tyrant. Guanzu is the only heavenly pride of the Star Chopper Academy. The entire military protects the calf. Qin Ming does not sign the contract against the bet. He is not assured, afraid that Guanzu backtracked. Although the Qin family was powerful, he also had to be afraid of the military behind Guanzu. The skeleton tyrant had ghostly fire in his eyes. "I can't help myself a little bit already. I want a feast. Ah. After saying that, Qin Ming took tyrant with him and turned around to leave. Bai Yuyi was excited in her eyes. "Guanzu, your summoning spirit is so powerful, and his undead tyrant, it seems to be very afraid of your summoning spirit." "Ha ha." Sun Wukong laughed out loud. "It should be. I've beaten his old ancestor 3 times before. It's possible." Guanzu laughed. "Let's go. I have to win him 20 talent points." Chapter 89, Copy of Quicksand River. At the entrance of the Quicksand River replica, a golden light door was suspended in mid-air, with sandstorms sweeping around it from time to time. Name, Copy of Quicksand River, 5-star dangerous. Please select difficulty, normal hard nightmare purgatory. Description, a copy located in the battlefield of the abyss, which seems to have been formed by a certain mythological figure due to the negative coalescence within his heart. This copy has a total of 2 difficulties, so if you encounter a hidden level, remember to keep your copy of the detachment stone firmly in your hand. Because if you're not careful, maybe you'll never get to use it again. Bai Yuyu was about to choose the difficult difficulty, but Guanzu pressed her hand. "Let's just pick the purgatory level, since we're going to win, we have to win beautifully," Guanzu said confidently. Bai Yuyu looked at Guanzu in surprise. She had only tried purgatory difficulty when her mentor took her through the map. Privately, it hasn't been tried yet. But the difficulty of the purgatory level is too high, even third-turn professionals have a hard time clearing it. Can we really do it? Bai Yuyu said with some concern. Sun Wukong waved his weapon with an excited gleam in his eyes. Hee, don't worry, with my old grandson here, what's in purgatory or not in purgatory is all floating clouds. Piggy also patted his round belly and agreed. That's right, my old pig still thinks whether I can find Shashiti here. Just then, Qin Ming led his team to the entrance of the replica as well. In addition to the skeleton tyrant in his group, there were also a few Death Spectre professions wearing black robes. Hee, not self-important. Qin Ming sneered, choosing the purgatory level? You guys are looking for death. Even if you have a few powerful summoning spirits, the attribute gap in a purgatory level copy is not a little bit. The skeleton tyrant let out an eerie laugh. Master, let us enter the purgatory level as well, we must crush them hard. Alright, just play with them. With a wave of his hand, Qin Ming led his team to select the Purgatory difficulty. The system tone then sounded. Purgatory level difficulty has been selected, copy difficulty increased by 1000%, boss attributes increased by 2000%, randomly triggered extreme weather, greater probability of entering the hidden plot. Good luck! Bai Yuyi took a deep breath and gripped her staff tightly. Guanzu, I believe in you. Don't worry, Guanzu said with a smile, you'll see later why I dared to choose the Purgatory level. Let's go, into the copy. The two teams successively stepped into the golden light door and disappeared into the roiling yellow sand. The sun scorched the yellow sands and heat waves rolled in. Guanzu and Bai Yuyi stood at the entrance of the quicksand river replica, and a dry scent filled the air. In the distance, a winding river loomed as if it were a mirage in the desert. Guanzu took a deep breath and felt the unique atmosphere in the copy. He turned his head to Bai Yuyi and smiled. Are you ready? Let's see what's so special about this copy of Quicksand River. Bai Yuyi nodded her head, an expectant glint in her eyes. Well, I feel much more at ease with you around. This copy could be very difficult though, so we'll have to be careful. Guanzu smiled confidently. Don't worry, with my summoning spirit, it won't be a problem. Said. Guanzu pointed with one hand, and a mysterious aura emerged in the air. Summon aura is activated. As he chanted, pillars of light descended from the sky, and after the light dissipated, two other summoned spirits appeared before the crowd. Greetings, Master. Two purple-ranked heavenly generals were summoned over. Guanzu nodded. Sun Wukong waved his weapon and shouted excitedly, Hey, Azu, this time, you have to let me move my muscles. Piggy grinned, that's right, my old pig's hands have been itching for a long time too. Hoi, on the other hand, silently mounted his divine bow and scanned the surroundings with a torch-like gaze. In addition to these three main players, Guangji Shencheng, two new appearances by the Sky Generals. One was clad in golden armor and held a long, powerful spear. The other was dressed in green, holding a duster in an immortal style. Bai Yuyi looked at the lineup in surprise. Guanzu, you're actually able to summon 7 summoning spirits at the same time? This is incredible. Guanzu smiled and said, this is an ability I've only mastered after I recently ordered the star map. Alright, let's see what kind of doorway this copy of Quicksand River has. The gusty wind whistled past, swirling up the yellow sand in the sky. It's a barren desert. After stepping through the entrance, in the distance, a group of monsters were running wildly towards them. Watch out! Exclaimed Bai Yuyi, these monsters look bad. The aggressiveness is especially high. Indeed, the monsters here had a particularly high desire to attack and were very fast, and as soon as they met, they pounced on them in a frenzy. Guanzu calmly observed the enemies in patches in the distance while using his scouting skill. Sand Scorpion LV 120. Blood, 130 tubes. Attributes, Strength 180,000, Agility 75,000, Physique 190,000. Skills, Poison Sting, Sand Escape, Pincer Strike. Sandworm LV 125. Blood, 180 tubes. Attributes, Strength 250,000, Agility 75,000, Physique 290,000. Skills, Sandstorm Spit, Earth Penetration, Devour. Biplane Birdman LV 130. Blood, 100 tubes. Attributes, Strength 140,000, Agility 115,000, Physique 180,000. Skills, Gale Slash, Sonic Attack, Featherstorm. Bai Yuyi frowned slightly, the attributes of these monsters aren't low. The little monsters were tens of billions of blood, and she panicked a little. Sun Wukong, however, was not amused and laughed loudly. Little sister, just watch. This little monster, it's not enough for my old son to stuff his teeth. Only to see the Monkey King rise up in the air with a somersault cloud, his weapon whistling and slamming into the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground instantly cracked into a deep gully, engulfing the hundreds of sand scorpions and sandworms that rushed at the front. -78. 9 billion. -85. 6 billion. -91. 2 billion. Golden numbers, rising and falling, showed the huge amount of damage dealt by Sun Wukong. Hoi was not to be outdone. His divine bow was drawn to full strength and a golden arrow broke through the air. The arrow split into dozens of streams of light in the air, hitting each of the two-winged birdmen with precision. -52. 3 billion. -58. 7 billion. -55. 6 billion. Poof, poof, poof. All the monsters are paper thin and die at the touch of a button. You have killed 213 sandworms, and you have gained 230 million experience points, triple experience. You have killed 33 biplane birdmen, and you have gained 68,410,000 experience points, triple experience. You have killed 141 sand scorpions, and you have gained 130 million experience points, triple experience. Your level is raised to 133. Bai Yuyi looked dumbfounded. This is too strong, right? I'm afraid that our Underworld Academy's junior heavenly pride would be hard-pressed to reach this level. Geez. Under the triple experience pill, there is no high-level professional to lead the group, bringing experience cuts. The experience value given by the purgatory level difficulty is surprisingly so much. No wonder you upgraded so fast in the first place. Guanzu laughed. This is just the beginning. Come on, let's move on. Hopefully this copy will give me some surprises. The two were invincible as they made their way forward. Guanzu's summoned spirits were like a sophisticated war machine, working in tandem and leaving no grass untouched wherever they passed. With the triple experience, Guanzu's level skyrocketed, and all sorts of rare materials and equipment continued to be accounted for. You have picked up Sandworm's Egg, Gold, * 123. You have picked up Winged Man Feather, Gold, * 55. You picked up skeletonized colorful diamond sandals, Gold Grade, * 1. Summoning Spirit kills all the way while Guanzu picks up the treasure in the back. After having the bonus of the Apocalypse star chart, the output of all the summoned spirits were raised by nearly double. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a huge figure slowly stood up from behind the dunes. It was a strange man carrying a skeleton rosary, with a terrifying aura emanating from his body. Bai Yue's face changed. Not good. It's randomized to the hidden difficulty book. That weird guy carrying the skeleton rosary is a minor lord with a particularly high blood count. And the Lord of the Pass here is probably the most dangerous of all, the Quicksand Lord. Guanzu looks grave and uses the scouting skill. Skeleton Rosary Monster, Minor Lord, LV 150. Blood, 10,000 tubes. Attributes, Strength 550,000, Agility 210,000, Physique 710,000, Spirit 530,000. Skills, Bone Chain Binding, Death Curse, Soul Devouring. Bai Yu anxiously said, Guanzu, why don't we crush the detachment stone and leave? This little lord is too strong. We may not be a match. Moreover, during the battle, we might even startle the Quicksand Great King at the bottom of the final pass and be sneak attacked by him. There was a third-turn elite team that died like this before. Piggyback, however, smiled and comforted. Don't worry, Miss White, just follow the eating experience at ease. Just this little Yakuza, press the old pig to sit on his ass and die. Sun Wukong also jumped at the chance. Let me, old son, meet this skeleton head. The words had already rushed forward. Chapter 90, The Sand Monk's Grievance. The weapon whistled, smashing into the skeletal rosary monster with a devastating momentum. The power of shattering. Heaven-breaking stick. The strange man raised his skeleton rosary to try to block, but he was directly smashed by the baton and flew backwards, collapsing a sand dune behind him. Boom! -1,305 million. Blitz. 10,000 tubes of blood, over 1,000 straight up. The skeletal rosary monster had just climbed to its feet when Hoi's arrow had already broken through the air and accurately hit it in the center of the brow. -125 billion. Explosive head. The two heavenly generals also joined the battle. The golden-armored heavenly general's lance was like a dragon, and the green-robed heavenly general's duster was like thunder, working in tandem to attack the strange man's vitals. In just a few rounds, the skeleton Nimbus monster's blood level had dropped by most. It let out an unwilling roar and tried to cast the soul-devouring skill, but it was interrupted by Inuyasha's cracking earth palm. In the end, Sun Wukong directly smashed the skull rosary monster's head to smithereens with a stick shadow of 1,000 stacks. Kill the little lord, skeletal rosary monster. Experience gained, 1. 5 billion, triple experience. Your level rises to LV 136. Drop, skeletal rosary, 2 turns of platinum level. Essence of Sand times 50, exclusive to Guanzu. Second turning source crystal times 5, exclusive to Guanzu. Like some lord monsters that drop items that only certain people can pick up. In this wave, Bai Yue's side had also harvested the Essence of Sand, as well as the second turn source crystal treasure. Bai Yu looked at the scene dumbfounded. Gosh, this is too easy, isn't it? I'm afraid that our teachers from the Underworld Academy can only achieve this level. Guanzu laughed. This is also thanks to your triple experience potion. He then spoke to Sun Wukong and the others. Let's keep going. Maybe we'll run into the Sand Monk. Sun Wukong and Piggyback glanced at each other, and a hint of anticipation flashed in their eyes. They were also curious to see if they would encounter the senior brother they remembered in this copy of the Quicksand River. The skeleton rosary monster collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, and his huge body dissipated into dots of golden light. Instead of disappearing with it, the huge rosary erupted with a dazzling light, rising up into the sky like a shooting star and speeding off into the distance. Guanzu and the others couldn't help but look at each other as they looked at the streak of light that cut through the sky. This rosary bead even ran away by itself? Piggy scratched his head with a confused expression. Is it possible that it's some kind of extraordinary treasure? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of a strange color flashed in his golden eyes of fire. Why do I, old son, feel that the rosary seems to be heading in the direction of the Quicksand River? Just in time. Our goal was supposed to be that river. Guanzu said, waving his hand and signaling the crowd to move on. The crowd continued on their way and soon arrived at the banks of the Quicksand River. The river rolled on, the waves surged, and from time to time huge whirlpools formed and dissipated on the surface of the water. Scattered fragments of bone, the remains of some creature, could still be seen in the sand along the shore. Bai Yu cautiously approached the water's edge, her pretty face filled with vigilance. This river looks very wrong, everyone be careful, don't get swept in. Just then, a violent fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the river. A huge figure slowly emerged from the bottom of the river as monstrous waves rose from the surface of the water. It was a hideous-looking giant with red hair and a Mediterranean hairstyle, covered in heavy scale armor, and holding a huge crescent shovel in his hand. An eerie red light flickered in his eyes as his gaze swept over the crowd on the shore. "It's really Master Sha!" Sun Wukong and Piggyback exclaimed in unison. However, as soon as their words fell, monstrous anger and resentment erupted from the giant's eyes. "You guys! It's actually you guys!" The Sand Monk roared with resentment, his voice like thunder exploding. Why are you guys here?" Guanzu's heart fluttered, sensing that something was wrong with the situation. He knew the story of the journey to the west. It was logical that they should have a good relationship since they took the Western scriptures together. Sun Wukong looked grave. "Old Sha, how did you become like this?" "Ha ha ha." The Sand Monk laughed furiously with resentment, his laughter filled with pain and madness. "Stinking monkey, why did I become like this, and you don't even know?" "What?" Inuyasha looked bewildered. "Master Sha, what nonsense are you talking about? Why does monkey know? What's wrong with you?" "Shut up!" The Sand Monk roared in spiteful fury, and his huge crescent shovel slashed violently at the shore. "I'm going to decimate all of you to avenge these 10 million years of resentment." The Monkey King and the 8 Preceptors, both of them were dumbfounded at their faces. But there's still a battle to be had. Well, I, Lao Sun, will subdue you first, and then I'll slowly theorize with you." If it was someone else, of course Sun Wukong would have knocked him to death with a stick, but the other party was Sha Monk, so he had to inquire about what exactly was going on. The crescent shovel cut through the sky, slashing at the crowd with a destructive momentum. Guanzu and the others dodged, only to see the crescent moon shovel land on the shore, instantly lifting a large portion of the sand, stirring up a sky of sand and dust. Those sandstorms were very powerful, but fortunately, the damage caused by the Monkey King and Inuyasha and the others earlier had coalesced a thick shield of 100 billion blood on Guanzu's body. 100 billion, which was the current limit of how much Sekizo could accumulate blood shield. Not good. Guanzu's expression changed. This fellow was very strong. 2 heavenly generals, you guys come carry out the escort. Yes, master. The 2 heavenly generals guarded in front of Guanzu and Bai Yuyi. Sun Wukong rose up in the air with a somersault cloud, his weapon whistling and slamming into the Sand Monk's resentment. "Shashiti, calm down. I don't know what you've been through, but there must be some kind of misunderstanding." Boom! The weapon collided with the lunar shovel, erupting with a deafening roar. Powerful shockwaves swept around, lifting the river several feet high. "Misunderstanding? Ha ha ha." Sand Monk grudgingly laughed maniacally, the red light in his eyes becoming more and more demonic. "Back then, you made a big fuss over the peach fair, causing me to accidentally break the glazed marquee, and as a result, I was relegated to the mortal world. I was obviously the heavenly curtain roller, but I turned out to be an evil ghost in the water. It's all thanks to you. All these years, I've been searching for the fragments of that glazed marigold in this quicksand river. It's about to be reassembled into one. Why are you out again?" With that, he swung the crescent shovel violently, setting off a monstrous wave that swept toward the shore. Sun Wukong is also surprised, did not think that there is such a thing, but the Sand Monk, this person is a bit boring, never said with him. "Not good." Bai Yuyi exclaimed, hastily summoning the 3 bone dragons. The bone dragon opened its huge mouth and spewed out fiery dragon breath, colliding with the huge waves and stirring up the water mist in the sky. Seeing this, Guanzu immediately ordered, "Hui, Wukong, you guys are in charge of the attack. Piggy, Xianxing, Guangji, you and the 2 heavenly generals guard the safety of Bai Yuyi and I." "Alright." The crowd responded in unison and quickly acted according to Guanzu's instructions. Right now, Guangji Xianxing's damage is so low that Sun Wukong can easily do 100 billion damage with a single stick. Enough for Guangji Xianxing to fight for half a day, might as well let them protect the perimeter. Hui took his bow and shot an arrow. A golden arrow broke through the air, precisely hitting the key points of the Sand Monk's resentment. -$102. 4 billion. -$74. 7 billion. -$72. 1 billion. Hiroshi, on the other hand, waved his red tide blade, releasing a wheel of flaming blades that traced brilliant arcs in the air, killing those water spirits that jumped out of the water. The Sand Monk roared with resentment and rage, swinging his crescent shovel to block the attacks from all directions. However, his movements were getting slower and slower, and scars began to appear on his body. "Damn it!" Sand Monk growled in resentment. "You guys think you can defeat me just like that? I'll show you what despair is." With that, he violently plunged the crescent shovel into the bottom of the river and recited an obscure incantation under his breath. In an instant, the entire quicksand river boiled. Countless grains of sand gushed out from the bottom of the river and coalesced in the air to form a hideous and horrifying sand devil. These sand devils lunged at the crowd on the shore with open teeth and claws. "Agu!" Piggy exclaimed, waving his 9-toothed nail rake to block left and right. "This is troublesome, so many sand devils, monkey, hurry up." Guanzu looked grave. The Sand Monk is indeed difficult to deal with. Chapter 91, The Great Sage's Dharma appearance shows its might. When Sun Wukong saw that the crowd was surrounded by sand devils, a glint of stern coldness flashed through his golden eyes. He strangled his hands and recited true words under his breath, and in an instant, 90 golden lights burst out from his body. Monkey Monkey Sun. Golden points of light descended from the sky and transformed into the Monkey King's appearance. 90 identical monkey Kongs holding weapons lined up in a huge circular formation in the air. Each one was imposing in golden. Seeing this, Wanzu immediately cast the summoning spirit reinforcement formation. Boom! A huge circular formation that enveloped 3 or 4 kilometers around it condensed out. The power of Crush. Open. One could only see a ray of lightning coursing through the Monkey King's bodies, raising their aura to another level. Monkey, quickly suppress Master Sha. Piggy shouted as he waved his nail rake to fend off. Look at the stick. 90 weapons smashed down at the same time, thunder roared in the void, and the shadows of the sticks were like mountains, smashing toward the sandmonk with a destructive momentum. Rumble! The entire bank of the quicksand river trembled under this terrifying attack. On the other hand, the 8 rings were also actively fighting those sand devils. Whirlwind nail rake. -17. 5 billion. -17. 4 billion. -17. 8 billion. Countless sand devils turned into pieces and dissipated in the air under the 8 rings spinning great windmill. Seeing this, Sandmonk Spiteful was furious and swung his crescent moon shovel to slash at the nearest Sun Wukong doppelganger. Stinking monkey, I'm going to break you into pieces. Vajra's body. However, just as soon as his crescent shovel touched the doppelganger, he was shocked by a powerful recoil that made his tiger's mouth go numb. Vajra's body can be used in the equivalent of a bullet reversal. Taking this opportunity, the weapons of the other doppelgangers had already whistled. Heaven-breaking stick. Bang! 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 -$124. 7 billion. -142. 1 billion. -$135. 7 billion. Dozens of loud sounds in a row. The Sandmonk Grudge was knocked back and forth, the scale armor on his body shattered inch by inch, revealing the blue and purple skin underneath. Ah! Stinking monkey, stinking monkey. With a miserable scream, the Sandmonk's Grudge finally couldn't hold up, and was struck squarely in the chest by a heaven-breaking stick. His body flew hundreds of feet away like a broken kite, smashing heavily on the riverbank. Sha Shur Di, you admit defeat. Piggy shouted, let's talk about what's going on. Why do you have to let Monkey beat you up? The sand monk struggled to his feet with resentment, the red light in his eyes flickering. He looked around at the sand devils that had been cleared out, and then at the imposing Sun Wukong doppelgangers. You guys wait, this isn't over. Finally, he gritted his teeth and jumped into the quicksand river. With a clatter of water, the sand monk's figure disappeared into the rolling river. Let him run away, Bai Yuyi said with some regret. Guanzu, however, was pondering, that skeleton rosary, it's probably his treasure. Sun Wukong withdrew his doppelganger and looked grave. Azu is right, that rosary bead is indeed a bit odd. I, Lao Sun, always feel that it has some connection with Master Sha. Come on, let's chase after them and take a look. Piggy said anxiously, maybe we can help Sha Shur Di regain his sanity. On the banks of the quicksand river, the smoke of the battle had just cleared, and before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, the river suddenly churned up again. Sun Wukong frowned, a hint of caution flashed in his golden eyes of fire. Be on guard. I don't like water fights, wait for him to come out. Porky Pig scratched his head while gasping for air. Egu, monkey, what the hell is Sha Shur Di doing here? This is. Look, you guys, the sky. Hoey pointed to the distant sky. The river tumbled even more violently, as if something huge was about to break through the water. Suddenly, a golden light sped from the sky. It was a large rosary of skulls identical to the one used by the dead lord earlier. Immediately followed by the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, 8 streaks of golden light intersected, illuminating the entire bank of the quicksand river. Not good. Guanzu looked grave and hurriedly ordered, everyone, on guard. Yui, be careful, let's hide behind Beiji. The opponent was a sand monk grievance, and a mythological figure, different from the previous monsters, naturally, and had to be treated with full concentration. The 9 golden lights were seen circling in the air, then transformed into a large skeletal rosary, each emitting an ominous aura. They flew towards the river in unison as if they had heard a call. Boom! Splash the sky. Bai Yuyu exclaimed, What is this? These rosaries are the weapons of the quicksand great king? Guanzu was about to reply when the river suddenly exploded and a familiar figure reappeared in front of the crowd. It was the sand monk, only at this moment his aura was even more terrifying. His body was entwined with a thick black gas, and those 9 skeleton rosaries surrounded him like stars. Ha ha ha! Sand monk laughed maniacally, his voice filled with madness and resentment. Stinking monkey, you think you can beat me with that? Today, I'll let you all see the power of the real quicksand great king. Sun Wukong's brows tightened and the weapon in his hand involuntarily gripped a few points tighter. Master Sha, what are you doing? Do you really want to fight with your monkey brother me, to the death? When the sand monk heard this, the red light in his eyes became more and more demonic. Fight to the death? Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong, you think too highly of yourself. Today, I will let all of you be buried in this quicksand river. Piggy jumped in a hurry. Oops, crazy, completely crazy. Monkey, we have to wake him up. Not waiting for Inu Beiji to finish speaking, Sand Monk had already waved the crescent moon shovel in his hand, and 9 skeleton rosary beads shot out at once, like 9 meteors coming at the crowd. Watch out! Guanzu shouted, while forming seals rapidly, summoning spirit reinforcement formation, open. The previous strong return formation dissipated, and Guanzu dared to busy himself with putting up another one. I'll do it. True Lord Mighty. Inuyasha's figure zoomed in and blocked all of those 9 skeleton rosary beads attacks. -5. 3 billion. -4. 5 billion. -4. 7 billion. Beiji screamed miserably. For the first time, his defense was broken, and he didn't expect it to be his senior brother. It does hurt. And now he, with $200 billion of blood, was directly knocked out of 1/6 of it. However, the skeleton rosaries didn't stop there. They circled around in the air before launching a fierce attack towards the Monkey King, once again. Monkey. Him. Otherwise we could really end up here. Got it. On the banks of the quicksand river, the battle entered a white-hot phase. The 9 skeleton rosaries traced bizarre trajectories in the air, each strike containing a destructive power. Stinking monkey, this time I'll see how much longer you can be arrogant. The Sand Monk roared with resentment as the 9 skeletal rosaries spun around him at a rapid pace, forming a huge aura. Master Sha, what are you doing? Sun Wukong frowned, his weapon twirling in his hand, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Since you're obsessed, then I, old son, will make you come to your senses today. Chi Tian Dharma. A roar. Boom. Golden clouds gathered in the sky, covering the dome of heaven. Golden light appeared, and above Sun Wukong's head, a huge Dharma image emerged, thousands of feet tall. It was the battle god appearance of the great sage of Chi Tian, wearing a phoenix-winged purple golden crown on his head, clad in locked golden armor, and holding the Rui weapon in all its majesty. Great sage Dharma phase. Bai Yu exclaimed, what a powerful skill. 1,000 stacks of stick shadows. Catch. Thunder roared in the sky, and the weapons in the hands of the great sage Dharma phase transformed into millions of golden lights, smashing towards the Sand Monk's resentment like a meteor shower. 9 pearls in 1. Break! The Sand Monk roared with resentment, and the 9 skeleton rosaries simultaneously erupted with a piercing light, forming a protective shield. Duong! 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 The golden shadows of the stick, bombarding the Sand Monk's shield, caused damage that was extremely terrifying. The great sage Dharma phase plus the 1,000 stacks of stick shadows. This was Sun Wukong's most powerful current means. -214. 7 billion. -187. 4 billion. -2013 billion. The continuous bludgeoning damage caused the shield of the Sand Monk's grudge to shatter by inches. No! No! His body also kept retreating under this terrifying attack, his scale armor shattered and his body bruised, and he was smashed to the ground in a sorry state. Sun Wukong also sort of stayed some hands and didn't directly shatter the Sand Monk's resentment. Because he knew that the projection of this world, that Sand Monk resentment was also unique. It's not like other copies where the monsters are replicated. If he shattered the projection, he was afraid that it would affect Master Sha's original body in the divine realm. Monkey is mighty. Piggy waved his nail rake excitedly, now Sha Shurdi should always be sober. Just then, Guanzu suddenly sensed a hint of chance. The system beep sounded in his ears. Special event trigger, challenger's occupation detected. If you can untie the Sand Monk's heart, he will become your new summoning spirit. I see. Guanzu's eyes lit up. Monkey, don't lay your hands on him yet. Let me try to wake him up. Sand Monk grudge had been beaten all over his body, but the red light in his eyes remained unabated, except that he really couldn't move now. You will never defeat me. Guanzu took a step forward, his voice sincere. Sand Monk, in fact, deep down, you've been searching for that truth, haven't you? That truth about the glazed marigold. Chapter 92 Activation of Journey to the West. On the banks of the Lusha River, the smoke of the battle had just cleared, and the Sand Monk grudge fell to the ground, covered in bruises. The 9 skeleton rosaries were scattered on the ground, no longer emitting a demonic glow. Guanzu slowly stepped forward. Sand Monk, listen to me. Guanzu's voice was gentle but firm. You've always thought that it was because the Monkey King was causing trouble and shaking the sky that you accidentally slipped and let the glazed marigold slip to the ground, breaking the thing. But has it ever occurred to you that there is something inherently wrong with that idea? Sand Monk grudge raised his head, a hint of confusion showing in his red flickering eyes. What does it mean? What could be the problem? Guanzu smiled faintly and continued to explain. Think about it, a glazed marigold is a spiritual treasure, how could it just break? Even an ordinary porcelain vase dropped on the ground may not break. Not to mention the treasures of the heavenly court? These words were like a thunderbolt. It exploded in the Sand Monk's mind. A flash of realization passed through his eyes. You're right. Sand Monk muttered, how come I never thought of that? I don't blame Monkey. That's a glazed marigold, a spiritual treasure glazed marigold. Monk Sha's grudge is unlocked at 20%. Please keep up the good work. The air around them seemed to freeze as everyone listened to the conversation with bated breath. Sun Wukong and Inuyasha looked at each other with a look of anticipation in their eyes. Sand Monk suddenly raised his head, the red light in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by more than a trace of clarity. Then, could that be the Jade Emperor deliberately trying to fix me? Because I once snuck into the Queen Mother's chambers? This is not a good thing. Could it be that the Jade Emperor is thinking the wrong way? In fact, the idea isn't right either. Because of some of the accounts that Guanzu had read, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were not husband and wife, but rather the two leaders who ruled the heavenly court, more like co-workers. In many works, however, the duo will be designated as husband and wife for better understanding. But well, when it comes to mythology, who's to say that theirs is real and the original source? It's all one book, one side of the world setting, essentially 2, 3, 4, 5 creations of the mythos, setting each other up in a way that is non-aggressive and doesn't have to be exactly the same. Guanzu couldn't help but smile when she heard this. He crouched down and looked the Sand Monk levelly in the eye. Sand Monk, think again. Guanzu's voice was full of good manners. You're the rolling general, the equivalent of what? The Jade Emperor's personal bodyguard. It's the closest figure to follow day and night. How well did the Jade Emperor know you during that constant time? How could he have to fix you for such a small thing? These words were like a ray of sunshine, dispersing the haze in the Sand Monk's heart. Think about it, he's been the rolling general for so long. He's had his share of hard work without credit. How stifling to be relegated to the earth because of a glazed marigold. But it also made him more puzzled. What was that about? Bai Yue didn't know anything about the journey to the west and listened to it with a clouded mind. On the contrary, Sun Wukong and Piggyback were also confused. Guanzu looked at Sha Monk with a gentle gaze. Actually, you've been misunderstanding one thing. The Jade Emperor's decision to let you go down to the world is not a relegation, but a reappointment. It was because of trusting you that I let you go down to the world. Monk Sha's grievances are 60% resolved. Please keep up the good work. What do you mean? The red light in the Sand Monk's eyes had faded most of the way, but it still carried a few moments of confusion. The breeze swept through, swirling up a few wisps of sand and dust. Guanzu's sleeves fluttered gently, and his voice was steady and strong, as if it could point straight to the heart. This journey in the West to fetch the scriptures is actually a quantum leap. The heavenly court, the Buddhist sect, the earth, and the demon realm, all divided their chi in this vast quantitative calamity. You, on the other hand, are an important pawn representing the heavenly courtside. A quantum jump? Splitting the chi? Sand Monk muttered, a flash of realization flashing through his eyes. Guanzu continued to explain, yeah. This journey to the west, ostensibly to fetch the scriptures, was in fact redrawing the chi of heaven and earth. The Buddhist sect has the golden cicada reincarnation of the Tang monk, the demon world has monkey as a great power, while the Tang monk represents the great Tang dynasty. And you, as the rolling curtain general, are the Jade Emperor's specially chosen representative of the heavenly court. The river gently swirled, reflecting the evening sun in the sky. Sha Monk's eyes gradually cleared, as if the ice had melted. So the Jade Emperor trusts me too. Sand Monk's voice choked a little. Right. Guanzu smiled. How could the Jade Emperor find just anyone for such an important mission? It was because of knowing your character and believing in your abilities, plus the fact that you are his close friend, that you were chosen. As the main group of protagonists of the Western Quantum of Solace, Sun Wukong and the others then later on, naturally understood something. But as the saying goes, the authorities are in the dark, the onlookers are in the dark. At this moment, after hearing Guanzu speak, the Monkey King also understood why so many things had happened to him. Why is it that when he made a scene in the Heavenly Palace, the Heavenly Court clearly had the strength to suppress him, but none of the true martial emperors, or the purple-violet emperors, came out? Instead, he chose to let the Buddhists suppress him. When he was in the Heavenly Court, he thought he had made a big mess in the Heavenly Palace, but it turned out that those demons in the lower realms, with one of the gods' magic treasures, were difficult for him to solve. These doubts have always plagued the Monkey King. Until now, he got it. It turns out that the original journey to the West to get the scriptures was actually a big variety show-off. These days in reality, Sun Wukong also has the habit of looking at his cell phone and usually watches some variety shows. Now that I think about it, the so-called journey to fetch the scriptures is not just a large-scale reality show for the Heavenly Court, the Buddhist sect, and the demon race. Suddenly, the black aura on the Sand Monk's body dissipated as much as it could. He fell to his knees, tears falling like rain. I can't believe I misunderstood for so many years, and held a grudge against Monkey. Ding! The Sand Monk's knot has been untied, and he's about to become the new summoning spirit. A golden light appeared, and an arcane rune surfaced on the Sand Monk's body. The rune gradually vaporized and turned into a stream of light that was injected into Guanzu's body. Many thanks to Mr. Guan for pointing this out. Sha Monk said, from now on, old Sha would like to follow you. The churning river of quicksand returned to calm. System beeps sounded one after another. Copy clearance complete. You have gained 13 billion experience points, triple bonus, and your level has been raised to 156. Hidden quest, resolve the Sand Monk's heart, complete. Special achievement Journey to the West unlocked. Ha, the harvest is not small this time. Porky Pig rubbed his round belly and laughed. Shasher D has finally figured it out. I said, how come you don't come to my place to break in even after fetching the scriptures? At this moment, the sand monk in the divine realm was also completely awakened through his projected consciousness, secretly sighing at his former folly. Bai Yu opened the system panel and looked at the crazily jumping experience value numbers. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Guanzu, look! We've obtained so many rare materials this time. She pointed at the items in her backpack that were glittering with golden light. These essence of sand and second turning source crystals are both practical for us. Guanzu smiled and nodded. His harvest was even more lucrative. System prompts came one after another. Gained equipment, quicksand beads, emerald grade. Materials obtained, essence of sand times 500, second turning source crystal times 25. Westward bound activation. Increase the attributes of Monkey King, Porky Pig and Monkshaw by 300%. You get a 20% increase in the attributes of the Westward Journey group. Ah Zhu! Sun Wukong waved his weapon excitedly. I feel much stronger again. Is this the legendary power of bondage? Hui was envious beyond measure. After you guys unlocked your bonds, you've all strengthened so much. Watching his co-workers, all of a sudden, take off and far surpass himself, Hui expects that Guanzu will hurry up and have the chance to summon those great witches as well. By the time his bonds activate, the bonuses can take off as well. Sha Monk said, thank you, Mr. Guan, for pointing this out. With the power of this bond, we will definitely be able to break through. Heh, Inuyasha grinned, our westward journey combo is finally complete. Turn the world upside down. Bai Yu looked at Guanzu's attribute panel and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. And now, the power attribute of the Monkey King is as high as 4.5 million. Sakizo enjoys 20% of the trio's collection, and his power, now, is close to 2 million. What a concept! Attributes that are only available at the 5th turn level. And in the future, Guanzu's summon spirit would become even stronger. Heavens, Guanzu! Your attribute boost is too terrifying. This 20% increase is just like hanging on. Chapter 93, Shocking Great General Xiahou. In front of the military headquarters building, the sun was shining just right, and a few white pigeons were hovering over the square. General Xiahou had just finished an important meeting and was heading back to his office. Qi Yun, did Guanzu come today? General Xiahou casually asked when he saw Qi Yun walking towards him. Great General, Guanzu did come. Qi Yun said, but he's already gone to swipe his copy. Oh, what kind of copy are you brushing? General Xiahou stopped and casually asked. Yes, a copy of Quicksand River. Qi Yun replied. General Xiahou's expression instantly froze, his face turning from red to green and then from green to white. He grabbed Qi Yun's shoulders violently, his voice shaking. What did you say? Holy, Qi Yun, Quicksand River? Are you crazy? Great General, that copy, Azu should be able to handle it. Qi Yun was taken aback by this sudden response. Do you know what that place is? General Xiahou said excitedly, that's a copy suspected to be related to myths and legends. Even our special squad from the military department was lost there. We've waited so hard for such a genius, and you're just going to let him go to his death? Didn't everyone else brush that copy as well? How could they go and just die? Qi Yun said. It's not the same That copy has 2 lords. If it's Guanzu he's likely to trigger the hidden level. That level is so dangerous that even a 4th turn could flip in it. General Xiahou let go of Qi Yun, turned around and ran towards the command center. Quickly, mobilize the rescue forces immediately. Notify the Special Operations Squad, bring along the follow stone and set off with me. Xiahou Tian, is it that serious? Qi Yun hurriedly followed. The heart was also tense. If we really came across a hidden level, with Azu's character, we might really die and not come out. The sirens in the military district sounded. The roar of armored vehicles rose and fell as the 40-member Special Operations team quickly assembled. Normal copies are not accessible. However, the War Department has a couple of rare props that allow you to follow a previously entered team into the same replica. Only, the following stone was a bit large, and Qi Yun couldn't even fit it in when he tore through the cracks in space. General, the rescue force is ready. A special operations captain ran to report. Depart! General Xiahou ordered, and the fleet of giant armored vehicles roared out of the military area. Make sure to find them before something happens. After passing through the teleportation array, the caravan sped down the road leading to the Quicksand River. General Xiahou's brows tightened. Guanzu, don't let anything happen to you. You're a genius that our military department can only find once in 100 years. You can't just fold up in that hellhole. The convoy of military armored vehicles whistled across the wilderness, raising yellow sand. General Xiahou and Qi Yun stood on the roof of the foremost car, looking anxiously into the distance. Up ahead is the entrance to the Quicksand River replica. Qi Yun said as he pointed at the golden door of light in the distance. The armored convoy braked urgently, splashing a large amount of sand and dust. General Xiahou and Qi Yun jumped out of the car and quickly ran towards the entrance of the replica. Not good. General Xiahou's face suddenly changed. The copy vortex has turned black. this means that a hidden level has been triggered inside. The information displayed on the light screen caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. Current difficulty, Purgatory level. Hidden level, triggered. Current progress, Sand Monk's Grievance Stage 2. Challenge members, Zhou Quan, Yui Bai. Is this kid crazy? General Xiahou slammed his fist on the armored car. Even if it's Purgatory difficulty, it actually triggered a hidden level. And then don't come out yet. General, let's go in and save them. The Special Operations Captain said as he was about to activate the huge following stone. If we're late, we might not be able to make it. Yes, go in immediately. General Xiahou turned to the Special Warriors. All of you, get ready. Before the words fell, the light screen suddenly flickered and a series of light screen announcements popped up one after another. Copy passed. Hidden mission completed. Passing time, 15 minutes and 35 seconds, setting a new record for the fastest time. The scene was dead silent as everyone stared daggers at the light screen. How is this possible? Qi Yun rubbed his eyes, a Purgatory level hidden level, and they actually cleared it? Unbelievable. General Xiahou muttered, what kind of monster is this kid? A copy that even a fourth-turn powerhouse might have folded, and he cleared it with a sister? And it's a new record. The Special Operations team members looked at each other in disbelief. Some of them had once folded their teammates on nightmare difficulty, and now they couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the result. Xiahou Tian, I told you that you're making a fuss, Azu can totally fix it. Qi Yun gulped, also shocked beyond belief. Genius. General Xiahou's voice trembled a bit. This is a true genius. At the entrance of the Quicksand River replica, the Special Forces members were neatly lined up, and the engines of the armored vehicles were still roaring. The light door slowly opened, and Guanzu and Bai Yuyi stepped out from it, followed by a tall figure with a sturdy build and a crescent shovel. This is the Sand Monk Grudge Lord? No, there are no more grievances on the body. One of the Special Warriors rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the sight he was seeing. This is the hidden boss of this copy. Geez, not only did he clear the level, he also transformed the Lord into a summoning spirit. Is that reasonable? Another member of the team sucked in a breath of cold air. Guanzu. Qi Yun quickly stepped forward. Your kid is too fierce. The hidden level of Purgatory difficulty, you've broken it. Master Qi, General Xiahou, why are you all here? Guanzu's expression was startled as he raised his hand in greeting, the traces of the battle on his body not yet completely faded. General Xiaohou's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the scene in front of him. Ahem. We're here. To cheer you on. Yeah, just here to cheer you on. Ha ha ha. He came over with so much fanfare, but as a result, there was nothing on Guanzu's side, so it seemed like he was the one who was fussing and making a fuss. General, you wouldn't be worried about something happening to Azu, so you've brought a special operations team to rescue him, right? Bai Yuyi was ice cold and winked, revealing a promising smile. This little girl. General Xiaohou's old face flushed. I'm not afraid of you guys. General Xiahou, you underestimate Azu too much. Bai Yuyi smiled. You are not seeing how powerful he is in there. Even the Sand Monk was convinced by him. Convinced? Qi Yun looked incredulous. How did you do it? It's a figure of myth and legend. The Sand Monk stepped forward and bowed to General Xiahou and the others with clasped fists. Thanks to Mr. Guan waking me up and making me understand a lot of things. From now on, old Sha will follow Lord Guan to the death. Good fellow. General Xiahou looked at Sha Monk and then at Guanzu, momentarily speechless. Outside the entrance of the Quicksand River copy, suddenly, another squad stumbled out of the copy in a sorry state. Damn! How did this copy suddenly become so difficult? Qin Ming's face was in a sorry state, and the equipment on his body was broken. 9 lords, each with a skeleton rosary, who can stand up to this? Chapter 94, Qin Ming gave. In Qin Ming's squad, one of the team members was leaning against the wall, blood still seeping from the wound on his arm. The captain is right, those lords' attacks are too terrifying. My gold-grade arm guard was shattered by a single blow, and if I hadn't reacted quickly, I wouldn't have been able to save this arm. It's a good thing we brought detachment stones. Another member of the team pulled out a bottle of advanced recovery potion and poured it down, otherwise we really would have been wiped out this time. This copy is too perverted. Qin Ming gasped as he wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead. Wasn't it a desert scorpion before? How did it suddenly turn into 9 lords? And each of them is holding a skeleton rosary, breaking up our defense formation in one shot. Because Guanzu passed the hidden level, it made the whole copy change and become a full body copy, no more hidden levels. It's also why the difficulty of normal level copies has gone up so much. Qin Ming looked around and saw Guanzu and Bai Yuyi standing there leisurely, with easy smiles on their faces. Heh, looks like you guys failed too, right? Qin Ming revealed a hint of a gloating smile. With this kind of difficulty, even a 4th-turn powerhouse wouldn't be able to pass. However, you guys were actually able to crush the detachment stone, so you're not too useless. Qin Ming. Bai Yuyi interrupted him, pointing at the light screen. Why don't you take a look at the record list first? Don't be a clown there, alright? Qin Ming turned his head to look at the light screen and his expression instantly froze. Record of the fastest clearance. 15 minutes and 35 seconds for Sakizo's team. Difficulty, Purgatory level. Hidden mission, completed. How is this possible? Qin Ming's voice changed tone. Not only did you guys pass the level, but you also set a new record? So, Qin Ming. Bai Yuyi said with a smirk, isn't it time to fulfill the previous bet of 20 talent points in Skeleton Tyrant? My Skeleton Tyrant is a platinum level summon skeleton. Qin Ming said angrily, giving your bone dragon as rations? You're dreaming. Guanzu looked at the scene and said, Qin Ming, a loss is a loss, a man is a man, a promise is a promise. Besides, we have signed a betting order, so you can refuse to give it if you want to, so let the heavenly Tao punish you first. You guys. Qin Ming said through gritted teeth, do you really want me to honor the bet? Guanzu, 20 talent points I can give. But my platinum ranked skeleton tyrant is something I'm so not allowed to get. Guanzu clasped his hands on his chest, his expression bland. Qin Ming, you should be clear that the betting contract was voluntarily signed by both parties. If the loser reneges, the heavenly Tao will rain down punishment. But you, the winner, can unilaterally destroy the contract. Qin Ming yelled lowly. Why would I do that? Consider it as giving me, Qin Ming, face. Befriending my Qin family will benefit you more than befriending Bai Yuyi. Qin Ming gritted his teeth. 20 talent points, I can give you just as much. There's no need to make things unpleasant between us because of a Bai Yuyi, don't you think so? Qin Ming spoke in a threatening tone. You're very talented, but you have to realize that when you're out in the world, family background, and friends, are important too. Befriending me will do you a lot of good. But it's not wise to have to fight me. 20 talent points he could give. However, the platinum grade skeleton tyrant was something he had managed to obtain with great difficulty, and if it was devoured, he would lose a large portion of his strength. And it would also make Bai Yuyi stronger, affecting his position in the underworld school. Although Bai Yuyi felt pity, she didn't want Guanzu to turn against the Qin family clan for herself. Joe, just let him learn a lesson, you just take 20 talent points, as for me forget it. Guanzu directly pulled out the deed. Qin Ming, cut the crap. Lose and give quickly. There had never been anyone, yet, who could break a contract on their own, and it wasn't between Bai Yuyi and Qin Ming. Rather, he, Guanzu, hated it when people used a threatening tone, and conversed with him. So what if you're from a big family? If you lose, give me compliance. Don't talk about all that east and west and north and south. Guanzu looked meaningfully at the surrounding military personnel. Or, you think you can still use your Qin family to pressure me on this occasion? You can try too. Good. Guanzu, remember this. Qin Ming's face turned white and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. With a trembling hand, he took out a skeleton token that shimmered with a dark red light. Bai Yuyi, here. It was as tough as if he was cutting meat. This is my skeleton tyrant, take it. Bai Yuyi took the token and gently waved her hand. She wouldn't spoil the other party, she had suffered a lot in the underworld school because of this Qin Ming. The three bone dragons appeared in front of the crowd, then, opening their huge mouths, they separated the skeleton tokens into three and swallowed them into their bellies. Boom! A dark red light erupted from within the bone dragons, and the bodies of the three bone dragons began to change. Arcane patterns emerged on the surface of the bone, gradually coalescing into a dark red armor. The white ghostly bone dragon devours the skeleton tyrant, completing its evolution and metamorphosing into Tyrannosaurus Rex, platinum level. Great! Bai Yuyi was ecstatic, my bone dragon has gotten stronger. Qin Ming, thank you for feeding me. Qin Ming's face turned green as he watched his beloved skeleton tyrant being devoured like this, his heart was like a knife. My platinum grade summoning beast. Gone just like this. Guanzu, Bai Yuyi, wait for me. Okay. Guanzu, next time, weigh yourself before you bet. The members of Qin Ming's squad, looking at this scene, were secretly glad that they had not followed their captain's arrogance. And my 20 talent points, when are you going to give them? Qin Ming's face was gloomy as he pulled out his communicator and dialed the family's contact information. Hey, it's me. Qin Ming forced down his anger and said, I need 20 talent point runestones. An old voice came from the other end of the communicator, Xiaoming, there's no need to rush in lighting up the star map for now. Grandpa, I lost a bet. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and said, the other party was Guanzu from the Star Beheading Academy, as well as Bai Yuyi. The little girl from the White family? Then tell her that we can give her the extra talent point runestones when we have them. Xiahou Tian walked forward at the right time and said into the communicator, Qin family master, it's me, Xiahou Tian. Our little friend Guanzu from the military department won your grandson's bet, so what should be given according to the rules, should still be given. There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a few seconds, and then a panicked voice came out, Xia, General Xiahou, why are you over there? This is natural, our Qin family has always been the most trustworthy. Grandpa. Qin Ming was anxious, these 20 runestones are. Shut up. The old man snapped, I'll have someone send it over right away. General Xiahou, don't worry, I'll be there in half an hour. Bai Yuyi snickered from the side, looks like the Qin family is giving General Xiahou face. That's natural. Guanzu smiled, the strength of the military is not something a family can compare to. Qin Ming stood aside, his face green and white. First he lost his beloved skeleton tyrant, and now he had to lose 20 talent point runestones. This day's loss was enough to make his heart ache for a long time. Xin Ming ah. Xiao Tian patted his shoulder. Young people should know how to stop. Sometimes it's not a shame to lose, it's a shame to not be able to lose. Yes, the general taught me a lesson. Chapter 95, lighting up 2 more constellations. Outside the quicksand river replica, the sun was shining just right, and the breeze brought a hint of dryness. Guanzu sat cross-legged, a faint golden light lingering around him. You've risen to level 156, you've gained quite a bit this time. Bai Yu looked at the light on Guanzu's body, and surprise flickered in her eyes. Just in time to light up a few of the star charts. Each upgrade brings a new talent point. This time, going from level 132 to 156 adds another 24 talent points. Guanzu's palm flipped over, and 24 talent points, glittering with starlight, hovered above his palm. The talent points gained from these upgrades are just enough to, once again, light up the 2 great constellations of the summoning department on the Apocalypse star map. A hint of anticipation flashed in Guanzu's eyes. Bai Yu was also considered to be in the summoning department. After all, she was a necromancer, and she knew more about it. It was only that she wasn't as bold as Guanzu, to the point of using a diamond-grade star map. She was an emerald-grade star map prepared by the family. Azu, which 2 constellations are you going to light up? The great constellations of the summoning department are not simple, each one contains a different mystery. This time, I'm going to light up the 2 great constellations of All Spirit Summoning and Soul Resonance, Guanzu said, already starting to run the talent points. In front of him, a brilliant star map suddenly appeared, with 2 huge constellation patterns looming. As the talent points were injected, the constellations gradually lit up. Boom! The first constellation, Summoning of All Souls, fully illuminated as a golden light descended from the sky and enveloped Guanzu. The All Souls Summoning constellation has been lit successfully. Gain trait, Summoning Spirit Strength increased by 30%. Xuantan. Inuyasha marveled, it's really esoteric. After that star map is illuminated, our strength will be able to increase drastically. Not only the projections of this world, but their own bodies in the divine realm could also gain great benefit. Since following Guanzu, all of them had doubled their strength 1,000 times over. With the westward bound boost, Guanzu's attributes had already surpassed any of his summoned spirits. He was the 2 coyotes summoned along with him when he was releasing his skills, and both of them were almost equal to White Spectre's Tyrant Dragon in terms of combat power. Without pausing, Guanzu continued to light up the second constellation, Soul Resonance. Buzz! Another pillar of purple light descended. Soul Resonance constellation lights up success. Gain trait, establishes telepathy with summoned creatures, allowing them to share vision and increase efficiency of teamwork by 50%. That's awesome. Bai Yu said excitedly, Azu, you can now connect with the summoned spirits, mentally. The Sand Monk was also shocked. Mr. Guan, the addition of these 2 constellations makes me feel more connected to you. We'll have a better match. With this soul resonance, Guanzu wouldn't need to shout out strategies in the future. By then, all of them would be equivalent to having an internal mental network, and everyone's thoughts would be conveyed to each other at the first opportunity, without the need for words, direct mental communication. This can speed up the fit considerably. Imagine that you think a thought and the other person knows it, that you just had a thought and the other person can make a match. That's tacit understanding. That's a heart-to-heart. Good stuff, absolutely good stuff. Guanzu laughed. Subsequently, Guanzu viewed the Sandman's personal panel. A message from the Sand Monk surfaced on the light screen. Name, Rolling General Sha Wujing. Star rating, 0 stars. Race, Divine, Gold. Level, second turn LV 180. Talent, 9 Skulls Nimbus, Mythic rank, Quicksand Body, Mythic rank. Attributes, Strength 2. 38 million, Agility 2. 13 million, Constitution 3. 21 million, Spirit 3. 87 million. Skills, Sandshifting LV10, Crescent Shovel LV10, Nimbus Technique LV10, Quicksand Binding LV10, Sandstorm Impact LV10. Battle Strength Assessment, 229 stars. Verdict, characters from mythology are naturally awesome. It's worthy of being a summoning spirit transformed by a replica lord. It's directly in turn 2 status. Guanzu said in surprise, his eyes lighting up. The attributes of a sand monk can be very luxurious. Still, it's no match for the current monkey, who is now up to 4.9 million in power. After all, it's a 5-star monkey. Old Shah, this is for you. Guanzu took out the flowing pearl of quicksand and handed it to the sand monk. This is an emerald-grade equipment dropped from a copy. It has a phrase on it that says it's just right for you to use as your specialized martial art. Sand Monk took the quicksand bead, only to see the bead surface flowed with light golden light, vaguely visible in which there is a fine sand flow. Thank you, Mr. Guan. The Sand Monk held the quicksand bead in his hand and immediately felt a familiar power surge into his body. This bead is compatible with my origin. It is indeed a good treasure. Sand Monk is equipped with quicksand beads, specialized martial arts. Talent. The quicksand domain is enhanced, plus 20% to all attributes in the domain. The power of Sandstorm Blast skill is increased by 100%. Quicksand Binding skill range increased by 100%. Not bad, not bad. Sun Wukong said with a smile, with this treasure, Master Sha's strength will be able to go up another level. Ah, Zhu is truly amazing. Bai Yue heartily exclaimed, not only did you pass the copy, but you also subdued the sand monk and found him such a suitable weapon. Xin Ming rolled his eyes as he watched from the side, cursing in his heart, you Bai Yue, so high and cold in the academy, just like a big iceberg. How come you're a furnace now that you're running next to Guanzu? A mouthful of Azu, you're amazing. You're a real liquor, you. The sand monk held the quicksand bead and gently waved it, and immediately countless tiny grains of sand surfaced in the air around him. With this, I'll be able to serve Mr. Guan better. Sha monk laughed. After dealing with the sand monk, Guanzu counted the harvest from this copy, an expectant glint in his eyes. Good harvest this time, Guanzu said to Bai Yue as he organized the pile of materials. Other than those ordinary materials, I already have 95 second turning source crystals on hand. Gather 5 more and you'll be able to make a summoning spirit complete its second turn. Ah Zhu, should we go brush it a few more times? Bai Yue's eyes lit up. Now that the replica has become complete, it should drop better. Sun Wukong scratched his head as the weapon spun around in his hand. I think it's fine, just so Sha Shidi can get used to the new equipment as well. Right. Porky Pig laughed as he patted his round belly. Let Master Sha try the power of that quicksand bead, and brush up on his experience in the meantime. These people had suffocated the birds in the god realm, so they naturally enjoyed the feeling of conquering in a replica. Moreover, they also wanted to earn more source crystals and then turn too early. Lord Guan, I also want to try the power of this treasure. Those 9 lords, all created by me with the 9 bones nimbus, naturally can't stop us. Good. Guanzu stood up and patted the dust on his body. White Spectre, 6 copies a day, let's brush 5 more. I'll still take the lead this time, and you'll steer from behind with the bone dragon. Xiao Tian looked at this scene, appreciation flashed in his eyes. Young people are just motivated. Bai Yue summoned the 3 tyrant dragons, her dark red armor flashing with a cold light. Azu, I'm ready. The squad re-enters the copy. Chapter 96, Boss, why did you defect? Golden light flashed as the vortex at the entrance of the replica spun once again. Guanzu led the team to step into it, and the scene in front of him changed instantly. On the banks of the Lusha River, yellow sand filled the sky, and the river tumbled in the distance. The sand monk gripped the quicksand beads in his hand tightly, his eyes glittering with excitement. Back again. Sun Wukong gently jumped twice, his weapon spinning in his hand. Hey, old Sha, this time we're here to pick a fight, not to come back to visit our family. Monkey's right, Inuyasha grinned, let those little goblins taste the power of your old Sha. Suddenly, the sand churned and dozens of sand scorpions burrowed out of the ground, lunging at the crowd with teeth and claws. Hui bent his bow and arrow, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Let me meet these little things. Break! The golden arrows broke through the air, splitting into dozens of streams of light in the air, each of which accurately hit a sand scorpion. -104. 7 billion. -105. 8 billion. -100. 2 billion. The more the star map was dotted, the more Hui's battle power, too, grew stronger. Before the sand scorpions could hiss, they had already dissipated into bits of golden light. There were only a few deep craters left in the ground to prove that they had once existed. This, Bai Yue exclaimed with her eyes wide open. Seconds. Guanzu let out a light laugh. Yue, let's go, let's move on. The party continued on, and wherever they went, sandworms and 2-winged ghost birds fell. The Monkey King's weapons are invincible, and the Sand Monk's quicksand field makes it difficult for enemies to move an inch. Ha! Sun Wukong suddenly stopped and pointed at a figure in the distance. Skeleton rosary freak, over there. Only to see a figure carrying a huge skeleton rosary on a distant sand dune was standing there dumbfounded, seemingly not yet noticing the arrival of the crowd. Sand Monk narrowed his eyes. That was one of the doppelgangers I created with the 9 bones rosary beads. It seems he doesn't know what's going on. Ha, how about we surprise him then? Piggy waved his nail rake and leapt into action. Guanzu nodded, then surprise him. The Sand Monk nodded in response, holding the quicksand beads and stepping on the quicksand. He came before the skeleton rosary monster. Hey, you guy. Sand Monk spoke faintly, still recognize me? The skeleton rosary monster turned around and was dumbfounded when he saw Monksha's face. Old boss? How did you? Sand Monk laughed softly. I'm not your boss, I'm here to clean you up. Before the words fell, the quicksand bead was already offered. Brilliant golden light enveloped the surroundings, and countless tiny grains of sand danced in the air, forming a huge whirlpool. Quicksand binding. -324. 7 billion. Blitz. Sandstorm impact. -224. 7 billion. The rosary bead streak. -121. 7 billion. -$124. 5 billion. The skeletal rosary monster let out a scream. No, boss. We were all waiting to follow you to take over the human world. Why did you defect? Put. The skeleton monster, then, was killed in seconds by this horrific damage. His body turned into bits of golden light and dissipated into the air. Only a skull rosary with a shimmering light was left, lying silently in the sand. Guanzu and the others walked slowly, looking at this scene and couldn't help but TSK. Master Sha, Sun Wukong patted Monksha's shoulder, you've risen in strength really fast. Thanks to Mr. Guan's cultivation, Sha Monk said humbly. Guanzu picked up the skeletal rosary on the ground and scrutinized it carefully. This rosary seems to contain a special power. Sand Monk, what do you think should be done with it? The Sand Monk pondered for a moment. Mr. Guan, I can use the quicksand bead to absorb its origin. When we collect all 9 rosaries, the strength of the quicksand bead will still be able to metamorphose. Guanzu nodded his head in approval. Let's do it. Just keep going. There are 8 more lords waiting for us. The party set off again, heading deeper. On the banks of the Quicksand River, the second skeleton Nimbus Lord was patrolling his territory. Suddenly, a powerful aura struck him, causing him to tremble. What people? The skeletal Rosary Lord looked around warily. The sand suddenly churned, the Monkey King and Sand Monk descended from the sky, and Ho Yi's arrow was ready to fire. Lao Air, it's me. Sand Monk was holding the quicksand bead, his eyes flashing with golden light. The big dogs? How did you get mixed up with them? The skeletal Rosary Lord took a few steps back, his tone filled with incredulity. Mixed up? Sun Wukong sneered, old Sha was originally our good brother. The skeleton Nimbus Lord looked at the bad situation and violently stomped his foot, his entire body about to burrow into the quicksand to join the other lords. Want to run? The Sand Monk snorted coldly. In the Quicksand River, you still want to play this trick with me? Only to see the Sand Monk's hand quicksand beads glowed greatly, the whole piece of sand instantly solidified. The skeleton Rosary Lords had only gotten halfway through the drill when they were stuck in place. No, don't! Grand Master, one of our own. The skeletal Rosary Lord struggled to escape. Quicksand binding. Countless tiny grains of sand coalesced into chains, wrapping the skeleton Rosary Lords in a death grip and yanking them out of the ground hard. Sandstorm impact. -275. 8 billion. Blitz. 9 days of continuous shooting. Heaven-breaking stick. Boom boom boom. Brilliant golden light swept across the room. The terrifying damage directly blasted the skeleton Nimbus Lord into pieces, leaving behind only a dull skeleton Nimbus and a few shining second-turn source crystals. Ha, all together. Inuyasha laughed as he picked up the origin crystal. Azu, this is a few more second-turning source crystals, let my old pig turn too. Hoi, let me through. You let me old pig, monkey brother and Shashir D have both turned too. If I don't turn too, it will be too disgraceful, please. Hoi is a bit speechless, this pig is so thick-skinned. Okay, call me brother from now on. Seed, thank you, Seed. Guanzu cried and laughed a little while putting away the quicksand essence as well. The white ghostly bone dragon hovered in the sky and let out a long whistle. Brother Azu, another lord has been spotted up ahead and is escaping. Chase. Pursuit. On the banks of the Quicksand River, the 7 skeleton Rosary Lords gathered together to discuss countermeasures. The eldest lord has already defected and there's no news of the second brother. We must unite as one. The leading skeleton lord said as he clenched the rosary in his hand. Yes, let's join forces and be united. With the power of unity, with our unyielding faith and bondage, definitely beat them. As soon as the words left their mouths, a loud roar interrupted their conversation. Hey, want to run? No way. Piggy waved his 9-toothed nail rake and cast his taunting skill. All of you, come here for me old pig. The red aura flashed as the 7 lords were pulled by an invisible force, involuntarily moving closer to Inuyasha. Damn! What kind of demonic spell is this? The lords shouted in panic. Sun Wukong leapt down from the clouds, his weapon dancing out of his hands in a trail of residual shadows. Look at my old grandson's heaven-breaking stick. The golden light was like a waterfall, sweeping across. The ground was plowed with several deep furrows, and sand and stones splashed. -275. 8 billion. Blitz. -245. 6 billion. -289 billion. Hoi, it's your turn. Guanzu gave an order. Hoi strung his bow and shot arrows, and a rain of arrows poured down from the sky, each arrow flashing with a deadly light. 9 days of continuous shooting. -175. 8 billion. -185. 6 billion. -199 billion. Let me end this. Sand Monk held the quicksand bead with a determined gleam in his eyes. Quicksand impact. Countless tiny grains of sand coalesced in the air, forming a huge wave of sand that rolled towards the 7 lords. No, don't! The lords let out desperate wails. With a loud boom, the 7 lords dissipated into dots of golden light after the waves of sand. Scattered on the ground were skeletal rosaries, second-turn source crystals, and various rare materials. Ha, good harvest this time. Guanzu laughed as he collected the treasures on the ground. The system beep sounded. You have gained a large amount of experience value. Your level has increased to 158. Obtaining second turning source crystals times 12. Gain quicksand essence times 87. Obtain skeleton rosary times 7. Guanzu said excitedly, now there are enough source crystals to make 8 ring or Hoi turn 2. My old pig first. Porky Pig hurriedly came forward. Brother, he already promised me, let me go first, he. Hoi shook his head helplessly, alright, let him go first. Chapter 97, The 8 Preceptors' Second Turn. On the banks of the Quicksand River, golden light shown as 100 second turning source crystals were suspended in the air, forming a perfect circle. Inuyasha stood in the center of the circle, a faint golden light emanating from his body. Beiji, are you ready? Guanzu asked, holding the source crystal. Ha, I've been waiting for my old pig for a long time. Monkey Brother and Shashidi have both turned 2. I'm the only one left who's still in the same place. I must charge hard this time. Inuyasha rubbed his hands together, an expectant glint in his eyes. The source crystal slowly rotated, releasing a dazzling light. A golden thread of energy wrapped around Inuyasha's body, enveloping his entire body. You have consumed 100 second turning source crystals, and your summoned spirit Inuyasha enters second turning. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy of the source crystal surged into Inuyasha's body like a torrent. Yes! Inuyasha raised his head to the sky and the muscles on his body began to expand, arcane patterns emerging on the surface of his skin. The earth trembled, and the sky was dark with clouds and lightning. Inuyasha's body was suspended in midair, surrounded by golden light. What a strong aura! By Yuyue marveled, Brother Azu's summoning spirit, the second turn can actually trigger a vision. Her bone dragon had already all turned 2, but it didn't have such a horrifying sight as Seko's. Sun Wukong gripped his weapon tightly, the breath of the 8 preceptors is also this strong. It seems like this guy, who usually looks lazy, is actually hiding a lot of strength. Gradually, the golden light dispersed and Inuyasha slowly landed on the ground. His size became more lanky, and the lines on his skin shimmered with a metallic sheen. Ha ha ha! Piggy laughed and waved his 9-toothed nail rake, this power, this feeling, fantastic. My old pig has finally turned 2 as well. Inuyasha completes his second turn. Gain a new talent, Canopy True Kung Fu, recovers 2% of blood per second and 3 times more during battle. Gain new skill, Big Dipper Stomp, stomp on the earth and break the enemy with the power of the Big Dipper. Gain new skill, Tarzan Meteorite Shock, jump up and shock the earth with your flesh. The higher the jump, the more powerful it will be. How do you feel, Beiji? Sand Monk asked with a smile. Great! Piggy jumped up excitedly, I feel full of strength, even the 9-toothed nail rake is much lighter. Inuyasha stomped his foot, and the ground instantly cracked into a huge fissure, sending sand and rocks flying. This is the power of the Big Dipper Shock Tap? Guanzu's eyes lit up. Not bad, this skill suits you. Come on, keep painting copies. At the entrance of the Quicksand River replica, the vortex flickered, and the squad led by Guanzu stepped into it once again. Beiji, this time you go ahead and show me your strength after your second turn. Guanzu said with a smile. Porky Pig, with his round belly and holding a 9-toothed nail rake, walked proudly in the forefront. Hey, look at my old pig. After the second turn, I feel like I'm filled with power, and these little demons can be killed with a single buttock. In the distance, on the dunes, a skeletal rosary lord was patrolling the territory. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura coming on. Big Dipper Shock Stomp. Inuyasha stomped his foot, and golden light shot out in all directions. The entire piece of sand shook violently, and a golden shockwave spread in all directions with Inuyasha at the center. The dune instantly collapsed, and the skeletal rosary lord was shaken off balance before he could react. Minus 275. 8 billion. Blitz. That's not bad damage. This 8 precepts, now it's meaty in output. Sun Wukong commented with a smile. Hoi opened his bow and shot continuously. Everyone brush quickly. I also want to quickly turn to a. Good. Skybreaker Stick. Caught. The golden shadow of the stick went across the sky and violently blasted at that lord. Minus 285. 6 billion. Minus 297. 4 billion. Monkey. Brother Monkey. I, old pig, have come to finish him off. Piggy leaped high into the air, his 9-toothed nail rake flashing with golden light. The nail rake smashed down heavily, and the skeleton lord let out a miserable scream and dissipated into dots of golden light. Kill the skeleton Nimbus Lord. Gaining 1.5 billion experience points, triple experience, you're upgraded to LV 159. Obtaining second turning source crystal times 3. Get quicksand essence times 25. Get platinum level flying cloak times 1. I'm going. Platinum equipment. Guanzu said in surprise, that's a nice cloak. Guanzu picked up the cloak on the ground, only to see that it was snow white with golden cloud patterns embroidered around the edges, emitting a faint glow. 8 rings, you've performed well. And this equipment can give you an enhancement to your Tarzan Meteorite Shock, so it's yours to use. Guanzu said. Joe, you're too good to me. Inuyasha took the cloak and excitedly draped it over his body. Hey, my old pig can fly too. The cloak was windless, and Inuyasha's body quickly rose into the air, drawing an arc in the air. Go! Guanzu said, brush the map at speed and get more materials out. On the banks of the quicksand river, the golden light shines. Inuyasha is clad in a snow-white flying cape. The golden cloud patterns on the edges of the cloak glistened in the sunlight and fluttered in the wind. Ha, this cloak is great. Piggy flipped in the air, look at my old pig's Tarzan meteorite shock. Only Inuyasha flew higher and higher until he was transformed into a small black dot in the sky. With the addition of the cloak, his flying speed and altitude were both increased tremendously. This guy, Sun Wukong gripped his weapon tightly with an expectant gleam in his eyes, is going to come down hard. Suddenly, a sky-shaking roar came from the sky. Inuyasha's figure fell sharply like a meteor, and the nine-toothed nail rake shone with a cold light in the sunlight. The power of the Big Dipper, Tarzan meteorite shock. There was a loud boom and the earth shook violently. With Inuyasha as the center, the sand in 100 feet radius instantly collapsed, forming a huge pit. -824. 7 billion. Blitz. The last skeleton Rosary Lord was smashed by this terrifying impact, his body shattered and a large number of cracks appeared in his body, dark red light continuously overflowing from the cracks. Damn! What kind of power is this? The Lord shouted in horror. Heaven-breaking stick. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity and swept out with a stick. -324. 7 billion. Quicksand binding. Sand monk holding quicksand beads, countless tiny sand particles coalesced into chains, wrapping the Lord in a deadly squeeze. The skeleton Nimbus Lord's body completely collapsed and dissipated into dots of golden light in the air. You have slain the skeleton Rosary Lord, and you have gained 3 billion experience points, triple experience. Only the last skeleton rosary and a few shiny second-turn source crystals were left on the ground. Good job, Beiji. Guanzu exclaimed, that was a powerful move. Heh, Inuyasha said smugly as he patted the cloak on his body. Thanks to this cloak, it lets me fly higher. The higher you fly, the more powerful the smash will be. By you laughed, Brother Azu, all the lords have been settled. There's quite a lot of harvest this time. The sand monk put the last skeleton rosary into the quicksand bead, only to see the surface of the quicksand bead glow even more brightly, and 9 skeletons could be seen floating in it. Sir Guan, the sand monk said respectfully, the 9 skeletal rosaries have collected another round, and the power of the quicksand beads has been raised a bit more. Chapter 98, Sleeping Forest. World Boss. Immediately after, Guanzu swiped 3 more copies of Quicksand River in a row. Use all 6 chances a day to get more experience points. Monkey, leave this group of sand scorpions to me. Piggy waved his 9-toothed nail rake and shouted excitedly. Let my old pig have a blast with a new big move. I saw Inuyasha, clad in a snow-white flying cloak, rocket up into the sky. The figure then zoomed out. Meteor-like rapid descent. The power of the Big Dipper, Tarzan meteorite shock. There was a loud rumble, the earth shook violently, and shockwaves spread out. The sand scorpion group was instantly smashed out of a huge crater, and they all turned into blood mist and dissipated. Why, this guy, the 8 precepts, Sun Wukong said with a smile, has gotten better at grabbing monsters since his second turn. With 3 consecutive copies, Guanzu's level skyrocketed. Each kill brings a large amount of experience value and material drops. Azu, I've obtained a large amount of quicksand essence this time, Bai Yui said as she looked at the piles of materials in her backpack. Should I find an alchemist and refine them into pills? An elixir made from the essence of sand that can be given to a summon. Guanzu also looked to his backpack. Essence of sand, 3,950. Second turning source crystal, 53. In addition, there were a dozen pieces of gold level equipment. With a copy of the purgatory level of difficulty and a Guanzu level in the recommended range, the chances of shipping are high. Right now, Guanzu was an emerald rank Dharma sword, platinum rank dragon abyss shield, and the rest of his equipment, all of which had been cleanly replaced with second turn gold rank. It wasn't the attributes of the props that he wanted right now, after all, with the summoning spirits boost, his attributes were already up to a few million. The equipment doesn't enhance much at all. The main thing he needed was the various words on his equipment. Nowadays, Guanzu, in particular, was most interested in equipment phrases that increased damage and increased skill levels. Gold equipment that you can't use on hand can all be out by then as well. Previously, Guanzu had looked for Qi Yun and asked Qi Yun to trust his friends and help him refine the ingredients into pills. But you can't keep bothering people. He had plenty of gold coins on hand right now and could spend money on refining. As a result, at this time, the summoning spirit in the purple heavenly generals under Guanzu's command, dressed in Taoist robes, spoke. Little Lord Guan, these quicksand essences, as long as you give me the recipe in the refining furnace, I can refine them as well. The Taoist heavenly general said with a smile. This art of alchemy, the poor Taoist also knows a little bit about it. You know how to make pills. Guanzu was surprised. That's really great. I'll leave these materials to you. A purple-robed Taoist heavenly general stroked his beard, and a glint flashed in his eyes. When Poverty Road was in the heavenly court, he was also engaged in alchemy. This little matter is covered by the poor Tao. Because there were only 5 following bits in the first place, none of the heavenly soldiers and generals Guanzu carefully checked their attribute panels. A quick look also reveals. This heavenly general's alchemy level had unexpectedly reached the 6th turn diamond level. Of course, this was also due to the weakening of the projection. The other party's God Realm essence was, naturally, higher. The Star Chopper Academy and the military department both have specialized alchemy furnaces, and as for the formula, I can exchange it with battle merits. This time, the hidden level of the Quicksand River copy was brushed through, allowing the output of the Quicksand River copy to increase in revenue, and without the threat of the hidden level, the safety was also greatly increased. As a result, Guan Zhu had gained, again, a full 3,000 battle merit rewards. At the entrance of the replica, Xiahou Tian and the others had left long ago. After all, they were all busy people as well, and it was impossible for them to be out all the time, guarding Guan Zhu's brush. Subsequently, through the teleportation array, Guan Zhu and Bai Yuyi returned to the military headquarters of the Huaxia Kingdom. He was going to go to the quartermaster's depot to exchange for some elixir formulas, and when the time came, he would let Daosher Tian come and refine them. Inside the munitions storehouse, the lights were bright and various precious formulas were neatly arranged on the jade bookshelves. Daoist Heavenly General, take a look at these formulas. Guan Zhu took down a few jade slips glowing with golden light from the bookshelf and handed them to the Taoist Heavenly General. The Daoist Heavenly General stroked his beard and carefully examined the Dan formula recorded on the jade slip, a glint flashing in his eyes. Second turn Shabao Dan. Interesting. This elixir uses quicksand essence as the main ingredient, supplemented with cinnabar and gold essence, and can be refined to create a treasure elixir that strengthens and enhances mental power. In addition, if this elixir is refined to be of perfect quality, there are 2 extra words to come, for the user, and special effects. What effect? Guan Zhu asked curiously. The Daoist Heavenly General gently tapped on the jade slip, and a curtain of light emerged, displaying the details of the elixir. It's an ability that only alchemists have to retrieve the effects. This elixir enhances the user's resistance to sand spells and boosts their combat power in sandy environments. Most importantly, the Taoist Heavenly General smiled mysteriously. Taking it will allow the summoned creature to gain the ability to hide from the earth for a short period of time. The ability to vanish? Isn't this just the right thing to use, to brush the Quicksand River and similar copies? Guan Zhu's eyes lit up. Due to the fact that the lords, as well as the monsters, were able to escape from the ground, the copy of the Quicksand River, although it had a lot of output, was not easy to pass. However, with the essence of sand, the medicines refined would be able to effectively deal with the recluse monsters. At that time, he, Guan Zhu, would be able to make a profit just by selling the medicine, and with this thing, he could also assist the military and professionals of the Huaxia country to brush the copy of the Quicksand River. That's another feather in my cap. Immediately, Guan Zhu went in search of the quartermaster to purchase these remedies. The quartermaster was surprised. Ah Zhu, are you in need of elixirs? Shabao Dan is also exchanged in the quartermaster's depot, and it's cheaper. Guan Zhu said, I have a friend over here who can refine it. So, it's a rare recipe that requires 400 battle points to redeem, but if it can be successfully refined, the market is quite large. The abyssal battlefield has many desert-type copies, all of which require a Shabao Dan. Counting the other recipes, that's a total of 650 battle points. Because the other party was Guan Zhu, the quartermaster explained more. Okay, that's it. Guan Zhu said cheerfully. By the way, I see that the Ministry of War here can rent the Dan furnace. How much battle merit does it take? Well, a high-level Dan furnace is 1 point of battle merit a day, and a normal one is 1 point for 10 days, but if you can help the military refine some necessary pills, you can be exempted from spending battle merit, and you can even get some payment. The quartermaster explained. Alchemist inscriptionist these belong to as a secondary occupation, if have the energy, can contact transfer. All that was needed was to read some of the book principles, and then take part in the Heaven's Ways Dan Master trials and complete the challenges. Many professions of FA cultivation would engage in some matching side professions. After all, mages would refine all kinds of magic potions to strengthen themselves. That's fine, I'll rent a high-level Dan furnace for a day first. Guan Zhu then handed the jade slip and a large pile of quicksand essence to the Daoist Heavenly General. Then I'm counting on you. Don't worry, little Lord Guan, with the craftsmanship of the poor Taoist, I guarantee that I will refine a perfect grade elixir for you. The Daoist Heavenly General said confidently. The number of copies per day had run out, but there was still a lot more Guan Zhu could do in the vast abyssal battlefield. He then went to the mission hall of the military department. People were coming and going inside the quest house, and various professionals were checking the quest bulletin board. The light screen was constantly refreshed with new quests, with amounts ranging from hundreds of thousands to hundreds of millions. This quest is kind of interesting. Guan Zhu stood in front of the light screen, his finger tapping on a striking red quest, displayed on the optical screen. Urgent quest, Sleeping Forest Turn 2 World Lord Crusade. Difficulty, Grade S. Reward, 10 million gold coins plus military merit 1500 points plus day-by-day divine stone, or other divine stones. Bai Yuyi moved closer to check the details of the mission, only to see that thousands of people had already signed up at the bottom of the mission bar. Sleeping Forest. This place can only be entered by second-turn professionals. Bai Yue was more familiar with this place. That place isn't simple, it's the junction of the three forces of our Chinese military department, the Star Federation and the Deep Blue Empire. Inside the quest hall, 3 or 2 occupiers were enthusiastically discussing this quest. I heard that world lord crawled out of an abyssal rift. That's right, the moment they showed up they toppled 3 military outposts. I've heard that several teams have already gone to check out the situation, and none of them have returned. This world lord, said to be able to manipulate the plants of the forest and turn them into his weapons. That forest was already weird. A professional said, legend has it that powerful people from ancient times are buried inside, hence the name Sleeping Forest. Guanzu read the details of the mission carefully with a slight frown. Ah Zhu, let's take this mission, shall we? Inuyasha said excitedly, my old pig is going to show those people my great skills in the big open world. Oh, he also said eagerly, little master, my heavenly Tao system shows that this sun-defying divine stone can allow my talent to be strengthened drastically. The trio in the west is getting stronger and stronger. Hou-Yi is also anxious. After all, he is the ADC of the team, the output position. Okay then, pick it up. Yui go sign up. A glint flashed in Guanzu's eyes. Okay. Bai Yue said cheerfully. With Bai Yue there, he could take triple the experience value, and if Guanzu's side could take the World Lord kill, he could take the entire reward, and Bai Yue, as a member of the team, would also give her some rewards on the military department's side. Chapter 99 Deep Blue Empire wants to pick the peach? At the edge of the sleeping forest, a thick fog filled the air, and the sky-high ancient trees covered the sky. Inside the frontline command post of the Chinese military headquarters, the atmosphere was grave. Report! The abyssal tree demon has devoured another forest and increased in size once again. A scout hurriedly ran in to report. The battle situation was displayed in real time on the light screen inside the command post, only to see a huge black shadow perched in the center of the forest, countless vines dancing like tentacles, and wherever he passed, the trees either withered and turned into its nourishment, or he infected them with his demonic chi and transformed them into tree people to attack. This is the World Lord Abyssal Tree Demon. It was thousands of meters tall, with a torso as thick as an ancient tree, and its limbs consisted of countless entangled vines, each swing carrying the force of 1,000 pounds. The ancient trees around it seemed to be an extension of it, demonized by his infection with demonic chi, and as it moved, it continued to whip and entangle its enemies. Although the professions of the Huaxia army were well equipped, they were still losing ground under the stormy attacks of the abyssal tree demons. People were constantly being swept up by the vines and smashed hard into the ground, letting out miserable screams. Damn it, this monster is too tricky. The commander of the Chinese military department gritted his teeth. We've already lost 3 elite squads, and even the captain of the Fire Phoenix squad has been seriously injured. The light screen showed that the abyssal tree demon's blood bar only had 1 million points left. There's only a tenth of blood left. This is the result of the battle that the generals and soldiers of the Huaxia military department have exchanged their lives for. Keep attacking. He's at the end of his rope now. Ride out the attack, never let it recover, let alone let him escape the sleeping forest. The commander was about to give the order. Suddenly, there was an intense burst of artillery fire from a distance. Report! The Deep Blue Empire's Steel Legion has appeared. They sent out entire hundreds of mechanic, gunnery professionals. Only in the distant sky, hundreds of silver warplanes came roaring in, with heavy artillery hanging from their wings. On the ground, hordes of mech units were advancing, their gun barrels flashing with cold light. Wastes of Huaxia, this world lord belongs to my Deep Blue Empire. An arrogant voice came through the communicator. Get out of my way if you know what's good for you. Bastard! The Chinese commander roared. This is the result of a battle that we fought only after great exertion. Are you guys going to pick the peach? Head Bryant, the leader of the Dark Blues, sneered. Just picking your peaches. What can you do? Either get out, or I'll beat you all together. Fire! Rumble! Intense artillery fire poured down, forcing the Chinese military to retreat temporarily. The Deep Blue Empire's mecha forces took the opportunity to advance and take over the battlefield. Damn it! The soldiers of the Chinese military department gritted their teeth. These bandits. Inside the frontline command headquarters of the Huaxia military ministry, the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Commander Li Longyun's face turned blue as he slammed his fist on the table with a loud thud. The staff officers around him kept their heads down, not daring to make a sound. Deceitful! Li Longyun roared, these bastards from the Deep Blue Empire, after fighting for a day, we were about to succeed, but they came to intervene. Report! A correspondent ran in. The Deep Blue Empire's people said that they want our people to withdraw from 100 kilometers away, and not to approach the battlefield. Or else they'll hit us with them. How dare you? Li Longyun stood up violently. Do you really think we're afraid of them? Order the troops, prepare for battle. But commander, the men have been fighting intensely for a day and have suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, the heavy weapons of the Deep Blue Empire are just too powerful. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid that we... A staff officer discouraged. The Deep Blue Empire occupied an even more expansive star, and their strength was a bit more powerful than that of the Huaxia kingdom. It was also for this reason that in the Junction Zone, they often bullied professionals from the Chinese nation, or other Blue Star nations. It's overbearing. Then what do you say? Li Longyun glared at him. We but killed and destroyed 9 million tubes of blood of that world lord and fought for a day and a night. And just give away the world lords? If we let them get away with it this time, they'll still ride over us and on us later. Just then, another correspondent ran in. Report. Tenjia Guanzu and Bai Yui have entered the battlefield and are approaching the engagement area. Guanzu? Why is he here? Li Longyun froze. The sleeping forest, once entered, would suppress the battle power of the professional to the second turn level, causes skills above the second turn to be unusable and talents to be inactive. However, the high-turn professionals who entered this place, after all, had far higher attributes than second-turn professionals, and they were military professionals who worked in teams, cooperating with each other and having amazing combat power. He took this mission before. Nonsense. Li Longyun slammed the table. Is a battle of this level something that he, a second-turn professional, can participate in? Quickly, let him go back. If we really get backstabbed by the Deep Blue Empire, we'll lose a lot of money. But they can't be reached anymore. What? At the moment, Guanzu was riding a flying boat, surrounded by Sun Wukong, Hui, and a host of other experts escorting him, while Bai Yui flew to the side on a bone dragon. The duo had arrived at the boundary of the sleeping forest. Excitement flickered in Bai Yui's eyes. Azu, look, that's the sleeping forest. It said that there are powerful people from ancient times buried there. It's mysterious as hell. Aha. Guanzu nodded. The atmosphere here is indeed unusual, be careful. Guanzu raised his head and looked up, only to see fires blazing in the forest in the distance, and shouts of murder shaking the sky. Giant trees thousands of meters high, vine whips falling, stirring up dust and various explosions, mixed together. That terrifying world lord, every swing of his arm was accompanied by the earth shaking. Guanzu's flying boat slowly landed at the edge of the forest. You have entered the Sleepy Hollow Woods territory, and you have opened the Sleepy Hollow Woods area public chat channel. Guanzu then opened the chat channel. The regional chat channel immediately popped up with tons of messages. Dense conversations scrolled across the light screen, ranging from angry curses to smug taunts. These Deep Blue Empire bastards. We've been fighting for a day and a night, and they actually want to come and pick the peach. Wastes of Huasha, get lost if you know what's good for you. This world lord is ours. Bryant, you guys are going too far. This is the result of the battle that we consumed a lot of manpower to fight. World lords, those who can get them, don't blame others if you can't. As a member of the Star Confederation, I'll say a fair word, that world lord, whoever has the ability to kill, you Chinese still want to keep holding that monster write your name? Ha? You raised him? Ha? Then why didn't you come out earlier? With only 10% of blood left, you suddenly came out and attacked us. Ha ha ha. After giving you guys the chance to fight for a day and a night, and you weren't able to kill and defeat that lord, of course we, Deep Blue, had to step in. Guanzu's brow furrowed as he watched the conversation in the channel. Sun Wukong stood beside him, his weapon spinning in his hand. Sun Wukong sneered, these guys are too unreasonable. I, Lao Sun, am most displeased with this kind of bullying behavior. Hui gripped his longbow tightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Lord Guan, let me shoot a few arrows to teach these arrogant guys a lesson. No, Guanzu said in a deep voice. The other side is a whole brigade of 1,000 men, let's not make a move for now. Wukong, Hui, you guys observe how much blood is left in that monster, the distance is too far for me to scout. Sun Wukong unleashed the art of fire eyes and golden eyes, immediately checking out the results. 950,000 tubes. At this moment, the Deep Blue Empire's mecha forces had already pushed the Chinese army back, with hundreds of warplanes circling in the air, their cannons constantly bombarding the abyssal tree demons. And they've been told by the Deep Blue Empire to stay 100 kilometers away and not to approach the airspace. All of you professionals, stay away, the Deep Blue Empire is exterminating the world lords ahead, don't come any closer. Hear me. Bai Yui rode a bone dragon, it's too much, why don't you let us get closer? Yui, come back first. Guanzu said. Brother Joe, just let them have their way? No. Guanzu glanced at Sand Monk, who was clutching the quicksand beads, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Sand Monk, use the transportation aptitude to take us there, 8 precepts, you fly up into the sky now, watch the moment, we'll concentrate our firepower and snatch this lord down. Good. Sun Wukong rejoiced, a lesson must be taught to these rabble-rousers of the Deep Blue Empire. Chapter 100 Robbing the World Lords. The Deep Blue Empire's mecha forces, under Bryant's command, quickly went into action. Hundreds of warplanes flew in formation in the air, with heavy artillery constantly roaring under their wings. Below, thousands of professionals, dressed in neatly organized combat uniforms. They formed a team, a firefighting frenzy, all kinds of laser beams, phantom bullets, quantum bursts, and piercing bullets bursting out to kill. Clear the surrounding forest. Don't give this monster any chance to bleed back. Bryant stood in the command module and shouted orders. The dense artillery fire fell like rain, destroying all the ancient trees around the tree demon. There were explosions and fire. -14. 24 million. minus 12, 57 million, minus 14, 44 million. The charred trunk of the tree collapsed with a loud bang, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust. Damn! You humans, all of you, deserve to die. Twisted seed, come out! The tree demon frantically spat out seeds, and as the heavenly maiden scattered flowers, those seeds fell to the ground and transformed into tree people to fight with the soldiers of the Deep Blue Empire. Activate the electromagnetic capture net. A hint of cunning flashed in Bryant's eyes. This is our Deep Blue Empire's tech tree. The latest artifact to point out. You're screwed. Dozens of special fighters simultaneously released silver-colored electromagnetic nets, which flashed with blinding electric light. Huge electric grids fell from the air, trapping the 1,000-meter-tall tree demons firmly. Roar! You can't trap me! The tree demon let out an angry roar and frantically struggled to break free of the power grid. Ah! Vile human! However, the powerful electric current contained in the grid caused its minds to twitch and its movements to become sluggish. Thousands of mechanics opened fire at the same time, and the dense artillery fire continuously bombarded the tree demons. 1 trillion damage per minute. Bryant laughed excitedly as he watched the tree demon's blood level drop rapidly. This world lord, it's ours. Sir, the professionals from the Chinese military department are still hovering around. An adjutant reported. Humph. Bryant sneered, let them watch. Block them off for 100 kilometers. Watch us pick the fruit of their hard work. The tree devil's blood level had dropped to 900,000 tubes and continued to fall under the intense fire coverage. Bryant stood in the command module, watching it all with glee. When we take down this world lord, the Deep Blue Empire's influence in this region will go up even further. Bryant's eyes glittered with ambition. The Chinese military department and the Star Federation, let them continue to be our underdogs. The light screen inside the command post flickered, displaying the data of the tree demon's blood level continuing to drop. Li Longyun braced his hands on the combat table, his eyes flashing with angry fire. This world lord's rewards are especially generous. Li Longyun slammed his fist on the desktop. Not only are there rewards for those who kill them. The camp that kills it earns each participant an exclusive treasure chest and a large number of attribute point bonuses. This was the first time a lord had appeared, and if he could accomplish the kill, the heavenly Tao would give a large reward. It must not be left at that. The chief of staff wiped the sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, but sir, the Deep Blue Empire's firepower is too fierce, we're charging up now. I know the danger. Li Longyun interrupted, but this world lord, we killed 90% of his blood and figured out all of his attack methods and mechanisms. Why should they let the Deep Blue Empire pick the peach? The brothers have been fighting for a day and a night with so many dead and wounded, they can't just give up. The excited voice of a frontline soldier came over the communicator, sir, let us on. Even if I die, I will teach the Deep Blue Empire a lesson. Right. We can't just give in. This lord is of great significance, we must take it, it can increase our voice in the Star Realm Alliance Kingdom. I'd rather die in battle than let them bully us. Li Longyun looked around and saw the anger burning in the eyes of the warriors and nodded heavily, good. Pass on my order, all troops prepare for the assault. When the tree demon's blood level drops to 100,000, we'll launch a general attack. A cheer erupted from the command post as the soldiers checked their equipment and prepared for the final battle. Sir is wise. The chief of staff was also infected by the momentum. I'll go deploy assault troops. Li Longyun looked at the declining blood bar on the light screen. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Deep Blue Empire, you are too arrogant. This time, I'll let you see our bloodlust. Bryant stood in the command module, observing the battlefield situation through a light screen. He was dressed in a dark blue combat suit, the insignia on his chest glinting with metal. All, on your mark. Bryant's voice spread throughout the battlefield through the communicator, split up into 3 mech squads and set up defenses on the perimeter. Those Huaxia Army and Star Federation losers will definitely come to rob the monsters. The light screen in the command module displayed the data of the Abyssal Tree Demon's blood level continuing to drop. Dense numbers kept jumping, each attack taking away tens of millions of blood. Sir is wise. Adjutant Sachs said respectfully, I'll immediately have Steelhound Squad set up defenses on the east side, Thunder Squad on the west side, and Silver Wing Squad set up defenses on the south side. Very well. Bryant nodded in satisfaction. Tell them to open fire as soon as they see the other forces approaching. You're welcome. How dare a bunch of losers try to snatch our bag of tricks? In the center of the battlefield, the gigantic tree demon struggled frantically under the bonds of the electromagnetic net. Its vines lashed the air with a deafening roar. Hundreds of warplanes circled around it, and intense artillery fire rained down. Damned humans! The tree demon roared, how dare you humble worms attack me? Minus 14. 27 million. Minus 15. 24 million. Minus 14. 79 million. The roar of the tree demons continued over the roar of the cannon fire. Its blood level was dropping at an alarming rate, and soon it was down to only 20 trillion. Ha ha ha! Bryant laughed out loud. This is the strength of our Deep Blue Empire. Abyssal Tree Demon. You're finished. Report, sir. A nervous voice came over the comms. Radar shows a large number of signals to the east and west. It's the forces of the Chinese army and the Star Federation. Good timing, Bryant sneered. Let's give them a taste of our power. Steelhound Squad, Thunder Squad, hit me hard. On the outskirts of the battlefield, 3 mecha squads stood in strict formation. Their barrels flashed with a cold light, ready to fire on any enemy who dared to approach. Officer Bryant. Sax suddenly pointed at the light screen. The tree demon's blood level is only 20 trillion left. Very good. A flash of fervor flashed in Bryant's eyes. Order all troops, prepare to zoom in. I'm going to perform the Legion technique. Deep underground, Guanzu and his summoned spirits were quietly approaching the center of the battlefield through Sand Monk's evasive aptitude. Through the dirt above their heads, they could feel the violent vibrations coming from the ground. Monkey Hoi Lao Sha, the Deep Blue Empire has split out squads to block the military department of our Chinese nation. This is our chance. Guanzu lowered his voice and said, Hey, just in time. Sun Wukong gripped his weapon tightly and built up his great sage stick style. Let my old grandson surprise them. Let them know why the flowers are so red. On the ground, the battle rages. The Deep Blue Empire's mecha forces were engaged in a fierce firefight with the charging Chinese army, the Star Federation army. Cannon fire roared and energy beams intertwined into a web, coloring the sky into a sea of fire. Officer Bryant. The tree demon only has 10 trillion blood left. Sax shouted excitedly. Bryant ordered with a maniacal grin, Legion skill storm of steel. Launch! Everybody, fire away. Give me the big shot. Big moves towards the tree devil, all the consumption today, the military department pays for it. Smash me like hell. At this moment, Bryant's ability was unleashed, and the earth cracked open, raising a huge iron tower of thunder and lightning, and all the Deep Blue Empire professionals within range were highly enhanced. Bodies lit up with a blinding blue light as their exoskeleton mechs, their gun barrels lightning charged. The air was filled with powerful energy fluctuations. Boom boom boom. Firepower surge. Die for me, lowly creature, Bryant growled. And just then, the ground suddenly cracked. Kill. Guanzu gave an order. Chapter 101 Take the first kill. The ground suddenly cracked open, and Sand Monk led Guanzu's group out of the ground. A golden light shone from Guanzu's body as the summoning spirit reinforcement formation unfolded beneath his feet, the brilliant light enveloping all the summoning spirits. Deep Blue Empire. You're bullying people too much. Guanzu shouted angrily. I'll take this first kill. All the attacks exploded at this moment. The 8 rings swooped down from 10,000 meters in a flying cloak. The splendor of the heavens shook the earth. The 9-toothed nail rake was rubbed red by the airflow, as if a meteor was falling. Tarzan meteorite shock. Let you all taste the power of my old pig. Sun Wukong clenched his hands and instantly separated into hundreds of doppelgangers, each holding a weapon. At the same time, his main body's golden light shone brightly, and a huge golden phantom appeared in the air. Ha ha, I'm going to show you all what real damage means today. Great sage stick style, 1,000 overlapping shadows of the stick. Break it for me. Hundreds of golden stick shadows whistled down, each strike carrying the power to open mountains and crack rocks. The 9 skeleton rosaries in Sand Monk's hands glowed at the same time, forming a huge spell formation in the air. 9 pearls in 1. Quicksand field. Hoi stood high above the ground, his longbow drawn full in his hand, and a terrifying energy condensed on his arrows. Arrow of the divine Tao, kill. Boom boom boom. -1. 9 trillion. -1. 3 trillion. -875 billion. -1. 1 trillion. The abyssal tree demon only had $10 trillion of blood left, and as these damages slammed up, his body directly cracked and blood burst out. Eyes are dying. Bryant was furious at the sight. Damn. This is the time to come and grab it, and you must not be allowed to take it. Everyone blast them to death. Don't let them steal our first kill. Bai Yui flew high into the sky on her bone dragon and formed seals with both hands. Although I don't do as much damage as Azu, I'm also a heaven's pride. Behold my corrosive curse. A dark purple light instantly enveloped Bryant's Legion pagoda. All of a sudden rust began to appear on the surface of that towering iron tower, and the originally shining metallic luster quickly dimmed. No! My Legion increased tower. Bryant's face changed drastically. This woman, she can actually destroy my Legion skill. Guanzu's side bombarded the tree demon furiously. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the entire battlefield. The earth trembled, and the sky was illuminated as if it were day by various colors of light. Roar! The tree demon let out a miserable scream as its blood level was dropping at an alarming rate. Immediately after that, a second round of damage erupted from Guanzu's side. Inuyasha popped up again as he landed again. The second round of Tarzan meteorite shock smashed down. The shadow of Sun Wukong's stick was like a blazing sun, shattering the tree demon's vines. The Sand Monk's quicksand power imprisoned its movement, and Hoyi's arrow shot wildly at the tree demon's torso. No! This can't be! Bryant's face turned blue as he watched the tree demon's blood level drop rapidly. White Spectre's corruption curse renders the legionary pagoda ineffective, and the Deep Blue Empire's increase disappears. Damn! These Chinese ants! Bryant roared, fighter group, destroy him for me. The Deep Blue Empire's fighter group immediately split in half and turned towards Guanzu and the others. However, at this moment, Guanzu had a 100 billion blood-thick shield over his body and was not afraid of the damage from the Deep Blue Empire. One should know that his Apocalypse star map could convert 1/10 of the summoned spirit's damage into a shield. Intense artillery fire rained down. Guanzu was painless. The tree demon let out an earth-shattering roar as its blood level was dropping at an alarming rate. The huge vines were frantically pumping around, but they couldn't hit Guanzu and the others at all. Concentrate your firepower and blast the tree demons. Roar! Lowly humans, you all deserve to die. The tree demon roared. Heaven-breaking stick. All together. Hundreds of Sun Wukong's doppelgangers swung their weapons at the same time, and countless golden stick shadows whistled down. The Sand Monk once again cast the 9 skeletal rosaries, forming a huge spell formation in the air as the power of quicksand swept out. Blast the abyssal tree demon. Quicksand field. Bind. Hou Yi's divine Dao arrow broke through the air, and a terrifying energy condensed on the arrow. Break. $10 trillion of blood, quickly emptying to the bottom. Ah! The abyssal tree demon let out one last unwilling roar as its massive body collapsed. Its body turned into a bloody point of light and dissipated into the air. World announcement, the abyssal tree demon has been slain. Killed by Guanzu, Huaxiao Military Department. All participants in Huaxiao will be rewarded according to their contribution. You get the ultimate abyssal treasure chest ×1. 100,000 free attribute points. Experience value 18 billion, triple experience. 18 million in gold. Tree demon essence, emerald grade, 100. No. Brian's eyes reddened, this can't be. This world lord is clearly ours. Ha ha. The Monkey King laughed triumphantly. Your. It's written in your name, it's yours? The generals and soldiers of the Huaxiao Military Department did not expect that this would be the result. They erupted into earth-shattering cheers. Grabbing back the first kill in the nick of time was awesome. At this moment, they raised their eyebrows and all their suffocations were swept away. Well done. Li Longyun said excitedly, is that Guanzu Tianzhu? I can't believe it's so good that it went straight out and stole the first kill. Ha ha ha. This Guanzu celestial pride, but it's a glory for our Huaxia. Too strong. Lord Guanzu directly killed a tree demon with 10 trillion blood in a second. A Chinese soldier shouted excitedly. This is our Chinese pride. Another soldier wiped tears from his eyes and said, finally, we've given these rabble-rousers from the Deep Blue Empire a taste of their own medicine. At this moment, the abyssal tree demon had disappeared. Brian's face was horribly gloomy as he stared at Guanzu with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. Damned mole cricket. How dare you take food from the tiger's mouth? Brian snarled, everyone listen to the order. Take this brat alive for me. I'll let him know what happens when he offends the Deep Blue Empire. Yes, sir. This time, thousands of occupiers, intense artillery fire poured towards Guanzu. Li Longyun's face suddenly changed when he saw this scene. Asshole. Li Longyun roared, all of you, charge with me here. Protect Guanzu. Take out your extreme potions, even if you fight to the last man today, you must protect our military department's pride. Yes. The morale of the Huaxia army was high, and they all pulled out red potions and poured them down. For the sake of China. For the War Department. For the sake of Guanzu Tianzhou. Kill. The effect of the extreme potion was unleashed, and the breath of the Chinese soldiers skyrocketed, their eyes glistening with blood and their bodies exuding a berserk aura. Bryant. Li Longyun glared angrily at the other party. You dare to touch our Tianzhou. Today I'll let you see the bloodthirsty nature of our Chinese soldiers. And at the moment, Monkey, Beiji, Hou Yi, Sha Monk, prepare for battle. Guanzu stared at Bryant, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, it seems like this battle isn't over yet. Chapter 102, Bryant wants to capture Guanzu alive. Li Longyun and the others tilted their heads and poured down the potion. The effects of the extreme potion kicked in quickly, their muscles surged, their eyes were covered in blood, and the blood vessels under their skin were clearly visible. Brothers, charge with me. Li Longyun roared and took the lead in rushing towards the Deep Blue Empire's military formation. Hundreds of Huaxia army warriors took the limit potion and their breath soared, like a raging torrent rushing towards the enemy line. These crazy people. Bryant's face changed slightly when he saw the scene, they actually don't want to die. That's a potion that will permanently reduce your attributes and lifespan. Ah Zhu, these generals. Bai Yuyue looked at the charging Huaxia army warriors, and a trace of emotion flashed in her eyes. In order to protect us, they don't even want to die. Guanzu clenched his fists, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Monkey, Beiji, let's go too. Alright. Sun Wukong's weapon turned, sweep them away. On the battlefield, the warriors of the Huaxia army erupted with amazing combat power under the effect of the extreme potion. Their skin was flushed with an unnatural redness, and each blow carried the aura of laying down one's life. For the sake of China. For the War Department. Protect Guanzu Tianzhou. Amidst the sky-shattering shouts and killings, the battle between the two sides instantly erupted. Although the extreme potion was extremely powerful, it would permanently lose their lifespan and attributes after taking it. These warriors did not hesitate to choose to take it just to protect the heavens' pride in their hearts. Bryant was furious, outrageous. How dare you fight back? Destroy them, all of them. Countless missiles and energy beams poured down like a torrential downpour, covering towards where Guanzu and the others were. Explosions rose and fell, flames shot to the sky, and the ground shook violently, as if the entire forest was trembling. Facing the Deep Blue Empire's furious storm of attacks, Guanzu had no fear and quickly gave orders. Yukon, Beiji, go on top. Sand Monk assists in controlling the field. Hoi long-range sniping. Inuyasha stepped forward, his huge body in front of the crowd. True Lord Mighty. He roared, his body expanding dramatically, transforming into 1,000 meters tall, his muscles expanding violently, and hard armor surfacing on the surface of his skin. Boom! Countless attacks landed on Inuyasha, and he was motionless and steady as a rock. Hey, that's all the power? Piggy patted his stomach and said disdainfully, it's not even enough to tickle my old pig. Damn it! Seeing this, Brian cursed under his breath, all of you unleash your overdrive group turning talents and coalesce the quantum missiles together. Doesn't this fat guy like to eat? Give me a hard beating on him. In the sky, a giant missile, 10 meters long, quickly coalesced and took shape before falling from the sky and striking Inuyasha with a thunderous force. The violent explosions were deafening, flames shot up to the sky, and the powerful shockwaves destroyed all the surrounding trees. This is our killing move, originally intended to deal with the abyssal tree demon, but it was used on you. I don't believe you, Fatso, can still be alive. However, when the smoke cleared, Inuyasha's figure reappeared. Although the armor on his body was shattered, he was still standing. Cough. Porky Pig spat out a mouthful of black smoke and grinned, it still hurts a bit. But if you want to kill my old pig, you guys are still far from it. This strike extinguished 2/5 of Inuyasha's blood. The Deep Blue Empire does have some tricks up its sleeve. However, after Inuyasha's second turn, he has a new talent, Canopy True Kung Fu, which returns 6% of blood every second while in combat. Within a few breaths, all of the wounds on the 8 Rings body healed and returned to full blood once again. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? Bryant was shocked and furious, how are their defenses so strong? And the blood return is surprisingly so fast. Go to hell, you guys. On the other hand, the Monkey King had already flown into the air. Divine walking technique. Weapons in hand, he maneuvered his way through the enemy fire. Suddenly, he accelerated violently and rushed towards a self-propelled artillery like a shooting star. The weapon whizzed down and slammed hard into that artillery. Boom! The artillery exploded instantly, sending shards flying. Little ones! Sun Wukong yelled, all of you. Before the words fell, he had already split into hundreds of doppelgangers, each holding a weapon and charging into the enemy lineup. For a while, the golden light flashed, the stick shadows were heavy, and the Deep Blue Empire's mecha forces were beaten back. Damn! That monkey's too nimble. Brian cursed angrily, used the electromagnetic net. Several warplanes quickly flew over the Monkey King, releasing several electromagnetic nets. However, the Monkey King was prepared for this, as he made a somersault cloud and instantly disappeared in place. Want to capture old Sun? It's not that easy. Sun Wukong's voice came from all directions. The Sand Monk maneuvered the 9 skeleton rosaries to form a huge spell formation in the air. Quicksand poured down from the spell formation, forming a wall of sand that blocked the firepower of the Deep Blue Empire's ground forces. 10,000 Sands domain, open. Sand Monk shouted. Hoi stood in the distance, bending his bow and arrows, each arrow carrying a terrifying energy. Hoi took a deep breath, his fingers loosened, and an arrow glowing with golden light broke through the air, precisely hitting the head of a mech. The small mecha, along with the pilot inside, were all shot down instantly. Boom! The small mechs that were hit, all exploded, one after the other, and smoke rolled everywhere. Azu, I'll help you. Bai Yuyi's crisp voice echoed across the battlefield. She also rode a bone dragon that hovered in the air as she continued to release corrosive curses that weakened the enemy's defenses. Guanzu stood in the center of the battlefield, a faint layer of golden light enveloping his body. He calmly observed the situation on the battlefield, constantly adjusting the stations of the summoned spirits. In the face of the Deep Blue Empire's 1,000-man force, Guanzu's face nevertheless always wore a hint of a sneer, as if everything was under control. Deep Blue Empire, this is your strength. Guanzu said contemptuously. You guys were the first to strike at me, so it's only reasonable for me to kill you back. Even if it comes to the Star World Court, I have the advantage. Brian's face grew ugly as he watched the situation on the battlefield. He didn't expect that this young man's summoned spirit would be so powerful, completely disrupting his deployment. Damn it! Brian said through gritted teeth, this can't go on. Everyone, come with me. Objective. That bull ****** heavenly pride Guanzu. We must capture him alive and bring him back, and Lord Emperor will surely reward us heavily. This time, the Deep Blue army he led had suffered huge losses, and if he went back just like that, he was bound to be severely punished. So, he put his life on the line to capture Guanzu. With that, he personally piloted a giant mech and charged towards Guanzu. That mech, it's his ace in the hole. It was their Deep Blue Empire, which had gathered dozens of 5th turn level masters and spent a huge amount of money to produce the Iron God of War. The body was made of dark blue rare metal, standing tens of meters tall, and holding a huge energy sword in his hand. Each swing carried an extremely terrifying power. Originally, this treasure was his bottom card, but he had to use it today. Seeing Bryant personally take to the battlefield, the soldiers of the Deep Blue Empire were demoralized. They all carried machine guns and followed Bryant as he launched a hunt for Guanzu. For the great empire of Deep Blue. Charge! Kill all these inferior humans! On the side of the Chinese military headquarters, Li Longyun also rushed over with his warriors. They were bruised and battered, but their eyes were determined and their battle spirit was high. Protect Guanzu Tianzhou! Li Longyun roared, fight with these bastards from the Deep Blue Empire. Kill! Even if I die, I'll pull a few cushions with me. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle, and the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos. The sounds of artillery, shouting and killing, and the roar of the mechs were intertwined together, forming a tragic picture of war. Guanzu looked at the steel god of war charging towards him and raised his dragon abyssal Dharma shield and bellowed, "Tackle and destroy Bryant." Chapter 103, Bryant, kill as you wish. Bryant rushed towards Guanzu and his giant mech, the earth shaking with every step the mech took. Let's show you the technological power of our Deep Blue Empire. Bryant laughed maniacally as he swung his giant sword of energy. The blue energy sword light swept across like a pike, and the air was torn apart wherever it passed. Divine walking technique. Sun Wukong shouted, and tenfold acceleration was instantly activated. His figure transformed into a golden light, constantly weaving around the mech. Give me old Sun to die. Heaven-breaking stick. The weapon in Sun Wukong's hand slammed hard into the mecha's knee. Boom. Minus 275. 8 billion. The mech's left leg broke with a sound. Damn it. Bryant roared, swinging his giant sword of energy towards Sun Wukong. With a deft flip, Sun Wukong's perfect dodge effect triggers, gaining a 5x acceleration boost. At the moment he has reached a terrifying 15 times speed. Hey, you iron lump, give me old Sun to watch. Sun Wukong's voice came from all directions. Pop, pop, pop. Weapons fell like a rainstorm, each strike hitting the mech's joints with precision. Minus 224. 7 billion. Minus 245. 6 billion. Minus 289 billion. The mech's arms and right leg snapped off under the onslaught, and Bryant desperately pressed the levers, but there was nothing more he could do. No! This can't be happening. Bryant's eyes went red. You ing monkey. Sun Wukong stood in midair, weapon in hand, and laughed coldly. Want to capture our Guangongzi? Dream on. I, Lao Sun, will let you taste the heaven-breaking stick. He then swung his weapon and slammed it hard towards the cockpit of the mech. If this stick materialized, Bryant would surely die. But the Deep Blue Empire, too, has means. The mech's head, suddenly detached from its body, disappeared in place with a blink. Boom! Sun Wukong landed a stick and blew up the mech's body. But at this moment, Bryant had already rushed towards Guanzu with his 2-meter-tall mech ahead. Asterisk. Bryant piloted the wrecked mech, blue energy glowing in its head. He violently rushed towards Guanzu, a crazy laugh coming out of his mouth. Go to hell. A ghostly blue energy net shot out from the mech's head, instantly enveloping Guanzu. Ha ha ha. Gotcha. Bryant exclaimed in ecstasy, you damned griffin, you're finally in my hands. All of you summoning spirits, don't move or I'll kill him. Stupid. Guanzu sneered. In the next second, the runes on his body flashed, and his entire body instantly disappeared in place. Instant rune activated. Sekijo came onto Inuyasha's shoulders. What? Bryant hadn't reacted yet. The sand monk had already waved the quicksand beads, and countless tiny grains of sand coalesced in the air. Quicksand binding. Sand monk gave a low shout. Waves of golden sand swept in, instantly wrapping Bryant and his mech completely. Bryant struggled desperately inside the mech, but couldn't break free of the quicksand. Assholes. Do you guys know who I am? Bryant roared, I'm the commander of the Deep Blue Empire. Let go of me. Otherwise you'll definitely regret it. Guanzu looked at Bryant, who was wrapped in sand, and sneered, Heh, Deep Blue Empire. First you rob us of our battle, then you try to take me alive. Now that you've fallen into my hands, how dare you speak up? Let go of me. Bryant growled from within his mech, or we, the Deep Blue Empire, will not spare you. We'll send a stronger force to break you into pieces. You lowly Chinese, how dare you make a move on me, you're finished. Sun Wukong gripped his weapon tightly and laughed coldly. Oh, this guy is still talking tough. I, Lao Sun, hate this kind of guy who is afraid of softness. Guanzu stared at Bryant, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. You think we'll be afraid of your Deep Blue Empire? Bryant, you mess with me, you're dead. At this moment, the mech that Bryant was in had been completely wrapped in quicksand, leaving only the cockpit still exposed. The sand monk held the quicksand bead, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Mr. Guan, should I just crush him? Guanzu ordered coldly. The sand monk's eyes glowed with a golden light, and the quicksand beads shone with a cold aura. Countless tiny grains of sand coalesced into a huge palm that wrapped Bryant and his mech firmly. As the sand monk's hand tightened, the waves of sand began to squeeze. Asshole! I'm the Bryant of the Deep Blue Empire. Bryant roared furiously from within his mech. I'm going to make sure you all die. Bryant's voice began to change as he felt the immense pressure. Wait! I was wrong. I apologize, it's all my fault. Please spare me, I'm willing to pay compensation. I can give you lots of money, lots and lots of money. Bang! The sound of metal twisting and deforming kept ringing out. The armor of the mech began to crack and the cockpit was crushed and deformed. Bryant's screams grew more and more mournful. Put! A muffled sound. The mech burst apart, and Bryant's body turned into a bloody mist under the immense pressure, mixing into the quicksand. This is what happens when you offend us. Sun Wukong sneered, so what if the Deep Blue Empire is just a commander? The warriors of the Huaxia military, looking at this scene, had an unimpeded look in their eyes. Hatred, at last, must be avenged. The soldiers of the Deep Blue Empire had completely lost their fighting spirit at this moment. The commander is dead. Run! At once, a large number of soldiers from the Deep Blue Empire scattered in all directions. All that was left on the battlefield was a mess of mech wreckage. The sand monk took out a storage ring that shimmered with an ethereal blue light from the quicksand and respectfully handed it to Guanzu. Sir Guan, this ring was found from that Bryant's body. Guanzu took the storage ring, his divine sense probed into it, and his eyes lit up. There's surprisingly a lot of good stuff in there. Li Longyun looked at the mech wreckage and captured equipment all over the ground and said excitedly, this time it's a big win. These Deep Blue Empire's equipment all cost over $10 billion. Most importantly, we beat the Deep Blue Empire to a humiliating defeat, letting them know that our Huaxia military department is not easy to bully. The Chinese army fighters were counting the captured equipment. There were hundreds of complete sets of mechs scattered on the ground, more than 20 fighters, and countless energy weapons of all kinds. I'm afraid the total value of this equipment is over $1 trillion. Many of them were the latest weapons developed by the Deep Blue Empire, and were of great research value to the Chinese military. Guanzu Tianzhou, Li Longyun said solemnly, it's thanks to you this time. Not only did you help us take down the first kill of the World Lord, but you also helped us fight a beautiful turnaround battle. Don't worry, I will definitely allocate you the largest share of the loot this time. Guanzu clasped his fists and smiled. Thank you, Commander Li then. Sun Wukong laughed and said, these arrogant guys from the Deep Blue Empire, it's great to them. Chapter 104, Hoyi's fusion of the Datafying Godstone. Inside the conference room of the Huaxia military ministry, Xiahou Tian, Shi Yun, and the other top brass immediately surrounded Guanzu, who had just returned. Xiahou Tian was dressed in a straight black military uniform, the golden general star shining on his chest. He quickly stepped forward. Azu, not hurt? General, I'm fine. Guanzu smiled faintly, but Bryant has been killed by me, having the sand monk crush him with quicksand. What? A staff officer's face suddenly changed. Bryant is a senior commander of the Deep Blue Empire. They definitely won't stop. Shi Yun was dressed in a green-colored vestment robe and held a staff as he looked at Guanzu with concern. It's true that the Deep Blue Empire is more powerful than us, but Zhu, you're the pride of the Star Chopper Academy and even more so, you're the rising star of the military ministry. Naturally, we can't let them bully us like that. All I can say is, good kill, good kill. What are you afraid of? Xiahou Tian slammed the table, his tiger's eyes rounded. Kill it. Bryant first robbed us of our battle results and also wanted to capture our heavenly pride alive. How deceitful is this? Even if the Deep Blue Empire is powerful, we, Huaxia, are not easy to bully. General is right. Li Longyun stepped forward and said, and this time, we captured a large amount of the Deep Blue Empire's high-tech equipment, which will be very helpful in improving our military strength. Xiahou Tian nodded. Send the captured equipment to the Research Institute and let them study it carefully. These can be the cutting-edge technology of the Deep Blue Empire, and are valuable to us. Inside the conference room of the Huaxia military ministry, the atmosphere was heated. Guanzu stood in the center of the crowd, his combat uniform still smelling of smoke. Azu, don't worry, Xiahou Tian patted Guanzu's shoulder with a firm gaze. No matter what moves the Deep Blue Empire has over there, our military will fully support you. You fought so hard for our Huaxia, how could we possibly let you suffer? Shi Yun nodded in agreement. That's right, Azu. You did a great job, beautifully done. If there are any more ungrateful ones, you can just kill them. No need to worry about retaliation from the Deep Blue Empire. If they dare to come and commit a crime, we, Huaxia, are not vegetarians either. Guanzu nodded gratefully to the two elders. Thank you, General and Master, for your concern. It's really cool to be a celestial pride. The light screen in the conference room flashed with detailed data of the battle. A staff officer is calculating Guanzu's war credit. Reporting to the general, the staff officer saluted. After accounting, Guanzu Tianzhou's battle merit this time totals 8,710 points. This is the highest battle merit our army has received in a single mission in recent years. Xiahou Tian was overjoyed at his words. Good. Azu, you're really giving us face. give 10,000 points straight, make it a whole. Qi Yun said, by the way, Xiao Tian, Azu has now accumulated over 10,000 battle merits. According to the rules, he should be able to move up in rank by now as well. Yeah. Xiao Tian said, today, give Guanzu Tianzhou a promotion to Ensign 4-star. An officer immediately stepped forward and put on Guanzu's brand new second lieutenant 4-star badge. You become a Chinese military, second lieutenant, 4 stars. You are granted access and benefits. Permission, you can deploy up to 3 companies to help you out on missions. You may take on higher level military missions. Welfare, 100,000 gold coins per month, 10% discount at the quartermaster's office. Guanzu said with a straight face, many thanks to General for cultivating me. I will definitely continue to work hard and contribute my share to the Chinese military. Okay, Azu, Qi Yun suddenly remembered something. By the way, there's also a data-fying divine stone in the rewards for this mission. This is a rare treasure. Qi Yun finished. On the military side, someone immediately came over with a small box. Inside the box, there was then a sun-defying divine stone that emitted a golden light, as well as 20 talent point runestones from the Qin clan. Guanzu received the divine stone, only to feel a warmth coming from his palm. Many thanks, General, many thanks, Master. Alright, Xiao Tian looked around at the crowd. This time, this is the end of the matter. You've all worked hard. Go back and get some rest. As for the Deep Blue Empire's side, I'll deal with it personally. The crowd rose at the words and retired. Guanzu finally bowed to Xiao Tian and Qi Yun, and also turned to leave the military headquarters conference room. Outside, Bai Yuyue was still waiting for him. The young girl laughed. How was it? Guanzu said, the military carried it off for me. You are a heavenly pride. Well, naturally you have to have this kind of treatment. If the military department doesn't even defend their own heavenly pride, then the talents will all be chilled. Geez, you're already a 4-star ensign. Yeah, awesome. Guanzu puffed out his chest and laughed. Awesome, I'm just a tiny corporal now. By the way, did the Qin family give it? It's been given. Well, then I'm going to take the teleportation array back to the underworld school as well. Contact me in the future to swipe the book. Guanzu said. Good. Bai Yuyue was happy. It was certainly good to be able to brush up against Guanzu. And Guanzu was willing to brush up with Bai Yuyue. After all, triple the experience value. Saying goodbye to Bai Yuyue, Guanzu crossed the spatial rift shipped out by Qi Yun. He returned to the Chopping Star Academy, his own large manor in the mountains. Guanzu held the data-fying divine stone and looked at Hui. The divine stone emitted a soft golden light in his hand, as if there was a small sun beating in his palm. Hui, this sun-defying divine stone should be of great use to you. Guanzu handed the divine stone to Hui. You refine it. Hui received the divine stone, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. Many thanks, little master. This data-fying divine stone is indeed destined to be with me. I can feel the powerful force contained within it. Hui cupped the divine stone in both hands, closed his eyes and began to refine it. As time passed, the light of the divine stone gradually became more dazzling, as if it was going to melt inside Hui. Your summoning spirit Hui is fused with the data-fying God Stone. Its attributes have surged, and it has also gained the talent, Sun-Chasing God Arrow. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from the divine stone, instantly enveloping Hui. The silhouette of the sun was faintly visible in the golden light surrounding Hui. This is. Guanzu looked at the scene in surprise. The golden light gradually dissipated, revealing Hui's figure. At this moment, there were more mysterious lines on his body that flowed over his skin like the rays of the sun. Hui opened his eyes, a golden light flickering in his eyes. I feel it. A whole new kind of power flowing through my body. This is the talent of the sun-chasing divine arrow. How? Guanzu asked curiously. Hui clenched his fists and felt the power surging through his body. This talent allows my arrows to follow the trajectory of the opponent, hitting with precision no matter where the enemy is hiding. Also, the power of the arrows has been greatly increased. Hui said, raising his hand to coalesce a golden arrow. The arrow was entwined with a dazzling light, as if it was going to pierce the sky. Hey! The 8 Rings said excitedly, with this talent, your combat power has increased by another big margin. Hui nodded solemnly, yes, thanks to Little Master's generosity. I will use this power to contribute more to our team. Piggy Pat Belly laughs, Hui Hui, you're a bit like reading the lines of the old NPC. Too proper is it, haha. Hui scratched his head and laughed. Sun Wukong said, why, it's good to be spontaneous, there's no need to be so rigid. Guanzu looked at the golden lines flowing on Hui's body and sighed in his heart. This day-by-day divine stone not only strengthened Hui's strength, but also allowed him to comprehend a new talent. Waiting for Hui's second turn, it is estimated that he will become the strongest output position in his team. Chapter 105 Emerald Great Vestment. Inside the landscape Grand Manor, the sunlight shone through the glass windows, reflecting the inquisitive abyssal treasure chest in Guanzu's hand with a golden light. Everyone, let's see how the loot looks this time. Guanzu said, slowly opening the treasure chest. Golden light erupted from the chest, and an emerald green vestment hovered in midair. Congratulations! You've opened the abyssal treasure chest and obtained an emerald great vestment. Hiss. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. This vestment robe is not bad. Quickly look at the attributes. Guanzu took a closer look. Emerald level robe, wind and crane wing robe. Full attribute plus 3500, spirit plus 5000. Word 1, hyperdrive, your flight speed and maneuverability are greatly increased. Word 2, damage increased by 50%, all your skills and summon spirits do 50% more damage. Guanzu took off his original gold-ranked battlesuit and replaced it with this new vestment. It's worthy of being a World Lord Kill treasure chest, and the treasure that opens is really good. Although this point of attributes, Guanzu already do not see, but the important thing is the word Emerald grade was very rare, and right now, Guanzu had 2 of them on him. 3 to be exact, but one of them, the quicksand bead, was given to the sand monk to use. The robe was emerald green in color, with golden cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs and hem, and fluttered in the wind like a flying bird spreading its wings. The slender figure, paired with this flowing vestment, looked particularly dashing. Gonzi, you're even more handsome like this. Sand monk laughed. Of course. Inuyasha snickered, I told you, our Azu looks good in anything. This temperament, it's almost exactly the same as when I was in the heavenly court, with an imposing apparatus, TSK. This vestment matches your aura. Hoi nodded his head in admiration, and the 50% damage increase is just icing on the cake when combined with our strength. Guanzu gently leapt, and instantly felt his body was incredibly light, nimbly spinning in the air. The effect of super speed flight is very strong. Guanzu was pleasantly surprised, this is several times faster than my original speed. Sun Wukong rubbed his chin and laughed, Azu, want to compare speeds? Let's see if the speed of your Dharma robe can catch up with my old grandson's somersault cloud. Fine. Let's compare. Guanzu readily answered the challenge. Come on, 8-ring sand monk, you guys referee us. Beiji, I'll compete too. Sand monk will be the referee. Sha monk laughed, eldest brother, second eldest brother, you're all on, how can I not be on? Hoi is the referee. Hoi said, okay, these eyes of mine are the ruler, where do you fly to count as a win? The interior of the Star Chopper Academy was vast. Guanzu pointed to the city wall at the edge of the academy, more than 100 kilometers away, and said, on the eastern wall, hangs the roof of the Great Bell Tower. Okay, it's a deal. As soon as the match began, Sun Wukong performed the divine walking technique and dashed forward as a golden light. However, he hadn't used his full strength, or else he could have arrived in a few hundred kilometers in a few breaths of time. He was just using his normal flight ability, plus a little assistance from a little divine movement technique, and didn't have 10 times acceleration on. Hey, my old grandson will go first. Sun Wukong's smug voice came from the front. The Sand Monk Royal moved the quicksand to support himself, as if riding on a golden wave, speeding through the air. Seeing Sun Wukong running too fast, Piggy grinned, brother monkey, slow down. Take my old pig with you too. Battlefield taunts. A red aura flashed, and Sun Wukong was pulled back by an invisible force. Nerd. You dare to pit your monkey brother. Sun Wukong was furious, let's see if I, Lao Sun, won't beat you to death. Taking advantage of this opening, Guanzu, dressed in his emerald green vestments, rushed forward like a green smoke. Hey, you guys fight, I'll go first. Guanzu's laughter came from the front. Seeing this, Sand Monk was also not willing to show weakness. Mr. Guan, I'm offended. Quicksand binding. Several golden balls of sand appeared out of nowhere, like pears, and hung on Guanzu, trying to slow him down. Good old Sha. Guanzu laughed. You think I'd won, you've learned to play tricks too. At this point, the Sand Monk has temporarily taken the first place, riding the golden sand waves towards the bell tower. The Monkey King kicked the 8 rings to the ground. Nerd, taste the power. Egu. Inuyasha flipped in the air. Monkey, you hit too hard. Seeing that the Monkey King was about to catch up with the Sand Monk. Heaven-breaking stick. Sun Wukong waved his weapon. Get out of the way. The first one is mine. Just in the nick of time, the corner of Guanzu's mouth rose slightly. Summon spirit. Teleport. With a flash of golden light, the Monkey King and Sand Monk were instantly transported back to the starting point, by a silver aura. Hey! Unearthly owl! Both of them let out simultaneous exclamations of surprise. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Guanzu dodged and landed first on the top of the large bell tower. Ha ha ha! Guanzu stood on the top of the bell tower and said triumphantly, by all means, it's me who won. You brat! Sun Wukong was furious, to use this trick. Too cunning. Your Excellency is a good plan. Sand Monk cried and laughed, we've all been tricked by you. Piggy patted his round belly and laughed, Monkey brother Shashur D, now you know how powerful Azu is. Hoi, standing in the distance, also couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. This match, it's really wonderful. Congratulations to young master on his victory. Guanzu stood on top of the bell tower, his emerald green vestments fluttering in the wind, setting off his valor. This newly arrived vestment not only increased his speed, but also made him look more and more dashing and extraordinary. The flying competition, just a small episode. The next day, Guanzu woke up early in the morning to wash up, then teamed up with Bayuti and went to brush the copy of Quicksand River. An hour's march ended in 5 Yui, one more time. Now it's down to the last copy. Guanzu said excitedly. Good. Bai Yui said with a smile, you're all 187 grades, and you've gained a lot this time. At the end of the 6th copy, Guanzu was level 188. Opened the Apocalypse star map with anticipation. The bright river of stars unfolded in front of him, and he now had enough talent points on hand to light up, in succession, for large constellations. This time, if I click a few more lines on the star chart, my summoning spirit will be even stronger. Guanzu said, rubbing his hands together. Sun Wukong came over to look at it, light it up. I can't wait to see the effect. Coming. Guanzu began to inject talent points. A golden light shines as the first constellation, Soul Power, is illuminated. Gain trait, Summoning Spirit spiritual power increased by 50%. Then comes the second sign, Spiritual Energy Protection. Gain trait, 30% chance of triggering a psychic shield when attacked, resisting 90% of damage. The third constellation, the Heart of the Spirit, lights up with it. Gain trait, Summoning Spirit's skill cooldown time is reduced by 40%. The last constellation, Soul Resonance, is also illuminated. Acquired trait, Summon Spirits attacking the same monster at the same time increase each other's damage. Too strong. Inuyasha laughed as he slapped his belly. Ancestor, this star map of yours is practically tailor-made for us. Sand Monk also nodded his head and praised, indeed powerful, especially this Soul Resonance. In the future, when we cooperate, we'll be even more ferocious. Guanzu looked at Hoi. Hoi, I've just saved enough 100-second turning source crystals here. It's time for you to turn too as well. Hoi's eyes flashed with excitement. Many thanks, little master. With the sun-defying Divine Stone's boost, and with the power of the second turning, I will definitely be able to fulfill what an ADC should be able to do. Sun Wukong patted Hoi's chasing shoulder. When you also turn 2, we'll all be turn 2 combatants. At that time, let's see who has more output in the copy. Hoi's eyes glittered with wariness. Fine, great sage, then we'll try it then. Piggy grinned. In the future, this team of ours, that's really invincible. Guanzu smiled as he took out 100-second turn source crystals that shimmered with light. Hoi, it's your turn. Chapter 106 New Student Conference and Free Day. After today's copies were finished, Guanzu brought the summoning spirits and returned to the cultivation room of the Star Chopper Academy. 100-second turn source crystals formed a perfect circle in the air, slowly rotating. Hoi stood in the center of the circle, a golden glow already enveloping his body. Ready? Guanzu asked with a smile. Come on, little master. Hoi nodded his head, an expectant glint in his eyes. It was important to know that his projection was strengthened in this world, and his main body, in the divine realm, could also gain a huge gain. Now, in the entire divine realm of the witch tribe, his strength has soared, and the speed of his growth is so fast that Chiyu feels horrible. Every day, they pestered Hoi, asking him if he had taken some kind of spiritual treasure elixir. The source crystal began to spin, releasing a dazzling golden light. A golden energy wrapped around Hoi's body like a silk thread. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy of the source crystal surged into Hoi's body like a torrent. The entire cultivation room shook violently, and the lights on the ceiling were flickering. Drink! Hoi raised his voice to the sky. His body slowly rose into the air, his body enveloped in golden light. Sun-like patterns emerged on the surface of his skin, perfectly fusing with the power of the sun-driving divine stone. What a strong aura! Sun Wukong marveled, this guy is even stronger than I was in my second turn. That's for sure. Piggy said proudly, Hoi is backed by the sun-driving divine stone. The golden light gradually dissipated, revealing Hoi's figure. His aura became more stern and his eyes shone like the sun. Hoi completes his second turn. Gain new talent, Power of the Sun, all your arrows track enemies and increase damage by 100% and speed by 1000%. Acquired new skill, Sky Chasing Continuous Shooting, shoots 9 tracking arrows in a row, each arrow locks onto the target and triggers an explosion. Gained new skill, Mega God Archery, storing up energy to shoot a huge energy arrow that deals huge damage. Great! Guanzu said joyfully, Hoi, how do you feel? Little master, I feel like my body is filled with power. Hoi clenched his fists and felt the energy surging within his body, especially the power of the sun-defying God Stone. It's fused even better with my body. Sand Monk laughed, congratulations to brother Hoi. Now that we're all second turned, we'll be even more invincible in future battles. Come on, come on. Sun Wukong said excitedly, find a place to try out your new skills. Good. Hoi nodded, let's show you guys what it means to be a true divine archer. Guanzu looked at the refreshed Hoi and was overjoyed. Now that his main summoning spirits had all turned too, his combat power had once again risen by a large margin. Combined with the blessing of the Apocalypse star chart, the strength of this team had reached a new level. Time, in the midst of cultivation and experience, flew by. After this period of time of brushing copies and practicing, Guanzu's level had already reached 200 levels, officially stepping into the realm of the second turn of perfection. Sun Wukong was lying on a bamboo chair in the manor, sunbathing. Guanzu, you're really fast. It's only been a short while, and you've perfected your second transformation. Hoi played with the longbow in his hand. After the second turn of several of us, our output has skyrocketed, and we work together even better. Thanks to you guys. Guanzu laughed, but the third turn quests aren't simple, and the series of quests will take a long time to complete. San Monk was meditating in the cultivation room when he heard Guanzu's words. He opened his eyes and said, "There's no need to rush, Mr. Guan. There's still a lot of secret realms to explore in the second turn. I've heard that a few limited-time secret realms have opened up just recently, and the rewards are all very generous." Old Shai is right. Inuyasha patted his round belly. Besides, we haven't had enough fun in this realm of the second turning. Guanzu nodded. Well, I've read the quests released by the military department, and there's a limited-time copy called Secret Realm of Fighting Battles that's only open to second-turn professionals. It is said that a mysterious treasure is hidden inside. The Secret Realm of Battle? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. It feels like by the sound of the name, it's related to my old grandson. There won't be any divine stones inside that are suitable for my old grandson. During these days, Sun Wukong was envious of how powerful Hoi was after fusing the Sunseeker Divine Stone. Brother Monkey, there's no rush for this, the secret realm won't open until a few days later, I'll sign up then. Guanzu said. In the large manor, the Taoist celestial generals returned full of joy. For the past few days, he had been refining the Shabaodan. Little master, this furnace is finished refining. Guanzu inspected the newly concocted pills and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The quality of these pills is truly perfect, every single one of them is radiant. Little master, in every recent furnace, I was able to refine 300 perfect grade pills. The Taoist heavenly general laughed. I've gotten the hang of it, and I'm getting more and more comfortable refining it. Fine, you've worked hard. Here, these 10,000 skill rolls and 10,000 Puiling Dan are your rewards. Many thanks, little master. The Taoist heavenly general was thrilled and overjoyed, clasping his hands together. As he used skill rolls to enhance his skills here, and used spirit cultivation pills to raise his level, his divine realm's essence, his comprehension of spells and arcane techniques, and his essence's cultivation, were able to break through drastically as well. By the way, what did the quartermaster's office say? Guanzu asked. I took it to the quartermaster and they want it all. Each one is calculated according to 2 points of battle merit. Well. Moreover, I've asked some heavenly soldiers to go to the entrance of the Quicksand River replica to sell Shabaodan and earn some gold coins. You're quite business-minded. Guanzu laughed. Outside the Quicksand River replica, professionals were queuing up to buy elixirs. 100,000 gold coins apiece? So expensive? A professional exclaimed. Cheap. The professional next to him said, do you know how powerful this elixir is? Not only will it enhance your strength after taking it, but you'll also gain the ability to hide from the world for a short period of time. And it's perfect quality, you just can't get it on the market. That's fine, give me 3. This Shabaodan is really powerful, one can last for a day, give me 5 more, one for each of our squad. A squad leader, who had just come out of a copy, said broadly. Sorry, sold out. The celestial soldier responded. Then I'll give you the money up front and make a reservation for 10. Every evening for the next few days, the heavenly soldiers and generals would return on time to report the sales to Guanzu. Little Lord Guan, another 300 were sold today. The Taoist heavenly general smiled and said, everyone says that this elixir is so good that they will come back tomorrow to buy more. Well done. Guanzu laughed. This alchemy of yours is a great help. Sun Wukong sat on the sidelines and joked, hey, Azu is really rich now. This money is earned faster than playing copies. That's right, Mr. Guan. Taoist heavenly general said, the military ministry side said that they can sign a long-term contract with us if they can guarantee a supply of 2,000 perfect quality Shabaodan every month. Guanzu's eyes lit up. This is good. That's a steady 4,000 battle merits per month. For Guanzu, battle merit was more important than gold coins. Battle merit could allow him to be promoted and gain more privileges, and in the munition storehouse, there could be a lot of rare treasures that couldn't be bought on the market. Time rushed by, and it was finally time for the freshman conference to open. The sky was blue, and the morning light sprinkled down on the white jade square of the Star Chopper Academy. In the center of the square, a huge light screen was constantly scrolling with the latest news. This year's new student conference will be held at the same time as the Day of Freedom. Chi Yun announced as he stood on the high stage, dressed in a green-colored vestment, his gaze sweeping over the tens of thousands of new students on the stage like electricity. In here, there were over 3,000 geniuses and tens of thousands of elites. These were the hopes of the Star Chopper Academy. What's a free day, huh? The freshman asked curiously. Chi Yun on the stage smiled as he explained, Free Day is a special activity of our Chopping Star Academy. On this day, the Academy will turn on the illusory Divine Stone, and all the killing and destruction will be illusory, so everyone can fight and scheme to their heart's content, and it will all be restored at dawn the next day. The square was abuzz with excited chatter from the students. Awesome! You can go head-to-head with the seniors. I heard that some seniors have already turned too. Finally, we can fight against Guanzu's heavenly pride. A lanky senior student puffed out his chest and raised his head. I'll definitely challenge Guanzu this time to see how strong he really is. You're overthinking it, the next student snickered. Guanzu is now a second-turn perfection, a level 200 existence. His summoning spirits have all turned too. What are you going to fight with them? Shi Yin continued, the purpose of this event is for everyone to enjoy the battle and hone their strength. All grades are eligible, there are no restrictions. The students were even more excited, some already discussing tactics while others were scouting for possible opponents. The whole square was filled with anticipation and fervor. I've heard that Guanzu Tianjiao summoned spirit, Sun Wukong, can overthrow an army of 1,000 men all by himself. Let's not talk about the Monkey King. That piggyback of his family is also so powerful after his second turn that he can smash down from 10,000 meters and deal 800 billion damage in one blow. 8,000, or a billion. Is that reasonable? I've heard that Hou Yi has just turned 2, and he's also gained the power of the sun-driving divine stone, so his arrows can't miss, and his tracking is sure to hit. Shi Yin looked at the murmuring students, and a smile of satisfaction appeared at the corner of his mouth. This free day will definitely be wonderful. Chapter 107, Forbidden Weapons. The square of the Star Chopper Academy was abuzz with people, and the various clubs, all of them, wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to pull in some students and join their side. Sekijo-san. A girl in a hanbok trotted over. I'm Xiaoya from the Han Clothing Club. Our club has prepared a lot of precious spells. I wonder if you, Mr. Guan, are interested in cooperating with us? Get lost. A girl in a cosplay costume pushed Xiaoya away. Guanzu Tianjiao, I'm Yua from the cosplay club. How do you like my cosplay? She wore furry fox ears, a fox tail swaying behind her, and she deliberately pushed up her chest, revealing a hidden snow-white gully. Sun Wukong stood beside Guanzu and skimmed his mouth disdainfully. Oh, these little goblins, they don't take a piss to see what kind of virtue they have? Monkey when the 7 fairies fixed, are only stealing peaches, to these people on earth, but also a little look. Student Guanzu. Leonor, the president of the dance club, wiggled her waist as she walked over. Our club has a lot of pretty schoolgirls. Oh, let's work together, we can show you our dances. Piggy said with a smile, Azu, these little girls are really good at what they do. Let's pick one to join. I feel co-social is pretty good. Guanzu said in his heart, the old pig is committing an offense. He smiled bashfully, gentlemen, I already have plans for this free day. There will be no cooperation with you all. He turned away, leaving a group of disappointed girls behind. Hou Yi stood not far away, pulling back his longbow and aiming at the sky. Not bad, when the battle starts, I'll kill them in seconds with a rain of arrows. Guanzu froze. These two were really Sigma men who were not close to women. Sha Monk was born superhung, while Hou Yi had let Chang'e hurt him, learned from the pain, and changed completely. Except for the dance club. The presidents of the 3 major guilds of the academy had come once again, seeking to cooperate with Guanzu. Luo Yun pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and wore a black suit with an elegant demeanor. Brother Guanzu, I wonder if there's any interest in cooperating with Chopping Star? Luo Yun smiled. Our Chopping Star Society is the #1 guild in the academy. With over 3,000 members, it is strong. If you come, we're nailed for first place this time. Sure, Bao Tian was all muscular and his bald head glistened in the sunlight. He smiled broadly and said, Azu, join our Wolfpack Guild. We are the best at group fights, so when the time comes, we'll let you experience the thrill of leading a group fight on a free day. And when the time comes, you get to pick the reward first. Li Qingyun of the South Do Association was wearing a green-colored robe and holding a folding fan. Guanzu Tianjiao, why don't you join our Nandu Association? We have the top formation masters on our side, and with your summoning spirits, we'll be invincible. Piggy grinned. Presidents, my old pig advises you not to bother. Guanzu smiled and shook his head. I appreciate the kindness of the 3 presidents. Shi Yun had already approached him in advance, asking him to have a free day this time, a separate team against all, to serve as a whetstone to sharpen the other students. I'm going to be on my own team. What? The 3 presidents exclaimed in unison. Guanzu, this is too crazy for you, isn't it? Shirbadian was dumbfounded. Even if you're strong, it's impossible for you to fight against the entire school with your own strength, right? Luo Yun frowned. Guanzu, you have to think twice. We have more than 3,000 people in the Chopping Star Society. How can you fight alone? Guanzu smiled blandly. How do you know if you don't try? Li Qingyan shook his folding fan, pondering. I see. You ought to sharpen yourself. Too impulsive. You are a summoner after all. We can or have many means to deal with you. Luo Yun pushed his glasses. A glint flashed in his eyes. When the time comes, I won't show any mercy. Shirbadian laughed. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. 20,000 people in the whole school. Even if his summoning spirit was strong, there was no way he could beat it. And this time, the seniors of the senior year will also attend. There are 3 or 4 turn existences in there. Guanzu, think about it. It's been considered. Time rushes by. Less than half an hour remained before the official start of the free day at 9 o'clock. The huge divine stone was infused with spiritual energy and slowly activated, and the runes dazzled with light, covering the entire Star Chopper Academy. Inside the council hall of the Star Chopper Academy, the elders of the 3 major guilds were deliberating in a secret room. Luo Yun arrived at his mentor Elder Xian Ming's pavilion alone. Sandalwood incense wafted within the attic, filling the room with the flow of aura. Mentor, Guanzu, he declined our invitation. Luo Yun said respectfully. Elder Xianming slowly opened his eyes and a hint of a smile appeared on his aged face. Unsurprisingly, Elder Xianming took out a green-colored jade piece from his sleeve. This is the spirit-breaking jade, which allows the summoning spirit to forcibly disappear for half an hour. Tutor, this is a forbidden weapon? A hint of surprise flashed in Luo Yun's eyes. Not bad. In order to maintain the prestige of the Star Beheading Society, we must suppress Guanzu this time. At the same time, Sherbatian of the Wolf Pack Association also arrived at his own mentor, Elder Thunder's cultivation room. Ha ha ha. Elder Thunder laughed as he handed Sherbatian a black token. This is the Soul Destruction Order. It can inflict 100% massive damage, but it can only be used once. Li Qingyun of the Southern Do Association, on the other hand, had obtained the Heaven Locking Chain, which could trap the summoning spirit and make it unable to move. Afterward, the presidents of the three major guilds got together to conspire. Great! Sherbatian said excitedly, with these forbidden weapons, even if Guanzu is stronger, he won't be able to turn the sky over. This brat is too crazy. Does he really think he's invincible? Li Qingyun sneered. Luo Yun pushed his glasses, but be careful how you use them. These forbidden weapons can only be used once. Enough! Sherbatian clenched his fists. As long as I can make his summoning spirit disappear, I, myself, can easily defeat him. After all, I'm a senior at the peak of the third turn. Ha ha ha. All three of them had a gleam in their eyes that they were determined to win. This time, make sure he knows what it means to respect a senior. Li Qingyun said in a deep voice. On the wide streets of the Chopping Star Academy, there was still half an hour before the free day activities began. Students gathered in groups at their respective clubhouses, pumping their fists and jumping into action. Some societies chose to play defense, surrounding the entrance to their quarters, setting up barricades with boulders, and standing by. Some clubs chose to take the initiative, with students patrolling the streets in a variety of mechanical chariots, looking for fallen opponents. These chariots were all specialties of the Chopping Star Academy, hand-built by the students of the mechanical program, and although they weren't as good as real military chariots, they were considered to be big killers within the academy. Rumble! A tank-shaped battle tank came from the distance, its gun muzzle flashing red. It's the Mechanical Society's destroyer. Get out of the way. This is their ace chariot. One shot can collapse a building. The surrounding students stepped out of the way for fear of being targeted by this steel behemoth. Hey guys, do you think Guanzu is really going to fight against the whole school by himself? A student couldn't help but ask as he looked at Guanzu, who was walking alone on the street in the distance. I don't know, maybe he thinks his summoned spirit is powerful. Another student replied, but that's too much of a to-do. Ants bite the elephant. Yeah, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, let alone so many of us. Shoo, keep it down so he doesn't hear you. At this moment, Guanzu, who was walking alone on the empty street, looked particularly striking. Chapter 108, the body is even more perverted. He was dressed in emerald green Windchaser Cranewing robes, with an emerald grade magic sword hanging from his waist, and a platinum grade Dragon Abyss shield behind his back. Azu, who do you think will attack us first later? Inuyasha carried a 9-toothed nail rake, his eyes darting around. What's the rush? We'll find out once the event starts. Guanzu smiled faintly. Sun Wukong's weapon was slung over his shoulder and said disdainfully, I'm not afraid of as many as come. These little minions are not enough for me to beat them with a stick. Hoi pulled the longbow in his hand and tried the elasticity of the bowstring. I still like to hide in the dark and shoot cold arrows. The sand monk, on the other hand, silently wiped the quicksand beads in his hand, and the fine yellow sand flowed through his fingertips, making a slight rustling sound. On the top floors of the surrounding buildings, some upperclassmen were watching the scene with interest. How long do you guys think Guanzu can last? A senior in a black trench coat asked. 10 minutes? Another schoolmate guessed, after all, it's a second turn perfection, it can't be killed in seconds right off the bat. I bet 5 minutes. A lanky senior said, don't forget that the elders behind the 3 major guilds have definitely prepared forbidden weapons for them. Otherwise if they let Guanzu win alone, they'd be too embarrassed. Hee hee, there's a good show to watch. The black-clothed senior stroked his chin. I wonder if Guanzu's summoned spirit can resist the power of the forbidden weapon. That's not necessarily true. The reason why a forbidden weapon is called a forbidden weapon is because of its effects, which are far beyond the norm, and not necessarily being powerful. A senior wearing a white robe with an elegant temperament said, Guanzu this time, I'm afraid he's going to suffer a big loss. That's not necessarily true. A schoolmate in red leather armor with a hot body retorted, how could a ruthless person who can kill a world lord alone not have a card? Watch, it's about to start. The black-clothed senior pointed at the large bell tower in the distance. When the bell rings, this place will turn into a battlefield. At this moment, the Star Chopper Academy was like a huge gladiatorial arena, with everyone holding their breath and waiting for the battle to begin. Guanzu, on the other hand, was the most striking presence in this tussle. All eyes were on him, anticipating what he would do next. Dang! 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 The bell that symbolized the beginning of the free day rang throughout the entire Chopping Star Academy. For a while, the sounds of shouting and killing, the roar of skills, and the sound of breaking glass were intertwined in the campus. Colorful skill rays danced in the air, and the fire from the explosions reflected half the sky red. Brothers, charge me! For the honor of the society. Today, no one will have a good time. Students from various clubs surged towards each other's positions like a tidal wave, and the battle instantly turned white-hot. Although the school building had a rune enchantment and the main structure was not damaged, those glass windows were not so lucky. Under the shockwave of the explosion, countless glass shards fell like rain, glittering blindingly under the sunlight. On the other hand, on the side of the three major guilds, they were all targeting, staring at the heavens remarkable Guanzu here. This was the only heavenly pride of the Star Chopper Academy all these years. It would be an infinite honor to defeat him. The three assembly presidents struck at the same time. Luo Yun pulled out a crystal with a strange glowing light, a forbidden weapon that had been prepared long ago. Buzz! The light shattered, forming a huge spell formation that enveloped the entire space. Guanzu only felt a tightness in his chest, and the originally close psychic connection with the summoned spirit was instantly severed. This is a sealing forbidden weapon? Guanzu's face changed as he watched his summoned spirits being forced offline one by one. First, Sun Wukong disappeared into a cloud of golden light, followed by Piggy, San Monk, Hoi. Even the last Xianqing and Guangji dissolved into bits of starlight. Hee, how about Guanzu? Luo Yun sneered. This is a spirit-severing jade that is specifically for summoners, and can sever the connection between the summoner and the summoning spirit. Now you are nothing but a tiger without claws and teeth. I didn't expect you guys to be so afraid of me. Guanzu gripped the emerald-grade magic sword in his hand tightly, his eyes glazed over. But do you really think that you can defeat me just like that? Arrogant! The president of the Alchemy Guild snorted coldly. With just you alone, do you still want to turn the world upside down? The seniors in the sky were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. So easy, and it worked? That red-clothed schoolmate frowned. I only knew there would be a forbidden weapon. I didn't expect it to be the spirit-breaking jade that specifically targets Guanzu. What a guy! There's nothing wrong with that as far as the rules allow. The black-clothed senior spread his hands. But this is interesting. I'd like to see how Guanzu, without his summoning spirit, is going to deal with this situation. Haha, Guanzu, where is your summoning spirit? Sherbatian held the soul destruction order and laughed triumphantly. Without the summoning spirit, what are you going to fight us with? Li Qingyun shook his folding fan and laughed coldly. Guanzu, it's not too late to surrender, lest you get beaten up and cry out later. Come on, seniors. Guanzu sneered and raised his emerald dharma sword high. Fireball barrage, give it out. Ow, ow. With Guanzu releasing fireballs at super speed, one wild coyote after another was constantly being summoned. What? Luo Yun pushed up his glasses and looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. Without a summoning spirit, how can he still summon demons? This is impossible. Sherbatian was also dumbfounded. He was clearly hit by the effects of the spirit-breaking jade. What the hell? Li Qingyun's face turned ugly. Guanzu waved his hand, and thousands of wild coyotes, like a tidal wave, pounced on the people of the three major guilds. Ow! The coyotes opened their bloody mouths, revealing their sharp fangs and biting fiercely at the students. Ah! Help! My leg! The people from the three major guilds were in a mess, and screams rose and fell. Although these coyotes were not strong individually, and were only equivalent to the middle stage of the third turn, they couldn't help but be outnumbered. Moreover, Guanzu's fireball technique was able to constantly summon coyotes, and it was almost like stabbing a hornet's nest with a steady stream. Everyone, don't panic. Sherbatian yelled, these coyotes aren't strong, let's go together and finish them off. Luo Yun followed suit and shouted, we must take him down within half an hour or his summoned spirit will return. That's right. Li Qingyun agreed. Guanzu was only one person now, so many of us are still afraid of him alone? I'll stop these coyotes, you guys attack Guanzu directly. Sherbatian jumped down from the chariot on the side. He took out a black token and activated it, and his body was wrapped in lightning light. Eat my fist. Sherbatian roared and threw out a punch. Boo! A patch of coyotes was directly knocked away and dissipated into streams of light. Good chance. Seeing this, Li Qingyun immediately commanded the crowd, everyone go together and finish off Guanzu first. Go! For the glory of the guild. Guanzu, suffer. The people from the three major guilds raised their weapons and charged towards Guanzu. Their bodies flashed with the light of various skills, and colorful energy projectiles shot at Guanzu like rain. Meh. Guanzu let out a cold smile as his body flickered, easily dodging all the attacks. His full attributes were now as high as 14 million, and these attacks were just like a child playing house in his eyes. Perfect dodge. Guanzu's body erupted with 5 times the acceleration, quickly arriving behind a student and kicking out. Boo! That student was directly kicked off, while hitting some people, and all that touched, directly exploded and turned into a sky of broken bones. Oh my god, isn't he a summon, so strong in single power? Does that make sense? The people from the three major guilds were immediately rushed and their formations were disorganized. Guanzu looked at the ragtag group in front of him, a disdainful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Just with you guys, you want to defeat me? He slowly raised the emerald-grade magic sword in his hand. Today, I'll let you all see what it means to have true strength. Spider web entanglement. Fireball barrage. With a wave of the Dharma sword in Guanzu's hand, he used a huge spider web with a diameter of several kilometers to pull them together, and then countless fireballs smashed into the crowd with a fiery breath. Boom! 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 There were explosions and fire. Ah! It's hot! Help! The people from the 3 major guilds were blown up and cried out. Each fireball that landed summoned 2 additional coyotes, which joined the fray again, tearing into the students. For a time, the entire battlefield turned into a hell on earth. Chapter 109, Guanzu. I want to fight you one-on-one. On the plaza of the main school building, Guanzu was dressed in emerald green cloud-patterned vestments and held an emerald magic sword, his figure flashing like a ghost. Seniors, here comes the fireball. Guanzu's figure flashed and jumped into the high sky. With an agility attribute of more than 10 million, the extreme was unleashed and instantly began casting spells. Fireball barrage. Blazing fireballs poured down like a torrential downpour, and the power of each fireball was extremely terrifying. It smashed into the ground and instantly transformed into 2 wild coyotes. This is the power of the wolf obtained from the same Hiroshima. I didn't think it would work at this point. The trajectories of the fireballs intertwined into a web in the air, illuminating the entire square. Geez, his spell casting speed is too fast. Luo Yun's pupils shrunk. Everyone be careful. However, it was already too late, as Guanzu's arm turned into a stump, and hundreds of fireballs were shot in a second. With every fireball that landed, 2 wild coyotes appeared, quickly forming a terrifying pack. Ow! Tens of thousands of wild coyotes raised their voices to the sky, their scarlet eyes flashing with bloodlust. This is too much. Sure, Brotian was dumbstruck. He summoned an army all by himself. The square was filled with wild coyotes, which were frantically tearing into the members of the 3 major guilds. Miserable screams rose and fell, and the blood mist shimmered demonically in the sunlight. Don't panic, a president shouted. Concentrate your firepower and clear the wolves from my perimeter. However, before his words fell, Guanzu had already appeared in front of him. Don't you guys want to try my strength? Guanzu sneered, then feel it. Instant runes. Spider web entanglement. A silver light flashed, and before that president could react, he was bound by a spider web. The wild coyote pack swarmed over him and tore him to pieces. The man then turned into a rain of light and was sent back to the teleportation point, and it would be half an hour before he could be resurrected and rejoin the battle. Damn! His personal combat power is so strong too. Sure, Brotian roared, clutching the soul destruction order. On command, everyone, form a defensive formation. The forbidden weapon in my hand hasn't been used yet. Create an opportunity for me, I'll kill him in seconds. At this moment, 100,000 wild coyotes had already occupied the entire square, and they opened their bloody mouths, revealing their ghastly white teeth as they surrounded the people from the 3 major guilds. Guanzu was also very jealous of his opponent's forbidden weapon, because forbidden weapons are some law rule props, very unreasonable. Thus, he did not approach further, but instead relied on the damage from the wolves to keep accumulating shield values on himself. Because Guanzu did not attack further, on the teaching building square, the experts of the 3 major guilds finally stabilized their positions and got a chance to catch their breath. Thousands of professionals stood in a triangular position, holding a variety of weapons, with those in front holding glowing shields. Formation. Luo Yun bellowed, mage output positions at the back, neat shields at the front. Prepare to counterattack. The square flashed with light, and skills of various colors continuously bombarded the wolves. The ice mage released a cold storm, freezing a patch of wolves. The fire mage's flames swept through, melting the ice. The soul destruction order energy has built up enough. Watch me. This blow destroys the Guanzu. The honor belongs to the Wolfpack Student Council. The black token in his hand suddenly erupted with a piercing black light as a brilliant light flickered in Shirbushin's eyes. The sky was covered in dark clouds, and a thick black lightning bolt struck down from the clouds, heading straight for Guanzu. It was a locked strike that was hard to dodge, and the strike contained terrifying energy that was enough to blast a small mountain into powder. Soul destruction order, destroy him for me. Shirbushin roared furiously. Boom! Black lightning struck Guanzu heavily, erupting with a deafening roar. -1.7 billion. Smoke rolled out, the entire square shook violently, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. Ha ha ha! It hit! Shirbushin laughed maniacally. Even if you're strong, you'll have to go up in smoke with this strike. Over 100 million damage. There's no way you, a second-turn professional, would have that much blood. Our 3 great guilds have won. Guanzu Tianjiao, defeated by us. The honor belongs to the SFU Student Council. Those professionals, they had all just seen the damage numbers flashing out of the sky. Having a damage number means it didn't miss and hit. It made them roar wildly. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, Guanzu was still standing in place, his body glowing with a faint golden light. Even his sleeves were not torn, and he was floating lightly as if he had only been caught in a light rain. There was no discomfort, but rather a comfortable look. What? Shirbushin's eyes widened. That's impossible. That's hundreds of millions of damage. You can't even kill this, Shirbaudian, you can't be hitting off the mark. Never, I clearly hit him, Shirbaudian said. Your intelligence gathering is not enough. Guanzu let out a light laugh. My Apocalypse star map possesses a special constellation. Can convert damage dealt into a shield. So why do you think I'm letting the wolves deal with you first? I'm accumulating shields. Coupled with the damage reduction from the Dragon Abyss shield, this amount of damage from you won't even break my defense. At this time, Guanzu's body was covered with a 1.5 billion thick energy shield, and the golden light flowed like a god of war. Elder sisters, it's my turn to counterattack. A cold glint flashed in Guanzu's eyes as he raised his magic sword. You guys think that just because I don't have a summoning spirit, I can be slaughtered? That would be underestimating me. Over the plaza of the school building, the heavy dark clouds had not yet cleared, and the scorching scent from the lightning filled the air. The third and fourth turn seniors stood high above, looking at the chaotic battlefield below, a trace of gravity flashing in their eyes. No, if this continues, the three great guilds will really be finished. A fourth turn senior in a black trench coat said in a deep voice. Even if Guanzu is strong, we can't let him, alone, destroy all three guilds. In that case, the student council's face would be disgraced. The red-clothed schoolmate jumped down from the school building. Her figure drew a graceful arc in the air, her long fiery red hair fluttering in the wind. Don't panic, schoolboys. We're here to help you out. Another fourth-turn senior in green robes, holding a long sword, descended from the sky. Guanzu, your strength is indeed strong, but this is not a stage for you to perform alone today. Dozens of third and fourth-turn seniors arrived from all directions. Their aura was like a rainbow, each of them exuding an unearthly aura. Ha ha, great. Shirbaudian rejoiced, with the seniors out there, we'll definitely be able to take down Guanzu this time. Luo Yun pushed his glasses. Let's go together while his summoned spirit hasn't returned yet. Guanzu looked at the sudden reinforcement of the experts and did not panic. Good timing, just in time for me to see how strong the old academy seniors are. The wild coyotes sensed a stronger threat, their eyes became even more scarlet, and low growls came from their throats. Be careful, these wolves are not simple. The red-clothed senior sister warned, each one of them has the strength of a mid-third turn. The green-robed Hokage waved his staff in his hand. Surround them in groups, don't let Guanzu escape. He's all alone now. The battle was imminent, and the atmosphere in the square instantly became tense. Dozens of experts surrounded Guanzu, and the air was filled with tension. The black-clothed senior, holding two revolvers, his profession was a roaming gunner who could do all kinds of fancy shooting. He smiled lightly. Yeah, Guanzu is indeed strong, but how bad is it for so many of us to bully one? It's not pretty to spread the word. Everyone give it a chance. I'll meet this Guanzu alone. Chapter 110, Last Forbidden Weapon, Move. Although he had lost his connection with the summoning spirits, Guanzu had been able to gain a unique ability for each summoning spirit he had contracted in the first place. These abilities had been seared into his soul, and even if the connection was lost, they still existed. With a thought, light flowed in his hand, and a longbow condensed from golden quicksand emerged, with star-like points of light flickering on the bowstring, the very projection of Hoi Divine Bow. At the same time, the fine yellow sand under his feet began to surge, quickly condensing into several doppelgangers that looked exactly like him. This was from the Sand Monk's ability. Come on, old senior, let's have a peek match before my summoning spirit regains contact. The corners of Guanzu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. He gently pulled back the bowstring, and there was no arrow, but it was as if invisible energy was gathering in the air. The black-clothed senior who had called out laughed coldly. Fine. Let me meet this Guanzu alone. Schoolboys, you all stand back. The people around them hurriedly dispersed in all directions, leaving a space for the two to fight. You look as if you are well established in the academy? Not bad. That black-clothed senior said, I'm Yifeng from Senior Divine Archery Class 2, majoring in archery and minoring in the ammunition department. Mr. Guanzu, don't think that just because you've defeated a few second-turn professionals, you can walk sideways in the Star Chopper Academy. Today, let me teach you what strength means. The black-clothed senior struck a handsome pose, holding his gun in both hands, the muzzle flashing with a ghostly blue light. He spoke confidently, Guanzu, although you are a heavenly pride that comes along once in a century, today, you will lose to me, Yifeng. Don't be discouraged though, I am after all much older than you and have been practicing much longer in advance. Oh, Guanzu raised an eyebrow, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. That depends on senior, whether or not he has the ability. Before the words left his mouth, Guanzu had already bent his bow and arrows, and his movements were done in a single motion. The golden arrow coalesced on the string, emitting a dazzling light. Come on, senpai, show me what you're made of. The black-clothed Hokage raised his pistol and aimed it at Guanzu, whose profession was strong enough to allow him to perform all sorts of enhanced shots, as well as weak-point blasts. Bang, bang, bang. He gouged the trigger continuously, the pistol almost turning into a stump in his hand. But Guanzu's movements were even faster, and the sand under his feet formed several doppelgangers that simultaneously opened their bows and shot arrows. Shoo shoo. The two men's attacks collided in the air, one gold and one blue, intertwining in a way that looked beautiful. This is part of the Sand Monk's ability to allow Guanzu to use sand and transform into his own doppelganger. Seeing this, the Jifeng hurriedly released a smoke bomb. Its tactical skill. Boom! White smoke exploded, blocking the view. Oomph, I'll see how you aim. Do you think your blindfold method is useful? Guanzu laughed coldly. His mental power of over 10 million was enough to catch any breeze around him. Guanzu then pointed a finger. Stasis. Buzz. A golden light shot over and instantly enveloped Yifeng. This Yifeng's body instantly stiffened so much that he couldn't move, as if he was frozen. What's going on here? An incredulous look appeared in Yifeng's eyes as he realized that his body was completely out of control. You're too slow. Guanzu's voice rang in his ears like a death knell. Guanzu slowly drew his longbow, and golden arrows coalesced on the string, flashing with the light of death. No! Don't! Yifeng shouted in terror, his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. He struggled desperately, but couldn't move at all. It's over. Guanzu's fingers loosened and the arrow left the string, leaving a golden trajectory in the air. Put! The arrow ruthlessly plunged into Yifeng's chest. Minus 175. 8 billion. A terrifying damage number jumped out from the top of Yifeng's head, his blood bar instantly emptied, and his body turned into dots of white light and dissipated. Yifeng's body dissipated in this instant, but the terrified look in his dying eyes was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. How is this possible? Shirbadian stared at the scene dumbfounded. Senior Yifeng is a fourth-turn professional, how could he be killed in a second by a single move? Too strong, Guanzu. Luoyan pushed up his glasses, a trace of scorn flashed in his eyes. Without the summoning spirit, he can still exert such terrifying strength. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. One of the minions growled. I don't believe he can be this strong, a second-turn professional who can kill a fourth-turn expert in seconds. This is completely unreasonable. Again! A senior student brought by the black-clothed senior also jumped out at this moment. I'm Lu Fei from the senior martial arts class, a peak fourth-turn fighter. I've come to meet you. Lu Fei roared angrily and charged towards Guanzu. His entire body was glowing with electricity, his right leg was wrapped in thick armor, and he was extremely fast, causing the ground to tremble slightly with every step. Good timing! Guanzu laughed out loud and advanced instead of retreating. The vestments on his body were windless and hunting. Lu Fei's fist and Guanzu's attack met in the air with a dull crash. The two of them went back and forth, punching and kicking, fighting so hard that sonic booms kept coming from the air. This is impossible. The more Lu Fei fought, the more alarmed he became, as he realized that Guanzu's combat skills were not even remotely inferior to that of him, a veteran expert of the fourth turn. Moreover, the opponent's power was so great that it didn't look at all like what a law profession should look like. You're very strong, but it's a pity that you've met me. Guanzu let out a light laugh, a sidestep to avoid Lu Fei's attack, followed by a kick. Boo! Lu Fei was kicked out and crashed heavily into the wall of the school building, making a large crater. Who else? Guanzu looked around, his gaze electric. The vestments on his body were blown by the air currents during the battle, and he stood in the center of the battlefield like a god of war. The surrounding students were stunned by this sudden turn of events. They didn't expect Guanzu to be able to have such terrifying combat power without a summoned spirit. Too strong. Is this the heavenly pride of our Star Chopper Academy? It's like a monster in human form. So strong without a summoning spirit, so what if he has one? The students murmured and looked at Guanzu with awe in their eyes. Even those seniors who had originally wanted to challenge Guanzu were silent at this moment. They asked themselves that if it was themselves against Guanzu, I'm afraid they wouldn't have a chance of winning. Damn it! Shirbadian said through gritted teeth, this brat, Guanzu, is he really invincible? Luoyun didn't say anything, he pushed up his glasses, not knowing what he was thinking. On the distant school building, several teachers watching the battle were also shocked by Guanzu's performance. This kid, what a demon! A teacher exclaimed, this kind of combat talent is simply unheard of. Yeah, after using those forbidden weapons, are the three major guilds, too, going to end up in despair today? Another teacher said. The third teacher said helplessly, Guanzu doesn't have a summoning spirit, it's also powerful. There's no hope for the three major guilds anymore. That's not necessarily true. A voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned their heads to see that it was actually the formation elder of the Star Chopper Academy. What do you think, House Master? A teacher asked. Hee, you guys watch. The formation elder stroked his beard and smiled mysteriously. Until the end, it's still unknown who the deer will die. Guanzu's side of the battlefield. Li Qingyun shook his folding fan and laughed coldly. Guanzu, I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. But do you think that's going to win us over? Li Qingyun pulled out a green-colored jade talisman from his pocket before violently crushing it. This is... Guanzu frowned as he sensed a powerful force of confinement coming from all directions, as if it wanted to seal him completely. Guanzu, you're too wild. Li Qingyun laughed out loud. Today, I'll let you know what happens when you offend our Nandu Association. This is the forbidden weapon heaven-locking talisman obtained by our Nandu Association. It can seal all skills. Li Qingyun said smugly, in front of this power, you are a lamb to the slaughter. Chapter 111, 14 million attribute ping A. Li Qingyun laughed maniacally as he crushed the heaven-locking talisman, and green-colored light swept across the entire square like a tidal wave. The light formed a chain that attempted to bind all of Guanzu's abilities. Ridiculous. Guanzu said contemptuously, "You guys think that you can trap me with these little tricks?" A terrifying aura erupted from Guanzu's body as his full attributes of 14 million were completely displayed. At this moment, his speed had exceeded the visual limits of everyone present. What? What kind of speed is this? Shirbushin's eyes widened. I can't see his movements at all. Isn't he not able to release skills anymore? How come it's so fast? Holy, flash. Xing Yunli said, the heaven-locking talisman has already been activated, there is no way he could have released the skill, this can only mean that it is the attribute power of his own body. What, you're saying this is his personal base attribute? Is this reasonable? Snap. There was a crunching sound, and before Shirbadian could react, he had already received a heavy punch to the face. His body flew out like a broken kite, drawing an arc in the air. It directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. -1. 45 billion. Not good. He can actually deal over 1 billion damage with one punch. Luo Yun's face changed drastically, full defense. Are you guys defensible? It's already too late. Guanzu's figure weaved through the crowd, taking away a life with every strike. His movements were graceful and deadly, like a dancing god of death. Bang! 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 -1. 53 billion. -1. 72 billion. -2,956 million, cock-a-doodle-doo. Successive crashes rang out as members of the three guilds fell one after another. Guanzu's basic attributes were too terrifying, and even if he couldn't use any skills, the strength of his physical body alone was enough to sweep the field. Guanzu, you are too arrogant. Li Qingyun roared and waved his folding fan. Brothers, form a sword formation. It's useless. Guanzu's voice rang in his ears, you're too slow. In the next moment, Xing Yunli felt a pain in the back of his neck and his entire body lost consciousness. He couldn't even see Guanzu's movements before he was killed in seconds. Is this your full strength? Guanzu stood in the center of the square, his eyes scanning the surroundings. What other forbidden weapon moves do you have? Use them all. At this moment, Guanzu's emerald green vestments were windless and hunting. His eyes were cold and sharp, as if they were a sheathed sword. Is this still human? One of the students muttered, it's practically a monster. Above the square, the scorching air was distorted by the violent battle. Guanzu's terrifying attribute of 14 million was in full swing. His figure was like a ghost in the crowd, taking away a life with every strike. Damn! This guy's speed is too fast. A governor carrying an energy shield yelled, attention everyone, use ranged attacks to force him to slow down. Rumble! Dozens of energy cannons opened fire at the same time, and cannon fire poured down like rain. But Guanzu's speed was far beyond the speed of sound, weaving gracefully through the cannon fire as if doing a dance of death. This energy shield of mine is a fourth-turn divine artifact, with a defense as high as. Before the governor could finish his sentence, Guanzu had already appeared in front of him. Bang! With a loud bang, the energy shield directly exploded into powder. -1. 89 billion. The governor's body split apart under the tremendous impact and dissipated into bits of light. Mechanical battle armor, full power. A fourth-turn mechanic activated his ultimate form, and the mech on his body hummed. Guanzu, I'm not afraid of you. Come on. Coming. Guanzu's voice sounded from behind him. Another punch was thrown. -2. 27 billion, blitz. The mechanic, along with his battle armor, was smashed into pieces, parts and blood mist floating in the air. Sword cultivators joining forces. Form a sword formation. Several fourth-turn sword cultivators held their long swords and laid down a sword formation in the air. It's useless. Guanzu sneered, your speed is like standing still in my eyes. Guanzu's figure traveled through the sword formation, so fast that only remnants could be seen. Several sword cultivators couldn't even see his movements before they were already killed one by one. This kind of power is nothing short of a monster. A fourth rotation mage said in horror, is he really only a second rotation? Guanzu stood in the center of the square, his gaze like electricity. Seniors, are there any other cards left? I like to challenge myself. At this moment, Guanzu's emerald green vestments shone brightly in the sunlight. His eyes were cold and sharp, and he exuded an unrivaled aura around him. Damn it! I don't believe this! A fourth-turn berserker roared angrily and rushed forward. Guanzu gently raised his hand and slashed down with a hand knife. -2. 58 billion. Headshot. The berserker's body split down the middle and dissipated into points of light. The people from the three major guilds completely collapsed. The fourth-turn experts fell one after another, causing them to lose the last of their confidence. He's really heaven's pride. Is this the once-in-a-century genius? Gosh. Run while you can. Ghosts. The whole square was in chaos, with students scattering in all directions. At this moment, everyone understood what it meant to have true strength. Inside the formation hall of the Star Beheading Academy, several elders surrounded Qi Yun, their faces grave. Lord Prefect, this child Guanzu is too strong. An elder in yellow robes spoke up. He's scared those kids. If this continues, I'm afraid it's going to hurt their Dao. Chi-yun looked at the image in the crystal light screen, stroked his beard, and laughed. Yes, this kid has given me another surprise. Mistress Chi-yun, you're still laughing. Another elder said sharply, look at those children. What have they become? Every single one of them is scared out of their wits. In the light curtain, the students of the three great guilds scattered and fled, some even directly kneeling down and begging for mercy. Yes, the free day has only been going on for less than an hour, and these children's hearts are broken. The red-robed elder sighed. Chi-yun nodded. That's fine, I'll go tell him. This boy, he does take himself too seriously sometimes. After saying that, Chi-yun's figure dissipated in place, and in the next moment had appeared in front of Guanzu. The square was devastated, the ground was covered with huge pits and the walls were full of cracks. Guanzu was about to continue chasing the fleeing students. Ah Zu! Chi-yun called out gently. Guanzu immediately turned around and bowed respectfully. Master, the first place is already yours this year, Chi-yun said with a smile. Let the other kids have some fun on their own, or they won't even be interested in participating. Guanzu froze at his words, then realized and scratched his head in embarrassment. Master, you're asking me to be their whetstone, am I not taking this a little too seriously? Ha, you almost sharpened your sword huh. Chi-yun shook his head and laughed. It's also a kind of wisdom to appropriately leave some hope for others. Master is right. Guanzu was taught with an open mind. Chi-yun said, alright, go rest. Let the other students experience the joys of a free day as well. Yes, Master. Guanzu said respectfully. Before turning around, he glanced at the scattered students. He thought the students still had forbidden weapon means and needed to be pushed, but ended up going too far. Chapter 112, The Secret Realm of Battle is about to open. When half an hour's time was up, the dark blue confining light gradually dissipated, and Guanzu felt the connection with the summoned spirit re-established. Come on, come back all the way. Guanzu smiled and raised his hand, coalescing a silver circle to summon the crowd. Golden light flashed. Sun Wukong was the first to appear, holding a weapon and about to charge forward. Damn it, let me, old son, come and clean up these ungrateful guys. Monkey, don't rush. Guanzu stopped him with a light laugh. I'm out of the free day activities. Ha? Inuyasha scratched his head. You were defeated, Azu? Hoi and Sha Monk also revealed puzzled looks. Guanzu shook his head. No, it's because I killed too aggressively just now. Master Chi-yun said I scared the other students and told me to exit early to save them some fun. Ha ha ha. The 8 rings laughed as they patted their round stomachs. You're too fierce, Azu, even Master can't stand to watch you. Sun Wukong put away his weapon and scolded with a smile. You kid, you just care about your own pleasure, you don't even leave me some people to fight. Mr. Guan is indeed powerful. San Monk sighed as he stroked the quicksand beads. Without us around, he can still fight all over the field. Hoi nodded. Yeah, I remember when there were some 4th-turn seniors upstairs, even they were no match for Little Master. Little Master is really powerful now. Guanzu looked at the students still mingling in the distance. The square was filled with skilled blows and explosions. Come on, let's go get some food. Guanzu suggested. I've already gotten my hands on the first place reward for this free day. It's 100,000 college points. I'll treat you to try the new food court at the schoolhouse. Yes. Beiji's eyes lit up. I heard there's a store that has especially great sweet and sour pork. Sun Wukong jumped onto Guanzu's shoulder in a single leap. Azu, you kid is getting more and more powerful. I'm looking forward to your performance when you turn 3. Aha. Guanzu smiled and nodded. When I turn 3, I'll definitely take you guys to more places to venture. A few days later, inside the council chamber of the military ministry, under the gilded dome, the top brass of Huaxia was holding an emergency meeting. Xiahou Tian slammed his fist heavily on the solid wood conference table, his voice echoing in the silent hall. The Deep Blue Empire has gone too far. How dare they ask us to hand over Guanzu? No way. Absolutely not hand over Guanzu. Li Longyun said resolutely. Guanzu has done great feats for our Huaxia. How can we let them take it? Shi-yun was dressed in a Dharma robe and his gaze was like lightning. Bryant first robbed us of the results of our battle and then tried to capture Guanzu alive. It's clear that they deserved it first. The light screen in the conference hall was showing the aggressive image of the ambassador of the Deep Blue Empire. Either hand over Guanzu, or our Deep Blue Empire will tear up all peace treaties. The Deep Blue Empire ambassador said arrogantly. Someone must pay for Commander Bryant's death. Xiahou Tian sneered. Isn't it just because of the advanced technology? Bryant is dead and wants to play rough. Do you really think that our Huaxia is easy to bully? Li Longyun said. General is right. Our Huaxia isn't weak now, not to mention such an outstanding heavenly pride as Guanzu, who will surely be our mainstay in the future. The Deep Blue Empire is looking for an excuse. A staff officer analyzed. They've long been eyeing our development, and this time it's just an excuse. Sure enough, after the Deep Blue Empire tore up the agreement, their professionals began to run amok in the wilderness. The battlefield was filled with smoke and explosions. Kill. Don't spare a single Chinese professional. The Deep Blue Empire's professionals frantically hunted down the Chinese professionals. The Chinese side didn't show any weakness either, and both sides engaged in a fierce battle in the wilderness. It was at this tense moment that the news of the opening of the secret realm of battle came. Qi Yun found Guanzu. Ah, Zhu. Qi Yun said seriously, this time, the secret realm of the fighting battle is exceptionally important, and it is rumored that there is a divine artifact hidden inside, possibly related to your summoned spirit, Shi Tian de Shang. Don't worry, master. Guanzu nodded solemnly, this time, I will definitely go all out in the secret realm. Excitement flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Hey, a secret realm related to my old grandson? Great sage, Guanzu laughed. This time when the secret realm of the fighting battles opens, there might be a divine object similar to the data-defying divine stone inside, we must take it. That's for sure. Sun Wukong brandished his weapon. The 8 preceptors also said cheerfully, my old pig is also going to go, maybe I can find, suitable for my old pig's treasure. You all have to be careful. Qi Yun cautioned, people from the Deep Blue Empire will definitely participate in this secret realm exploration as well. Just in time. Sun Wukong grinned, I didn't even put up a fight on the last free day, so let's them hard this time. A huge vortex was suspended over the island, tens of kilometers in diameter, and a strange light flashed from time to time in the deep vortex. A light blue energy shield shrouded the outside of the vortex. A huge curtain of light inscribed with countdown numbers. The 3-hour countdown was blinking. Professionals from various countries had already arrived one after another, and they gathered in 2s and 3s at various parts of the island, eyeing each other warily. The Deep Blue Empire's team was particularly striking. They were uniformly wearing blue battle armor, and at their head was a tall, fifth-turn powerhouse. I heard that there are ancient artifacts in this fighting secret realm. A Chinese professional whispered. Yes, and it's also related to the way of battle, so after fusing it, you can gain powerful battle strength. Another person excitedly picked up the conversation. Sun Wukong squinted his eyes and surveyed the vortex. Zhu, the aura in here is very familiar to me. Guanzu nodded. Monkey, what do you feel? Like the scent of the mountain of flowers and fruits back then. Sun Wukong was thoughtful, however, it's impossible to say now. In the distance, Smith, a 5th rotation powerhouse of the Deep Blue Empire, was talking to his men, make sure to get that divine artifact, and by the way, catch that Guanzu kid. Sand Monk gripped the quicksand bead tightly. Sir Guan, the people from the Deep Blue Empire are afraid that they are coming for you. No harm done. Guanzu smiled, if they want to make a move, we'll just accompany them. Piggyback carried a nail rake. Zhu is right. Let's go in together this time and see who gets the last laugh. The sea breeze brings a salty scent. The vortex kept spinning, emitting a low hum. The gazes of professionals from all countries were focused on the huge vortex, waiting for the moment of entry. Hello fellow Guanzu. A blonde woman approached. I'm Anna from the Far North Federation. I'm a diamond grade ice knot master. I wonder if I can make an alliance with you? Sorry. Guanzu politely declined. I want to go it alone this time. Anna nodded regretfully and left. Inuyasha smashed his mouth. That girl is good looking. Nerd. Sun Wukong knocked him on the head. Is this the time to look at beautiful women? Hui pulled back his longbow. There are still 2 hours until it opens, so let's get our strength up. The sunlight poured over the sea, shimmering with a golden glow. Guanzu brought the summoned spirits and stayed quietly in the area where the Chinese professionals were located. Chapter 113, Every Devil's Desire, Entering the Secret Realm of the Battlefield. The news of the opening of the secret realm of battle caused a sensation on the interstellar network. The appearance of a prophetic message had even caused the major powers to boil over. According to the Star Federation's famous prophet Elizabeth's prediction, it is highly likely that a diamond-grade divine weapon will appear in the secret realm of battle. A blue-haired girl said excitedly. Yeah, there are already a dozen planets heavenly pride rushing here. The companion beside her concurred. Geniuses from all the major planets arrived one after another, each of them surrounded by strong guards. However, when they saw Guanzu, scorn flashed in their eyes. That's Guanzu, the strongest person of the current generation of Huaxia, right? A young man in silver battle armor asked in a low voice. The guard beside him nodded. That's right, it's him. A few days ago, he even beheaded the abyssal giant tree world lord under the siege of the Deep Blue Empire. Too strong. I heard that he led the summoned spirits and wiped out 1,000-man elite force of the Deep Blue Empire in one fell swoop. Not only that, he's also the first professional to pass the hidden copy of Quicksand River. In the distance, several high-ranking officials from the Interstellar Alliance were talking in secret. I'm afraid that the current Guanzu has already exceeded the strength of an ordinary 4th turn. A white-haired old man said in a deep voice. That's right, for this secret realm exploration, the youngsters must be warned not to provoke him easily. Another man in a black trench coat said. Guanzu stood on the high ground in the distance, dressed in emerald green vestments, his black hair fluttering in the wind. The shrunken version of the Monkey King, squatting on his shoulder, swept his gaze around like electricity. Ah Zhu, quite a few people have come. Beiji grinned, looks like it's going to be lively this time. Yeah. Guanzu smiled faintly, but with you guys around, I'm fearless. Sun Wukong squinted his eyes. Hee, those little guys, the way they look at Old Sun is all wrong. Ah Zhu, when we enter the secret realm later, let Old Sun give them a good scare. He. Sand Monk played with the quicksand beads in his hand. Mr. Guan, I see that those people are carrying guards, and there is no shortage of fifth revolutions among them, so I think we should still be careful. Don't worry, just come normally. Guanzu said calmly, the current us is not the same strength we were back then. Besides, our current attributes are already no different from the peak of the fifth turn, who would dare to mess around? Hui held his divine bow and laughed coldly, even if they are looking for death to make a move, this divine arrow of mine is not something to be messed with. In the distance, a few black-robed men wearing masks were secretly observing Guanzu and his group. Captain, should this operation continue? A man in black asked. Of course. The black-clothed man in the lead whispered, the reward given by the Deep Blue Empire is too generous, and with so many geniuses present this time, it's just the right time to fish in troubled waters. But, Guanzu's current strength. Afraid of what? The black-clothed captain sneered, our shadow hunting troop is specialized in hunting strong people. And this time, we brought special ceiling props. In the open space at the entrance of the secret realm, geniuses and powerhouses from all walks of life were closely watching the situation. The sun was obscured by heavy clouds, casting a haze over the area. In addition to the teams from the various great powers, this time, someone from the Abyssal sect had also rushed to this place. Previously, the Blue Moon demon god outside the dimension issued a hunting order, and many people from the Abyssal cult wanted to finish off Guanzu and obtain a huge reward. But there hadn't been much of a chance to do so, and in their opinion, this time, the secret realm of the fighting battle was the best chance to capture Guanzu. In the crowd of the Abyssal sect, young Lord Etian, who was wearing a black dragon-patterned battle armor, looked coldly in the direction of Guanzu. A blood-colored longsword hung from his waist, its scabbard carved with twisted runes. Young lord, we've brought 5 abyssal sacrifices and 10 fourth revolution warriors this time. A black-robed elder whispered, as long as we enter the secret realm, we will be able to capture that brat and set up the evil god sacrifice formation. A trace of coldness flashed in Etian's eyes. This time, we must take down Guanzu and sacrifice him to the Blue Moon Demon God Lord. Once I succeed, the Blue Moon Demon God Lord will even grant me a drop of Blue Moon true blood. At that time, my bloodline will be promoted to a god-level bloodline. We will definitely do our best to assist Lord Young Lord. The others expressed their loyalty one after another. In the distance, the members of the Shadow Hunters were checking their equipment. The shadow battle clothes on their bodies were able to hide their breath perfectly, and all kinds of deadly poisons and hidden weapons shone with a ghostly cold light. Captain, the team over there seems to be interested in Guanzu as well, an assassin said. The leader of the Shadow Hunting and Killing Corps sneered, there are more people interested in Guanzu, but it's just as well to use them to distract Guanzu. The summoned spirits around that kid are too difficult to deal with. Another assassin frowned, especially that monkey, its strength is comparable to a 5th turn. Don't worry. The head of the troop took out a purple-black crystal from his bosom. This is the Deep Blue Empire's special Void Sealing Stone, which can cut off the connection between the summoner and the summoned spirit for a short period of time. At this time, Guanzu did not know that there were so many people plotting against him in the dark. He was leading the summoned spirits to check their equipment and prepare for the upcoming opening of the secret realm. Monkey, did you feel that? The 8 Rings asked in a low voice. Those people's gazes aren't quite right. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed. I realized it a long time ago. But I, Lao Sun, would like to see what tricks these little bugs can play. The 8 preceptors yawned as they carried a nail rake. Those guys, they don't look like good things at first glance. Zu, be careful when you go in later. Don't worry. Guanzu smiled faintly. I'll be careful. With his previous experience of encountering a forbidden weapon in the academy, Guanzu would, by now, have acted more cautiously. And with regards to forbidden weapons, he was already having some countermeasures. For a heavenly pride like Guanzu, it was naturally impossible to make one mistake, several times. Hui, I always feel that this secret realm isn't too simple. There are several groups of people that are waiting to deal with us. In front of the void passage at the entrance of the secret realm, the crowd was bustling. The foggy vortex shimmered with colorful light, mysterious and bizarre. Everyone, the fighting secret realm is about to open, please get ready. An old man with an elegant temperament announced in a loud voice. Guanzu stood in the crowd, his black hair flowing in the wind. Sun Wukong crouched on his shoulder, his golden eyes shining with excitement. Monkey, are you ready? Guanzu asked with a smile. Heh, Sun Wukong rubbed his weapon, I can't wait. Deji scratched his head, it feels like inside this secret realm, there's going to be something weird and strange again. Whatever there is, the Sand Monk said blandly, with us, Mr. Guan will be fine. Suddenly, the vortex fluctuated violently, and a golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. The secret realm of battle is open. Do you want to enter? Warning, you will be randomly teleported to any location in the secret world upon entry. Hint, the difficulty of this secret world is extremely high, and it is recommended that professionals above the 4th turn participate. Enter. Everyone made their choices almost simultaneously. The blinding white light engulfed everyone, and when sight was restored, there was a different world in front of them. In the distance looming peaks thrust into the sky, and from time to time the hissing of wild beasts came from the primitive jungle. Dense spiritual chi flowed through the air, and huge demonic birds flew through the sky from time to time. What the hell is this place? Someone exclaimed, there are too many demonic beasts here. Guanzu opened his eyes after a moment of heavenly rotation and realized that he was in a bamboo forest. The cool moonlight shed dappled shadows through the bamboo leaves. Monkey? The 8 preceptors? Hoi, old Shah. Guanzu called out softly. I am. Mr. Guan, I'm here. Come on too. The summoned spirits that were scattered all over the place quickly returned to Guanzu. There was a roar of beasts in the distance, interspersed with sounds of fighting. Apparently the others had also encountered the demonic beasts in this secret realm. System prompt. Welcome to the secret realm of fighting. Keys can be obtained by killing monsters in this secret area. The key opens, treasure chests scattered around the map. Treasure chests will be refreshed in real time. The further to the center of the map, the more powerful the treasure chest rewards. Guanzu was about to move when he suddenly heard a rustling sound from deep within the bamboo forest. Who? Guanzu turned around alertly, the emerald Dharma sword in his hand already sheathed. Under the moonlight, a 4th turn level, Deep Blue Empire squad leader, a few kilometers away, opened fire directly after spotting Guanzu. Ha ha ha, what a heavenly help. He rotated his alloy sword in one hand and held up his explosive gun in the other. Boom boom boom. Fire blasted at the summoned spirits around Sakizo. He grinned sardonically. Random teleportation, to be transmitted next to your Guanzu. If I capture you back, I can take 30,000 military honors. Ha ha ha. Guanzu, gird your loins, this isn't the sleeping forest, the kind of place that suppresses strength to the 2nd turn. What you're facing right now is a true 4th turn level mechanical martial artist. Chapter 114, Kill Kill Kill. The moonlight sprinkled down like water in the bamboo forest, and the cool light reflected the figures of Guanzu's group. Suddenly, the roar of mechanical energy broke the tranquility of the bamboo forest. Ha ha ha, today is truly my lucky day. That mechanical martial artist laughed maniacally. I'll take the Deep Blue Empire's military reward. The explosive gun in his hand flashed with a dangerous red light, and countless energy bullets poured out like rain, creating a piercing trajectory in the air. Watch out! Inuyasha bellowed softly. Hoi had already drawn his divine bow, golden arrows coalescing on the string. With this much skill, you dare to act recklessly in front of me? The arrows broke through the air, hitting each energy round with precision. The explosion bloomed in mid-air, illuminating the entire bamboo forest like a magnificent fireworks display. How is this possible? The mechanical martial artist's eyes widened. I had thousands of explosive rounds, and all of them were blown up in the air. What level of archery is this? Before the words were finished, a golden light had already passed through the fire of the explosion. It was none other than Sun Wukong, who rushed to the mechanical martial artist like a bolt of lightning with his weapon in hand. He, so what if it's the 4th turn? Sun Wukong grinned. In front of my old grandson, it's just a jumping clown. The weapon poked out and stabbed at the mechanical martial artist's body, picking him up high. Lift off. The mechanical armor on his body sounded a piercing alarm, but it was too late. Heaven-breaking stick. Bam! The weapon shimmered with a blinding golden light in the moonlight, smashing heavily into the mechanical martial artist like a baseball. Minus 370 billion. Blast! This can't be. The mechanical martial artist's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his fragmented body. How can you be so strong? Before the words left his mouth, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist and broken bones. A storage ring fell to the ground, emitting a faint glow. Monkey is mighty. The 8 preceptors said cheerfully, this guy still wants to capture a zoo. He really doesn't know what's in store for him. Sun Wukong put away his weapon. This kind of goods are worthy of coming to trouble Azu? Guanzu walked over and picked up the storage ring. The ring shone with a blue light, obviously a special equipment of the Deep Blue Empire. With a sweep of divine thoughts, the value inside was at least 50 million gold coins. On top of that, there was a map radar in there, just enough to see where the rest of the Deep Blue Empire was located. This time the Deep Blue Empire had a 5th turn level officer enter, and they were eager to capture themselves. Guanzu also needs to be a little more careful. Sand Monk frowned. Mr. Guan, I always feel that the secret realm is not peaceful this time. I'm afraid this guy is just the first one, and there will be more coming after him to cause trouble. No harm done. Guanzu smiled faintly. Come one to kill one, come two to kill a pair. Guanzu held the radar device he had seized from the mechanical martial artist in his hand, the blue glow illuminating his deep eyes. On the radar, within 100 kilometers of him alone, there were a dozen red dots flashing, the locations of members of the Deep Blue Empire. Monkey, see? Guanzu pointed at the nearest few points of light. These guys are spread out pretty wide. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, revealing an excited smile. Just in time to clean up one by one. Indeed, we can attack them all individually. Sand Monk analyzed. They don't know we got the radar yet. It's a good time to catch them off guard. The 8 rings rubbed their rounded stomachs. Zoo, this is a time of war. These people from the Deep Blue Empire are here to capture you. There's no need to be polite with them. That's right. Hui held his divine bow and said in a cold voice, last time in the sleeping forest, it was them who sneak attacked first, this time it's time for us to strike back. Guanzu looked at the nearest red, less than 30 kilometers away, let's take care of that first. Radar shows that he gate should be in an open field. Okay. The 8 preceptors picked up the nail rake, let's see who dies fast this time. The group silently sneaked through the bamboo forest towards their target. Under the moonlight, 3 warriors of the Deep Blue Empire were resting in an open meadow. One of them, third-turn swordsman Beck, was complaining, what bad luck, random teleportation spread us out so far. Exactly. Serena, the mage next to her, said, our mission was to capture Guanzu, and we don't even know where he is. Don't rush. The third person was a sniper named Abel. Didn't they say up there that this Guanzu has some tricks up his sleeve? When you meet Guanzu, you have to use the void sealing stone to cut off his connection with the summoning spirit. Beck sneered, in the sleeping forest, he relied on the heavenly Tao to suppress his strength and was wild. We can take 30,000 military honors if we catch him this time. When the time comes, we'll split it equally. Before the words were finished, a golden light fell from the sky. Seek death. Sun Wukong appeared in front of the trio with a weapon in hand and a fierce smile. Aren't you guys trying to capture Azu? I, old Sun, have come to meet you. What? The 3 were shocked. With a quick hand, Abel pulled out a purple-black crystal, void sealing stone, unleash it on me. However, right at this moment, a golden arrow broke through the air. Good thinking. How can the same tactic work a second time in front of us? Hui sneered. Phew. The arrows hit the crystals with precision, shattering them to pieces. No good. Serena shouted in panic, run. But it's too late. Sun Wukong's weapon whistled down, heaven-breaking stick. Boom. Minus 410 billion. Blast. Beck's body was instantly smashed into mush. The 8 preceptors also rushed over and did a belly punch, stinking. Taste the power of my old pig. Ah! Serena screamed miserably as she was knocked to pieces. The last Abel tries to escape, but gets caught in the quicksand of the sand monk. Mercy! I surrender! He fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Sorry. Guanzu looked at him coldly, you, the Deep Blue Empire, never wanted to spare me. Hui struck his bow and drew his arrow, and the golden light flashed. Phew! Minus 280 billion. Abel's head was pierced by an arrow and his body fell limply to the ground. After finishing them off, Guanzu once again picked up his storage ring, another haul of close to 50 million gold coins. Subsequently, after spending a little time, Guanzu cleared the surrounding Deep Blue Empire warriors, cleaned them up. Well, go fight the monsters. In the bamboo forest under the moonlight, a faint demonic aura filled the air as Guanzu led the summoned spirits onward to the center. Ah Zu, there's something up ahead. Beiji suddenly warned in a low voice, what a heavy fishy smell. Bamboo leaves rustled as a huge python swam out from the depths of the bamboo forest. It was as thick as a bucket of water, its scales glistened with a metallic luster under the moonlight, and its scarlet snake letters continued to spit out, filling the air with a dangerous aura. Hiss, the python demon sneered, surprisingly, a human has intruded into my territory, just in time to get hungry. Sun Wukong gripped his weapon tightly, hey, hungry? Then I'll give you a taste of my old son's big stick. Split. The quicksand beads flashed in the sand monk's hands, and several sandman doppelgangers appeared around the python. The python flung its tail violently, the bamboo forest was swept off a large area, and the sandman detachments were turned into quicksand and dissipated. Its huge body hovered up and opened its bloody mouth, its poisonous fangs flashing with a cold light. Beiji, you attack from the left, Hui prepare to fire. Guanzu quickly ordered. Okay. The 8 preceptors raised the 9-toothed nail rake, see how powerful my old pig is. Hui strung an arrow, and the golden arrow glistened in the moonlight. The 8 rings circled to the left of the snake demon. Big Dipper shock stomp. The 8 precepts stepped heavily on the ground, shocking the snake demon's body. Minus 189 billion. My turn. Sun Wukong rose up in the air, heaven-breaking stick. The weapon drew a golden arc in the air and smashed heavily on top of the snake demon's head. Minus 423 billion. Blast. The snake demon let out a miserable scream, but it was extremely tenacious. It suddenly accelerated, its huge body lunging at Guanzu like lightning. Want to hurt my little lord? Hui sneered, 9 days of continuous shooting. Tracking arrows. Sun-driven arrow path. 9 golden arrows broke through the air, precisely nailing the snake demon's vital points. Minus 210 billion. Minus 189 billion. Minus 176 billion. The snake demon's body was shot with 1,000 holes, and eventually collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, completely dead. After he died, Inuyasha opened his mouth and sucked in, the power of gluttony was unleashed, followed by the growth of a portion of his attributes. Killed the 4th turn python demon, gained experience value of 32.5 billion, you have reached full level, experience value has been stored. Dropping items. Snake scale, purple, x86. Snake gallbladder, gold, x3. Snake tooth, purple, x12. Key x10. This snake gall is good. The 8 preceptors rubbed their hands together and laughed, I'll stew it later. Sha Monk shook his head. Beiji, this is material, not for you to eat. Ah Zu, this key can open the treasure chest. Sun Wukong said, let's keep looking forward, maybe if we gather more, Lao Sun, will be able to open the Battle God Stone. Chapter 115, A Golden Treasure Chest Causes Bloodshed. In the forest with a strong mangy atmosphere, Guan Zu and his summoned spirits made their way forward. For 3 hours, they had continuously cleared out the powerful demonic beasts in the secret realm, and each battle had given them a great harvest, and the number of keys had accumulated to over 600. Monkey, how are you feeling? Guan Zu asked as he looked at Sun Wukong. He, these third-turn little demons can't even catch a single stick from my old grandson. Sun Wukong laughed as he shouldered his weapon. When I was in that mountain of flowers and fruits, the demons that my old grandson fought were much more powerful than these. The 8 preceptors patted their round stomachs. These little demons are just for my old pig to stuff his teeth with. Sand Monk shook his head. Second senior brother, can you stop thinking about food all the time? What can I do then? The 8 rings hemmed and hawed. My talent is the power of gluttony. My old pig is also doing this to increase his strength. Hoey is holding a divine bow. His gaze is electric. There's a situation ahead. A system alert suddenly came from the sky. Fighting Secret Realm alert. The location of the treasure chest has been determined, and the Pillar of Light will guide all challengers. Treasure chest levels, from low to high, are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond. Requirements for opening, from 50 to 10,000 keys. Bright pillars of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The one that attracted Guan Zu's attention the most was the golden pillar of light 100 kilometers to his left. That pillar of light, it requires 500 keys to open. Guan Zu's eyes lit up. We just happen to have over 600 keys. Then what are we waiting for? The 8 rings said excitedly, go on. Maybe we can open something good. Guangji said, we have to be careful, that pillar of light is too conspicuous, it's sure to attract a lot of people. Whatever. The 8 preceptors waved their hands. I'm not afraid of as many as come. With us around, who dares to be reckless? Hoey strung his arrow. Not bad, this time my archery skill has become a great success. Anyone who comes is going to get their head blown off by me. Guan Zu smiled faintly. Let's go, quietly feel our way over. The group disappeared in the direction of the pillar of light. Just 10 kilometers closer to the light pillar, he suddenly felt a powerful aura. The golden columns of light pierced through the clouds and stood out in the dark forest. But just as Guan Zu and the others approached, a dangerous aura hit them. Several powerful people from the stars were guarding the treasure chest. They had curved star horns on their heads, metallic mechanical feathers unfurling from their backs, and an aura that didn't belong on this planet. The one in the lead was threatening a group of fallen explorers with a condescending tone. Hand over all your keys, plus your storage rings. The Starhorn warrior sneered, otherwise, you won't be able to leave alive. Who are you people that dare to rob in the secret realm? The team of explorers wanted to say something else. Pop. The Starhorn warrior smashed 3 large trees as he smacked the speaker away. That's a lot of nonsense. Hand it over or die. That team looks like they've grabbed quite a few keys. Sun Wukong clutched his weapon. Let's go over and grab them in a fat wave. Hoey pressed monkey, wait first. They're outnumbered and have set up traps. Also, there are people hiding in the perimeter. Sure enough, the treasure chest was surrounded by faint energy light patterns that flickered around it, and it was a huge cage trap. Once triggered, it creates an energy cage that traps the person inside. This pristine forest. Several Starhorn warriors with metal wings were looking coldly at the group of seekers on the ground that they had knocked down. Those explorers had no choice but to turn in their storage rings and keys. You can let us go now. We've already handed over our keys and storage rings. One of the explorers begged on his knees. Handing over the key and you want to live? The leading Starhorn warrior sneered, you saw us, how can we let you leave alive? He raised his hand and the star energy condensed into sharp blades. Snort! -1. 5 billion. -1. 7 billion. -3. 5 billion. With a wave of the hand. Kill all those explorers. Blood stained the grass beneath his feet, and a fishy odor filled the air. Another 300 keys have been harvested. A Starhorn warrior laughed, Captain, we now have over 2,000 keys. Good, get this place taken care of and wait for the next batch of unlucky people to come through. I reckon I can at least grab 10,000 keys here this time. With the 10,000 key, we'll go straight to the diamond chest. Right on. Before the words were finished, an earth-shattering lion's roar resounded through the clouds. A dozen silhouettes scurried out of the shadows, their lion heads and bodies glowing with a wild golden light. Damn! It's an inheritor of the Lion God Star. The Starhorn warrior captain's face changed drastically. Lion God glory, divine might. The lion-faced men roared in unison as they formed a battle formation, golden light flowing from their hands. The light from the 12 lion-faced men linked together and coalesced in the air to form the silhouette of a 100-meter-tall golden giant lion. The giant lion opened its bloody mouth, and golden energy coalesced in it. Wrath of the Lion God. Boom! -45. 6 billion. A golden torrent of energy swept out, engulfing the Starhorn warriors. Their proud mechanical wings were torn apart by the torrent of energy and their bodies were torn apart. Damn it! You guys! The Starhorn warrior captain screamed unwillingly as his vitality died out. Ha, the mantis is catching the cicada, the yellow bird is at the back, these keys are ours. The lion-faced people excitedly went up to collect the loot. However, just as they were about to open the treasure chest, the sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. Countless arrows with flashes of cold light shot from all directions, forming a deadly net of arrows. Heh, I found you guys a long time ago. The lion-faced man leader sneered. Then with a lift of his hand, he condensed a light shield to block those arrows from raining down. Guanzu and the summoned spirits observed this silently from a distance. This treasure chest is hard to get, Guanzu whispered. Heh, Sun Wukong gripped his weapon tightly. When they're almost done fighting, I'll go and finish them off. The lion-faced leader's eyes exploded with golden light after he sensed the sneak attacker in the dark. Roar! The lion-faced leader let out a roar, the sound waves spreading out like substance. The entire forest was instantly shattered under the impact of this terrifying sound wave. Countless sky-high trees were uprooted, revealing the enemy hiding in the shadows. Humph! How dare you sneak up on my lion god clan? The lion-faced leader laughed coldly. Since you've been discovered, then all of you can go to hell. The 12 lion-faced warriors formed a battle formation once again, golden energy flowing between them. Power of the lion god, tear apart these curmudgeons. The gigantic golden lion shadow coalesced once again. This time it opened its bloody mouth and directly swallowed those enemies who put cold arrows into its stomach. The screams rose and soon subsided. Captain, another 500 plus keys have been harvested. A lion-faced warrior said excitedly, we now have over 3,700. The lion god clan was very powerful, and some of the hidden teams no longer dared to challenge them and immediately fled the scene. Alright, open the treasure chest. The lion-faced leader laughed as he held his arms. However, right at this moment, four dark figures quietly appeared on the distant hillside. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed, and dark blue twisting swirls appeared in the sky. Oh no! It's someone from the abyssal cult. The lion-faced leader's face changed, all alert. The four abyssal priests simultaneously began chanting bizarre incantations, and pitch-black runes intertwined into a web in the air. O great lord of the abyss, send down your power. As they chanted, the sky suddenly ripped open a huge crack, and a thick tentacle poked out from it. Damn it, it's an abyssal tentacle. The lion-faced people tried to form a formation to resist, but it's already too late. Moreover, they simply couldn't carry the power of the Blue Moon evil god's descent. The tentacles swept in with a monstrous momentum, entangling them as a terrifying suction force began to be unleashed. No! My life force! The lion-faced leader let out an unwilling roar. Ah! Damn it, abyssal cult! Their life force is rapidly draining away, their bodies drying out at a rate visible to the naked eye. Soon, 12 dry bodies fell to the ground, and all the keys fell into the hands of the abyssal cult. Jia, we, the abyssal sect, are the ones who have the last laugh. Guanzu was in the ground and could see it clearly. Brother monkey, these abyssal cultists are a bit tricky. Guanzu whispered. Sun Wukong gripped his weapon tightly. Hee, don't worry Azu, let me meet them. Didn't the abyssal sect also place a wanted notice on Azu? They must be exterminated. The 8 rings coldly grunted. Hoi strung his arrow. All the teams have evacuated this place, now we are the only ones left here. War, Guanzu said. Chapter 116, Great Battle Against the Abyssal Cult Priests. In the deep forest, the 4 abyssal priests were still laughing maniacally, the black robes on their bodies moving without wind. The sand monk made a seal with both hands, and the yellow sand in the ground surged, transforming into a gigantic palm of sand that grabbed towards the abyssal sacrifices. Oh, there's even a team here? A trivial skill, not worth mentioning. The priest at the head laughed coldly as the staff in his hand slashed out a black blade of light. The blade of light flashed by, and the palm of sand instantly split into pieces, turning into yellow sand in the sky. Just then, several arrows shot out from the bursting sand. Snort! The flame-drenched golden arrows hit the bodies of several abyssalists squarely, directly bursting them. But in an instant, the black gas lingered, and the broken body reunited. This is Ho Yi's arrow. It's Guanzu's means of summoning spirits. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to meet Guanzu here, it's really heaven's help. An abyssal priest laughed fiercely. Sacrifice him to Lord Demon God and will gain supreme power. Clear out his summoned spirits first. Another priest raised his staff. Servants from the abyss, come forth. The 4 priests simultaneously chanted a bizarre incantation, and a huge spatial rift once again cracked open in the sky. Countless hideous and ghastly fey monsters crawled out of the cracks. Some of them had tentacles, some were born with wings, and some were covered with eyes. Hoi frowned and said, these abyssalists, they can even be resurrected. Guanzu said gruffly, it's indeed difficult. Sun Wukong's fiery eyes looked at this coldly. They can't be resurrected without limitations, and having just been resurrected has already consumed a portion of their origin power. Just be able to kill. Guangji gripped the red-tide blade and said with warlike intent, look at me, true Lord Mighty. The 8 preceptors roared as his body rapidly expanded, quickly growing to 1,000 meters tall. As if a mountain, the terror was boundless. Battlefield taunt. An invisible aura erupted from the 8 rings, a crimson glow that spread out in ripples as all the Fey monsters were attracted to him. Watch my nail rake go round and round. Then holding the nail rake, his body began to spin rapidly, transforming into a huge windmill. Rumble. Minus 89 billion. Minus 120 billion. Minus 116 billion. The Fey monsters were crushed into pieces by the 8 rings body and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Damn it! The abyssal priest's faces changed drastically. How is this pig demon so strong? Humph. The 8 preceptors sneered. My old pig is not a vegetarian. Sun Wukong held his weapon in his hand, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Hey, it's time for me, old son, to make a move. Heaven-breaking stick. Crushing power. The weapon instantly enlarged, thunder entwined, and fiercely smashed into those abyssal sacrifices. Bang, bang, bang. Those abyssal sacrifices were shattered, but soon, the black aura coalesced and they coalesced out once again. But this time, they were already much weaker and their faces were pale. In the deep forest, the 4 abyssal priests were forced into a desperate situation, and the hideous smiles on their faces disappeared, replaced by a hint of madness. Since that's the case, then I'll let you all see the true undercard of our abyssal sect. The priest at the head of the group growled. The 4 priests raised their staffs at the same time, and black energy flowed between them, forming a bizarre spell formation. The crack in the sky widened again, and a putrid stench hit the air. O great Lord of the Abyss, grant us a powerful servant to save your faithful followers. As they chanted, a giant abyssal worm crawled out of the crack. It was 100 meters long, and its body was pitch black and covered with a thick armor shell. 12 scarlet compound eyes flashed with bloodlust, sharp barbs grew on the sides of the mouthparts, and the abdomen was full of writhing tentacles. The most terrifying thing was its back, which was actually cracked open with a huge slit, and inside were countless hideous human faces. Oh, just in time. The 8 preceptors laughed coldly. This worm looks like it has quite a bit of meat, just in time for my old pig to stuff his teeth. Guanzu was a bit speechless. Could that thing be eaten? Beiji, you're really not squeamish. The abyssal worms opened their bloody mouths and swept away the corpses and broken flesh on the ground. As it devoured more and more flesh and blood, its size expanded, and it soon grew to be as tall as the 8 rings. Great sage, this bug is a bit disgusting. Ho-E frowned. Hey, leave it to my old grandson. A hint of wariness flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. Split art. In an instant, 200 Monkey King appeared in the sky, the weapons in their hands enlarged at the same time, forming a golden shadow of sticks. Heaven-breaking stick. Crushing power. 200 weapons slammed down at the same time, thunder entwined, and the air was smashed with countless cracks. Minus 470 billion. Blast. Minus 190 billion. Minus 110 billion. The abyssal worm let out a mournful scream as its hard armor was smashed to pieces and pitch-black blood gushed out, bleary-eyed and shaking his head. Newswire. The abyssal worm roared. Hoi's arrows followed close behind, accurately shooting into each of its compound eyes. Damn! Impossible! The abyssal priests shouted in horror. Soon, in the forest, the battle entered a white-hot stage. The abyssal worm was beaten back by the joint attack of Sun Wukong and Hoi, its armor shattering and spilling pitch-black blood all over the ground. The priests chanted again and offered their purple essence blood. Unleash your strongest skill. Abyssal Worm King. Hostile. Damn monkey. The abyssal worm was infused with energy, and he let out a sharp hiss. Taste my void storm. The huge bug's body suddenly spun at high speed, forming a terrifying black tornado. Countless spikes glittering with purple poisonous light shot out from its body, densely covering the entire space. The surrounding sky-high trees were struck by the void spikes and corroded into puddles of black water in an instant. A highly toxic mist filled the forest, distorting even the air. Agoo. Piggy was unable to dodge and was hit by tens of thousands of spikes. It hurts my old pig. This poison is so overbearing. The 8 rings body quickly turned purple as the toxin spread rapidly through his body, dropping blood like crazy every second. Monkey, quickly exterminate this worm. The 8 preceptors yelled in agony. If this continues, my old pig will turn into bacon. Damn it. Sun Wukong roared and tried to rush forward, but those void spikes were too dense. His doppelganger that rushed ahead was instantly struck by the poisonous spikes and dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Monkey, 8 rings. Guanzu said, I'll recall you guys first and wait for its skill to end. Sun Wukong and the 8 preceptors nodded in agreement. This move is indeed a bit overbearing. Guanzu waved his hand and summoned a silver circle. Quickly recall the summoned spirits to their side. Although Beiji is poisoned, he has high resistance and is quickly speed cleared by him, and Canopy's true power continues to be activated, restoring 6% of his lifesteal every second. Phew! The 8 preceptors wiped their cold sweat. Fortunately, my old pig has thick skin and flesh. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid I would have been turned into a puddle of water long ago. Hoi calmly analyzed, this bug's skill has a time limit. When it can't turn anymore, that's our chance. The abyssal worms were still spinning frantically, but their speed was clearly starting to slow down. The human faces on its back let out moans of agony and seemed to be nearing their limits as well. Chapter 117, The Sand Monk 1 star. The tyrannical abyssal worm began to tire, its high-speed spinning body gradually slowing down, and the poisonous spiked shots became sparse. The 4 abyssal sacrifices saw the situation and turned around to escape, but Guanzu was prepared. Want to run it this time? Isn't it already too late? Guanzu sneered, summoning spirit reinforcement formation. With a wave of his hand. Skill activation. The crimson magic formation rose up on the ground, rapidly expanding to a range of 10 kilometers, enveloping the entire battlefield. In the center of the formation, runes flowed and gave off powerful energy fluctuations. All of the summoned spirits in the reinforcement formation were given huge bonuses. Battle aura rose all over his body. Such a big reinforcement array. Damn it! The leading priest's face changed drastically. A hint of viciousness flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. Hey, this time, I'll destroy you. Split body technique. 200 Monkey King appeared at the same time, weapons in hand, and surrounded the bugs. Heaven-breaking stick. Crushing power. Rumble. -1. 2 trillion. Blast. -390 billion. -370 billion. With the reinforcement array, the power of Sun Wukong's attacks skyrocketed, and his weapons rained down, sending the bugs flying with blood and flesh. It hurts. It hurts. I don't want to stay here, I want to return to the void, it's too dangerous here. The big bug wailed and green liquid spewed out of its mouth. Hoi! Sand monk! Guanzu droned, I'll leave those sacrifices to you. Don't let them run away. Understood. Hoi strung his bow and drew his arrow. 9 days of continuous shooting. 9 golden arrows broke through the air, each wrapped with a power that was enough to destroy everything, like 9 long golden dragons, cutting through the sky and blasting away. Sand monk held the quicksand bead, quicksand binding. The yellow sand ripped up, transforming into dozens of large hands that swooped in from all directions, trapping the 4 priests in place. No! The priests let out desperate screams. Shoo shoo shoo. -390 billion. -410 billion. -380 billion. -420 billion. The arrows penetrated their bodies, and this time, their bodies broke, never to be resurrected. Kill Abyssal Cult Priest, get special reward, Divinity Crystal X1. Divinity Crystals, valuable props that can raise the star level of a summoned spirit. Guanzu's eyes lit up as he acquired another such treasure. Of the summoned spirits he had in his hands right now, the Monkey King and the 8 rings were 5-star. Hoi has 2 stars, and only the Sand Monk doesn't have a star. If a star is strengthened out, the Sand Monk can gain new skills with maximum bonuses. Now that material resources are scarce, it's important to spend them all. Azu. Beiji said excitedly, this is great stuff. Guanzu said, let's give it to old Sha to use this time, his control is important to us. Thank you, Mr. Guan. Sand Monk said respectfully. The divinity crystals transformed into a golden light and merged into the Sand Monk's body. His aura began to undergo a qualitative metamorphosis. Sun Wukong smashed the abyssal worm into pieces with a stick. Hey, that's quite a haul. Golden light flowed through the Sand Monk's body, and the power of the divinity crystals slowly integrated into every inch of his flesh and blood. His body decisively changed, and the quicksand bead radiated an unprecedentedly bright light. Your summoning spirit Sand Monk has used a divinity crystal to advance to 1-star level. Acquired new skill, Quicksand Divine Domain. How does it feel, old Sha? Sun Wukong asked as he put away his weapon. Wonderful, eldest brother. Sand Monk opened his eyes, a golden glow in his eyes. I feel like the power in my body is much stronger, and I've gained new skills. Oh, what skill? Beiji asked with interest. It can't be some kind of eating skill, right? Second senior brother just knows how to eat. Sand Monk shook his head and laughed. It's Quicksand Divine Domain, an advanced version of my Quicksand Domain. It is possible to manipulate all the sand within a 10,000 meter radius, creating a field that is completely under my control. The Sand Monk raised his hand and waved it, and the surrounding sand and earth suddenly surged up like living creatures, forming various shapes in the air, and finally coalescing into a giant statue of sand. Awesome! Guanzu exclaimed, this skill is even more controlling when combined with your quicksand binding. Hoi put away his divine bow. Little master, we now have 6,000 keys. Should we open that golden treasure chest first? Open. Guanzu nodded, but be careful, you guys help me guard the perimeter. How many people have died before and after just for this one treasure chest? Sekijo walked over. The golden treasure chest stood quietly in the center of the light pillar, its surface engraved with mysterious runes and emitting a faint golden glow. Then, touch that treasure chest. You have 6,210 keys. Do you want to spend 500 keys to open the golden chest? Turn on. In the pillar of light, Guanzu took out 500 keys and transformed them into a huge golden key that was set into the lock hole of the golden treasure chest. With a slight click sound, the treasure chest slowly opened, and a golden light blossomed from it. What a dazzling light! Beiji said with narrowed eyes. Zu, what kind of treasure is contained here? Guanzu reached into the treasure chest and took out a golden monkey hair that emitted a faint glow. You have obtained a strand of monkey hair, great unknown, which can be used to refine weapons and treasure. Monkey, this is. Guanzu looked at the Monkey King in surprise. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed with a hint of a different color. Hee, this is my old grandson's true hair, a strand of divinity from my own body. I thought it was something, it turns out to be a strand of monkey's hair. What's the use of this? The 8 preceptors skimmed their mouths. Sun Wukong received the golden monkey hair, and the light in his eyes flashed. Nerd. What do you know? Let my old grandson refine it. This thing can enhance my skills. Afterwards, the Monkey King sat down on the ground and pressed that golden monkey hair to his brow. Golden light flowed, and a powerful energy fluctuation emanated from him. The monkey hair contains a trace of divine power from the main body. Sand Monk explained in a low voice, after eldest brother refines it, his strength will definitely increase greatly. Hoey nodded, no wonder this treasure chest requires 500 keys to open. The things inside are really extraordinary. 10 minutes later, the golden light dissipated. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, and his golden eyes shone with an unprecedented splendor. How does it feel, monkey? Guanzu asked. Wonderful. Sun Wukong said excitedly, I've gotten a huge boost in my split technique. Not only can you now have 20 more doppelgangers, but the strength of the doppelgangers has been increased to 35% of that of the main body. On top of that, the bilocation's intelligence is raised to 30% and they become smart. Let me old son try. Sun Wukong flipped up in a somersault, split body technique. In an instant, 220 Monkey King appeared in the air, each one lifelike and emanating a powerful aura. This is awesome. Sand Monk laughed nervously, eldest brother has so many more doppelgangers and has become even more resourceful. Powerful indeed. Hoey exclaimed, more than 200 doppelgangers, each with 35% of the strength of the main body, this combat power is simply terrifying. A hint of joy flashed in Guanzu's eyes, the treasure chest opened this time and the treasure acquired was quite good. Chapter 118 Diamond Treasure Chest, 5 Turns Duel. After opening the treasure chest, Guanzu looked at the radar device in his hand and continued on. Look guys. Guanzu pointed at a blinking red dot on the radar. A lot of people from the Deep Blue Empire are approaching a diamond treasure chest. Sun Wukong narrowed his golden eyes. Hey, these guys don't know we got their radar yet. We're going to surprise them this time. Eldest brother is right. Sand Monk held the quicksand bead. Let's break them down one by one. Beiji rubbed his rounded stomach. Azu, those guys are divided into several teams. I see that the nearest team on the radar only has 3 people. Let's take care of them first. Go go go. Guanzu led the summoned spirits and quietly sneaked past. Under the moonlight, 3 warriors of the Deep Blue Empire were resting. They had not the slightest inkling of the approaching danger. Damn, this forest is too big. A mechanical warrior complained, it's too hard to find that Guanzu. Don't rush. The mage next to him said, the commander said that he won't be able to escape, so let's send the key over and help the Empire open a treasure chest first. This Guanzu, who killed my second uncle in the sleeping forest in the first place, if I want to see him, I must peel off 2 layers of his skin before sending it to the Empire. Suddenly, the ground cracked and countless yellow sands gushed out, binding the 3. What? The 3 were shocked. Want to capture me? Guanzu sneered and walked out. Then let's see who dies first. Sun Wukong split into over 200 doppelgangers, his weapons whistling down. Rumble. Minus 450 billion. Blast. The 3 were instantly smashed into pieces. Joe, radar shows another group to the east. Baji said excitedly. A squad from the Deep Blue Empire was carefully making their way through a thicket. Damn it, how long has it been searching? And how come we haven't even seen Guanzu's shadow? A team member complained. The captain chided in a low voice, this map is so big, it's naturally not easy to find him. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled. What the hell? The team looked around in horror. The sand monk violently drilled out from the ground, his body wrapped in yellow sand, like a demon crawling out from hell. Eat a quicksand impact from my old sand. Huge waves of sand tumbled in the air, emitting a deafening roar, like a huge palm that descended from the sky and slapped down towards the Deep Blue Empire squad. It's Guanzu's summoned spirit sand monk, quick defense. The 4 Deep Blue Empire members hastily raised their energy shields and kept firing shots. Sandwave was blocked by the energy shield, but Sand Monk's next wave of control attacks had already arrived. Several large sandstorm fists slammed down. Minus 390 billion. The bodies of the 4 Deep Blue Empire members instantly split apart, turning into a sky of blood mist that was swallowed up by the waves of sand. Ha, take out another squad. Hurry up and take their keys and storage rings. The 8 preceptors excitedly waved their 9-toothed nail rakes. Guanji said, these guys are too weak too. Guanzu, go exterminate the next team. Guanzu was going to take the summoning spirits and use the radar to his advantage to clear out as many of the Deep Blue Empire's squads as possible before the other side noticed. Half an hour later. Again, a bush. Guanzu was lurking in the shadows, watching for his next target. The air around them seemed to freeze, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Only a few birdsongs came from the distance, reflecting the silence of the place even more. It's the edge of a canyon with a bridge, that's the way to go. A Deep Blue Empire sniper was lying on a large tree, with several heavily armored mech warriors standing beside him, carefully observing the situation around him. They've had a lot of people by being on guard here. From this, a great deal of loot and keys were obtained. He suddenly realized something. Captain, look here, this seems to be Guanzu's summoned spirit, the Monkey King. The sniper team member, Deadpan, stared into the distance, into the bushes, at the corner of the Locket's golden armor. That's the Monkey King's battle suit. The captain looked through his binoculars and carefully recognized it. It really seems to be him. Great. The sniper excitedly raised his sniper rifle. Now we're rich. We can get tens of thousands of battle credits for shading him out. Ready for action. Just then, the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth rose slightly as his body flickered and instantly disappeared in place. Not good. Where is he? The sniper exclaimed. It's behind you, you idiot. Sun Wukong's voice suddenly sounded behind the sniper. The sniper was startled and turned around, but it was too late. In a flash of golden light, a weapon had swung and smashed through, hitting him squarely in the head. -521. 9 billion. Ah! The sniper's eyes widened, and to his death, he couldn't believe that he had been killed so easily in seconds. Enemy attack. It took a few of the heavily armored mech warriors next to them to react, and they simultaneously raised the heavy weapons in their hands and opened fire at Sun Wukong. However, the few heavily armored warriors, before they could even aim, felt some pain in their brain. What? A few arrows flew by, and several heads instantly burst into pieces, blood gushing out like a fountain. That's the end of it? What a bunch of garbage. This bunch of trash should stay in the trash can, Hui said disdainfully. After resolving this squad, Guanzu searched their storage rings and keys for a good harvest. These equipment and materials, they're all worth a lot. Guanzu examined the loot. Quite a few of them were 3rd and 4th turn gold level weapons and defenses. Although we can't use these things, they can be worth a lot of money when we take them out and sell them. It's a pity that none of them are equipment that can be used by turn 2. The 8 rings said with some disappointment. It's fine, we can sell these for the equipment and materials we need, Guanzu said. Soon, however, the Deep Blue Empire also discovered the anomaly. Report Commander. A warrior said in alarm, our men are going missing one after another, and all of them are being attacked suddenly. Damn it! The commander's face was grim. There must be a hostile force. Got on our radar. Everyone shut down radar units immediately. Disperse and hide. The radar in Guanzu's hand suddenly dimmed and all the red dots disappeared. Looks like it's been detected. Hui said, they turned off the radar. No harm done. Guanzu laughed, at least we've collected quite a few keys. Now, it's time to find that diamond treasure chest. In the dense primitive forest, a huge pillar of energy light shot straight up into the sky. That is exactly where the initial zone is, the closest diamond treasure chest. The surrounding sky-high trees were destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, the ground was covered with pits and cracks, and the smell of blood and smoke filled the air. Ha ha, this treasure chest is ours. A 5th rotation powerhouse from the Deep Blue Empire stepped on the void and laughed maniacally. Who dares to compete with me? His eyes looked down at the crowd, and the powerful pressure made many 2nd and 3rd turn professionals gasp for air. The surrounding professionals murmured and dared to speak. That's a 5th rotation powerhouse, how can we possibly be opponents? 5th turn professionals, who have mastered the power of the domain, these people, are just cannon fodder. AI, it seems that this first diamond treasure chest is not related to us. It wouldn't have had anything to do with us, we only have a couple dozen keys on us. In the sky, several 5th rotation powerhouses from the Interstellar Federation also joined the battlefield. Their presence added to the confusion. This treasure chest, we, the Star Federation, will take it. A 5th turn powerhouse in silver battle armor said in a loud voice. Humph. The Deep Blue Empire's 5th turn powerhouse snorted coldly. I'm not afraid of you. The furious energy counterblast flattened everything around them. The strength of a 4th turn was already terrifying. And when a 5th turn powerhouse strikes, it's as if he's Superman, fighting in reality. Terrifying energies poured out, and the 4th rotation professionals were unable to fight against them, and the attacks they unleashed couldn't even touch the 5th rotation powerhouse's side. 5th turn professionals could already master their own domains. Within their own realm, they are gods. Being able to easily defeat an existence without a domain, even if you were strong, it would be difficult to overcome under the suppression of a domain. In a sense, the difference between 4 or 5 revolutions was even more enormous than between 1 and 4. There are 5th turn powerhouses fighting here. Guanzu frowned, they're too strong. If we go up now, we're just sending them to their deaths. Very powerful indeed. It seems that we can only avoid this place for now. Azu, we can choose other diamond treasure chests that are farther away, Baji said as he looked into the distance. Hui also agreed, yes, right now at this treasure chest, there are too many 5th turn professionals and they're still arriving. It's very difficult to grab this treasure chest. Aha. Guanzu nodded, let's go. Go farther then, we're faster. Sun Wukong said. He knew very well though that those little 5-turn chicks were simply not enough for his essence in the god realm. But it couldn't be helped, now that he was Guanzu's summoned spirit, this projection was only at the 2nd turn, so it was naturally difficult to fight against those 5th turn powerhouses. It can't be helped. Let's go. Guanzu led the summoned spirits and quietly left this battlefield. Chapter 119, Acquiring the Battle God Stone. Mixed Demon Ape Talent. In the deep primordial forest, Guanzu led the summoned spirits and trekked through the mountains, finally arriving at the location of the second diamond treasure chest. However, to his disappointment, the treasure chest had already been taken first. All that was left on the ground was a huge crater, and the ground around it was covered in signs of a fight. Pity. The 8 rings sighed, "We're a step too late. Kwanzaa, go to the others." Running around for a while longer. Suddenly, Guanzu heard a fierce fight and explosions in the distance. A silhouette dodged quickly through the woods, with a dozen or so alien professionals in hot pursuit behind it. It's Hanli. Guanzu's eyes lit up. Hanli was seen wearing a silver battlesuit, and the golden insect cloud around her transformed into a flying sword and giant axe, chopping at those pursuing soldiers. But after all, she was only at the second turn, and she could barely fight against the fourth turn, which was already the limit. Facing the siege of so many occupiers, it was obvious that she couldn't support herself. Damn you humans! An alien warrior covered in metallic scales roared, "Hand over the diamond treasure chest." "Hand it over. Want it? Then come and get it." Hanli counterattacked as she dodged, but she had very little compulsion energy left. "Split up and outflank." The lead alien warrior ordered, "Don't let her get away." "Monkey." Guanzu made an immediate decision, saving people is important. Sun Wukong grinned, "Hey, this little girl is your friend, you must save her." Was worried that no one would fight. Split. More than 200 Sun Wukong instantly appeared, descending from the sky with weapons in hand. Heaven-breaking stick. Rumble. -870 billion. Blast. -240 billion. -210 billion. Several alien warriors were instantly smashed into mush. Damn. It's Guanzu's summoning spirit. The alien warriors shouted in horror. Hui stood in the treetops, strung his bow and drew his arrows. 9 days of continuous shooting. 9 golden arrows broke through the air, accurately hitting the enemy's vitals. Sand Monk also unleashed his newly acquired skill, Quicksand Divine Domain. The sand and soil within a 10,000-meter radius instantly rioted, turning into countless sharp blades that cut the alien warriors into pieces. Ah! Retreat! The remaining alien warriors were scared out of their wits and turned to flee. Beiji laughed and chased after him. "Want to run? No way!" His figure skyrocketed, and he raised the 9-toothed nail rake in a frenzy of bombardment. Soon, the alien warriors chasing Hanli were all but wiped out. "Joe, it's you! Great!" Hanli breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes filled with joy. "If it weren't for you guys, I'm afraid I'd really be planted this time." "Hanli, how did you get the diamond treasure chest? Is that thing able to be picked up?" Guanzu asked curiously. Hanli smiled mysteriously, "Well, it's a long story. But now is not the time to talk about that, the reinforcements from those alien warriors will be here soon." "Then let's go." Guanzu nodded. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with brilliance. "Azu, a large number of people are on their way, we have to hurry and get out of here." Guanzu brought Hanli and the summoned spirits and quickly evacuated the area. Subsequently, an angry roar resounded in the primitive forest. A strong alien star fifth turner in silver armor looked at his subordinates who had died tragically on the ground, and flames of anger erupted from his eyes. His armor was inlaid with strange runes, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. "Damned humans! How dare you kill my Star Empire's warriors!" He roared angrily and rushed into the sky. However, Sun Wukong had already performed the divine traveling technique, and the somersault clouds rolled under his feet, taking the crowd far away like lightning. That golden light traveled through the forest as fast as a shooting star. He, you want to catch up with my old grandson even with this speed?" Sun Wukong said proudly. The 8 rings laughed from the clouds. "It's funny how that guy jumps out of his skin when he's pissed off." Guanzu brought Hanli and the summoned spirits with him and sped along, not stopping until he was sure it was safe. They came to a hidden valley, surrounded by jagged rocks and vines hanging down, forming a natural barrier. Phew, finally got rid of them. Hanli sighed in relief as she took out a diamond treasure chest emitting a shimmering light from her storage space. "Azu, don't you have enough keys? This treasure chest is for you to open." "This?" Guanzu was a bit surprised. "You're just going to give it to me?" Hanli laughed. "This is only because I used the special ability of the compulsion to secretly get it. But I don't have enough keys to open it right now. Rather than cheapen the alien, I'll open it for you." "Thanks a lot," Guanzu said gratefully. He took out 10,000 keys, then turned into a big key of golden light and did not enter the lock hole of the treasure chest. With a soft click, the diamond treasure chest slowly opened, and a brilliant light burst out from it, illuminating the entire valley. "Let's see what goodies we can open this time." The 8 preceptors rubbed their hands together, their faces full of anticipation. Guanzu reached out and probed into the treasure chest, and everyone held their breath, waiting for this precious treasure to appear. In the deep valley, a brilliant golden light burst out from the diamond treasure chest, illuminating the entire space. Guanzu took out a round stone with a shimmering golden light from the treasure chest, which was engraved with ancient runes and emitted a rich fluctuation of spiritual energy. Congratulations, you have consumed 10,000 keys and opened the treasure chest to obtain Battle God Stone. This is the Battle God Stone. A trace of surprise flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. Azu, what luck you have. It's a straight shot. Took this my old grandson, the most needed treasure. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to come up to the first treasure chest and get this treasure. Hanli was surprised. The Battle God Stone? This is the most precious treasure of the secret realm. Great sage, quickly fuse it. Guanzu hurriedly handed him the divine stone. Sun Wukong received the divine stone, only to see golden light flowing as the divine stone slowly integrated into his brow. In an instant, a powerful energy fluctuation swept out, shaking the surrounding boulders to pieces and breaking trees. Roar! Sun Wukong looked up to the sky as his body began to change. The golden fur became denser, his muscles surged, his fangs extended, the golden light in his eyes was great, and a furious aura erupted from his body. Obtained divine skill, Mixed Demon Ape. Status, lasts for 30 seconds. Effect, advanced control of the fighting laws, attack power and killing power increased dramatically. After transforming into a demonic ape, the Monkey King's height skyrocketed to 3 times his height, his body was covered in a golden battle aura, and his 2 fists were coalescing with a power that destroyed the heavens and the earth. He casually blasted out a fist, the air was punched out of a vacuum channel, and a large hole was directly blasted out of the distant mountain peak. So strong. The 8 rings were dumbfounded. Big Brother has really outdone himself this time. Sand Monk also exclaimed, is this the power of the battle laws? It's too terrifying. Hoi exclaimed, the laws are something that can only be controlled by the 4th turn. With this skill, even if it's a 5th turn powerhouse, we'll have a fighting chance. Guanzu nodded with satisfaction. Monkey, this has raised our strength by a large margin. 30 seconds later, Sun Wukong returned to his original state, but his aura was clearly more solid than before, as if he had touched some kind of subtle realm. Hee, Sun Wukong grinned, with this skill, whoever dares to find trouble with Azu, I'll let him taste the power of the Mixed Demon Ape. Hanli laughed, looks like I didn't give this treasure chest in vain. Guanzu, you've gotten stronger again. Just then, there was a commotion in the distance, as if a large group of people were approaching. Not good, Hoi said vigilantly, those alien powerhouses are coming after us. Chapter 120 Great Sage Battle of the 5 Turns. In the valley, a group of figures surrounded them from all directions, and between the flashes of cold light, they had surrounded Guanzu and the others. Warriors of the Star Empire, lay down the star net formation. Give me a turtle in a jar today. The 5th turn powerhouse in silver armor stood in midair and droned. Hundreds of alien warriors raised their star staffs in their hands at the same time, and the energy intertwined into a net in the air, enveloping the entire valley. It's still unknown who caught who. Guanzu sneered, summoned the Spirit Reinforcement Formation. A crimson magic formation rose up on the ground, rapidly expanding to a radius of 10 kilometers, and the auras of all the summoned spirits instantly skyrocketed. The 8 preceptors said excitedly, good timing. My old pig was worried that there was no one to fight. The battle instantly erupted, the 8 ring transformed into a 1,000-meter giant, wielding a 9-toothed nail rake to sweep the 4 directions. Hoi's arrows poured down like rain, and the Sand Monk manipulated the quicksand divine domain to cut the enemy. Unconscionable. The 5th turn powerhouse snorted coldly, look at my star laws. He made a seal with both hands, and a huge palm condensed from starlight descended from the sky, with the light of law runes flickering in its center. Hoi's arrow shot at the star hand, but it couldn't even leave a trace. Damn it, this is the power of laws. A 5th turn powerhouse driving the power of laws, the gap between us is too great. Sand Monk's face changed. Joe, be careful. The 8 rings tried to block, but they were directly shaken away by the giant hand of starlight. Seeing that the star hand was about to grab Guanzu, Sun Wukong's golden eyes erupted with a brilliant light. Mixed Demon Ape, explode. In an instant, Sun Wukong's body skyrocketed 3 times, thick golden hair covered his entire body, his eyes were filled with golden light, and a furious aura rose up to the sky. What? The 5th turn powerhouse's face changed drastically. What kind of power is this? The Monkey King in his demon ape state, with his fists draped in golden fighting laws, threw a heavy punch at the star hand. Boom! -9. 5 trillion. Blitz. Law Crush. The terrifying power blasted the star hand directly into pieces, and the entire valley shook violently under the blow. Give me death. Sun Wukong roared as he charged at the 5th turn powerhouse. The battle in the valley entered a white-hot phase. The Monkey King in the state of the mixed devil ape, with his fists draped in golden fighting laws, rushed towards the sky like a golden meteor. Die! His fist carried the power of destroying the sky and earth as it blasted at the 5th turn powerhouse. -8. 9 trillion. Blitz. Law Crush. The terrifying force directly blasted the 5th turn powerhouse's star armor to smithereens, revealing the blood-soaked body inside. Damn it! The 5th turn powerhouse roared, Starfield, suppress me. A bright starry sky unfolded around him, and countless starlight stabbed at the Monkey King like sharp swords. This was the power of the domain of a 5th turn powerhouse, and within the domain he was the master. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong was also in control of the battle laws, and he waved his fists around, each punch shattering dozens of starlight. Roar! The Monkey King in his demon ape state was incomparably berserk, blasting punch after punch, beating the 5th turn powerhouse back. However, 30 seconds passed in a flash. When the mixed demon ape state ended, Sun Wukong's breath rapidly declined. And that 5th turn powerhouse was still standing in the air despite his scars. Ha ha ha. The 5th turn powerhouse laughed fiercely. A small second turn, how dare you compete with me? It's my turn this time. Can the gap between you not be erased by a mere 30 seconds? Just in the nick of time. Guanzu. Hanli suddenly took out 3 crystal balls emitting a 7-colored glow from her storage ring. Use this. It is? Refresh ball. It can instantly refresh skill cooldowns. Hanli said quickly. Guanzu's eyes lit up and he immediately took over the refresher ball. Monkey, catch. The crystal ball transformed into a 7-colored light in the air and was injected into Sun Wukong's body. Skill cooldown has been refreshed. Mixed demon ape, second eruption. Sun Wukong raised his voice to the sky. The golden fur once again skyrocketed, the golden light in his eyes flourished, and a berserk aura swept through the heavens and earth. What? This is impossible. The 5th turn powerhouse's face changed drastically. How could you possibly recover so quickly? Watch the move. Sun Wukong leapt up, his fist straight with even more violent fighting laws. This time, he was going to blast his enemies to death in one fell swoop. The Monkey King in his demon ape state had a golden light that shone, his eyes were like electricity, and he exuded a berserk aura all over his body. Split! 10 golden lights flashed by, and 10 equally berserk demon ape doppelgangers appeared in the air, each exuding a terrifying aura. Is this the power of the battle laws? It's too terrifying. The Star Empire's warriors looked at this scene in horror. The 10 devil apes struck out at the same time, their fists draped with golden law power, blasting at the 5-turn powerhouse from different directions. In the demon ape state, the most that could be separated was a bilocation, as each bilocation was too powerful. Boom boom boom. -9. 2 trillion. Blitz. Law crush. -8. 7 trillion. -8. 5 trillion. The terrifying power distorted all of space, and the 5th turn powerhouse's astral domain was shattered by punch after punch. Damn! This is impossible. The 5th rotation powerhouse roared madly. How can a mere 2nd rotation summoning spirit have this kind of power? The pieces of armor on his body kept splattering, and blood spilled like rain. Sensing that his law power was about to run out, the 5th turn powerhouse turned around and was about to flee. Want to run? Hoey sneered. 9 days of continuous shooting. 9 golden arrows intertwined into a net in the air, blocking the retreat of the 5th turn powerhouse. Battlefield taunt. The 8 rings also launched their skills at the right time, an invisible force pulling the 5th turn powerhouse back into the battlefield. You mole crickets! The 5th turn powerhouse roared angrily, but his aura had already declined to the extreme. There was no way to get enough law power in his body, and his battle power dropped drastically. One must know that the summoned spirit beside Guanzu, in terms of attributes alone, was no worse than a peak 5th turn powerhouse. The 10 devil apes raised their big fists at the same time. Die for my old grandson. Rumble. The entire sky was shrouded in golden light, and the terrifying power completely drowned the 5th turn powerhouse. The ground continued to crumble under this force, mountains and rocks turned into pieces, and sky-high trees snapped at the waist. The Star Empire's warriors watched this scene in disbelief. Their proud 5th rotation powerhouse was being pressured by a 2nd rotation summoning spirit. Is this the strength of Guanzu? It's too terrifying. His summoned spirit can actually fight against a 5th turn powerhouse. No wonder the Chinese military department would pay so much attention to him. San Monk also exclaimed from the sidelines, eldest brother's power of this mixed demon ape is simply heaven-defying. Guanzu clenched his fists and looked at the battle in the air with great pride. With this mixed demon ape divine skill, even if it was a 5th revolution's powerhouse, they would still have the power to fight. In the valley where the golden light shone, 10 demon ape state monkey kings struck out at the same time, their fists draped with berserk fighting laws. Monkey, the 3rd round explodes. Before the end of 30 seconds, Guanzu threw the last refreshment ball. The refreshing orb turned into a 7-colored light and was injected into Sun Wukong's body. Die! The 10 devil apes roared at the same time, and on their fists, the light of the fighting battle laws became even brighter. -12. 5 trillion. Blitz. Law crush. -11. 8 trillion. -10. 9 trillion. The terrifying power shattered the body of the 5th turn powerhouse, his domain was completely shattered, and the power of the laws dissipated into thin air. Chapter 121, Beheading the 5th turn. No! This can't be possible. I'm a 5th turn powerhouse. He let out an unwilling roar, but it was quickly drowned in the golden shadow of his fists. Rumble! The entire valley shook violently under this force, the ground was covered with huge cracks, and the sky-high trees collapsed one after another. Sun Wukong was on fire, and under the operation of the battle laws, the might of the fist flames became more and more ferocious. Each punch went down as if it was like beating a drum, the sky exploded, and the body of that 5th turn powerhouse trembled so violently that his bones were broken alive. You're just a 2nd turn summoning spirit, how can you have this kind of power? I'm not happy about it. The secret realm of fighting battles can obviously be my chance. I'm not willing to do it. Boom! The last punch struck out heavily, and amidst the violent thunder surges, finally, the body of that fifth-turn powerhouse cracked as if it were porcelain. It crumbled and broke apart on the spot. Your summon spirit Sun Wukong operates the laws of battle and kills a fifth-turn powerhouse, crossing the ranks. In this battle, Sun Wukong fully comprehended the true meaning of the fighting laws and gained a large amount of experience in the laws. Battle laws upgraded to LV2. When the golden light dispersed, the fifth-turn powerhouse had already burst apart and was reduced to a bloody mist. Hey, but that's it. Finish this guy off, and my old son's fighting laws will be even stronger. Hey! Sun Wukong retracted his detachment, and the demon ape state dissipated. The 8 rings immediately rushed up. These can't go to waste. Opening his mouth wide, he went to devour the blood mist and broken bones. Guanzu also raised his hand. A fifth-turn powerhouse definitely had something good on him. He immediately activated automatic collection and picked up the other party's storage ring. Guanzu found the storage ring from the blood mist, and his divine thoughts swept through it, and his eyes lit up. Hair! There's so much good stuff in here. A few pieces of fifth-turn equipment, a large amount of elixirs, and a book of law perception insights. Only then did the 8 preceptors feel relieved to devour it with a big mouthful. The blood and flesh of a fifth-turn powerhouse contained the power of laws. It was simply a great tonic for him. Burp the 8 ring belched in satisfaction. Your summon spirit, Porky Pig, has devoured the corpse of a fifth-turn powerhouse. The power of gluttony has been activated and has plundered the opponent's laws. Porky Pig's law activation progresses by 20%. This guy's flesh and blood is really good. I feel like my law power has awakened 20%. Eat 4 more 5th rotation powerhouses and I'll be able to fully awaken the power of the laws. Hanli laughed. This talent of the 8 rings is really heavenly, eating people to gain power. Guanzu nodded. This is how powerful the power of gluttony is. In the distance, the Star Empire's warriors were scared out of their wits when they saw the scene and fled in all directions. That human Guanzu was too terrifying. Even a fifth-turn powerhouse was killed by his summoned spirit. Run away, don't let them catch you. Kill the Star One clan's fifth-turn powerhouse. Guanzu swept his gaze and immediately locked onto the Star Empire warriors who were scattered and fleeing. We can't let them escape, or my strength will be exposed. A cold aura flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. Leave it to my old grandson. Split body technique. 220 Sun Wukong appeared in the sky, weapons in hand, blocking off the entire area like a heavenly net. Quicksand divine domain. The sand monk made a seal with both hands, and the sand within a 10,000-meter radius instantly rioted, forming a wall of sand that cut off the enemy's path of retreat. Hui stood tall, his divine bow drawn full in his hand. 9 days of continuous shooting. Tracking arrow. The 9 golden arrows transformed into 9 streams of light in the air, precisely tracking every fleeing enemy. Shoo shoo shoo. Minus 210 billion. Minus 190 billion. Minus 230 billion. One by one, the Star Empire's warriors were shot into a sieve and fell into a pool of blood. No! Leave us alone. We are willing to surrender. My lord, have mercy. The screams rose and fell, but Guanzu and the others had already made up their minds that they would never let anyone escape. 8 precepts transformed into a 1,000-meter giant and swept all the way across. Hey, don't run away, stuff my old pig's teeth. Soon, all the Star Empire warriors were cleared. The power of Sun Wukong's fighting laws is raised to LV2, 53%. Inuyasha's power of the law of gluttony is raised to LV0, 31%. Sun Wukong can accumulate law experience by simply continuing to fight, while Inuyasha needs to devour it. Guanzu then counted the loot gained from this battle. As many as 23,000 keys alone were harvested. That's rich. Enough to open 2 treasure chests. Beiji said excitedly, Joe, let's go find the next diamond treasure chest. Old Shah said, I hope that I can also obtain, suitable for us to get the Law God Stone. Hui said, I want it too. After the great sage activated the laws, his battle power increased too much. It's all possible to fight against a 5th rotation powerhouse. So envious. Guanzu turned his head to Hanli. Lily, this time you have helped us so much. Let you open the next treasure chest. Hanli brightened up. Ah, Azu. Are you serious? Thanks so much. Of course it's true. Guanzu laughed. If it wasn't for your refreshing orb, we wouldn't have been able to, well, kill that 5th turn powerhouse. Right. The 8 preceptors followed suit. This time, thanks to Miss Hanli, my old pig was able to eat the flesh and blood of a 5th turn powerhouse. Little ninja, thanks a lot. There are still refreshing orbs yet. Give some to my old grandson. My old grandson will cover you from now on. Sun Wukong laughed. Sorry about that. Great sage, I only brought 3 with me when I went out, and I gave them all to Azu to use. Hanli was moved to say, right, I know the location of another diamond treasure chest nearby, let's go together. For Hanli, acquiring 10,000 keys is difficult. But now with Guanzu, she had a chance, too, to open the diamond treasure chest. Can she not be excited about this? Lead the way. Guanzu nodded. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group headed towards the location of the next diamond treasure chest under Hanli's leadership. This is a deep hole in the ground, a diamond treasure chest, quietly standing here. The glorious and gorgeous treasure chest has become a hypnotic talisman at this moment. The place, eerie and damp, had walls covered in glowing moss that gave off a faint, ethereal light. A huge demonic snake with a body length of more than hundreds of feet was coiled in front of the diamond treasure chest. Its body was pitch black, its scales flashed with bizarre patterns, and its pair of blood-red vertical pupils were filled with bloodthirsty light. No! Help! A professional let out a desperate scream. The devil snake spewed out a dark green poisonous mist, and those occupiers trapped in the hole in the ground were instantly enveloped by the poisonous mist. -8. 9 billion. -7. 6 billion. -9. 2 billion. The poison of the laws rapidly corroded their bodies, their flesh and blood rapidly dissolved in the poisonous mist, and their bones turned into puddles of black water. What a powerful toxin! A fifth-turn powerhouse's face changed drastically. This is the poison of the law, my domain can't even resist it. Just then, a burly figure stepped out of the shadows. It was a fifth-turn powerhouse from the Star Bear clan who was 3 meters tall, covered in thick black fur, and had a cunning glint in his eyes. Hee, this devil snake is indeed tricky. The Bear clan powerhouse laughed coldly. However, as long as someone acts as bait to lure it away, I'll have a chance to seize the treasure chest. Quit here for now and go out and get some bait. He then led the way out of the hole in the ground. Outside, he sends his boys out to make arrests. The Bear clan powerhouses, their gazes scanning the surroundings, quickly locked onto Guanzu and Hanli, who were speeding towards them. You two, come here. The Bear clan powerhouse waved his hand, and a powerful gravitational force was about to pull Guanzu and Hanli in front of him. You guys go into the cave later and go lure that demonic snake out, remember? Sun Wukong snorted coldly. Why would I do that? Daring. You dare to disobey the orders of our Bear clan. Don't you want to live? The Bear clan powerhouse raised his huge bear paw, a terrifying energy condensed in his palm. The threatening intent was self-evident. Chapter 122, The Divine Monkey General. In front of the dark cave, the Bear clan powerhouse was threatening Guanzu's group with a condescending stance. His huge bear paw condensed with riotous energy, and furious laws flowed. However, this was only a fourth-turn Bear clan professional, and the power of laws flowing in his palm was only primary laws. And it's not high quality. Sun Wukong is what fiery temper, back in the day, dared to cause havoc in the Heavenly Palace, smashing the existence of the Peach Party. Never been yelled at yet. Just as Sun Wukong was about to make his move, Guanzu secretly transmitted his voice. Monkey, don't worry yet, we have the instantaneous rune. I was set up and ready to go when I arrived. Why don't we make it a trick and have them stand guard outside, and when we go in, we'll take the treasure chest and leave straight away. It wasn't easy for Sun Wukong to deal with a fifth turn without a refreshing orb. After all, the demon monkey form only lasts for 30 seconds. Therefore, there is also a need to play it safe. Alright then. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and similarly mind-transmitted his voice. Guanzu's Apocalypse star chart had this great constellation skill, which made it incredibly convenient for him to communicate with the summoned spirits. Guanzu turned to the Bear clan, put on a wimpy face, and said, as long as we go in and lure the monsters away, you'll let us go? Of course. The Bear clan powerhouse sneered. They didn't know the identity of Guanzu. After all, the Bear planet was far away from Earth. Okay, I'll go. Afterward, Guanzu brought Hanli and walked towards the cave. The cave was eerie and damp, and the fluorescent moss on the walls glowed in eerie green. In front of the treasure chest, there is a huge devil snake coiled, black, scales on the mysterious runes flow, blood-red vertical pupil killing intent cold, emitting a strong sense of oppression, daunting. However, just as Guanzu and the others stepped into the cave, a sudden change occurred. That majestic demonic snake suddenly shuddered physically and violently fell to its knees, letting out an agitated voice. Great General Divine Monkey. I can't believe you're here. Little Snake is really out of his depth. Sun Wukong was confused. What's the situation? What great general? Why don't I, old son, remember that there's a character like you? The great general of the Divine Monkey. Guanzu suddenly remembered a TVB drama he had watched in his previous life, Heaven and Earth fighting for the Monkey King. There's a similar plot in there. Could this copy have something to do with that show? The devil snake prostrated itself on the ground, its huge body trembling slightly, its blood-red vertical pupils filled with awe. The original eerie and terrifying aura was gone, replaced by a humble stance. Hanli whispered, Joe, what's going on here? Guanzu's eyes twinkled as he mentally transmitted his voice. Interesting, this snake seems to have recognized the wrong person. It does give me an idea, though. He turned to Devil Snake. You know our monkey? Devil Snake said respectfully, Great General may have temporarily lost his memory. Back then in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, you led us demon generals to fight in all directions. Guanzu's eyes lit up. In that case, why don't we join forces? And those 2 fifth revolutions outside, how about we count them together? Sun Wukong also reacted and gave Guanzu a mind transmission. Hey, this snake has recognized the wrong person, but since he worships Old Sun so much, let's play with him. Good. It's Little Snake's honor to work with Great General Divine Monkey. Deep in the cave, Guanzu and the Devil Snake began to conspire. The The Bear Clan powerhouses outside were still waiting complacently, not having the slightest idea that an elaborate trap was being woven. Listen up, Guanzu lowered his voice, I've got a plan. Hurry up Gollum, XXXX. After Guanzu finished, Hoi commented. You really play tactics, little master. Inuyasha, heh, what a brilliant plan. Guangji exclaimed, who but my lord could have thought of such a seamless and brilliant plan? Xianqing gave a thumbs up, Nyobi. Hanley laughed, Joe, you've had a day full of emotional value. Afterward, Sun Wukong said to the snake demon, little thing, I'm going to open this treasure chest. In the dark cave, Sun Wukong looked at the kneeling demon snake, a hint of playfulness flashing through his golden eyes. Great general, this treasure chest is for you. The devil snake said respectfully, its huge body coiled around and carefully pushed the diamond treasure chest in front of Sun Wukong. Guanzu laughed, Hanli, let you turn it on this time. Hanli took out 10,000 keys, coalesced into a huge diamond key, and inserted it into the lock hole. With a soft click, the treasure chest slowly opened, and an emerald green light illuminated the entire cave. Consume 10,000 keys to open the diamond treasure chest and obtain Emerald Ring of Mind. Ring of the Mind, enhances swarm control, adding 20% true damage to all bug damage. Hanley was ecstatic and hurriedly put the ring on her hand. Real damage, but ignore the defense, no matter what your magic resistance or armor, in front of my real damage, through the is not. This could make her swarm, enhance her battle power by several times now. Instantly, a strange energy fluctuation spread out, and the golden insect cloud around her flickered with an even more dazzling light. Great! Brother Joe! Now my swarm is stronger. When I return to the top 10 academy, even those older generation heavenly prides won't be able to outshine me. Hanli said excitedly. And this equipment, at least it can be used until 4 or 5 turns. When the time comes, look for the runestone and extract the words. It's like a divine phrase that will follow me around for the rest of my life. Congratulations, Reiko. Sekijo smiled and patted her fragrant shoulder. Subsequently, follow the plan. The devil snake burrowed into the empty treasure chest, and the monkey king split into a doppelganger that transformed into a giant snake that looked exactly like the devil snake. Where are you running? Sun Wukong's doppelganger let out an angry roar, and his huge snake body circled in the cave, kicking up a gust of wind. Immediately, Guanzu and Hanli made a panicked appearance and ran wildly towards the cave entrance. Ah! Help! Hanli screamed and rushed out of the cave. Guanzu followed closely behind, this snake is too strong, sneak away. The Monkey King's doppelganger, who had turned into a giant snake, chased after him, his huge body crashing against the cave wall as debris continued to fall. Rumble! The entire cave was trembling, as if it would collapse at any moment. Guanzu ran out, followed by Demon Snake. The Bear Clan powerhouse outside rejoiced when he saw this scene. The devil snake has been lured away. The opportunity has come. It's empty inside. Quickly go in and open the treasure chest. How could they have known that it was all an elaborate trap? Outside the cave, the Bear Clan powerhouses excitedly prepared to rush into the cave. In the deep cave, a dozen Bear Clan powerhouses rushed in excitedly. In the ghostly light of the fluorescent moss on the cave wall, they saw the diamond treasure chest still standing still. Ha ha, finally waiting for this opportunity. The leading Bear Clan 5th turn powerhouse laughed maniacally. Hurry up and open the treasure chest. They took out 10,000 keys, coalesced into a huge diamond key, and inserted it into the lock hole of the treasure chest. Click! The treasure chest should open. However, when they lifted the lid of the treasure chest, it was surprisingly empty. Nothing. A completely empty treasure chest. Asterisk. What's going on here? The Bear Clan's 5th turn powerhouse raged. How could the treasure chest be empty? Right. How come the treasure chest is empty? Is it possible that we opened it in the wrong position? Another Bear Clan powerhouse wondered. What other poses are there for opening treasure chests, you tell me? How can that be empty? You ask me. Who am I asking? How can this be? I go. Usually unlucky even if, how to open a treasure chest, can also come across thank you patronage. What kind of bull asterisk secret realm is this? It's too pitiful. Brother is speechless. Sad. Why not another box? This group of people bears, suddenly speechless. It is not easy to get 10,000 keys, just like this to hit the water. And they, it seems, really think that the treasure chest is empty too. Just then, the bottom of the treasure chest suddenly cracked open with a slit. A small, pitch-black snake sprang out with lightning speed, biting at the neck of the 5th turn powerhouse like lightning. What? It's still a trapped treasure chest. The Bear Clan's 5th turn powerhouse didn't even have time to react before the fangs pierced through his flesh. Chapter 123, Lightning Law Bead. In the dark cave, the Bear Clan's 5th turn powerhouse had his neck pierced by the poisonous fangs of the demonic snake. The dark green toxin spread rapidly down the wound, and his strong body began to tremble uncontrollably. -1. 5 trillion, poison wounds. -1. 5 trillion, poison wounds. -1. 5 trillion, poison wounds. You are inflicted with a negative effect, and the power of the laws is substantially weakened. Resilience is substantially weakened. Attack power is greatly weakened. Not good. This is law poison. The Bear Clan's 5th turn powerhouse's face changed drastically as he felt that the power of the laws in his body was rapidly draining away. The effects of the devil snake toxin quickly kicked in, and the fur on that tall Bear Clan powerhouse began to take on a decaying color. A purple-black patch emerged on his skin, and the originally solid law fluctuations became disorganized. Move! It's a trap! The Bear Clan's 5th turn powerhouse growled and ordered. Just then, the cave entrance was filled with golden light. Hi harm hi! It's too late to run now! Sun Wukong led the crowd in for the kill. Sand Monk made a seal with both hands, Quicksand Divine Domain. Countless yellow sands gushed out from the ground, coalescing into an impermeable wall of sand at the entrance of the cave, completely sealing off the way of retreat. The only thing left in the dimly lit cavern was the ghostly light of the fluorescent moss and the murderous intent bursting from the eyes of the crowd. How dare you guys collude and scheme against me? The Bear Clan powerhouse was furious. Right answer. Rewarded with death. Mixed world demon ape, explode. Sun Wukong raised his head to the sky, his golden fur soared, his body swelled 3 times, and his eyes were filled with golden light. Split. 10 equally berserk demon ape doppelgangers appeared, waving their large fists and bombarding the Bear Clan powerhouses from all directions. A mere second turn, and you dare to be reckless with me? Even if I am heavily poisoned and need one hand to guard my clan around me, I, Xiongba, am still invincible in the world. Boom boom boom. Xiongba and Sun Wukong clashed violently. You're so pretentious. My old grandson will beat you to death. Reinforce. Guanzu also immediately raised his hand and created the summoning spirit reinforcement formation. Ding bam. Crazy collision. -9. 2 trillion. Blitz. Law crush. -8. 7 trillion. -8. 9 trillion. How is it possible that you have also mastered the power of laws? And it's an advanced law. Xiongba was horrified. His body made an unbearable clicking sound under the double blow of the toxin and the heavy blow. Bones shattered, tendons snapped, and blood gushed out of the 7 orifices. His huge body was twitching on the ground, but he didn't even have the strength to stand up. At the same time, the 5-turn snake demon also kept attacking that Xiongba with its poisonous fangs and snake tail. 30 seconds. He's been emptied of a lot of blood. The Monkey King's demon ape status is lifted. Damn it! I'll kill you all, Bear Buster. The Bear Clan powerhouse let out an unwilling roar, controlling the thunder and tearing violently. I have a second round of attacks. Great Sage Dharma. Open! Sun Wukong roared, and a huge golden phallic figure appeared in the air. A golden-colored phallic figure holding a war club. Heaven-breaking stick. Kill. Rumble. -1. 3 trillion. The weapon smashed down with a destructive force, and the entire cave shook violently. No. The Bear Clan's 5th turn powerhouse's power of law temporarily struck empty, and his strength declined drastically. Surprisingly, the body couldn't carry it, and the Monkey King didn't have the law to attack anymore. Boom boom boom. More than 200 detachments, Hoi's arrows, the 8 rings nail rake, the Sand Monk's quicksand bursts, and Hanli also drove the swarm of insects, constantly hitting the real injuries. All sorts of damage, a wave of it swept away. Eventually, after a few minutes of tussling, boo! The body of the Bear Clan's 5th turn powerhouse split into pieces, turning into a cloud of blood and mist and broken bones. Your summon spirit Sun Wukong operates the laws of battle and kills a 5th turn powerhouse. You have gained a great deal of experience in the laws. Battle laws upgraded to LV3. And the others can't be spared either. Kill. Hoi and Beiji quickly cleaned up the other Bear Clan warriors, and the demon snake joined the fight, toxins flying across the room, quickly wiping out the remaining enemies. Killed another 5th turn powerhouse. The 8 preceptors said excitedly, let my old pig have a good meal. Guanzu examined the loot. There's quite a lot of good stuff in this Bear Clan powerhouse's storage ring. Hanli laughed. Azu, that was a beautiful battle. The cavern reeked of blood, and the floor was littered with rubble and debris. The crowd began to clean up the battlefield and collect the loot. On the other hand, on the side of the 8 rings, he opened his mouth wide and sucked. The flesh and blood of that Bear Clan powerhouse was once again devoured by him. Your summoning spirit, Inuyasha, has devoured the body of a 5th turn powerhouse and gained a large amount of law essence. Inuyasha's law of gluttony progress, raised to LV0, 55%. In the deep cave, the smoke from the battle gradually cleared. Guanzu led the summoned spirits and began to count the harvest from this battle. Devil Snake respectfully presented the 10,000 keys that, just now, the Bear Clan powerhouse had used to open the treasure chest. Great General, these keys, all for you. Good. Sun Wukong took it with a smile. In the Bear Clan powerhouse's storage ring, there were still 12,000 keys, in addition to some 4th and 5th turn equipment, materials, and potions. Among them, there was a very precious prop that caught Guanzu's attention. It was a crystalline bead that flickered with electricity and contained the power of raging thunder. Lightning Law Bead, 20% chance of realizing the laws of lightning after use. After mastering the laws of thunder and lightning, using it can raise the level of the laws of thunder and lightning. Monkey, you have the lightning attribute in your shattering power. Do you want to try this law bead? Guanzu asked. Guanzu's current strategy was to raise the strongest big brother. He knew very well that mediocrity meant not standing out, and meant that he was finished when he encountered the fifth turn. Must raise a mean one out. Of course we have to try. Sun Wukong's golden eyes shone. My old grandson's power of crushing is now a 1700% thunderstorm damage bonus. If you can comprehend the laws of thunder and lightning, the power will absolutely double. The crowd looked at Sun Wukong expectantly. He only saw that he pasted the lightning law bead on his brow, and immediately, a ray of electricity swam around him. Boom! A thunderclap exploded and the entire cave trembled. Sun Wukong's body was shrouded in lightning, his golden hair standing up at the roots, and electricity flashed in his eyes. Sun Wukong has used the thunder law bead. Sun Wukong has successfully controlled the power of the thunder law. Ha ha, it's done! Sun Wukong laughed excitedly. I, old son, have comprehended the law of thunder and lightning. Although it was only a primary law, combined with the 1700% lightning damage bonus from the power of shattering, this power was also terrifying. Monkey, try it. Guanzu was also looking forward to it. Sun Wukong swung his weapon and infused it with the power of lightning laws. Boom! The weapon was wreathed in raging lightning, and the baton slammed into the cave wall. The entire cave shook violently, and the hard rock wall was instantly blasted out into a deep pit, and the surrounding area was covered in dense electric light. He, this power is good. Sun Wukong said with satisfaction, with this lightning law, my old grandson's battle power has increased by a large margin. The 8 rings smacked their lips. Eldest brother, this thunder law of yours, combined with the power of crushing, is too terrifyingly powerful. By the way, what about your god realm proper? And of course it has gained a huge enhancement. He. Sun Wukong laughed. In the future, when I encounter a 5th rotation powerhouse, my old grandson will be able to deal high injuries even without the demon ape state. Hanli marveled, the laws of thunder and lightning coupled with a high damage bonus, this boosts Azu's strength again. Sand Monk also nodded his head and praised, eldest brother is really lucky this time, comprehending the laws in one go. Chapter 124, Undersea Scenery. From the Bear Clan Powerhouse's storage ring, he picked out a few pieces of equipment that were suitable for the Devil Snake. These are for you, as a reward. Guanzu smiled. Many thanks, great general. Thank you brother Azu. Devil Snake said respectfully, Little Snake will definitely swear to serve to the death. In the dark cave, the Sand Monk worked his magic power to fix the cave and make it more beautifully restored, dividing it into a relaxation area, bedroom, and living room, which excited the little snake to no end. The group said goodbye to the demonic serpent and headed towards their next target. Hanli looked at the ring of mind in her hand as the swarm danced around her, giving off an even more powerful aura. Joe, where's the next diamond treasure chest? She asked curiously. Guanzu opened the map and pointed to a dark blue mark and said, at the bottom of the sea, about 50,000 meters deep. The bottom of the sea? Sun Wukong said, this is troublesome, I'm not good at water warfare. Hoi was surprised. Then may I ask, great sage, where did you get your weapon? Did it fall from a tree, or did it come out of the ground? Hey! Sun Wukong laughed, relatively speaking. Hanli said, Azu, if it's 50,000 meters deep, I'm afraid my swarm won't be able to carry that kind of water pressure. The water pressure in 50,000 meters of water is about 48,000 times that of standard atmospheric pressure, and can twist steel. I won't go down there. Don't worry. Sand Monk laughed, with me, this is good. He made a seal with both hands, manipulating the sand and earth around him to quickly coalesce. A strangely shaped submarine gradually took shape as the crowd stared in awe. The yellow sand kept compressing under the control of the Sand Monk, eventually forming a solid shell. This can now be launched. The Sand Monk said with satisfaction, this sand boat can withstand great water pressure. A hint of admiration flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. Old Shah, you're getting more and more skillful with this quicksand divine domain. The group boarded the sand boat and the Sand Monk maneuvered it toward the sea. The submarine, which was made of cohesive yellow sand, looked striking in the sunlight as it gave off a golden glow. It has a streamlined shape with a sharp front end and a fishtail-like device at the back, and overall looks like a giant mechanical shark. This sand boat is really nice. Guanzu looked it over carefully, but diving down that deep will be a lot of pressure. Can it withstand it? Sand Monk nodded. Don't worry, Gongzi. I'll use the quicksand divine domain to form a protective shield around the outside to counteract the water pressure. Hanli was also excited. This is the first time I've been on this kind of transportation. Her swarm hovered around the sand boat as if exploring the novelty. Then let's get going. Guanzu ordered. The Sand Monk maneuvered the sand boat and headed out into the vast ocean. The sand boat slowly dives in the deep underwater world. As the depth increases, the color of the water darkens and there is less and less light around. It's so quiet, Hanli said, looking out at the dark waters. Through the window of the sand boat, the occasional glowing deep-sea creature could be seen swimming by, leaving a fluorescent trail in the darkness. At this depth, very few people can indeed come down. Sand Monk said, maneuvering the sand boat to continue diving. Ordinary diving equipment simply can't carry this kind of water pressure. The hydrometer showed that it had dived to a depth of 40,000 meters, and the water pressure outside had reached alarming values. However, under the protection of Sand Monk's quicksand divine domain, the sand boat still maintained normal air pressure inside. This is good. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, at least I don't have to snatch it from someone. Finally, at a depth of 50,000 meters, they found their target. A diamond treasure chest stood quietly at the bottom of the sea, with some deep-sea corals growing around it, emitting a faint fluorescence. Old Sha, you go open it. Guanzu took out 10,000 keys and handed them to Sha Monk. The sand monk nodded and maneuvered the quicksand to form a giant sandy hand, bringing the key to the treasure chest. The golden light flashed and the key transformed into a huge diamond key that was inserted into the lock hole. Consume 10,000 keys to open the diamond treasure chest and obtain emerald-grade blood-sucking skill stone. This is. The 8 rings looked closer. A blood-sucking skill stone? Guanzu scrutinized the skill description. It was an emerald-grade skill stone that allowed spell attacks to be accompanied by a blood-absorbing effect. Little master, who would this be better for? Hoi asked. Give it to Old Sand. Guanzu thought for a moment and said, his quicksand divine domain is sustained spell damage, and it's most suitable with the blood-sucking effect. Sand Monk took the skill stone and incorporated it into his body. At once, the sand around him glowed with a blood-colored light. Sand Monk acquires skill, power of blood sand. Effect, when quicksand divine domain deals damage, it deals an additional 100% blood damage, and 20% of the damage value will be converted into life value and stored in quicksand. Thank you, Your Excellency. Sand Monk said gratefully, with this skill, my survivability will be stronger. Just then, a few black shadows swam in from the distance. It was a group of giant sharks from the deep sea. They seemed to be attracted by the light when the treasure chest was opened. At a depth of 50,000 meters under the sea, several huge deep-sea giant sharks were approaching. Their pitch-black figures loomed in the darkness, exuding an aura of danger. Ignore them. Guanzu said in a deep voice, underwater combat is too dangerous, let's get out of here. The sand monk nodded and maneuvered the sand boat up to the surface quickly. The giant sharks seemed to be curious about the sudden intrusion, but didn't attack. Just as the sand boat rose to a depth of 40,000 meters, Guanzu cast a lighting spell. Guanzu's spiritual power was massive, and the light dazzled tens of thousands of meters around him. A soft glow spread out from around the sand boat, illuminating the scene around it. The scene before them left everyone in awe. Colorful deep-sea corals glisten in the light, like a miniature palace. Schools of deep-sea fish weave in and out of the coral thickets, their scales reflecting the light like a flowing rainbow. It's so beautiful, blah. Hanli was lying by the window, her beautiful eyes full of marvel. These corals, it's like a fairy tale world. Sun Wukong was also quiet in a rare moment, his golden eyes reflecting the magnificent scene outside. Hey, there's something else underneath this water. A large silver fish swam past the sand boat, its scales glistening dreamily in the light. The current gently pushes the various seaweeds, which dance their branches like a graceful waltz. These glowing little fish are so cute. Hanli pointed to a group of small fish that emitted fluorescent light and said, they look like dancing stars. 8 Rings looked at the scene outside the window, a rare hint of poetry, blue depths hidden qiankuan, fantasy scenery drunken guest soul. Colorful corals dance on the reef, and colorful fish shadows run in the water. The gossamer jellyfish floats like a fantasy, and the beautiful starfish lies like warmth. The sea valley and the secluded forest hide wonderful interests, and the sound of the waves accompanies the dream to leave traces. Guanzu marveled, what a great poem. Beiji, you're very literate. The 8th Ring heatedly smiled, otherwise, what do you think? What does Sister Chang'e see in me? Hoi frowned, no. Beiji, what does Chang'e have to do with you? Why, it doesn't matter. We're in love. I think you owe a beating. Hoi was annoyed, after all, Chang'e was his CP, his ex-wife. Old Sha hurriedly pulled the fight. Everyone enjoy the beautiful scenery, do not think about those who have nothing. Look at this nature, how marvelous it is that such beautiful life can be birthed even in the midst of this deep sea. Hoi turned his head away. As Guanzu gazed at this deep sea spectacle, he couldn't help but feel in his heart that this deep sea world was much more splendid than he had imagined. Hoi looked out the window and said, these deep sea creatures are, indeed, quite interesting. A swarm of glowing jellyfish slowly drifted by, their tentacles gently swaying in the water and emitting a soft blue light. The glow is mirrored by the colors of the coral, making a stunning deep-sea picture. Hanli couldn't take her eyes off the window for a long time, and she whispered, I have to take a picture of this beauty, so that the moment will become an eternity. Guanzu, on the other hand, watched attentively as he tried to memorize the beautiful scenery, all in his mind. The sand boat continues to float upwards through a beautiful deep-sea landscape. With each ascent, you can see different marine life and landforms. Those colorful corals and swimming fish, in the light of the light, like a grand underwater carnival. At this moment, even time seems to stand still, leaving only this mesmerizing view of the deep sea. Chapter 125, A vast army of demon kings. The sand boat slowly floated out to sea, and the sunlight poured over the deck, bringing a warmth that had been missing for a long time. Suddenly, a golden light flashed through the light curtain in the sky, and huge words emerged. Currently, all diamond treasure chests have been opened. After 3 hours, the ultimate diamond chest will appear in the center of the secret world. An ultimate diamond treasure chest? That's a great chance. The 8 rings rubbed their hands together and said excitedly. Guanzu looked in the direction of the center of the secret realm, where a large number of points of light had converged, and it was clear that forces from all sides were rushing there. The final ultimate treasure chest must be something that the 5th turn powerhouses fight over. Han Li sighed. This kind of treasure chest must have amazing treasures, but it's got to be pretty competitive. Guanzu, that's something to check out too. Guanzu had a premonition that this secret realm of the fighting battle, which felt like it opened up super treasures, might be of great use to the Monkey King. Okay, everyone on my old son's somersault cloud. He then turned into a golden light and sped away. An hour later, a vast plain. Guanzu and the others were approaching the center of the secret realm when they suddenly felt a powerful aura. More than a dozen figures surrounded them from all directions, each one exuding a terrifying pressure. At the head of the group was a tiger demon, 7 meters tall, with gnarled muscles, covered in golden yellow fur, and a fierce light flashing in his eyes. A black word for king was etched on his forehead. 5th rotation demon king. Ho Yi's face changed, and there's more than one. It should be known that the current Sun Wukong, at best, would be able to spell out a 5-turn demon king, and after the 8th demon form was lifted, it was even more difficult to pose a threat to a demon king, to pose a threat. The rest of them, on the other hand, hadn't even comprehended the power of the laws yet and couldn't help much at all. If they encountered a dozen or so demon kings, then I'm afraid the outcome would be very bad. Just as the crowd was on guard, a sudden change occurred. After those demon kings saw what Sun Wukong looked like, they suddenly all fell to their knees. Great General Divine Monkey. Great General. You're finally back. My subordinates greet the Great General. Welcome the return of the Great General. The Tiger Demon King said excitedly, Great General, ever since you left the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, we have been waiting for your return. Now it's finally time. Sun Wukong scratched his head. When did I, Lao Sun, have so many more minions? Guanzu laughed, Monkey, as long as you're here, you're here. The 8 preceptors came over and whispered, Eldest brother, this has developed. Directly more than a dozen 5th turn juniors. An Eagle Demon King said excitedly, Great General, back then, you led us to fight in the 4 directions and were renowned. Now that you have returned, we shall follow you. Han Li looked at the scene in surprise, so the great sage is so powerful in this world. Let's go. Sun Wukong waved his hand, since you recognize me as your master, then go with me to see that ultimate treasure chest. A dozen or so demon kings responded in unison, and the scene was spectacular. In an instant, Guanzu's team's strength skyrocketed, directly adding a dozen or so more 5th turn powerhouses. The ultimate treasure chest, which requires 100,000 keys to open. But naturally, Guanzu didn't have that kind of key in his hand right now. In the center area of the secret realm, a huge team was advancing. A dozen or so 5th turn demon kings flanked Sun Wukong with an astonishing aura. Great General, look over there is another human team. The Tiger Demon King pointed to the distance and said, they should have quite a few keys in their hands. A Wolf Demon King licked his lips excitedly, a bloodthirsty light flashing in his golden pupils. Let me go clean them up. And slow down. Sun Wukong raised his hand to stop, a hint of a smile flashing in his golden eyes. Remember my old grandson's rule, as long as they hand over the key, don't harm them. Understood. My subordinate obeys. In the distance, a team of hundreds of professionals was advancing. When they saw the oncoming army of demon kings, they were instantly terrified. Heavens! So many 5th revolution demon kings. What's going on? Shouldn't these demon kings be guarding the treasure chest? It's over, it's dead. The Tiger Demon King and Wolf Demon King surrounded them with a group of demon soldiers, and those professionals trembled, not daring to resist. Hand over your keys and spare your lives. The Tiger Demon King said majestically. The leader of that team trembled as he took out his storage ring. There are 8,000 keys here, all for you. Remember, it was the Great General who was merciful and let you go. The Wolf Demon King said after putting away the key. Watching these demon kings release people as long as they had the key, those professionals were amazed. It's so strange. What do these demon kings want the key for? And they actually did keep their word and let us go. This secret realm is too weird. The demon kings are so trustworthy. Han Li laughed and said, these people must not have imagined that they were encountering the great sage's men. Zhu. Beiji said excitedly, we're getting more and more keys. At this rate, we'll soon have enough for 100,000. Guanzu nodded, looking at the expanding ranks of demon kings with secret joy in his heart. This secret realm was originally created by the Heavenly Tao, and these demon kings originally existed to guard the treasure chest, but because they recognized Sun Wukong as the great general of the divine monkeys, they actually all became their own people. It was his surprise. On the vast plains, a huge team of demonic beasts was advancing. Sun Wukong walked at the very front, followed by nearly 35th turn demon kings with an astonishing aura. The golden sunlight poured over them, reflecting a dazzling light. Great General, the 2 human teams in front of us are in a fierce battle. An Eagle Demon King flew to Sun Wukong's side and reported, they both have 5th Revolution's powerhouses in attendance. The sound of a fierce fight came from the distance, and energy fluctuations swept in all directions. The ground shook continuously, and the air was filled with the fluctuation of the power of laws. The 8 preceptors rubbed their hands together and laughed. Hey, this is rich. According to their strength, there must be quite a few keys in their hands. Go check it out, Guanzu ordered. When this huge army of demonic beasts appeared on the battlefield, both sides that were fighting furiously were stunned. The pressure of dozens of 5th Revolution demon kings enveloped the entire arena, causing everyone to feel suffocated. What's going on here? A human 5th-turn powerhouse said in shock. How come these demon kings are traveling in pairs? The tiger demon king stepped forward and said majestically, stop it all. My great general is coming over. Sun Wukong stepped into the air, his golden light shining. His appearance caused all the demon kings to respectfully lower their heads. This scene left the human professionals present dumbfounded. What are you guys fighting about? Sun Wukong asked. A 5th-turn powerhouse in a black robe trembled. Of course it's in the fight for the key. That's good. Sun Wukong grinned. Hand over all the keys and I'll let you all go. Under the intimidation of the 35th Revolution demon kings, no one dared to say half a no. They could only take out their storage rings and respectfully present them. It's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Great sage, these 2 teams together have 40,000 keys. Han Li said excitedly after counting. Hui laughed and said, now we have more than 90,000 keys. Great general is wise. The wolf demon king flattered. It took no effort to subdue these human keys. Those human professionals looked at each other in disbelief. They were completely confused about the situation. Why would these ferocious demon kings follow the orders of a monkey who looked like he was only at the 2nd turn? And you'll let them go for the key? The 2 groups then left in disgrace, and Guanzu's legions continued on. Now that they had gathered more than 90,000 keys, they were getting closer to their goal of opening the ultimate treasure chest. Ah Zhu, this formation of ours is comparable to a small army. Han Li exclaimed. Guanzu smiled and said, this is also thanks to Monkey. If it wasn't for him, these demon kings wouldn't have defected to us. Hee, Sun Wukong said triumphantly, stroking his chin. It seems that my old grandson's reputation in this world is not small. In the distance, the light of the ultimate treasure chest was already looming. More demon kings were arriving from all directions, and they all recognized the legendary divine monkey general, and joined the team. As the number of teams grew, another small problem arose. A huge number of 5th Revolution demon kings coiled together, and the entire sky was transformed into the feeling of black clouds destroying the city. Many teams saw it from a distance and simply fled. Great general, should we go ahead and scout the path? The tiger demon king asked respectfully. No need, you guys spread out and collect keys. Sun Wukong waved his hand. Collect more so we can open that ultimate treasure box. The heavily doubted and say how many inquisitive treasure chests there are in total, so the more keys you have, the better. The many demon kings led the way, scattering in all directions. They turned into streams of light and disappeared into the sky. Only Guanzu and a few core members were left to continue on. Chapter 126, Deep Blue Empire Ambush? Who ambushed who? Another half hour. In front of a huge stone bridge that spanned the canyon, Guanzu was leading part of the Demon King's team as they advanced. This stone bridge was 100 meters wide, with ancient runes inlaid on both sides, and was the necessary path to the center of the secret realm. Just as Guanzu and the others had stepped onto the stone bridge, the sky suddenly changed abruptly. Huge swarms of fighters stretched across the sky, and on huge airborne discs stood the warriors of the Deep Blue Empire. Ha ha ha! An arrogant laugh came from the sky. Ancestor Guan, you're finally here. Hundreds of figures, arms clasped, hovered high in the sky, wearing mechanical armor with electricity surging through their bodies, each of them emitting a terrifying pressure. At the head of the group was a man in blue gold armor, his eyes glittering with a cold light, and a huge force of mechanical laws surrounded his body. A 5th rotation powerhouse from the Deep Blue Empire. Han Li's face changed. The blue and gold armored man said condescendingly, Guanzu, you, a tiny second turn, dare to be arrogant and domineering in the secret realm? Those of us who died, it was all your doing, wasn't it? How dare you take our radar and hunt my Deep Blue Empire's warriors with precision? Today, I'll let you know what happens when you offend my Deep Blue Empire. Catch him, I'll make his life worse than death. Another 5th turn powerhouse from the Deep Blue Empire laughed fiercely. I heard that his summoning spirit is very powerful? I'd like to see how powerful it can be. Inuyasha patted his stomach and narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Then you guys should keep your eyes open. How great is Big Brother? Afterward, the Monkey King violently raised his voice to the sky. Little ones, come here all of you. Rumble. The sky suddenly became as dark as ink, and countless black clouds converged from all directions. On each black cloud stood a Demon King with an astonishing aura. Nearly 55th Revolution's Demon Kings gathered together, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the heavens and earth. Their auras intertwined, and even the air became heavy. The faces of the Deep Blue Empire's powerhouses changed drastically. How is this possible? Shouldn't these Demon Kings be guarding the treasure chest? How could they take orders from a second-turn summoning spirit? The Tiger Demon King smiled fiercely and said, "At the Great General's command, we are always at your disposal. Dare to be rude to the Great General, seek death." The Wolf Demon King showed his teeth, revealing his sharp fangs. The pressure of the 55th turn Demon Kings caused the entire stone bridge to tremble, and the powerhouses of the Deep Blue Empire felt like it was becoming difficult to breathe. The strength they were so proud of seemed so small in front of this terrifying army of Demon Kings. "Now, do you guys still want to arrest me?" Guanzu asked with a cold smile. Above the stone bridge, the faces of the Deep Blue Empire's 5-turn powerhouses changed dramatically. They never expected that a mere second-turn Guanzu would be able to mobilize so many Demon Kings. Damn! Since that's the case, let you all see the technological power of my Deep Blue Empire. The blue and gold armored man at the head laughed. 4 5-turn lieutenant colonels in blue uniforms quickly arranged themselves into a formation. The mechanical armor on their bodies emitted a humming sound, and countless tiny parts began to assemble automatically. Overdrive assembly, activated. Mecha hopper. In the bright blue light, a 30-meter-tall giant mech rose up from the ground. Electricity arced across the black armor, and the energy furnace on his back emitted an ear-splitting roar. "Ha ha ha, this is our newly developed Deep Blue Destroyer." A lieutenant colonel shouted triumphantly that, "Even if it's 50 of you 5th rotation lesser demons, you won't be able to shake it in the slightest." A hint of disdain flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. "Just this? I, Lao Sun, even beat the heavenly soldiers and generals back in the day. Boys, break down this broken brass for me." "Obey!" The 50 Demon Kings roared at the same time. "You seek death." The mech held a mechanical greatsword over 10 meters long, dazzling with light, and fiercely chopped down. The Tiger Demon King was the first to strike, and a terrifying force of laws coalesced on his gigantic tiger claws. With a flash of his body, he easily avoided the chop. Afterward, a fierce tiger's shadow coalesced on his body. A claw forward. Boom! A huge amount of damage exploded directly. -19. 8 trillion. The arm of the mech immediately appeared broken. The internal wiring broke and electrical sparks flew everywhere. "Damn! Super energy bullets, fire! Fire for me!" The mech controller frantically pressed buttons. Countless blue energy balls jetted out from the seams of the mech's armor, exploding in the air and forming a piece of annihilated space. Rumble! Those bursts were horribly powerful. -19. 8 trillion. -16. 7 trillion. -17. 7 trillion. The Demon Kings were prepared and dodged. However, there were still some Demon Kings who moved slowly and were attacked. "I'll return everyone's blood, so don't be afraid." A Demon King with antlers growing on his head, the upper half of his body and the lower half of his dear body, raising an emerald green magic weapon, healing light surged, quickly returning blood to the injured. +20 trillion. +20 trillion. +20 trillion. Damn! Take out the other team's milkmaid first. The mechanical giant roared. "You won't be given a chance. Broken brass, go to hell." Tsunami claw. The Wolf Demon King roared and rushed forward, his sharp claws, cutting out 3 brilliant blood-colored traces, as if 3 rainbow arcs of light, cutting through the sky. Boom! -22. 7 trillion. -21. 8 trillion. This one hit hard. It tore right through the armor of the mech, revealing the dense wiring inside. The Eagle Demon King swooped down and grabbed the mech's head with both claws and yanked it so hard that one of the cockpits was torn off alive. The Deep Blue Empire fighters being maneuvered inside let out a terrified scream. "This can't be. This is our strongest mecha. Let us go. Death to all." The Eagle Demon King ripped off the cockpit with a forceful tear, and those fighters crashed down, jetpacks on their backs, and rushed to launch. But it doesn't work. The other Demon Kings also struck out, some bombarding with the power of the laws, and some directly tearing with brute force. They exploded into a cloud of blood in the air. "My warriors! Guanzu, you really deserve to die." The commander of the Deep Blue Empire roared in anger. Sun Wukong yelled, "Dismantle him and hold them down on the ground, I'm going to blow their heads off one by one." With his fighting law, he could gain a huge amount of experience bonus by killing strong people. Soon, the 30-meter-tall giant mech was dismantled like a large toy in front of them. Boom! The mech's energy furnace finally couldn't take it and exploded violently. Brilliant blue light shot up into the sky, and the space within a radius of several hundred meters was blown up and twisted out of shape. The shockwave of the explosion swept in all directions, the stone bridge shook violently, and debris fell down. But to 55th turn Demon Kings, this explosion was not even an itch to scratch. "Just this?" Sun Wukong snorted, thought it was so powerful. Hanli looked at the scene with a dumbfounded expression. "This is too much. 55th revolution striking together, it's simply a descending blow." In the end, all 4 of the Deep Blue Empire's 5th turn experts were captured. At the same time, they were used by the Demon Kings to lock down the flow of laws, and their battle power was drastically weakened. 8 Demon form. Open. Sun Wukong once again transformed into a demonic ape and swept towards those Imperial commanders. "Don't you come over here." Chapter 127, Greedy Armor. Above the stone bridge, the situation is reversed. Numerous large demon kings surrounded the area. The 4 5-turn powerhouses of the Deep Blue Empire knelt in a row, their armor tattered and torn, and their ranks, once symbols of glory, looked dull at the moment. They hung their heads low, their bodies trembling slightly, their eyes filled with fear and despair. The air around them seemed to freeze, only the sound of the wind whistling in the ears, mixed with the related laughter of the demon kings. Please, spare us. A powerful member of the Deep Blue Empire raised his head, his face covered in tears and bloodstains. We're just following orders, too. Yeah, we're just a pawn. The other man pleaded, following suit. Leave us alone, we promise never to go against you again. Lord Guanzu, Lord Sun Wukong, we have an old man and a young man on top of us, please be generous with your hands. We're willing to hand over all of our keys and equipment, just for a way out. In the face of their cries and pleas, Guanzu was unmoved. He looked at the group of kneeling people with an expressionless face, his eyes as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. He certainly had no sympathy for these people who had repeatedly tried to kill him. To pity your enemies is to be cruel to your own people. Monkey, take them all out. Guanzu made a neck-wiping gesture. Sun Wukong grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs, as if he were a demon from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Hey, I've been looking at these guys for a long time. A mere 5th turn and you think you're invincible? Back in my day, I was the one who broke through the sky. What are they? This time, I'll send you to Hades. What a waste of time, you softies. After such a short time, you start begging for mercy. He walked slowly over to the 4 captives. The weapon in his hand was casually pulled in a club twist, followed by a heavy mortar and pestle on the ground. It made the already hanging hearts of those people even more desperate. The Tiger Demon King and Wolf Demon King laughed as they stepped forward, their fingers pointing, and the laws constructed into chains, sealing and trapping those 4 people. No, don't! One of the captives screamed hysterically, Guanzu, you shall not die. Kill me. What good would killing me do you? You dare to kill me. The Deep Blue Empire will not let you go. Another person tried to threaten with words. The last person had begun to speak incoherently, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Sun Wukong stepped in front of the first man, his weapon raised high in the air, obscuring the brightness of the sky. Porky Pig, who was on the side, had long been impatient, wanting to eat something to replenish himself. After all, this was the corpse of a 5th turn powerhouse. For him, that's a great tonic. Golden light flashed as the weapon slammed down with a thunderous force. No! Duong! -5. 7 trillion billion. Headshot! With a loud bang, the man's head burst open like a watermelon, splattering blood and brain matter all over the place. Hey, next. Sun Wukong smiled sardonically as he walked towards the second man. Demon! You demon! The man cursed in despair. Shut up! The Wolf Demon King slapped him across the face, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. The weapon fell again and another head rolled to the ground, blood staining the stone bridge. Your summon spirit has killed a 5th turn powerhouse, gaining a large amount of experience value in the fighting laws, and the fighting laws have been upgraded to LV3, 7%. Battle laws increased by 50%. Ha. Sun Wukong laughed up to the sky. The 2 remaining men had been scared into incontinence, ting and pissing, their bodies shaking like chaff. Great sage, spare my life. One of them begged with the last of his strength. Stop talking nonsense. Sun Wukong sneered as his weapon slammed down mercilessly. Bang! Soon, all 4 prisoners were dead, their bodies sprawled across the stone bridge. Your summon spirit has killed 2 5th turn powerhouses, gaining a large amount of experience value for the fighting laws, and the fighting laws have been raised to LV3, 55%. Now, Sun Wukong's fighting laws had doubled from the very beginning. If he encountered another 5th turn powerhouse and there was only one on the other side, he was confident that he would be able to take care of the other side within 30 seconds. Sun Wukong casually waved his hand, and several corpses were immediately thrown to Inuyasha's side. He wasn't the least bit excited about killing these little Kodami. The air was heavy with the sickening odor of blood. The piggyback on the side, seeing this scene, had long since opened his mouth and started devouring it. After Inuyasha finished devouring the corpse of the 5th turn powerhouse, powerful law essence flowed through him. Ha! Finally the law of gluttony is activated. Inuyasha excitedly patted his round belly. Inuyasha successfully activates the law of gluttony. All attacks have the power of law attached to them, with 200% law damage attached to the damage. Acquired new skill, Armor of Gluttony. Gluttony Armor. Golden light flashed as Inuyasha directly launched his skill. A layer of dark red armor emerged around him, emitting an unsettling aura like flowing blood. At the same time, a red armor appeared on Sun Wukong, Guanzu, Han Li, and all the summoned spirits within range. It seemed like ancient armor, magnificent. This armor is not bad. The 8 rings stroked the armor on their chests, it can help their teammates withstand damage, and it can even carry law attacks. Second senior brother, this law of yours is truly unique. Sand Monk laughed, specializing in eating others to become stronger. Sand Monk, you've gotten a bit poorer lately. Piggy grunted twice and joked. Guanji and Xianqing began to clean up the battlefield and collect the loot. The Deep Blue Empire's high-level equipment shimmered with a blue light and piled up like a mountain. These mechanical equipment are good. Guanji picked up a quantum energy gun, go back to the military and it should be able to be exchanged for quite a few military merits. With a wave of Xianqing's small claws, the dragon race's unique space spell was activated, and the equipment was put into the space ring. I counted a total of 60,000 keys on these guys. That's great. Hanley laughed. With the previous ones, we have 150,000 keys. Enough to open the ultimate treasure chest. Sun Wukong walked over to Beiji and curiously surveyed his newly acquired armor of gluttony. Nerd, let me try how defensive this armor is? Sun Wukong said. Come on, eldest brother. The 8 preceptors puffed out their chests. Let's see my old pig's new skills. Boom! Sun Wukong condensed the thunder laws and blasted his fist over. Minus 340 billion. 98% damage reduction. What a strong defense. Sand Monk marveled, this is eldest brother's thunder law attack. I can't believe it's been weakened so much. Guanzu nodded, this gluttony armor of the 8 rings is pretty good, it can reduce damage by so much. Inuyasha said, however, this armor only has 10 trillion blood, and if it is broken, it needs to be cooled down for 30 minutes before it can be reset with a new one. Guanzu said, it has been very good. Chapter 128, Sun Wukong Diamond Level Specialized Martial Art. Heavenly Dragon Xianjin Stick. The secret realm of battle, the most central area. A huge tower stood tall, its spire glittering brightly, and a huge diamond treasure chest stood quietly atop it. The group of heroes gathered here and fought in the dark for that ultimate treasure chest. A dozen or so fifth-turn powerhouses fought furiously in midair, the power of the laws crisscrossing across the sky. Damn! This treasure chest is ours. A fifth-turn mage in red robes growled. The earth continued to crumble under the impact of the power of the laws, huge cracks spreading out like spider webs as magma gushed out from the ground, coloring the sky blood red. Get thee out of my way! Another powerful person with frost wrapped around his body shouted angrily. Or don't blame me. No one is going to steal the inquisitive treasure chest from me. Kill. Just then, the sky suddenly clouded over. A huge black cloud flew in from the distance, covering the sky. Countless blood-red eyes flickered in the black clouds, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the earth, suffocating everyone. More than 55th Revolution Demon Kings stood proudly, their auras intertwining together to form an invisible giant net. It's the Demon King of this place. How did they get together? Retreat quickly. The number of those Demon Kings is probably more than 50, we can't provoke them. Retreat quickly. Everyone stopped fighting and backed away. No one dared to make an enemy of this terrifying Demon King army. Guanzu stood on top of the Tiger Demon King's cloud, looking down at the panicked crowd below, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Coming to the treasure chest, Guanzu said, Monkey, I'm going to start. Sun Wukong nodded, my little ones, protect Azu. Guanzu took out 100,000 keys, and they coalesced in the air to form a huge diamond key that emitted a brilliant light. The ultimate diamond chest, it takes 10 minutes to open, the opening process cannot be disturbed, otherwise it will be interrupted and need to be retimed to open. This is the reason for the treasure chest, which no one has been able to open. It takes too long. It took 10 minutes before the key was fully integrated into the lock hole. Ka-ching! The treasure chest emitted colorful streams of light and slowly opened. Consume 100,000 keys to open the ultimate diamond treasure chest. Congratulations, you've won the diamond grade weapon, Dragon Stick. All treasure chests, depending on who opens them, generate rewards that are favorable to the opener. Just like the ones Hanley opened again were related to the Imperial insects, the ones that Guanzu opened were mostly related to his summoned spirits. A long, pitch-black stick slowly rose from the treasure chest, which was engraved with intricate dragon patterns and emitted a palpitating pressure. Good stick! Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Name Tianlong Xianjin Stick. Quality, Diamond. Word 1, User, 80% increase in all attributes. Word 2, User, 80% more damage across all types. Word 3, the battle stick contains the power of the Heavenly Dragon Laws. All stick skill damage adds an additional 300% Heavenly Dragon Law damage. Exclusive Effect 1, Duration of Demonic Ape Form is increased to 90 seconds. Exclusive Effect 2, Demon Ape Form can still use weapons. Great! Hanli cheered, this is a divine weapon. Sun Wukong received the Heavenly Dragon Xianjin Stick and instantly felt a powerful force surge into his body. He looked up to the sky and his golden light soared. Cool. It's too refreshing. Surging power explodes in my old son's body. The Heaven's Path Battle Force Evaluation System quickly scanned and analyzed Sun Wukong. Combat Strength Evaluation, 337 stars upgraded to 385 stars. Evaluation, Diamond Level Exclusive Weapon, Tianlong Xianjin Stick, fits the user perfectly and increases the battle power dramatically. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong waved his Heavenly Dragon Xianjin Stick. This is my old grandson's good weapon. Great sage, your battle power has increased by a full 48 stars. Hanli marveled, how many times must this have raised your battle power? It's incredible. The 8 preceptors in Hoi, looking at the Monkey King, had envy in their eyes. They had also never seen such a terrifying increase in battle power. Ho-E is only 230 stars. The 8 rings are much more powerful after activating the laws, and they've only reached 295 stars. Moreover, the gap between them and the Monkey King was already widening. Just then, the sky suddenly let out a roar, and huge Q text surfaced. The ultimate diamond chest has been opened. The secret realm of fighting battles is about to close. All entrants are requested to leave as soon as possible. It's time to go back. Guanzu said, Monkey, let's go. Okay. Little ones, are you going to leave with me? Sun Wukong asked. Great General. There is no way for us to leave this world, so I hope there will be another chance to meet again in the future. Greetings, Great General. Dozens of demon kings clasped their fists at the Monkey King. Okay. Outside of the secret realm, the Chinese military region had already set up a large number of warplanes and armored vehicles. Qi Yun stood at the very front, his 6-turn aura oppressing the 10 directions. With a thought, Guanzu detached himself from the secret realm and returned to the real world. Master. Guanzu saw Qi Yun and immediately greeted him. Qi Yun smiled, Zu. Looking at you, you've gained a lot this time. Not bad. Guanzu laughed. Greetings, Mr. Qi. Hanli also stepped aside and bowed respectfully. Hello. Qi Yun looked at Hanli, and then at Guanzu, and thought to himself that this kid, every time he made a copy, he was accompanied by an extremely beautiful woman. What a way to live. Meanwhile, on the Deep Blue Empire's side, they waited bitterly, but never saw any of their own people come out at the vortex. How come the secret realm is over and you're still not coming out? Maybe there are too many treasures to fit in, and it's slow to come back. A man said. It wasn't until another 10 minutes had passed that the forces that had come over were basically almost gone. The people from the Deep Blue Empire still haven't come out. Get in a couple and check them out. Soon. Report General. All the teams we sent out, all of them are lost. Their traces and responses are no longer visible on the radar. An intelligence officer reported in alarm. What? The General of the Deep Blue Empire, even those 4 fifth-turn lieutenant colonels are lost? Yes. They're probably all gone. The General was furious. How is this possible? Who the hell is it? Who has this ability? Surprisingly, in the secret realm, targeting our Deep Blue Empire and wiping them all out. General, could it be that Guanzu? That second-turn summoner? The General bellowed angrily, don't be ridiculous. How could a second-turn kill a fifth-turn powerhouse? Keep investigating. I want to know who really did it. Inside the spacious and bright conference room in the military region's headquarters building, Guanzu laid out the loot obtained from the secret realm on the long table piece by piece. The quantum energy guns, mech fragments, and advanced military equipment of the Deep Blue Empire glowed an eerie blue in the light. General Liu Yu gazed at the equipment and frowned. These are all the equipment of the Deep Blue Empire's fifth-turn lieutenant colonel. Guanzu said, they sent 4 fifth-turn lieutenant colonels to assemble a giant mecha, but they were still defeated by us. Xiahou Tian picked up a quantum energy gun and scrutinized it carefully. This was the latest weapon developed by the Deep Blue Empire. Its power was amazing. General Liu Yu looked serious. How did they die? You're a second turn. Did you kill all those fifth-turn powerhouses? All of them? Guanzu smiled. It's still thanks to the great sage. After entering the secret realm this time, many powerful fifth-turn demon kings have recognized him as a great general and listened to his orders. What? Xiahou Tian was so shocked that he almost dropped the energy gun in his hand. Those demon kings guarding the treasure chests are actually following the orders of Sun Wukong? Qi Yun also revealed a look of surprise. Those fifth-turn demon kings, all of them recognized the great sage as their master. Why? How does this work? I'm not sure about that. Guanzu scratched his head. Anyway, in the end, nearly 50 fifth-turn demon kings were gathered. Then we encountered an ambush by the Deep Blue Empire and ambushed them back. They're no match at all. 55th-turn demon kings. General Liu Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder the Deep Blue Empire was completely wiped out. This is a downward spiral. The people in the conference room looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The terrifying battle power of 55th-turn demon kings was enough to sweep away everything in that secret realm. This is interesting. Xiahou Tian stroked his beard and laughed. The Deep Blue Empire definitely couldn't guess, even if they thought about it, that it was a second-turn kid who led the team and caused them to suffer heavy losses. Not bad. General Liu Yu laughed. They're probably investigating the murderer right now, but they'll never guess it's you. Qi Yun looked at Guanzu with relief. Zhu, you've made a great achievement this time. Not only did he obtain the treasure, but he also dealt a heavy blow to the Deep Blue Empire. Old Qi is right. Xiahou Tian said, Kid, this wave of operation of yours directly caused the Deep Blue Empire to lose several fifth-rotation powerhouses. It's a great feat. General Liu Yu added from the sidelines, and the equipment obtained in the secret realm will also be very helpful to us in researching the technology of the Deep Blue Empire. Right. Xiahou Tian said with a straight face, these equipments, some of them with numbers, after we study them, they can be streamed out into the territory of the Star Federation. The others nodded. Old Xia, you're trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife. You're really bad, but I like it. Hey. It could be expected that when the Deep Blue Empire found out that a batch of weapons from the Dead Army had turned up in the territory of the Star Federation, then I'm afraid that these two forces, which were already at odds, will have to be even more at odds. Chapter 129, Promotion to 2-Star Lieutenant. Inside the military district headquarters building, the quartermaster, who handled the war effort, was counting the haul this time. General Liu Yu and Xiahou Tian followed suit, carefully accounting for the battle points. Kid, you've made a great achievement this time. General Liu Yu calculated. The 4/5 turn lieutenant colonels of the Deep Blue Empire, plus other loot. It works out to be 11,000 battle points. Xiahou Tian flipped through the rank manual and raised his eyebrows, looking rather surprised. With this battle merit, you can go straight from Ensign 4-star to Lieutenant 2-star. It's unheard of to be a lieutenant after only a few days in college. Shi Yin couldn't help but shake his head straight in relief. Azua, this promotion speed of yours, I'm afraid you've created the record of the Chinese military department, the fastest. Han Li sat on the sidelines, her beautiful eyes flashing in awe. She'd also never seen anyone advance in rank at that rate. Congratulations, Brother Joe, she said happily. Now, you're a big official. Guanzu was about to speak when a staff member from the quartermaster's office walked quickly and handed over a document. Lieutenant Guan, here is a list of your new permissions and benefits. Guanzu took the document and quickly skimmed through it. $10 million a month in cultivation resources, 10% discount at quartermaster's office, access to classified missions, access to high-level databases. One benefit caught his eye. Xiahou Tian laughed. Kid, from now on, you can enjoy a 10% discount on things from the quartermaster's office. And there's so much more information you can read. There are some special classified missions involving the stars that you can take on as well. These are all real benefits. General Liu Yu added, especially those classified missions. After completing them, the rewards obtained from the Heavenly Dao alone are very generous. The atmosphere in the conference room was relaxed and happy, and the crowd was heartily happy for Guanzu's promotion. Right. Shi Yin said, Azu, since you're a lieutenant now, there are some advanced cultivation resources that you can apply for. Sun Wukong said with a smile on his face, hey, old son, have made a great achievement this time. That's for sure. The 8 preceptors immediately chimed in. If it wasn't for eldest brother subduing those demon kings, there wouldn't have been so much battle merit. Guanzu looked at the officer's license in his hand, with the rank of lieutenant on it. A golden bar with 2 large stars, along with 2 smaller stars below. It stands for Lieutenant 2-star. Huaxia country also has many bases in the starry sky. With this officer's license, in the future to go to many places, will be unimpeded. And it's not just a rank advancement. What's more, it meant that his status in the military department, too, took a huge leap forward. General Liu Yu patted Guanzu's shoulder. Do well. With your talent, coupled with helpers like Sun Dishang and the others, your future is unlimited. Must land. Guanzu laughed. After being busy in the military, Guanzu was also tired. Crossing over the crack that Qi Yun had chipped out, he returned from the abyssal battlefield to the large manor of the Star Chopper Academy. Night. Guanzu sat down at his desk and opened the military's special personal light brain terminal. A silver-white projection screen unfolded in the air, flashing blue light showing a single mission option. There are so many more quests you can see now than before, Guanzu said in surprise. Sun Wukong came over to take a look. Hey, these quest rewards are good. Guanzu quickly skimmed through the list of tasks. There are brush copies, such as Devil's Castle, Geocentric World, and Hunger Battlegrounds. There were also some missions to capture traders, with bounties of millions and millions of gold coins or more, in addition to a variety of rare materials and props rewards. Most notable was the quest to kill members of the Abyssal Cult, which was richly rewarded but also difficult. Guanzu said, it's a pity that this time, we didn't catch the Abyssal Cult's large force. They encountered 4 Abyssal Cult priests, but obviously that wasn't all of the Abyssal Cult's men who had entered the fighting mysterious realm this time. Sun Wukong narrowed his golden eyes. These guys, they're hiding deep enough. They froze in the secret realm of fighting battles and didn't let us find them. The 8 preceptors rubbed their stomachs and recalled their experience in the secret realm. That group of people, I guess they saw us taking so many demon kings and got scared and hid. San Monk said, this abyssal cult, I see the information says. They are often in various secret realms, collecting strange materials and energies. I wonder what, this time, they've gathered. Sun Wukong said, Azu, find a way to find the lair of that what's-his-name Blue Moon Demon God. Hui and I will go directly to destroy him. Guanzu smiled bitterly. I'll do my best. During these days, he also knew a lot about the Abyssal Cult and the Blue Moon Demon God. He knew that this was an extra-dimensional god that was an enemy with the gods of the Divine Realm, but the Divine Realm was vast and immense, and even the Sun Wukong had only explored the size of the sand and sea over such a long period of time. The number of outer gods, the number of sands of the Ganges, Sun Wukong did not know about this Blue Moon Demon God before. Trying to find his original body was naturally difficult to do. Mr. She said that this abyssal cult has a huge plan to open the abyssal gate and allow more abyssal creatures to invade our world. Hui said, don't worry, little master, if they dare to come, I will definitely make a move and shoot them all down. Porky Pig chimed in, I'll eat whoever comes. Humph. Day 2. Chopstar Academy, the university is in session. The early morning sunlight poured into the first teaching building, and the large classroom of the Principles of Spells class was spacious and bright, with various spell formation diagrams and energy flow schematics hanging on the wall. Guanzu, as a celestial pride, could choose his course at will. He decided to support his master and come to Chi Yun's class on the Principles of Spells. Just walked into the classroom, the originally noisy classroom instantly quieted down, all eyes focused on him. He wore a black jacket and black pants, revealing a calm and unhurried demeanor in his hands and feet. Oh my god, isn't that Guanzu? He actually came to our class. A girl exclaimed in a small voice. I heard that he just made a great achievement in the secret realm of fighting battles and was promoted from ensign to lieutenant in one go. Another girl said excitedly. Guanzu found a seat in the center against the back. Instantly, the seats around them were occupied by a group of pretty girls. They either explicitly or implicitly sized up this legendary heavenly pride. Brother Azu, my name is Lin Yusen, I'm in the alchemy department. A girl with a ponytail took the initiative to greet her. Hello, Mr. Guan, I'm Su Xiaotong from the rune department. Another girl in a pink dress chimed in. Guanzu nodded politely, hello there. At that moment, a commotion came from the back of the classroom. A few of the boys murmured. This guy is too popular. I heard he's now a lieutenant in the military department, a higher rank than some of our teachers. Worthy of being Dean Chi's personal disciple. It's so awesome. Just then, Professor Chi Yun strides into the classroom. He was dressed in a green-colored robe with an extraordinary aura. Seeing Guanzu, he gave a small smile of greeting. Today, we begin the first lesson on the Principles of Spells. Chi Yun's voice was full of magnetism. Spells is the art of utilizing energy. The classroom quieted down, but there were still quite a few girls stealing glances at Guanzu from time to time. There were a few other bold girls in the back row, quietly taking pictures with their cell phones. Senior Guan, can we have lunch together after class? A voice came timidly. Guanzu was about to reply when he suddenly felt a familiar gaze. Looking up, Chi Yun was looking this way with a smile on his face. Class, since you are so concerned about my favorite student, why don't you let him answer this question? Chi Yun laughed. Guanzu, tell us, what is the essence of spells? The classroom was silent as everyone perked up their ears and waited for this heavenly pride's answer. Chapter 130, The Rise of the Abyssal Rebellion. Guanzu stood up and said with a firm gaze, the essence of spells is the manipulation of energy, the communication of mysterious existences, and the perception and application of the rules of heaven and earth. But most importantly, the development of the power of the mind. A hint of approval flashed in Chi Yun's eyes. Very well. Indeed. Mind power, the root of all spells. Why is that? Chi Yun continued to explain, because spells are not simply the use of energy, but are the outward manifestation of the inner will of the caster. The same spell, used by different people, can have vastly different effects. He waved his hand and drew a flaming rune in the air, and it was as if a phoenix was soaring in the flames. It's just the most basic fireball spell. If the caster's heart is filled with warlike intent, it turns into an aggressive, fiery flame. But if the mood is calm and joyless, it can be transformed into a warm bonfire. Some students don't quite get it. Raise your hand and ask a question. It was because they had not been exposed to this aspect of the idea before, and Guanzu had only realized these truths because he had been studying under Chi Yun for some time. Mr. Chi, no matter who learns the skill, the initial form is the same and the essence that affects the flames differently is clearly the energy used to catalyze it, with a different number, right? Chi Yun smiled and explained, let me give you an example. You want to lift a rock, what should you do? The student replied, just use your hands to not just lift it up, or use your mental powers to imperialize. Chi Yun, yes, but you need to generate a thought first, and then use that thought-driven body, or run your spirit, to lift the stone up. The body is the bridge that connects the material world to your spiritual world. Can that stone move if you just imagine it out of thin air and don't drive your mana? Can't. The student seemed to get it somehow. Chi Yun, having thoughts that drive the body is what allows the thoughts to be transformed into reality. The starting point of all this is the mind. Longer ago, when the replicas had just invaded reality, the rules of heaven in this world were not yet perfect at that time. Back then, people relied on themselves to sense runes and learn various skills. At that time, the result of comprehension was hardly the same for each person for a spell. Those who were there then realized that truly high-level spells require the incorporation of observation, meditation, and the incorporation of will. For example, the fist will of a boxer, the sword will of a swordsman. Mages, too, have the will of the Dharma way. But for you guys, you want to give the skill of personal will integration. Then, you need to enter the third turn and condense a battle soul before you can do so, and at that time, personal will have a great impact on skills, and have a great impact. Xion's lessons are sonorous and very interesting. Many people feel that a 90-minute class is just a little while, and then it's over. In the following days, Guanzu continued to brush copies, save up experience points, do quests, and soak in the library. This day, in the center square of the Star Chopper Academy, Chi Yun stood on a high platform, his gaze like a torch as he scanned the thousands of new students below the stage. The six-turn aura on his body was hidden, making people not dare to look directly at him. Fellow students, I have an important announcement to make today. Shi Yun's voice was loud. Across the globe, the abyssal vortex has been appearing frequently lately, and monster invasions continue to increase. On the projection screen, images of abyssal vortices from around the world appeared. Blood-red vortexes tore through space as hideous monsters continue to pour out. Some cities are in ruins. In order to deal with this crisis, the Heavenly Tao has released a time-limited mission. Shi Yun continued, from now on, all professionals who participate in the fight against the abyssal replica will be able to earn special points. And those of us from the Star Chopper Academy will even receive twice as many points. The students on stage immediately murmured, and Guanzu sat up straight. This point can be exchanged for props in the limited time mall, and the most precious of them all is the third turn scroll. Shi Yun's words caused the entire room to clamor. One student exclaimed, a 3-turn scroll? Wouldn't that be a straight 6-month series? This is too good to be true. Shi Yun continued, the third turn quest that originally took half a year can be completed immediately after using the scroll. But the points required for redemption are high, and you have to kill at least hundreds of abyssal elite monsters. A glint flashed in Guanzu's eyes. 3 turns, that meant being able to condense a battle spirit. This is a qualitative leap for any professional. And if he could reach the third turn, the upper limit of all summoned spirits, too, could be broken through. That's the biggest head lift. But remind everyone. Shi Yun looked serious, the danger level of the abyssal copy is far beyond that of an ordinary copy. The monsters inside, all carry the abyssal contamination. Once infected, they will lose their sanity if they are mildly infected, or turn into monsters if they are severe. An image appeared on the projection of a professional whose body began to deform after being scratched by an abyssal monster, eventually turning into a hideous monster. The students on the stage watched and sucked in a breath of cold air. How awful. And unlike the resident copies, those monsters haven't appeared before, we don't have a strategy, and if we're not careful, we can even die. Yeah, this is no joke. The students muttered from the stage. Therefore, I hope that everyone must pay attention to safety while pursuing power. Shi Yun said, don't rashly travel to high-difficulty abyssal copies. The miniature-sized Monkey King, sitting on Guanzu's shoulder. Joe, this is a great opportunity. With our strength, we should be able to gain a lot of points quickly. I'm going to enter the third turn and condense my battle spirit. Guanzu nodded, indeed, but the danger of the abyssal copy is high. We've got to get ready. At that moment, a commotion came from the crowd. Some people found that on their light brain terminals, they had received a mission alert issued by the Heavenly Tao. The limited time mall has also been opened, which is filled with a dazzling array of props. Guanzu also opened his own light brain terminal. As a lieutenant, he could see much more of the mission than a normal student. Even a mission he did could take 3 rewards in total from the academy, the military, and the Heavenly Tao. This quest. Guanzu's eyes were drawn to a quest. Travel to the northeastern province, Liaoshan City, to quell the scourge of the abyssal python, and be rewarded with the arrow Daluo's divine stone. Hui coalesced into an entity and stood beside Guanzu, his handsome face showing anticipation. Little master, we must take this mission. With the Law God Stone, I'll be able to awaken the power of the laws ahead of time as well. Otherwise, one would have to wait until the 4th turn, and then one wouldn't even know when it would be. Watching the Sun Wukong and the 8 rings rising in strength and already leaving him behind, Hui is also anxious. After all, he was the team's shooter, and as a result, his output was not as good as the tank's 8 ring every time, which made him embarrassed. Guanzu's site immediately submitted an application for the mission. Chapter 131, Fey Serpent. At noon, the transmission hall of the Star Chopper Academy was packed with people. Several students gathered together, preparing to travel to various places to suppress the abyssal unrest and fulfill the Heavenly Tao mission. Everyone, I am Chen Bai, from Liaoshan City. A thinly built youth bowed to everyone, with a bit of anxiety in his voice. My hometown is being attacked by abyssal monsters, and I hope to fight alongside you all. Chen Bai, you're the 10th place winner of this freshman conference, aren't you? A man said. It's me. Chen Bai scratched his head. Guanzu sized up this civilian genius who had placed 10th in the freshman conference. Although Chen Bai was plainly dressed, his eyes were firm, revealing an unyielding will. This person was like his name, he had no background, he was just a commoner from the common people. Of course, to be able to enter the Star Chopper Academy and to take the 10th place in the freshman competition, he naturally had his chances and secrets in place as well. I'm Guanzu, serving as the captain of this operation. Guanzu smiled and extended his hand. Let's work together this time and make sure to protect your hometown. Sun Wukong shrunk to stand on Guanzu's shoulder, his golden eyes flashing with battle intent. Hey, abyssal monster, right? I was worried that there was no place to try out the newly arrived heavenly dragon Xianjin stick. Several other students involved in the task introduced themselves. There was Li Qingyun, who specialized in long-range spells, White Frost, who was proficient in healing, and Zhang Ji, who made good use of organ techniques. Brother Chen, what exactly is the situation in your hometown? Zhang Ji asked as he checked his organ equipment. Chen Bai's face became grave. 3 days ago, a huge abyssal vortex suddenly appeared on the outskirts of Liushan City. A large number of abyssal pythons had crawled out of it, and several villages had already been destroyed. The local military department is fully engaged in dealing with abyssal invasions in other areas and can't spare much manpower. Abyssal python? A cold light flashed in Ho Yi's eyes. I shall shoot it. White Frost said softly, I've heard that all the creatures of the abyss carry a strong poison and can contaminate one's spirit. I've brought quite a few antidotes and purifying potions that should be useful. A blue flame coalesced in Li Qingyan's hand. I just obtained a treasure weapon that contains the law of cold ice. It should be very effective against those cold-blooded creatures. Good. Guanzu looked around the crowd. Now that everyone is ready, let's get going. Remember, when facing the abyssal monsters, you must be careful and stay in contact at all times. The light of the teleportation array lit up, enveloping the crowd. After a bout of vertigo, they had arrived at the military base in Liushan City, northeastern province. There was a tense and busy atmosphere in the base. Soldiers were running back and forth, transporting all sorts of equipment and supplies. Rumbling sounds came from time to time in the distance, and it was clear that the battle was going on. Welcome to the support. An officer walked briskly. Things are worse than they were 3 days ago. Those abyssal pythons were not only increasing in number, they were also getting bigger in size. The largest one is estimated to be 100 meters long. Moreover, this time, not only is there an abyssal python, but there also exists a kind of abyssal phase serpent, which are thumb-sized snakes that can burrow into a person's body and control their spirit. Quite a few of our warriors have been struck and had their bodies drilled by the foreign snakes, causing us to throw in the towel now. Chen Bai's fists clenched. My family is still in the suburbs. I hope they are all well. Guanzu said, Bai, you shouldn't think too much right now and allow yourself to be mentally drained internally, otherwise it will affect your state. We do our best. Aha! Thank you, Brother Azu. Chen Bai adjusted his mind. In fact, if there hadn't been an ancestor, then he would have been the brightest dark horse in the Star Chopper Academy this year. He, Chen Bai, was a commoner like Guanzu, and he also had a special talent. Proficiency talent. As long as he worked tirelessly and trained, he could make a skill continuously level up and even break the limit to become a more powerful skill. It was this talent and his hard work that got him to where he is today. He wasn't jealous of Guanzu though, the man had a good heart. Soon, the crowd rode in armored vehicles and headed to the front lines of the battle. The armored transport vehicle passed through the devastated streets, and along the way, a number of buildings damaged by the python could be seen, with traces of the purple-black corrosion characteristic of the abyss scattered among the broken walls. The venom of these abyssal pythons is too terrifying. Li Qingyan said as she looked out the window, it can even corrode steel and concrete. The frontline command headquarters was located in a bomb shelter halfway up a mountain, surrounded by all kinds of defense facilities and monitoring equipment. Several officers were nervously watching real-time footage of the battlefield. Commander, the new team of students has arrived. What the? Another ING batch of students? Commander Zhao Taifeng turned around with a frown on his face. What nonsense! This is a war with the forces of the abyss. Not an extracurricular activity. Where did they come from? Yes, Chopping Star Academy. A few guys from the Sword One Academy were just showing off there before. Now they've all been captured, and they have to send someone to rescue them. The Star Chopper Academy is ranked at the bottom of the top 10 academies, so I guess it's not too good. These students, when they can't help, they add to the chaos and are not disciplined. Another commander said in annoyance. He was a stocky man, with a 3-star rank and a bar gleaming on his shoulder, and the scars on his face showed that this was an old captain who had been in the field for a long time. Report sir, this time it's different. What's different? It's Guanzu who's leading the team this time. The adjutant at the side hurriedly said. Guanzu? You said Sekijo. Zhao Tiefeng's attitude instantly changed. It's that global first scholar. The youngest lieutenant in the military department, Guanzu? Is that him? It's him, the adjutant said. Fine. When Guanzu arrives. Zhao Taifeng quickly walked up to Guanzu, a smile on his face. Azu. I've heard a lot about you. I've heard all about you, truly remarkable. Guanzu said modestly, Commander Zhao is too kind, this time we are here to carry out a mission, and we are all under your command. Sun Wukong grunted over his shoulder, hey, this time I'd like to see how capable these abyssal snake monsters are. This is the great sage, isn't it? Zhao Taifeng said with a straight face, now I'll introduce you to the specifics. What appeared this time wasn't just an ordinary abyssal python, there was also a 100-meter-long snake king. He pulled up a piece of surveillance footage, only to see a huge purple and black python swimming around the outskirts of the city, and wherever it passed, not an inch of grass grew, and even the air was contaminated with purple color. Its scales flashed with bizarre runes, and a purple unicorn horn was borne on top of its head. This guy is tough to deal with. Zhao Taifeng said in a deep voice, its venom can corrode everything, and those abyssal phase snakes split off from it. There are now a dozen warriors, and tens of thousands of ordinary people, under the control of the alien serpent. White Frost scrutinized the image, those runes. seem to be related to the laws of the abyss, no wonder they're so powerful. Yes. Zhao Taifeng nodded, the most troublesome thing is that it's hiding in the abyssal pollution zone, and none of our probes can get close. A hint of worry flashed in Chen Bai's eyes, my home is near that area. Commander Zhao, where are those warriors possessed by the alien snake now? Let me go check it out? Guanzu asked. In the special confinement room on the 3rd basement level, they're all locked up. Zhao Taifeng sighed, those fighters are all good, taking the initiative to request to be imprisoned in order not to harm their companions. Guanzu nodded, and then a golden light flashed, and a Taoist heavenly general wearing a Taoist robe and holding a duster appeared in front of the crowd. The Taoist heavenly general had a kind face and exuded a faintly clear aura. Taoist heavenly general, go and see if you can help these warriors release the control of the foreign snakes, Guanzu said. Chapter 132, Entering the Abyssal Pollution Zone. Let the old man go ahead and see if there are any samples of that kind of snake. Yes. Immediately, Guanzu followed the commander to the basement of the military headquarters. Inside, those soldiers possessed by the foreign snakes had scarlet eyes, bulging veins on their bodies, hideous expressions, and even the fingernails on their hands had become incomparably sharp. After the foreign snake possessed them, it would turn them into monsters, that is, those civilians who were corrupted by the power of the abyss would be demonized and pose a threat to the Chinese army. The Dawn Guardian will pick up a sample of a foreign snake. The runes flashed in his eyes, then he stroked his beard and laughed aloud, a trivial matter. These snake-like creatures are most afraid of andrographus and electric current, so the old Taoist formulated a special andrographus powder. Zhao Tiefeng's eyes lit up. Our military department also prepared a similar medicinal powder, but the effect wasn't too satisfactory. These abyssal creatures are very resistant. Mortal formulas are naturally inferior, Taoist heavenly general said. Subsequently, the military department's side provided an abundance of medicinal herbs. After all, it was to fight against snake monsters, so the military department naturally had prepared for this. The Taoist heavenly general took out a few herbs and quickly concocted them. In the flashes of golden light, a pinch of golden yellow powder emitted a faint fragrance. The Dawn Guardian general came to the large door of the incarceration chamber, where a dozen or so warriors under the control of the alien serpent were being held, their eyes hideous and eerie purple lines floating on their skin. This world, it belongs to the abyss. Stop resisting needlessly, you can't resist. The abyss will rule. Humph. Look at the old road. The Taoist heavenly general waved his duster, and golden powder drifted into the air. At once, the bodies of those warriors trembled violently. Ah! So painful, what have you done to me? Damn! Snap! Break a bloody hole in those people's bodies. A small purple snake the size of a thumb burrowed out of their bodies, emitting an ear-piercing hissing sound. It really works, Li Qingyun said in surprise. White Frost rushed forward and healed the relieved warriors, a green healing light floating from her palm. Soon, those wounds healed. Their vitals are back to normal. The Taoist heavenly general waved his dust again, and those foreign snakes that wanted to flee were instantly pinned in place, and then dissipated into wisps of purple smoke. Zhao Taifeng said excitedly, great, Taoist, with this method, we won't have to worry about the threat of the foreign snakes anymore. But still, be careful. Taoist heavenly general reminded, these foreign snakes are all split off from that snake king. In order to completely solve the problem, we still have to get rid of the snake king. Chen Bai looked at the warriors who had regained their consciousness, and hope lit up in his eyes. That means if my family members are controlled by the foreign snakes, there is a way to save them as well. Of course. Sun Wukong patted his chest and assured, with me, I'm sure I can help you save your family. Hui also nodded his head and said, then let's go. Subsequently, Taoist heavenly general came to the medicinal herb warehouse of the military headquarters and began to configure a large amount of Xianghuang snake repellent powder. Between the flashes of golden light, a pile of golden-colored powder took shape in his hands. Generals, this recipe should be memorized. The Taoist heavenly general blended and explained at the same time, 7 parts of male yellow, 3 parts of vermilion sand, and then type in a few rune spells. These are very simple spells, I can teach you all. The technicians from the military department took careful notes, afraid of missing any details. Zhao Taifeng looked at the increasing amount of snake repellent powder and said excitedly, with this, we finally have a way to deal with the foreign snakes. Meanwhile, Guanzu and the others were taken by another commander to the equipment area, where they were putting on their combat protective suits. This special protective suit was silver-white in color and covered with fine runes, able to withstand the special abyssal radiation of the abyssal region. Remember, you can only stay in the abyssally contaminated area for a maximum of 1 hour. The equipment officer said seriously. Beyond that time, the defensive effect of the suit will drop drastically. And once the suits fail, the power of the abyss will, in all likelihood, assimilate you as part of the abyss. Understood. Li Qingyun examined her oxygen mask. The purification runes in here are really subtle, even the abyssal chi can be filtered. White Frost arranged bottles of healing potions neatly on his belt, the potions glowing bright green in the sunlight. I have some extra purification potions, she said, in case of an emergency, it can be used in a pinch. Zhang Ji, meanwhile, was tuning up his equipment, the gears turning with a subtle sound. I modified some resistance devices. He said, it should hold up for a little while longer. Carrying his rune greatsword on his back, Shenbai stood by the window and looked out over the city center that was shrouded by the abyss. It was shrouded in an eerie purple mist, as if it were a land of death. Don't worry. Guanzu patted his shoulder. We will be able to save your family. Sun Wukong held the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick, with dragon patterns flowing on the stick, emitting a powerful aura. Let's go. He grinned, let those abyssal serpent monsters taste my old son's power. The crowd was fully dressed, and in their storage rings, equipped with enough androgynous powder, they walked out of the military base. In the distance, the purple abyssal mist rolled over like a sea of death. Remember to evacuate as soon as the alarm of the protective suit goes off. Guanzu finally urged, everyone stay in formation and prepare to enter the contaminated area. The moment they stepped into the purple mist, it was as if they had entered another world. Eerie whispers filled the surroundings, purple and black cracks crawled across the ground, and a sickening, putrid stench filled the air. Guanzu led the squad along the map provided by the military, through streets eroded by the power of the abyss. The purple mist was filled with deformed plants, and even the trees along the road became twisted and hideous. Everyone be careful, these abyssal creatures have high attributes. Guanzu warned as he scouted. A hissing sound suddenly came from the front, and several meters-long abyssal serpents scurried out from the ruins, their scales flashing with a bizarre purple light, and corrosive venom dripping from their fangs. Shenbai drew his rune greatsword, and the sword was instantly covered with golden runes. These runes were the result of his years of hard practice, and each of them contained a powerful force. Batusai chop! Break! Shenbai let out a soft shout. Golden light flashed as the rune greatsword drew a graceful arc. The air was torn apart as a golden sword chi whistled out. -38. 9 million. -36. 7 million. -37. 8 million. The three abyssal serpents were instantly chopped into two, but strangely, they didn't bleed from their wounds, but instead overflowed with a large amount of purple mist. Watch out! Li Qingyun shouted, they have superb recovery abilities in the abyssal region. They must be given a few mortal wounds or they will still be able to recover. Sure enough, those decapitated snake bodies were surprisingly healing rapidly, the purple mist condensing into new flesh and blood. Let me do it! Zhang Ji quickly assembled a miniature machine gun. I've added the andrographous powder configured by the Taoist Heavenly General to the shells. The machine cannon roared, and golden shells whistled out, bursting the moment they hit the abyssal serpent, releasing a large amount of androgynous powder. Hiss! The abyssal serpents let out mournful screams as their bodies began to fester and dissipate into a cloud of purple mist. Your squad member, killing the abyssal serpent, you gain abyssal points, 30 points. There are rewards for teaming up, but it's still the person with the most output that gets the most abyss points. These guys are really difficult to deal with in the abyssal region. White Frost said, with the special androgynous powder, it's much easier to deal with them. Shenbai looked at the dissipating abyssal serpent and gripped the rune greatsword in his hand. I wonder how strong that serpent king is. Guanzu, keep moving. As the party continued on, the purple mist grew thicker and the air was filled with a sickening, putrid odor. The runes on the protective suit flickered as they fought against the power of the abyss. Chapter 133, Slaying the Abyssal Serpent General. In the purple abyssal mist, Guanzu's group advanced carefully, surrounded by shocking traces of destruction. These abyssal creatures are terrifying. Li Qingyun looked at an armored vehicle corroded to the bone on the side of the road. Her voice trembled a little. Their venom can even dissolve military alloys. The streets were lined with destroyed buildings and scorched black marks. A body fell to the ground. Some had been eroded by the power of the abyss to the point that they were completely disfigured, while others maintained the gesture of struggling before death. Look over there. Zhang Ji suddenly pointed ahead. That's the guild's logo. A tattered flag fluttered in the wind, bearing the emblem of the Guild of Professionals. A dozen or so corpses lay strewn beneath the flag, their equipment indicating that this was a squad of elite professionals. Shenbai crouched down to check. They are from the Heavenly Sword Guild, and by their equipment they are all experts above the second turn. I didn't expect that all of them would end up here. The Heavenly Sword Guild was a local high-level guild in Liaoshan City. But this time, in order to resist the invasion of the abyss, all of them fell in the abyssal zone. Sun Wukong gripped the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick tightly. These abyssal monsters, we can't let them plague the earth anymore. The detector continued to emit a dripping sound, and the screen showed that the concentration of abyssal energy was gradually increasing. The further they went, the thicker the purple mist became, and the air was filled with a sickening, corrosive odor. That should be the source of the contamination up ahead. Guanzu looked at the detector and said, everyone be careful, we may encounter a strong enemy at any time. Hui took down the divine bow behind his back. Let me scout the way, my archery can detect from a distance. Suddenly, there was a tremor from the ground. Immediately afterward, a mournful scream came from not far away. There seems to be someone over there. Shenbai was startled. There might be survivors. Boo, wait. Guanzu stopped Shenbai, who wanted to rush over. Let Hui scout the situation first. Hui strung an arrow on the string and injected a hint of divine power. The arrow turned into a golden light and flew through the purple mist in the direction the voice came from. Through the images sent back by the arrows, they saw a heart-stopping scene. Hou Yi's face changed. The Abyssal Serpent General is chasing a squad of professionals from other academies. Zhang Ji quickly assembled the mechanism. I'll prepare the Xionghuan cannonball. Rescuing people first is important. Guanzu made an immediate decision. Bifrost and Li Qingyun are responsible for rescuing the survivors. Monkey, exterminate that Abyssal Snake General. Okay. On the streets filled with the abyssal purple mist, several young heavenly masters from the Dao Alliance Academy were running away in a hurry, their Dao robes drenched in sweat, their faces filled with panic. Senior, that abyssal serpent will be too strong. A young celestial master shouted, our lightning magic can't even hurt it. They kept offering talismans and golden thunder exploded in the air, but those attacks landed on the Abyssal Serpent General as if they were scratching an itch. Use the 8 trigrams evil suppressing talisman. Hurry! The leading celestial master shouted, concentrate everyone's strength. The Abyssal Serpent General was huge, more than 10 feet long, and his entire body was covered with purple-black scales, each of which was inscribed with abyssal runes. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out a cloud of purple-black poisonous mist. A huge emerald-green talisman, glittering with 8 trigrams, was stuck onto the Abyssal Serpent General's head with a loud bang. The huge snake general was only immobilized for a moment, and then the talisman shattered apart. It's useless. It controls the laws of the abyss. Another celestial master cried out in despair, and in this area, it can constantly absorb the abyssal chi to recover. Caught. Just then, a golden light cut through the purple mist. Sun Wukong rose up in the air with the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick in his hand, and the dragon pattern on the stick flowed, emitting a palpitating pressure. Look at my old grandson. Heaven-breaking stick. The golden light skyrocketed, and the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick instantly rose dozens of times in size, and the shadow of the stick covered the sky. In the sound of a dragon's roar, the golden shadow of the stick smashed down heavily. -89. 7 trillion. Blast. Additional damage triggered by the law of the dragon, the law of thunder and lightning, and the power of crush. -269. 1 trillion. The Abyssal Serpent General couldn't dodge in time and was hit head-on by the stick. The terrifying force directly smashed it into mush, purple-black blood splattering everywhere. My god! What strength is this? The Dao Alliance heavenly masters were dumbstruck. Scattered on the ground were the fangs and scales of the Abyssal Serpent General, as well as 2 pieces of abyssal equipment that glowed with a purple light. Kill the 4th turn Abyssal Serpent General. Gain 3,000 abyssal points. Obtains, Abyssal Serpent General's Tooth ×3, Abyssal Scale Armor ×1, Purple Magic Staff ×1. Guanzu appeared, and with a lift of his hand, he activated the auto pickup skill. The monsters he took down and dropped materials and equipment that only he could pick up. It's Scholar Guanzu. What? The Guanzu heavenly pride of the Star Chopper Academy. It's really him. Many thanks to the great sage, and many thanks to Guan Tianzhou for saving us. The young heavenly masters of the Dao Alliance hurriedly saluted. Nothing. A small matter. Sun Wukong put away the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick. The moment the Abyssal Serpent General fell, the purple-black mist that filled the air began to dissipate, receding into the distance as if it were an ebbing tide. Several blocks of abyssal pollution faded away, and the shattered streets reappeared in their original form. Thank you all so much. The Dao Alliance Celestial Masters thanked them. If you hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid we would have been eaten by the abyssal giant snake. Guanzu took out a few packets of golden andrographus powder from his storage ring and handed it to them. This is a special snake repellent powder that can deal with those foreign snakes. Just sprinkle it on the infected, and you'll be in the area, helping those who are infected. Yes, Guanzu was just like the commander of the scene. However, in this world, strength was honored, and they were naturally willing to listen to Guanzu's words. With this, more people can be saved. A young celestial master received the staghorn powder with a gleam in his eyes. The probe beeped and the screen showed another area of concentrated abyssal energy. Sun Wukong danced a stick flower, and dragon patterns flowed on the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick. Go to the next place. Meanwhile, inside the barracks command room, Zhao Taifeng stared at the map of the contaminated area on the big screen. A purple area was fading fast and turning back to its normal color. Report, sir. The source of abyssal contamination in the southeastern region has been removed. It's the area where Guanzu and the others were operating. A technician reported excitedly. This efficiency! Zhao Taifeng exclaimed, in less than 10 minutes, an abyssal source was cleared. This kid really lives up to his name. Truly worthy of being the scholar. The adjutant also sighed with emotion. With him around, this abyssal invasion should be able to be controlled very quickly. On the screen, the signal dot representing Guanzu's squad was moving rapidly towards the next source of contamination. The purple abyssal region was still vast, but the first cracks had already appeared. Continue to monitor the situation in all districts. Zhao Taifeng ordered, be ready to support Guanzu and the others. Outside the barracks, rescue teams are moving rescued civilians to safe areas. The heavenly masters of the Taoist Alliance began to cast spells, using staghorn powder to help those infected by the foreign snakes return to normal. Thanks to the andrographous powder given by Guan Tianjiao, a celestial master said while casting a spell, this formula is truly magical, the effect is so much better than what we used before. Chapter 134, Cocoa Sweep. In the purple abyssal mist, Wan Zhu's squad continued to advance. Sun Wukong held the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick, and every time he encountered an abyssal serpent general, he just slammed his stick down. Minus 285 trillion. Minus 277 trillion. Minus 281 trillion. Boom! A powerful abyssal serpent general, in extreme shock, had its body split in pieces, and no matter how much it refined the abyssal chi, it could not be revived and died on the spot. Che, these snake generals are nothing more than that. Sun Wukong grinned, picking his teeth with his fingers. Under my old son's stick, not even $12 trillion of blood is enough to cut. The heavenly dragon Xianjin stick whistled down, and as the dragon patterns flowed, another abyssal serpent general was smashed into mush. The 8 rings immediately came forward and opened their mouths to swallow the body of the snake general. Your summoning spirit Beiji has devoured an abyssal serpent general, and the power of the law of gluttony has been increased by 2%. Burp Beiji burped, these abyssal creatures don't taste bad, just a little fishy, and I'm close to mastering the laws of the abyss after I eat them. If Inuyasha could control the laws of the abyss, then his shield of gluttony would be more resistant to the abyssal ones. Moreover, his attack power against the abyssal race could be improved. Wan Zhu side-checked the number of abyssal points he had acquired. It's already 57,000 points. As long as you save up 1 million points, you can directly exchange a third turn scroll. Area after area was cleared, and the aura of the abyss gradually receded. The broken streets reappeared into the light of day, and the military department, on its part, immediately dispatched medical crews to save the unconscious people at the scene. But after being contaminated by the abyssal gas, the health of all those civilians would be more or less shocked. Meanwhile, in the center of the most polluted area of the abyss, a massive abyssal serpent king was prostrate on the ground, its body hundreds of meters long, covered in purple-black scales that flickered with runes, with a crystalline purple unicorn horn growing on its head. There was also a sharp runic glow on the horns. Great king! It's not good. A smaller abyssal serpent crawled in hurriedly. There's a terrifying team that's clearing out our serpent generals. The abyssal serpent king raised his huge head, a cold light flashing through his scarlet vertical pupils. Oh? Someone actually dares to spoil our good deed? Yes. They have killed several Lord Snake generals. There's a guy with a stick in that group that's so powerful, our Lord Snake general couldn't walk a single move in front of him. The abyssal chi around the Snake King tumbled violently, and the abyssal passageway it was constructing was already mostly complete. At the other end of the passage, countless abyssal creatures were stirring. We can't let them spoil things. The Snake King let out a low hiss, gather all the snake generals and go together to exterminate the team. This king will build the bridgehead of the abyss over their corpses. Several huge figures swam in from all directions, all powerful abyssal serpent generals. They were even more massive than the ones that had died before, and the runes on their bodies were even more elaborate. Obey, great king! The snake generals responded in unison, we will go and crush those humans. The abyssal serpent king continued to build the passageway, knowing that in just a few more hours more of the abyssals would be able to descend upon this world. At that time, even if more human powerhouses came, it wouldn't help. Guan Zhu and his group, constantly touching one contaminated area after another. This time, coming to a secluded urban area, the surroundings were empty, and even the abyssal monsters were nowhere to be seen. Dilapidated buildings loomed in the purple mist, and the silence was haunting. It's too quiet here too. Guan Zhu frowned, everyone be careful, something is very wrong here. Zhang Ji said, the abyssal monsters, they won't be scared off by us, right? Sun Wukong gripped the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick tightly, his golden eyes flashing. Hey, brat, there's definitely a scam here. He scanned the perimeter with his fiery eyes. Unfortunately, the abyssal chi was filled with law mist, and Sun Wukong's pupil technique, not having awakened the laws, was unable to penetrate those law mists. It seems that one still has to enter the fourth turn itself to be able to do so. Sun Wukong sighed. Just then, a violent vibration suddenly came from the ground. Purple-black cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, and a huge abyssal serpent would break out from the ground, their bodies tens of meters long. Hisses. You fools! A snake general laughed and spat out purple-black poisonous mist. This is a trap that we have carefully set up. You're all screwed. Abyssal serpent mist. Die for me. Hoo hoo hoo. Terrifying poisonous fog, which is fused with the power of law, even alloy steel can be corroded, that is, if a fourth turn expert is hit, he will have to die on the spot. Gluttony armor. Open. Seeing this, the 8 rings immediately unleashed their gluttony armor, and the dark red armor instantly enveloped everyone. The poisonous mist made a snorting corrosive sound as it touched the armor. My old pig's gluttony armor is not a vegetarian. The 8 rings grinned, you're not afraid of as much rookie poisonous gas as comes your way. Watch out. Li Qingyun suddenly exclaimed, there's more up there. The building overhead collapsed, and 3 more even larger snakes would break through the wall. Runes flowed from their unicorn horns, emitting heart-pounding fluctuations. You've killed so many of our brothers. One of the snake generals said grimly, Lord Snake King is going to make you pay. The abyssal serpent general spat out a large amount of violet flames that quickly enveloped the entire neighborhood. Even with the protection of the gluttony armor, the crowd felt intense discomfort. Bye, watch out for protection. Guanzu reminded, Monkey, it's your show. Hui opened his bow and arrow, let me suppress their long-range attacks. A vicious battle broke out, and the abyssal serpent generals had surrounded Guanzu and his party. Corrosive venom dripped from their hideous fangs, and their scarlet vertical pupils were filled with killing intent. Watch me, the demon ape's true form. Sun Wukong let out a loud cry, and his golden light skyrocketed. His body rapidly grew larger, his muscles swelled, and his golden fur shimmered with a metallic sheen. The Monkey King in his demon ape form was 30 meters tall and was covered in golden thunder. Not good. His aura is even more terrifying. A snake general shouted in alarm, which country's second-turn summoning spirit is this? Yet. The heavenly dragon Xianjin stick also grew in size in the demonic ape form, transforming into a giant pillar in the sky, and the dragon pattern on the body of the stick emitted a heaven-shaking dragon roar. Death to all of them. Sun Wukong swung his giant stick, and golden light cut through the sky. Wherever the shadow of the stick passed, space was distorted. Minus 897 trillion. Minus 756 trillion. Minus 812 trillion. No. The snake generals let out miserable screams. The world was cleared with a single sweep of the stick. A head of abyssal serpent general was beaten and torn apart, purple-black blood and bones spraying into the air. The scale armor they were so proud of was as fragile as paper in front of the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick. This is the power of the heavenly dragon law. Li Qingyun marveled, combined with the demonic ape form, it's simply invincible. Sun Wukong laughed maniacally and swept across the four directions. The huge shadow of his stick was like the judgment of the heavenly emperor, crushing all enemies. Kill abyssal serpent general, gain abyssal points, 29,000. Obtained, abyssal scales times 51, abyssal fangs times 18, abyssal amethyst times 9. A large amount of materials, all of which came from the abyss, could be crafted into weapons or armor specifically to fight against the abyss when the time came. These materials are of very high value. The great sage is mighty. Chen Bai exclaimed, is this the scholar's summoning spirit? It's too strong. The 8 preceptors looked at the fragments of snake generals flying in the sky and gulped, all these snake generals' corpses are cheap for me. Eat up second senior brother. Sand Monk laughed, the law essence of these abyssal creatures will be of great use to you. The 8 rings opened their mouths and swallowed the corpses of those snake generals as the power of the law of gluttony continued to grow. His armor of gluttony became stronger with it. From a maximum of 1 trillion points of damage absorbed, it has been raised to 1 trillion. Chapter 135 Core Area. Zhao Taifeng stood in the command room of the military region, looking at the data on the big screen, too shocked to speak. It's incredible. In just 1 hour, a dozen sources of pollution were all removed. Zhao Taifeng marveled, Azu is simply our savior. On the large screen, one abyssal contaminated area was rapidly fading to purple and returning to its normal color. The data show that the abyssal energy concentration has been reduced by 80%. Quickly, immediately send a medical team into the decontaminated area and launch a rescue. Zhao Taifeng ordered, also prepare new protective suits, Azu's suit is almost at its limit. The medical team quickly assembled, and a fleet of fully equipped rescue vehicles drove to each decontamination area. Wearing white protective suits and holding a variety of therapeutic equipment, the paramedics began to treat the injured. Reporting, sir. The new protective suits are ready. An adjutant walked quickly. Very well. Bring back the old protective suits and purify them, recharge them with purified true water. Zhao Taifeng said, this batch of protective suits is expensive, so we can't waste them. On the other hand, Chen Bai hurried back home. As the top scholar of Liaoshan City, his family had been awarded a luxurious residence by the government, but unfortunately, it had now been eroded by the abyssal chi. Dad. Mom. Siblings. Chen Bai rushed into the house and saw his parents lying on the ground, their faces purple, but still breathing weakly. White Frost immediately stepped forward to check, don't worry, although it's contaminated by the power of the abyss, it can still be saved. I'll use the purification powder first, to dispel their abyssal aura. White Frost took out the white purification powder and gently sprinkled it on his parents. The purple-black energy was dispersed like smoke, and the faces of Chen Bai's family members gradually returned to normal. Thank you all so much. Chen Bai had tears in his eyes. If it wasn't for Brother Guan and your timely arrival, I'm afraid my family would have been in danger. Don't say that. Guanzu patted him on the shoulder. Saving people is the right thing to do. Besides, you're a formidable character yourself. Top 10 in the freshman conference, no joke. Sun Wukong stood by the window, his golden eyes gazing at the area shrouded in purple mist in the distance. Azu, in the end, it's just the Snake King's side that's left. Guanzu nodded, his expression grave. That's where the toughest bones are. I'm afraid that the Snake King's strength is above the 5th turn. The eighth ring patted his rounded stomach and said, whatever the number of revolutions. With eldest brother here, I'll make sure to beat him to death. Don't be careless. Guanzu reminded, the Snake King may have other backstops when he establishes the abyssal passage there. By this time, new protective clothing had been delivered. Sekijo changes into his brand new gear. Guan Tinjiao, I'll go with you. Zhao Taifeng said, the Snake King's side is too dangerous. We don't feel comfortable with you going alone. When Zhao Taifeng said this, the bandages on his body were still seeping blood, so it was obvious that his injuries had not healed. Several other commanders are not doing much better. I understand the intentions of all the military seniors. Guanzu smiled. But your injuries have not yet healed, and you are still needed here to coordinate the whole situation. That's right. Adjutant Chen Ming interjected, Commander, the rescue work is going on in all regions now. It can't be done without you sitting in on it. Zhao Taifeng sighed and took out a delicate silver box from his storage ring. Well then, this is for you. Zhao Taifeng handed the box to Guanzu. This is one of the forbidden weapons of the military ministry, the brimstone net. Guanzu opened the box, and inside lay a net that shimmered with a pale golden light, with ancient runes inscribed on it. You have gained the emerald-grade forbidden weapon, Brimstone Web. This is good stuff. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up at Guanzu's shoulder. The runes on this net are estimated to be able to trap even a fifth-turn powerhouse. Not bad. Zhao Taifeng nodded. This is a forbidden weapon that is specifically used to deal with snake lords. There aren't many of them in the entire military department, so you must use them carefully and try to exterminate that Snake King. Chen Bai and the others also rushed over, but seeing that Guanzu was accepting the task, they didn't dare to interrupt with their voices. Guanzu put away the brimstone net. Everyone just wait here for my good news. Cloth, you guys stay here and help with the rescue efforts too. Brother Azu. Chen Bai wanted to say something. Bai, your parents just got out of danger and need your care. Guanzu said. Zhang Qi said, yes. That Snake King is a fifth rotation powerhouse. We might become a burden to Brother Azu if we go. Li Qingyun and Bifrost glanced at each other and both revealed helpless expressions. Indeed, they, the second-turn freshmen, could not even be considered cannon fodder in front of a fifth-turn powerhouse. Monkey, Beiji, San Monk, let's go. Guanzu gave an order. Sun Wukong held the heavenly dragon Shinjin stick, his battle intent rising in his eyes. Hey, finally we're going to see the real thing with that Snake King. The 8 preceptors patted their bellies. Let's see my old pig go and swallow that big snake. Guanzu left the military base with the summoned spirits and headed towards the core of the most polluted area. In the distance, a purple mist rolled over, as if a sea of death. Guanzu led the summoned spirits through the heavy purple mist and deep into the most polluted area. The abyssal chi here was so dense that it had almost turned into substance, and even the runes on the protective suits were flashing rapidly, emitting ear-piercing warning sounds. Warning! Abyssal contamination has reached dangerous levels. Protective suits will last up to 30 minutes. The tone rang in his ears. The abyssal erosion here is horrible. At the top of a 100-story building, a huge abyssal serpent king was coiled on top of it. Its body was hundreds of meters long, covered in purple-black scales that shimmered with runes, and the unicorn horn on top of its head emitted purple light. The Serpent King was constructing a huge abyssal passageway, and countless hideous figures could be vaguely seen stirring at the other end of the passageway. The Snake King sensed Guanzu's aura and his huge head slowly turned around, a hint of surprise flashing through his scarlet vertical pupils. You actually came over. In other words, you killed all my snake generals? That's right. Guanzu sneered, pointing his finger at the Snake King. Now it's your turn. Sun Wukong gripped the heavenly dragon Shinjin stick tightly, his golden eyes rising with battle intent. Hey, finally we meet the rightful owner. A stinking monkey, an arrogant human, what a wanton. The Snake King was furious, his huge body rising up in the air from the building. Do you think that with a second-turn summoner, you can fight against this king's fifth-turn power? Out of your depth. The purple-black abyssal chi surged, and the space around the Snake King began to distort. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its eerie fangs. First I'll destroy you all, then I'll build the passage. 8 rings. Guanzu gave an order. Gluttony armor. Open. The 8 rings immediately cast their defensive skills, and dark red armor enveloped the crowd. The first wave of the Snake King's attack came with a bang. The purple-black poisonous mist was mixed with the power of law, and wherever it passed, even the air was corroded. Heaven-breaking stick! Sun Wukong roared, and the heavenly dragon Shinjin stick instantly grew in size, transforming into a giant pillar in the sky. The golden light and the purple mist collided in the air with a deafening pop. The entire neighborhood trembled under the terrifying shockwave. Interesting. The Snake King laughed harshly. It seems that your summoning spirit does have some skills. Its unicorn horn suddenly blossomed with a piercing purple light, and a force of abyssal laws descended with a bang. Chapter 136: Exterminating the Abyssal Serpent King. The duel between the Abyssal Serpent King and the Monkey King instantly erupted as purple and golden rays of light fiercely collided high in the sky. Heaven-breaking stick! Sun Wukong roared as he swung the heavenly dragon Shinjin stick, and a golden stick shadow crossed the sky. Abyssal fission. The Serpent King's unicorn horn shot out pillars of purple light that collided with the shadow of the stick. Bam! A deafening roar erupted. The nearby urban area shook under this terrifying energy impact, and countless buildings collapsed in the aftershocks. But there's no way out now. If we don't take out the Snake King, we'll lose even more when the time comes. 8 rings, go destroy that passageway. Guanzu gave an order. Okay. The 8 preceptors immediately rushed towards the abyssal passageway, the 9-toothed nail rake in their hands flashing with a cold light. The Snake King was furious at the sight, and his huge tail swept across. Don't even think about destroying this king's teleportation cornerstone. Hoi Lao Sha, cover the 8 rings, shouted Guanzu. Hoi opened his bow and strung up his arrows. Watch my divine archery. 9 days of continuous shooting. The 9 golden arrows cut through the sky, piercing through the scales of the Snake King and bringing out a purple-black blood mist. Great desert hand. Bind. Boom. The sand monk condensed sand and earth and transformed into a 100-meter-sized desert giant hand, strangling the Snake King and clutching it in his palm. Damned mole crickets. The Snake King roared in pain. Old Sandy and the others also had very high attributes, just not the power of the law. So it could also trap the Snake King for a little while. But not for long, because under the Snake King's outburst of laws, he could immediately disintegrate those bonds. Laws of the abyss. 10,000 snakes devour the heart. Countless small purple snakes condensed by the abyssal chi drilled out of the void, shattering the bonds of the desert's great hands and lunging at the crowd. Gluttony armor. The 8 rings closed their hands, and a dark red shield enveloped the entire team. -3. 56 million. -2. 44 million. -1. 42 million. Guanzu's greedy armor absorbed a lot of damage, in addition to his dragon abyssal shield, and a 100 billion lifesteal talent shield. Moreover, Guanzu's blood volume in his main body now got to the 300 billion magnitude. The damage was nothing to him. Of course, it was also because the gluttony armor had absorbed a large number of injuries, otherwise, it wouldn't have been a small threat to him. 8 rings, charge. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 8 rings enlarged and transformed into a giant ball. Rush to the teleportation keystone. Tarzan meteorite shock. Kill. Boom. It was as if a missile had smashed down and the shockwave shook. With a loud bang, the sturdy teleportation channel couldn't carry 8 rings' big move plus the power of the law of gluttony. Surprisingly, it directly disintegrated and burst into pieces. No! Ah! Your mom! You dead pig! The Snake King let out an angry growl, the abyssal passage that this king has been planning for so long. You dead pig! The instant the teleportation cornerstone shattered, the countless abyssal creatures at the other end of the passageway let out unwilling hisses, and the passageway collapsed. Abominable summoners, abominable dead pigs! The Snake King's eyes are red. This king will crush you. Devour you all. He. I'm afraid that you don't have this ability. Battle intent rose in Sun Wukong's golden eyes. The entire city was enveloped under the abyssal Serpent King's furious aura, and a shocking battle broke out. Summoning Spirit Reinforcement Formation. Rise for me. Guanzu raised his hand, and red light shot up to the sky beneath his feet as the crimson Summoning Spirit Reinforcement Formation unfolded beneath him, the complex runes shining with eye-catching light. And now, under Guanzu's powerful strength, the reinforcement array, which used to be only a dozen meters in size, was now spread over a small half of the city. The pillar of light from the strengthening array shot straight up into the sky, dyeing the dark clouds the color of blood. All summoned spirits, up! Guanzu gave an order. The power of the strengthening formation was injected into the summoned spirits, and their aura instantly skyrocketed. Sun Wukong's golden fur gleamed, the 8 preceptors' size rapidly expanded, and Hoi's divine bow shone with an even more dazzling light. Good man! This power. The 8 preceptors roared in excitement. Old pig, I have to teach a lesson today. This big unqualified stinker. The 8 rings' body rapidly expanded under the power of the law of gluttony, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 1,000-meter-tall giant, wrapped in dark red armor. He grabbed the Serpent King's tail and flung it high into the air. Dead snake! Dare to scold the old pig. Today I'll let you taste the power of the old pig. Damned fools! The Snake King roared, just like you deserve to. Before the words were finished, a golden light fell from the sky. Sun Wukong had already turned on his demon ape form, and the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick in his hand transformed into a giant pillar in the sky, carrying a heaven-destroying aura as it smashed down. Taste my old son's heaven-breaking stick. -2,890 trillion. Blast. -1,470 trillion. -1,380 trillion. 3 consecutive clubs slammed down, and the Snake King's scales crumbled, purple-black blood pouring like a waterfall. However, it opened its huge mouth and violently inhaled the surrounding abyssal chi, and its broken body unexpectedly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha! The Snake King laughed wildly. In this abyssal region, this king is immortal. You guys can never kill me. The abyssal chi surged into the Snake King's body like a tidal wave, its injuries healed in an instant, and its breath climbed again. The runes on the unicorn horn flashed, and a force of abyssal laws descended with a bang. Abyssal fission. The entire sky was shrouded in purple thunder, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused space to start distorting. Great sage, be careful, warned Guanzu. Hey, good come. Sun Wukong advances instead of retreating, the golden light on the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick flourishes. Look at my old grandson's stick shadow of 1,000 stacks. Thousands of stick shadows intertwined in the air, colliding with the purple thunder and erupting in a deafening roar. The entire city trembled under the impact of this terrifying energy. Fighting like this is not an option, Guanzu thought darkly. Hui then said, Little master, get ready to move the brimstone net. This old snake is already at the end of its strength. What does that mean? Guanzu asked. Hui was worthy of being a god of war in ancient times, and had a special understanding of the way of war. He was incredibly observant. Hui explained, after the teleportation channel was destroyed, the abyssal chi in this place became less and less used, so he won't be able to recover well for a while. Guanzu also looked at the mist, but he didn't see the shift in its color concentration. Perhaps this is the eye of Hui's godly archer. It's not something he can compete with. After the next few passes, Guanzu also noticed that the purple abyssal mist was fading as the teleportation channel was destroyed. Every time the Snake King absorbed the abyssal chi to recover from his injuries, the effect was weakening significantly. Hey, this old snake is already dying, shouted the Monkey King excitedly. He's absorbing less and less of the abyssal chi. The Snake King also sensed something bad. Its huge body began to twist uneasily, and the light of the rune on its unicorn horn was obviously much dimmer. Asterisk. Damn! The Snake King roared in fury, a mere mole cricket, how dare you jeopardize my great event? I'll exterminate you next time. Right at this moment, the Snake King's body suddenly began to become transparent, transforming into a purple-black mist as he tried to flee the battlefield. Want to run? The door is not even there. Guanzu sneered and took out the brimstone net from his storage ring. Trapped for me. The golden brimstone net unfolded in the air, instantly expanding to hundreds of meters between the flashes of runes, enveloping the Snake King who was transformed into mist. Ah! What is this thing? The Snake King let out a mournful scream. I can't break free. The runes on the brimstone mesh reacted violently with the power of the abyss, pressing the Serpent King back into solid form. Its huge body struggled frantically in the net, but it was unable to break through the slightest bit. 8 rings. Monkey. It's now! Shouted Guanzu. Couldn't wait. You personal opportunity. The Monkey King laughed, his body in demonic ape form erupting with blinding golden light. Heaven-breaking stick. Give me death. The heavenly dragon Xianjin stick whistled down, and between the flashes of the dragon pattern, a golden stick shadow smashed down in the air. Minus 2,890 trillion. Blast. Tarzan meteorite shock. The 8 rings also unleashed their big moves, and their gigantic, 1,000-meter-tall bodies descended from the sky. Minus 570 trillion. The ultimate strike of the 2 great experts sent the Snake King flying with blood and flesh. This time, without the replenishment of the abyssal chi, it could never recover. Ah! It can't be. I'm a 5th-turn powerhouse. I have a world to conquer. How can I die here? Ah! The Snake King let out a desperate hiss. Its body began to disintegrate and dissipated into bits of purple light. Before dying, its scarlet vertical pupils were filled with unwillingness and panic. Killed the 5th-turn Abyssal Serpent King. Gained Abyssal points, 100,000 points. You have completed the Heavenly Abyss quest. Acquired Heart of the Abyssal King times 1. Emerald Grade Abyssal Gemstone x3. Abyssal Crystals times 100. Law of the Arrow God Stone times 1. Gain 5,000 military honors. Gain 100 million gold coins. Ha, lol. It's great. Sun Wukong put away the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick and knocked the Abyssal Snake King to death. It made his fighting laws, which had reached LV4. With the death of the Serpent King, the abyssal contamination throughout the city began to rapidly subside. The purple mist dissipated like an ebbing tide, and the sun shone again on the weathered land. Chapter 137, Stock of the Harvest, Hui masters the laws. With the fall of the Abyssal Serpent King, the last contaminated area in Liaoshan City was finally restored to clarity. The purple mist gradually dissipated into the sky and earth, and the sunlight sprinkled down on the earth again. People came out of their shelters and were thrilled to tears as they looked at the city that had regained its light. Great! The abyssal monsters have finally been destroyed. It was Guanzu Tianjiao who saved our entire city. Thank you, Guan Tianjiao. Thanks to the heroes of the Star Chopper Academy and the military department. Cheers rose, and the citizens who hadn't been affected by the waves of pollution from the abyss spontaneously gathered in the streets, chanting Guanzu's name. Inside the military region's command headquarters, Zhao Taifeng and the other officers looked at the fading purple area on the big screen with excited smiles on their faces. I really didn't expect that 5th-turn Abyssal Serpent King to be easily solved by Guanzu, a captain exclaimed. Zhao Taifeng nodded. Not only did he finish off the Snake King, he also destroyed the Abyssal Passage. If Guanzu hadn't stopped it in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This kid, Guanzu, deserves to be the seed that our military department values. Another commander said, "This battle prowess and boldness is truly rare." Meanwhile, the Chinese General Army headquarters. A group of generals also knew about the great event of Guanzu pacifying the abyssal Snake King of Liushan City. When they learned that Guanzu had led the summoned spirits to kill the 5th-turn Snake King with his 2nd-turn cultivation, everyone was shocked. "Ha ha ha, old Qi, you've taken in a good disciple." A lieutenant general laughed and patted Qi Yun's shoulder. "Yeah, this kid is too marvelous." Another general exclaimed, "To be able to fight against a 5th-turn powerhouse at only the 2nd turn, this kind of talent is simply unheard of." Qi Yun smiled and said, "This child, Azu, is indeed good. Not only is he gifted, but his heart is also very stable. Of course, most importantly, there is a handsome master." "Qi Yun, you stink." Guanzu stood up from beside the corpse of the Abyssal Serpent King and counted the loot one by one. The most striking thing was the Abyssal King's heart, which took on a purple-black crystal shape, about the size of a fist, with mysterious runes entwined on its surface, emitting an eerie dark aura. This Abyssal King's heart, it's really a rare object. Sun Wukong came closer to observe. "Look at those runes, they're all condensed from the laws of the abyss." The 8 rings patted their round stomachs and said, "Azu, quickly try to see how effective it is. This is a consumable item that was popped out by the 5-turn Snake King, so it's definitely not simple." Guanzu carefully scrutinized the Abyssal King's heart in his hand, and through the translucent crystal he could see the deep purple energy flowing inside. It was a rare treasure that not only allowed the user to gain permanent immunity to abyssal pollution, but also drastically reduced the damage of abyssal creatures. Guanzu said, raising the Abyssal King's heart to his lips. As he swallowed the Abyssal King's heart, a cool sensation instantly spread throughout his body. Purple energy flowed through him, melding with his flesh and blood. He felt that his body was undergoing some kind of marvelous change. Ding! You have taken the heart of the Abyssal King, 5th-turn Emerald level consumable. Passive skill, immunity to abyssal magic. Gain passive skill, abyssal resistance. You gain permanent immunity to abyssal pollution, and abyssal creatures deal 30% less damage to you. Your summoned spirit also enjoys this bonus. How does it feel? Hui asked, judging from your aura, it seems to have some sort of resonance with the power of the abyss. Guanzu moved his body and was pleasantly surprised to find that the residual abyssal chi around him was completely harmless to him. It's too amazing. This feeling, it's like there's no fear of the power of the abyss at all. The remnants of the purple mist surrounded his body, but it was unable to cause the slightest damage to him. It felt like he had gained some kind of special recognition, and the power of the abyss could no longer harm him. This is great. The 8 rings said cheerfully, we'll be in a much better position to deal with abyssal creatures in the future. San Monk also nodded his head and said, it is indeed a good treasure, and in the future, Mr. Guan won't have to wear such a troublesome protective suit when he enters the abyssal region again. Guangji gave a thumbs up and said, awesome. Master, look at the other treasures. Then, Guanzu took out the arrow Dao La Divine Stone that shimmered with golden light, a transparent crystal that seemed to contain countless golden arrows flowing within. This is the reward bestowed by completing the Heaven's Way quest. Hui, this is the arrow Dao La Divine Stone for you. Guanzu smiled as he handed the divine stone to Hui. Hui solemnly received the Law God Stone, and he could feel the majestic power contained within it. Many thanks to little master. This Law Divine Stone, it's finally here. Hui said excitedly. He affixed the Law God Stone to his brow, and in an instant, golden light exploded. Countless golden runes surged out of the divine stone and surrounded Hui's body. Hui's aura began to skyrocket as golden law power flowed through him, the divine bow in his hand trembled, and dense golden runes emerged on the bow. Your summoned spirit Hui has successfully fused the laws of the Arrow Dao Godstone, and Hui controls the laws of the Arrow Dao, LV1. The law of the arrow path fits Hui's main talent. The effect of the law of the arrow is increased by 300%. Hey, is this the power of the law? Hui looked up to the sky and shouted, finally, I've waited for this day. The Monkey King clapped his hands and praised, good. Old E has mastered the laws as well. Let me try the power. Hui opened his bow and strung an arrow, and golden arrows coalesced on the bowstring. This time, the arrow was completely different from the past. The body was draped in golden law power, and a miniature golden vortex even coalesced at the tip of the arrow. Go! Whoosh! The golden arrow broke through the air, tearing the air wherever it passed, exploding in the distance and piercing through a cloud in the sky. Too strong! San Monk exclaimed, the power of this arrow is more than 10 times stronger than before. The 8 preceptors also gave a thumbs up. Ho-ya! You're awesome now! With this arrow, even a 5th-turn powerhouse would have to weigh it. Hui felt the power filling his body, and he knew that his strength had taken a qualitative leap. From then on, even if he faced a 5th rotation powerhouse, he had the power to fight. Cozy! Little master! Hui said solemnly, with this power, I will definitely be able to better assist you in your conquest. Guanzu smiled and nodded his head, with you powerful warlords, I will be able to destroy the Abyssal clan. Sun Wukong waved his heavenly dragon Xianjin stick. Hey, well. Let's all master the laws, and when the time comes to join forces, we'll beat the hell out of the Abyssal Demon King. Hoi's increased strength has brought the entire summoning spirit team to another level of combat power. This team led by a second-turn summoner already had the strength to violently beat fifth-turn powerhouses. Chapter 138 Jade Dragon City's Abyssal Passage breaks open. Abyssal crystals are materials that can be used to create equipment. Guanzu took out the last 3 emerald abyssal gems. These gems took on a deep dark green color, with mysterious abyssal runes carved on their surfaces, as if a purple mist was flowing inside. Each gem emitted a faint ghostly light, looking extremely mysterious. This is an enchanted treasure, and the effect is retained permanently. Guanzu said excitedly, even if we change weapons in the future, this enchantment effect will still exist. What is conscience? This is the heavenly setting of conscience. Sun Wukong came closer to observe those gems, his golden eyes flashed with a strange luster, and then he also knew the words of the treasure. This baby is good, it can add an extra 15% abyssal law damage to our attacks. Eldest brother is right. The 8 rings rubbed their hands together. With this, fighting abyssal monsters will be even more advantageous. Guanzu laughed as he distributed the gem to the 3 main summoning spirits, Monkey, Hoi, and Beiji. The 3 of you have mastered the laws, so you'll be the first to use them. Old Sha, Guangji, you guys wait for the back. As long as we keep killing the abyssal monsters, there's still a chance to get it. Okay, we're not in a hurry. Old Sha laughed. Now speaking, in terms of output ability, naturally the 3 of them were a bit higher. Gemstones for them can maximize efficiency. Each of the 3 jewels disappeared into their bodies, and in an instant, purple light flowed around the 3 summoned spirits. Deep purple patterns emerged from Sun Wukong's armor, the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick. Hoi's divine bow also dazzled with a faint purple light, and the 8 preceptors' 9-toothed nail rake even shone with a deep luster. Good. Sun Wukong waved his heavenly dragon Xianjin stick. Old son, feel that my strength has risen quite a bit again. It's even more energizing to fight now. A golden purple stick shadow cut through the sky, shattering an abandoned building in the distance. The destructive power had risen a great deal more than before. Guanzu was a bit numb. No, monkey, keep it tight. Let's not destroy it. Holding a thread. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Ha. The 8 preceptors followed suit and waved the 9-toothed nail harrow, purple light flickering at the tip of the harrow. Now the abyssal monsters will have a hard time. Hoi opened his bow and strung his arrow. An arrow that was covered in gold and purple light coalesced and took shape. He gently loosened the bowstring, and the arrow instantly pierced through a thick steel plate hundreds of meters away, leaving a perfectly round hole. Not bad. Hoi nodded his head in satisfaction. With this abyssal laws addition, the power of my arrows has gone to the next level. The strength of all 3 summoned spirits had been significantly increased, which filled Guanzu's heart with confidence as well. With these powerful helpers, they would surely be able to overcome all obstacles and be invincible. San Monk and Xin Chang also marveled at the situation, and as they watched the strength of the 3 of them increase once again, they were filled with energy and looked forward to obtaining similar enhancements themselves. Guanzu opened the system panel and checked his abyssal points, 191,000 points. Save another 810,000 points and you'll be able to directly turn 3. A trace of excitement flashed in Guanzu's eyes. He returned to the command headquarters with the summoned spirits and was greeted warmly as soon as he entered. Too powerful, Guan Tianzhou. Zhao Taifeng said excitedly, not only did you destroy the Snake King this time, but you also destroyed the Abyssal Passage. It's simply a great merit. Brother Zhou, you're really giving face to our military. You're awesome. Another commander gave a thumbs up. Seniors are flattered. Guanzu said modestly, this is all what I should do. By the way, are there any more quests? I want to quickly save up some points and then impact the 3rd turn. Zhao Tiefeng's expression suddenly became serious as he walked over to the battle map. There is indeed a mission, but it's rather dangerous. Zhao Taifeng pointed at a red dot on the map, Jade Dragon City in the northern border plateau, where the Abyssal Passage was breached. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Grandma whistle. I was worried that there was no place to show my fists, but the situation there is complicated. Zhao Taifeng said, the air in the plateau region is thin and the temperature is extremely low, making it unfavorable for battles. Especially the ice abyssal monsters over there have made the entire environment icy. We're at a disadvantage in a place like that. It's fine. Beiji laughed as he patted his belly. With my old pig's gluttony armor, I'm not afraid of hot or cold. Hoi nodded his head as well. I've just acquired the laws of the arrow Dao, so I'm just in time to try out the power. Alright then, I'll arrange for the transmission array. Zhao Taifeng said as he pressed his communicator. Xiao Zhang, prepare to open the teleportation array in Jade Dragon City in the northern border. Guanzu also began to check the quests about Jade Dragon City. As a result, a surprise message appeared in his eyes. Because of the reason why the Jade Dragon City's Abyssal Passage had broken open, the Heavenly Dao had increased the quest rewards for that place. If one could complete the task of repairing the formation, different professions were able to obtain different rewards. Among them, summoners, surprisingly, were able to obtain a 10 consecutive draw. A chance to draw 10 times in a row. Last time he drew 10 in a row, he got Hoi, a great general. This time, it's not unlikely that there's a gold-level summoning spirit. This mission, say what you will, you must take it. Soon, a teleportation array with a flashing blue light lit up at the command center. Guanzu walked into it with the summoned spirits and disappeared in a flash of light. I wish you all triumph, Zhao Taifeng said softly as he looked at the afterglow of the teleportation array. At the same time, outside of Jade Dragon City in the northern border plateau, a huge abyssal portal was spewing purple-black mist. Countless ice-blue-colored abyssal creatures surged out from it, launching themselves at this snowy mountain city. A piercingly cold aura hung around the bodies of the ice-blue abyssal creatures. On the city walls, the defenders in white cold-proof suits were struggling to resist, but the city's protective array already had large gaps in it. Cold air seeped into the city along the breaches. The ground and the surfaces of the buildings were covered in thick frost. And in the frosty environment, those abyssal monsters were even more powerful. As soon as Guanzu arrived at the place, he was immediately surrounded by stars. He was led all the way to the command headquarters. Guan Tianjia. Great, you actually came this way. Li Hansan, the president of the Jade Dragon City's largest guild, the Jade Dragon Society, quickly stepped forward to welcome him. I recognize you, you're that genius summoner from the Star Chopper Academy. I've seen your live stream of the college entrance exam, it really brings honor to our China. Li Hansan had a sturdy figure and wore a heavy leather armor, but at the moment, his brows were tightly locked and his expression was grave. President Li, how is the situation? Guanzu asked. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as he stared vigilantly at the abyssal creatures that kept coming from outside the city. Oi, it's bad. Li Hansan gritted his teeth and said, a traitor destroyed the city's protective array. Of the 7 array eyes, 3 have already been destroyed, causing a gap in the protective array, which allowed those abyssal monsters to take advantage of it. Have you already sent someone to fix it? Guanzu asked. Sent, but, Li Hansan looked sad. AI. We sent several elite squads to escort the formation master over, and they were all surrounded by those abyssal monsters. There were heavy casualties. There was a loud bang in the distance as a huge frost giant wielded an ice hammer and smashed a crack in the city wall. The defenders let out an alarmed cry and scrambled to organize their defense. Have those traitors been caught? Beiji asked, a fierce glint in his eyes. Only a few minions have been captured. Li Hansan sighed, the mastermind behind this has yet to be found. Those who were captured said that it was an organization called the Blue Moon Cult that did it. It's this Blue Moon demon god again. His grandmother. Guanzu cursed in his heart. Just then, a miserable scream came from the south direction of the city, and several defenders were frozen into ice sculptures by the frost giant's frigid aura. Hoi removed his divine bow. The situation is critical. We have to repair the formation eye quickly. President Li, tell us the exact location of the formation eye. Guanzu said, I'll bring my men to escort the formation masters over to fix it. This. Li Hansan hesitated. Guan Tianjiao, there are just too many abyssal monsters over there, and they're all ice type. It's unfavorable to fight in this environment. It's fine. Sun Wukong grinned, his golden fur fluttering in the cold wind as he flew with confidence. An ice monster? I just don't know if you can eat cold ones. Beiji. Chapter 139, The Great Battle in the East of the City. Guanzu was studying the details of the mission when a familiar voice suddenly came from the system's communication. It was a message from his own best friend. Ancestor Guan, I didn't expect you to come to Jade Dragon City as well. Bai Yudi's pleasant voice came through the Heavenly Dao system. I just saw the new mission released by the Ministry of War, and I didn't realize you were here. Dressed in a long black dress, draped in ghostly green flames, Bai Yuyue was standing on another high tower in Jade Dragon City. Her bone dragon circled behind her, the blood-colored armor on its bones making a metallic clash in the cold wind. Nowadays, Bai Yudi's 3 bone dragons were already more powerful than before. Yui, did you take on the task of repairing the formation as well? Guanzu was a bit surprised. Yes. Bai Yudi laughed softly, the rewards given by the Heavenly Dao are very generous. If I complete the mission, I can obtain a super powerful undead. I heard that it's a general's undead soul from an ancient battlefield. The 8 Rings scratched his head. This quest reward is quite interesting. It's different for each profession. That's right, Guanzu. Bai Yuyue suddenly lowered her voice and said, our Underworld Academy has a special Heavenly Dao token that doubles the number of abyssal points acquired when used. Now that I'm one of the core heavenly prides of the Academy has rewarded me with a piece. Want to team up? It will allow you to obtain abyssal points faster. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Double? Wouldn't that allow Azu to break through to the 3rd turn faster? And if Guanzu had turned 3 early, they would be able to enter the 3rd turn as well and condense a powerful battle spirit. Bai Yui said, and the task of repairing the formation originally allowed for teams, why don't we join together? With your strength plus my bone dragon, we can definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Hoi agreed, indeed a good idea. But that girl's bone dragon is not very strong. Instead, twice the number of abyssal points will be of great use to us. Guanzu looked at the huge number of abyssal creatures that kept coming outside of the city, and the cold aura emanating from them had already caused a thick layer of ice to form on the city walls. This time it was definitely a refreshing swipe of points. With twice as many, it might be possible to enter the third turn today. Good. Let's team up then. Guanzu agreed decisively. Great. Bai Yu said, I'll bring the bone dragon over to meet you guys right away. A few moments later, a mighty bone dragon circled, the blood-colored armor on the dragon's bones shimmering with a dark red light. White Spectre stood atop the head of the bone dragon, her black dress hunting, her body surrounded by ghostly green fire, appearing both elegant and powerful. Zhu! Bai Yu jumped off the bone dragon and came to Guanzu. Coming. Guanzu greeted. Aha! Soon, the president who was guarding Jade Dragon City dispatched another group of formation masters over. There were millions of people in Jade Dragon City, and repairing the formation was imminent. A group of nervous-looking formation masters were brought before Guanzu, all of them wearing heavy cold-proof clothing and holding various colors of formation flags and spells in their hands, but it was hard to hide the look of fear on their faces. Guan Tianjiao, just the two of you? It's not that we doubt your strength. It's just that abyssal monster is too terrifying and extremely resilient, so we're a little worried. The old formation master at the head said in a trembling voice. Several teams sent out earlier, including one of my old colleagues, didn't make it back alive. A roar came from the city walls hundreds of kilometers away from each other, and several 100-meter-tall frost giants were wildly crashing into the walls, shaking the entire ground. Don't worry, we're here to make sure you get the restoration done safely. White Spectre smiled as her bone dragon spread its bone wings and let out a low hiss. If you really encounter danger, I will open the necrotic channel and escort you back from the evacuation. The 8 preceptors laughed as they patted their round stomachs. I'm afraid of a ball. With my old pig here, I'll make sure those ice monsters can't get close to you. Piggyback's powerful performance during the entrance exam in the first place was also evident to the array masters. And this time, he was clearly much more powerful than he was back then. This gave the formation masters a little more confidence as well. Okay. Then we'll charge with the 2 heavenly pride. These 3 formations must be repaired, or else when a large number of monsters descend from the side of the abyssal passage, the entire city will be devastated. Yeah, fight! The formation masters exclaimed. Guanzu opened the map to take a closer look. The nearest damaged eye of the formation was in the direction of the east of the city, where there was a huge teleportation spell formation. However, several of the cornerstones had been blown up and shattered by the spies of the abyssal cult, and needed to be repaired. Part of the formation east of the city is inside the city. Guanzu pointed at the map and said, but there are already abyssal monsters over there that have broken through the defense line. The army professionals are engaging them. At this moment, the sounds of fierce battles were constantly coming from the huge opening in the east of the city, and the professional warriors of the military department were fighting a group of ice lizards and ice crocodiles. The scales of those abyssal creatures were covered with thick ice crystals as the cold air filled the air, and their defense was very high. Moreover, they were surrounded by a cold light, and every attack carried a piercing coldness that would slow people down and even frostbite them. Those ice lizards and ice crocodiles have strong defenses. A formation master said in horror, their cold air attacks can instantly freeze a person into an ice sculpture. Even a 4th-turn professional could fall if they are hit. A hint of battle intent flashed in Sun Wukong's golden eyes, and the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick in his hand emitted a buzzing sound. He, they're all a bunch of little caramels. Just in time to try out my old grandson's newly acquired power of the abyssal laws and whack them to death. Azu, I'll have the bone dragon cover the air. Bai Yu said as the bone dragon spread its wings and rose into the air, you take the summoning spirit and open the way in front, we'll protect the formation master in the back. Yes. The battle in the east direction of the city became more and more intense, with screams coming from time to time. There were unionized professionals who were struck by the ice crocodile's cold aura and instantly turned into ice sculptures. Then, they were crushed by the ice crocodile's claws and died completely. Let's go! Guanzu barked out an order. Monkey, you take the front, 8 preceptors are in charge of defense, Hui is at the back to press the line, and the rest are responsible for keeping us safe. Okay. Go. Sun Wukong wielded the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick and rode the somersault cloud, rushing forward. Guanzu and his group arrived at the war zone on the east side of the city, which was already in the midst of a fierce battle. Thousands of military warriors and local guild professionals were fighting against a large number of abyssal frost clans, and the entire street was covered in frost under the cold air. These frost clans' defense is too strong. Our attacks can't hit them at all. A military warrior shouted. There are reinforcements coming. Monkey King. It's Guanzu Tianjiao coming over. The sergeant cheered. Battle intent rose in Sun Wukong's eyes, and his golden fur danced wildly in the cold wind. Ha! It's none other than me, the Monkey King. Look at my old grandson. He plucked off a handful of golden hairs and blew gently. Golden light shot out in all directions, instantly manifesting more than 200 identical Sun Wukong doppelgangers, each holding the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick and exuding an astonishing aura. It's all working. Boys, hit me hard. At Sun Wukong's command, more than 200 doppelgangers struck out at the same time, the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick whistled out, and the golden light intertwined into a brilliant curtain of light. Each strike came with the power of the Abyssal Laws, the Heavenly Dragon Laws, and the Thunderbolt Laws, and the purple golden stick shadows poured down like a torrential downpour. Bang! 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 Ahead of Frost Abyssal clan warriors were beaten and torn apart. The hard ice armor was as fragile as papier-mâché under the Heavenly Dragon Xianjin stick, and purplish black blood splattered into the air. You have slain a Frost Abyssal clan warrior, and you have gained 20 Abyssal points, twice the bonus. You have slain a Frost Abyssal clan warrior, and you have gained 20 Abyssal points, twice the bonus. You have slain a Frost Abyssal clan warrior, and you have gained 20 Abyssal points, twice the bonus. The doppelgangers bombarded wildly, and soon Guanzu's side had gained close to 10,000 Abyssal points. It was one step closer to the third turn. Bravo! Bai Yuyue cheered as she rode on the bone dragon. Monkey is mighty. Just then, the ground shook violently. 500-meter-tall frost giants rushed in from the gap, their bodies covered in thick ice crystal armor, exuding the terrifying aura of a fifth-turn powerhouse. Death-seeking mole crickets. The frost giant in the lead roared, raising a fist like a mountain. Die for me! Gluttony armor! Open! The 8 rings immediately cast their defensive skills, and dark red armor enveloped the entire team. Immediately after that, the 8 rings body-shaped sword. True Lord Mighty! It quickly swelled up to 300 meters tall under the gluttony law enhancement, and was even taller than those frost giants. His body was gnarled with muscles and he emitted a terrifying pressure. Come on! Let's give you all a taste of what the old pig can do. Chapter 140 Abyssal Sect Young Master Etion's Plot. The 8 rings' huge body stood proudly in the cold wind, dark red gluttony true chi draping around his entire body. He wrapped his arms around them and grabbed the 5 frost giants in one big hand like a giant palm of steel. His figure was still enlarging, as big as 500 meters, like a huge skyscraper. The soldiers in the city showed shocked looks after seeing it. It's too big. Ha ha, let you all taste the power of the old pig. With the power of gluttony, my old pig can lift 10,000 mountains. The 8 preceptors laughed. His right arm's veins rippled as he violently threw the 5 frost giants high into the air. Those giants let out a terrified roar and rolled over and over in the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You dead pig. You dare to humiliate us like this. The leading frost giant roared in rage, but he was unable to use his strength high in the air. A mere second turn, when we land, it will be your death. I'm going to freeze your pig brain. I want to braise your pig's feet. Treadmill. Monkey. Your turn. The 8 rings shouted. Okay. Devil Ape True Body. Open. Sun Wukong's figure soared, his golden hair dancing wildly, and his demon ape true body released a shocking pressure. The heavenly dragon Xianjin stick in his hand had already transformed into a dark black giant pillar in the sky, with thunder wrapping around it like a dragon, zipping and zipping, emitting a strong roaring electric sound. Look at my old grandson. Skybreaker stick. The shadow of the stick swept across the sky, and gold and purple rays of light intertwined into a brilliant curtain of light. The 3 frost giants were hit by this terrifying strike, their sturdy ice armor instantly shattered, and their massive bodies split apart, turning into roiling ice crystals. Minus 2,750 trillion. Minus 2,380 trillion. Minus 4,750 trillion. Blasting. Damn. This is the second turn? I can't believe I was killed in seconds. Ah. You have killed 3 fifth-turn frost giants. You gain 30,000 abyssal points, twice the bonus. Hoi. The remaining 2 are yours. Sun Wukong shouted. Hoi's expression was grave, his long golden hair fluttering. He was bare-armed, and the tattoos on his body glowed a brilliant golden color. The divine bow in his hand bloomed with surging divine power. The laws of the arrow Dao flowed around him, allowing him to make each of his next arrows contain a heaven-destroying power. Chasing the sky with continuous shooting. Go! A golden arrow broke through the air. Each arrow was like a small round of sun, drawing a splendid trajectory in the air. With the laws of the arrow Dao added, the power of the arrows was boosted to the extreme. Boom! 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 The 2 remaining frost giants were drowned by the rain of arrows, and golden explosions bloomed high in the sky. Minus 1,750 trillion. Minus 2,180 trillion. Minus 1,950 trillion dollars. These frost giants, 15 tubes of blood, 100 trillion each. This moment clears straight away. When the light dissipated, 2 mangled giant corpses fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. Kill 2 frost giants of the 5th turn. Gain 20,000 abyssal points, double bonus. Hoi's Law of the Arrow Road, upgraded to LV2. Good. Hoi said excitedly, I feel like the power of the arrow Dao laws has increased again. A golden light flowed through Hoi's body, and his Law of the Arrow Dao unexpectedly broke through directly to LV2. Slaying strong enemies in actual battles had greatly enhanced his power of law. Laws of the Arrow Dao LV2. Hoi was pleasantly surprised. I feel like the power of my arrows has increased a bit more. The 8 rings stood on the city wall and swallowed 5 huge frost giant corpses in one gulp, his body shimmering dark red under the law of gluttony. Hiccup, these frost giants taste pretty good. Just a little cold, Beiji said with a belch. As he devoured these ice abyssal creatures, a cold power flowed through him, resonating with the law of gluttony. Your summoning spirit Beiji's law of gluttony has been upgraded to LV5. The 8 rings have comprehended the laws of frost, LV1. Ha ha, old pig, I feel an extra cold aura inside me. The 8 preceptors said excitedly, is this the power of the law of frost? Comfortable. As he waved his hand, a wave of cold air condensed in his palm, forming a crystalline ice flower. After being transformed by the law of gluttony, his resistance to the frost system had also increased dramatically. 8 precepts, you're awesome now. Sun Wukong laughed, even the laws have been eaten out. Piggy scratched his head, what you eat makes up for what you have. After the battle, the abyssal creatures in the eastern region of the city were swept away. The defenders let out cheers and thanked Guanzu and the others. It's too powerful. Guan Tianjiao, your summoning spirit is too powerful. Thanks to your help, it's finally safe here. I can't imagine that such a powerful frost giant was directly killed by Guanzu Tianjiao. Oh my god, that was vicious. Guanzu immediately said to that formation squad, quick, start repairing it. Yes. The formation masters immediately began to take action as they took out formation flags and magic weapons and set up repair formations around the broken formation base. More than a dozen array masters were seated around the pedestal, the array flags in their hands flickering with brilliant light. A channel of spiritual energy was injected into the broken cornerstone, and the crumbling lines were gradually repaired. A few minutes later, the base refinishing was completed. The broken areas were filled in well with new material. Buzz! A light flashed. It worked! The old formation master at the head of the group said joyfully. With the completion of the pedestal repair, a crystalline shroud of light descended from the sky like a giant crystal dome, enveloping the entire eastern region of the city. Great! The shield on the east side of the city has been restored. The defenders cheered. There are 2 more. After they're all repaired, the big shield will be reactivated. The cold inside the shroud of light was dispersed and the temperature gradually picked up as the frost covering the building began to melt. The area is safe again. There are still 2 more locations that need to be repaired. Guanzu said, let's hurry to the next location. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from each other, in the Abyssal Clan's army camp, cold air filled the air, and a huge ice crystal tent shimmered with a ghostly blue light in the snow. Damn! The protective array in the east of the city was actually repaired. The Frost Great General was enraged as he slammed his fist on the ice crystal throne, and the entire tent trembled. The image coming from the communication crystal showed a group of humans repairing the formation base. And around them, it was clearly that summoner Guanzu and his summoned spirits who had made the Abyssal Clan scared. Reporting to the general, that human summoner Guanzu is here. He's the one who brought the people to repair the formation. His summoning spirit, it's so powerful that it was able to kill a 5th turn powerhouse. A scout prostrated himself on the ground and reported. Etian stood on the side, he was dressed in a deep purple robe, a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. As the young master of the Abyssal sect, he could be said to hate Guanzu to the bone. This person had influenced the plans of the Abyssal sect many times, and had saved all the geniuses they had worked so hard to capture in the first place. Guanzu! Etian gritted his teeth and said, last time in the fighting secret realm, you didn't know what means you used to control those demon kings. I couldn't make a move against you. I didn't expect you to actually dare to come here. What a way to seek your own death. The Frost Great General turned to Etian, young Lord Etian, this Guanzu seems to be a character wanted by Lord Blue Moon? Nice. It's him. Etian laughed fiercely, this kid offended our Blue Moon sect and is now wanted by Lord Blue Moon. If we can capture him alive and offer him to Lord Blue Moon, you and I will definitely receive a heavy reward. This reward may even allow you to enter the 6th turning realm. 6 turns. The temperature inside the tent plummeted, and the Frost Great General stood up, his huge body covered in thick blue ice armor, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Good. Then let's lay a dragnet and wipe out this arrogant human. The Frost Great General said in a low voice. A hint of cunning flashed in Etian's eyes. General, I have a plan. We can. He went to the Frost Great General's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing this, the Great General's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. Good plan. Great General Frost laughed out loud, pass the orders down, set up as the young lord said. This time, we must make sure that Guanzu can't fly with his wings. Busy horns sounded in the camp, and countless frost warriors began to set up ambushes according to Etian's plan. They are going to net Guanzu, the big fish. Etian stood high above the city, looking out at the city in the distance. Guanzu, let's see where you're going to escape this time. When I catch you, I'm going to torture you for a while first. Make your life worse than death. And then sacrifice you to the great blue moon god. Chapter 141 Ambush in the Abyss. The protective light shield on the east side of the city relighted, and Guanzu didn't stop for a moment, immediately leading his team towards the 2nd formation eye. The occasional sporadic frost creatures encountered along the way were easily dealt with by the summoned spirits. The 2nd eye of the formation was 60 kilometers outside of the city. A huge statue was arranged there, which was carved with the heroes who defended Jade Dragon City back then. At the moment, the statue of the hero had been blown to pieces, and the protective cornerstone below had been destroyed. What made Guanzu and the others a little curious was that there weren't many monsters guarding this place. Inuyasha grunted, "It can't be that they knew we were coming and they fled." My old pig's original incarnation of the true Lord's might, several hundred meters high, was probably seen by them. Sandmonk analyzed, it could also be that their main force has retreated. After all, the current monkey and you guys already have the strength to abuse fifth-turn powerhouses. It's possible. Guangji chimed in. There are surprisingly so few monsters here. A trace of doubt flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. It's reasonable to say that there should be a large number of abyssal races here since the protective array has been broken, otherwise wouldn't their plan be completely shattered? Be careful, I also feel that something is not right, Hoi said with a wary look. This eerie calmness instead made people's hearts grow fuzzy. Could it be that they're preparing to concentrate their forces and set up an ambush somewhere? Bai Yuyue rode on a bone dragon and looked down at the surroundings. This perverse quiet is too suspicious. When he came to the second location of the formation eye, it was a huge square, and the surrounding buildings were covered in frost. The broken formation base stood silently in the center of the square. Guanzu said, 8 rings, first put the gluttony armor on all of us. Formation master, start mending. Yes. Guanzu signaled the array master to begin the restoration work. A dozen or so formation masters quickly set up the formation. They took out various crystal materials from their storage rings and filled them into the formation base, starting to repair the broken base. I'll have the bone dragons keep watch in the air. Bai Yuyue said as her 3 bone dragons hovered high in the sky, their blood-colored armor draped in aura flames. The formation flags in the hands of the formation masters flashed with brilliant light, and spiritual energy was continuously injected into the pedestal. Broken lines are gradually repaired and chipped parts are healed again. The repair is going well. The old array master at the head said with relief, it will be finished in a few more minutes. Buzz. The repair was completed and a huge light shield appeared, enveloping the outside world. Now, all that was missing was the last eye of the formation. Sun Wukong rose up in the clouds and flew high into the sky, his somersault clouds draped around his feet, the heavenly dragon Shinjin stick slung over his shoulder, one hand acting as a shroud, and his golden eyes shooting out 2 beams of golden light as he scanned the distance. Strange. There's no sign of the abyssal race in any of these last formation eyes. Sun Wukong said with a frown, let's fix it all in one fell swoop. Soon the crowd arrived. The formation masters quickly got to work and began to mend the last broken formation base. Crystal and spirit stones were embedded in the gap, and the runes gradually lit up. It's too smooth. Bai Yudi rode on the bone dragon with a wary expression. Could there be a trick? Whatever. Let's fix the formation first. There's a big reward when the mission is completed. After the repair is done, we'll withdraw. Whatever calculations they have will be useless. The 8 preceptors said with a big grin. As the last cornerstone repair was completed, the entire Jade Dragon City's protective grand formation was activated with a bang. Bright curtains of light shot up into the sky, interweaving high in the air to form a huge light shield that enveloped the entire city. It worked! The array masters cheered. At this moment, even the soldiers in the city were shocked beyond belief, marveling at the terrifying efficiency of Guanzu's heavenly pride. What they couldn't manage for a long time, they didn't expect that after Guanzu came over, all of them were completely repaired in less than an hour. Now the Jade Dragon City had been regarded by the city protector formation, the level of safety had directly increased by several levels. However, just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Countless purple and black figures poured out from all directions, and the densely packed Abyssal Clan army surrounded Guanzu and the others. Frost giants, Abyssal warriors, ice crocodiles, frost lizards. The various abyssal creatures formed a huge encircling net. Hee, it's too late to escape now. An icy voice rang out. The Frost Great General appeared. He was 100 meters tall, his body was covered in thick ice armor, and he was holding an ice crystal chain that shone with a cold light. Summoning Spirit Reinforcement Formation. Guanzu raised his hand and a terrifying formation rose. Sun Wukong and the others also met them. The Frost Great General swung his chains violently, and countless chains with flashing cold light broke through the air, entangling the Monkey King, the 8 rings, and all the other summoned spirits. The chains were engraved with mysterious runes and emitted a terrifying cold aura. Damn! There's something odd about this chain. Sun Wukong tried to break free, but found that the chains connected them completely together. Ice Seal Chain Formation. The Frost Great General laughed. This is a forbidden spell of the Abyssal Clan, specifically used against you damned summoned spirits. Sun Wukong realized that he was no longer able to use the instantaneous transmission rune to come to Guanzu's side. Damn it! Beiji, Hoi, let's finish off this Frost General together. You dream! Rumble. General Frost fought with Guanzu's summoned spirit. Heaven-breaking stick. Chasing the sky with a series of shots. Big Dipper shock tap. Minus 2,870 trillion. Minus 2,175 trillion. Minus 1,454 trillion. The Frost General was hit with ice splatters all over his body. At the same time, countless Abyssal Clan warriors swarmed around Guanzu and his group. Etion wore dark red armor with 2 dragons in his shoulder armor as he stepped out of the shadows with a grim smile on his face. Guanzu, let's see where you can escape this time. The great general of Frost was on the other side of the room, and found that he was surprisingly struggling against Guanzu's summon spirit. Etion, act fast. I'm not going to be able to hold out much longer. Yes. Etion held a dagger with a strange purple light in his hand. This was the forbidden weapon of the Abyssal clan, the void-cutting blade. The blade was draped in deep runes, and space began to distort near the blade. You won't be able to fly even with your wings today. Etion sneered. Let's give you a taste of what it's like to be trapped in an abyssal passageway. The dagger drew a bizarre arc in the air, and space instantly cracked open with a pitch-black fissure as a powerful suction force swept Guanzu into it. Monkey! The 8 rings! Hoi! Guanzu shouted, but the summoned spirits were firmly bound by the ice-sealed chains and could not break free at all. Little master! Snort! Hoi's arrows shot wildly, blowing up all the abyssal monsters around Guanzu. But when he tried to go over to rescue him, he realized that he was bound by frost chains and couldn't go at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bai Yuyue tried to maneuver the bone dragon to the rescue, but a frost mage waved his hand and several ice picks pinned the bone dragon in the air, unable to move. Guanzu was sucked into the spatial rift, and the scene in front of him instantly changed. He fell into a deep passage, surrounded by twisted walls coalesced by the power of the abyss, and purple-black mist flowed through the passage. Ha ha ha! Etion's voice echoed through the passage. This is the interior of the abyssal passage, and there are countless abyssal creatures waiting for you inside. Hundreds of abyssal creatures emerged from the mist, some of them bearing hideous fangs, others with huge wings and bloodthirsty red light flashing in their eyes. And here, your summoned spirit is trapped by the chains and can't support you at all. Etion laughed. You'll just wait obediently to be sacrificed by me. Guanzu looked grave as he sensed that the summoning spirits were sealed, unable to summon them to his side. The horde of abyssal creatures was dumbfounded. They gave off a terrifying aura, and their sharp claws and teeth glinted coldly in the darkness. The strength of these monsters was at least 3 turns or more. However, at this moment, Guanzu was not the least bit panicked. You're that abyssal cult's young lord Etion? Guanzu asked. He was now alone while surrounded by powerful abyssal creatures, yet he seemed unusually calm. The passageway was filled with a gloomy wind, and the power of the abyss flowed through the walls, forming bizarre patterns. The abyssal creatures hissed and began to close in on Guanzu. It is I. Remember my name. I'm the one who sacrificed you to Lord Blue Moon. Ha 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 ha. Etion's voice was filled with pleasure. Lord Blue Moon will be very happy to take you in. Chapter 142, The God of Murder. Neza. Guanzu was in the abyssal passageway, and with a thought, he sent a message to the summoned spirits outside. Concentrate on General Frost, don't worry about me. I have my own arrangements on my side. When Sun Wukong received the transmission, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his golden eyes. Brothers, together, let's slaughter this ice general first, then we'll go back up Azu. The 8 precepts transformed into a 1,000-meter giant and gripped the 9-toothed nail rake. Not bad. We can't get through now that we're entangled in chains, so we can only finish him off first. Hoi condensed a golden arrow, and the laws of the arrow Dao dazzled. Together. A quick battle. The 3 main summoning spirits attacked at the same time. The 8 preceptors swept a rake across the room, and the purple golden rake shadow pressed down like a mountain. Sun Wukong's heavenly dragon Xianjin stick manifested hundreds of stick shadows. Hoi's rain of arrows was even denser, covering the sky. Minus 2,750 trillion. Minus 1,890 trillion. Minus 2,100 trillion. The Frost General was beaten back, the ice armor on his body constantly shattering. However, his recovery ability was extremely strong, and the broken ice armor quickly regrouped again. Ha ha, you guys alone want to kill this general? Ridiculous. But in his heart, he was cursing. Etion, you stepped on the horse and gave me a quick hurrah. Inside the abyssal passageway, Guanzu had a smile on his lips. You should have done it at the second formation. It's too late to ambush me now. Etion sneered. Laid my ass, this is even farther away from Jade Dragon City. There won't be anyone who can come and save you at all. You're screwed. Guanzu, I really wonder how you dare to be so arrogant alone within this abyssal passage. Instead of answering, Guanzu opened the system panel. The rewards for the completion of the 3 array eye repairs arrived. Congratulations on completing the Jade Dragon City Formation Repair Quest. Gain Summoner Exclusive Reward, 10 consecutive summoning scroll times 1. He picked it up directly. Is it to be used immediately? Use. Golden light rose up to the sky, illuminating the entire abyssal passage. 10 pillars of light coalesced in front of Guanzu, as if they were about to start a grand ceremony. Etion's face changed slightly. Not good. He can still summon? Quickly go up and destroy him. Guanzu sneered and looked at Etion. Let me show you, my new summoning spirit. Brilliant light blossomed within the abyssal passage as 7 white lights, 2 blue lights, and 1 golden light rushed up to the sky. Those abyssal creatures were forced back by the dazzling light and let out uneasy hisses. This pressure. Etion's pupils shrank. How is it possible? When the thickest and most radiant golden pillar of light dispersed, a beautiful young man wearing a lotus battlesuit and holding a fire-tipped spear with an indifferent expression stood in the air. Under his feet were two blazing wind and fire wheels, surrounded by blazing flames. It is the great god of the three altars of the sea. Neza, the third prince. Ha ha, surprisingly, I was summoned here, this world, interesting. Neza's eyes glittered with excitement. The moment he summoned over, the heavenly Tao had already transmitted all sorts of knowledge about this world, and information about the current situation, to him. Who is this again? Etion's face changed drastically. As soon as Neza had appeared, he was already at the realm of the perfection of the second revolutions, and the terrifying power of the flame laws was flowing within his body. Azu, watch me destroy them. Fire-tip gun. Go! Neza stabbed out with his spear, and the blazing flames transformed into a fire dragon that instantly burned dozens of abyssal creatures to ashes. Minus 1,750 trillion. Minus 2,180 trillion. Minus 1,950 trillion dollars. Kill an abyssal creature and gain 4,000 abyssal points, double bonus. 3 heads and 6 arms. Manifestation. Neza shouted angrily, instantly manifesting a 3-headed, 6-armed phantasm. The 6 arms waved at the same time, and the fire-tip gun, mixed sky aya, and Shenkuan circle shone brightly. Damn! It's so strong. Etion's face was ugly. Abyssal scum, all die for me. A hint of wariness flashed in Neza's eyes. The terrifying might of the heavenly court slaying god immediately killed the 4 directions in anger. At the same time, 7 white lights and 2 blue lights coalesced into shape. It was 7 heavenly soldiers and 2 heavenly generals, and although their quality wasn't as good as Neza's, they were all summoned spirits at the silver level or above. Kill! A new summoned spirit joined the battlefield, causing Guanzu's strength to skyrocket once again. Neza held a fire-tipped spear and killed in all directions within the abyssal passageway, and wherever he passed, the abyssal creatures all went up in smoke. Inside the abyssal passageway, Neza held a fire-tipped spear, which came out like a dragon. The 3-headed, 6-armed phantom was majestic. There was a hint of indifference and excitement in his eyes, as if he had seen the best prey. Kill. LOL. Ha ha ha. Burn you ugly monsters to death. Neza laughed maniacally, look at my Qiankuan circle. Bind. Golden circles flew out and bound a group of abyssal creatures. Afterwards, it directly exploded their bodies, brutally strangling them. Blood flowers exploded all over the place. Even Guanzu felt that this heavenly court street sneak was so brutal. It's not abusive to kill a living being. Neza acted like a delinquent as his fire-tipped spear then stabbed out, the blazing flames burning a batch of monsters to ashes. Mixed sky aya. Collect. Neza maneuvered the red damask as if he were taking in his enemies and squeezing them into blood and mincemeat. Minus 1,750 trillion. Blast. Minus 980 trillion. Minus 1,230 trillion. Ha 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 ha. Neza laughed maniacally as he killed. Particularly scary. Etion's face paled like paper when he saw this scene. This is too terrifying. Are you a devil? Ha ha ha. I'm not a devil, I'm from heaven. Kill the god. Neza laughed and said, fire-tipped spear, go. The fire dragon raged through the passageway, turning all the abyssal creatures into flying ash wherever it passed. More monsters came from the depths, but they were like papier-mâché in front of Neza. Kill an abyssal creature and gain 8,000 abyssal points, twice the bonus. Kill an abyssal creature and gain 12,000 abyssal points, double bonus. Kill an abyssal creature and gain 15,000 abyssal points, twice the bonus. Not good. Retreat quickly. Etion shouted in alarm. This time the plan, once again, failed. Monsters continued to emerge from the abyssal passage, but under Neza's frantic killing, they could only be transformed into Guanzu's rapidly growing abyssal points. Run away. This is a madman. Crazy batch. It's vicious. Run. The abyssal army hissed, dropping their armor and running away. Ow. When a huge abyssal demon dragon was run through by Neza with a single shot, Guanzu's abyssal points finally surpassed the 600,000 mark. Too weak. Neza said disdainfully, is there a more powerful one? 7 heavenly soldiers and 2 heavenly generals also assisted in the battle, and although they were not as strong as Neza, they were more than capable of dealing with these abyssal creatures. Little master, you're going up too fast with these abyssal points, a heavenly general said excitedly. Guanzu nodded, keep killing. Soon I'll be able to turn 3. Etion had completely panicked. He had originally thought that he could trap Guanzu here and slowly wear him out, but he didn't expect to give his opponent a chance to swipe his points instead. Damn! Retreat quickly! Etion shouted, turning around and about to flee. Want to run? Neza sneered. Chapter 143, enough points. Azu said he summoned a new summoning spirit from his side. Let's rest assured for now. Sun Wukong's golden eyes blazed with battle intent, and the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick in his hand was wielded in a tiger-like manner. But let's speed up. How can I, old son, feel at ease if we don't go over there personally? He shouted, and the aura of his demon ape true body surged once again, the golden hairs on his entire body standing up, his fangs protruding from his mouth, hideous and incomparable. Shadows of dark black clubs smashed into the Frost General in an overwhelming manner, each strike carrying a thunderous momentum. Monkey's right. Azu. It can only be protected by us. General Frost, go to hell honestly. The 8 precepts transformed into a 1,000-meter-tall giant, with dark red gluttonous power flowing throughout his body, as if he were an indestructible god of war. His 9-toothed nail rake had the power to open mountains and crack the ground every time it fell, smashing the Frost General into a pit. Some of the surrounding frost giants surrounded them. Originally they had amazing defense, but under this kind of attack, they were somewhat unable to carry it. Accelerate, 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 accelerate. The 8 preceptors said in a jarring voice, the 9-toothed nail rake in their hands getting faster and faster. Hoey drew his bow like a full moon, and each arrow carried a strong force of the laws of the arrow Tao. Sky chasing continuous shot, laws of the arrow Tao, arrow of the sun. Kill. Hoey whistled long and loud, and a huge divine bow silhouette emerged behind his back, and countless golden arrows shot out like meteors, accurately hitting the Frost General's vitals and hitting the ice shards on his body to splash around. Minus 3,500 trillion. Minus 3,980 trillion. Minus 4,180 trillion. Although the Frost Great General had a strong blood count, he was also losing ground under the siege of the 3 great experts. The thick ice armor on his body continued to shatter, making clicking noises as blue blood gushed out like a fountain. Damn humans! You won't get away with it! Extreme cold ice storm. The Frost General roared as his body continued to expand. This was to blow himself up and then use the extremely cold frost to permanently freeze everyone at the scene. As long as I make enough merit, Lord Abyssal Demon God will definitely resurrect me. The Frost General laughed dementedly. The ice armor on his body shattered inch by inch, and a piercingly cold aura spread out from it, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze at this moment. The Abyssal Clan warriors felt the power and retreated in fear of being affected. Not good. He's going to blow himself up. Bai Yuyi exclaimed, hastily maneuvering the bone dragon to fly away from the battlefield. Sun Wukong and the others were entangled in the frozen chains and were unable to dodge, so they could only watch as the Frost General blew himself up. Damn it! Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the Frost General's huge body exploded, and terrifying frost energy swept out in all directions. Beiji hurriedly turned up the gluttony armor to its maximum and covered the 3 of them. The entire protective array outside of Jade Dragon City seemed to be plunged into a cold winter, 400s of miles around. Countless buildings were instantly frozen, and the clicking and cracking sounds were endless. It was fortunate, though, that it wasn't in the inner city, but in the wilderness, or the people in the city would have been in danger. Minus 54 billion. Minus 46. 8 billion. Minus 378 billion. Damn it! The 8 rings cursed angrily, how dare you explode yourself, with the power of this frost, break it open for me. Sun Wukong was also annoyed, damn it, we can't break it for a while. The frost laws inside are too powerful. But fortunately, Bai Yuyi had already escaped ahead of time. She immediately reported Guanzu's matter to the military department. It's bad, Ancestor Guan has been taken into the Abyssal Passage by the Abyssal Demon Sect's young lord, Etian. What? I'll contact Mr. Xie. On the military department's side, all matters regarding Guanzu were of the highest level and were to be reported directly to Qi Yun or Xiao Tian. At this moment, Qi Yun, who was far away in the Star Chopper Academy, received the news from the military ministry and was startled in his heart. He immediately attempted to make contact through the runestone that he had previously handed over to Guanzu. Guanzu, how is the situation on your side? Qi Yun asked eagerly. A moment later, Guanzu's voice came. Master, I'm fine, everything is under control, don't worry about me. Qi Yun was slightly relieved when he heard Guanzu's voice, but he was still uneasy. What are the specifics on your side? I've gotten news from my side that you're trapped inside the Abyssal Passage by Etian. Teacher, that Etian is too cunning, he got away. But these stragglers in the Abyssal Passageway are completely no match for me. Guanzu's relaxed voice came out from the transmission. I'm brushing up my Abyssal points right now. A good thing. I'll just take this opportunity to directly break through the 3rd turn. Qi Yun sniffed, this kid, his heart is really big. But he still had faith in his disciples. This apprentice of his, he is very steady in his work, deep in his depths, but he surprises people every time. Show me your situation with Tendo Live. Good. You wait. At this time, inside the Abyssal Passage, Guanzu hung up the communication, then looked in front of him. At the same time, his perspective was transformed into a live signal and transmitted to the military side through the Heaven's Path system. In the middle of the image, the beautiful young man clad in the lotus battlesuit with his feet on the wind and fire wheel smiled proudly, and with a wave of the fire-tipped spear in his hand, a flame instantly swept out and burned the abyssal creatures in front of him into ashes, leaving behind ashes all over the ground. Kill an abyssal creature and gain 15,000 abyssal points, twice the bonus. The flames were sky-high and the screams were loud and clear. Damn it! What a terrifying second-turn summoning spirit! His flames are too restrained for us. That kind of flame, as if it could burn everything. Neza was as invincible as a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Each swing of the fire-tipped spear in his hand brought up a gust of wind and blood, beating the abyssal creatures to a standstill. Ha 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 ha, ouch. Painful. Neza laughed out loud. It's been a long time since I've killed so painfully. Neza wielded his fire-tipped spear like a crazed god of killing, constantly harvesting the lives of the abyssal creatures without the slightest hesitation in his movements. These abyssal creatures, penetrated by the fire-tipped spears, their flesh and blood, ignited by the divine fire, turned into ashes. The fire-tipped spear in his hand seemed like a fiery dragon, wreaking havoc amongst the swarms of abyssal creatures, each attack containing a terrifying power of flame laws that dispersed much of the power of the surrounding abyss. Neza's frantic slaughter had helped Guanzu accumulate a massive amount of abyssal points in a short period of time. Ha ha, painful. You abyssal scum deserve to be nourished by my divine fire. Neza held a fire-tipped spear, which brought up a sea of fire every time he waved it. Those abyssal creatures let out mournful screams in the divine fire and turned into flying ash. Kill an abyssal creature and gain 12,000 abyssal points, double bonus. Kill an abyssal creature and gain 15,000 abyssal points, twice the bonus. Kill an abyssal creature and gain 18,000 abyssal points, double bonus. Guanzu looked at the abyss points that were rising rapidly and finally reached 19 million points after a system prompt. So many already. Guanzu immediately opened the abyssal mall. A wide array of goods in the mall caught his eyes, and the most conspicuous among them was the three-turn scroll that shimmered with golden light. Without the slightest hesitation, Guanzu directly exchanged the scroll. As the abyssal points were deducted, the entire passageway suddenly began to vibrate violently. Not good. The abyssal passageway is going to collapse. The 7 celestial soldiers shouted. Azu, we've killed almost all the monsters, the abyssal chi here has been depleted, the passageway can no longer be maintained. Neza said as he put away his fire-tipped spear. Rumble. The entire passageway began to crumble, the purple-black walls shattering like glass inch by inch, revealing the light of the outside world. Go! Guanzu gave an order. Neza stepped on his wind and fire wheels and led Guanzu and the other summoned spirits, rushing out of the collapsed passageway. The moment they left, the entire abyssal passage completely collapsed and dissipated into countless fragments in the void. When they returned to the real world, the battlefield outside Jade Dragon City had already changed. The ground was covered in thick frost, obviously having experienced a vicious battle. Sun Wukong and the others stood in the distance, and all of them revealed delighted smiles when they saw Guanzu's safe return. Ah Zu! Little Master! Mr. Guan, you're finally back. The 3 main summoning spirits were still in the big ice pile at this moment. Third Prince? When the Monkey King saw Neza, he was stunned, then burst into laughter. Good boy. You've been summoned too. Monkey King, Heavenly Puff Marshal, Rolling Curtain General, long time no see. Neza greeted with a smile. Chapter 144, 3 Turns. Primal Battle Spirit. When Neza saw the frozen Sun Wukong and the others, a hint of laughter flashed in his eyes. They, the great saints of the Divine Realm's hefty reputation, were now unexpectedly frozen into a pile of ice. He stepped on a wind and fire wheel and held a fire-tipped spear, and the flame laws surged around him. These arcane ice's frost laws are powerful, but in front of my divine fire laws, they're nothing more than that. The fire-tipped gun pointed out a flame that instantly turned into a monstrous sea of fire. The power of the flame law swept out, gradually melting the thick ice layer. Third Prince is really powerful. The 8 rings felt the coldness subside and said joyfully, this frost law, it's like paper mache in front of you. It's out, I'm afraid we'd have been stuck for hours without you. As the ice melted, the Monkey King and the others regained their freedom. At the same time, Guanzu took out the 3-turn scroll that shimmered with golden light. This wave finally swiped all the 1 million points, finally going to enter the legendary realm of the 3rd turn. The scroll unfolded in the air, transforming into countless golden runes that enveloped Guanzu. Pounds of energy infused into his body, and the realm began to rise by leaps and bounds. Boom! A terrifying wave of chi swept out, and Guanzu's aura climbed upward. His experience value had accumulated too much before, and at this moment it was pouring in like a flood from a dike. Congratulations on your promotion to the 3rd turn. You've reached level 201. Your accumulation of experience value is too majestic, your level is rising. Leveling up, leveling up, leveling up. Current level, level 300 at the 3rd turn. According to the Heavenly Dao's assessment of the stars, you have awakened one of the strongest primordial battle souls. Primordial Battle Spirit. Game talent, Primordial Law Enhancement. All summoning spirits enjoy primordial law damage at a rate of times 10% of the number of golden summoning spirits. All skill levels plus 10. What a powerful aura. By you marveled, is this the pressure of a 3rd turn powerhouse? Guanzu's aura grew deeper and deeper as a golden light enveloped his body. He could feel the power filling his body and a closer connection to the summoned spirits. Monkey, do you guys feel that? Sun Wukong said excitedly, feel it. Our strength has increased again. This primordial battle spirit is too strong. It can actually allow us to grasp the power of the primordial laws. Now here we have the top 5 golden summoning spirits, and that's with an additional 50% primordial law damage. Ha ha ha, we've mastered the laws now too. Guangji laughed. Yeah, I've got it too. Xianqing shook his body as well, with a look of excitement. Not bad. Neza nodded his head. Now I feel that the flame laws in my body are much stronger again. This primordial law can also enhance the power of any type of law. With the primordial laws, I'm afraid that the power of this fire-tip gun of mine can be several % stronger. Guanzu tried to activate his newly acquired power, and immediately felt the surge in strength of the summoned spirits. Skill leveling takes their combat power to the next level. Ha ha, interesting. The 8 rings laughed out loud. My law of gluttony has actually gained the primordial laws as well. Now, those guys from the Abyssal clan are even less of a match for us. I, Lao Sun, can now release 400 doppelgangers at a time, and the fighting laws, the demon ape stance, have all been raised by 10 levels. This wave of boosts and enhancements from Azu is just too terrifying. Now, the Monkey King's demon ape stance could be maintained for a full 3 minutes. The cooldown, though, is still 10 minutes. As for Hoyi's sky-chasing continuous shooting, he was even able to shoot 30 arrows in a row. Meanwhile, Inuyasha's armor of gluttony, with its blood bonus, comes to the 5 trillion mark and absorbs 99.9% of damage. It's really ferocious. Guanzu stood on the snowy ground outside of Yulong City, the cold wind howling as his black combat uniform hunted. He had just been promoted to the 3rd turn, and a faint light of pure white primordial laws surrounded him. Being able to comprehend the laws belonging to the 4th turn in advance at the 3rd turn realm. This was a gift from the Heavenly Dao's assessment of Guanzu's strength. After I reach the 3rd turn, the summoning spirits will be able to break through the 3rd turn as well. A flicker of anticipation flashed in Guanzu's eyes. Neza floated in midair, his wind and fire will emitting a fiery aura. Azu, are we going somewhere to brush up on abyssal points now? I haven't killed the pain yet. Hold on, I'll take a look at the abyssal mall. Guanzu opened the system panel and browsed up the goods in the abyssal mall. The mall was filled with a wide array of commodities that caught his eyes, and among them, what attracted Guanzu the most were the 3 turn source crystals that shimmered with blue light. Each source crystal is worth 10,000 abyssal points and exudes a rich energy fluctuation. 100 3rd turn source crystals would be enough for a summoning spirit to advance to the 3rd turn. Sun Wukon's golden eyes flashed. Ancestor, this source crystal has 10,000 points each? Then if we brush the abyssal passage for a few days, we'll all be able to advance to the 3rd turn. Yeah, I heard Mr. Chi say. If you relied on the usual copy swiping, it would take at least a few dozen days to save up enough points for a summoned spirit to advance. So, let's continue with the abyssal quest. Guanzu analyzed. The 8 rings scratched his head. Also, Hoi mused, the abyssal clan must hate us now, and will probably send even stronger people. We've got to hurry up and improve our strength. Not bad. Guanzu nodded his head. Continue to take on abyssal quests. The higher the difficulty of the quest, the more generous the rewards will be. After the Battle of Jade Dragon City, the major forces of China, including those at home and abroad, and even some people from other planets who were concerned about Earth, both were in shock. Within just one day, Guanzu first thwarted the Abyssal Clan's army in Liushan City, saved the foreign snake crisis, and prevented the Snake King from constructing a teleportation channel. Immediately after that, he killed the Frost General of the 5th Revolutions in Jade Dragon City, led the team, and successfully repaired the protective array. This is a breathtaking record. This Guanzu, it's really something. Breaking through 2 cities in a day and also advancing to the 3rd turn, it's simply a miracle. An elder from the Dao Alliance Academy exclaimed. Inside the martial arts hall of the Jiani Academy, Li Xuani was practicing his sword. After hearing Guanzu's battle performance, the sword momentum in his hand slightly stalled, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect him to grow so fast. This kind of demonic talent is beyond one's reach. Li Xuani let out a light sigh. In the Underworld Academy, Bai Yuyi returned on the Tyrant Bone Dragon, immediately causing a sensation. She recounted the details of the battle at Jade Dragon City, causing the people present to marvel. Guanzu's summoned spirit army is just too strong. Bai Yuyi said excitedly. By Tian Jiao, doesn't he only have a few summoned spirits? How can he call it a legion? Every summoned spirit of Guanzu is the strength of an army. Bai Yuyi said seriously. Meanwhile, in the Abyssal Clan's base camp, Tian fled back in a sorry state. His face was pale, and his body still bore the burns of Neza's flames. Damn Guanzu! To summon such a terrifying existence within the Abyssal Passage, causing us to suffer heavy losses. If I hadn't used the forbidden weapon that Pops gave me, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Tian said through gritted teeth. The Blue Moon sect's headquarters, inside a huge Abyssal God's temple. The Blue Moon Demon God Bishop, Tian's father, had a cold glint in his eyes after listening to Tian's report. Interesting, this Guanzu is even trickier than I thought. Just how many cards does he have? The Blue Moon Bishop said helplessly. Inside the Star Chopper Academy, the Qiyun Mansion Master was checking the video of Guanzu's battle. Seeing Guanzu's performance within the Abyssal Passageway, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. This kid, he always manages to surprise people. Chi Yun smiled. Word continued to spread and soon reached abroad. Even the Purple Moon Empire. A long way from the Blue Star, Dong Mingyue had been paying close attention to Guanzu's deeds ever since he lost to him. A hint of helplessness flashed in the eyes of the Purple Moon Empire's Dong Mingyue when she heard about this. Guanzu, what kind of being are you? It seems like I need to speed up my pace of cultivation, or else I'll really be left further and further behind by him. Dong Mingyue muttered. Chapter 145 Material Tasks. After Guanzu calmed the crisis in Jade Dragon City, he didn't revel in the praise and joy across the internet. He knew in his heart that the situation would be even more dangerous in the future. Treadmill. Just a single mission in Jade Dragon City, and one could run into the abyssal cult that wanted to ambush them. He had to keep improving his strength in order to smash all the machinations. The priority now was to strike while the iron was hot and raise the realm of himself and the summoned spirits as much as possible. Just by entering the third turn and condensing his battle soul himself, he had gained a huge amount of enhancement. When all the summoned spirits stepped into the third turn, that picture, it was simply unimaginable. Guanzu couldn't wait to learn more about ways to gain abyssal points. So he took out a special communicator from the military department and contacted his mentor, Chi Yun. Master, my side has completed the mission in Jade Dragon City. Guanzu's voice came out from the communicator. On the other end of the communicator, Chi Yun's calm voice came, well done, Azu. You're always a surprise. Finished the mission so quickly, and even successfully promoted to the third turn. These abyssal monsters have underestimated my strength. Guanzu laughed easily, as if the adventure of that abyssal passage was just child's play. That's right, Master. Do you know of a way to get a lot of abyssal points quickly? I'm now entering my third turn, and I want to hurry up and raise the strength of the summoned spirits. Guanzu cut to the chase. There was silence on the other end of the calm for a moment, as if in thought. Well, wanting to obtain abyssal points quickly usually comes with high risks. Chi Yun slowly said, I do have a mission here, but it's extremely difficult. A fifth-turn renegade, on a Pacific island, hunting down and killing professionals with extremely generous rewards, rewarding 3 million abyssal points for a single performance. With your strength, I think there is a chance of success. Because a fifth-turn powerhouse was not unbeatable. Your summoned spirits were already strong, and now that you personally have reached the third turning grand completion, you have obtained the strongest talent. Chi Yun pondered for a moment and continued, that guy used to be a general of the human military department, but later defected and joined the abyssal cult, and possessed a lot of classified information about the military department, which is a great threat to us. Many veteran powerhouses had gone to assassinate him, only to fail and even have many of them killed in return. Therefore, the danger of this mission is extremely high, you need to consider it carefully. However, it's really a good opportunity to gain abyssal points quickly. Tell you what, I'll send you the details of the mission, and you can decide for yourself whether or not to accept it. 3 million points. Guanzu was a bit distracted. Furthermore, Chi Yun's tone changed. You should have collected quite a few abyssal materials during the several battles in Liaoshan City and Jade Dragon City before, right? Chi Yun was worthy of his experience, and immediately thought of something that Guanzu hadn't paid attention to. Sekijo's eyes lit up. Yes. How did I forget about this myself? Yes, Master, you've really reminded me. Guanzu said excitedly, I did collect quite a few materials from these battles, and I was so focused on swiping abyssal points that I almost forgot about it. You, always windy. Chi Yun laughed. The military department has released a lot of material collection missions, you can go and take a look. There are those materials you need. These quests, although the one-time rewards are not as good as those difficult combat quests, they are better than being safe, and the accumulation of small amounts of money is also a considerable amount of income. Good. Guanzu said gratefully, I'll go check it out. After hanging up the communication, Guanzu immediately opened the internal mission system of the military department. He perused the list of quests and quickly found many that matched the materials he had collected. The fangs of the Abyssal Serpent King, the crystal core of the Frost Giant, the scales of the Abyssal Warrior. These rare materials that seemed difficult to obtain to others were piled up in Guanzu's storage ring. Guanzu took on more than 24 material collection quests in one breath, all of which were materials he had obtained from hunting abyssal creatures during this period of time. Then submit each of these materials. With the completion of the mission, Guanzu's abyss points rose rapidly. With a flash of light, a virtual scoreboard appeared in front of Guanzu. Congratulations on completing the quest of turning in the Emerald Great Abyssal Serpent King's Fangs times 10. Rewarded, 35,000 abyssal points. Congratulations on completing the quest to turn in Emerald Great Abyssal Venom times 20. Rewarded, 33,000 abyssal points. Congratulations on completing the quest to turn in Platinum Great Abyssal Serpent Scales times 100. Reward, 42,000 abyssal points. Congratulations on completing the quest to turn in the Platinum Ranked Frost Giant Frost Heart times 20. Rewarded, 50,000 abyssal points. Congratulations on completing the quest of turning in Platinum Great Ice Crystals times 200. Reward, 42,000 abyssal points. Congratulations on completing your submission to A completion message flew by, the light reflecting on his young, determined face. The light cleared and the numbers finally settled on a staggering figure. 1.45 million. Geez. There are so many. There's already enough for one summoned spirit to upgrade to the third turn. Guanzu let out a long sigh of relief as the monsters he killed on this mission reached tens of thousands. The materials gained made him another big profit. In just a few minutes, he had gained 1.45 million abyssal points, which was faster than he had ever been born to fight before. But of course, without the previous battles, there wouldn't be so much material nowadays. Guanzu checked the abyssal points that had just arrived with a determined gaze. He immediately opened the abyssal maul and exchanged 100 third-turn source crystals that shimmered with blue light. Each of these source crystals contained majestic energy, the very treasures necessary to break through the third turn. Monkey, you are my earliest summoned spirit and the strongest combatant. This first wave of breakthroughs is yours. Everyone is in favor of this, right? Guanzu said with a smile. Hui hugged his arms. I don't have a problem with that. Could be. Let's see what the Monkey King's battle spirit is. Neza said. Sun Wukong's golden fur gleamed as a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Many thanks, Azu. I, Lao Sun, will definitely live up to your expectations. After I awaken, I must capture that human traitor and gain another 3 million abyssal points. Sun Wukong grinned, revealing snow-white teeth. 103 turn source crystals were suspended around Sun Wukong, forming a perfect energy formation. The blue light became more and more prevalent, like an ocean of energy surging into Sun Wukong's body. Boom! A terrifying wave of air swept out, and the entire sky was covered in golden light. Sun Wukong's figure was hidden under the wrapping of the source crystal as his aura climbed. Roar! Sun Wukong raised his head to the sky, his golden fur moving without any wind, and a brilliant golden light flashing in his eyes. Inside his body, a golden battle spirit was condensing. That was the legendary battle spirit. Your summoned spirit, Sun Wukong, has consumed 100 third turning source crystals and has successfully entered the realm of the third turning, coalescing the spirit of battle, mythic level. Feel it. This is the power of the third turn. Sun Wukong said excitedly, the battle laws have been completely integrated into my origin, and now I can enter the battle state at any time. As his words fell, a huge golden demonic ape silhouette emerged behind him. This was his battle spirit, filled with endless battle intent and power. Too strong. The 8 rings marveled. Monkey's battle spirit is surprisingly so domineering. It's completely an invincible war god. Sun Wukong wielded the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick, and each strike brought up a heaven-shaking dragon roar that tore the air apart. His speed was several times faster than before, and his strength had skyrocketed. The current Old Sun is able to split into 800 doppelgangers at the same time, and each doppelganger has 70% of the strength of the main body. Sun Wukong proudly said, the battle laws have been fully mastered, and with the addition of the primordial laws, the battle power has increased by at least 5 times. Moreover, my somersault clouds and my fiery eyes have been empowered by the laws of battle. Comfortable, really comfortable. Neza looked at the Monkey King with interest. Not bad. Monkey King, this battle spirit of yours is indeed domineering. When I've condensed my battle spirit as well, do you want to spar? Third Prince, I'm waiting for you. Sun Wukong laughed. Chapter 144, The Shady Assassins. Guanzu was sitting in a cafe in Jade Dragon City. He was also a little tired from the hearty battle and ordered a hot cup of coffee to warm his stomach. Guanzu then browsed through the Heaven's Path system for the latest quests. This mission. Guanzu frowned, his finger tapping the virtual mission interface in front of him, his eyes gradually becoming grave. The mission details slowly unfold. Shows a bustling island city in the center of the Pacific Ocean Atlanta. The city, which is not ruled by a fixed regime, is a wrestling ground for various forces and a key target for the Abyssal Clan's recent attacks. The Abyssal Sea Clan's invasion has been going on for a month, and the main forces of all the major guilds are fighting hard on the front lines. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as he carefully analyzed the intelligence. But a bunch of crazies have shown up lately, specializing in the rear. Neza paced back and forth in midair with his feet on the wind and fire wheels and his fire-tipped spear in hand, anger flashing in his eyes. These guys are so hateful. To actually specialize in attacking seriously wounded soldiers returning from the front to recuperate from their wounds is simply inhumane. Not only that, the 8th ring took over, chewing on a chicken nugget through his teeth as he said that they also have to leave provocative marks on the corpses after each killing, which is in total contempt of the dignity of the warriors. Guanzu flipped through the photos of the scene that came with the mission details, and the gruesome images made his eyes grow colder and colder. On the photographs, a body had been brutally mutilated, all with a bizarre symbol carved into their chests, the mark of the Abyssal cult. Although these people came from different kingdoms, they were all heroes who fought against the forces of the Abyss for the sake of the people. As a result, it was brutally attacked by these dirty stinking rats and became their showpiece. It's really damned. I can't wait to go over there right now and kill them all with the most brutal means possible. Guanzu said angrily. As a human being, he really can't look at these ugly things. A bunch of bedbugs, afraid to face the Abyss, but turning the butcher's knife on their own people. That's add up. It's time for death by 1,000 cuts. 3 million abyssal points. A glint flashed in Ho Yi's eyes. The Heavenly Dao is very supportive of exterminating these people, so the reward for this mission is quite generous. Indeed, this should be the current super high reward released by the Heavenly Dao. Guanzu nodded, but relatively speaking, the difficulty and danger of the mission is also very high. Guanzu looked at the blinking accept button on the mission screen, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. If these lunatics are not removed, the warriors who retreated from the front line will never have peace. Sand Monk gripped the crescent shovel in his hand. Mr. Guan, let's go together. Shensheng also made an approving sound. Yes, yes. And Guanji gripped the red tide blade tightly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. These traitors deserve to die even more than the Abyssal clan. Betrayal of one's own kind deserves death by 1,000 cuts. The details of the mission continue to scroll, revealing a record of heinous crimes. This group of traitors not only attacked the wounded, but also sabotaged multiple medical facilities and supply lines, leading to a significant increase in casualties among frontline fighters. It's decided. Guanzu stood up, his eyes firm. We'll take this mission. As night falls, the neon lights of Atlanta City sway in the ocean breeze. Guanzu arrived at this seaside city through a teleportation array. The air was filled with a salty sea breeze, and the sound of waves was heard in the distance. The streets were heavily guarded, with heavily armed patrols passing by every few minutes. They were dressed in various uniforms and came from professional leagues around the world. What man? Show me your papers, please. The patrol saw the light of the teleportation array come on and another person came over, so they went forward to interrogate them. Guanzu showed his lieutenant's officer's license. Now he's a lieutenant with 5 stars. A few more missions and you'll be a captain in the WAC. A lieutenant of the Chinese army, to be so young. What? It's Guanzu. Oh my god. Guanzu Tianzhou, you are Scholar Guanzu Tianzhou. The stout patrol leader was thrilled. I've heard a lot about you. Your battles in Jade Dragon City and Liaoshan City have now spread to all the major powers. I didn't realize that you would be here. Guanzu nodded his head in greeting. Good work everyone, I'm here this time to deal with that group of traitors. Great. The patrol leader's eyes lit up. With your hand, that group of surely won't be able to fly. Let me take you to the professionals' garrison. Yes. The patrol led the way for Guanzu through the bustling business district to a splendid 5-star hotel, the Neptune Hotel. The hotel's facade is made of blue crystal, which glows eerily in the moonlight. This is a temporary stronghold for the professionals. The patrol leader explained, many powerful people live here, making it convenient to exchange information and receive missions. The hotel lobby is gilded with crystal chandeliers shedding a sparkling light. Professionals from various countries gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing something in low voices. They were all elites from all over the world, gathered here to fight against the Abyssal Sea Clan. The 8 rings looked around. None of these people look simple. Indeed. Hui nodded his head. I've sensed the aura of quite a few strong people above the 4th turn. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed. These traitors really deserve to die. A middle-aged man with an elegant temperament immediately walked over after learning of Guanzu's arrival. Guanzu Tianzhou, I am Yang Yuan, the intelligence officer here. These traitors are secretive and cunning as rats. They managed to disappear quickly after each attack, and none of the tracking masters we sent out could find their lair. Any clues? Guanzu asked. There are some. Yang Yuan handed over a piece of information. These traitors seem to have connections with the Abyssal Sea Race, and before every action, an Abyssal Race will launch an attack to attract our attention. Guanzu looked over the information with a frown on his face. These renegades are no ordinary assassins, but a well-trained elite squad that carefully plans each operation. They will probably move again in the last few days. Yang Yuan looked grave, because news has come from the front line that the Abyssal Sea Race is gathering troops and preparing to launch a large-scale attack. Understood. Guanzu nodded. Meanwhile, deep in the Pacific Ocean, a shark with an ordinary form swims slowly through the dark waters. The shark was pitch black, over 2 meters long, with a protruding dorsal fin and eyes that flashed with an eerie purple light. Although this abyssal shark had a normal appearance, there was something else inside. A huge space unfolded here, with purple-black energy flowing around it, forming a stable alien space. Everyone, important information has just been received. A man in a black combat uniform walked quickly into the conference room. Guanzu is here. He's at the Neptune Hotel. Inside the conference room sat a dozen or so strong men with extraordinary auras, all of whom were the elite of the Black Shadow Assassination Corps. Upon hearing this news, excitement flashed in the eyes of the crowd. Ha ha, this is a big fish. A one-eyed strong man clapped his hands. That kid has been too popular lately. If we can kill him, we'll get a lot of credit. Not bad. He's the one that the Blue Moon Demon God personally ordered to be captured. Another person also laughed. If we can capture him alive and offer him to Lord Blue Moon, we might be able to obtain a chance to advance to the 6th turn. Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man in silver armor. His right arm was made entirely of metal and emitted an ethereal blue glow. He is the leader of the Shady Assassins, a 5th-turn powerhouse Chris the Iron Hand. Don't be too happy. Chris said in a deep voice, that kid was able to break through 2 cities in a row in a short period of time. His strength is definitely not to be underestimated. And those summoned spirits under him, one is tougher than the other. The chief is right, we need to plan well. A man with a short stature said, the eyes I planted in the Sea God Hotel say that Guanzu is here specifically to deal with us this time. Chris stood up, his mechanical arm making a slight buzzing sound. This is an opportunity. Since he took the initiative to come to the door, don't let him leave alive. Pass the order down, have everyone get ready. A cold light flashed in Chris' eyes. When the Abyssal Sea Race launches a general attack, that's the best time for us to strike. Chapter 145, Demon Armor. Chris went back to his room, closed the door, and took a deep breath. He walked to the center of the room, where an altar carved from obsidian stood. The altar was inlaid with countless deep purple gems that gave off an eerie glow. Chris dropped to one knee and pressed his hands on the altar, mouthing the words. As he chanted, the runes on the altar gradually lit up and a deep power flowed through the room. Oh great God of the Blue Moon, your loyal servant Chris has something important to report. A low voice sounded in Chris's head. Go ahead, I'm listening. My subordinate has discovered a perfect opportunity to deal with that Guanzu. He is now in Atlan City, and I would like to ask for your assistance in granting me the power to get rid of this great enemy. Chris said respectfully. Guanzu. That damned kid who ruined my plans. The God of the Blue Moon pondered for a moment. He is indeed a nuisance. Since he came to me of his own accord, find a way to sacrifice him to me alive. If you can't do that, it's okay to just get killed. A purple-black light shot out from the altar and didn't enter Chris's chest. Chris only felt a powerful force pouring into his body as his body began to change. The original armor turned into pieces and a brand new abyssal treasure armor appeared on him. On his chest was a large eyeball that reeked of evil. Chris could feel the great power coming from the armor, a gift from the God of the Blue Moon. Thank you for the gift of the God of the Blue Moon. My subordinate will live up to the honor and behead Guanzu's head to offer it to you. Chris said excitedly. Go and fulfill your mission. If you succeed, you will receive the commendation you deserve. The voice of the God of the Blue Moon once again sounded in Chris's mind. Thank you, my lord. Chris rose slowly, feeling the power surging through his body. He raised his right fist, his heart pounding. Ha ha ha. With this abyssal treasure armor, my strength has increased by at least 10%. Guanzu, your time to die has come. Chris laughed up to the sky, his laughter filled with madness and insanity. He strides out of the room and gathers his elites to begin discussing a plan to deal with Guanzu. Gentlemen, the God of the Blue Moon has granted me power. This time we must finish off that Guanzu kid. Chris looked around the crowd, his gaze like a torch. Chieftain is wise. We are willing to die for you. The crowd shouted in unison, all of them fighting. Very well. Then, when the Abyssal Sea clan launches their general attack, we'll go together to deal with Guanzu. Make sure he's put in his place. Chris ordered. Yes, sir. Chris nodded in satisfaction. With the support of the abyssal treasure armor and the God of the Blue Moon, along with these elites under his command, he was confident that he could get rid of Guanzu, a great danger to his heart. At that time, not only would he be able to make a name for himself, he would also be able to use the opportunity to advance to the 6th turn. Guanzu, your time to die has come. Wait for me to chop off your head and become a sacrifice to the God of the Blue Moon. Chris clenched his fists and growled in a low voice. 1 o'clock late at night. The coastline of the city of Atlanta was illuminated by the firelight as if it were day. The Abyssal Sea Clan once again launched a large-scale attack, as countless abyssal creatures surged out of the sea, emitting creepy hissing sounds. Emergency at the front line. All professionals above the 4th turn support immediately. An anxious voice came over the radio. The professionals inside the Neptune Hotel moved and ran towards the front line. However, Guanzu and the 2 teams remained near the hospital, and they were all well aware that this was likely a diversionary tactic by the shady assassins. Monkey, pay attention to guarding the surroundings. Guanzu whispered, they will definitely take advantage of the chaos. In front of the hospital, several dark shadows approached silently. They were dressed in black combat suits, with masks on their faces, and moved as lightly as ghosts. As soon as they appeared, they were detected by Hoi. Let me try their weight. Hoi's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and his golden longbow glowed coldly in the moonlight. The arrow broke through the air, drawing a golden trajectory in the dark night. Before several assassins could react, they were blown into a bloody mist by arrows running through their chests. Minus 3,750 trillion. Minus 3,180 trillion. Minus 3,950 trillion. Holy, why are the damage numbers so high? I can't be reading this wrong. The unit is trillions? How is this possible? Over $300 trillion of damage, retreat quickly. Damn. The remaining assassins panicked. They hadn't expected at all that the summoned spirits under Guanzu's command would be so terrifyingly powerful. Just a normal attack could hit this damage figure, and that arrow, which was extremely fast, was also attached to the power of the law. They can't carry it at all. Those killers who hadn't shown up quickly retreated, instantly blending into the crowd and disappearing. The streets were crowded with pedestrians and medics, and the wounded were constantly coming in and out, making it difficult to tell who the assassins were. These rats are really cunning. A teammate stationed with Guanzu frowned. It's not easy for us to do it when we're mixed in with the civilians. It happens every time. They suddenly appear, kill the wounded, and then they change their faces, blend in with the crowd and escape. Damn it! Humph! They can't escape. A glint flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. He was now at the third turn of strength and had thoroughly mastered the battle laws. The power of the law was fused into all the natural skills. The effect of the fiery eyes was enhanced by an unknown number of times. He immediately cast his fiery eyes and scanned the surroundings with a torch-like gaze. Caught! There! The Monkey King slammed his baton out, hitting one of the doctors squarely in the back of the head. Acting like it! The doctor fell to the ground without even screaming, revealing himself to be a member of a shady assassination squad. The other killers were shocked beyond belief. This monkey, surprisingly, could recognize their identity. Still trying to run. Boo! Another camouflage, the knocked-out body returned to its original form. One. Another one. Sun Wukong's hand is ruthless, a stick is a pile of broken bones. Helplessly, the remaining killers, some wanted to flee, some wanted to take hostages, but they were all shot straight through the head by Hou-Yi at a much faster speed. Seeing this scene from afar, Chris's demonic eye on his chest flickered with rage. Damn monkey. I can't believe I recognized our disguise. Damn it! Those people who died were all the elites that I've, with great difficulty, collected over the years. The streets of the city of Atlanta. The demonic eye on Chris' chest flashed a dark red as he watched in anger as his men fell one by one. Damn monkey! Stop it for me! Chris roared, his figure falling from the sky like a cannonball. The demonic eye on the abyssal treasure armor shot out a column of purple-black light, tearing a crack in the air. His mechanical arm hummed as blue energy surged through it. Chapter 146, Hunting Down the Headmaster. Watch out! The leader of the opponent has appeared. Sand Monk shouted. The Sand Monk made a seal with both hands, and yellow sand surged, forming a protective wall that swept the surrounding civilians and the injured into the structure. Countless barriers constructed of sand and stone rose from the ground, separating the battlefield from ordinary people. Beiji, add protection to us, Guanzu said in a deep voice. Okay. Gluttony armor, open. A red light flashed in the eyes of the Eight Rings. Dark red energy surged out from the Eight Rings' body, transforming into a protective shield that enveloped the crowd. This was his advanced armor of gluttony, capable of absorbing 99.9% of damage, with the maximum amount of damage absorbed being as high as 5 trillion. Chris laughed sarcastically. With your little carving skills, you want to block my power? His mechanical arm swelled violently, turning into a huge energy cannon. Purple-black energy coalesced at the mouth of the cannon, emitting a heart-pounding fluctuation. Let me meet you. A hint of wariness flashed in Sun Wukong's golden eyes. The heavenly dragon Xianjin stick danced in his hands, its golden light illuminating the night sky. He had now turned 3 times and mastered the battle laws, and his battle power was several times more powerful than before. Monkey, die for me, don't stop me. Chris laughed maniacally. Boom! The two were instantly engaged in battle. Sun Wukong's golden stick collided with Chris's mechanical arm, erupting in a deafening roar. Abyssal magic cannon. Chris let out a low roar. Purple-black energy torrents gushed out from the cannon's mouth, coloring half of the sky a dark purple. This strike contained a terrifying destructive power, enough to blast a mountain into pieces. Watch me. Sun Wukong advanced instead of retreating. The golden stick in his hand steeply grew larger, and dense golden runes emerged on its surface. The power of the battle laws was injected into it, causing the golden stick to emit a dazzling light. Heaven-breaking stick technique. The golden stick slammed down and collided with the torrent of energy. Terrifying shockwaves swept out, shaking the surrounding buildings. 1 megabytes. 2 mega. Chris and Sun Wukong's showdown rocked the entire hospital area. The demonic eye on his chest flashed with a hint of sarcasm. I really didn't expect a monkey to be able to inflict such damage on me, but it's not enough. Chris' right foot violently stepped on the ground, and purple-black energy instantly spread out, forming a huge abyssal field. The air within the realm became viscous and filled with an abyssal aura. Feel the pressure of the abyss. This is the power of the domain, where your strength will be suppressed by at least 30% or more. Sun Wukong felt his body sink, but the battle intent in his golden eyes increased. The golden hairs on his entire body were standing on end, and his body exuded a berserk aura. Suppression? The one thing I'm not afraid of is suppression. Devil Ape Stance, open. The two collided together again, the golden shadow of the stick stirring with the purple-black energy, setting off waves of air that shook the surrounding buildings to a rustling sound. Ha ha ha. I'll show you the power that Lord Blue Moon has bestowed upon me. The magic eye on Chris's chest suddenly cracked into a pitch-black fissure. Countless abyssal creatures emerged from it, some resembling snakes, some scorpions, and others with tentacles that were hideous. Abyssal demon tide, flood them for me. These monsters' strength increased greatly under the abyssal domain's enhancement, and they pounced towards the crowd like a tsunami. Ah Zu, let me do it. A hint of wariness flashed in Nez's eyes. 3 heads and 6 arms, reveal. Neza instantly manifested a three-headed, six-armed phantom, holding a fire-tipped spear, a Qiankuan circle, and a mixed sky damask, his body draped in blazing flames. Fire-tipped gun, go! A fire dragon rose up into the sky, burning a large area of abyssal creatures to ashes, chasing the sky with a series of shots. The longbow in Hou Yi's hand shot out continuously, and the densely packed arrows carried a golden glow, shooting out the abyssal flying creatures in the air. Minus 1,750 trillion. Minus 1,890 trillion. Minus 2,100 trillion. The 8 precepts transformed into a 1,000-meter giant, wielding a 9-toothed nail rake, sweeping away large swaths of monsters with each strike. Old Shah, let's join forces. The 8 rings shouted. Battlefield taunt. Inuyasha sucks monsters violently. Good. Sand Monk nodded and clenched his hands. Quicksand hell, strangle everything. Summoning spirit reinforcement formation. Guanzu also gave an order, and a crimson formation rose, and the strength of all the summoned spirits skyrocketed twofold. On the battlefield, golden light, fire, and waves of sand were intertwined, and the summoned spirits worked together to kill those abyssal creatures one by one. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chris gritted his teeth in dismay. This Guanzu, it's surprisingly so difficult to deal with. You guys, why don't you just die honestly? In the middle of the field, Sun Wukong's golden figure was like a bolt of lightning, and between the Sky Dragon Shinjin stick swings, each strike carried a destructive power. Eat my old grandson's stick! Sun Wukong shouted. Chris raised his mechanical arm to block, but with the added power of the fighting laws, the power of this strike far exceeded his imagination. Cracks appeared on the surface of the mechanical arm, and the entire person was smashed tens of meters into the ground. Minus 7,500 trillion. Blasting? Damn! How is this monkey so strong? Chris gritted his teeth and climbed out of the pit. The demonic eyes on the abyssal treasure armor flashed with a strange light, and a mysterious energy surged out, repairing his injuries. But with each repair, the light of the magic eye dimmed by 1 point. Ha ha, you're about to run out of energy in this broken armor. Sun Wukong laughed coldly. The golden stick slammed down again, and this time Chris was directly pierced through his chest, blood spurting out like a spring. The light of the magic eye dimmed a few more points, barely repairing the injury. It won't work. Must retreat. Chris was horrified and turned to flee. Want to run? Guanzu sneered. Chase, we must destroy him today. Spoke, a leader of a killer group. How could Guanzu release him? If you let him go, what will you do with yourself and your family? The entire group followed in pursuit through the streets of the city of Atlanta. Chris made a mad dash for the coastline. He was very fast, a fifth-turn powerhouse, burning his essence blood to escape, as if a rainbow light. Great sage, don't let him escape. Neza shouted. He's running toward the front lines of battle. On the coastline in front of them, countless professionals were engaged in a fierce battle with the Abyssal Sea Clan. Explosions, shouts and killings were endless, and the firelight illuminated the night sky in red. Guys, help block the way. Beiji shouted to clear the way. That one in front, that's the leader of the Shady Assassins. The many professionals glanced sideways and were shocked to see Guanzu and the others chasing after them. That's Guanzu! Oh my god! He really found the Shady Assassins. Quick look! That fleeing guy is the mastermind behind this. They cast their means to help Guanzu intercept. Chris gritted his teeth and had to turn around again. He ran to the beach and was about to jump into the sea to escape. At this time, Sun Wukong's golden stick came whistling and smashed heavily on his back. Minus 189 megs. Blast! Ah! Chris screamed miserably as the abyssal treasure armor completely shattered, revealing his bruised and battered body. He stumbled and fell onto the beach, looking back at Guanzu and the others who were chasing after him, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. Die! Guanzu shouted lowly. All of the professionals present witnessed this scene, and they were shocked inwardly as they watched the leader of the assassination group, who had made countless people fearful of him, being chased to his death alive by Guanzu's team just like that. Chapter 147, Hou Yi's Specialized Martial Arts. On the coastline, the golden figure of the Monkey King leapt high into the air, the heavenly dragon Shinjin stick emitting dazzling golden light, about to result in Chris's life with a single strike. Wait, monkey. Hou Yi suddenly spoke up. I don't think we can just kill him. Why? Sun Wukong withdrew his attack, a trace of doubt flashing through his golden eyes. Hou Yi walked up. This guy is the leader of the Shady Assassins, he must know a lot of secrets. Things like where the Abyssal Cult is located, other lurking insiders, and the Abyssal Cult's assassination techniques and such. We can avoid the deaths of warriors in the future by investigating. Hou Yi is right. Guanzu nodded as his eyes lit up. The living are more valuable than the dead. Sun Wukong grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. Good then. Since you've all decided. Then I'll waste his limbs. Boom! 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 With 4 muffled sounds, Chris's limbs broke off as much as they could under the golden rod, and he screamed in agony, his voice miserable and incomparable. On the broken abyssal treasure armor, the demonic eye had completely dimmed. No! Don't kill me! I can tell you everything! Chris's face twisted in pain. Guanzu stepped forward and took out special sealing chains to bind him. This kind of chain was specifically used against the people of the Abyssal cult and was able to seal their power. The surrounding professionals all revealed shocked expressions when they saw this scene. That's awesome. Not only did Guanzu find the shady assassins, he also captured their leader alive. Now our soldiers who are recuperating in the rear can finally rest in peace. Guanzu Tianjiao, what a marvelous thing. A female warrior from Northern Europe came forward. Mr. Guanzu, thank you for eradicating this scourge for us. Many of our companions died, all by their assassination. As it should be. Guanzu nodded. These traitors, everyone should be punished. With Chris captured alive, the morale of the entire Atlanta City's professionals was boosted. It was as if a big stone had been lifted from their shoulders, and they no longer had to worry about backstabbing in the rear. Master, the Abyssal Sea Clan's attack has weakened. Sand Monk suddenly said. And sure enough, the fighting on the coastline subsided. The Abyssal Sea Clan seemed to have sensed something and began to retreat. We'll have to go back and interrogate this guy. Guanzu looked at the bound Chris, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. The treasure on this guy can't go to waste. On the coastline, the 8 rings excitedly removed the abyssal armor from Chris. The magic eye on his chest had completely lost its luster. I say, this damn thing is pretty heavy, Beiji complained as he disassembled it. Just then, the Heaven's Path System's beep sounded in Guanzu's ears. Abyssal Demon Eye Armor detected, quality, diamond grade. Special quest trigger, turn in the Abyssal Demon Eye Armor for a diamond class weapon reward. I can't believe I triggered the quest, my old pig was going to eat this armor. The 8 rings said. Beiji, just stop eating for a while and see what the Heavenly Dao can give. If it gives a specialized martial nail rake, won't you be able to strengthen it a lot too? That too. Sekijo got excited and turned it in, of course. Surprisingly, it directly rewards diamond level weapons. It would be great if it was a specialized weapon. Let's see what the reward is. I hope it's a lance, Nezis said excitedly. Without hesitation, Guanzu chose to hand it over, and a golden light flashed, and a longbow with a brilliant body appeared in midair. Congratulations on obtaining the diamond class weapon, Meteor Bow. Attribute, increase all attributes by 120%. Feature 1, strengthens the law of the arrow, increasing its power by 500%. Characteristic 2, arrows have a meteor explosion effect, dealing an additional 300% ranged damage. Feature 3, Hoi's exclusive weapon, when used by Hoi, all skills will have enhanced effects. This is my specialized weapon. Hoi's eyes lit up. This bow is perfect. Hoi received the meteorite star bow and only felt a majestic power surge into his body. The golden-colored bow was covered with intricate star patterns that shone brightly. Let me try the power. Hoi turned around and aimed at a 5-turn sea beast that was wreaking havoc in the distance. He pulled back the bowstring, and an arrow condensed from starlight gradually took shape. As the bowstring was drawn full, the starlight wrapped around the arrow grew brighter and brighter. Go! The arrow broke through the air, trailing a brilliant trailing flame. The moment it hit the sea beast, a miniature meteor appeared out of nowhere and exploded violently. Boom! The terrifying explosion blew the sea beasts to the ground in blood and flesh, and even the surrounding seawater was vaporized in a large area. -1 megabytes. This damage is too terrifying. Sun Wukong smacked his lips. It's fiercer than even my old grandson's stick. And Hoi is only in his second turn now. If he's in his third turn, his output ability, it's going to exceed that of my old grandson. Now our battle power has increased again. Beiji said excitedly, with this bow, Hoi is even more powerful. The surrounding professionals looked on in disbelief. Killing a 5th turn sea beast with a single arrow, this kind of strength was beyond their imagination. The sea animals are retreating. For Guanzu, these were good abyssal points. Guanzu led the summoned spirits and set up a formation on the beach in pursuit. Hoi, you now have the meteor star bow, and its power is close to that of a great saint. You specialize in targeting those sea beasts above the 5th turn. Guanzu gave tactical orders. Hoi stood high above the ground, the meteorite star bow in his hand radiating bright starlight. Every time he drew the bowstring, an arrow condensed from starlight would take shape. Understood. This bow does work. Watch me shoot these ugly sea beasts. A starlight arrow broke through the air, and whenever it hit its target, it triggered a terrifying meteoric explosion that vaporized the surrounding seawater into a mist of water. -1. 2 megs. Blast. -980 trillion. -1 megabytes. Monkey, you open the detachment. Be in charge of cleaning up those medium-sized sea beasts. The number of 5-turn sea beasts here is small, and an ant's leg is still meat. Guanzu continued to lay out his tasks. Don't worry. I'm the best at group battles. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed. Look at my split art. 800 monkey figures flashed on the beach, each wielding a heavenly dragon Xianjin stick, smashing those sea beasts that rushed ashore to smithereens. 8 rings, you guard the rear position with the armor of gluttony. Alright. The 8 rings transformed into a 1,000-meter giant, and the dark red energy of the armor of gluttony enveloped the entire area. Neza held a fire-tipped spear, weaving back and forth in the air, and wherever he went, fire raged to the sky, incinerating large swaths of sea beasts into ash. Third prince is mighty, the sand monk exclaimed, while maneuvering the quicksand and dragging a sea beast into the sea of sand to be strangled. The battle lasted a full 2 hours, and the beach was littered with the corpses of sea beasts. 15,000 abyssal points for killing the abyssal sea beast. Kill the abyssal sea beast and gain 850 abyssal points. 698,000 abyssal points. This wave was a good harvest. Guanzu said with satisfaction, now that Chris has been captured as well, it's time to return to the military headquarters to resume orders. Guanzu walked towards the teleportation array, followed by Sun Wukong and the others who were dragging Chris. Wait! A Nordic female warrior caught up. Mr. Guanzu, I am the Holy Maiden of the Nordic Holy Church. Here's my contact information, so if you need any help in the future, feel free to contact me. Okay, Guanzu said with a smile. The light of the teleportation array lit up, and the figures of Guanzu and his group gradually disappeared into the light. Chapter 148, Hui, 8 Precepts, Sand Monk, Nija. 3 turns. A golden light flashed from the military department's teleportation array, and Guanzu's group appeared on the platform. Finally back. The 8 preceptors stretched their backs. This trip has really tired me out. Sun Wukong dragged the dying Chris, a hint of disdain flashing in his golden eyes. Quickly send this traitor to the interrogation camp before he gets in the way here. Sun Wukong said. The military interrogators had been waiting for a long time, and they took Chris and immediately put a special sealing collar on him. That collar had a bomb and an electric grid sealed inside it, and if Chris didn't listen, it would keep electrocuting him, making his life worse than death. Such human traitors, no matter what is done to them, it is not too much. Lieutenant Guanzu, this way please. An officer walked quickly. General Qi is waiting for you. The military headquarters building is gilded with portraits of highly decorated generals on the walls. Guanzu followed the officer to a spacious office. Qi Yun was checking out the documents, and when he saw Guanzu enter, he revealed a pleased smile. Well done. Qi Yun praised. Not only did you eliminate the Black Curtain Assassination Corps, but you also captured their leader alive. You've made another great achievement this time. Thanks to the summoning spirits cooperating well. Guanzu smiled and said, by the way, Master, this time we also captured an abyssal treasure armor. Oh, abyssal treasure armor? Qi Yun's eyes lit up. But it's been surrendered to the Heavenly Dao system in exchange for a meteor star bow. Hui took over. This bow is very powerful, and can help me explode a 5th turn sea beast with a single arrow. Hey, we also made a huge kill on the beach and gained almost 700,000 abyssal points. The 8 rings said excitedly, now we're rich. Qi Yun flipped through Guanzu's merit book and scrutinized it. Well, this mission was accomplished very well. Defend against the Abyssal Sea Clan, eliminate the Black Shadow Assassination Group, and capture the 5th turn traitor alive. For a comprehensive evaluation, 20,000 military merit points are awarded. Guanzu's rank insignia flashed with a golden light, and the symbol of a captain's 1 star emerged. Congratulations on your promotion to captain. Qi Yun laughed. Keep it up, maybe in a couple weeks you'll be a major. I wish I could be the Grand Marshal sooner. Guanzu joked. Ha ha ha. Right. A soldier who doesn't want to be a marshal is not a good soldier. Qi Yun said. This time the abyssal forces came and went quickly. After the battle in Atlanta City, the abyssal clan suffered heavy losses and had to retreat. The pressure on the entire Pacific front plummeted. On the other hand, on the side of the Chinese nation, the abyssal race's plots were also crushed time and time again. This battle was beautifully fought. Qi Yun flipped through the battle report and said with satisfaction, the main force of the abyssal clan has been repelled. Some of the remaining pockets of power in the country can soon be cleaned up as well. Master, there's nothing for us, I'll go back first. Good. Guanzu returned to the large manor of the Star Chopper Academy. He was also a bit tired from the consecutive day and night of conquest. Still, looking at the military medals he had just obtained, Guanzu felt that it was all worth it. Guanzu then piled up materials collected from the sea beasts on the table. He called out the quest panel. I'm going to submit these materials to the Heavenly Dao in exchange for abyssal points. Guanzu said. These rare abyssal materials are worth a lot of money. After picking up the quest and turning it in, some of the materials allowed Guanzu to gain another 400,000 abyss points. Now we have 4 million points on hand. The 8 rings rubbed their hands together and laughed, enough to upgrade several people. Guanzu immediately opened the abyssal maul and exchanged 400 third-turn source crystals that shimmered with blue light. Each of these crystals contained majestic energy. Guanzu said, first, let the golden summoning spirit upgrade. We call this upgrading first leads to upgrading later. Eventually everyone will rise to the 3rd turn. Good. Guangxi had no opinion. After all, the golden summoning spirit was elevated and would be even more powerful. And Guanzu wouldn't have lied to them, at least they were all turning 2 now as well. It's not a pie in the sky, it's something that can actually happen. This will allow me to break through to the 3rd turn. Neza said excitedly, with these source crystals, our overall strength will be able to rise by a large margin again. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed. When we all break through the third turn, we'll have another go at the abyssal monsters, and we'll definitely beat the crap out of them. Not bad, Hui said as he stroked the meteor star bow. Now that I have a specialized martial art, I'm afraid that if I break through 3 more revolutions, I'll be able to break through 5 trillion in damage. Good guy. Hui, you're getting a higher and higher percentage of output in this shooter position. Sun Wukong commented. Shen Shang whirled around in the air and said happily, let's see what the big guys look like after their upgrades. When we meet the Abyssal clan again this time, we'll make sure to make them look good. Inside the cultivation room of the Star Chopper Academy, 4 figures sat in the center of the spell formation, with 403 turn source crystals slowly rotating around them. Alright, let's get started. Guanzu said as he stood outside the spell formation, let Hui break through first. 100 source crystals flew towards Hui, forming a perfect energy formation. Blue light surged into his body, and the meteor star bow resonated with it. This power is too strong. Hui took a deep breath and, is this the third turn? This is the power of the battle spirit. I feel the power of the star laws. A golden pillar of light shot up into the sky as Hui's aura climbed upward. Behind him, a huge shadow of a sun-shooting English spirit emerged, and this was his battle spirit, the Starfall Soul. Hui successfully promoted to the third turn, awakening the soul of Starfall. Starfall Soul effect, all arrows come with a Starfall effect, causing a secondary explosion. My turn, Neza said excitedly, let's see what I can awaken. Another 100 source crystals flew towards Neza, and his 3-headed, 6-armed phantasm became more and more solid under the energy of the source crystals. A devilish godlike shadow took shape behind him. This was the soul of a 3-headed, 6-armed true devil. Beiji, then you. Guanzu shouted. The 8 rings swallowed 100 source crystals and his body rapidly expanded. A dark red silhouette emerged, 10,000 meters tall, that was the soul of the gluttony heavenly demon. As soon as they appeared, the students and teachers of the entire academy were shocked beyond belief, thinking that some terrifying existence had come to invade. This feels, it's so good. The 8 ring laughed out loud. My current armor of gluttony has increased the maximum amount of damage it can absorb to 20 trillion. And that's just one skill. All other skills, too, have been metamorphosed. Finally, it was the turn of the sand monk, whose body was wrapped in yellow sand, and the energy of the source crystals allowed the sand to gain a terrifying level of sharpness. A giant silhouette composed of countless fine sands appeared, the soul of quicksand. Thank you, Mr. Guan. Sand monk opened his eyes. With this quicksand soul, my sandstorm power has increased more than 10 times. The 4 golden summoning spirits all broke through the third turn, and the entire space of the cultivation room trembled slightly under their auras. Ha ha, Sun Wukong said happily, you've all turned 3 as well. Azu, find some powerful monsters for us to try our hand at. Chapter 149, The Southern Borderlands. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's request, Guanzu sat in the cultivation room of the Star Chopper Academy and opened the Heaven's Path mission interface to browse the latest missions. The abyssal crisis, on a large scale, is largely under control, but there are some difficult localizations left. Guanzu watched one by one. Ha! Abyssal zombies have appeared over at the southern border? Guanzu frowned slightly. These guys actually occupied a small city. The quest panel showed that a legion of abyssal zombies had occupied Yulin City in the southern borderlands, and the entire city was shrouded in a bizarre green poisonous fog. Sir Guan, these abyssal zombies are not easy to deal with. Sand Monk said, their necrotic poison can corrode flesh and blood, and it's intensely infectious, so even a 4th-turn powerhouse would be in trouble if they ran into it. However, Master already has abyssal resistance, so it shouldn't be a problem. Shenqing whirled around in the air. Guanzu said, the abyss can't contaminate me, but the necrotic poison in here might be a bit tricky, but with the 8 rings gluttony armor, it shouldn't be a problem. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed and the weapon in his hand glowed slightly. These zombies, it's just the right time for us to try out the power of the third turn. That's right. Hui touched the meteor star bow. I haven't even properly utilized this new bow yet. Let's go then. Guanzu stood up. Gather everyone and prepare to teleport. The crowd arrived in front of the teleportation array, and a blue light enveloped their entire bodies. Wait first. Guanzu suddenly remembered something and suddenly said, I'll go to the military department first to collect some antidote pills, and when the time comes, I'll be able to save some people by the way. Guanzu immediately contacted Qi Yun. Master, we're preparing to go to the southern border to exterminate the abyssal zombies, and we need some special effect antidote pills. Abyssal zombies? Aren't you going to take a break? Still have to go out on a mission. Qi Yun frowned, those guys are indeed troublesome. I'll have the logistics department prepare antidote pills and corresponding equipment for you. 10 minutes later, Guanzu got a batch of military specialized antidote pills and gas masks. Alright, now it's time to go. Guanzu said, target southern border Yulin City. The light of the teleportation array lit up, and the figures of the crowd gradually disappeared. Subsequently, Guanzu and his group appeared inside a military teleportation station on the southern border. The air was humid, and in the distance the green hills were verdant. The climate is much warmer than in the north, and the vegetation is lush and vibrant everywhere. Guanzu remembered that this side of the southern border was the location where the Hanli family was located. He immediately pulled out his communicator and contacted Hanli. Soon, Hanli's cool and pleasant voice came from the other end of the communicator. Guanzu, you're here. You came just in time. I was just about to go deal with those abyssal zombies. Hanli said, the Miaojiang Alliance has given a task to several of our sacred maidens, and whoever can solve the crisis in Yulin City will receive an emerald-grade compassionate Dao treasure. That's just right, let's go together. Guanzu laughed, where are you? We'll go over to find you. 10 minutes later, Guanzu met Hanli. She was beautiful and mysterious in a long pale green dress, with golden clouds of insects swirling around her. These abyssal zombies are troublesome. Hanli looked grave, their corpse poison doesn't even dare to dip into a fifth-turn powerhouse, and several experts have already planted themselves there. Sun Wukong grinned, hee, now that we're both at the third turn, we'll definitely be able to help you get that treasure weapon. You all broke through the third turn? Hanli's eyes lit up, what terrifying law power. By the way, I've just returned from the front line and gathered some intelligence. Hanli took out a jade slip and projected a three-dimensional image of Yulin City. The entire city was shrouded in a green poisonous fog, and a large number of abyssal zombies roamed the streets. These zombies appeared from nowhere, but they seemed to be controlled by some kind of force. Hanli said, pointing to the image, I suspect there is a source of control in the center of the city. Then what are we waiting for? Neza leapt to his feet, let's kill our way in and destroy the source. Don't rush. Hanli shook her head, we have to find a way to dispel these poisonous mists first, or we won't be able to go deep at all. In Hanli's golden insect cloud, a golden parasite flickered with a shimmering light, and they seemed to be a little uneasy about the poisonous fog ahead. There does have to be a detailed plan, Guanzu said. In the distance, Yulin City was shrouded in green poisonous mist, just like a dead city. The vegetation around the city had withered, and a putrid odor wafted through the air. Sand Monk stood at the edge of the city, his eyes deep. Don't worry everyone, this poisonous fog is tricky, but it's nothing to the current me. You have a way to remove these poisonous mists? Hanli asked with some surprise. Of course. The Sand Monk made seals with both hands, countless tiny grains of sand flew in the air, and behind him, the giant silhouette made up of grains of sand loomed. Quicksand law, active reconstruction. Sand Monk gave a low shout. The sand and soil of the entire city seemed to come to life, transforming into countless golden ribbons that swept toward the poisonous mist in the air. Dense runes surfaced on the surface of the sand, and each grain of sand turned into a miniature purifier. The 8 preceptors looked dumbfounded. Good guy. Old Sand's move is too powerful. The entire city's sand is being manipulated by him. The poisonous mist is absorbed and decomposed the moment it comes into contact with the sand grains. The originally dense green poisonous mist dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in less than 10 minutes, the air became much fresher. This is too amazing. Hanli looked at the scene incredulously. How did you do that? Sand Monk smiled and explained, after the third turn I comprehended the soul of quicksand and can change the nature of sand at will. It's easy to turn them into filtering materials like activated carbon. Sun Wukong exclaimed, Old Shah is getting more and more powerful now. Worthy of being a third-turn powerhouse. Hanli sighed heartily, now we can enter the city. But still, be careful, the zombies in the city are the trickiest. Those zombies, many of them are human, they still have a chance to recover, we have to find a way to take out those zombies from the abyss. Guanzu nodded, not bad. You can't injure your own people by mistake. Sandman, you continue to maintain sand purification. The abyssal rift was still there, and there was still necrotic gas coming out of the rift. Everyone else prepared to fight. As the last wisp of poisonous mist was absorbed, the outline of Yulin City gradually became clearer. A large number of abyssal zombies in various forms roamed the streets, their bodies completely decayed and emitting a sickening odor. Hoey hitched up his meteor star bow, I'd like to see how powerful they are. Depart! Guanzu gave the order and the crowd rushed towards the city gates. The battle was imminent, and the zombies all over the city seemed to have sensed the intruders, letting out ear-piercing hisses and lunging towards the crowd. Chapter 150, The Disappearing Children. A solemn atmosphere enveloped Yulin City as a group of people were cautiously advancing through the streets. These ordinary people turned zombies still have salvation, we can't kill them directly. Hanli said as the golden insect cloud formed a protective barrier around her. The Sand Monk clenched his hands and a large amount of fine sand hovered in the air, forming a cage. Whenever a human-turned zombie is found, the sand cage quickly wraps and traps it. Old Shah, this is a brilliant move on your part. Beiji exclaimed, these trapped human zombies can be saved when we find the source. Suddenly, a group of abyssal zombies rushed out from the street corner. These zombies were huge, with bizarre purple-black skin and a strong putrid odor emanating from their bodies. Leave it to me. Hoey lifted his meteor star bow and golden arrows broke through the air. The arrow hit the lead abyssal zombie, a miniature meteorite appeared out of nowhere, and a violent explosion enveloped the entire neighborhood in flames. -5. 2 megabytes. Nice one. This damage. So terrifying. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, watch me. Sun Wukong split into hundreds of doppelgangers, and the heavenly dragon Shenjin stick whistled and smashed into those zombies, the golden stick shadows intertwining into a net in the air. -1. 3 megabytes. -820 trillion. -790 trillion. -850 trillion. Third prince, let's not be idle either. The 8 precepts transformed into a 1,000-meter giant and rushed towards the zombie group with a 9-toothed nail rake in hand. Nez's 3-headed, 6-armed phantasm unfolded, and his fire-tipped spear was entwined with blazing flames, burning the abyssal zombies to ashes wherever it went. -8,100 trillion. -780 trillion. Ahead is the center of the city. Hanli pointed to an ancient temple in the distance. I sense a powerful abyssal aura there. Along the way, the Sand Monk has trapped tens of thousands of human zombies, while the abyssal zombies have been destroyed by the combined efforts of all of them. These abyssal zombies are indeed not weak. Guanzu observed the battle, but now that everyone is at the third turn, it's already much easier to deal with them. Hanli's insect cloud suddenly stirred, and the golden parasites let out ear-piercing chirps. Hanli's face changed. It seems like something is summoning these zombies. My compulsion has sensed an extremely evil aura. Guanzu said, the atmosphere here is indeed uncomfortable. The streets of Yulin City were a mess. The remains of abyssal zombies were everywhere, and a burning stench filled the air. It's too quiet here. Sun Wukong's golden eyes narrowed slightly as the weapon in his hand gently tapped the ground. Other than these zombies, there isn't even a living thing. Hanli's golden insect cloud hovered in mid-air as if searching for something. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. By all rights there should be a lot of kids on the streets at this time of day. Yulin City has always been well populated, with every family having at least 3 or 4 children. Hanli looked around and said, but we didn't even see a single child along the way. Hui held the meteor star bow and vigilantly observed the surrounding buildings. Most of the windows in those houses were closed, as if they were hiding some terrible secret. Could it be that all those kids have been moved? The 8 rings offered a guess. Sand Monk shook his head, not sure. I probed with sand. The city was attacked out of the blue. The streets still bear the marks of people scurrying away. Neza suddenly pointed at the ground. Look at these footprints. Many messy footprints were left on the ground, both of adults and children. But all the footprints pointed in the direction of the center of the city, as if at that moment everyone was drawn there by something. There's something odd. Guanzu's eyes were grave. These footprints look regular, not like they're fleeing for their lives. Hanli's insect cloud suddenly stirred violently, emitting a piercing chirp. Not good. Hanli's face suddenly changed. My compulsion sensed an extremely evil aura. It's underground. Right under our feet. Before the words fell, the ground suddenly shook violently. A huge crack stretched out from under the feet of the crowd, and dark green poisonous gas gushed out from the crack. Watch out! Sun Wukong shouted as his weapon instantly grew larger, dispersing the poisonous gas. A burst of eerie laughter came from the cracks, resembling the playfulness of children and the wailing of severe ghosts. Those children. Hanli turned pale. I'm afraid they've all been taken underground. The 8 preceptors immediately cast armor of gluttony, enveloping the crowd and fending off the poisonous gas that was constantly spewing out. Looks like we'll have to go underground to take a look. Guanzu's gaze was firm. Sun Wukong opened his fiery eyes and swept them toward the ground. Everything seems to be perspectivized, but he didn't notice any strange conditions. Underground as before. Surprisingly, there was nothing unusual underground. Hanli said, there's an old Taoist temple in the city. Something might have gone wrong there. Check it out. A faint poisonous mist drifted over the central square of Yulin City, and Sand Monk's quicksand was constantly purifying the air. Several women dressed in Miao costumes were standing at the edge of the square, and they were accompanied by the heavenly pride of each university. Seeing them, Hanli quickly walked over. Hello, several senior sisters. Senior sister Han, you're here. A woman in a long red dress smiled. It seems like you're also here for that emerald-grade compassionate Dao treasure artifact. Yes, senior sister Bai. Hanli nodded, then introduced, this is Guanzu, a heavenly pride of the Star Beheading Academy. The gazes of the other holy maidens and celestial pride immediately focused on Guanzu, surprise flashing in their eyes. The helper that Hanli had found turned out to be the heavenly pride Guanzu. Then they are completely hopeless. So it's Guanzu Tianjiao. I've heard a lot about you. The white-robed saintess marveled. We've heard about your battles in Jade Dragon City and Liaoshan City. To turn the tide of battle alone is truly admirable. A young man who followed her flashed a glimmer of gloom in his eyes. He was a heavenly pride of the Northern Xian school, but he was really dwarfed by Guanzu. After all, his academy was not even a top 10 academy. Guanzu Tianjiao. Another holy maiden said, I heard that the Sun Wukong under your command has already been promoted to the third turn. Can you let us have a look? Sun Wukong and the others came around Guanzu, their golden aura rising up to the sky, the aura of a third-turn powerhouse causing everyone present to feel a wave of oppression. All 3 turns. How does the strength of this third-turn summoning spirit give me the oppressive feeling of a 5th-turn powerhouse? A celestial pride gulped, it's too terrifying. Powerful indeed. the white-robed saintess exclaimed, "No wonder you were able to repel the abyssal army in Jade Dragon City. I'm afraid that all of us together are no match for Guanzu alone." The other celestial pride nodded their heads. Although they were all the best of the great universities, compared to Guanzu, there was indeed a considerable gap. "A few of you are flattered." Guanzu smiled. "The most important thing right now is to find out what's unusual about this city. We came all the way out here and realized that all the kids here were gone." When these words came out, the faces of the several holy maidens changed. "We also found out about this, and originally thought that there was something wrong with the underground, but I sent out my parasites to check it out, and there was nothing strange." The white-robed holy maiden said in a shocked voice, "Yulin City has always had a thriving population, and every household has several children. But it's true, I don't see any of them here. This is so weird." Chapter 151, a copy of the Little Five Village Guan. On the central square of Yulin City, several holy maidens and celestial pride were discussing the abnormalities in the city. Suddenly, a young man dressed in white ran from the side of the Taoist temple. This person was also an academy genius. "Gentlemen, I found something strange." The man in white looked flustered. Many cracks appeared in the Taoist temple, and those cracks emanated weird swirls. "It seems to be replicating." The crowd immediately rushed to the Taoist temple at the word. The ancient Taoist temple complex is situated in one corner of the square, with red walls and yellow tiles, simple and solemn. But at that moment the walls were covered with glowing cracks, densely covering them like cobwebs. This is the phenomenon of replica transformation. Hanli's golden parasites hovered around the crack. The entire Taoist temple is transforming into a replica. From time to time, bursts of eerie laughter and cries came out of the cracks, as if something was stirring inside. Guanzu carefully observed the cracks and realized that each one was slowly rotating, forming a swirling entrance. Hiroshi sniffed, "There's the scent of those kids in here. Then we must go in and take a look." Guanzu said, "Those missing children are probably inside the replica." He stepped forward and reached out to touch one of the cracks. The Tendo system immediately popped up a prompt. Discover the copy, Little Wuzuanquan. Difficulty, 5 stars. Suggested level, 5 turns. Copy type, unknown copy with a large number of intricate formations inside. Surprisingly, it's a 5-star difficulty. The 8 rings gulped, suggested level 5 turns. Sun Wukong gripped his weapon tightly, and a hint of wariness flashed in his golden eyes. "Although we're a 3rd turn, we're even better than some 5th turns. I'll go with you guys." Hanli said, "I know more about compulsion Dao formations, so I might be able to help." Guanzu nodded, "Alright, we'll go in now." Ripples rippled in the void as the figures of the group gradually disappeared into the crack. The other holy maidens and celestial pride looked at each other in dismay. They also wanted to go in, but they were worried that they weren't strong enough to deal with the dangers of a 5-turn, 5-star copy. It's better to let Guanzu and the others go first. The white-clothed saintess sighed. With their strength, they have the greatest chance of success. The crack spun suddenly faster, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. The entire Taoist temple began to vibrate violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. The group stepped into the replica rift, and the scene in front of them opened up. It was an ancient Taoist temple, with the green stone-paved paths lined with sky-high ancient trees, their canopies shading the sky tightly. "Is this the Little Five Zhuangguan?" Hanli surveyed her surroundings, the golden insect cloud hovering uneasily around her. "My insect cloud is in fear. The monsters here should be very powerful." Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, and his expression suddenly became somewhat nostalgic. He tapped his weapon gently, his eyes casting to a giant tree in the distance in the backyard of the Little Five Zhuangguan. "I remember this place." Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes and said, "I came here when I went to the Western Heaven to get scriptures. This is the dojo of Jin Yuenzi, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, but the ginseng fruit tree is planted in the orchard over there." Right. The 8 rings also remembered and scratched the back of his head. "Monkey brother, you pushed down the ginseng fruit tree in a fit of rage back then, or the goddess of mercy stepped in to bring the tree back to life." Later on, Monkey and Jin Yuan de Xian even became sworn brothers. But this place is just laid out like that Wuxuanguan. It doesn't have that kind of heritage. "Not bad, can't we call it the Little Five Truths? This place is a fake," Sun Wukong said. Suddenly, an overcast wind blew through the trees, rustling the leaves. Several black shadows flew out from the great hall, dressed in Taoist robes and with fierce faces, all obviously apostles of the abyss. "Be careful!" Guanzu shouted lowly. "These are Taoists who control the power of the abyss." Guanzu immediately threw over a scout, and these Taoists had very high attributes. All of them are at the 5th turn level. The little monsters alone were already 5-turned little monsters. The Taoist priest in the lead grinned, revealing a mouthful of pitch-black teeth. "Welcome to Little Five Zhuangguan. We have been waiting for a long time. All those lovely children you were looking for are now being baptized in the abyss." "Assholes!" Neza shouted angrily. "It's just enough to defile the Taoist temple, but you even took those innocent children." The Taoist priests made seals at the same time, and a black talisman flew in the air, forming a huge formation. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Wuxuanguan, a pitch-black fruit tree covered with fruits that emit an eerie glow. A large amount of black aura passed from it, strengthening the Taoists. "Is that the Ginseng fruit tree? Sand Monk exclaimed, no, this tree has been contaminated by the power of the abyss. It's a fake ginseng tree. Real ginseng fruit tree, those fruits can live for hundreds of years more just by smelling them. Sun Wukong said. Hanley's bug cloud suddenly stirred violently. I feel the children, right under that tree. The ground beneath the tree cracked open in a seam, and the cries of children could be faintly heard coming from the ground. Damn it! Guanzu's eyes went cold. They're trying to cultivate these abyssal fruits with the child's spiritual aura. Sun Wukong leapt up, his weapon instantly rising in his hand. Lao Sun, pushed down the ginseng fruit tree once back then, and today this evil tree, I'll do the same for you. Sun Wukong wanted to leap straight over to smash that abyssal fruit tree, but he was blocked by an invisible barrier. Ha! What the hell is this? A trace of doubt flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. The 8 rings poked the air with a 9-toothed nail rake, making the sound of metal on metal. It's a wall of air, Guanzu said. This is the rule of the box copy. Hanley explained, you must advance through the levels in order, you can't skip battles in between. The Taoist priest in the lead let out a piercing laugh, and black talismans coalesced into a huge ghostly face in the air. Now that you're here, enjoy yourselves. Let's show you guys what we're made of. Looks like we have to take care of these guys first. Guanzu's eyes glazed over. Summon Spirit Reinforcement Formation. A crimson formation unfolded on the ground, and the auras of all the summoned spirits climbed in pitch. Monkey, show them some color. The 8 rings shouted excitedly. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed with a hint of battle intent, and the heavenly dragon Xianjin stick danced out a golden light in his hands. The power of the laws surged and the air was stirred up. Look at the stick! The golden shadow of the stick whistled out, and the air made a sharp whistling sound. That Taoist priest's face changed, and he hurriedly formed a seal to resist. However, the strength of the third turning Goku was far beyond his imagination. -2. 1 megabytes. The Taoist priest's talisman instantly shattered, and his entire body was smashed and flew out, crashing through 3 large trees before coming to a stop. Fire tip gun, go! Nez's 3-headed, 6-armed phantasm unfolded, all 6 arms simultaneously pinching. Blazing dragons of fire erupted from the tip of the gun, engulfing the 2 Taoist priests. The Taoist robes of those Taoist priests instantly turned into ashes, revealing their pitch-black bodies. -980 trillion. -1 megabytes. Hui stood high above the ground, starlight glittering on his meteor bow. Chasing the sky and shooting in succession, the moment of the hunt has begun. The golden arrow broke through the air and transformed into a miniature meteor in the air. Boom! -5. 2 megabytes. -5. 3 megabytes. -5. 7 megabytes. The terrifying explosion blew several Taoists into pieces, and even the ground was blown out into a huge crater. How is this possible? The remaining Taoist priests' faces changed drastically. They're obviously only at the 3rd turn. Why do they have such strength? Where's the why? If you dare to be in our way, go to hell. Beiji said triumphantly, watch me. Gluttony giant. Earth-splitting palm. The 8 rings body instantly swelled to 100 meters tall, and the 9-toothed nail rake in his hand enlarged and ruthlessly smashed into the remaining Taoist priests. -850 trillion. The sand monk made seals with both hands, and countless sand blades hovered in the air. Quicksand hell. The golden sandstorm engulfed the last few Taoists, and countless sharp sand blades cut them into pieces. -790 trillion. -8,100 trillion. Chapter 152, Killing Qingfeng. After a vicious battle, the ground was strewn with the remains of the abyssal dawn guard, and the air was filled with a putrid odor. These guys dropped good materials. The 8 rings crouched down and rummaged through the loot. Guanzu categorized all the materials and put them away, including the abyssal Dao robe, dark rune paper, evil energy crystals, and so on. The system kept popping up prompts. Acquire abyssal robe fragment ×5, quality, platinum. Gain darkness rune paper ×28, quality, platinum grade. Obtained evil energy crystals ×13, quality, emerald. Cumulative experience gained, 538. 5 billion. All of these materials are rare and can be used to create powerful turn 5 level equipment, so you can save them for later and use them slowly. Hanli said as the golden insect cloud hovered around her. My compulsion can sense a stronger presence up ahead. The air grew more and more chilly as the crowd continued along the bluestone path. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled and swept up leaves all over the ground. Coming! Sun Wukong's golden eyes stared, only to see a figure slowly stand up in the pavilion platform in front. It was an old man dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe, his beard and hair white, but his eyes as sharp as knives. Poor Taoist Qingfeng, I've been waiting for a long time. The duster in the old man's hand flicked, and the fallen leaves around him were suddenly as sharp as blades, hovering in the air. This Taoist master, the laws of wind are well mastered. San Monk said, but it's wrong to use it to harm people. Taoist master Qingfeng laughed coldly and swung the duster in his hand once again. There was a fierce wind, and countless fallen leaves turned into sharp blades, forming a huge storm in the air. Where are those children? Hui hitched up his meteor star bow. Speak up. Want to know? Beat me before you say so. A hint of madness flashed in Taoist Qingfeng's eyes. Wind domain, open. A terrifying hurricane swept out, and the leaves of the entire Little Fifth Estate were swept into the air, forming a huge cage of wind. This old guy is at the peak of the fifth revolution. The 8 preceptors exclaimed, much stronger than those Taoist priests just now. Let me meet this old man. Neza leaped forward. Guanzu nodded his head and said, good, everyone be careful how you deal with it, his wind blades are dangerous. The 8 ring sets of armor. Summoning spirit reinforcement formation, open. The crimson formation unfolded once again, and the aura of the crowd climbed. Fierce battles erupted within the little 5 trumps Guan, and Sun Wukong's body shone with golden light as he entered the demon ape state, his golden hairs standing up at the roots. Boom boom boom. That fifth-turn Taoist priest, with extraordinary strength, puffed out his sleeve robes. All sorts of spells pinched the hand. A huge mass of meteorites fell from the sky, smashing into the summoned spirits on Guanzu's side. All that damage, though, was mitigated by the gluttony armor. Taoist Master Qingfeng's eyes froze. Just such a moment of distraction was seized by the Monkey King. Watch me. Fixation technique. A hint of cunning flashed in Sun Wukong's golden eyes as he pinched his fingers. A golden light flashed, and a golden ding character was branded in front of Taoist Master Qingfeng. At that moment, he froze in place, and even his wind domain was suspended. Good chance. Together. Blast him to death. The 8 rings shouted excitedly. Hou immediately pulled back the meteorite star bow, and dozens of golden arrows shot out at the same time, transforming into a miniature meteorite star in the air. Boom, boom, boom. -5. 1 megabytes. -4. 8 megabytes. -4. 9 megabytes. This old guy's blood is so thick. Neza exclaimed, a full 30,000 tubes. A 5-turn monster with a tube of 1 megabyte of blood, 30,000 tubes would be 30,000 megabytes of blood. But Hou's round of heavy shooting is also close to 1,000 plus tubes consumed. Hanli watched from the sidelines. She knew that this kind of scene, she could not help at all, as long as she took care of herself, and then gave Guanzu to prescribe all kinds of precious medicine buff additive. Your teammate Hanli has turned on a 2.5x experience bonus. Your teammate Hanli has turned on the 3x explosive rate bonus. Your teammate Hanli has turned on a triple law experience growth bonus. In one breath, Hanli turned on a large number of buff potions. Neza's 3-headed, 6-armed phantasm unfolded, all 6 arms simultaneously choking, and blazing flames wrapped around his fire-tipped spear. Fire Dragon Impact. The 9 fire dragons roared and rushed towards Taoist Master Qingfeng, engulfing him in a sea of fire. -980 trillion. Gluttony Giant. Tarzan Meteorite Drop. The 8 precepts transformed into a 1,000-meter giant, clasped his hands into a ball, and ruthlessly slammed into Taoist Master Qingfeng. Now he didn't have to fly as high as he could, just smashing down off the ground was maximum damage. -2. 9 megabytes. The sand monk made a seal with both hands, and countless sand blades circled in the air, forming a huge vortex. Quicksand Hell. -790 trillion. Heaven Breaking Stick. More than 800 Monkey King, stick shadows smashed horizontally. Taoist Master Qingfeng's blood level continued to drop under the crowd's furious bombardment. Finally, finished him off. But a wry smile flashed in his eyes. Do you guys think you can kill me with this? Taoist Master Qingfeng suddenly let out a strange laugh. His body suddenly exploded into a cloud of green smoke. Not good. He has a second form. Hanli's golden insect cloud stirred violently. The smoke quickly coalesced and transformed into a huge spirit hundreds of meters tall, with a greenish-colored body that exuded a terrifying deathly aura. Ha ha ha. This is my true form. Taoist Master Qingfeng's voice became low and hoarse. Just now it was just for fun. Damn. This guy is surprisingly so troublesome. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Get him. But just now, my law experience has gone up quite a bit. Hou said. Asterisk. Countless wind blades whistled out as the gigantic Yin Soul waved its hand, each one containing a powerful deathly aura. Be careful. These wind blades carry a deathly aura, so if you touch them, you'll be corrupted. Guanzu warned. The 8 rings immediately cast armor of gluttony, enveloping the crowd and fending off the roiling wind blades. This is trouble. Hou looked grave. This guy's second form is more than 10 times stronger than just now. This old guy definitely has a weakness. This is far beyond the difficulty of the 5th turn. Guanzu's eyes were sharp. Everyone watch carefully and find his weakness. After Guanzu said that, all of the summoned spirits began to secretly observe. The huge Yin spirit incarnated by Taoist Master Qingfeng hovered in the air, and green-colored wind blades ravaged the entire courtyard. This old guy is too difficult to deal with. Beiji complained. These wind blades aren't just sharp, they also carry a deathly aura that corrodes them when you touch them. Hou shot an arrow and a meteorite fell from the sky, breaking an ancient tree in the courtyard. The trunk of the tree came down with a loud thud, hitting the ground with a loud thud. Taoist Qingfeng's Yin spirit suddenly trembled, looking a little flustered. Ha! Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as his fiery eyes penetrated. Interesting, these trees seem to have some sort of connection with him. Guanzu said, I see. These trees are the source of his power, and each one is infused with the power of the abyss by him. That's great. Sun Wukong grinned, watch me. The heavily dragon Xianjin stick drew a golden arc in the air and ruthlessly smashed into the thickest ancient tree. The shadow of the stick was like a dragon, carrying a terrifying destructive force. No! Stop! Taoist Master Qingfeng let out a mournful scream as the Yin Soul shadow flew over in a rush to try and stop it. Boom! The ancient tree shattered in response, its trunk exploding and wood chips flying. A greenish-colored energy erupted from the break and instantly dissipated into the air. Ah! My power! Taoist Qingfeng's Yin spirit trembled violently, rapidly shrinking in size. You bastards, you destroyed my foundation. So that's it. Hui pulled back his meteor star bow. These trees are the source of his power, kind of like Taoist grounding. The golden arrows broke through the air and split into dozens in the air. Each one hit an ancient tree with pinpoint accuracy, and the explosions caused by the arrows turned the entire courtyard into a sea of fire. -5. 1 megabytes. -4. 8 megabytes. -4. 9 megabytes. ********. Damn it! Taoist Master Qingfeng let out a hiss of despair as his Yin soul void became fainter and fainter. Nez's fire-tip spear swept across, the blazing flames burning the remaining ancient trees to ashes. Taoist Master Qingfeng, who had lost his source of strength, instantly weakened more than 100 times. Let's see how arrogant you still are this time. The 8 precepts transformed into a 1,000-meter giant, and the 9-toothed nail rake flashed with a cold light. Taste my power of gluttony. Tarzan meteorite fall. -2. 9 megabytes. Under one strike, Taoist Qingfeng's Yin soul void completely shattered and dissipated into a bit of green light in the air. You have killed the first-level lord, Master Qingfeng. With his death, the eerie aura of the entire courtyard vanished. Finally solved. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his forehead. This old man is quite troublesome. Guanji walked up to check the loot. He dropped a token with the words backyard engraved on it. Chapter 153, Skillful Killing. Taoist Master Qingfeng's figure completely dissipated, and a golden glow rose within the courtyard, from which a large number of treasures emerged. Ha ha, this old guy is finally dead. The 8 rings said excitedly, let's see what goodies have exploded. Guanzu directly raised his hand, and after an automatic pickup, the system's beeps kept ringing out. Acquired Abyssal Talisman times 58, quality, Emerald Grade. Acquired Abyssal Talisman times 58, quality, Emerald Grade. Obtained Wind and Thunder Treasure Book times 1, quality, Emerald Grade. Obtained 5 Zhuangguan Token times 1, quality, Emerald Grade. Taoist Master Qingfeng's shadowy soul dissipated into the air, and a large amount of materials and law power erupted out, creating a rain of light in the courtyard. Ha ha, this old guy may be troublesome, but he drops a lot of stuff. The 8 preceptors said as they rubbed their hands together excitedly. The summoning spirits immediately raised their hands and collected those scattered forces of law, condensing them into a crystalline ball of light. These law powers are very pure, Guanzu said. You guys can just absorb them now and raise your law levels. Sun Wukong was sitting on the ground, his golden fur moving without wind, and a dazzling light emanating from his body. The other summoned spirits also began to absorb the power of the law. These powers of the laws really came at the right time. Hoi exclaimed, I feel like my archery laws have risen several more levels. A ray of law light surged into Hoi's body, and the meteorite star bow resonated with it, and the shadow of the sun-shooting spirit loomed behind him. A golden light flashed across everyone's body, and the system's beep sounded again. Congratulations! The Monkey King's law level has increased by 9 levels. Congratulations! Inuyasha's law level has increased by 7 levels. Congratulations! Monksha's law level has increased by 6 levels. Congratulations! Nez's laws have increased by 6 levels. Congratulations! Hoi's law level has increased by 7. Ha, my quicksand law has also increased by 3 levels. Sand Monk rejoiced, it feels like I'm more in control of the sand. Suddenly, a brilliant bead floated out from the remains of Taoist Master Qingfeng, emitting the characteristic glow of diamond-grade equipment. Ha! What kind of treasure is this? The 8th ring's eyes lit up. Guanzu reached out and took the bead, examining it carefully. The beads were jade-like, with golden sands flowing inside, emitting powerful law fluctuations. Acquisition of diamond-grade Dharma pearls, golden sands pearls. Quality, diamond. Attribute, 80% increase in all attributes. Special effect 1, increase in law power by 300%. Effect 2, increases casting speed by 150%. Feature 3, increase mana limit by 1000%. Special effect 4, expanded field range by 200%. This Dharma bead is good. The Sand Monk's eyes lit up. It just so happens that I lack a weapon to use while I'm at it. The Qingfeng Dharma bead was crystal clear and contained a powerful power of laws. Although it's not a specialized weapon, the attributes of this magic weapon are quite good. Inuyasha said, if Old Sha uses it, his strength can be increased by at least 3 times. Old Sha, this baby suits you best. Guanzu laughed, although it's not a specialized martial art, it's still a rare and good thing. Thank you, Mr. Guan. The Sand Monk took the golden sand's treasure bead, and the bead immediately resonated with his laws. A circle of golden sand waves spread out with the Sand Monk at the center, and all the sand and rocks on the ground began to vibrate violently. Sand Monk's law power skyrocketed with the precious pearls boost, allowing him to increase his strength by another large margin. Now, Old Shaw's strength has gone up another level. Neza exclaimed, with this precious pearl, his law of sand is even more perfect. The patio's flagstone path extends forward to an open backyard. Holding the token, Sun Wukong and the others passed through a light golden door of light. So this is the backyard? The 8 preceptors looked around and said, why are there stone statues everywhere? In the backyard stood dozens of huge stone statues in various shapes and sizes. Some of them were lions, some were fierce tigers, and some were unicorns, and every one of them was lifelike. On the surface of the stone statue, there was a layer of dark golden metallic armor covering it. Han Li's bug cloud suddenly shook violently. Be careful. These statues are alive. They have a strong abyssal aura about them. Ha, these stone people are interesting. A hint of wariness flashed in Sun Wukong's golden eyes. Watch me smash them with my rod. The heavenly dragon Xianjin stick whistled down and heavily smashed into the top of the stone lion's head. However, surprisingly, the metal armor on the stone lion's body was only slightly dented and did not shatter. Minus 980 trillion. What a hard defense. Sun Wukong said in surprise, these guys' armor is surprisingly strong. Suddenly, all the stone statues opened their eyes at the same time, and dark red light shot out from them. They slowly turned their necks, the metal rubbing together with a harsh sound. Attention! They're about to strike. Guanzu shouted, summon the spirit reinforcement formation. The crimson formation had just unfolded when the stone statues opened their mouths at the same time and shot out a piercing laser. The beams of light intertwined into a web, illuminating the entire backyard. Armor of gluttony. The 8 rings hastily cast protection, a dark red energy shield enveloping the crowd. The laser blasted against the energy shield with a deafening pop. The ground was scorched with scorch marks, and the smell of burning metal filled the air. Hui, shoot them, Guanzu said. Understood. Hui pulled back the bowstring and the golden arrow broke through the air. The arrow hit the eye of a stone tiger, triggering a violent explosion. However, when the smoke cleared, the stone tiger was surprisingly unharmed except for some cracks in its eyes. Minus 1 megabytes. This defense is too perverse. Neza exclaimed, even Hui's meteorite explosion couldn't break through their defense. Hanli suddenly said, wait, my parasites have discovered it. There's a metal core inside them, that's the source of their power. Just destroy the core and you can defeat them. The stone statues moved slowly, their massive footsteps shaking the ground. More violent lasers shot from their eyes, turning the entire backyard into a sea of fire. The metal gargoyles' lasers wreaked havoc, and everyone was forced backward. Guanzu frowned as he observed the structure of the stone statues. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Hanli, can your gold-devouring insects gnaw on metal? Of course. Hanli immediately understood Guanzu's meaning. What my gold-devouring insects are best at is corroding metals. Hanli's jade hand lightly lifted, and a group of small golden insects separated from the insect cloud and hovered in the air. These gold-eating insects were only the size of a fingernail cap, but each of them shone with a metallic luster. Old Sand, your sand sends these bugs in, Guanzu said. No problem. Sand Monk held the golden sand's treasure pearl, countless fine sands hovering in the air. I can see that there are gaps in the joints of these stone statues. I can break through there. The Sand Monk's grains of sand wrapped around the gold-eating insects and silently burrowed into the joints and crevices of the stone statue. The stone statues were still firing their lasers, completely oblivious to the danger within. Ha, these stupid stones don't know what to expect. Beiji said smugly, just wait and see. After the gold-eating insects entered the body of the stone statue, they immediately began to crazily gnaw on the metal core. The originally impenetrable stone statue was now like paper mache, being eaten away by the bugs little by little. Not good. Something's eating our core. A stone lion suddenly screamed in terror, but it was too late. The gold eater's gnawing speed was extremely fast, and in less than a minute, the core of the first stone statue was completely corroded. The stone statue that lost its core suddenly lost its power and collapsed. Seconds. This is a brilliant move. Neza exclaimed, it's much more brilliant than us doing it the hard way. One after another, the stone statues fell. Their proud defenses were nothing in front of the gold eater. The entire backyard echoed with the roar of a stone statue collapsing. Chapter 154 5 Revolutions gather in the clouds. Snatch the first pass. These gold-devouring insects are the treasures of our Miaojiang, Hanli said with a smile. Ordinary metal can't stop them from gnawing. The last of the stone statues fell, leaving nothing but piles of rubble and corroded metal remnants on the ground. The gold eaters ate their fill, and their bodies shone with an even more dazzling metallic luster. It looks like these bugs have eaten a lot of good stuff, Sun Wukong said. The shine on them is brighter than before. That's right, the metal that the gold eaters eat is converted into their nutrients. Hanli explained, this time, they ate so much abyssal metal that their strength must have increased quite a bit again. Guanzu walked over to a pile of debris and found a token with a shimmering golden light, engraved with the words Inner Courtyard. Looks like this is the key to the next level. Guanzu said, get ready and move on. The Jade Forest City's teleportation array constantly flickered with blue light, and teams of heavily armed professionals stepped out from it. Quick look! It's the Blue Crystal Guild. Someone exclaimed. They actually sent out 5 fifth rotation powerhouses. The Blue Crystal Guild's team was raging, and the old man at the head was holding a scepter and exuding a powerful aura. I heard that it's a copy called the Little 5 Zhuangguan, and the suggested level is 5 turns. A middle-aged man in a flashy robe said, our Cold Moon Guild can't lag behind. The teleportation array lights up again, and a uniformed team walks out, wearing the Green Dragon logo on their chests. The Green Dragon Battle Group is here too. They specialize in making copy first passes. A shout of surprise rang out from the crowd. For a while, the streets of Yulin City were crowded with professionals from all the major guilds. They were all here for the copy first pass reward. Yulin City had suffered a crisis when something happened, and powerful professionals from all sides would not have gathered here. But if, say, a big treasure came out of this place, then this place is going to be pissed off. I heard that you can obtain the right to operate the replica after the first pass. A youth said, when the time comes, ticket income, material income, that's real money. That's right. A ticket for this kind of 5th turn copy costs at least tens of millions. And with all those rare materials, just the Abyssal Dao Talisman alone can be sold at a sky-high price. The major guilds were pumping their fists and preparing for a big fight. They then came to the swirling ground where they entered the copy. What? Guanzu has already gone in? The Blue Crystal Guild's old man's face changed. Wait, which Guanzu? Guanzu? That's that heavenly pride from the Star Beheading Academy? The captain of the Green Dragon Battle Group laughed aloud and said, the summoning spirits under him have all been promoted to the 3rd turn, so what? It's fine to brush low-level copies, but for high-level copies, it's up to us, the 5th turn powerhouses. Yeah, so what if it's the 3rd turn? We are 5-turned powerhouses. In our eyes. Not even a small dish. The middle-aged man from the Cold Moon Guild sneered. Moreover, we also have the advantage in terms of numbers. These guilds didn't take Guanzu too seriously. After all, they were at the 5th turn level, and thought that Guanzu was powerful because he appeared to be big and tall in his class. Being imposing in a low-level professional can't be a license in front of them. However, what they didn't know was that Guanzu and his group were in the middle of the copy and had already passed 2 levels. Several live broadcasting devices had been set up in the Yulin City Square. A reporter from Tendo News Channel is reporting live. Hello viewers, this is Tendo News Channel coming to you live. The female reporter said to the camera, just an hour ago, a turn 5 copy of Little 5 Zhuangguan appeared in our Yulin City, and it has already attracted a large number of guilds. The camera swept across the crowded square, the logos of the major guilds glowing in the sunlight. It is reported that this is the 3rd 5-turn copy to appear within China this year. The first 2 were taken by the Green Dragon Battle Group and the Heavenly Sword Guild respectively. Those who have been confirmed to enter the replica are the Jinqing Academy's Heavenly Pride, Guanzu, as well as a number of large guilds' 5th rotation teams. The pop-ups in the live stream went crazy. Guanzu? Isn't he only at the 3rd turn? This is a 5th turn copy. Hey, get the rice ready and wait to see Guanzu roll over. A 3rd turn challenging a 5th turn copy, what an insouciance. We support Tianjia Guanzu. Meanwhile, the front line of the Abyssal War Zone. What? A turn 5 copy has appeared in Yulin City? A middle-aged man in military uniform said in surprise, recall the Dragon Tiger Warriors immediately. Sir, they're on vacation. This opportunity is not to be missed. The right to operate a 5th turn copy was worth more than taking down a city. Get them over there right now. A number of combat squads urgently withdrew from the battlefront and rushed to Yulin City on military transmission arrays. The headquarters of the largest guild in Tiannan province, Red Sun. Chairman, should we send someone there as well? Nonsense. An old man stood up violently, immediately mobilized the 5th rotation powerhouses and killed them for me. This copy, our Red Sun Guild is determined to win. If we can take it, our guild's income, at least, will increase by 20%. 20%! Within a few short minutes, the 5-turn powerhouses gathered in Yulin City had exceeded hundreds. Numerous forces have practically come out of the woodwork for the right to make the first pass on a copy. Gentlemen! The old man from the Blue Crystal Guild stood tall and said, although Guanzu was exceptionally talented, he is only a 3rd turn after all. The first pass of this copy will surely be a battle between us, the 5th turn powerhouses. There was a murmur of approval from the crowd. No one felt that Guanzu could take the first pass, they were more concerned about how to stand out among the other 5-turn teams. Come on, let's see, old man, what's going on with the clearance now? An old man took out a disc, and then, the information about the passage of the copy appeared. Wait, Guanzu and the others have already passed 2 levels. What? No way. Are you kidding me? Everyone looked at the message board in disbelief. Guanzu's progress was far beyond their imagination. Maybe this copy, which is not as hard as imagined, is a very simple copy. Hurry! We can't dawdle, go in immediately. The captain of the Green Dragon Battle Regiment shouted. Never let a 3rd turn kid take the lead. All the major teams flocked to the entrance of the replica, fearing to be a step late. The female reporter from the Tendo news station said excitedly, "Amazing news! Guanzu has been the first to pass 2 levels. It's still unknown who will die in this copy battle." Soon, teams of various 5th rotation powerhouses swarmed in. At first, facing those small monsters, they killed them very quickly. Bunch of dirtbags. Unbearable. Speed up some, I guess we'll hit the 3rd level in 2 minutes. The monsters here don't work at all. It wasn't until they met the first pass lord that they were somewhat dismayed. Within the replica, Taoist Master Qingfeng's was holding a dust whisking sword, spinning in the air as countless spells poured down like machine guns. Rumble, lightning, fiery flames, astral winds, all kinds of spells were unleashed non-stop. Damn! This difficulty is too perverted. The old man from the Blue Crystal Guild held his staff and struggled to support the shield. What 5-star copy is this? It's like a 9-star difficulty. A group of 5th turn powerhouses were struck by the wind blades, and immediately blood and flesh flew out as if they were doorstops. Even a 5th turn powerhouse couldn't withstand this kind of attack. Minus 89 trillion. Blitz. Minus 76 trillion. Minus 82 trillion. Withdraw. Retreat first. A leader of an intermediate level warband shouted, "This damn thing's spells are too dense to get close." Chapter 155, The Ghostly Taoist. A middle-aged man from a medium guild gritted his teeth and said, "We're 5th rotation powerhouses, how can we not even pass the 1st level? This is not scientific. How did Guanzu and the others get over there?" Someone asked in disbelief. Suddenly, a team member exclaimed, "Look! Those trees! Those trees are connected to this old Taoist priest." Before the words left his mouth, a wind blade whistled, directly chopping that team member into 2. But with a flash of light, he was instantly restored again by the team's angelic professionals. But after the revival, it was obviously much weaker. Before the others had time to react, the roiling spells had already poured down. Ah! Help! It's horrible! A 5-turn team collapsed in front of Master Qingfeng and fled out of the copy in a sorry state. They were covered in blood, with shock and resignation written all over their faces. There's something odd about this copy. An old man gritted his teeth. It's reasonable to say that even if it's a 5-star copy, with our strength we shouldn't be in such a sorry state. Could it be that the difficulty of this copy changes with the strength of the entrant? Someone guessed. No. A vice-captain from a high-level guild suddenly said, "It should have been Guanzu and the others, who discovered the boss's weaknesses in order to clear the level. Otherwise, this monster is too difficult to deal with." Damn! So we wasted our efforts? I should have known to observe the pattern first. More and more Turn 5 teams escaped from the copies in a sorry state. They had originally thought that they would be able to push their way across the border by virtue of their level advantage, but they didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. The female reporter from the Heaven's Path news station excitedly reported, "Amazing scene. The 5th turn powerhouses from the major guilds have escaped from the copy one after another. It seems that the difficulty of this copy is far beyond imagination. And Guanzu and his party have already passed 2 levels, displaying amazing strength." The pop-ups in the live stream instantly exploded. Ha ha, does the face of those who look down on Guanzu hurt? Strength isn't just about rank. Guanzu YYDS. Is this the strength of a heavenly pride? In the square of Yulin City, the people from the major guilds began to reassess the difficulty of this copy, and at the same time had to re-examine Guanzu's strength. The original contempt and disdain had now transformed into shock and admiration. Guanzu and the others, using their pass tokens, entered the inner courtyard of the Little Five Zhuangguan. It was clearly a quaint courtyard with green bricks and tiles, but now it was filled with evil. Hundreds of huge altars of blood and flesh were neatly arranged, each one 3 or 4 meters tall, with bizarre patterns writhing on their surfaces. "There's the scent of children in here." Hanley's bug cloud shook violently. "They're alive. Sand monk, save them." Guanzu ordered on the spot. The sand monk held the golden sands treasure pearl, and countless fine sands hovered in the air. "Watch me." Quicksand unsealing. Waves of golden sand swept away, slicing through the altars of flesh and blood one by one. The sights inside are mind-blowing. Each altar seals a child who was kept alive by some bizarre force. "These children are not dead," Beiji said in surprise. "It's a good thing we came quickly. They haven't been transformed into abyssal creatures yet." Sun Wukong's golden eyes narrowed slightly. "If these children were saved later, I'm afraid they'd all be turned into abyssal monsters." Just as the sand monk was saving the day, an eerie laughter suddenly rang out from the depths of the inner courtyard. "Oh, uninvited friends, what a lack of manners. When you arrive at someone's courtyard, you don't prepare a gift and you break their jar. This is outrageous. If you dare to come, you will stay here forever." A figure stepped out from the shadows, dressed in black Taoist robes and holding a magic sword draped in black mist. The black mist on that sword was constantly writhing, as if there were countless unjust souls struggling in it. Guanzu immediately threw over a scout. Name, Spectral Taoist. Level, LV 480, 5th turn. Blood volume, 50,000 tubes. Attributes, Strength 25 million, Spirit 50 million, Physique 30 million. Talent, Abyssal Breath, Taoist Spells. The ghostly Taoist sneered, "It's a pity. These children's spirit-embedded chi should have been used to cultivate the abyssal fruits, and now it's all destroyed by you. Asshole. Neza shouted angrily, experimenting on innocent children. Do you still deserve to be a Taoist priest? Humph. In order to pursue supreme power, sacrifices are inevitable. The spectral Taoist raised his magic sword. Since you have ruined my plan, you will all stay here. Black mist gushed out from the magic sword, instantly enveloping the entire inner courtyard. Be careful. These black mists are corrosive. Ho-E warned. Leave it to me. The 8 rings immediately cast the armor of gluttony and guarded the children who had just been rescued. Guanzu immediately raised his hand and released the summoning order reinforcement formation. The crimson-red summoning spirit reinforcement array unfolded on the ground, the light flame dazzled the dome of the sky, and now Guanzu, with his full attributes above 50 million, could be for extremely raw. The breath of the 5 summoning spirits climbed upward. Watch me. Hoi pulled back his meteor star bow, and golden arrows broke through the air. As the level of the laws increased, the power of his arrows became even more terrifying. The arrow transformed into a meteor in the air and slammed into the Phantom Taoist. Boom! -11. 8 megabytes. This damage. An arrow shot me 12 tubes? The spectral Taoist's face changed drastically. How can it be so high? Right now, my old grandson's burst is not as good as Hoi's, but the total amount of damage, it's not necessarily low. Look at my heaven-breaking stick. A hint of wariness flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. Hundreds of doppelgangers appeared at the same time, each wielding a heavenly dragon Xianjin stick. Go! The shadow of the stick was like a dragon, carrying the terrifying power of the laws as it blasted towards the Phantom Soul Taoist. Thunderbolt snapped crackle. In 1 second, he took his doppelganger and wildly blasted out thousands of sticks. -9. 2 megabytes. -1. 3 megabytes. -1. 1 megabytes. Directly to the ghost Taoist, killed more than 1,000 tubes of blood. There are so many detachments. So much damage. The Sidoist realized with horror that his blood level was dropping at a rapid rate. But you're all summoned spirits, so I'll destroy your masters first. Abyssal Asylum. He raised his falchion in a panic, and a black shield enveloped his entire body. It's an invincibility skill. Hanli warned, he's going to zoom in. Sure enough, the ghostly Taoist laughed. Black mist, boil the earth, go. Countless clusters of black mist coalesced in the air and transformed into cannonballs to bombard the crowd. Cut. That's all the damage? Beiji said disdainfully, look at my armor of gluttony. He zoomed straight up a few hundred meters high and actively absorbed all the damage. The dark red energy shield unfolded and ate all the black mist shells. What? Can't even deal damage? The Phantom Taoist was incredulous. The 8 rings defense now can withstand 20 trillion damage. And with 99% damage reduction, this abyssal mist of yours is nothing. Neza said proudly. Today, burn you black mist stinking Taoist. Damn it. The spectral Taoist gritted his teeth. Why are you guys so strong when you're only the 3rd turn? Chapter 156, Fighting Through the 4th Level. Haha, even if you blockade me, this power will blow you all up. The spectral Taoist laughed crazily as his body began to expand and black mist continued to gush out from his body. Beiji, protect those children. Guanzu immediately ordered. Don't worry. The 8 rings transformed into a 1,000-meter giant, his dark red gluttony armor covering the entire field. My gluttony armor is capable of absorbing 20 trillion damage, so even if he blows up into a cinder, he won't be able to hurt us. Monkey, prepare to receive old Sha. Guanzu continued to command. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, understood. He split into hundreds of doppelgangers, holding weapons and guarding the perimeter of the sand bowl, ready to provide support at any time. Hoi, aim for that spot. Guanzu pointed at a small hole at the top of the sand bowl. Hoi immediately understood and mounted his meteor star bow, his golden arrow poised to fire. Use that hole to direct the energy scattering. Once he explodes, I'll shoot through this hole and completely destroy his energy core. Hanli's golden insect cloud hovered in the air, ready to absorb the excess energy. She was surprised to find that Guanzu's command and the crowd's coordination was seamless. Aha! Die! The Sidoist's body had already swelled to its limit, and the energy in his body was about to explode. Prepare! Guanzu bellowed. Boom! Terrifying explosions exploded inside the sand bowl, and black energy continuously impacted the sand walls, but under the reinforcement of the golden sand's treasure pearl, the sand bowl didn't move at all. Hoi, now! A golden arrow broke through the air and shot through the small hole, accurately hitting the energy core inside the Phantom Taoist. -12. 8 megabytes. No! The Phantom Taoist let out a final scream as his body split apart under the impact of the arrows and dissipated into bits of black light into the air. Done! The 8 rings put away their armor of gluttony and transformed back into their original form. This old guy is finally finished. The sand monk also took back the sand bowl and reappeared as fine sand hovering around him, thanks to this golden sand's treasure bead, or else it really wouldn't have been able to trap his self-destructive power. Well done! Guanzu praised. Now hurry up and send these kids out. They've suffered too much already. Hanli walked over to an unconscious little girl and gently stroked her forehead. Don't worry, with my compulsion guarding them, they'll recover soon. Ha! Sun Wukong suddenly noticed something glittering on the ground. Look guys, what's that? The body of the spectral Taoist dissipated into bits of black light, leaving a large amount of shimmering materials on the ground. This old guy popped out quite a lot of stuff. The 8 rings crouched down to rummage through the loot. With a lift of his hand, Guanzu released an auto pickup. The system's beeps kept ringing. Acquired Abyssal Talisman times 108, quality, emerald grade. Obtained Spectral Sword times 1, quality, emerald grade. Acquired Abyssal Crystals times 56, quality, emerald grade. Acquired Skill Book, Healing Array, quality, emerald grade. Cumulative experience gained, 696. 5 billion. This spectral law sword is not bad, Hanli said. Although it carries an abyssal aura, it can become a powerful weapon after purification. Sun Wukong sat on the ground, absorbing the power of the laws gained from the battle. Hey, this battle was worth it. The law level has increased again. The system popped up again with a prompt. Congratulations! The Monkey King's law level has increased by 5 levels. Congratulations! Inuyasha's law level has increased by 4 levels. Congratulations! Monksha's law level has increased by 4 levels. Congratulations! Nez's laws have increased by 5 levels. Congratulations! Hoi's law level has increased by 4. Master, what skill book was obtained? Xianqing asked. Guanzu picked up the skill book and scrutinized its attributes. Skill book, Healing Formation. Quality, Emerald. Effect, releases a healing spell that restores 25% of the target's blood every second for 10 seconds. Cooling time, 1 minute. This skill is too powerful. Beiji exclaimed, one skill can return 250% of your blood. Neza added, it's even more secure for group battles in the future. Guanzu immediately chose to learn this skill book. An emerald-colored light infused his body, and new knowledge of the skill flooded into his mind. How does it feel? Hanli asked. Very good. Guanzu said with a smile, this skill allows us to greatly increase our range. The Sand Monk put away the Golden Sands treasure pearl. Master, shouldn't we send these children out? Right. Beiji then remembered that there was still a group of children that needed to be taken care of. Hurry up and get them home. Hanli's insect cloud hovered around the children. They're all fine, they just got a bit of a shock. When I use the warming compasses to help them regulate, they'll soon recover. Then please do. Guanzu said, let's finish collecting the loot here first. In the square of Yulin City, the big screen of the Heaven's Path news station was broadcasting the progress of the replica live. Latest news. Team Guanzu has successfully passed the 3rd level and rescued the trapped children. The female reporter said excitedly, while the Green Dragon Battle Group, which is claimed to be the strongest, suffered a heavy defeat at the 2nd level. The scene switched to the temporary camp of the Green Dragon Battle Group, where several 5th rotation powerhouses were receiving treatment, their bodies covered in horrifying wounds. Those stone statues are too perverse. The vice captain of the Green Dragon Battle Regiment gritted his teeth. The defense is ridiculously high, our attacks can't even break through their armor. A mage added, several of us 5 turns teamed up and fought for half a day before we could finish one off. The worst part is that they can fire lasers. Another team member rubbed his chest and said, a single laser can knock out a third of our blood. The Blue Crystal Guild's old man frowned. Where is this a 5-star copy? It's simply hellish difficulty. But how did Guanzu and the others get past? Someone asked in disbelief, aren't they only at the 3rd turn? Look at this. An intelligence officer took out a jade slip. I just intercepted an image. In the image projected by the jade slip, Hanli's gold-eating insects easily destroyed the core of the stone statue under the cover of Sandmonk's sand. I see. The captain of the Green Dragon Battle Regiment came to a realization. No wonder we haven't been able to defeat them, so it's because of the wrong method. Worthy of being heaven's remarkable Guanzu. The middle-aged man from the Cold Moon Guild exclaimed, I'm afraid this kind of tactic is something only they can think of. The pop-ups in the live stream went crazy. Guanzu YYDS. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? A 3rd turn dangling against a 5th turn, that's awesome. Gentlemen. The captain of the Green Dragon Battle Group stood up and said, let's take a break and reformulate our tactics. This copy, we must take it. Just then, however, the screen on the Tendo news station was updated again. Team Guanzu has entered the 4th level. I repeat, Team Guanzu has entered the 4th level. What? Everyone was stunned. They're too fast for this. The Blue Crystal Guild's old man stuttered. What about the bosses in the 3rd level? How did they pass? The captain of the Green Dragon Battle Group asked eagerly. According to reliable sources, Guanzu's team discovered a large number of blood and flesh altars in the 3rd level, which sealed the missing children. The female reporter continued to report, they managed to free these children and kill the Phantom Taoist. This is nothing short of a myth, the middle-aged man from the Cold Moon Guild muttered, a turn 3 squad that can actually walk sideways in a turn 5 copy. On the streets of Yulin City, more and more people gathered in the square to watch the live broadcast. They were murmuring, their eyes filled with admiration and yearning. It seems that the first pass of this copy is not Guanzu's. Someone exclaimed. Yeah. Those 5-turn guilds, I'm afraid we won't even be able to see their taillights. Chapter 157 Evil Ginseng Tree. Guanzu and the others passed through the light door and entered the final level. The sky here was as black as ink, without a trace of light, as if even the light had been swallowed up. In the center of the courtyard, a huge ginseng fruit tree was perched in the middle of it, with a trunk tens of meters thick and branches twisting and coiling like a giant python. The tree was covered with dark red fruits, each one emitting a bizarre light. Ha 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 ha. A creepy laugh came out of the tree. Welcome to my amusement park. This tree has been completely contaminated by the abyss. Hanli's bug cloud shook violently. Its aura is more powerful than those previous bosses combined. Guanzu immediately throws in a scout. Name, Evil Ginseng Tree. Level, LV 500, peak of 5th turn. Blood volume, 100,000 tubes. Attributes, Strength 80 million, Spirit 100 million, Physique 50 million. Characteristics, Abyssal Power, Immortal Body, Warchild Summoning. Have you come to play with me? Then stay here forever. Watch the move. The tree trunk suddenly cracked open, revealing a hideous giant face. Taste my war boy. Only to see those dark red fruits cracking open, from which a small person covered in pitch black emerged. These war boys were only about a meter tall, but each of them exuded a terrifying aura. Not good. These war boys are all above the 5th turn. Ho-E exclaimed. And there's a constant flow. Neza added, this tree can bear new fruit at any time. Burn you all to death. Summon Spirit Reinforcement Formation. Guanzu made an immediate decision. A crimson formation unfolded on the ground, and the auras of all the summoned spirits climbed in pitch. Watch me. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as he split into hundreds of doppelgangers, heaven-breaking stick. Boom! 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 The golden shadow of the stick swept across, smashing a group of warboys to pieces. Minus 15. 8 megabytes. Minus 7. 5 megabytes. Minus 7. 6 megabytes. With a few rounds of law upgrades, Sun Wukong was now quite powerful. However, those warboys, individually, also had 10,000 tubes of blood. That's 10,000 megabytes of blood, and there were a huge number of them. Ha ha, the abyssal fruit tree laughed maniacally. It's useless. I can summon unlimited war children. You'll never be able to kill them all. Sure enough, as soon as the shattered warboy disappeared, the tree bore new fruit, and a new warboy was born with it. This is troublesome. The 8 rings scratched their heads. We'll be exhausted sooner or later if this goes on. Master, this tree's essence is very powerful. Sand Monk said, it's hard to hurt him with my sand. Hanli suddenly said, he must have a weakness. It's impossible for the heavenly Tao to set up an unbeatable monster. Her golden insect cloud hovered in the air, scrutinizing the structure of the fruit tree. The tree's vitality is so strong that unusual attacks are simply ineffective, Hanli analyzed. The abyssal fruit tree suddenly let out a roar, seek death. Give it to me. Hundreds of warboys pounced on the crowd at the same time, and they were incredibly fast. Hold on first. Guanzu shouted, Hoi, you're in charge of long-range suppression. The 8 rings protect us. A vicious battle began, and under the dark sky, golden light and darkness constantly collided. Boom boom boom. Each round, the summoned spirits finished off the warboys, but it was of little use. The evil ginseng fruit tree, which could summon a steady stream of new warboys. Why are you hurting my children? The abyssal fruit tree let out an angry growl. Why don't you play with me? Guanzu's eyes lit up and he suddenly raised his hand to signal everyone to stop their attacks. What do you want to play? We can play with you. The branches of the abyssal fruit tree suddenly stopped dancing, and a surprised expression appeared on that hideous face. Really? You guys are willing to play with me? The attacks of the warboys, too, ceased. Of course. Guanzu smiled. Tell me, what game do you want to play? Great great great. The abyssal fruit tree shook its branches excitedly, its dark red fruit swaying with it. Finally, someone is willing to play with me. The 8 rings came to Guanzu's ear and asked in a low voice, Master, what is your plan here? Guanzu didn't reply and just continued to look at the abyssal fruit tree, only to see its branches dancing happily, like a child who had found a playmate. I'm going to play 1, 2, 3 woodchucks. Abyssal fruit tree said excitedly, it's my favorite game. Hanli's bug cloud vibrated slightly as she said, this tree seems really lonely. Here's the rules. Abyssal fruit tree rolled a leaf up in its branches to cover its eyes. I count 1, 2, 3, then turn around, and if I see anyone still moving, that person is punished by losing a lot of blood. But, fruit tree continued, if you all stay still and can get close to me, I'll get a little weaker, and my defense and blood will go down. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed. Interesting. This monster actually has this mechanism. Ready? The abyssal fruit tree shook its branches. I'm going to start counting. Guanzu gave a wink to the crowd, and all of them immediately understood and took a ready stance. 1. The abyssal fruit tree began to count. 2. The dark red fruit glowed slightly with its voice. 3. It snapped around. Woodman. Abyssal fruit tree suddenly turned around. The 8 preceptors and Neza didn't react and were still moving when they were suddenly struck by a wave of black chi. Minus 30% blood. Ha, you guys are such idiots, ha 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 ha. The abyssal fruit tree shook its branches in triumph. Damn it! Neza was about to charge forward, and just after taking 2 steps, he once again lost blood furiously. In this mechanism, once he is in, he cannot defy it. It's fine, I still have blood. The 8 rings patted his stomach as his life value rapidly recovered at a rate of 6% per second. More, the abyssal fruit tree shouted excitedly. The second round began, and this time the crowd was on alert. When the fruit tree turned, everyone stayed still. Oomph! It's not even moving this time. Again and again. The abyssal fruit tree was a little disappointed. In the following rounds, Guanzu led the crowd to move forward quietly. Even though he shouted quickly, this kind of difficulty could not be difficult for Guanzu and the others. By the time the fruit trees turned around, they had advanced a great distance. Ha! How did you guys get so close to me? The abyssal fruit tree was surprised to find that the crowd had arrived near its roots. Suddenly, with a click, the bark of the abyssal fruit tree began to fall off, revealing the dark trunk inside. No! My power! It hurts! The abyssal fruit tree was horrified to find its blood level plummeting from 100,000 tubes to 20,000 tubes. Damn! It hurts! The abyssal fruit tree waved its branches angrily. I'm done. You all go to hell. Countless black vines drilled out of the ground and twined towards the crowd. However, the power of these attacks was not as powerful as before. Looks like this guy is going to play tricks. A hint of wariness flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. Then let's play with him to the end. Sir Guan, its defense is now only 1/10 of its original strength. Sand Monk said. Guanzu nodded. Hoi, give him an arrow. Hoi immediately pulled back the meteorite star bow, and the golden arrow transformed into a meteorite star in the air. Boom! -25. 6 megabytes. Ah! The abyssal fruit tree let out a miserable scream as a thick branch was blown to pieces. Monkey King, split technique. Guanzu continued to command. Understood. Sun Wukong split into hundreds of doppelgangers and rushed towards the fruit tree with weapons in hand. Heaven-breaking stick. -18. 9 megabytes. -8. 5 megabytes. -8. 6 megabytes. Damn. The abyssal fruit tree waved its branches frantically. Why are you doing this to me? I obviously just wanted someone to play with. Chapter 158, Rescuing the Children. The abyssal fruit tree collapsed to the ground with a loud bang and dissipated into a bit of black light into the air. A large amount of shimmering material was left on the ground. Guanzu immediately used auto pickup, and the system's beeps kept ringing out. Acquired abyssal fruit times 256, quality, emerald grade. Acquire abyssal tree heart times 1, quality, diamond grade. Acquired abyssal crystals times 108, quality, emerald grade. Accumulated experience value, 1586. 5 billion. What a great harvest this time. The 8 preceptors rubbed their hands together and said, these materials alone are enough to sell for a good price. Sun Wukong sat on the ground, absorbing the power of the laws gained from the battle. The system popped up again with a prompt. Congratulations! Sun Wukong's law level has increased to 18. Congratulations! Inuyasha's law level has increased to 17. Congratulations! Monksha's law level has increased to 17. Congratulations! Neza's laws have leveled up to 15. Congratulations! Hoi's law level has increased to 17. Ha! What's that? Hanley suddenly said, pointing at a fruit on the ground. It was a fruit that emitted a 7-colored glow, slightly larger than a fist, and its surface was covered with mysterious patterns. Acquisition of special item, colorful fruit, quality, starburst grade. Effect, unknown. Remarks, this fruit seems to contain incredible power. Surprisingly, it's a starburst grade item. Neza exclaimed, this is a treasure that's 1 level higher than diamond grade. Just then, 2 emerald-colored pillars of light suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of Guanzu and Hanli respectively. The pillars of light dissipated, each leaving behind an emerald treasure chest. Congratulations! You have received the first pass reward, Emerald Treasure Chest times 1. Congratulations! You've obtained the right to run the replica Little 5 Zhuangguan. The right to operate? Monk Sand asked, what does that mean? This means that in the future, the ticket income and material income from this copy will all belong to us. Guanzu explained with a smile, and we can set the entry conditions and decide who gets to come in and paint the copy. Hanli also obtained an emerald treasure chest, and her bug cloud hovered around it. This should be a reward for auxiliaries. Open it and see. The 8 rings said impatiently, there must be something good in the emerald treasure chest. Guanzu was about to open the treasure chest when he suddenly remembered something. Wait, let's send these kids back first. Their parents must be worried. That's right. Hanli nodded, these children have suffered a lot, we need to send them home quickly. Outside, a female reporter from the Heaven's Path news station excitedly reported, amazing news. Guanzu's team has successfully cleared their copy of Little 5 Zhuangguan. This is the first Turn 5 copy to be speed passed within China this year. The pop-ups in the live stream went crazy. Guanzu YYDS. 3 turns to clear a 5-turn copy. What kind of divine operation is this? Worthy of a heavenly pride. The people from the major guilds looked at each other in dismay. How could they not expect that a third-turn squad would actually take the first pass? This is interesting. The captain of the Green Dragon battle group laughed bitterly. If you want to brush this copy in the future, you'll have to look at Guanzu's face. But it's good. The old man from the Blue Crystal Guild said, at least this copy fell into Guanzu's hands, he shouldn't mess with the pricing. The streets of Yulin City were filled with people cheering, heartily happy for Guanzu's victory. The parents of those missing children are even weeping with joy that their children are finally coming back. Among the copies, Sun Wukong's gaze scanned the earth, and he also saw many jars in the ground with children sealed inside. Save, Guanzu said. The sand monk maneuvered the waves of golden sand, carefully pulling one jar of flesh and blood out of the ground and slicing it open. For every jar opened, an unconscious child was rescued. Hanley's bug cloud hovered around the children, releasing gentle energy to help them regain consciousness. These children were not lightly affected by the power of the abyss. Hanley said, but it's okay, as long as they are conditioned by my compulsion, they will soon recover. The 8 rings transformed into a 100-meter giant and enveloped these children with the armor of gluttony, preventing them from being harmed in any way. I can't believe there are so many kids locked up in here. Underneath the roots and whiskers, there's more. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as he discovered more buried jars. He split into hundreds of doppelgangers and sped up the rescue. Guanzu commanded the rescue while having Hui keep watch from high ground to prevent any leaky abyssal creatures from sneaking in. Make sure every child is rescued safely. In the Yulin City Plaza, the big screen of the Tendo News channel was broadcasting live rescue footage. Breaking news! Team Guanzu has found and rescued tens of thousands of missing children in the replica. These children are being safely escorted out of the replica. Jesus! Tens of thousands of kids? It should be the local missing children from Yulin City. So they were all caught in this copy. Great! They're saved! The crowd erupted into gasps of surprise. The people from the major guilds looked at each other in dismay. They had only come for the first pass reward of the replica, but they didn't expect that there would be this kind of hidden quest. Now Guanzu has made a great achievement. The old man from the Blue Crystal Guild exclaimed, rescuing so many children will surely be heavily rewarded by the military department. The captain of the Green Dragon Battle Regiment laughed bitterly. We were looking down on them before, but now that we think about it, we are truly ashamed. People's realm is different from ours. We're doing it for the first pass, but they're doing it to save people. Now, not only did he, Guanzu, complete the first pass, he also saved so many children. I, the Green Dragon Troop, admire that. The Jade Forest City's teleportation array continued to flash, and a team of military personnel stepped out from it. They quickly set up a temporary camp in the square to prepare to receive the rescued children. Quick! Get the medical equipment ready. Contact the police and have them notify the parents of the missing children. Set up identification points. We need to identify these children as soon as possible. The military's actions were swift and organized, and a complete rescue system was soon established in the square. Finally, the first children were escorted out of the replica. They looked a bit weak, but under Hanley's compulsion conditioning, their mental state was recovering rapidly. Dad! Mommy! A little girl suddenly recognized her parents in the crowd and let out a cheer. This scene instantly lit up the entire square. Countless anxiously waiting parents rushed forward, searching for their children. Tears, hugs, laughter, and warm scenes continue to unfold. That's a real hero. Someone shouted from the crowd. Guanzu is mighty. The Star Chopper Academy is mighty. The cheers were loud and clear. A commander from the military came forward. Captain Guanzu, you've made a great achievement this time. The military department will definitely reward you accordingly. Guanzu shook his head. Being able to save these children is the best reward. The words traveled across the country via live streaming, and countless people were moved by them. On this day, Guanzu's name truly spread throughout China. Chapter 159 100 Stars Heaven's Pride Conference. Inside the main hall of the Star Chopper Academy, the Qi Yin Mansion Master was holding an emergency meeting. Zu, this time you've made a great achievement. Qi Yin said with relief, not only did you complete the first pass of the 5th turn copy, you also saved tens of thousands of children. This is all what should be done. Guanzu said modestly. Speaking of which, the 100 Star Heaven's Pride Conference will begin soon. This is an event where hundreds of planetary geniuses compete together. Qi Yin stood up and paced in front of the window. In previous years, our results from the Star Chopper Academy were not too good, but with you participating this year, things will be different. The Director of Instruction on the side added, the 100 Star Celestial Pride Conference gathers the geniuses of the Blue Star's various academies, and each academy sends its strongest seeded players. Yes. Another tutor lamented, in previous years, we couldn't even get into the top 50, but this time, if Guanzu participates, we might be able to kill our way into the top 10. Guanzu was about to speak when a sudden rush of footsteps came. A cadet ran into the Great Hall. House Master, the Heavenly Tao has announced the list of guaranteed entrants. This time, Guanzu Guan Tianjiao has obtained a guaranteed place in the 100 Star Heavenly Pride Conference. A guaranteed spot? The crowd froze. Qi Yin's eyes lit up. Good, good. Your performance in the 5-turn replica has indeed met the criteria for guaranteed entry. This way you don't have to participate in the qualifiers. This is a great thing. The director of instruction said excitedly, the qualifiers are the most depleting of strength. This will give us a better chance to enter the main round directly and hide our undercard. Guanzu pondered for a moment. Prefect, what exactly are the rules of the conference when the time comes? Qi Yin explained, the 100-Star Heavens Pride Conference is divided into 3 stages. It also takes place in the Void God realm, and if you die inside, it won't affect reality. The first stage is a group battle, where all the participants fight within 100 special spaces. For each space, only one person could survive. Only the last 100 to survive will advance. The second stage is the ring tournament, where 100 people will face each other 2 by 2 to determine the top 50. Finally, there is the final round, where 50 people compete in a points race, with final rankings based on kills and survival time. Sounds interesting. A hint of wariness flashed in Guanzu's eyes. Qi Yin laughed, but the theme of this conference is go all out, and participants can use any means they want. They might prepare some forbidden weapons that are specifically designed to deal with you. Then I do have to get ready. The director of instruction suddenly said, by the way, Guanzu, you just obtained the first pass of your copy, so you should have gotten quite a few goodies, right? Yes. Guanzu nodded, acquired some materials and equipment, just in time to use them to enhance my strength. That's good. Qi Yin said with satisfaction, during these 10 days, you can focus on preparing for the competition. All other courses can be put on hold for a while. I suggest that Guanzu go find Old Li from the Ware Pavilion. A tutor suggested, he's best at building equipment, so he might be able to help you make those materials into handy weapons. Just then, another cadet ran in, Housemaster. The Green Dragon Battle Group's people are here, saying they want to see Ancestor Guan. Oh, Qi Yun raised an eyebrow, what are they doing here? I heard they wanted to talk about copies. The cadet said, they want to get the qualification books to enter the replica in bulk. Guanzu smiled, just in time, Master, you'll help me manage the specific business matters. Good. You go and practice well. Qi Yin looked at Guanzu's back with anticipation in his eyes. This kid is growing up really fast. The 100-Star Celestial Pride Conference in 10 days will surely surprise everyone. The day. Dozens of trainees were engaged in a fierce selection match on the martial arts field of the Star Chopper Academy. Guanzu sat in the stands and watched the match with interest. Look at that kid who makes the sword. His swordsmanship is not bad. Sun Wukon's golden eyes flashed. Although it's still not as good as Li Xuani, it still has a few moments of fire. On the field, a teenager dressed in blue was fighting with his opponent. His swordsmanship was agile and ethereal, and each sword carried an overpowering sword chi. Not bad indeed. Guanzu nodded. This should be Wang Ming from the Sword Arts Department, right? I've heard that he recently broke through to the second turn and also reached level 200. The Genius Conference, which only freshmen can participate in. Just then, Guanzu's communicator suddenly vibrated. When he opened it, it was an email from the Purple Moon Empire. Guanzu. Dong Mingyue's voice was filled with wariness. This 100-Star Celestial Pride Conference, I will definitely represent the Purple Moon Empire. Last time I lost to you in the entrance exam, this time I will definitely get that back. Hee, this girl is still thinking about it. The 8 Rings laughed, but she is indeed very strong, purposely retraining from the 4th turn to the 1st turn in order to participate in the college entrance exam. Guanzu smiled faintly. Dong Mingyu is indeed very strong. She has mastered over a dozen professions and has cultivated them all to a very high level. Master, want to reply to her? Xianqing asked. Guanzu nodded. After thinking about it, he replied, yeah, I'll wait for you. But this time, it won't be like the high school entrance exams for you. Cut. Did you let me go last time? Also, who cares if you let? Dong Mingyue quickly replied, this time, I've made all the preparations, and I've specifically studied your battle videos. Then I'm looking forward to it as well. Guanzu smiled and put away his communicator. The match on the field continued as a cadet using fire spells was casting the Fire Dragon spell. Blazing fire dragons hovered in the air, illuminating the entire martial arts arena in red. These little guys all have a lot of potential. Hanli's insect cloud hovered in the air, but if you want to achieve good results in the 100-Star Celestial Pride Conference, you still need more experience. Yes. Guanzu said, the 100-Star Celestial Pride Conference is not an ordinary competition. Geniuses from every planet will participate. Mr. Guan, do you think Dong Mingyue will prepare any underhanded tricks? Sand Monk asked. Doesn't matter. Guanzu shook his head. She said that she specialized in studying my battle videos, so she must have wanted to win with her strength. But she is indeed dangerous. Hui said, a dozen professions means she has countless fighting styles that are hard to predict. Guanzu stood up and looked at the intense match on the field. It doesn't matter, we shouldn't be idle for a while. When we wait for the 100-Star Celestial Pride Conference, let her see our true strength. Speaking of which, Beiji suddenly asked, Joe, what tactics are you going to use at the convention? Do you want us to rehearse it first? Guanzu laughed. I already have a preliminary idea. During these 10 days, we'll first go to Oldly of the Ware Pavilion and make equipment out of the materials that popped out of the copies. Right, Azu? Sun Wukong said, what are you going to do with that 7-colored divine fruit? At night, when you return to the manor, follow the treasure chest and use it, Guanzu said. The other trainees in the stands cast gazes of admiration when they saw Guanzu. Since completing the first pass of the 5th turn copy and rescuing tens of thousands of children, Guanzu's reputation within the academy had reached unprecedented heights. This 100-star Celestial Pride Conference, Hanli said, I'm afraid that it's not just Dong Mingyue, but everyone else will target you as well. A hint of wariness flashed in Guanzu's eyes. A match like this is exciting enough. Chapter 162, 7-Colored Divine Fruit. Guanzu stood within the cultivation room of the Star Chopper Academy, holding that emerald treasure chest in his hands, which emitted a faint green glow. Come see what goodies are inside. The 8 rings said, rubbing their hands together, an emerald gray treasure chest, there's bound to be a surprise. Guanzu opened the treasure chest and an emerald-colored pillar of light shot up into the sky. A long spear with a turquoise body that emitted a morose cold aura was suspended in the air. Acquired equipment, Ice War Gun. Quality, Emerald. Attributes, Strength plus 8,000, Agility plus 6,000. Feature 1, Power of Ice, attacks have a freezing effect, attaching frost law damage. Special Effect 2, attack speed increased by 80%. Special Effect 3, in conjunction with the Law of Flame, it can trigger ice and fire elemental explosion damage. Neza, this gun is for you to use. Guanzu said, it fits right in with your fire tip gun. Good. Neza took the Xian ice battle gun and immediately felt a cold aura spreading down his arm. With the double guns working together, my strength will at least double. Guanzu then took out the 7-colored divine fruit, which emitted a 7-colored glow and had mysterious patterns covering its surface. He took out a scouting scroll and a golden glow enveloped the fruit. Colorful fruit of the gods. Quality, Starburst grade. Effect, gain 100 talent points after taking it. Remarks, a fruit containing the power of the gods, which can be consumed to gain great power. 100 talent points? Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, this is a great chance. Normally speaking, you'd have to level up 100 to take this many talent points. It was, after all, hard to get, and you could only get one if you moved up a level. Without hesitation, Guanzu swallowed the fruit, and a warm power spread through his body. On the system panel, the talent points instantly increased by 100 points. Master, quickly upgrade the star map. Xianqing reminded. Aha! Guanzu's heart was also looking forward to it. He opened the star map of the apocalypse, and the bright river of stars unfolded before his eyes. The originally dark constellations were lit up, emitting eye-catching light. Activation Constellation, Shin Megami Tensei. Effect, 30% chance of triggering a secondary release when the summoning spirit releases a skill. Activate Constellation, Goryo Constellation. Effect, reduce the cooldown time of summoning spirit skills by 40%. Activate Constellation, Star Power. Effect, gain a layer of star power every 10 seconds, up to 10 layers, each layer boosts damage by 10%. These talents are too strong. The 8 rings exclaimed, our strength is going to skyrocket again. A starlight flashed across the summoned spirits, their newly acquired talents making their aura even more powerful. With these talents added, said Sand Monk, we have a much better chance of winning at the 100-star Celestial Pride Conference. But still, be careful. Guangxi reminded, the other contestants must have their own cards as well. Guanzu smiled faintly, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes, don't worry, this isn't our full strength. When the convention starts, we're going to blow everyone away. Guanzu then made another trip to the military. The various precious materials acquired during this time were given to one of the military's senior fabricators in a brainwave. Ha, you're Guanzu, aren't you? Don't worry, Shi Yun has already greeted me. I'll definitely help you create the most powerful battle armor set to enhance the strength of your summoned spirit. For this 100-star Celestial Pride Conference, the military side is relying on you. Manufacturer Elder Lee stroked his breath and said seriously. Understood. The kid will work hard when the time comes, and I'm counting on you for the manufacturing. Well said, so many cherished materials, 3 days at most, wait for my good news. 3 days passed in a hurry. Inside the military manufacturing center, rows and rows of mechanical battle armor from the Source Program series were suspended in the energy pool, dark golden patterns flowing on the surface. Azu, this is our newly developed third-turn source plant equipment. Chief Fabricator Elder Lee said excitedly. Using materials from the abyssal fruit tree, it incorporates the latest mechanical technology. Sun Wukong couldn't wait to put on his own set of battle armor. The golden armor fit his body perfectly, the monkey fur blending perfectly with the machinery, and the tail armor on his back even increased his weapon. Ha, this feels fantastic. Sun Wukong flipped in the air, speed and power have more than doubled. The battle armor of the 8 rings, on the other hand, is a dark red, heavy armor, equipped with an energy shield generator. He looked left and right in the mirror, this look is handsome. It's a perfect match for my armor of gluttony. The Sand Monk's battle armor is streamlined and designed to channel his laws of sand perfectly. Golden waves of sand float across the surface of the armor like living things. This set of equipment also has a special function. Elderly pointed to the energy core on the armor's chest. The source plan armor can share energy between them to form a battle formation. Guanzu was surprised, so powerful. That way we'll have a better match in the game. But the most handsome one is this one of mine. The 8 Ring said proudly, his heavy armor resembling a foundation fortress. It's like a walking fortress. Che! Sun Wukong scoffed, that's the heaviest you've got, okay? My light armor is what's cool. Elderly smiled and explained, each set of armor is tailored to the characteristics of the user. Heavy armor, like that of the 8 Rings, is specially reinforced for defense and sustained combat. Sun Wukong's, on the other hand, highlights speed and agility, allowing him to maximize his split technique. Sand Monk's armor, on the other hand, enhances elemental mastery, making his laws of sand much more powerful. Ho Yi's sniper-type armor is even more powerful for his arrows. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Guanzu's eyes as he looked at the refreshed summoning spirits. This equipment upgrade had brought his team's strength to another level. At the 100-star Celestial Pride Conference, he said softly, let everyone see what it means to be a true source plan battle team. Soon, the time came to the day when they were about to participate in the Heaven's Pride battle. Thousands of students gathered in the Star Chopper Academy's teleportation plaza to see off the team that was about to depart. Guanzu was dressed in a mysterious black battle robe and stood in the middle of the crowd, like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Beside him, Shen Bai was floating in a white coat, the two of them forming a stark contrast. This time, Blue Star had sent a total of 100 people, of which 15 were on the side of the Chinese nation. Each of the 10 major academies guaranteed one spot, and the others competed for it on their own. Among them, Guanzu also saw Chen Bui, this year's Chopping Star Academy. A full 2 people participated in this event. Ah, Brother Joe, I didn't expect it, I'm up here too. This year, we can have 2 places in the Star Chopper Academy. Chen Bai said softly, Brother Azu, we can fight side by side this time. That's a must. Having experienced the Liaoshan battle together, Guanzu and Chen Bai were on good terms. Mistress Qi Yun paced forward and looked at the pair of disciples, relief flashing in his eyes. Both of you are the pride of my Star Beheading Academy. This 100-star Heaven's Pride Conference must make history. In the distance, representatives from the other 10 great academies arrived one after another. Zhang Qilin of the Dao Alliance Academy had a thunderous light behind him. Li Xuanyi of the Jinni Academy, Sword Aura. Bai Yuyi from the Underworld Academy, and Han Li from the Top 10 Academy were all old faces. This time, Blue Star has sent a very luxurious lineup. The 8 preceptors said quietly to the Monkey King. And so many of them are old favorites of Azu. Sun Wukong laughed. Chapter 163, Awaken. Hunt for the Hour. Guangji said, but the one that concerns me the most is the Purple Moon Empire's Dong Mingyue. That girl must have prepared quite a few backhanders in order to deal with her master. Just then, the military's teleportation array lit up. A middle-aged man in military uniform stepped out. Everyone, the Wave General Star is ready. Please follow me into the teleportation array. Guanzu turned around and looked at the Star Chopper Academy behind him, and then at his summon spirits. The source plan battle armor shimmered coldly in the sunlight. Go, he said softly. A line of 100 people entered the teleportation array in a row. A bright light lit up and space began to distort. The moment he stepped into the teleportation formation, Guanzu received a message. It was from Dongmyung Moon, just wait and see, I'll beat you this time. The corners of Guanzu's mouth rose slightly. In the next second, the teleportation glow was loud, and the figures of the 100 Celestial Pride disappeared in place. Deep in the starry sky, the sky above the Wave General Star suddenly lit up with 10,000 rays of haze. A huge projection appeared on the surface of the planet. Welcome to the 99th 100-star Celestial Pride Conference. Let us all witness the rise of a new generation of heavenly pride. In the crowd, Guanzu's eyes were deep. This time, he not only represented the Star Chopper Academy, but also the hope of the entire Blue Star. And not far away, Dong Mingyue also looked up at the projection in the sky, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. She had been waiting for this day for well over a month. Around the venue, the prideful people from hundreds of planets were dumbfounded. Fighting spirit burned in everyone's eyes as they all knew that being able to emerge at the 100-star Heaven's Pride Conference would mean vast amounts of resources and glory. This is a feast belonging to the pride of heaven, but also an opportunity to change destiny. The central arena of Wave General Star was suspended in mid-air, and a huge energy shield enveloped the entire arena. Millions of viewers gathered in a hot atmosphere. This time is truly unprecedented. A spectator from Mars exclaimed, the pride of over 800 planets have gathered here, and millions of people are sitting in the stands alone. Huge holographic projections unfolded over the arena, displaying information about each planet's team. One of the most notable is the lineup of several super planets competing. You guys, look at that thunderstar, it sent out a whole 5,000 celestial pride. And every single one of them is a powerhouse of 4 revolutions or more. That's true. Their side was born with the power of thunder, their strength is extraordinary. How did they upgrade so fast? These planets are powerful, rich in resources, and under the thunder infusion, they keep breaking limits and upgrading very quickly. Moreover, they can rise to level 300 in one turn, and then go straight to turn 4, it can be convenient, it's their stars that are powerful. Guanzu stood in the blue star rest area, quietly observing the other contestants. The summoned spirits underneath the source plan battle armor were also secretly on alert. Master, the Martian team over there has an unusual aura. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, they seem to have mastered some sort of special flame law. The Mars team was all clad in crimson battle armor, with bizarre black flames surrounding them. Their captain was even a strong person who had control over advanced laws. Although he had only turned 4, he had mastered the advanced laws. Don't just look at the big planets. Hanli reminded, there are some small planets that harbor crouching tigers as well. For example, that cold ice star, although it only sent 10 people, each one of them is a top-notch heavenly pride that controls extreme laws. Eternal ice crystals shrouded the participants of the cold ice star around their bodies, and wherever they passed, the temperature plummeted so much that even the air would condense. That's what makes it fun. The 8 rings rubbed their fists, if the opponent is too weak, it's rather meaningless. On the blue planet, hundreds of millions of viewers were following the event via a holographic livestream. Guanzu! Guanzu! Go for it! The students of the Star Chopper Academy shouted in unison. The Qian Mansion Master sat in the VIP seat with a grave expression. The opponents this time are all very powerful. I wonder how far Azu will be able to go. Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded. All the participants' communicators received a message at the same time. The first round grouping list of the 99th Star Celestial Pride Conference has been finalized. Please check your matchup information. Guanzu opened his communicator, his eyes slightly staring. He was assigned to the 1890 district. Mix it up with the other 99 contestants. In the end, only one person will qualify for the second round of battles. Within his opponents, one of the most notable ones was the heavenly pride from the Thunderstar, Lei Wanjun. Interesting. The corner of Guanzu's mouth curled into a smile, to meet such a strong opponent in the first round. Lei Wanjun also noticed the news, and he turned his head to look at Guanzu, a thunderous light flashing in his eyes. In the crowd, Dong Mingyue also received her matchup information, and within her opponent, there was no name of Guanzu. Looks like I'll have to wait until later to meet you, Guanzu. Dong Mingyue muttered. The atmosphere of the entire Bo Shogun Star grew tenser and tenser as the first round of matches was about to begin, and everyone was looking forward to the summit showdown. Thousands of players sat on their knees in the arena of the Wave General Star, closing their eyes and concentrating. A white light flashed, and their consciousness was transported into the Void God realm. Good luck, Brother Azure, Chen Bai said softly before entering. You too, be careful. Guanzu smiled faintly. All of a sudden, Guanzu's vision swirled around, and when he opened his eyes, he was already in a foggy forest. The humid air smelled of humus and visibility was less than 3 meters. Sun Wukong said vigilantly, Ancestor, there's something odd about this mist, it can even block divine sense probing. But it can't stop my old son's fiery eyes. Under Sun Wukong's full power, he was able to penetrate the fog and view thousands of meters around him. That's just a huge perk for Guanzu. Guanzu said softly, this is to increase the randomness and danger of the match. But with Monkey, we have a big inherent advantage. Everyone be careful and be ready to fight. Suddenly, a scream came from not far away, followed by a system beep. Player Drakestar Rain has been killed. The killer receives a 10% attribute bonus. The 8 rings staggered. How long has this been going on? Someone has already been eliminated. These people are so quick to strike. Only those who survive are qualified to speak. Hoey was wary of the surroundings. It's simply impossible to be an old 6 in this environment. One must take the initiative and keep acquiring attribute bonuses in order to be invincible in the final melee. The sound of another fierce battle was heard in the distance, and energy fluctuations tore through the fog, revealing a vacuum. Thunder flashed and flames roared, and it was obvious that there were strong people in a fierce battle. Lei Wanjuan's aura. Guanzu's eyes stared. Looks like he's already started hunting. Come on, it's time for us to move. Is Master going to take the initiative? Sand Monk asked. Of course. The corners of Guanzu's mouth rose slightly. Since we're here, let's fight our way out. Sun Wukong, split up and explore. 8 rings, prepare to receive. The others stay alert. The source plan armor shimmered coldly in the mist as the summoned spirits quickly moved into battle. This seemingly peaceful forest is about to receive a bloodbath. Hoey, say a line. What? Hoey was surprised. Awaken. Hunt the moment. Guanzu said. Okay. Although he didn't know why Azu made himself say this, Hoey still fulfilled his request. Awaken. Hour of the hunt. After hearing this sound, Guanzu got comfortable, and then his figure disappeared into the thick fog. Chapter 164, Successive Killings. The smell of death spreads through the foggy forest. The system's kill beeps rose and fell, like the death knell of the god of death. Ding! Sirius Alpha has been killed. Ding! Mars Inferno has been killed. Ding! Ice Star Ice Seal has been killed. Behind every beep was a grueling fight. The winner receives a 10% attribute bonus, and the loser is reduced to nothingness. Guanzu's side of the battle, however, seemed exceptionally relaxed. Sun Wukong, who was wearing the Sourceplan battle armor, had golden eyes that pierced through the mist and accurately locked onto a target 1,000 meters away. Look at me. The heaven-breaking stick. The weapon whistled out, cutting a golden arc through the mist. Boom! Another player was sent flying and dissipated into bits of starlight. Ding! Thunderstar Thundercloud has been killed. Azu, we've killed 15 people and our attributes have increased by 150%. These attributes can also be enjoyed when you wait until later in the battle. The 8 Rings said excitedly. The Source Project heavy armor allows him to transform into a mobile fortress, leaving no grass untouched wherever he passes. Neza said, we still have to go faster and increase our attributes more. The situation on the other battlefields was equally intense. In the area where Dong Mingyue was located, the purple moonlight was like a waterfall, coloring the entire space a bizarre purple. Moonlight obliteration. A purple moon blade swept across, and 3 players were instantly cut down at the waist. Golden clouds of insects hovered over Hanley's battlefield, leaving no grass in their wake. Her compulsion had evolved to a terrifying level, capable of devouring the energy of her opponents. Li Xianyi's sword chi crisscrossed the fog, weaving a web of death. Any opponent who dared to approach would be torn to pieces by his sword chi. Interesting. Guanzu looked at the kill prompts that kept flashing in his mind. Looks like everyone is giving it their all. Right at this moment, a piercing lightning suddenly lit up from afar. It's Lei Wanjun. Sun Wukong's golden eyes stared. This guy's strength is indeed extraordinary. Lei Wanjun had purple thunder wrapped around his body, leaving scorched black marks on the ground with every step he took. He had just killed 3 opponents in one move and gained a 30% attribute bonus. Zu, are we going to meet him? Asked the Sand Monk. Guanzu said, that's for sure. If we let him kill anymore, we'll get less gain. After all, taking him out is only a 10% bonus. We are now invincible with everyone receiving a 150% attribute bonus. The fight in the forest continued as more and more players were eliminated. In the foggy forest, Guanzu led the summoned spirits to actively search for Lei Wanjun. The Sourceplan battle armor shimmered with metallic luster in the mist, each step filled with the confidence of certain victory. Zu, 800 meters ahead is Lei Wanjun. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed. The thunder aura on this guy is very powerful. Lei Wanjun stood in the center of a charred clearing, purple thunder wrapped around his body. At his feet lay several corpses, all opponents who had been charred by lightning. Here to die again? Lei Wanjun laughed coldly. You guys should know how many people I killed just now, right? Now my attribute bonus is at 100%. Brother Lei has such a big mouth. Guanzu smiled faintly, but this level of attribute bonus is not enough. You're Guanzu, aren't you? I've heard that you're famous on Earth, so I'll behead you today. Let you know the difference between Earth and my Thunderstar. Lei Wanjun looks like he's winning. The Octonauts took the lead, the Sourceplan heavy armor transforming him into a mobile fortress. However, Lei Wanjun was prepared for this, and a jade talisman with flickering lightning suddenly lit up in his hand. Ha ha, I had this ready for you a long time ago. Xian Tian Divine Thunder, explode. The piercing purple lightning instantly engulfed the figure of the 8 Rings. The terrifying power of the laws penetrated his body, and even the Sourceplan armor cracked. Silly. This is a forbidden weapon that can kill a 5th turn powerhouse in seconds. Lei Wanjun laughed triumphantly. In the next second, however, his smile froze. As the smoke cleared, the 8 Rings surprisingly stood in place with nothing wrong with them, the wounds on their bodies healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's it? The 8 preceptors patted the dust on their bodies. My old pig's canopy true kung fu is not a vegetarian. It restores 2% of blood per second, and triples it when fighting. But well, you didn't even break my gluttony armor, you piece of... At this moment, the audience of Wave General Star was in an uproar. The audience from Thunderstar was even more dumbfounded. How is this possible? An elder of the Thunderstar lost his voice. The Xian Heavenly Divine Thunder is our planet's super attack weapon. Even a 5th turn powerhouse can be killed in seconds. Looks like you've used up your bottom card. Guanzu took a step forward. It's our turn. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed with a hint of wariness, and the weapon in his hand exuded a palpitating aura under the increase of the Sourceplan armor. Splitting. Hundreds of Monkey Kongs in Sourceplan armor appeared at the same time, surrounding Lei Wanjun. Damn! Lei Wanjun's face changed drastically as he pulled out a few more talismans in his hand. I still have my bottom card. However, at that very moment, the Sand Monk sands had silently dived into the ground. Countless golden sand grains drilled out from the ground, firmly fixing Lei Wanjun's feet. This time, you won't be able to escape. Guanzu said softly. Lei Wanjun was trapped by the sand, and a look of panic finally appeared on his face as he faced the siege of the Sourceplan battle team. Damn! How can you Earth Mole crickets be so strong? Lei Wanjun struggled frantically as lightning flashed around his body. Neza wielded a fire-tipped spear and a Xian ice battle lance, and the Sourceplan armor shimmered with the light of ice and fire. Aren't you wild? What bull ***** Divine Thunder? Neza sneered, let you experience once, the taste of ice and fire. The two guns intertwined, and an icy blue cold aura and a crimson flame intertwined in the air, forming a huge taiji pattern. Ice and fire reincarnation. Big explosive gun. The terrifying energy instantly engulfed Lei Wanjun, and his screams were torn apart by the energy before he could even exit. The entire space was twisted and distorted under the strike, and all the trees in a 100-meter radius were reduced to pieces. The system beep sounded. Player Thunderstar, Lei Wanjun has been killed. The audience of Bo Shogun Star was in an uproar. Spectators from all over the planets watched the scene in awe. How is this possible? A Thunderstar elder trembled. Lei Wanjun is the strongest seeded player of our generation. He's a genius who has mastered the Thunder Law. How could he be eliminated in the qualifiers? The captain of the Mars delegation's eyes were grave. Earth's strength seems to be much stronger than we thought. This Guanzu cannot be underestimated. It's a pity that after 10 people were taken out by him, our attribute bonus has only grown to 160% now. The 8 rings sighed. Guanzu, however, did not slacken off in the slightest, being careful so as not to turn the boat over in the gutter. Don't be careless, said Guanzu, this has only just begun. Monkey, keep scouting. Let's find the next target. Trying to get the attributes up to 300%. Chapter 165 Second Round. On the foggy battlefield, Guanzu and his summoned spirits were like a sophisticated hunting machine, constantly reaping victory. The source plan battle armor loomed through the fog, each strike bringing a new kill queue. 3 more. Shouted Beiji excitedly, Azu, we've taken out 37 people now. Attribute bonus of 370%. Sun Wukon's golden eyes flashed, the energy fluctuations from the last battle still lingering on the weapon in his hand. These guys are really good, but in front of our source plan armor, they are still a step behind. The system beep sounded. End of District 1890 match. Winner, Zhou Quan. Being transported back to the waiting area. A white light flashed, and Guanzu and the others returned to the waiting area of Bo Shoshing. Surrounding them were contestants from all planets. Some had already finished their matches and some were still waiting to be grouped. Guanzu, came a clear voice. Dong Mingyu came stepping on the moonlight, her long purple hair fluttering in the air, her eyes glittering with the joy of victory. Well, how many did you take out? Asked Dong Mingyu proudly. I set a record, killing a total of 75 opponents. Thanks to my split, and the relatively small map, it was the perfect hunting ground. 75? The 8 rings staggered, this girl is really something. Dong Mingyu looked around at Guanzu's summoned spirits, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw the source plan battle armor on them. That's a nice outfit you guys have, said East Bright Moon, but the next round won't be so easy. The rest are really strong. We only took out 37 on our side. Guanzu laughed, the map is too big, there's mist everywhere, and it's a struggle to find people. Ha, that's your bad luck, said Dong Mingyu smugly, the map on my side is much smaller and has great visibility. Add to that the fact that I can split into thousands of doppelgangers, and it's a massacre. Just then, the first round of statistics began to be displayed on the big screen. East Brighton topped the list with 75 kills, while Guanzu's 37 kills ranked 52nd. It seems that luck does matter, said Sand Monk, but Mr. Quan, our attribute bonus is already considerable. Yeah, laughed the Monkey King, a 370% bonus is enough for us to make a big splash in the next round. The audience was abuzz with chatter from all planets. Both Dong Mingyu and Guanzu's performances were far beyond their expectations. I didn't realize Earth's players were so strong. That Tomuki is simply a harvesting machine. Even though Guanzu doesn't have the same number of kills as Dong Mingyu, have you guys watched his battle videos? Every single one of them was clean and unsuspecting. A stick of death, without the slightest hint of procrastination. The atmosphere in the waiting area grew lively as more and more winners arrived. Hanley came stepping on a golden insect cloud, her green dress still stained with some blood, but it didn't affect her elegance at all. Hanley, how's your battle record? How many are you? 37. Hee, I took out 43 on my side, more than you owe. Hanley said with a smile, but to be honest, if it wasn't for my gold-devouring insects that can track sense, it would have been really difficult to find people in that kind of terrain. Bai Yuuf followed closely behind, her netherworld witch robes flowing without wind, followed by 3 blood-colored bone dragons. I only killed 28 of them. Bai Yui said lightly, but my tyrant bone dragon has evolved again, and after devouring the souls of several powerful people, its strength has increased greatly. Dong Mingyu became even more complacent when she heard this figure. All these warblers around Guanzu were inferior to her. Just then, a shocking news came. Zhang Qilin has been eliminated, exclaimed Han Li. The big screen replayed Kirin Chang's final fight. He faced Firestar's top expert, Fire Cloudy Sun, and his thunder technique was completely restrained by his opponent's flame shield. Boom! Fire Cloudy Sun's shield erupted with blazing flames, completely rebounding Zhang Qilin's lightning back. Immediately afterward, a crimson fire dragon roared out, directly engulfing Zhang Qilin. This, said Hanli in surprise, Zhang Qilin is a heavenly pride of the Dao Alliance Academy. I didn't expect to be eliminated so quickly. Chen Budi dragged his bruised and battered body along. His white clothes had been dyed red with blood, but his eyes were still determined. "Brother Azu," said Chen Bai weakly, "I won, but at a great cost. I encountered an expert in using poison, and although I ended up decapitating him with my sword energy, I was also severely poisoned." "Don't worry." Han Li immediately stepped forward and released a swarm of healing parasites. "Let me help you detoxify." The golden-colored parasites crawled on Chen Bai's body, constantly absorbing the toxins. "This poison is very overbearing." Han Li frowned. "Even my compulsion will take a while to completely remove it. I'm afraid you'll have a hard time playing at full strength in the next round." "It doesn't matter." Chen Bai smiled bitterly. "I'm already satisfied to have gotten this far." The battle in the other regions continued to be shown on the big screen, as one strong man fell and one heavenly pride rose. "It looks like the next match will be even more intense," said Guanzu. "Those who have survived until now are truly strong." Inside the waiting area of the Wave General Star, the advanced players gathered in twos and threes, discussing the battle they had just fought. "I didn't expect Earth to only have 5 people advance this time." Dong Mingyue looked around and said, "But the quality is good, all of them are truly strong." Guanzu looked to the other 3 Earth advancement contestants. Li Xianyi was still dressed in white, holding a long sword with a dusty demeanor. Keanu was dressed all in black leather with an energy revolver in each hand and sharp eyes. Base was stout, and the hammer of Thor in his hand flashed with electricity from time to time. "Brother Li, how is the battle going on your side?" Guanzu asked. "It wasn't too bad, took out 11 of them." Li Xianyi said bashfully, "But I encountered a few tricky opponents and almost turned over in the gutter." Keanu wiped his energy pistol. "I've killed 15 on my side, but all of them were killed with pure marksmanship, without using any special means." I'm going to be miserable." Base laughed out loud. "Only took out 8, but every single one of them was smashed to a pulp by my Thor's hammer." Hanley's bug cloud hovered in the air as she said thoughtfully, "Actually, Yui and I are able to be as strong as we are today thanks to following Guanzu's experiences before. That turn 5 copy experience gave my compulsion a huge boost." Bai Yuyi nodded in agreement. "Yes, my tyrant bone dragon also relied on Brother Azu to complete its evolution. That's what makes me, right now, far stronger than anyone else in my class." The big screen began to display the information about the matchups for the second round, and everyone's eyes were drawn to it. Fire Cloudy from the Mars delegation was being interviewed. He had just defeated Zhang Qilin and was in full swing. "Earth's players do have 2 tricks up their sleeves," Fire Cloud Z said proudly, "but in front of absolute strength, any more tricks are futile." "Arrogant." Hanli snorted coldly. "Just wait and see, I'll make him look good." Guanzu, however, appeared calm. "It's just pre-fight trash talk, the key is to have the strength to go with it." Just then, the system beep sounded. "The second round is about to begin, please get ready for all the contestants. It's finally about to start." The 8 Rings fist pumped as the Source Project Heavy Armor emitted a low hum. "There's quite an audience for this one." Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed. "Interesting. This is the real contest." In the audience, viewers from every planet held their breath. The performance of the first round had already allowed them to see the strength of these heavenly prides, and the second round that was about to begin was bound to be an even more intense battle. Chapter 166, Guanzu's Strength. In the arena of the Wave Generals, after the lists had been drawn, the second round of matchups officially began. It was worth mentioning that the principle of proximity was adopted in the drawing of lots, and the opponents of Earth's contestants were surprisingly all strong players from Mars. Millions of spectators held their breath as a huge holographic projection projected the match image in midair. Keanu stood in the ring, his black leather jacket glinting coldly in the light, his energy revolvers poised in both hands. "Let's see what Earth's gunslingers are capable of." The Martian gunslinger on the opposite side laughed maniacally, his mechanical arm loaded with various fire weapons. Keanu was just about to fire when the other man's mechanical arm suddenly morphed and a blinding beam of energy whistled out. Boom! Keanu was sent flying into midair, and before he could hit the ground, continuous fire from his opponent had poured in. Laser cannon, armor-piercing tank rounds, stabbing projectiles, all kinds of artillery fire completed the flush in an instant. Keanu had no time to resist, and it had to be said that Martian powerhouses were indeed strong. Earth Keanu has been killed. Earth's first player, then, had already lost. This caused the people watching Earth's live broadcast to lose their minds. Then, Chen Bai came on. He dragged his bruised and battered body to the ring. Chen Bai knew that he was no longer at his peak state, but as a heavenly pride of the Star Chopper Academy, he would never admit defeat. Just this? Earth's trash, crippled and still dare to go on stage? Martian warrior Fire Cloud Panther said disdainfully, "It seems like you want to find death. I can give you a chance to abstain." Chen Bai ignored the other party's taunts and silently drew his longsword. Although Han Li's compulsion had removed most of the toxins, his meridians were still severely damaged, and even lifting his sword was trembling. "Chen Bai, don't push too hard," Li Xianyi shouted from the stage. But Chen Bai just shook his head, his eyes firm. "I'll show them that Earthlings are not easy to bully." The Fire Cloud Panther sneered, and the flame laws within his body instantly erupted. The blazing temperature caused the entire ring to twist and distort. Waste is waste. Saying more is just waste. You think this is the kind of brain-dead anime you watch, where you can defeat a strong enemy like me as long as you don't give up? Look at the reality. A gap is a gap. It's a chasm you can't possibly cross. Boom! With a palm strike, terrifying flames swept out like a tsunami. Shenbai barely raised his sword to block, but the aftereffects of the intense poison slowed his reaction by half a beat. Put! Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his entire body flew out like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground. Ha ha ha! The Fire Cloud Panther laughed maniacally. This is the strength of an earthling. Can't even catch a slap from me. The other Martian warriors laughed along. Garbage Planet produces garbage goods. How dare you participate in the 100-Star Heavens Pride Conference at this level? It's a disgrace to the solar system. Hanli was trembling with anger, and the golden insect cloud hovered in the air, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. The white ghostly bone dragon let out a low growl, its blood-colored armor glowing ominously. Don't be impulsive. Guanzu stopped the summoning spirits who wanted to strike. When we have our match, we'll make sure to make them pay. The Fire Cloud Panther walked down the ring and deliberately passed by Guanzu. What? Not convinced? That's the kind of virtue you earthlings have, always only worthy of being stepping stones. A hint of killing intent flashed in Sun Wukong's golden eyes, and the source plan battle armor emitted a low hum. But Guanzu just said lightly, we'll see. The medics carried Qinbai out of the ring. His injuries were severe, but his eyes were still stubborn. I'm sorry, Zuchan. I've disgraced Earth. You've done well, you didn't embarrass anyone by fighting with your injuries. Guanzu held his hand. Next, I'll help you find your way back. Inside the rest area of the Mars battle team, Fire Cloud Panther was being interviewed. Earth is a backward planet. They don't even have a good grasp of the most basic laws, and they still dare to come to the 100-Star Celestial Pride Conference? It's simply a self-inflicted insult. We, the Martian warriors, will definitely show them what strength means. In the audience, the spectators from various planets were talking. Most people agreed that Earth's contestants had indeed performed too weakly. Then it was Guanzu's turn to make an appearance. He drew a match against the #1 powerhouse of Mars. Fiery Cloud Buster stood in the ring with dark red flames surrounding him. His eyes were filled with disdain. It was you who defeated Lei Wanjun. It's just mediocre. Oh, I think it's because he's too much of a loser. Guanzu stood on the opposite side of the room, his black battle robe moving without wind. The Source Plan battle team was neatly arrayed, their metal battle armor glinting coldly under the light. You earthlings, you just like to play with these fancy things. Fire Cloud Buster said disdainfully, what Source Plan battle armor, in front of absolute strength, it's all garbage. Guanzu's eyes went cold. Monkey, after the war starts, I want absolute suppression. Seconds. It has to be seconds. Give him a stick to shut him up for good. Well. Fighting begins. As the battle cry came from the ring, a hint of wariness flashed in Sun Wukong's golden eyes, and the Source Plan battle armor emitted a low hum. Demon Ape True Body. A terrifying aura instantly erupted as Sun Wukong's figure skyrocketed to 100 meters tall, and the Source Plan battle armor morphed along with it, perfectly fitting his hideous demon ape form. Just this? Fire Cloud Buster sneered, a mere transformation trick. He made a seal with both hands, and a dark red flame shield enveloped his entire body. This is the strongest defense of our Mars. Not even a 5th rotation powerhouse can break through it. Heaven-breaking stick. Sun Wukong let out a roar, and the weapon in his hand emitted a palpitating aura under the increase of the Source Plan battle armor. The huge shadow of the stick descended from the sky, as if it was going to smash the entire space. Break me. Boom. With one strike, Fire Cloud Buster's shield instantly shattered, and along with his body, he was smashed into the ground by this stick. The entire ring collapsed with a bang, turning into countless fragments that scattered and splattered in all directions. As the smoke cleared, Fire Cloud Buster had already been smashed into a puddle of flesh. The entire room was deathly silent. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. How is this possible? Fiery Cloud Buster is the #1 strongest person on our Mars. One stick, and he was killed in seconds? The audience was in an uproar. Spectators from all planets were so shocked by this horrifying scene that they could not speak. Is this the strength of an earthling? It's horrible. What kind of monster is that golden monkey? The Source Program battle armor. This kind of technology is too terrifying. They thought that it was that battle suit that was powerful. Inside the rest area of the Mars delegation, Firecloud Z's face was pale. The Firecloud Panther, who had been mocking the Earth players just a moment ago, was speechless at this moment. Is this the strength of your Earth? He shuddered. Guanzu gave him a faint look. This is just an appetizer. Sun Wukong put away his demon ape form and his weapon turned gently in his hand. The energy core on the Source Plan battle armor was still humming. Next, Guanzu said, it's your turn. Firecloud Leopard and the others' faces changed drastically, and they no longer dared to say half a word of arrogance. 167. Representing the Earth. Han Li's golden insect cloud hovered in the ring like a brilliant galaxy. Her opponent was the Inferno Poisoner of Mars, a powerful person who specialized in fire poison. Your Guanzu is indeed very powerful, but everyone else is garbage, and a bug player managed to make it to the second round. Huh? You my ass. Come on. Beat the crap out of you. Hanley laughed softly. The golden insect cloud instantly split and transformed into thousands of gold-devouring insects, each of which flashed with a deadly light. The Inferno Poison Master snorted coldly, his hands formed a seal, and a dark red flame coalesced in his palm. Fire Poison, Burning Sky Seal. Rolling waves of heat swept through the air, and the scent of intense poison filled the air. However, Hanli's gold-devouring insects were undaunted as they traveled through the poisonous mist, constantly devouring the energy of the fire poison. What? This can't be possible, exclaimed the Inferno Poisoner. How could my fire poison be absorbed? Oh, Hanli said elegantly, in the Miaojiang, this level of poison is not even my initiation. The swarm of gold-eating insects whistled, and after devouring a large amount of fire poison, their size skyrocketed several times. The golden insect cloud turned into a large net, enveloping the Inferno Toxic Master. Give me phage. Accompanied by Hanli's command, thousands of gold-devouring insects attacked at the same time. Before the Inferno Poisoner's screams could be uttered, he was completely devoured by the swarm. Mars Inferno Poisoner has been killed. Then, Bai Yue took the stage. Her fights were even more thrilling. Her opponent was the Necromancer of Mars, a powerful person who controlled the death aura. To show you, dirtbag, what the way of death is, the Martian mage smiled coldly. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tear him apart. The white ghostly tyrant bone dragon roared as it charged at its opponent, its blood-colored armor glinting ominously in the sunlight. The Necromancer summoned dozens of flaming skeletons, but in front of the tyrant bone dragon, these skeletons were as fragile as paper mache. Roar! The bone dragon opened its bloody mouth and a death spit roared out. The Necromancer's defense was instantly shattered, and his entire body was enveloped in the aura of death. No! This isn't just any dead air. It's. His voice came to an abrupt end, and his entire body transformed into a withered bone that was swallowed by the tyrant bone dragon in one gulp. Mars Necromancer has been killed. Li Xianyi's battle was the most thrilling. His opponent was the young sword saint of Mars, and the two men's sword chi intertwined in the air, stirring up deafening explosions with every collision. Your sword is, indeed, good, said the Martian sword saint, but it's not even close. Is that so? Li Xianyi smiled faintly. You Martians, I should really learn from your ability to talk big. The sword chi of the two men became more and more powerful, and the entire ring was torn apart by the sword chi. The final blow was struck by both men at the same time. Li Xianyi's sword chi was like the Milky Way pouring down, while the Mars sword saint's sword chi was like the blazing sun in the sky. Boom! After the shocking explosion, both men fell at the same time. The battle ended in a draw. Mars Kenshin and Earthly Xianyi both fall at the same time. It's a draw. Call it a tie, but the duo is all out. At this point, there were only 3 contestants left from Earth. Wanzhou, Bai Yue, Hanli. The audience was in an uproar. Earth's players, surprisingly strong. It seems we all underestimated them. This is the so-called backward planet? It's simply a joke. The atmosphere in the lounge area of the Mars delegation was heavy. They never expected that their strongest men would lose one after another. Wanzhou watched this with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. In this 100-star Celestial Pride Conference, Earth would definitely be famous in the stars. At the start of the third round, Wanzhou still showed crushing strength. This time, his opponent was a heavenly pride from the Star Empire, the Star Sword Master. The opponent had just set up his stance when Sun Wukong had already moved. The Source Plan battle armor shone metallic in the sunlight, and the weapons whizzed out. The Skybreaker Stick. The terrifying shadow of the stick covered the sky, as if it was going to smash the entire space. The Star Sword Master didn't even have a chance to strike before he was smashed into pieces by this stick. The entire room once again fell into a deathly silence. Sun Wukong's movements were too fast to be like a third-turn summoning spirit. I'm afraid that many fifth turns are not his opponent. Meanwhile, Dong Mingyue's battle was equally exciting. She was fighting on behalf of the Purple Moon Empire, and her strength was even more terrifying than before. Moonlight Split. Moonlight Giant Blast. Thousands of purple figures flickered in the ring, each one emitting a deadly aura. A purple palm print, killing horizontally. Her opponent, the Paladin from the Star of Light, didn't even last a single round under this terrifying attack. It seems that you've gotten a lot stronger as well, Wanzhou said softly as he watched Dong Mingyue's performance. That's for sure. Dong Mingyue said proudly, don't think that you Earthlings are the only ones who can progress. Wanzhou, don't get out before I defeat you. I'll do my best. Wanzhou laughed. Tournament after tournament, the strong continue to fall. In the 7th round, Bai Yue met her formidable opponent. A death messenger from the Death Star, a terrifying existence that controlled the laws of death. The tyrant bone dragon roared and charged at its opponent, but this time, it met its true match. Etched light. The scythe in the Deathbringer's hand flashed with an ethereal light, and the tyrant bone dragon's blood-colored armor unexpectedly began to corrode. This is death erosion. Bai Yuyi's face changed drastically. Not bad. Little girl, you're already amazing for getting here. In the end, she was defeated by her opponent's Law of Death and regretted her exit. In the 9th round, Hanley also saw her finish. Her opponent was the Bug Queen, a terrifying being from an insect planet. The golden cloud of bugs intertwined with the opposing swarm in the air in a spectacular scene. But the Bug Queen was truly powerful, and not only were her swarms more numerous, but each one of them exuded a haunting aura. "Your bugs are indeed good," said the young queen of the bug race, "but they are still too weak in front of the real bug race." The Bug Queen's giant bugs were able to synthesize a terrifying Baron's Grand Dragon, spewing out venom that obliterated everything. Hanley's swarm of gold-eating insects was eaten away by the other party's swarm little by little, and eventually had to admit defeat. At this point, only Guanzu was left as Earth's contestant. But his performance was enough to shock everyone. Every game was won in crushing fashion. A straight knockout with a stick. There's no room for any more BB. The prestige of the Sourceplan battle team had spread throughout the field. Is this the strength of Earth? The audience in the auditorium was abuzz with chatter from the various planets. It's horrible. That Guanzu, he's simply a monster. No, he's not a monster. Said an elder from the Thunderstar, he is a true heavenly pride. Chapter 168, Pure Speed Opponent. In the 10th round of the battle, the atmosphere in the ring was already condensed to the extreme. The players who were able to make it this far were none of them the top celestial pride of their respective planets. Guanzu's opponent was a talented young man from the lightning star, Thunder Speed. This teenager, who appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years old, had silver-colored lightning wrapped around his body, and his entire person was like a ray of light. "I've heard that you're very strong." Razor tilted his head and surveyed Guanzu, but what good is strength in the face of absolute speed? Guanzu didn't say anything, just silently sizing up his opponent. The Sourceplan battle team had already formed up, but a trace of gravity flashed through Sun Wukong's golden eyes. "Start!" With the referee's order, Thunder Speed's figure instantly disappeared in place. "Quick! It's too fast!" Even Sun Wukong's fiery eyes could only capture a remnant shadow. "The Skybreaker stick!" Sun Wukong roared, his weapon whistling out. But Thunder Speed was too fast and easily avoided the fatal blow. Can't hit me, can you?" The teenager's voice came from all directions. "Is this the Source Program battle team you're so proud of?" "It's nothing more than that." The audience was in an uproar. This was the first time that someone was able to completely suppress Sun Wukong's attacks. Splitting. Sun Wukong instantly split into 90 doppelgangers, each holding a weapon. But Thunder Speed was so fast that it was unbelievable, weaving back and forth between the doppelgangers as if he were dancing. "This kid staggered the 8 rings, his speed is almost catching up with instantaneous transportation." Guanzu's eyes were heavy. It was truly the toughest opponent they had ever encountered. Pure speedster, and a 5-turner at that. This kind of opponent is the toughest because you can't even touch him. "Monkey, don't be in a hurry," said Guanzu softly, "keep a good eye on it." Razor's attack begins. Silver lightning raged across the ring, each strike quick as thunder. Even the Sourceplan battle armor had cracks appearing. "Is this the strength of your Earth?" Thunder Speed's voice held contempt. "It's nothing more than that." In the audience, viewers from every planet held their breath. Could it be that this Earth's heavenly pride, who had crushed his way over, was going to stop here? "Wait," said Guanzu, suddenly narrowing his eyes. There. The lightning youth's figure was as ghostly as a ghost, each flash bringing up a piercing electric light. Even the golden eyes of the Monkey King had difficulty capturing his trajectory. "Interesting." A flicker of interest flashed in Guanzu's eyes. "This is the first time someone has managed to dodge the current monkey stick." The lightning youth laughed maniacally as he traveled through the air. "This is it? This is the strength of the Earth's strongest heavenly pride? Can't even touch me." The golden eyes of the Sun Wukong in the Sourceplan battle armor narrowed slightly. "This guy does have 2 tricks up his sleeve, 5 turns of strength and full speed talent. He can't really be beaten." Guanzu said softly, "Old Shah, set up the sand and dust. Hoi, prepare for action." The sand monk's golden sands soundlessly filled the air, seemingly drifting away at random, but actually weaving a large invisible net. Each grain of sand shimmered with a faint light, enveloping the entire space. Sculptor's little skill. The lightning youth disdained and his figure disappeared once again. But this time, he was significantly slower by a minute. Each of those seemingly ordinary sands contained the mana of the sand monk, creating a subtle resistance field in the air. And, as he touched more and more, the sand and dust latched onto Kid Lightning's body, slowing him down more and more. "It is now." The longbow in Hoyi's hand was instantly drawn to full strength, and the arrow was entwined with the power of the stars. This arrow had gathered all of his strength. Starburst Tracer Arrow. The arrow broke through the air, and under the guidance of the golden sands, it precisely locked onto the location of the lightning youth. "What?" The lightning youth's face changed drastically as he tried to dodge, but found that his body had become unusually sluggish. The golden sand had attached itself to his body at some point, forming an invisible shackle. Boom! The starburst tracking arrow hit its target squarely, and the terrifying energy instantly engulfed the lightning youth. When the smoke cleared, he had already dissipated into bits of starlight. The audience was in an uproar. Is this the strength of Guanzu? No, this is the strength of his summoned spirits. Each one of them is comparable to a fifth-turn powerhouse. No wonder he was able to sweep all the way through, so his summoned spirit is actually so terrifying. Guanzu smiled blandly, this is our tacit understanding. The Source Project warriors lined up behind him, their metal battle armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. At this moment, everyone realized a fact. The terrifying thing about Guanzu was not only the power of the individual summoned spirits, but also their near-perfect coordination. Every summoned spirit is an ace in the hole. And when these aces join forces, it's a true no-win situation. The 10th round of battles ended, and Dong Mingyue welcomed her new opponent, an Earth Elemental controller from the rock planet, Rockxian. The Purple Moon Empire, one of the Twin Moons, is but a mere defeated general of Guanzu. Rockxian's mellow voice rang out, you surrender. Dong Mingyue smiled faintly, purple moonlight flowing around her, trying to provoke me, you're not worthy yet. Rockxian's hands formed a seal, the earth shook, and countless rocks coalesced into a huge defensive round shield. This is our Rockstar's strongest defense, not even a fifth-turn powerhouse can break it. Come on, beat me. Dong Mingyue's doppelgangers flickered in the air, each emitting a deadly aura. Meet you. Moonlight 1,000 waves. Thousands of purple moon blades whistled, but all of them were blocked by the rock shield. Haha, that's it? Said Iwakaru triumphantly, your attack is too weak. It's like scratching an itch. Dong Mingyue's eyes glazed over, so, what about this? Purple Moon, Super Mega Blast. Terrifying energy condensed in the air, transforming into a purple full moon. The moonlight was like a waterfall, coloring the entire ring in eerie purple. Rockxian's face changed slightly, feeling an unprecedented pressure. He frantically mobilized the energy in his body and reinforced his defense to the limit. Give me broken. Dong Mingyue let out a delicate cry, and the purple moon exploded with a loud bang. The terrifying energy instantly tore the rock shield apart, and Rockxian's body was reduced to pieces by the blow. The audience was in an uproar. Too strong. Is this the strength of the Purple Moon Empire's heavenly pride? Not bad for one of the twin moons. Dong Mingyue put away the moonlight, and a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Because she knew that the next round, finally, she would have the chance to meet that person. The 11th round of the draw begins. When he saw the name of his opponent, the corner of Dong Mingyue's mouth rose slightly. Guanzu. She murmured the name softly, a flicker of wariness in her eyes. Finally, we're crossing paths again. This time, she's going to wipe the slate clean. Guanzu stood in the rest area, looking at the information about the matchups on the big screen. Looks like interesting opponents are coming. Sun Wukon's golden eyes twinkled, this girl has indeed gotten a lot stronger. Yeah. Guanzu smiled faintly, but that's what makes it fun, isn't it? The Source Project warriors lined up behind him, their metal battle armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. Chapter 169, Round 11, Battle against East Bright Moon. It was finally Guanzu's turn to face off with Dong Mingyue. The two had been rivals before, so this battle attracted the attention of a large number of people from the Purple Moon Empire and Earth. Everyone cared, wondering if Guanzu could continue to defend the ring successfully, or if Dong Mingyue could make a clean sweep. East Bright Moon will win. One of the twin moons of our Purple Moon Empire is bound to defeat Guanzu this time. Last time, it was Guanzu who added too much, a full 15 times, and this time, he doesn't add as much as Dong Mingyue, so it's indeed dangerous. But I feel like Guanzu is a bit stronger. East Bright Moon has also all been killing enemies in seconds. Both performed well, but East Myung Moon boosted by a full 5 times. Yeah, 2. Soon, the battle began. Purple moonlight poured down like a waterfall, and the entire ring was dyed a bizarre purple. Dong Mingyue stood high in the sky, countless doppelgangers hovering around her, each emitting a palpitating aura. Ancestor Guan, this time, I'm going to show you the true power of the Purple Moon. Guanzu stands at the other end of the ring as the Source Project warriors neatly line up. He could sense that Dong Mingyue's aura was much stronger than last time, but still maintained his composure. Come on. Guanzu said softly. Moonlight split. Dong Mingyue's figure instantly split into thousands of doppelgangers, each one perfectly replicating her power. Purple moonlight intertwined in the air, weaving a deadly web. Moonlight eternal dance. Thousands of purple moon blades whistled, each one containing enough power to tear through space. Guanzu weaves between the moon blades with ease, as if doing a graceful dance. Humph. You're pretty quick to hide. With a wave of Dong Mingyue's jade hand, countless purple points of light condensed in the air. Moonlight starfall. Purple meteors fell like rain from the sky, each one carrying a destructive force. Guanzu was still dodging calmly, not even letting the summoned spirit strike. This scene made Dong Mingyue even more annoyed. Are you teasing me? How? Guanzu smiled faintly, I just wanted to see your progress. Good. Then I'll show you enough. Dong Mingyue's hands formed a seal, and the entire sky was shrouded in purple moonlight. Purple Moon Empire Oyumi. Moonlight, rebirth of the elements. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the entire ring as countless pillars of purple light descended from the sky. Each pillar of light contained a different power of law, some were flames, some were thunder and lightning, and some were cold ice. The entire ring trembled under this terrifying might. The audience was in an uproar. Is this the ultimate mystery of the Purple Moon Empire? It's too terrifying. This kind of power has already surpassed the 5th turn. The power of laws is too ferocious. However, Guanzu was still dealing with it calmly, his figure weaving between the pillars of light as if he was one with space. This scene made Dong Mingyue completely furious. Guanzu! She crossed her arms and stared angrily at the other party. Do you think that I'm still the same Dong Miang-moon? Show me your real skills if you can. Fight me with all your might. Guanzu stopped and looked at the furious Dong Mingyue, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Yeah, since you put it that way. The Source Program Battle Team, ready to go. The metal battle armor shimmered coldly in the sunlight, and each summoned spirit exuded a haunting aura. The atmosphere of the entire room was instantly tense. Everyone knew that the real battle had just begun. Guanzu's eyes stared, and the Source Plan battle armor emitted a low hum. Since you want to see me at full strength, I'll let you see enough. Armor of Gluttony. Inuyasha released the skill. The armor of Gluttony instantly covered his entire body, and the dark golden armor shone with an icy light in the sunlight. This is... Dong Mingyue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. You're finally serious? Moonlight Eternal Dance. Thousands of purple moon blades whistled, each one containing enough power to tear through space. The greedy armor did not move at all, carrying this terrifying attack hard. How is that possible? Dong Mingyue exclaimed. You were able to directly carry it hard? Guanzu didn't say anything, just gestured silently. The Source Plan battle team instantly lined up, and the 5 summoned spirits erupted at the same time. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, heaven-breaking stick. The terrifying shadow of the stick covered the sky. Humph! Dong Mingyue sneered, good thinking. An ancient mirror suddenly appeared in her hand, which was none other than the Purple Moon Empire's national treasure, the Purple Moon Taishu mirror. Boom! The heaven-breaking stick smashed heavily on the Taishu mirror, stirring up countless purple ripples. Not bad! Sun Wukong exclaimed, to be able to block my heaven-breaking stick, this mirror is indeed powerful. The battle instantly went white-hot. Hoi's 9 days of continuous shooting cuts through the sky like a meteor. Sand Monk's quicksand gray hand seal blocked space. Hiroshi's fire dancing blade wheel hovered in the air. Shencheng's elemental chains were woven like a spider web. Dong Mingyue displayed amazing strength in the face of the 5 summoned spirits' siege. The Taishu mirror continuously changed its orientation, bouncing back an attack. Moonlight, rebirth of the elements. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the entire ring as pillars of purple light poured down like a waterfall. The Gluttony armor appeared cracks under this terrifying attack. Healing formation, activate. Guanzu gave a low shout. The Crimson Formation unfolded under their feet, and the Source Plan battle team's state instantly returned to its peak. It's time to end it. The weapon in Sun Wukong's hand suddenly skyrocketed and transformed into a 1,000-foot giant stick. Heaven-breaking strike. This stick carried the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and the Taishu mirror finally couldn't support it, and its recharge energy was completely drained. Put! Dong Mingyue spat out blood from his mouth and his entire body flew out like a kite with broken strings. But her body suddenly transformed into a purple aura and coalesced again. Ha ha! Dong Mingyue laughed maniacally. Don't forget, I have an immortal body. Hoi! Roger that. 9 days of continuous shooting. 9 arrows whistled out, each containing a devastating power. Dong Mingyue's body was once again shattered, but immediately reorganized. Neza! Understood. The fire tip lance and the Xian ice battle lance intertwined, forming a huge taiji pattern. Ice and fire reincarnation. The terrifying energy completely engulfed Dong Mingyue. This time, although her body was still able to reorganize, her aura was clearly weakened. Guanzu let out a light laugh, but don't forget that there is a limit to your immortality. All hands on deck. The Source Plan battle team erupted with the strongest strike. The power of the laws of the 5 summoned spirits intertwined in the air, forming a huge vortex of energy. This is... Dong Mingyue's face changed greatly. Law fusion? Boom! A terrifying energy storm swept across the entire field. When the smoke cleared, Dong Mingyue had been completely defeated. Although her body was still there, she had already lost her ability to fight. I lost. Dong Mingyue smiled bitterly. It's not worthy of you, Guanzu. You're strong too. Guanzu said, too much stronger than last time. It's a pity. Dong Mingyue sighed. I still can't win against you, but one day, I will defeat you. The Source Plan warriors put away their battle armor and stood silently behind Guanzu. It was a good enough battle. It's safe to say that you can even watch it as a final. The duel between the 2 heavenly prides was destined to go down in history. Chapter 170, The Final 8. The 12th round of the tournament was about to begin, and the entire central arena of the Wave General Star had a gloomy atmosphere. The top 16 contestants entered the rest area one after another, and everyone exuded a palpitating aura. Guanzu stood in the corner of the rest area, silently observing the other contestants. The Source Project warriors surrounded him, their metal battle armor glinting with a cold light. These guys. The 8 preceptors staggered. The aura is even stronger than Dong Mingyue's. They all seem to be truly ruthless. A contestant from Sirius walked by, a silver starlight wrapped around him, causing space to distort slightly with each step. This was Sirius Star's #1 heavenly pride, Wolf Fong, a terrifying existence capable of manipulating space. Guanzu, I have seen your fight, Wolfsbane said coldly. If you rely too much on summoning spirits, what are you going to do if I get close to you? Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as the source plan battle armor emitted a low hum, but Guanzu raised his hand to stop his impulse. Oh, you won't know until you fight, Guanzu said lightly. On the other side, the contestant from the giant planet was 3 meters tall, with gnarled muscles all over his body, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. He was the giant star's #1 heavenly pride, Shan Yu. Ha ha, Mountain laughed, Wolfsbane, you're no better. Just your beanpole-like opponents? In our giant planet, with a population of over 10 trillion, the heavenly pride that can stand out from it is not comparable to your small planets? A female contestant from the Eternal Planet walked gracefully by, her eyes seeming to contain endless time. This was the Eternal Star's heavenly pride, the Empress of Time. Interesting. The Empress of Time said softly, those who have made it this far are not simple characters. Especially you, Guanzu, it's truly amazing to have this kind of strength at the third turn. But alas, we're all 5 turns strong. Oh. The big screen began to display the matchups, and the Sweet 16 was about to begin. Looks like there's a good show to watch. San Monk said, every one of these guys can easily defeat Dong Mingyue. Yeah. Hui nodded his head, they come from those superstars, and their depth is terrifyingly deep. The population base alone is over 10 trillion, and the heavenly pride that can stand out from it is naturally terrifying in strength. Guanzu looked at the big screen, his eyes heavy. He knew that the real challenge had just begun. Each and every one of these heavenly prides from the superstars wielded frightening powers, underpinnings, and cards. Ready? Guanzu asked. Any time. Sun Wukong grinned, his weapon turning gently in his hand. The auditorium was packed to the rafters, with spectators from every planet holding their breath. They knew that the next match was going to be a real showdown at the top. Meanwhile, outside of the central arena of the Wave General Star, a huge holographic projection hovered in the air, displaying the odds of each player. Zhou Quan's name is on the list, with odds of up to 15 times. It's already a miracle that this kid made it this far. A spectator from Sirius Planet sneered. A third-turned earthling dares to call out to our superstar's heavenly pride? Chi Yun stood at the VIP seat, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had just spent 100 million cosmic star coins, all of which he had bet on Guanzu. Prefect, you're getting rich. The deputy prefect next to him laughed. Cosmic coins were rare and were the unified currency of the universe, and Chi Yun didn't have many on him. These, already, were his entire cosmic assets. No, I am supporting my disciple, Chi Yun said indifferently. Moreover, I believe he won't let me down. Guan Xing was also brought over by Chi Yun. He ran to the betting window with gusto and bet all his savings on his brother. Little brother, are you sure you want to bet this much? The staff member asked in surprise. That's 1,000,000 star coins. A large part of this is Guanzu copies and various dividends, to the hands of Li Yuxia. So Li Yuxia brought it to bet on Guanzu. Before coming here, Guanzu had told them that if there was a bet, it would be right to bet on him. Of course. Guan Xing said proudly, my brother will definitely win. You guys have no idea how strong the Source Plan battle team is. Inside the rest area, Guanzu was checking the status of the Source Plan battle armor. His communicator suddenly rang, and it was Li Yuxia's voice. Son, Mom just split the copy, all the money, and bet it all on you. Li Yuxia said excitedly, you should cheer up. Mom! I said for you guys to press me, why did you just pike it? Guanzu cried and laughed. Don't worry. Sun Wukong patted Guanzu's shoulder, let's this time, the more we press, the more we earn. The entire gaming center of Bojangles was abuzz. Spectators from various planets placed their bets, with most of them betting on those superstar pride. Look guys, another cutie. Someone pointed to the betting records and said, someone bet on Earth Boy to win again. But what they didn't know was that these cuties, among them, there were quite a number of Earth's top brass. They had all seen the strength of the Source Program battle team. Guanzu, not a lot of pressure. The 8 Rings said smilingly, so many people bet on you to win, so you can't let them down. Guanzu said indifferently, it's enough for us to play to our true strength. The odds are still changing on the big screen. As more and more people bet, the odds on Zhou Quan even went up to 20 times. These guys, San Monk shook his head inside, are really underestimating us. Then let them take a good look. A cold light flashed in Hoyi's eyes. What is meant by true strength? Guanzu stood in front of the window, looking out at the bustling crowd. He knew that a lot of people were waiting to see his joke. But he believed that with the Source Program warriors, nothing was impossible. The second set of matches in the central arena of Wave Shogun Star officially began, and the audience was filled to capacity in anticipation of the upcoming pinnacle match. The first dueling competitors slowly make their way to the ring. One was the Empress of Time from the Eternal Planet, and the other was Wolfsbane from the Sirius Planet. The air in the entire ring froze as soon as the two men's auras came out. Interesting, the Time Empress versus the Space Controller. Guanzu stood in the resting area, his eyes fixed. The Time Empress was surrounded by golden time power, leaving ripples in the void with every step. Wolfsbane, on the other hand, was surrounded by silver starlight, and space continued to distort around him. Begin! The referee barked. The two erupted instantly. A golden longsword coalesced in the hands of the Empress of Time, and where the tip of the sword pointed, time began to distort. Wolfsbane, on the other hand, made seals with his hands, and countless spatial cracks spread across the ring. Time domain, unfold. The Time Empress softly shouted. The golden light instantly enveloped the entire ring, and everyone felt that time had become sticky. Space cage. Wolfsbane snorted coldly. The silver spatial power and the golden temporal power collided in the air, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire ring of the Void God realm to begin to crumble. Chapter 171 Advancing to the Elite Eight. The 8 rings staggered. That's kind of interesting. The Time Queen's sword she cut through the sky, and time stood still wherever it passed. Wolfsbane, on the other hand, kept opening up spatial passages to make the attacks fall short. The two men's domains intertwined in the air, forming a bizarre space-time vortex. Boom! A terrifying energy explosion swept across the entire arena, and the entire ring was instantly reduced to rubble. The cracks kept spreading. Look! Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed. The ring is completely cracked. The smoke cleared, revealing a huge abyss in the center of the ring. The Time Empress and Wolfsbane were still in a fierce battle, their domains clashing fiercely, forming a terrifying temporal storm. Back in time. Space shatter. The two terrifying attacks collided in the air, and the entire Void God ring trembled. The audience watched the scene with dumbfounded amazement. It was beyond their imagination. Mr. Guan, things are getting interesting. Sand Monk narrowed his eyes and said, I know. Guanzu nodded. This is the strength of a true superstar celestial. The battle continued, and the energy fluctuations generated by the collision of the two men's domains became more and more terrifying. Cracks began to appear in the space of the Void God realm, as if it would collapse at any moment. No more. The referee shouted, open the second level ring. I didn't expect this year's young pride to be this powerful. The ring had been completely reduced to rubble, and energy aftershocks were constantly surging out of the abyss. This is still just the first game. Hui said, it seems that the opponents in this round are not simple. Guanzu watched this silently as the Source Project warriors lined up behind him, their metal battle armor emitting a low hum. The real challenge is just beginning. Soon. The first matchup in the central arena of the Wave Generals has come to a close. Wolfsbane's space laws eventually suppressed the Time Queen's time domain, winning by a slim margin. What an interesting duel. The 8 rings said excitedly, is this the strength of a superstar? Guanzu slowly walked up to the shattered and battered ring. A new one had risen to replace the one that had been shattered before. His opponent was the Extreme Ice Heavenly Pride Ice Seal from the cold ice planet. Griffins of Earth, ready to be frozen for 10,000 years? Ice Seal said coldly, a piercingly cold aura surrounding him. Extreme frost laws condensed around Ice Seal, the temperature dropped drastically, and the entire ring was instantly covered with a thick layer of frost. The audience in the VIP seats shivered, a chill that seemed to freeze the soul. Legendary grade talent, Ice Controller. Guanzu's eyes were grave. There are indeed two things. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Ice Seal made seals with both hands, and countless ice cones erupted from the ground, each one flashing with a deadly cold light. Frost Domain, Ancient Cold Prison. A terrifying cold aura swept across the room, and even the air began to freeze. 8 rings. Immediately a dark red armor was put on. Guanzu's gluttony armor radiated a dark golden light, absorbing all of this cold air. What? Ice Seal said incredulously, you were able to resist my cold aura? Monkey, strike. Guanzu gave an order. The golden monkey instantly stormed up, the Source Plan battle armor emitting an ear-piercing buzz as the weapon smashed down with a heaven-destroying aura. Ice Seal hastily condensed a thick wall of ice, but it was as fragile as paper mache in front of the weapon. Hui, 9 days of continuous shooting. 9 arrows whistled out, each carrying a fiery energy that shattered the layers of the frozen defense. The arrow pierced his body, but was cut down by his defenses for a lot of damage. Damn it! Ice Seal roared. Looks like we have to use our bottom card. Look at my diamond-grade magic treasure. Cold Ice Treasure Fan, now. A diamond-grade Cold Ice Treasure Fan appeared in his hand, its surface inscribed with mysterious runes, emitting a palpitatingly cold aura. Kind of interesting. The corners of Guanzu's mouth lifted slightly. The entire ring had been completely sealed in ice, the cold air raging and the temperature dropping to the extreme. However, the Source Plan battle team was not affected in the slightest, and the metal battle armor's energy core continued to run, resisting the terrifying coldness. Cold Ice Treasure Fan, freeze everything for me. Ice Seal roared as he waved his treasure fan. Terrifying cold currents swept over, everything was frozen into ice wherever it passed, and even space had cracks appearing. This was the power of a diamond-grade magic treasure, which had already surpassed the limits of ordinary fifth-turn powerhouses. Everyone, prepare to strike with all your might, Guanzu said in a deep voice. The energy cores of the Source Plan battle team erupted at the same time, and 5 different kinds of law powers intertwined in the air, forming a terrifying energy vortex. The audience was in an uproar, and everyone held their breath, waiting for this earth-shattering collision. Ice Seal held a precious fan in his hand and frantically fanned it. A huge ice tornado hovered in the ring, each one emitting a piercing coldness. This is the power of a diamond-grade magic treasure. Ice Seal laughed maniacally. Griffin of Earth, lose for me. Guanzu's eyes stared, his hands shifted in seals, a crimson summon spirit reinforcement formation unfolded at his feet, and the aura of the source plan battle team instantly skyrocketed. Monkey, make it quick. There were so many cold laws in the air that they had begun to invade his body, slowing down the operation of his mana. Must take the other side quickly. Understood. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as the source plan battle armor emitted a piercing buzz. His figure weaved between the ice dragon scrolls, so fast that only a golden residual shadow could be seen. The ice dragon scroll tried to block it, but it couldn't even touch the corner of his coat. How is this possible? Ice Seal's face changed drastically. How can you move freely in my extreme cold ice? Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in front of Bing Foam, a cold light flashing in his golden eyes. Where's the Y? Set. A golden light flashed, and Ice Seal's body instantly stiffened, and he couldn't even hold the cold ice treasure fan. Damn! What kind of tactic is this? Ice Seal cried out in shock, but his body couldn't move. With a wave of Guanzu's hand, the source program battle team instantly formed up. Hoi, 9 days of continuous shooting. Sand Monk, Sandstorm Burial. 8 Rings, Tarzan Meteorite Shock. Neja, the 9 Heavens of Ice and Fire. Shenqing, Elemental Chains. All the summoned spirit attacks erupted at the same time, and a terrifying energy enveloped the entire ring. Boom boom boom. Explosions rose and fell, and the terrifying power resonated. When the smoke cleared, Ice Block had been badly injured. The audience was in an uproar. Fixation? That's too scary. Even a 5th turn powerhouse can be fixed? This Guanzu, there are too many cards. Inside the rest area, the faces of the other celestial pride all became grave. It's a bit interesting. Wolfsbane sneered, however, he shouldn't have any more cards left. With this fixation technique, as long as I have some defense, I won't have much of a problem. The Empress of Time said elegantly, who hasn't got a few undercards if they can make it this far? Guanzu wins. Advance to the final 8. Guanzu stands in the ring, with the Source Project warriors standing silently behind him. Guanzu asked softly, the next opponent will only be stronger. Don't worry. Sun Wukong grinned, his weapon gently rotating in his hand. There's nothing that Lao Sun, can't blow up. One must know that up until now, he hadn't even performed the demonic ape stance or the great sage Dharma phase yet. To say that the bottom card, Guanzu, had hidden more. Chapter 172, Poisoning. In the central arena of the Wave General Star, the top 8 duel had just ended, and the audience applauded thunderously. This Earth kid, what a surprise! A spectator from Sirius exclaimed. Chi-Yun stood on the VIP seat and looked at Guanzu below, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. The Earth team had traditionally been eliminated on the first day, but this time, they had broken into the top 8. Lord Prefect, Guanzu's performance was amazing. The Deputy Mansion Lord said excitedly, that fixation technique is simply divine. It can even immobilize a 5th rotation powerhouse. Yeah, but the others aren't simple either. Shi-Yin said indifferently, which of those who managed to make it to the top 8 are not the supreme prides of their respective planets? Inside the rest area, the other celestial pride were secretly observing Guanzu. The Source Plan battle team had given them too many shocks, especially the fixation technique, which was even more frightening. It's just relying on the power of the summoning spirit. Wolfsbane sneered, in tomorrow's match, I'll make sure to show him what true strength means. Inside the most luxurious Star River Hotel in Bojangles Star, Guanzu and the others checked into the presidential suite. This was the first time the Earth delegation had stayed in such a place. Wow! This is too luxurious. Hanli marveled, look at this carpet, you guys, it's actually woven with starlight grass. You can feel the power of the stars when you walk on it. Brother Azu, you're amazing. Although Chen Bai was seriously injured, his eyes still shone with excitement. You're the first Earth representative to break into the top 8. Sun Wukong plopped down in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his golden eyes reflecting the gorgeous night view of the Bojangles Star. Tomorrow's opponent is even stronger, so we have to prepare properly. I know. Guanzu nodded. Wolfsbane's spatial laws are troublesome, but we're not vegetarians either. The Octonaut slumped down on the soft couch as the Source Project heavy armor gave a slight hum. Hey, I'm going to blow their minds tomorrow. Azu. Chi-Yun suddenly said, you've made history in this competition. Regardless of the outcome tomorrow, you are the pride of Earth. Guanzu looked at the bright starry sky outside the window with firm eyes. Master, I won't let you down. The Source Plan battle team, there are still a lot of undercards that I haven't used yet. Hey, right. Shenqing spun around on his shoulder. We're the strongest summoning team. Inside the hotel's luxury suite, the crowd began to prepare for tomorrow's match. The Source Plan battle team's armor was undergoing its final debugging, and everyone knew that tomorrow would be a true fight to the death. That's right, Azu. Hanli suddenly said, just now I heard that a lot of people are betting on you to win, with odds as high as 20 times. Really? Guanzu smiled, then we have to perform well and not let down the people who support us. Naturally, he would give it his all, knowing that his own family had invested quite a bit in it. Tomorrow, it will be another summit showdown. It was time to dine. The most luxurious Star River Grand Hotel in the Wave General planet was brightly lit in the Crystal Restaurant, with crystal chandeliers refracting a dreamy light. After the Earth's representative team took their seats, the waiters brought in a dish of interstellar cuisine. Wow! Is this the legendary Star River fish? Hanli marveled. I heard that this kind of fish lives in the interstellar void and contains star power all over its body. Quick, 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 stuff it all in my old pig's mouth. The eighth ring's eyes went straight, and the Source Project Heavy Armor let out an excited hum. Just as the crowd was about to move their chopsticks, Hanli suddenly frowned as the golden parasites fidgeted on her wrists. Wait! Don't eat it! Hanli shouted hurriedly, there's a strong poison in these foods. My parasites sensed it. What? Qian stood up with a huff, his face as gloomy as water. Someone come. Call all the chefs to me. The golden parasites flew out and hovered over the table with a piercing siren. Lord Prefect, this poison is very powerful. It's a severe poison called starfall poison. Hanli analyzed, if you eat it, as long as you operate your mana, your entire body's meridians will burst and die in less than 3 seconds. The hotel manager arrived at the news, his face pale. How is this possible? Our Star River Hotel is 5-star. 5 stars? Shi Yun laughed coldly, then explain. What's this poison all about? The security guards quickly took control of all the cooks, but they all looked bewildered and apparently unaware of the situation as well. Not the chef. Sun Wukon's golden eyes flashed, able to tell if someone was lying. There's nothing wrong with them. Check the surveillance. Shi Yun shouted angrily, this is not over. Daring to touch my Earth's celestial pride in Bo Shoshing planet, he's living out of his mind. Inside the surveillance room, footage shows a man in a waiter's uniform surreptitiously spilling something on his meal and then quickly leaving. This guy, Hoey narrowed his eyes, looks like he's from the Mars delegation. The hotel manager apologized profusely, rearranged the drone delivery, and presented a starry wine of great value as compensation. Shi Yun stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bright starry sky. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. If you dare to touch my disciple, no matter who it is, I'm going to make him pay the price. The lights dimmed in the central arena of the Wave Generals, but the storm was just beginning on this side of the hotel. Immediately check for me and find out the room number of the person who poisoned the room. Shi Yun said coldly as the aura of a 6th-turn legendary magus erupted and the temperature of the entire room plummeted. Surveillance shows the poisoner fled to the East Africa Hotel, room 1208. Master, I'll go with you, Guanzu said as he was about to get up. You stay well. Shi Yun's face was grim. We have a match tomorrow, I'll handle it enough. Shi Yun waved his staff in his hand, and a deep spatial rift split open in the void. His figure flickered and disappeared directly into place. 1208 inside the room, several of the Martian delegation are whispering. Ha, we'll definitely be able to finish off that Earth boy this time. How can our Martian heavenly pride be massacred by an Earth mole? By the time they consume the starfall poison, tomorrow's match won't go on. Suddenly, space shattered and a figure stepped out of the void. You're the ones who did this. Shi Yun's voice was cold and piercing. The faces of the people from the Mars delegation changed drastically, and one of them tried to escape, but Shi Yun simply waved his hand, and a force of law blocked the entire room. Say, who else is involved in this matter? Killing intent flashed in Shi Yun's eyes. You can't make a move on Bo Shogun. This is a neutral zone. A Martian representative shuddered. Shi Yun sneered and tapped the staff in his hand, and the man's entire body meridians immediately burst, turning into a puddle of blood. I'll ask again, who else? Under Shi Yun's terrifying pressure, the others finally collapsed and gave up the names of all the participants. In the following hour, Bo Shoshing staged a bloody chase. Shi Yun descended on each participant's room like the god of death, and without any nonsense, directly struck out to kill. Dare to touch my disciples? Shi Yun stood in front of the last participant. This is the price. When Shi Yun returned to the hotel, there were already a dozen or so corpses lying in various corners of Bo Shuixing. These were all people from the Mars delegation, who had tried to stop Guanzu with despicable means and had ultimately paid with their lives. Master. Guanzu looked at Shi Yun, who was filled with a murderous aura. Go to sleep. Shi Yun rubbed Guanzu's hair. We have a competition tomorrow. The next day, the entire Bo Shoshing star was shaken by a shocking news. More than a dozen people from the Mars delegation died violently overnight, all of their meridians bursting and dying. This is too terrifying. Who's so mean? I heard that it's because they tried to poison Earth's heavenly pride. The news quickly spread throughout the arena, and everyone's eyes became different as they looked at Guanzu. Not only because of his strength, but also because behind him stood a terrifying backer 6th-turn legendary magus Shi Yun. Chapter 173 Final 4. Early in the morning of the next day, the sky of the Wave General Star took on a dreamy purple color, with countless stars flickering high in the sky. The central arena was already packed, and everyone was looking forward to today's match. Did you hear? A dozen people died at the Mars mission last night. Yeah, it's rumored that they were trying to poison Earth's heavenly pride, and they were destroyed. Keep it down, that's a 6th-turn legendary master of law doing that. Guanzu stood within the players' channel, and the Source Plan battle team stood silently behind him. The events of last night had spread throughout the arena, and the way everyone looked at him had become different. Zhu, are you ready? Shi Yun stood beside him with concern in his eyes. Don't worry, master, we'll definitely win. Guanzu's eyes were firm. The match began, and Guanzu's opponent slowly walked up to the ring. It was a heavenly pride from the Wind Star, Wind Without Trace. He was surrounded by a green-colored gale, and every step he took left cracks in the void. Earth's brat, you're lucky to have made it this far. Feng Wuhan sneered, but today, your luck is at an end. Before the words fell, a terrifying gale had already swept across the entire arena. Countless wind blades intertwined in the air, cutting through space with cracks. The entire ring seemed to be in the center of a tornado. The law of wind, the storm of 10,000 swords. Tens of thousands of wind blades whistled, each one containing a terrifying cutting power. The surface of Guanzu's greedy armor was instantly covered in scratches. Monkey, get ready. Guanzu gave an order. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, and his Source Plan battle armor emitted a piercing hum. His figure weaved in and out of the wind blades, and his weapon smashed into Wind Wave Rider with a heaven-destroying aura. Humph. Feng Wuhan snorted coldly, wind domain, open. The green-colored gale formed a huge field that enveloped the entire ring. In this domain, the laws of wind were increased to the extreme. Even Sun Wukong's attacks were slowed down by the gale. This is the Wind Star's strongest natural ability. Feng Wuhan laughed maniacally, in my domain, even light will be slowed down. Guanzu's eyes were heavy, this was indeed a tricky opponent. The laws of wind not only cut through space, but also affected the flow of time. In this kind of domain, even the speed advantage of the Source Plan battle team was greatly weakened. Hui, prepare for 9 days of continuous shooting. Sand Monk, set up the quicksand formation. 8 rings, prepare for Tarzan meteorite shock. The Source Project warriors began to form up, each summoned spirit exuding a haunting aura. The two sides engaged in a continuous battle and soon cut dozens of rounds. The atmosphere in the central arena of Wave General Star reached its peak, as Wind Without Trace's gale field almost enveloped the entire ring, with cyan-colored wind blades raging like a dense swarm of locusts. Ha, in my field of wind, even the speed of light is slowed down. Those summoned spirits of yours can't even utilize their true strength. Feng Wuhan laughed maniacally. Guanzu's eyes glazed over, and the Source Plan battle armor emitted a low hum. Sand Monk, it's your turn to strike. Remember, don't be conserving your strength, go all out to fight. Work your power of law. And I, too, will augment your strength with my battle spirit. Boom! Guanzu unleashed the primordial battle spirit, and under the resonance, all the summoned spirits, their strength instantly skyrocketed by an unknown number of times. Understood. The Sand Monk's battle soul power energized his body and unleashed his own battle soul as well. He made a seal with both hands, and countless golden sands gushed out from the ground, condensing into a huge wall of sand in the air. The golden wall of sand wriggled like a living thing, and every grain of sand shimmered with the light of law, blocking out the fierce wind. The wind blades hit the sand wall with an ear-splitting friction sound. Blocked. The wind blade that could cut through the void was actually blocked by the golden wall of sand. Everyone at the scene was shocked beyond belief, unable to believe what they were seeing before their eyes. That was the law of wind at the peak of the 5th turn. How could it be resisted? Beiji, battlefield taunt. Guanzu continued to order. Come on boy, let's see if that little wind of yours can blow an old pig. The Octonauts laughed maniacally and charged forward, the Source Project heavy armor radiating a dark golden glow. His skill, battlefield taunt, was activated, and all attacks within a 300-kilometer radius were forcibly attracted. However, because it was the Void God battlefield, it wouldn't affect the audience. What? Feng Wuhan's face changed drastically. Why are all my wind blades being attracted over? Countless wind blades bombarded the 8 rings, but they were all absorbed by the special ability of the gluttony armor. The 8-ring size continued to expand during the battle and soon reached a terrifying height of 3,000 meters. Monkey, Guanzu gave an order. Sun Wukong's Source Plan battle armor suddenly changed, channels of blood-colored lines emerged on its surface, and his entire aura became berserk. Demon Ape Form, activate! Sun Wukong roared, and the Source Plan battle armor instantly fused perfectly with him. His size skyrocketed, his golden fur turned blood red, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. What the hell is this? Feng Wuhan stepped back in horror. Heaven-breaking strike! The weapon in Sun Wukong's hand skyrocketed 10,000 feet, smashing down like a giant pillar in the sky. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the entire arena, and even the protective shields on the audience began to tremble. The moment the weapon fell, the entire level 3 ring collapsed. Impossible! This is a ring that can withstand a battle of 1,000 fifth rotation powerhouses. A spectator exclaimed. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing a huge deep pit in the center of the ring. Feng Wuhan had already been severely injured by a stick and lost his ability to fight. This is the true strength of the Source Plan battle team. Guanzu said indifferently. The audience was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by this terrifying scene. A summoner of the third turn was able to exert such terrifying battle power. It's too strong. This is beyond the fifth turn. The source program warriors are simply monsters. No wonder the Martian delegation resorted to that despicable tactic. Qian stood on the VIP seat and looked at Guanzu below, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Not bad. Awesome. Too powerful. Chapter 174, Seizing the Spirit Pool. The central arena of Wave General's star boiled over as countless spectators rose from their seats and cheered for this amazing match. Guanzu, the young man from Earth, had become the first Earth player in history to kill his way into the quarterfinals. It's incredible. An Earthling could have gotten this far. Did you see the power of that stick? It directly shattered the third-level ring. The source program battle team is simply a monster. That demon ape form is terrifying. There was a lot of talk in the audience, but many people's gazes went to the other two rest areas. There, two palpitating auras were slowly flowing. However, the 12-winged angel Michael of the Angel Star, and the Void Young Master of the Demon Star are the strongest, aren't they? Yes, Michael is a supreme genius who has mastered the laws of light. The Void Young Master is even more terrifying. I heard that he can directly manipulate the void and even devour space. Inside the lounge, the atmosphere of the Earth delegation was however unusually warm. Hanli excitedly hugged Guanzu's arm. Zu, you're fantastic. The first Earthling to enter the quarterfinals. Ha, my old pig has absorbed a lot of energy this time. The 8-ring said as he patted his rounded stomach, green wind marks still lingering on his source project heavy armor. That stick was indeed beautiful. Sun Wukong had already put away his demon ape form, his golden eyes flashing with excitement. But that guy's wind domain is really troublesome. It almost affected my speed. Qian stood by the window and looked at the bustling crowd outside, his eyes becoming grave. Azu, the next opponent is even stronger. Michael has mastered the laws of light and is extremely fast. And the Void Young Master is even more unfathomable. His power of the void can devour everything. Don't worry, Master. The corners of Guanzu's mouth lifted slightly, and the Source Plan battle armor emitted a low hum. We haven't used up our bottom cards yet. The Source Plan battle armor, it's not a vegetarian. That's right. Hoi interjected, I haven't even used my full strength for my 9 days of continuous shooting. Sand Monk's quicksand formation only used 30% of its power as well. Shen Cheng spun around in midair. We're the strongest summoning team. Qian looked at the spirited disciple in front of him, and a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. This youngster that he had brought out from Earth in the beginning had now grown into a truly strong person. Good. Qian heavily patted Guanzu's shoulder, then let those superstars' heavenly pride see the strength of our Earthlings. Outside the lounge, countless reporters were frantically filming. Guanzu's name had already spread throughout the entire Wave General planet. This young man from Earth was creating miracle after miracle. An hour later, the list of the top 4 was finally revealed on the big screen in the central arena of Wave General Star. The entire arena instantly boiled as countless spectators excitedly murmured. Watch! The list of the final 4 is out. Michael of the Angelic Stars, the Void Young Master of the Demon Star, and Master Empty Mind of the Buddhist Star. The most surprising thing is Earth's Guanzu. Michael stood in the resting area, 12 pairs of light wings gently unfolding behind him, radiating a holy light. His gaze calmly looked towards Guanzu, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Interesting that a third-turned Earthling could make it this far, Michael said softly. On the other side, the Void Young Master was surrounded by black void power, and it was as if his entire body would disappear into the void at any moment. He coldly swept a glance at the other 3. Heh, just some jumping clowns. The Void Young Master said arrogantly, in front of my void power, you will all be reduced to nothingness. Master Empty Brightness had his hands folded, and a white monk's robe was embroidered with golden Buddhist patterns. His aura was introverted, but every movement contained a terrifying power. Amitba Buddha, it is fate that the 4 monks can meet here. Master Empty Bright smiled. Suddenly, a majestic voice came from the sky. Congratulations to the 4 of you for breaking into the quarterfinals. In order for you to be in the best shape for the tournament in 3 days, the Heavenly Tao has specially prepared a chance. As soon as the words fell, the center of the entire Wave General Star suddenly cracked open, and a huge pool of spiritual liquid slowly rose up. The spiritual liquid in the pool took on a 7-colored hue, emitting a rich spiritual chi. This is the marrow-cleansing spirit pool. Qian exclaimed, a legendary divine artifact that can cleanse the meridians and enhance qualifications. For celestial pride, you will have 1 hour to soak in the spirit pool. The Heavenly Tao's voice continued to ring out, make good use of this opportunity. Guanzu looked at the spirit pool in front of him as the Source Plan battle team lined up behind him. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flickered, obviously also full of anticipation for this spirit pool. Master, this spirit pond. Go on. Qian nodded, this is a rare opportunity, perhaps it can bring your summoning talent to the next level. The 4 celestial pride slowly walked towards the spirit pool, each of them could feel the terrifying energy contained in the pool. This immersion would increase their strength once again. Interesting. The Void Young Master laughed coldly. I wonder if you can withstand the power of this spirit pool. Don't worry, we Earthlings are not vegetarians. Guanzu responded indifferently as the Source Plan battle armor emitted a low hum. The marrow-cleansing spirit pool in the center of the Wave General Star emitted a 7-colored light, and the 4 celestial pride slowly walked into the pool. The spirit liquid wrapped around their bodies like living creatures and began to wash their meridians. Hee hee, Earth's boy, can you withstand the power of this spirit pool? The Void Young Master sneered as the black void power around him intertwined with the spirit liquid, forming a bizarre vortex. Whether it can withstand it or not, just try it and you'll know. Guanzu responded indifferently, and the Source Plan battle armor emitted a low hum in the spiritual liquid. Michael and Master Emptymind occupied the eastern and western ends of the spirit pool respectively, concentrating on absorbing the power of the spirit liquid. 12 pairs of light wings gently unfolded in the spiritual liquid like blooming lotus flowers. Amitabha Buddha, this spiritual pool is truly extraordinary. Master Emptymind folded his hands, and the golden Buddha light mirrored the spiritual liquid. Suddenly, a flash of gloom flashed in the eyes of the Void Young Master. He quietly coalesced a void channel around Guanzu, wanting to snatch the spiritual liquid essence around him. Oomph! Let's show you what true void power means. The void channel instantly expanded and began to crazily devour the spiritual liquid around Guanzu. Would have liked to absorb an acre each. As a result, you dared to provoke me. Beiji, it's your turn to appear. The corners of Guanzu's mouth rose slightly. Hey, couldn't wait. The 8 rings let out a wild laugh. The power of gluttony. His body was like a giant vortex that began to crazily absorb all the spiritual liquid around the Void Young Master. What? The Void Young Master's face changed drastically as he realized that the spiritual liquid around him was disappearing at an alarming rate. What kind of ability is this? Chapter 175, The Price of Fame. The power of gluttony, specializing in restraining thieves like you. The 8 preceptors said proudly, then poured all of the absorbed spirit liquid into Guanzu. When Michael saw this scene, his 12 pairs of light wings vibrated slightly. Interesting, this Source Plan battle team's ability is truly unexpected. Amitabha Buddha, the cycle of karma and retribution. Master Emptymind smiled while secretly speeding up the speed of absorbing the spiritual liquid. The Void Young Master was furious, but he didn't dare to act rashly in the spirit pool. After all, this was a chance granted by the Heavenly Tao. If he made a move here, he was afraid that he would be punished by the Heavenly Tao. But he really can't suck up to Zhou Quan. You guys. Good. The Void Young Master gritted his teeth. When it's time for the tournament, I'll let you know the price of offending me. Then we'll see. Guanzu said calmly, the Source Program battle team standing silently behind him. We, Earthlings, are not to be bullied. In the Wave General Star's marrow-cleansing spirit pool, the 7-colored spirit liquid flowed like a living thing, and Guanzu sat down in it, the Source Plan battle armor fusing perfectly with the spirit liquid. The power of the law is contained in these spiritual liquids. So strong. A hint of surprise flashed in Guanzu's eyes as he felt the power rushing through his body. Countless fragments of laws were intertwined within him, and every pore was greedily absorbing the essence of the spirit liquid. The summoned spirits of the Source Plan battle team were also undergoing a metamorphosis under the baptism of this power. Ah Zu, I can feel it. Sun Wukong said excitedly, the fighting laws in my body are metamorphosing. This feeling is too wonderful. Only to see the golden light around Sun Wukong's body flourish, and channels of mysterious runes surfaced on the Source Plan battle armor. His weapon was also changing, with arcane Dao patterns surfacing on its surface. Old pig me too. The 8 preceptors patted their round stomachs and said, the power of the laws in this spiritual liquid is much stronger than the ones I usually eat. The other summoned spirits were also undergoing metamorphosis. Hoyi's 9 Sun's arrow was wrapped with a hotter version of the sun's true flame. The Sand Monk's quicksand had an extra hint of time and space in it, and Xian Cheng's elemental chains were covered in runes. Neza, on the other hand, was even steaming with flames. Is this the gift of the Heavenly Tao? Shi Yin sighed as he stood by the spirit pool. It's worthy of being a divine object that can make even a 5th-turn powerhouse go crazy. Suddenly, the 7-colored spirit liquid in the spirit pool began to boil, and countless fragments of laws intertwined in the air, forming a huge whirlpool. Guanzu's body also began to change, his muscles becoming firmer and his bones emitting bursts of sound. Boom! With a loud bang, a dazzling light erupted around Guanzu. When the light dissipated, his aura had undergone a qualitative change. This feeling. Guanzu clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. The strength of my physical body has at least increased tenfold. The summoned spirits of the Source Plan battle team had all completed their metamorphosis as well. Their auras were an unknown number of times more powerful than before, and each of them seemed as if they had been transformed. Amitabha Buddha. Master Empty Brightness folded his hands. This cultivator's chance is truly extraordinary. Humph. The Void Young Master snorted coldly, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. Just wait and see, in the quarterfinals, I'll let you know what it means to be truly strong. Michael's 12 pairs of light wings gently vibrated as he looked at Guanzu with a bit more gravity in his eyes. Interesting, this Source Program battle team, it seems to be hiding more secrets. In the sky, the heavenly Dao's majestic voice suddenly resounded. After the quarterfinals, this seat still has a great gift waiting for the final duo. An hour quickly passed, and all four Heaven's Pride's auras had significantly improved. Guanzu in particular, with the help of the 8 rings, he absorbed much more spirit liquid than anyone else. This time, the chance is cheap. Michael looked at Guanzu and said, in the match in 3 days, I hope you can give me a surprise. Leaving the spiritual liquid pool, Guanzu followed Qi Yun and returned to the Grand Hotel. Now he has to have his food sampled and tested before he can do so. At dusk when the wave would be starring, the haze colored the entire sky, and the golden hall of the Star River Hotel was crowded with people. Mr. Guan, we at Motianxing Entertainment are willing to offer an appearance fee of 1 billion star coins as long as you sign with our company. A middle-aged man in a silver suit said eagerly. No, our Purple Moon Media is giving $2 billion, plus a latest model of interstellar battleship. Another female boss immediately raised the stakes. Guanzu sat on a luxurious sofa, with the source program battle team standing silently behind him. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, clearly disdainful of these business tycoons. I appreciate the good intentions of all of you, Guanzu said indifferently, but my current focus is on the competition, and I won't consider anything else for now. The 8 rings couldn't help but interject. You businessmen are so interesting. Arazu is the one who's going to become the strongest summoner. How could he go and become some idol star? But, Mr. Guan, you have an excellent image and aura, and you are perfectly capable of becoming an intergalactic super idol. A president of an intergalactic entertainment company said excitedly, you already have over 1 billion fans on Earth. Suddenly, Qi Yun's figure appeared in the hall. The aura of a 6th Revolution legendary mage instantly silenced everyone. My disciple still has to prepare for tomorrow's match, so all of you please return, Qi Yun said indifferently. The business tycoons left reluctantly, but left a bunch of business cards before they left. Master, these people are so annoying. Guanzu rubbed his temples. This is the price of fame. Qi Yun laughed, but you're right, the most important thing now is the match. Tomorrow you'll be facing Angel Star's Michael, so you can't take it lightly. Shenxing spun around in midair. Don't worry, Prefecture Master, our strength has increased several times after being baptized by the spirit pool. As the night drew on, there were still quite a few fans waiting outside the Star River Hotel, looking forward to catching a glimpse of Guanzu. And inside the hotel's luxurious suites, the Source Plan battle team was making final preparations for tomorrow's life and death battle. Monkey, tomorrow is up to you, Guanzu said. Don't worry. Sun Wukong grinned, his weapon gently turning in his hand. I've comprehended a new power of law this time. I'll make sure to show that angel a thing or two. Chapter 176, Digesting the Power of Laws. The battle was 3 days later. Woke up the next day. Guanzu, Master, it's impossible to cast in here. Alright, I'll take you to another place. Cultivate well these days and completely dissolve the power of the laws in your body. Qi Yun held his staff in his hand and gently slashed it, and the void instantly split into 100 feet long crack. The power of space surged and the light of laws flickered. Let's go, this place is not suitable for practicing, Qi Yun said to Guanzu. Passing through the spatial rift, the sky opened up in front of him. It was a barren planet, with crimson earth as far as the eye could see, and 3 blood moons hanging in the sky, emitting a demonic glow. What a strong heaven and earth aura! Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as he felt the planet's rich aura. This is the Blood Moon Desolate Star, no one has set foot on it for years, so it's most suitable for you guys to spar, Qi Yun explained. The Source Plan battle team quickly formed up, and each summoned spirit exuded a palpitating aura. After being baptized by the spirit pool, their power of law had undergone a qualitative metamorphosis. Come on, let the old pig try his newly realized moves. The 8 rings wielded the 9-toothed nail harrow, and the Source Plan heavy armor emitted a low hum. Tarzan meteorite quake. Boom! Huge shockwaves swept in all directions, and the crimson earth instantly collapsed, forming a huge pit several miles in circumference. Not bad. Sun Wukong grinned, the weapon in his hand skyrocketed 10,000 feet. Watch me. Rui weapon, break it for me. Golden pillars of light shot up into the sky as the battle laws condensed into an arcane rune in the air. The weapon smashed down with a heaven-destroying aura, and the entire Blood Moon Desolate Star trembled. Boom! The earth instantly cracked and countless gullies spread like a spider web. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the 3 blood moons to dim. Worthy of being monkey. Sand Monk also excitedly joined the fray. Quicksand great handprint. A golden sandstorm swept across the sky, each grain of sand containing the power of space and time. Space continued to distort under this terrifying attack, and even cracks appeared. Hoey stood high in the sky, 9 arrows coalescing in his hands, each flickering with the light of the sun's true fire. 9 days of continuous shooting. The arrows broke through the sky, and wherever they passed, the void was burned into nothingness. 9 great suns appeared in the sky, and the terrifying heat caused the earth to start melting. Qi Yun looked at this scene and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Not bad, all of you have mastered the new power of the laws. You guys should play well in this semi-final. Don't worry, Master. Guanzu said confidently, will definitely surprise everyone. On the Blood Moon Wasteland planet, the cutscene of the Source Program warriors continued. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept in all directions, and this barren planet continued to shatter and reorganize during their battle. An earth-shattering martial art unfolded. What's the point of hitting blocks of stone like that? Let's spar with each other. Good. Great sage, I've long wanted to try out your fighting laws. Come on, little Neza. The power of the laws after the baptism of the spirit pool raced through their bodies, impatient to try their hand at it. Ha, let you all see old Sun's new tricks. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as arcane runes surfaced on his source plan battle armor, and the weapon in his hand skyrocketed by 10,000 feet, fighting battle laws breaking heavenly strike. Golden pillars of light shot up into the sky, and the terrifying power of the laws condensed in the air to form a gigantic golden monkey silhouette. The weapon smashed down with a heaven-destroying aura, and the entire Blood Moon Desolate Star trembled. Good timing. Naja's 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, holding a fire-tipped spear and the mixed sky aya. Then I'll let you try my new move. Xiankuan Circle Mixed Yuan True Fire. Boom! The two great forces of law collided in the air, erupting into a blinding light. Terrifying shockwaves swept in all directions, and the earth instantly cracked, with countless gullies spreading like a spider web. The Crimson Land was lifted hundreds of feet high, forming a ruin. Hey, don't forget about me, old pig. The 8 rings wielded their 9-toothed nail rakes, and the Source Project heavy armor emitted a low hum, Tarzan meteorite shock. A huge shockwave fell with a loud bang, and the earth in a radius of tens of miles instantly collapsed, forming a huge deep pit. Quicksand Great Hand Seal. Sand Monk also joined the battle. A golden sandstorm swept across the sky. Each grain of sand contained the power of space and time. Let me show you my newly comprehended laws of sand. What, the law of killing pigs? Hoey stood high in the sky, 9 arrows condensed in his hands, each one flickering with the true fire of the sun. 9 days of continuous shooting. Break for me. 9 streaks of golden light cut through the sky, and wherever they passed, the void was burned into nothingness. 9 great suns appeared in the sky, and the terrifying heat caused the earth to start melting. Interesting. Sun Wukong laughed out loud. Then let's do something even tougher. Devil Ape True Body, present. Scarlet light enveloped his entire body as the source plan battle armor fused perfectly, transforming into a 100 feet tall demonic ape. Weapons danced in his hands, stirring up boundless storms. The battle between the 5 summoned spirits became more and more intense, and the entire Blood Moon Desolate Star was constantly shattered and reorganized under the power of their laws. The light of the 3 blood moons was obscured, and only the light of the power of laws shone in the sky. Too strong. Ancestor Guan looked at this scene with an excited glint in his eyes. The baptism of the spirit pool is truly miraculous. They are too much stronger than before. Qiyan stood aside and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. With this kind of strength, the semifinals will be more certain. The battle continued, and the surface of the Blood Moon Desolate planet was already in total disarray, filled with bottomless gullies and huge craters. This earth-shattering maneuver would shake the entire Bo Shogun star to its core. Let those superstar prides take a good look at what it means to be a true source plan battle team. Wanzu said confidently. Chapter 177, Semifinals. Soon enough, it was time for the semifinals to begin. The central arena of the Wave General Star, under the huge dome, a golden energy barrier separated the arena from the audience. Millions of spectators gathered together, cheering to the heavens. Let's welcome the talented summoner from Earth, contestant Guanzu. The host's voice was impassioned. He has raised the eyebrows of the entire Earth galaxy with his own strength, displaying amazing battle wisdom. Guanzu walked slowly onto the field, his black clothes fluttering in the wind, his eyes as deep as stars. The source plan battle armor was hidden on his body surface, emitting a mysterious luster. Next, let us welcome Lord Michael from the Angel Star. He is the strongest of the younger generation of the Angel clan and possesses the legendary Blazing Angel bloodline. The host's voice became even more excited. Michael descended from the sky, 6 pairs of white feathered wings spreading out behind him, a holy radiance enveloping the entire scene. He wore a silver-white angelic holy armor and held a long sword burning with holy flames. Aya, it seems like this match is very interesting. In the audience, a spectator from the demon race said excitedly, Earth's human genius versus the angel race's proud son, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years spectacle. Lord Michael shall prevail. The angelic crowd shouted, the glory of the blazing angel shall not be tarnished. Go Guanzu. Earth's audience was not to be outdone, let these lofty angels taste defeat as well. Qiyan stood in the rest area with a gloomy expression. Be careful, Michael's strength is unfathomable. His blazing angel bloodline has awakened to the 3rd stage, and once he unfolds his true form, he is a true angelic god of war. Don't worry, master. Guanzu revealed a confident smile. The source plan battle team has been strengthened by the marrow cleansing spirit pool, and its strength now is not what it used to be. I will definitely blow everyone's minds. On the giant light screen outside the arena, the wonderful battle images of the 2 men from before were constantly replayed. With his own strength, Michael stood hard against the siege of the demon army. Guanzu commanded the source program battle team and played his opponents off against each other. Ladies and gentlemen, The host's voice rang out once again. This matchup is not only about the qualifications for the advancement of the top 4, but it is also the pinnacle matchup between the young generation of the human race and the angelic race. Will Earth's geniuses be able to create a miracle, or will the glory of the angels remain untouchable? Let's wait and see. I hope you won't let me down, Michael said lightly, with the characteristic angelic coolness in his voice. Any opponent who can make it this far deserves to be taken seriously by me. Same to each other. Guanzu gripped the emerald falchion in his hand. I'm also looking forward to defeating a blazing angel with my own hands. The atmosphere of the entire arena reached its peak as countless spectators held their breath, waiting for the start of this pinnacle showdown. The holy light of the angelic race and the technological power of the source program were about to collide with the most splendid sparks on this field. Now, begin fighting. The sound of battle orders followed. Inside the central arena, Michael's 6 pairs of feathered wings snapped open, and holy light poured down like a waterfall. A golden wheel of light emerged behind him, and countless points of light coalesced in the air, transforming into thousands of light swords. Spear of Judgment, Angelic Verdict. Michael made a seal with both hands, his voice majestic and solemn. Let you see the power of the angelic race's sanction. Rumble. Thousands of lightsabers whistled down, each one containing enough power to destroy the stars. A holy radiance enveloped the entire arena, and even the audience felt a sense of suffocation. Source Plan Battle Team, prepare for battle. Guanzu quickly put on his gluttony armor, mysterious patterns flowing on the surface of the black armor. Neza, Monkey King, strike. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, his figure soared 100 feet, and the weapon in his hand swept across the sky. Look at my heaven-breaking stick. Boom! Golden pillars of light shot up into the sky, shattering hundreds of light swords. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire arena to tremble. Too weak. Michael sneered as his 6 wings unfolded and coalesced into a giant cross of light, holy light judgment. Seeing this, Sand Monk immediately executed the Quicksand Great Hand Seal, and a golden sandstorm swept across the sky. Quicksand Boundary Realm, Confinement. The power of time and space collided with the holy light, erupting in a deafening roar. Cracks appeared in the arena's energy barrier. Brother Monkey, I'll help you. The 8 preceptors wielded their 9-toothed nail rakes, their size skyrocketing 3,000 meters. Tarzan Meteorite Shock. The earth instantly collapsed, forming a huge deep pit. Terrifying shockwaves swept in all directions, and even Michael had to take several steps back. Hoi! Guanzu shouted. Hoi stood high in the sky, 9 arrows coalescing in his hands, each flickering with the true fire of the sun. 9 days of continuous shooting. Break. 9 great suns appeared in the sky, and the terrifying heat caused the air to start distorting. Cracks appeared on the surface of Michael's angelic holy armor. Interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in Michael's eyes. I didn't realize that Earth's summoning spirit was so powerful. Then I'll let you see what true angelic power is. Blazing Angel's true body, present. A piercing light erupted as Michael's body began to change. 12 pairs of feathered wings unfolded behind his back, and the holy sword in his hand transformed into an enormous spear of judgment. The terrifying pressure caused the entire arena to tremble. This has only just begun. Guanzu revealed a confident smile. Source Plan Battle Team, go all out. The audience was in an uproar. It's horrible. Is this the power of a blazing angel? Worthy of being the proud son of the angel clan, this aura is simply amazing. Can the Guanzu player block it? This is the legendary killing angel. 2 terrifying forces were brewing in the air above the arena. The holy light of the blazing angels collides with the source program summoning spirits in a great clash. Chapter 178. Battle Soul Awakening, Source Plan Battle Armor, Full Power Release. Guanzu made seals with both hands, and tens of thousands of runes instantly lit up on the surface of the black battle armor around his body, as terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the entire field. Sun Wukong raised his head to the sky and his golden battle soul power rose to the sky, transforming into a 10,000-foot devil ape. The weapon in his hand skyrocketed to the size of a star river, each strike shattering the void. Heaven-breaking strike. Crush everything. Porky Pig activated his battle spirit and transformed into a huge heavenly puff martial phantom with a body even more massive than the arena. When the 9-tooth nail rake was waved, space shattered like glass. Tarzan Meteorite Shock, break it for me. Hoi's battle spirit rose, 9 great suns surrounding his body, holding a divine bow, and a giant phantom of a man who shot the sun from the sky emerged behind him. 9 consecutive days of shooting, burning up the sky. The battle spirits of Sand Monk and Neza also erupted, one transforming into a quicksand giant and the other manifesting a 3-headed, 6-armed true form. The phantoms of the 5 summoning spirits occupied almost the entire sky above the arena. This is the true power of the Source Plan Battle Team? The audience was in an uproar, and even the powerhouses from the superstars revealed shocked expressions. Boom! The battlefield ring of the Void God realm. The 5 great War Soul Dharma phantoms and Michael's 12-winged blazing angel true body collided in the air. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire arena's protective shield to start cracking. The speeds of the two were so fast that space continuously collapsed and reorganized wherever they passed. Impossible! A mere earth mole. Michael roared in disbelief. Sun Wukong's demonic 8 Dharma phase struck out horizontally, his weapon colliding with the spear of judgment. The energy that erupted caused the 3,000 miles of emptiness to tremble. Inuyasha's phallic form raked downward, tearing away Michael's proud angelic holy armor. The quicksand giant's great handprint imprisoned all of space, slowing the blazing angel down. Hoyi's 9 arrows cut through the sky, and the sun's true fire nearly burned through Michael's feathers. Nez's 3-headed, 6-armed true form wielded a fire-tipped spear, each strike hitting the vitals with precision. This is our power. Guanzu manipulated the source plan battle armor, his entire body shrouded in battle spirit radiance. There was a dead silence in the audience, and everyone's eyes were wide open. This was beyond their imagination. A summoner from Earth could actually utilize the power of the battle soul to such an extent. Be careful. Qian secretly yelled lowly, this Michael must still have his last guard. Sure enough, the besieged blazing angel suddenly erupted with a piercing light. The angel of judgment descends. Above the dome of the sky, Michael's 12 pairs of feathered wings were fully unfolded, and a huge cross of light emerged behind him. A holy and majestic light shone in his eyes. Judgment, heavenly punishment, descend. Michael shouted angrily, and the sky was instantly covered by golden thunderclouds. The terrifying pressure caused the entire arena to tremble. Rumble. Tens of thousands of golden thunderbolts descended from the sky, each one containing the power of holy judgment. At this moment, it was as if a true angelic judgment had descended upon the earth. On the other side of the audience, the void young master narrowed his eyes. Interesting, is this the angelic race's power of sanction? Amit Ba Buddha. Master Empty Ning folded his hands, a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. The power of angels is truly extraordinary. Oomph, it's just thunder. Inuyasha grinned and activated the Source Project heavy armor. That's my favorite thing to eat, old pig. Boom! Inuyasha's figure skyrocketed 5,000 meters, opening his mouth wide. He actually began to swallow the dense golden thunder. Every time he swallowed one, his aura became 1 point stronger. How? How is this possible? Michael looked at the scene in disbelief. Roar! Inuyasha raised his voice to the sky, emitting a terrifying pressure all over his body. This thunder, it tastes good. Quicksand great handprint. Sand Monk also seized the opportunity and manipulated the golden sandstorm to condense into a huge palm in the air. The quicksand great hand under the power of space and time was fast to the extreme. Michael tried to dodge, but realized that space had been imprisoned. Come down here. Sand Monk shouted angrily, his huge sandy palm grabbing Michael fiercely and yanking him down from the height. Rumble. Michael smashed heavily into the ground, smashing out a huge deep pit. His angelic holy armor already had cracks, and his 12 pairs of feathered wings were somewhat wrinkled. Is this the power of Earth? This Guanzu has some tricks up his sleeve. The void young master let out a light laugh. It seems that this competition is much more interesting than expected. Master Empty Mind folded his hands. What a surprise, what a surprise. In this battle, it's hard to predict the winner. A hint of wariness flashed in Guanzu's eyes. Michael, the real fight is next. Monkey, smash me. Okay. Inside the technical arena, Sun Wukong's figure shifted and instantly separated into 1,000 golden glittering doppelgangers. Each doppelganger held a weapon, with arcane runes flowing on the surface of their battle armor, and the power of their battle souls erupted, transforming into 1,000 demonic ape phantoms. Ha, let you see old Sun's true skill. Sun Wukong grinned widely, revealing his snow-white teeth. Split art, heaven-breaking strike. Rumble. 1,000 Sun Wukong struck out at the same time, their weapons skyrocketing to 1,000 feet, smashing into Michael with a heaven-destroying aura. Space continuously collapsed under this terrifying power, and countless golden pillars of light fell from the sky. Snap. Pop. Snap. Dense stick shadows fell like a torrential downpour, each strike containing the laws of fighting. Michael's angelic holy armor kept shattering under this furious attack, and his 12 pairs of feathered wings were also beaten to pieces. Impossible. A mere detachment. Michael roared in anger and tried to counterattack, but found himself trapped in a storm of 1,000 sticks. The audience was in an uproar. Geez, is this the strength of an earth summoning spirit? It's horrible. 1,000 Chi Tian Dishangs. This is beyond our imagination. Young Master Void and Master Empty Mind were also staring in disbelief. This kind of battle power had far exceeded their expectations. Sun Wukong's doppelgangers were still striking, the dense shadows of their sticks covering the sky. Michael's figure was completely submerged in this golden sea, and only muffled sounds and roars could be heard. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Guanzu's eyes. Very well, that's it. At this moment, the entire arena trembled from this terrifying attack. The strength displayed by Sun Wukong allowed everyone to see what it meant to be a true Chi Tian Dishang. Chapter 179, Battle to the Peak. Michael is drenched in blood, his angelic holy armor shattered. The 12 pairs of feathered wings were nearly broken. He fell to his knees, golden blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Impossible. How can I, a blazing angel, lose to a mere earth ant? Michael gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger and resentment. Just then, a flash of determination suddenly flashed in Michael's eyes. With a trembling hand, he removed a crystal from his bosom that emitted a mysterious glow. In that case, I'll let you all see the true angelic power. Michael roared and crushed the crystal hard. In an instant, a terrifying pressure swept across the entire field. The sky was covered in dark clouds and lightning flashed. Countless golden runes surrounded Michael's body, forming a huge cocoon of light. Guanzu's face changed drastically when he felt the aura. Not good. This is the forbidden power of the Angel Clan. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, and the weapon in his hand instantly skyrocketed 10,000 feet. Good timing. Let my old grandson meet the forbidden power of your angelic race. Inuyasha was also excited. I was worried about getting enough to eat. This angelic race's forbidden power, I wonder how it tastes. The sand monk's hands formed a seal, and countless golden sands hovered in the air. Senior brother, be careful, this power is not simple. Hoi had already drawn the bowstring to full strength, and the 9 arrows were ready to fire. No matter what power, under my arrows, it will all be reduced to ashes. Just then, the light cocoon suddenly burst. A blinding light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire arena in snowy white. When the light dissipated, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Only to see Michael's body had skyrocketed to 100 feet tall, his body shining with golden light, just like a heavenly god descending to the world. His 12 pairs of feathered wings were fully unfurled, each feather flickering with a holy light. The spear of judgment in his hand also turned into a huge heavenly sword with countless arcane runes inscribed on it. Is this the forbidden power of the angelic race? A trace of gravity flashed in Guanzu's eyes. He could feel that at this moment, Michael's aura had completely surpassed the 5th turn. Michael looked down at Guanzu and the others, his voice filled with majesty. Griffins, tremble before the true angelic power. Judgment heavenly sword, chop. Before the words fell, the heavenly sword in Michael's hand had already slashed down. The terrifying sword chi tore through the void, collapsing space and cracking the earth wherever it passed. The entire ring of the void god realm shook under this sword. Monkey, watch out! Guanzu shouted. A hint of battle intent flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, and his weapon instantly skyrocketed 10,000 feet, clashing fiercely with the heavenly sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire void god realm trembled. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept in all directions, and even the protective shields on the audience seats had cracks appearing. Sun Wukong was shaken by the blow and flew backwards, smashing into the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the corners of his mouth, and a stronger battle intent flared up in his eyes instead. Interesting. Now that's what I call a real opponent. Sun Wukong laughed maniacally, and with a shake of his body, he instantly separated into 1,000 doppelgangers. Watch old Sun's Qiankuan Denuai. Thousands of Monkey Kings struck at the same time, their weapons whistling. Michael wielded the heavenly sword, each strike breaking down dozens of detachments. However, Sun Wukong's detachments seemed to be endless, coming in a steady stream. At the same time, Inuyasha charged up. His figure skyrocketed to 300 feet tall, and the 9-toothed nail rake in his hand flashed with a cold light. Canopy's true body, present. Piggy roared, and a monstrous demonic aura erupted around him. His image changed instantly, transforming into a giant canopy true pig with hideous tusks and eyes like electricity. Tarzan meteorite shock. Piggy waved his 9-toothed nail rake, and a horrifying shockwave swept away. Michael swung his sword to block, but was still shaken back by the force. Hoi stood high in the sky, his 9 arrows ready to fire. 9 days of continuous shooting, break. 9 great suns appeared in the sky, and the terrifying heat caused the air to start distorting. Michael swung his sword and chopped up a few of the arrows, but 2 still hit his feathers, instantly burning 2 huge holes. Damn it! Michael roared, and an even more dazzling light erupted from the heavenly sword. Angelic judgment, extinction. Countless golden light swords coalesced in the air, densely shooting towards Guanzu and the others. Each lightsaber contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and wherever it passed, the void collapsed and the earth cracked. Not good. Guanzu's face changed drastically. Sand Monk, set up a formation. The Sand Monk made seals with both hands, and countless golden sands hovered in the air, forming a huge protective shield. Quicksand Great Formation, open. A golden sandstorm swept across the sky, blocking out the lightsaber. But the sandstorm soon developed cracks, and it looked like it would not be able to support itself. This guy is indeed good. Guanzu laughed. He could feel that the Michael at this moment had completely surpassed the 5th turn, and had even reached the edge of the 6th turn. It is possible to use this power. Boom! Above the dome of the sky, thunder roared and purple electricity intertwined. Guanzu stood in the void, his black robe hunting, a determined light flashing in his eyes. He made seals with both hands, the majestic spiritual energy in his body surged like a tidal wave, and the star map of the apocalypse slowly unfolded behind his back, bright starlight spilling out and enveloping the entire battlefield. Apocalypse star map, open. Ancestor Guan let out a stern cry, his voice containing endless majesty. In an instant, the 5 major constellations lit up at the same time, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the 4 directions. The group spirit constellation shone, and 2 rays of light flew out from it, transforming into 2 mighty celestial generals, holding long spears with an imposing aura. The constellation of skeletons emitted ghostly flames, adding a mysterious layer of protection for Guanzu. The mana shield constellation glowed brightly, and countless energy shields surrounded the sourceplan battle team's circumference. The light of the All Souls constellation flickered, and the auras of the 5 summoned spirits instantly skyrocketed. Finally, the Soul Resonance constellation blossomed with a brilliant light, as if there was an invisible bond connecting the 5 summoned spirits. What kind of power is this? Michael's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene in front of him. Chapter 180. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, and the sourceplan battle armor on his body emitted a low hum. Feeling the surging power within his body, he couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky. Ha ha! It's been a long time since I've felt this much pain. Come on, let me, old son, move my muscles properly. Inuyasha grinned, revealing snow-white fangs. His size skyrocketed once again, reaching a staggering 500 feet tall. The 9-toothed nail rake in his hand flashed with a cold light, tearing through the void with every swing. Hey, this is a good show. Angel boy, see how the old pig can clean you up. The sand monk clasped his hands together and surrounded himself with golden sands, forming a huge sandstorm vortex. His voice was steady and strong. Buddha, since the monk is persistent, the poor monk has no choice but to be offended. Hoi held a divine bow, 9 arrows flashing on the bowstring. His eyes were as sharp as knives. Let me show you what it means to be a true divine archer. Neza's 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, holding a fire-tipped spear and a Qiankuan circle, surrounded by blazing flames. He shouted excitedly, finally I can show off my skills. Look at my Samadhi flame. Guanzu stood in the middle of the 5 summoning spirits, his eyes firm. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Michael. Michael, don't you want to see the power of the earth? Before the words fell, the 5 summoning spirits struck out at the same time. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept across the entire arena, and the entire ring of the Void God realm trembled. Sun Wukong's weapon transformed into a 10,000-foot giant stick, carrying a heaven-destroying aura as it smashed into Michael. Inuyasha's 9-toothed nail rake tore through the void, countless spatial cracks enveloping towards Michael. The Sand Monk's quicksand great handprint covered the sky, each grain of sand containing the power of space and time. Hoi's 9 days of continuous shooting were like shooting stars catching up with the moon, and 9 great suns appeared in the sky. Neza's Samadhi fire transformed into a huge fire dragon, roaring as it rushed towards Michael. Michael's face changed drastically as he waved his heavenly sword, trying to ward off this terrifying attack. However, the power of the laws of the 5 summoning spirits had perfectly fused, forming a terrifying energy vortex. The heavenly sword collided with the energy vortex, emitting a deafening roar. Rumble! The entire Void God realm trembled under this strike, and countless cracks spread through the air. The shields on the audience seats instantly shattered, and everyone was sent flying backwards by this terrifying energy fluctuation. Is this the true power of the sourceplan battle team? The Void young master muttered, a trace of scorn flashing in his eyes. Master Empty Mind folded his hands with a look of admiration on his face. Buddha, I didn't expect Earth to have such a strong person. I'm afraid that this sourceplan battle team has already surpassed the 5th turn. The smoke cleared and Michael's figure was revealed. His angelic holy armor was completely shattered, and most of his 12 pairs of feathered wings were broken. Golden blood flowed from every part of his body, coloring the entire ring red. How? Possibly? Michael muttered, his eyes filled with resignation and shock. Guanzu walked slowly towards Michael, his eyes filled with majesty. Michael, you lost. In the central arena of the Wave General Star, the spectators were dumbfounded as they watched the scene in the ring. Michael, the proud son from the Angel Star, had now fallen to his knees, his golden blood staining the broken angel holy armor. Unbelievable! The Summoner of Earth has defeated Lord Michael, a spectator exclaimed. Guanzu stood with his arms folded as the Source Program battle team stood silently behind him. Sun Wukong grinned, his weapon flicking in his hand. Hey, this is what happens when you look down on Earthlings. Then came the second battle. It was equally intense, and half an hour later, on the other side of the ring, the battle between Master Empty Mind and young Master Void had also entered a white heat. The Void young Master unleashed the forbidden Void laws, and the entire space twisted and collapsed under his power. Emptiness Ming, you bald ass do have some skills. The Void young Master laughed coldly, but in front of my Void laws, everything will be reduced to nothing. Buddha. Master Empty Brightness clasped his hands together and Buddha's light shone brightly. Since the scholar is persistent, the poor monk has no choice but to be offended. Buddha's golden body, present. Brilliant golden light rose up to the sky, and Master Empty Bright's body instantly became golden, like a true Buddha descending to the world. Each of his movements contained subtle Buddhist teachings, dissolving each of the Void young Master's attacks. Impossible! You monk! The Void young Master's face changed drastically as he condensed a Void sword in his hand. Die for me! Void annihilation! Terrifying black energy swept across the entire field, and countless void cracks spread in the air. However, Master Empty Brightness stood still, his Buddhist light shining brightly, transforming all the power of the void into Buddhist light. Boom! With a loud bang, the void young master was sent flying out and smashed heavily on the ground. He struggled to get up, but most of the bones in his body were already broken. However, Master Emptimine's face also turned pale. After successive battles, his Buddha power had been exhausted, and his golden Buddha light began to dim. In this battle, Monk Kongming won. Everyone was looking forward to see who would win the title between him and Guanzu, but it looked like the monk wasn't in good shape. Poor monk. Is no longer capable of fighting again? Master Empty Bright smiled faintly. For the next match, the poor monk forfeits. The entire audience was in an uproar. This meant that Guanzu, the young man from Earth, would become the champion outright. It's incredible. Earth has finally produced a supreme talent. The Source Plan Battle Team, it's simply legendary. The news spread like the wind throughout the entire Wave General planet, and soon traveled back to Earth through an interstellar transmission array. The entire Earth was suddenly abuzz. We Earthlings have finally raised our eyebrows. Guanzu is mighty. The Source Plan Battle Team is invincible. This is the pride of our Earth. Wave spread the results of the match in the Star Central Arena across the stars, and for a while, the entire universe was talking about this heavenly pride from Earth. It's incredible. Earth's summoner actually defeated Michael. A spectator from Sirius exclaimed. Shi Yun stood at the VIP seat with a mysterious smile on his lips. A merchant dressed in fancy clothes came forward. Lord Prefect really has a discerning eye. 100 million galactic coins all on Guanzu. This is a huge profit. Hee, this is not luck. Shi Yun said lightly, it's trust in my disciple. Inside the betting hall, countless people lined up to receive their payouts. Those interstellar merchants who had once laughed at the Earthlings' lack of self-importance were all remorseful at this moment. It's over. I pressed 10 million galactic coins on Michael. I should have pressed Guanzu 20 times. Who would have thought an Earthling could be so strong? Inside the box of the military delegation, the crowd is popping champagne to celebrate. A general was smiling from ear to ear. Ha. We've bet on the right treasure this time. 50 million galactic coins turned into a billion. Little friend Guan Xing has a good eye too. Another general joked, putting all your pocket money on your brother, now you're rich. Chapter 181 Heavenly Reward. Guanzu couldn't help but smile when he heard these news. The Source Plan warriors also chimed in. Ah Zu, you're so powerful. Sun Wukong grinned, now we're all famous. Hey, those guys who look down on Earthlings are in for a big loss this time. Beiji said triumphantly. Amit Babuda, this is the cycle of karma. The Sand Monk folded his hands, but a hint of laughter flashed in his eyes. The gaming centers of Bojangles have been thrown into chaos. Those merchants who lost their money were sorely disappointed, while those who bet right were beaming. A bet that has changed the landscape of wealth for countless interstellar powers. This is the price for looking down on Earthlings. Guanzu stood in the ring, his gaze like a torch. From now on, no one will dare to underestimate Earth anymore. For a time, the entire Bo Shoshing star was abuzz. Earth is finally raising its eyebrows on the intergalactic stage, and it's all thanks to this young summoner and his Source Program team. In the central arena of the General Star, golden light washed over the sky. With the moment Guanzu won the championship, a huge golden door of light suddenly cracked open above the dome of the sky. A vast heavenly pressure swept across the entire arena, causing everyone to involuntarily fall to their knees. Congratulations to Earth's player Guanzu for winning the championship. The Heavenly Dao's majestic voice resounded through the clouds. You are hereby bestowed with the Heavenly Dao reward. A set of equipment emitting brilliant light slowly floated out of the golden light door. Each piece shimmered with mysterious patterns unique to the diamond grade, containing a terrifying power that was comparable to that of a fifth-turn powerhouse. This is complete diamond grade equipment. Michael's eyes widened, his voice filled with envy. Just one piece of diamond grade equipment is worth a fortune, and a whole set is even more priceless. The equipment slowly landed in front of Guanzu. Diamond grade battle armor ultimate form, diamond grade magic sword apocalypse breaker, diamond grade shield star river barrier, and a full set of diamond grade summoning spirit equipment. Great guy. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Azu, now we've upgraded all our equipment. Hey, let those guys who look down on Earthlings take a good look. Beiji laughed as he rubbed his round belly. Guanzu reached out and touched the equipment, and immediately felt a majestic power surge into his body. The Source Plan battle armor instantly fused perfectly with him, radiating a brilliant light. This set of equipment. A hint of shock flashed in Shi Yun's eyes. I'm afraid that it can allow a turn 3 summoner to exert a battle power comparable to that of a turn 6. The audience was in an uproar. The power of diamond grade equipment had far exceeded their imagination. At this moment, everyone understood that Guanzu would surely become the brightest new star among the stars. The Heavenly Dao is surprisingly so open. Guanzu put on his new equipment with a confident gleam in his eyes. Golden light shone brightly in the void, and the voice of the Heavenly Dao sounded once again. The one who wins the championship shall receive the second reward. A divine stone of talent, which can duplicate the summoning spirit skill. A crystal clear divine stone descended from the sky, its body taking on the color of 7-colored glaze, as if there were countless stars flowing inside, emitting a palpitating heavenly aura. This is the talent divine stone? Guanzu looked at the divine object in front of him in shock, his heart sending shockwaves through his mind. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed as he said excitedly, "Hey, Azu, now you'll be able to use Old Sun's somersault clouds and weapons too. This is a Heaven's Path supreme treasure." A trace of surprise flashed in Qi Yun's eyes. To be able to replicate the skills of a summoned spirit, this kind of divine artifact is extremely rare even amongst the superstars. Ancestor Guan reached out and received the talented God Stone, and in an instant, a vast stream of information surged into his mind. The heavenly Tao laws contained in the divine stone began to resonate with his soul, and countless arcane runes flowed across the surface of his body. Boom! With a loud bang, Guanzu's aura instantly changed radically. A golden light flickered in his eyes, and the aura of the battle laws surrounded him. This feeling. A look of surprise appeared on Guanzu's face as he felt the surging power within his body. I can actually use the Sun Wukong's battle laws. With a wave of his hand, a golden weapon appeared in his hand. The stick was inscribed with arcane runes and emitted a palpitating pressure. "Brother Azu!" Bai Yue shouted excitedly, "Try the other summoning spirit skills." Guanzu nodded, and with a thought, the power within his body began to change. At one moment, it was Houyi's sun shooting avatar, at another moment, it was the 8 Preceptors' canopy true skill, and at another moment, it was the Sand Monk's quicksand law. With each skill, he was able to perform it perfectly. It's incredible. A serious powerhouse's eyes widened. This is equal to saying that he alone is equal to the battle power of all the summoned spirits. A trace of scorn flashed in the eyes of the Empress of Time and Space. The heavenly Tao has even bestowed such a heavy treasure. The audience was in an uproar. The appearance of such a divine object meant that Guanzu's strength would skyrocket once again. A summoner who was able to master the 5 major summoning spirit skills at the same time was unparalleled in the entire history of the stars.